On the verdant planet of Vegeta, the home of the Saiyans, countless spacecraft perpetually traversed the skies, when a solitary, spherical spacecraft devoid of any identification unexpectedly took flight. Panic ensued among the personnel at the launch site. How can a vessel ascend without a launch permit? Quickly, intercept it. It's too late. Interception is impossible, amidst the flurry of the logistical Saiyans responsible for the launch. Within the spherical craft sat a man clad in a blue and white battle suit, his head adorned with a purple scouter, reclining with his hands behind his head, radiating a sense of liberation. At last, after 3 years, I am finally free. Gazing at the display screen indicating his destination, Earth, a smile crept across his face. He had meticulously planned for years to commandeer a spacecraft. If only he possessed even a modicum of combat prowess, he would not have had to resort to such clandestine measures. Yet, fortune had smiled upon him, and he had succeeded. Who could claim to be more unfortunate than he? Transported to the perilous world of Dragon Ball, and as a Saiyan no less, a logistical Saiyan. Due to their low combat power and minimal desire for battle, logistical Saiyans were condemned to a life bound to Vegeta. But was that not a dire predicament? He vividly remembered, Frieza would eventually obliterate Vegeta out of fear of the legendary Super Saiyan. Thus, since his unexpected arrival 3 years prior, he had been plotting his escape from Vegeta. Now, he had finally achieved it. As he reveled in this hard-won freedom, a Saiyan at the launch site suddenly exclaimed, "I found out who stole the spacecraft. Who is it?" The logistical Saiyan, Saiyan, age 20, in charge of food distribution. Saiyan? How could it possibly be him? He doesn't even know the basic controls of a spacecraft, someone exclaimed in disbelief. However, another Saiyan's expression turned grim as he did his utmost to avoid the gazes of others, fearing his knowledge might be exposed. He certainly wouldn't disclose that Saiyan's piloting skills were acquired through bribery with abundant fine food. But even if he could operate the spacecraft, what about its navigation? That vessel lacked a landing point. How did he manage to make it move? At that moment, another Saiyan absent-mindedly scratched his head, glancing sideways. Only she knew that, driven by her desire for Saiyan's delicacies, she had inadvertently revealed some coordinates under his persistent flattery. Yet she thought little of it at the time, considering those coordinates pointed to relatively insignificant and non-threatening planets. The most critical question is, where did he procure the fuel for the spacecraft? I discovered that the vessel was not equipped with any fuel. At this revelation, a dozen Saiyans fell silent. Some were apprehensive, as they had previously covertly exchanged fuel with Saiyan for food from other planets. Initially, they thought nothing of it, but now the situation had changed that I think it's just an ordinary spacecraft. No need to overreact, right? Suddenly, someone from the crowd spoke up. I agree. After all, he's merely a logistical Saiyan with a combat power of 220. He might be killed by a monster as soon as he lands on some planet. That makes sense. Such trivial matters are hardly worth our concern. Instantly, the crowd began to echo this sentiment. The supervisor, who had no desire to pursue the matter further, felt a sense of relief and remarked, "What you all say is correct. We shall consider this a loss." After all, those combat personnel expend numerous spacecraft on their missions. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the tension that had previously gripped him began to dissipate. Only he understood that Saiyan's entry into the launch site had been permitted by him. Thus, the Saiyans, who had been deliberating on capturing the thief, dispersed. The supervisor even marked the stolen spacecraft as damaged in his tablet, casually duplicating a previous launch record. Meanwhile, Saiyan lay within the spacecraft he had painstakingly stolen, gazing out into the cosmos with profound contemplation. Though he was a mere logistical Saiyan of little consequence on Vegeta, possessing a combat power of 220 on Earth would allow him to easily establish dominance, if not rule the world. Moreover, with the plethora of extraordinary items on Earth, Dragon Balls, Senzu Beans, Super Water, he envisioned a life of comfort in a stable environment rich with opportunities. First, I shall ascend Kirin Tower to procure Senzu Beans and commence rigorous training. Once I have exhausted my potential, I will imbibe Super Water, and then seek to have a gravity chamber constructed. As Saiyan daydreamed about defeating Piccolo Daimao and kicking the tyrant Frieza, a peculiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Oh, you seek to comprehend the essence of life? Do you desire to truly live?" What? Saiyan, somewhat bewildered, scanned his surroundings, yet his scouter remained unresponsive. Before he could grasp the situation, An inexplicable force enveloped him. Suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision, and he felt himself being consumed, his body gradually vanishing into the vastness of space. When light returned, Saiyan found himself no longer in the spacecraft, but rather in a dimly lit basement, illuminated by flickering incandescent bulbs. The walls were constructed of metal, and before him stood a glass door smeared with blood, while the path behind him lay buried beneath rubble. 3 individuals of varying ages lay unconscious on the ground. Saiyan surveyed his surroundings, his expression a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. "Welcome to the infinite space," the voice re-emerged, echoing in his ears. Where is this?" As the voice faded, one by one, the others began to regain consciousness. "That I was at work. How did I end up here?" Saiyan turned to see the 3 individuals rising, and his scouter emitted readings, 7, 5, 2. The young man in a white t-shirt had a combat power of 7, while the slightly overweight man in a black suit registered at 5. As for the individual with a combat power of 2, it was a woman clad in a white, slit cheongsam. Infinite space? Could it be the main god? While the other 2 remained perplexed, the young man in the t-shirt suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the group. "Infinite space? Main god? What are those? And you all, can someone please tell me where we are?" The middle-aged man in the black suit rubbed his sore head, irked by the situation. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the infinite space often depicted in novels, where an entity known as the main god transports individuals from different locations to various perilous worlds. Completing the tasks assigned by the main god grants substantial rewards. But what happens if we fail?" inquired the woman in the white cheongsam. "You die? Huh?" The young man was answering when he suddenly noticed a peculiar man in strange attire stepping out from behind the middle-aged man. He was of short stature, possibly around 1.75 meters tall. However, a black-haired wolf with short hair, clad in a blue and white combat suit, and adorned with a purple combat power. Detector on his face left him momentarily stunned. Yet, he quickly shook his head and thought to himself, it must merely be cosplay. Before he could further explain to the others, the voice of the Master God suddenly echoed in his ears. "Mission issued." Just as the words fell from the Master God's lips, several individuals cried out in pain. Yet, Saiyan felt a sudden itch on the back of his right hand. Upon raising it, he discovered an inscription had appeared. "Escape from Huanxiong City within a day. Failure results in obliteration." This place is actually Huanxiong City. The young man in the white t-shirt's eyes widened in shock. The middle-aged man beside him immediately leaned in to inquire, "What is Huanxiong City? And what do you mean by obliteration? Does that mean I'm going to die?" "It could be more terrifying than death," the young man replied. "Huanxiong City is crawling with zombies, creatures that cannot be killed unless you strike their heads. Moreover, if you are bitten, it won't be long before you become one of them. Then aren't we doomed? With such monsters around, how can we escape Huanxiong City?" Just as everyone pondered their survival, a male voice suddenly rang out. Drawn by the sound, they turned to see the peculiar individual who had remained silent stretching lazily and casually swaying the tail behind him, stating, "You won't need a day. A minute will suffice." "What do you mean? Do you know how to leave this place?" the middle-aged man asked excitedly. The woman in the cheapao also cast a hopeful glance towards Saiyan. Only the young man in the white t-shirt turned pale upon witnessing the tail swaying behind Saiyan. The other 2, preoccupied with their survival, paid no mind to such details, fixating solely on Saiyan's face. Yet, the young man understood what that moving tail signified. "All right, enjoy yourselves. I must take my leave." With that, Saiyan raised his hand, palm facing upwards. Realizing something, the young man hurriedly ran away, shouting back to the 2 oblivious individuals, "Get away from him." Boom! A searing white light erupted from his palm, and a beam of white energy shot forth. The once impenetrable steel crumpled, as if it were butter meeting molten iron, instantly pierced through, creating a massive crater that extended dozens of meters deep into the earth above. Plop! A rock tumbled down from the hole beside them. The 2 individuals, who had been fixated on Saiyan, now sat dazed on the ground, allowing sand to cascade onto their hair from above. What on earth was that? That man just now. They mechanically lifted their heads, but Saiyan had long vanished from view. Only the young man in the white t-shirt, as if confronted by a ghost, pondered how a simple task of guiding newcomers had led to the appearance of a character from an anime. Why? Was there a Saiyan? Chapter 2. Speedrun. Speedrun. With a thunderous roar, a white figure erupted from the depths of the earth, soaring into the sky. The evening breeze howled beside him, and moonlight cascaded through his hair. Hovering in midair, Samir surveyed the city below, steeped in an aura of death, his arms crossed over his chest. Though his shoulders involuntarily quivered, he chuckled coldly, yet the corners of his mouth twitched incessantly. Countless zombies, drawn by the violent explosions, staggered towards Samir's direction. Numbers flickered before his eyes. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. But they were all feeble beings unable to withstand even a single blow from him. Even if a few with slightly higher combat power emerged from the buildings, their strength barely reached single digits. Especially upon witnessing a robust figure emerge from the shadows. Wielding a rocket launcher aimed at him, Samir could no longer contain himself. The creature, known as the Tyrant, possessed a mere combat power of 7. Ha ha! Samir laughed maniacally, arms wide open, as if embracing the entire world. No longer fearing death at the hands of Frieza, nor worrying about apocalyptic threats. There were no androids, no Cell, and certainly no Majin Buu or Destroyer gods. How splendid this world was. In that moment, Samir believed himself to be the luckiest transmigrator in existence. What of lacking a system? The blood of the Saiyans coursing through his veins was his greatest advantage. Boom! A deafening blast erupted as a multifunctional rocket, trailing flames, hurtled towards Samir. Yet he did not even lower his head, merely flicking his right hand. Buzz! A pale yellow energy sphere immediately shot forth from his palm, engulfing the rocket hull. A terrifying energy exploded upon contact with the rocket. Boom! A massive fireball erupted in the sky, resembling a miniature sun. The radiant glow illuminated the entire Raccoon City. Survivors gazed up in unison. What was that? Had missiles been launched at Raccoon City? No. Look up at the sky. Is that an angel? Save me. Save us. Ignoring the pleas of the survivors, Samir looked down at the horde of zombies gathered below, casually firing an energy sphere to obliterate a group. There were no displays on the back of his hand, nor any prompts in his ears. It seemed he was not dealing with a main deity that awarded points for slaying monsters. Well then, there was no need for him to linger any longer. Originally contemplating whether he could accumulate points by killing zombies, upon realizing there were no rewards for such actions, Samir turned his gaze toward a distant iron gate, heavily guarded. It was the sole exit from Raccoon City. The massive iron door stood like an insurmountable chasm, blocking all survivors within the city. However, it could only deter the survivors. With a swift motion, he launched an energy sphere, reducing the tyrant that had dared to attack him to mere fragments, and immediately flew towards the gate. Bang! The earth cracked, and a shadow descended from the sky. What was that? Armed personnel raised their weapons, aiming at the deep pit shrouded in smoke. Yet, when the smoke cleared, they found nothing but the sudden appearance of the pit. Mission accomplished, returning to infinite space. A familiar voice echoed, and Samir felt darkness envelop him, only to find himself in an expansive space. This realm resembled a colossal cube, surrounded by white stone walls, with a solitary enormous pillar of light suspended at its center. Reward settlement. D-Class mission escape from Raccoon City completed 1,000 reward points. Special mission not triggered, no reward points. Pursuit mission not triggered, no reward points. Current account balance, 1,000 reward points. A blue screen materialized before Samir, though the 2 untriggered missions left him somewhat perplexed. It appeared that the speed run had not gone as smoothly as anticipated. Next time, he would need to ensure he triggered the missions first. Once the settlement concluded, the screen suddenly blurred. When it became clear again, it was divided into 6 sections, with the foremost being a countdown. Next cycle time, 863,991. Disregarding the countdown, Samir's gaze shifted to the other 5 sections, which were labeled from top to bottom as Bloodline, Items, Life, Anchor Point, and Repair. The balance of reward points remained displayed in the lower left corner of the screen. Samir attempted to select Bloodline, but only one option appeared. D-Class Bloodline, G-Virus. Cost, 5,000 reward points. He then clicked on Items, which contained only ordinary firearms, with prices that were not inexpensive. Even a simple rifle required 500 reward points. The Life section appeared more practical, encompassing food, clothing, and shelter, with the cost of reward points being exceptionally low, only 1 point for a grand banquet. As for the Anchor Point, it was similarly sparse, with only one option. D-Class Anchor Point, Resident Evil world. Upon exchange, one could freely enter the anchor world from the infinite space, with a time flow rate of 10,1. Cost, 10,000 reward points. Exiting the anchor point option. Samir's gaze finally settled on repair. Upon selecting repair, a pop-up window appeared. Repair, each use fully restores bodily injuries. Cost, 100 reward points. Would you like to fully restore? Samir stared at the pop-up, neither confirming nor canceling, but instead, he began to remove his combat suit. Standing bare in the infinite space, he directed his right palm towards his abdomen, swallowing hard. Why was he feeling so anxious? Taking a deep breath, a pale yellow glow emanated from his palm. Buzz. Boom. A terrifying energy sphere collided with Samir's body. Instinctively, he tried to create a shield, but in an instant, he gritted his teeth and suppressed that thought. The explosive sound rang out, sending Samir flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh! Samir felt excruciating pain, his body feeling utterly drained. Yet he understood that if this were all, it could not be deemed near death. Recovering from such a state would yield no improvement in his combat power. Damn it! At this stage, what was there to fear? In a fit of rage, Samir slapped his own face hard. Crack! If he could not grow stronger, then he might as well die. His eyes bloodshot, Samir raised his hand, channeling all his energy into his palm. With a desperate roar, an energy sphere that broke through his body's defense mechanisms struck his abdomen. Boom. The terrifying force immediately sent Samir flying. His abdomen was left with nothing but a thin layer of flesh, barely connected to his mangled lower half. Repair. Samir struggled to turn his head towards the distant pillar of light. As he spoke, his body suddenly began to itch. The previously shattered form sprouted flesh, visibly restoring the dying Samir. All injuries seemed to vanish as if they had never occurred, leaving him with a balance of only 900 reward points. I am still alive. Ugh. Before Samir could fully comprehend, an unbearable wave of pain surged through his brain. Cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body. Gasping for breath, Samir fell to his knees, hands desperately probing his abdomen. The warm sensation of a sweat-soaked body met his palm, devoid of any wounds, as if the recent ordeal had merely been an illusion. Yet, the anguish he had endured was undeniably real. Regardless, it mattered little. Sire struggled to rise, his steps faltering as he made his way to where his garments lay. Upon activating the combat power detector, a series of beeps echoed, 19109227. The fluctuating readings eventually stabilized at a figure, 301. Success. The sudden surge of joy dispersed the remnants of the pain he had just experienced. The display of the detector signified not only his enhanced combat prowess, but also a glimpse into his future. With 900 reward points remaining, he calculated his necessities for survival in this place, deciding to reserve 100 points for food and training equipment. He promptly exchanged a plethora of training tools, including 10 tons of iron blocks, discarded vehicle shells, and a pull-up bar. Most crucially, he acquired a cumbersome weighted vest. Once the physical agony lessened slightly, Sire immediately commenced his planned training regimen. Time trickled by as his relentless training continued. Sweat dripped onto the ground, and his muscles ached intensely. Sensing the limits of his endurance, Sire hastily released the steel cable used to drag the massive iron block. However, he did not intend to give up. Seizing the last vestiges of his strength, he gritted his teeth and unleashed an energy blast toward his abdomen. The explosive pain nearly overwhelmed his consciousness. Sire was propelled backward, crashing into the enormous iron block. Struggling to regain composure, he gasped, "Repair." As his reward points diminished, the scars upon his body began to fade. Nonetheless, the excruciating pain lingered. Rolling onto his back, his hair matted with sweat, he felt discomfort from the dampness. Yet, Sire merely grasped the nearby steel cable and resolved to continue. Time slipped away once more. He could hardly recall how many times he had brushed against death. Before he could even request the deity to mend his injuries, his overwhelming power caused him to faint. Upon awakening, he bore the pain and urgently called out, "Deity, repair." As his wounds vanished, only the piercing ache remained. Sire quickly rose to his feet. Just as he reached for the combat power detector, he remembered that his previous fainting spell had stemmed from his rapidly increasing strength becoming unmanageable. Recklessly grasping the device might lead to its destruction. With this thought, he promptly exchanged for a collection of fragile items, including porcelain and glass products, as well as numerous Rubik's cubes, all intended to help him control his power. Of course, food was of paramount importance as well. After enduring near-death training, although his injuries and stamina would recover, Saiyan felt an insatiable hunger. The deity's restorative abilities, while effective, could not compare to the Senzu beans from Dragon Ball, which not only healed but also satisfied hunger. As a Saiyan with an insatiable appetite, he found himself at the brink of starvation. In the past, he would have pilfered food during sorting. However, truth be told, no culinary talents existed on Vegeta Star. Even the so-called feasts merely offered a variety of ingredients. Saiyans, along with the majority of extraterrestrial beings, appeared to lack culinary skills. When Saiyan returned to Earth after many years and experienced its cuisine once more, he began to understand why the god of destruction chose to linger there. Yet, during his meal, his poor control over his strength resulted in either snapped chopsticks or crushed plates. Ultimately, he had no choice but to exchange for a whole roasted lamb, devouring it with his hands. After finishing his meal, he surveyed the surrounding chaos, simultaneously training his control with ceramic items while glancing at his tail. This was one of the Saiyan's weaknesses, yet it was also among the few that could be overcome. The tail, which could render him powerless when grasped, could be strengthened through specialized training, potentially becoming an extension of himself. Moreover, without a tail, he could not transform into a great ape. Even though his innate talent meant his great ape transformation would be uncontrollable, he was reluctant to relinquish such a trump card. Additionally, he recalled the artificial moon technique once employed by Vegeta, which emitted Blutz waves, allowing a Saiyan to transform into a great ape even in the absence of a full moon. Having finalized his training plan, all that remained was the passage of time. He was keen to discover just how far his combat power could ascend. Chapter 3, Demon Slayer. Welcome to the reincarnation space. An unfamiliar voice echoed as a man struggled to rise from the ground. Where am I? Had I not already perished? The man, clutching his aching head, surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an expansively empty space, with nothing but white light and an endless stone floor. As confusion enveloped him, a parchment inscribed with unknown symbols descended from above, landing gently before him. 60 seconds remain until the hunter's soul disintegrates. Please sign the contract promptly. The reincarnation space will reconstruct your physical form. Sign the contract? Yes, I must sign it. I want to live. The man gazed at the parchment. The voice resonating in his ears possessed an inexplicable allure, compelling him to extend his hand. Just as he was about to place his hand upon the parchment, a thunderous explosion erupted. The once pristine white sky was suddenly torn open, a colossal hole appearing. A beam of light descended, enveloping the parchment. Before the man could comprehend the situation, the light vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Yet, when he looked down, the contract that should have floated before him had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, as the countdown in the infinite space approached its conclusion, Saiyan, clad in black athletic wear, was dragging a car with his tail, slowly ascending into the air. Suddenly, he noticed a flicker in the nearby beam of light, followed by the voice of the deity. New world traversal commencing. Please prepare. Countdown. 10, 9, bang. Saiyan released the tail, causing the suspended car to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. He shook his arms, picked up the combat power detector nearby, and thought, is it time to transition to the new world already? I have yet to fully master my power. However, the deity was unconcerned with his predicament. As the countdown reached 0, darkness enveloped Saiyan's vision. Yet, this sensation no longer affected him significantly. As the world gradually illuminated around him, he quickly discerned his environment, a tranquil forest blanketed in snow. Countless snowflakes drifted through the air, but upon closer inspection, they appeared frozen in time, utterly still. A parchment suddenly descended from above, landing before Saiyan. He reached out to grasp it, only to frown at the incomprehensible script that adorned the paper. As if sensing his confusion, the contents of the parchment suddenly shimmered and transformed into characters that Saiyan recognized. Faction confrontation mission. It is said that after the sun sets, malevolent spirits emerge to prey on humans. Yet, there are also demon slayers who vanquish these fiends to protect the populace. This is a battle between day and night, a clash of light and darkness. Your faction is Gue Sha Dui. Mission 1. Please become a member of Gue Sha Dui to initiate the faction mission. 2. Eliminate members of opposing factions. Each kill will enhance your final evaluation by 5 points. Countdown to mission initiation. 10. Gue Sha Dui. This is quite intriguing, reminiscent of the realm of Kimetsu no Yaiba, although allies seem somewhat superfluous. Furthermore, the format of this mission release is markedly different from before. Saimie scrutinized the parchment before him, yet soon he found solace. Never mind how the mission is presented, as long as there are rewards, that suffices. As the countdown concluded, the parchment erupted from Saimie's grasp, scattering into myriad white specks, eventually coalescing into 4 grand characters. Hunt begins. It was as if a paused video had been resumed. The snowflakes continued to fall, and the howling cold wind resonated in Saimie's ears. To join Guisha Dui, he glanced around, realizing that the surroundings offered no means of navigation, let alone locating the so-called Guisha Dui. Contemplating this, Saimie leapt into the air, soaring toward the heavens. Amidst the heavy snowfall, the ground was obscured from view. He could only determine the presence of life through his combat power detector. However, after a prolonged flight, he encountered merely a few animals. This area might be a desolate wasteland. I should bypass it and seek out human-populated towns. Hovering midair, he cast a final glance at the forest below. The snow continued to descend relentlessly, showing no sign of abating. Beep, beep. Just as he was about to depart with nothing to show for his efforts, the combat power detector suddenly pinpointed a location. 6 sources of combat power, 1, 5, 5, 4, 3, 3, were clustered together. Likely humans residing here. With that thought, he promptly lowered his altitude. Amid the pristine white forest, 2 wooden cabins blanketed in snow stood out starkly, especially the cabin housing the 6 sources of combat power, from which a faint candlelight flickered through the tightly shut doors and windows. A gust of wind sent the snow swirling at ground level as Saimie gently descended, his exuberant tail wrapping around his waist like a belt. Approaching the Japanese-style wooden house, he quickened his pace. Bang, bang, bang. Mother, someone is knocking. Surely, brother has returned. Brother has returned? Tanjiro is back? Nezuko, please keep an eye on Rokuta. Various voices erupted from within the house, but the mention of 2 familiar names instantly revealed to Saimie his whereabouts. The Kamadu family, the abode of the protagonists of this world. With a click, the door latch was released. Tanjiro? As the wooden door swung open, a gust of wind swept in, blinding her with icy snow until it ceased, revealing a strangely clad man standing at the threshold. Who are you? Saimie. You may call me Saimie. Saimie surveyed the interior and remarked, I overheard outside that your son Tanjiro has yet to return. Has he gone down the mountain to sell charcoal? And your husband, Kamadu Tanjiro, has he already passed away? Who exactly are you? Mrs. Kamadu was filled with terror, hastily attempting to close the door. Bang! A sturdy hand seized the solid wooden door, and despite Mrs. Kamadu pressing against it with all her might, it could not prevent the door from being flung open. Mother, Shigeru, take cover in the house. As a large boy and a small boy emerged from the innermost room, Mrs. Kamado's anxiety peaked. Yet, she soon heard the strange man sigh. This is the fate of the powerless. Due to their lack of strength, they can only panic, no matter what transpires. However, do not worry, for I shall rewrite your destiny. With a swift motion, Saimie extended his right hand and shoved Mrs. Kamadu aside. The immense force rendered her utterly defenseless. She felt as if she had been struck by a beast, crashing against the wall, breathless. Have I used too much force? I hope I haven't harmed you. Yet, to an onlooker, it appeared as if she were being pinned against the wall. Mother, you scoundrel. The older boy glanced around and immediately seized a piece of wood. Charging at Saimie, let go of my mother. Whoosh. The 2-finger-thick stick whistled through the air, striking fiercely at Saimie, only for him to catch it effortlessly. With a mere exertion of strength, the stick was crushed into 2 pieces. The boy's hands lost their support, and he fell to the ground. How could this be? He looked in terror at the tall man before him, who slowly opened his hand, sending countless wood shavings cascading from his palm. Take care, Shigeru. Mrs. Kamadu rushed toward her fallen child. She threw her arms wide, shielding the child, named Shigeru. Even knowing the man before her was a terrifying presence, even though her chest still ached from the impact, she stood in front of Saimie. Do not harm my child. Gritting her teeth, she implored, whatever it is you intend to do, direct it toward me. Observing the woman who stood defiantly before him despite knowing she was outmatched, Saimie's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration. Such courage, you are commendable. The commotion drew the other occupants of the house out. As Saimie kicked aside the nearby wooden stick, he spotted a familiar face emerging from the house. Cradling a small boy, followed by a girl sporting a princess-style haircut. Mother? Hanako. Nezuko. As Mrs. Kamadu witnessed her children emerge one by one, her fear surged to its zenith. She anxiously watched every move Saiyan made, terrified that he might act in a manner that would horrify them. Yet, Saiyan merely cast a curious glance at Nezuko before sitting down on the spot, stating, "Rest assured, I am not here to kill you, nor will I do anything to your family." However, his prior actions rendered his words utterly unconvincing. Saiyan perceived Mrs. Kamado's distrust, yet he said nothing more, simply surveying his surroundings. The Japanese-style wooden house had a small area resembling an entrance hall upon entry, leading directly into the living room. At the center of the living room, a hearth burned, surrounded by several tatami mats. There were 3 rooms beyond, separated by sliding doors. Tanjiro is not here. Has he gone down the mountain to sell charcoal? And I have not seen Tanjiro, which indicates he has already passed. It seems my luck is quite favorable. He gazed at the vigilant Mrs. Kamadu and the several children frozen in place, unsure of how to react, and suddenly smiled. Do not worry. I am merely here to wait for an unfortunate fellow. An unfortunate fellow? Indeed, to encounter me is, without a doubt, a stroke of misfortune for him. Chapter 4. Musen, did I fight a Saiyan? Is this for real? Thud, thud. In the pitch-black night, a figure traversed the snowy forest. Clad in a black and white suit with a white top hat, possessing an exquisite visage and alluring crimson eyes, complemented by his slightly curled bangs. He appeared to be an elegant and dignified gentleman. In this moment, the dignified and graceful figure was marred by a visage twisted with rage. A band of ineffectual fools, unable to procure that item for so long, and the news from Yowozu remained stagnant. He muttered curses under his breath, his gaze fixated on a modest dwelling not far away. I detect the scent of the living, fortuitously. I require an assistant to aid me in my search for that item in this vicinity. Approaching the house, the man regarded the wooden door before gently pushing it, only to discover that the latch was secured. How pitiful are humans, relying on such means to evade peril. Yet, they remain oblivious to the identity of their adversary. Rejoice, for I shall grant you a new lease on life, transforming you into a formidable demon. With a mere nudge, an overwhelming force shattered the wooden door before the youth. The loud crash roused Lu Tai from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly felt the urgent need to relieve himself. Oh no! Hastily, he scrambled from his bed. And as he opened the door, he was met with a pair of eyes. Lu Tai, where are you off to at this late hour? A gentle yet youthful voice inquired, instantly revealing the identity of the visitor. Nezuko-jia, I need to use the restroom, Lu Tai replied, feeling somewhat bashful. However, Nezuko affectionately ruffled his hair and softly reminded him, Lu Tai, have you forgotten what that brother said? We must not venture outside tonight. Yet Lu Tai, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, Why is that? That brother made us squeeze into the coal room, while he himself sleeps in such a spacious chamber. He complains about noise at night. Yet it was just a moment ago that it was unbearably loud. The youth's mood soured, but the man in the other house was even more disheartened. Feeling as if he had swallowed a bug, he had witnessed his own colossal arm, now expanded to 2 meters, strike the man before him, yet the latter remained immobile, as if that immense demon hand were merely a wisp of air. Kabutsuji Musen, I have finally awaited your presence. Sire looked at the uninvited guest with a smile, akin to a cat spotting a mouse. What are you? Kabutsuji Musen scrutinized Sire warily, hastily restoring his hands to their original form while inching toward the door. Sire did not respond, but instead, after glancing at the combat power detector's readings, he remarked with surprise, I did not expect a short-lived wretch like you to possess a combat power of 40, quite impressive indeed. Short-lived? Who are you calling short-lived, you lowly human? As if struck by an undeniable truth, Kabutsuji Musen erupted in fury. Instead of fleeing, he began to amass a certain power within himself. Beep, beep. Kabutsuji Musen's combat power, originally at 40, began to surge further. Sire noted the increase with a nod. Very good. Such combat power is indeed formidable in this world. However, it remains insufficient for my standards. You bastard. Without waiting for Sire to draw closer, Kabutsuji Musen unleashed his hands. Blood demon art, blood spike. With his shout, torrents of blood spewed from his expanded arms, striking out like crimson thorns towards Sire. Blood demon art? Intriguing. Sire extended his right index finger. and as he faced the torrential assault of thorns, his hand blurred into an afterimage. Crack, crack, crack. The terrifying blood thorns left gaping holes the size of basins in the surrounding walls. The already fragile structure of the house began to tremble precariously. As if he had anticipated this, Kibutsuji Musen laughed heartily, swinging his left hand, now a mass of flesh and blood, and forcefully shattered a support column. Die! Boom! The house collapsed instantly, sending a flurry of snow into the air. Kibutsuji Musen hastily darted back, retreating over 10 meters before finally halting. Is it over? He gazed into the white expanse ahead, his heart filled with doubt. As he hesitated to approach and investigate, a violent gust of wind erupted, scattering the snow. A figure gradually emerged from the wreckage. The moment Kibutsuji Musen recognized the figure, his pupils widened in shock, his blood boiling, and he felt as if several hearts within him were contemplating escape. Impossible. He isn't scathed? Sire lifted the combat power detector on his face, expressing mild surprise. Quite impressive. Your combat power momentarily peaked at 45. If fully unleashed, it might even reach 50. Very well, since you are so curious. Allow me to offer you a numerical reference to illustrate the strength of your opponent. Huh. Kibutsuji Musen's expression turned grave as he regarded the man before him. The arrogant words prompted Kibutsuji Musen to instinctively focus on the term combat power, which he had often heard. Although he was unaware of how the man compared strength through numbers, curiosity began to stir within him. My combat power is 4,000, and when in full moon state, this figure multiplies tenfold. What nonsense! Despite being utterly shocked, Kibutsuji Musen could distinctly sense the sincerity in the man's words, as if everything he claimed were utterly true. But how was Kibutsuji Musen to accept this? Ah, your expression suggests you have been struck by the harshness of reality. Yet, having lived for so many years and taken so many lives, you should understand that this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Therefore, perish. Kibutsuji Musen. Sire smiled as he uttered his final words, swiftly forming a sword gesture with his left hand. Bastard! I will not perish so easily. Sensing the impending doom, Kibutsuji Musen erupted, his cells scattering in multiple directions. Their sole objective was to escape from the man who appeared terrifying even from a distance. This self-destructive escape tactic was something Musen had devised after encountering the most formidable adversaries during his existence as a demon, especially after centuries of reinforcement. Kibutsuji Musen could confidently assert that as long as a fragment of his flesh survived, he would not perish. Yet, Sire displayed no inclination to pursue Kibutsuji Musen. Once the fragments of flesh had retreated to a safe distance, he gently raised his left hand. Huh! Sire shouted, unleashing a terrifying energy that enveloped the mountains before him. Countless fragments of Kibutsuji Musen's flesh, which had been darting through the snowy forest, suddenly froze in place. No, they were not still. The attack had arrived. A blinding white light erupted from beneath those fragments without warning. The overwhelming energy first obliterated the earth, followed by everything upon it. Trees, animals, insects. Nothing could escape Kibutsuji Musen's grasp. Boom! A colossal flash illuminated the earth, as if struck by an invisible meteor. The ominous smoke and dust coalesced like dark clouds that one would expect to see after the end of the world, lingering ominously in the sky. Within a crumbling coal house, Mrs. Zhaomin tightly embraced her children, staring dumbfounded at the unfolding spectacle. Far away, a hunter who had just traversed the novice world, fully focused on the malevolent demon before him, prepared for a life-or-death struggle, only to witness the entirety of his opponent dissolve into dust. More precisely, it was a collapse. Before he could comprehend the reason, the night sky above him suddenly illuminated. Was the sun rising? Turning around, he was met with a scene that struck terror into his heart. In the distance, a colossal, resplendent fireball was expanding rapidly, only to lose its brilliance moments later, transforming into dense black clouds that obscured the moon. Had someone launched a nuclear missile? Suddenly, a piece of parchment drifted down from the heavens, landing in his hand. Faction opposition mission. It is said that after sunset, malevolent spirits roam, preying on the living. Yet, there are also demon slayers who hunt these fiends to protect humanity. This is a struggle between day and night, light and darkness. Your faction is Gue Sha Dui. Tasks 1. Please become a member of the Gue Sha Dui to initiate the faction mission. Detecting that the Gue faction has been eradicated, The Guisha DUI faction mission will automatically complete. Rewards will be settled upon return. 2. Eliminate members of the opposing faction. Each kill will enhance your final evaluation by 5 points. Remaining members of the opposing faction. 10. Countdown to return. 3 days. The man could scarcely believe his eyes as he rubbed them, yet the writing on the parchment remained unchanged. This meant that someone had indeed annihilated the opposing faction? Incredible. The man erupted into jubilant cheers. However, where there was joy, there was also sorrow. In an inn, 3 stunning women stood frozen in place, staring at the sudden alteration of their mission. How did our faction opposition mission turn into a time-limited survival quest? Chapter 5. A-Class Hunter. As the smoke in the sky gradually dissipated, the luminous moonlight emerged. In the pallid snow, a burly man found a piece of parchment falling before him. Yet before he could reach for it, the parchment trembled, threatening to vanish into thin air. Saiyan raised an eyebrow and swiftly extended his right hand. Rending the resilient parchment, the upper half vanished, while the lower half remained tightly clutched in Saiyan's grasp. Was the A-Class Hunter dispatched to eliminate the anomalies? Reading the words left on the torn parchment, Saiyan felt no surprise. Anomalies? It was undoubtedly referring to him. From the moment he entered this world, he had sensed a profound dissonance. Firstly, the name of the main god's space was different. The realm he initially traversed was called Infinite Space, whereas this world began as the Reincarnation Space. In the previous Infinite Space, tasks were issued through characters displayed on the back of one's hand, but the Reincarnation Space utilized parchment instead. Furthermore, when he exchanged items at that light pillar, the categories were comprehensive, yet the contents were pitifully sparse. Initially, Saiyan was baffled, but upon reflection, it was clear that the light pillar itself was not a true main god. Rather, it did not conform to the norms of a conventional main god. The items available for exchange were solely those from the biohazard world, which just so happened to be Saiyan's first task world. Coupled with the words on the parchment, Saiyan could ascertain that he had not joined any main god space, but was rather being exploited by an unknown entity. As for the mention of A-Class Hunter on the parchment, he was indifferent. After all, the moon above was still quite full. Glancing at the round moon in the sky, Saiyan felt a wave of dizziness and promptly lowered his head. He dared not transform into a giant ape casually, for he was not a high-ranking warrior and could not control himself post-transformation. Such a tactic was reserved as a last resort. As Saiyan pondered, he suddenly sensed a strange stillness in his body. Gradually lifting his head, he beheld a figure adorned in red and blue slowly materializing directly above him. Was that a superheroine? Her iconic tight-fitting suit and the short, spirited hair made her identity unmistakable. Once she fully appeared in midair, the sense of stillness that had enveloped Saiyan vanished. The superheroine, upon seeing the vast pit below, furrowed her brow and turned her gaze towards Saiyan. Anomaly, did you do this? It was evident. Saiyan crossed his arms, revealing no intent to conceal anything in light of her arrival. As an anomaly invading the subworld and causing widespread destruction, you have gravely violated the regulations of the reincarnation space. I am here to eliminate you. As her words lingered in the air, her eyes glowed crimson. In an instant, Saiyan rocketed into the sky, narrowly avoiding a searing beam that obliterated the ground where he had stood. 3,500, indeed a formidable opponent. Saiyan observed the number on the combat power detector, feeling an intense surge of desire erupt within him. Fight, fight, fight. The thought, almost hallucinatory, was the manifestation of the Saiyan genes within him. Saiyans are known as a warrior race throughout the universe, a fact universally acknowledged, even though Saiyan was merely a logistical Saiyan. In the past, his weakness had kept this genetic impulse at bay. However, now that he faced an evenly matched adversary, the latent instincts within him could no longer be suppressed. Buzz. A soft golden glow erupted from his palms as Saiyan hurled an energy blast towards the superheroine in response. Wham! The orb of terrifying energy zipped past the superheroine, obliterating a distant mountain. Such destructive power. Could she also be an A-class being? The superheroine regarded Saiyan with surprise. As one of the few A-class hunters, she frequently encountered anomalies. Yet, this individual before her, with such formidable destructive capabilities, was a first for her. Nonetheless, despite her astonishment, she did not forget the mission of the reincarnation space. Clenching her fists, she flicked her cape and instantly appeared before Saiyan. With a swift motion, she launched a punch, infused with catastrophic kinetic energy. That struck Saiyan-Er's left cheek in the blink of an eye. He could not react in time, and was sent crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Dust swirled, and snowflakes danced in the air. Yet, the superheroine observed the scene below with clarity. The more she witnessed, the more astonished she became. Suddenly, a purple shockwave erupted from the ground, and she saw the previously launched Saiyan enveloped in a swirling mass of purple energy, hurtling towards her. Boom! Another punch was thrown, aimed again at her left cheek, but this time the superheroine extended her hand to firmly catch Saiyan-Er's blow. Such strength and the ability to release energy. Are you a Kryptonian? The superheroine seized Saiyan-Er's hands, her eyes ablaze with red light. Yet, just as she believed she had him restrained, an inexplicable attack surged from Saiyan-Er's back toward her abdomen. The superheroine staggered, only to realize that the assailant was a monkey's tail. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Saiyan seized the opportunity, twisting his hands to break free from her grasp. What Kryptonian? I am a Saiyan. Accompanied by Saiyan's words, his fist descended like a tempest. Even though the female superhero managed to shield her head just in time, she was still forced to retreat repeatedly. Boom, boom, boom. Each of Saiyan's punches was delivered with utmost effort, and the terrifying force, coupled with an astonishing speed of strikes, left the female superhero with no opportunity to counterattack. She resembled a punching bag, being battered by Saiyan from the snowy heights down to the mountain's base. Bang! A dark shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The female superhero struggled to rise from the deep pit, only to see a sudden burst of purple light in the sky nearby, as if something was coalescing. Chapter 6. Growing stronger, becoming even stronger. With his palms pressed together at his waist, Saiyan felt the energy surging throughout his body, recalling the movement he had executed countless times before. Suddenly, he pulled his right foot back sharply, adopting a horse stance, as all the ferocious energy within him converged in his palms. Although she was unaware of Saiyan's intentions, the female superhero could distinctly sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This is deadly. It is certain death. No longer able to concern herself with any missions, she resolved to flee into the distant sky. Yet, despite exerting all her strength to fly, the suffocating sensation lingering above her head refused to dissipate. How could this be? Why does this reincarnation space harbor such a monster? Gritting her teeth, she quickened her pace. As the female superhero's figure became nearly invisible, a purple radiance reflected off Saiyan's face. The astonishing energy in his palms, accompanied by Saiyan's final roar, transformed into an endless wave of purple energy, hurtling towards the fleeing female superhero with terrifying speed. In an instant, the towering purple beam traversed dozens of miles, striking the female superhero with devastating force. Boom, 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 boom. Several peaks along the way were obliterated upon contact with the energy wave. At this moment, absolute death truly loomed over the female superhero. Return, return. In a state of panic, she had no time for contemplation, her mind screaming as if she were a drowning person desperately grasping for a lifeline. Just as she was on the brink, a force of stasis descended upon her, halting the terrifying purple Kamehameha wave in its tracks. Has the Master God intervened? Saiyan felt an odd sensation of compression surrounding his body, realizing he couldn't even blink, especially as the pressure intensified. Saiyan felt like a piece of tofu about to be crushed by a hydraulic press. Suddenly, the sky was torn open, and a beam of light cascaded down. What? Saiyan stared in astonishment at the golden light enveloping him. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself back in the Master God space. Mission accomplished. Returning to the reincarnation space, a half-sheet of parchment descended from above, which transformed into a blue screen after a moment. Reward settlement in progress. Demon Slayer Core mission completed 1,000 reward points. Special mission. Slay the Demon Moon 10012 reward points. Hunting mission uncompleted, no reward points. Currently, account balance, 2213 reward points. Initially concerned about the reward points, Saiyan now paid no heed to the settlement before him. Master God, he questioned coldly, gazing at the distant beam of light. What exactly are you? The beam wavered slightly, yet offered no response. However, Saiyan could not discern whether it was incapable of answering or merely chose not to. Its silence did not prevent Saiyan from seeking his own answers. He opened the Bloodline tab, only to find an additional entry in the previously sparse section. D-Rank Bloodline, Blood of the Demon King. Cost, 7,000 reward points. A Demon's Bloodline. Samir frowned and quickly opened the Items tab. The items were no longer merely ordinary firearms. Numerous special weapons known as Nikarin blades had been added. There were even books detailing training methods and various techniques referred to as breathing techniques. Next, he opened the Anchor Point section, discovering yet another addition similar to the Bloodline. D-Rank Anchor Point, World of Demon Slayer. Upon exchange, one can freely enter the Anchor Point world within infinite space. The time flow ratio for the Anchor Point world to infinite space is 10:1. Cost, 140,000 reward points. Indeed, just as he had surmised, all the additional items from the Master God stemmed from his recent experience in the world of Demon Slayer. Moreover, the female superhero's claim that he was some sort of anomaly made Samir question the true identity of the light beam before him. Are you truly the Master God? The beam remained unresponsive, standing silently. Samir gazed at it for a long while before suddenly smiling. What significance does it hold whether or not it is the Master God? The ability to traverse the universe and bring him from the Dragon Ball world to this place indicates its formidable power. Presently, he possessed merely 4,000 combat power. Knowing the entire truth would change little. He had not forgotten the sensation of nearly being crushed moments ago. Samir observed his tightly clenched fists, feeling the power surging within him, and came to a realization. Indeed, it matters not what the Master God is called. In this world, only strength holds true significance. If my combat power could reach a terrifying level akin to that of a Super Saiyan, would that preceding pressure still affect me? Furthermore, the Master God mentioned that I had completed my mission. Does that imply it would only rescue me upon mission completion? What if I had failed my mission? Would it still intervene to save me? Do I truly require the Master God's answer? No. What I need is power. Greater combat prowess. Boom. With a sudden release, he hurled an energy blast, watching as the metal fragment was obliterated into dust. Yet, Samir shook his head. Still insufficient. This level of combat power is inadequate. That female superhero, merely an A-rank hunter, possessed 3,500 combat power. What if S rank exists? What about SSS rank? If I encounter them, can I, labeled as an anomaly, survive? Samir glanced at the countdown at the top of the screen. Next reincarnation time, 863,996 seconds. Still a 10-day countdown. There was no time to ponder trivial matters. He must grow stronger within these 10 days to confront the potential appearance of A-rank enemies or even those above A rank. With no gravity chamber available, he would first exhaust the potential of his Saiyan bloodline. Without hesitation, Samir immediately plunged into intense training. The more than 2,000 reward points he had just acquired were scarcely warmed before being spent. He practiced his reflexes and speed using rapidly moving energy blasts, while simultaneously engaging in strength training with a massive iron block. Samir even exchanged for the breathing techniques training methods from the world of Demon Slayer to learn the combat skills of the humans therein. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The once empty Master God space was now filled with various training tools. Particularly, at the center, stood an iron mountain towering dozens of meters high. Hiya! With a thunderous shout, a figure instantly flashed before the iron mountain, delivering unrelenting strikes with fists as hard as steel, leaving numerous small craters in its wake. As the assault concluded, the figure stomped on the iron mountain, propelling himself into the air while raising his palms high. With a hum, 2 pale yellow energy spheres materialized in his hands. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, and the energy orb in the man's palm was enveloped in a layer of purple, compressing into a thin disc. Chi Yuanzhan, he shouted, flinging the 2 discs from his hands. Like a laser slicing through tofu, the discs effortlessly cleaved Taizhan into 3 segments. With a crash, Taizhan collapsed, smashing numerous training props. However, Samir felt no regret. Instead, he was filled with joy. Success. Klin's unique technique, the Chi Yuanzhan, a marvelous skill that triumphs over the strong with the weak, had finally been mastered. In the world of Dragon Ball, Klin's, with merely thousands of battle power, had used this move to sever the tail of the second form of Frieza, who possessed over 1,000,000 battle power. It could be said that this is one of the most extraordinary techniques in the Dragon Ball universe, and it is currently Samir's most formidable damage-dealing skill. Just as Samir reveled in his accomplishment of mastering Chi Yuanzhan, The voice of the main god echoed in his ears. A new world traversal is about to commence. Please prepare. Countdown. 10, 9, Chapter 7. The Strange New World. Beep, 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 beep. Hello, this is Saiyan Express. Is this the hospital? Yes, we can deliver, but... no. We cannot say that Mr. Akita is unavailable, right? Alright, we will deliver it shortly. With a sigh, the girl lamented at this hour. Who on earth orders takeout while hospitalized? After hanging up, she glanced at the man reclining on a rocking chair with his eyes closed and remarked with annoyance. It's not even time to clock out. Honestly, why do you look so at ease? There's one last order. The destination is Suizawa Hospital. Just look for Mr. Akita when you arrive. Yawning, Samir slowly rose from the rocking chair. The last order? After delivering this, I can finally head back. However, make sure it doesn't spill like last time, or else I'll get a bad review. Receiving the takeout bag emblazoned with Saiyan Express, Samir glanced at the screen visible only to him. Daily Task Cycle 1920, incomplete. Completing the daily task cycle will unlock the main storyline task. Is this the final task? Suppressing his unease, Samir pushed open the express delivery door and stepped outside. It had been 20 days since he arrived in this world. However, Samir could never have anticipated that this world and its associated tasks would be exceptionally bizarre. From the moment he descended, he sensed a pervasive malice emanating from the entire realm. Whenever he dared to harness the power within him, an unending tide of distorted monsters would surge forth, relentless in their pursuit. Eventually, overwhelmed by the incessant harassment from these creatures, Samir was forced to seek refuge in a human settlement. It was at this moment that he unexpectedly received a task in this world to deliver takeout, with a requirement to do so for a full 20 days. Aware that he could not return to the main goddess space without completing the main storyline tasks, Samir reluctantly took a job with a delivery service. Mounting the motorcycle he had acquired from a small-time thug, Samir retrieved his phone from his black trench coat and entered Suizawa Hospital into the navigation map. Clumsily typing in Japanese, he found it somewhat amusing. A Saiyan relying on GPS and a motorcycle. If others found out, they'd probably laugh themselves silly. He had no other choice. Every time he unleashed his internal power, those monsters would swarm him, and not only could he not eliminate them, but there were also no rewards to be gained. It was an utter waste of energy. Samir was determined not to be entangled by those creatures again, opting instead to masquerade as an ordinary citizen in this city. Perhaps due to the prolonged suppression of his internal energy, Samir's combat power had begun to wane. However, this decline did not signify weakness. Rather, it hinted at his subtle engagement with a different martial arts style. Previously, Samir had adhered to the universal combat system of extraterrestrials, which allowed for immediate perception of one's strength through battle power. Most extraterrestrials lacked the ability to control their internal energy, resulting in blunt releases of energy for both attacks and defenses. In contrast, martial artists begin by sensing the energy within themselves, subsequently mastering its control through rigorous training. This energy, which they can manipulate at will, is referred to as chi. By consciously suppressing his internal energy to avoid disturbances from the monsters, Samir inadvertently stumbled upon this path of cultivation. Yet, the time spent training was still insufficient. He could not easily compress his chi to the level of an ordinary person, as Goku and others in the original story did. Using a battle power detector, he found that his lowest displayed battle power was 52, nearly 10 times that of Goku and his companions. Although his control was not yet refined, the difference between his current self and his past was akin to that of a human and an ape. Martial artists can adeptly utilize their chi, perfectly employing every ounce of energy within them. If martial artists could be likened to converting water into ice, maximizing output with minimal energy, extraterrestrials were akin to opening floodgates, relying on sheer brute force. Except for a select few combatants adept at controlling energy release, the majority of extraterrestrials would unleash their power until depletion, easily losing their combat effectiveness, except for a certain green gorilla. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over Samir, prompting him to tighten the brakes and gaze towards the distant mountain. On the continuous uphill stretch, there stood a tall building, and the discomfort he felt was emanating from within that structure, spreading outward. Even as a novice martial artist, Samir could sense the presence of an entity within that building possessing battle power far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Most notably, The aura surrounding this being resembled that of the distorted creatures that had relentlessly attacked him before. I've come this far, and yet you wretched beings push your luck. To Samir's perception, the presence within a 3-kilometer radius was evidently preparing to encircle him. It wouldn't be long before a horde of twisted monsters surged towards him, just as they had when he first arrived. If an ordinary person were to face such a situation, it would be one thing. After all, those grotesque creatures were not something they could contend with. But Samir could no longer tolerate it. Despite spending the last 20 days merely delivering takeout, he had consistently encountered some rather deranged humans. He could easily obliterate them with a single punch, yet he had to suppress himself and feign normalcy to avoid the nuisances. Initially, he had planned to lie low, complete the task, and swiftly pass through this world. Yet, it appeared that this world had no intention of letting him go. If that was the case, what was the point of holding back? Eliminate them. Annihilate them all. At worst, he would bring ruin to this country. Let us see if you can regenerate from that. With a roar, an overwhelming energy surged from within Samir. The violet aura even reducing the motorcycle beneath him to scrap metal. The ground was torn apart in an instant as Samir's suppressed power soared higher and higher. Casting a glance at the distant building, he stepped forward and, with a thunderous boom, a beam of purple light shot up from the ground into the sky. Chapter 8. Curse? Jujutsu Kaisen. What time is it? In the empty corridor, chilling whispers echoed. Moonlight filtered through shattered glass, illuminating the crushed doorway. Sasaki Setsuko trembled in a corner, her hands clasped over her mouth as she gazed in terror at the hallway beyond the wall. Moments ago, she and her friend, Inaguchi Takesada, a fellow member of the Lingyan Society, had unwrapped a desiccated human finger adorned with countless incantations, only to encounter a horde of grotesque creatures the likes of which she had never seen. Now, separated from Inaguchi, she could sense a twisted monster prowling outside, searching for her. The clock's hands pointed to 11, and a creature resembling a fish with multiple eyes slithered through the corridor. What manner of beast was this? As Setsuko pondered, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Sasaki. She turned swiftly, her heart racing as she recognized the figure emerging from the shadows. It was Inaguchi. Thank goodness. Where have you been? Yet, as she prepared to rise in excitement, Inaguchi's head slowly came into view under the moonlight, revealing a mouth larger than his head gnawing at his skull, tiny limbs like those of an infant clinging to his face. The horrifying scene rendered Setsuko speechless. At that moment, an eerie whisper floated through the air behind her. What time is it? Before she could react, a large hand seized her face. She barely had time to scream for help as she was lifted off the ground. The monstrous fish-like creature opened its gaping maw, its body swelling grotesquely. Countless hands sprouted from its form, enveloping Setsuko and Inaguchi in a tight embrace, those thick limbs kneading her body as if preparing to devour her whole. Found you. Suddenly, a youth clad in deep blue-black attire dashed in front of the creature, flanked by 2 jade hounds, one black and one white. Observing the monster's relentless consumption of humanity, the youth's pupils constricted. Is it attempting to devour both humans and cursed objects? He yearned to save them. Yet the 2 students were perilously close to merging with the beast. Time was running out. Just then, the windows beside the monster shattered violently. No, not just the windows, but every window in the building shattered. The pink-haired youth, poised to rescue his classmates from the creature's grasp, felt the ground tremble beneath him. An overwhelming pressure descending from above like a hammer, forcing him to the ground. The monster, which had been intent on devouring humans, froze under this immense pressure. What an opportunity! The youth in the dark blue attire clasped his hands together, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the monster. He hurried to rescue the 2, yet he could not afford to relax even for a moment. The jade hounds growled at the wall above them. Suddenly, a colossal green hand burst through the wall, reaching for the youth. What? With no time to evade, he could only watch in horror as the giant hand approached. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from the sky outside. What a revolting creature! A violet beam of light pierced through the building, slanting before the youth like a pillar. What is this? He stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the violet light, which then swung around, slicing through the monster and the ceiling above. Boom! The terrifying energy cleaved the creature in half. But what shocked the youth even more was that not only the monster, but also the ceiling above was severed like a cake. Amidst the thunderous roar, the broken floor began to collapse towards the ground. It was then that the youth noticed a figure standing in the night sky above. though he could not discern their features before a wave of malicious intent surged around him, followed by bizarre, twisted entities crawling out from the surrounding space. How is this possible? The youth could no longer count how many times he had been astonished. However, he was certain that none of those grotesque entities were below the second level of curses. Just as expected, as if foreseeing the events about to unfold, the figure in the sky raised their right hand. With a strange sound, a purple disc materialized in their grasp. As the cursed entities surged towards the figure in the sky, the disc was casually flung out. Flash! Like a chainsaw. The curses that were struck by the disc were severed in two, causing the sky to rain down severed pieces. Is that a special grade sorcerer? The youth watched the curses being cut apart, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. No, the curses were not dead. That person hadn't even used cursed energy. Indeed, the next moment, the severed curses sprang back to life, some even splitting into two more terrifying forms. Yet, before they could regain their footing, another violet beam shot down from the sky. The catastrophic force created a massive pit in the ground. But the youth could sense that the essence of the curses had not dissipated. As the curses began to coalesce in the air, he shouted urgently at the figure above, "It's useless. You can't eliminate the curses that way." Curses? Samuel smashed a monster with a punch, glancing down to see a somewhat familiar figure standing amidst the debris of the half-demolished building. That outfit with no hesitation, Samuel flew to the side of that person. "You must use cursed energy." The youth was about to speak, but the figure in the sky suddenly vanished. The next moment, he heard the barking of the jade hounds behind him. "You must be Fushiguro Megumi, right? When did you arrive?" Fushiguro Megumi regarded the man who had appeared behind him with a wary expression. "Who are you?" "Me?" Samuel glanced at the curses pouring in from outside and casually flicked an energy orb. Boom. Amidst the violent explosion, he stroked his chin and remarked, "By your definition, I should be an extraterrestrial." As he spoke, Samuel recognized the two unconscious students nearby, suddenly recalling a memory. "Ah, so this is from the first episode. By the way, whereas that person named Itadori, he should be here too. Are you referring to him?" A strange voice replied, and then a white-haired man wearing an eye mask leaped through the window, carrying an unconscious individual. He looked at Samuel, who radiated a terrifying pressure, and said in astonishment, "Such immense power. Although it's not cursed energy, it possesses the destructive capability of a special grade sorcerer. Gojo Satoru, you know me? Just as you know Megumi and this Itadori classmate?" The mysterious extraterrestrial responded. Chapter 9, Gojo Satoru. "However, Mr. Extraterrestrial, now is not the time for conversation, is it? After all, you seem quite popular." Gojo pointed to the curses that were continuously regenerating outside. "Those things are only good for repulsion." Just then, a gaping maw appeared behind Samuel. TSK. Samuel clicked his tongue and turned to punch the monstrous mouth. Boom. His fist, like a missile, obliterated the curse along with the countless curses behind it into a myriad of fragments. However, due to Samuel's incredible speed, it appeared to outsiders as if the curses had exploded on their own. Is this a special technique? Fukuhara K gazed in astonishment at the self-destructing curses, initially believing that Samuel had activated some sort of automatic defense technique. However, only Gojo Satoru, standing nearby, understood that the opponent was not a sorcerer at all. He had distinctly sensed the opponent's movement, yet his perception had failed to keep pace with their speed, rendering everything unclear. This predicament posed a significant challenge regarding extraterrestrial beings. He wondered if anyone above had encountered them before. Gojo did not doubt Samuel's alien identity. Rather, it was this very identity that elucidated the terrifying power he wielded. Humans, even those spawned from curses, could never attain such velocity. In comparison to this individual, even the dual-faced Sukuna seemed insignificant. Most importantly, though the opponent appeared human, he showed no regard for ordinary humans. The methods employed in attacking the curses earlier displayed a level of destructive force that suggested a complete indifference to the potential harm inflicted upon others. Had Gojo not arrived in time, it was conceivable that Itadori Yuji could have been crushed to death. What intrigued Gojo the most were the curses that had suddenly manifested around them. Curses are born from the negative emotions residing within the human heart. However, the number of residents near the school was minimal, so even if curses were to arise, they should not be so numerous. If one could argue that a decrepit apartment generated curses due to its frightening nature, what then was the cause of these curses' emergence? With this thought, Gojo glanced at Samuel and proposed, "Ah, by the way, Extraterrestrial gentleman, if you wouldn't mind, could you suppress that aura surrounding you? I will take care of these curses outside. Observing the curses rising around them, Samuel nodded. In an instant, the oppressive aura emanating from him diminished, and the terrifying presence vanished. Once Samuel became akin to an ordinary human, the once aggressive curses fell into confusion. Indeed, the reason for the curse's existence was directly connected to this individual. Gojo noted the sudden calmness of the curses in his heart, but he knew further interaction was necessary to discern the precise reason. Hello everyone, Gojo announced as he walked through the air, surveying the curses surrounding him with a smile. The gathering comes to an end. With that, he removed his eye mask, revealing a pair of sapphire-like eyes, and declared, "Domain expansion, unlimited void." As Gojo uttered these words, he raised his right hand in a gesture. In a heartbeat, a silver sphere appeared abruptly in the air, enveloping all the curses within its confines. Samuel raised an eyebrow and stepped back just in time to avoid being caught within the expanding sphere. Gazing at the enormous silver orb before him, Samuel remarked with surprise, "So this is domain expansion? Aside from its somewhat limited range, it is rather intriguing. If he could utilize domain expansion, perhaps he could unleash his full power within it without fear of attracting the attention of the higher powers due to widespread devastation." He was already exerting himself to control his strength, wary of being targeted by the deity of this world. Moments later, the silver sphere shattered into countless specks of light. All the original curses were obliterated without a trace of regeneration. Moreover, aside from the areas engulfed by the domain, the surrounding structures remained utterly unharmed. Samuel stroked his chin, suddenly struck by a thought. Okay, with the curses resolved, extraterrestrial gentlemen, we can, just as Gojo returned to the corridor, hands in pockets. He noticed the so-called extraterrestrial raising a 3-meter-high wall single-handedly, rummaging through the rubble for something. "Extraterrestrial gentleman?" Samuel exclaimed. "Found it." He unearthed a dust-covered, withered finger from beneath a piece of rubble and discarded the wall he was holding onto the ground with a resounding crash. In the midst of the violent tremors, Samuel held up the shriveled finger and addressed Gojo. "Shall we negotiate? You teach me how to wield cursed energy, and I will assist you in eliminating this entity. That is a special-grade cursed object. It was actually buried beneath the ruins." Fukuhara K looked at the withered finger in Samuel's grasp with surprise. In response to Samuel's proposition, Gojo kindly cautioned, "Extraterrestrial gentlemen, while I do not deny your formidable strength, that object is indestructible." "Indestructible?" Samuel chuckled, suddenly exerting force with his index and thumb. Gojo and Fukuhara heard an unsettling crunching sound, and to their astonishment, the once unbreakable withered finger began to deform under Samuel's grip. At that moment, the oppressive pressure that had previously enveloped Samuel surged forth once more. "The finger of Sukuna has truly been crushed," Fukuhara exclaimed in disbelief, his body involuntarily trembling. Sensing the curses rising around him, Samuel swiftly suppressed his aura. He tossed the nearly flattened finger towards Gojo and queried, "What do you think of my proposal?" Gojo, feeling the residual power lingering on Sukuna's finger, no longer felt the earlier sense of ease. For nearly a millennium, humanity had been incapable of destroying the entity known as Sukuna. Even a single finger was beyond their ability to obliterate. In the past, humans had relied on sealing techniques to confine Sukuna's fingers. However, as curses grew increasingly potent, these techniques had begun to falter against their strength. Previously, those in power had been troubled by how to deal with Sukuna's fingers, but now, such concerns seemed entirely unwarranted. Of course, the removal of one danger would inevitably give rise to an even greater one. If an indestructible special-grade cursed object could be casually destroyed by someone claiming to be an extraterrestrial, one had to wonder just how powerful he truly was. "Extraterrestrial gentlemen, I accept your proposal." Chapter 10, Survival Game. Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School, nestled deep within a forested mountain, resembled a temple-like institution. In the grand hall at the center of the school, a burly middle-aged man seated among a collection of dolls suddenly halted his work with wool felt. "Extraterrestrial?" He looked up at the man before him, who sported short pink hair and exuded an unmistakable athletic aura. "Is it him?" "Of course." Gojo chuckled as he patted the man beside him and continued, "It's not him." "Huh." The burly man put down the doll he was holding and stood up to inquire, "Then who is he?" "Ah, I forgot to mention, his name is Itadori Yuji, a young man aspiring to join the Jujutsu High. By the way, the extraterrestrial claims he is the best vessel for Sukuna, and can help us locate the remaining fingers. So here he is. After finishing, Gojo turned to introduce Itadori Yuji, saying, "This is Principal Yaga Yoshinobu." Upon hearing this, Itadori Yuji bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I am Itadori Yuji, and my favorite type is Jennifer Lawrence. Please take care of me." However, Principal Yaga suddenly turned to Gojo, looking puzzled. "What about that extraterrestrial?" "Well, he mentioned he needed to deliver another takeout order, but he shouldn't be long." "Delivering takeout?" Yaga was taken aback. Meanwhile, Samuel, having delivered the last takeout order to the astonished customer, turned and left. As he gazed in the direction of the departing figure, the customer hastily raised his hand and shouted, "Wait. This is the 15th floor." With a resounding thud, Samir rose to his feet. His eyes catching sight of the words "mission completed" flashing across the screen, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Finally, he was free from the monotony of such tasks. As the screen flickered, Samir was welcomed by a report panel reminiscent of the main god space. "Welcome to the nightmare space. The prerequisite tasks have been completed, granting you the identity of player number 15. Current player count in this world, 20. Players who have completed the prerequisite tasks, 15. Remaining time for the prerequisite tasks, 11:15:08. Players who fail to complete the prerequisite tasks by the end of the remaining time will be eliminated." Nightmare space? Is this yet another variant of the main god space? And this time-limited task seems different from the previous two main god spaces. Just as Samir pondered this, the panel suddenly flickered again, transforming into a countdown, 11:15:05. Simultaneously, a strange female voice echoed in his ears. "Players, please be advised. Upon the conclusion of the countdown, the first round of the survival game will commence." The first round of the survival game? Samir was momentarily taken aback. Another round-based task? In the past, he had despised such tasks, which required merely waiting for the countdown without any specific objectives, as they forced him to linger unnecessarily in a world. However, Samir now found himself unconcerned about this round-based task. After all, he had discovered intriguing elements in this world. Jiju, a power system unique to the current realm, which was well worth his study, especially in the face of curses governed by different world rules. Mastering Jiju became imperative. This knowledge would serve him well should he encounter such adversaries again, preventing him from feeling as constrained as he did now. Of course, this was largely due to Samir's inability to wield the spirit bomb. Otherwise, with its purifying capability, no curse would stand a chance against him. Dismissing the panel, Samir glanced at his phone to check the time. Was it nearly noon? He recalled that Dingzaki Yi Qianghua should be making her appearance around this time. Though his memories were not as vivid as they once were, Samir distinctly remembered the trio formation akin to that in Naruto. However, unlike Sakura's ordinary beginnings, Dingzaki Yi Qianghua had always exhibited a unique quality, particularly her technique, which allowed her to attack enemies from a distance by manipulating their severed limbs, intrigued Samir immensely. If her power were sufficient, could this technique transcend different planets and even worlds to strike at foes? If modified, could it allow for instantaneous relocation, akin to Sun Wukong's teleportation, directly appearing beside the opponent upon sensing their energy? Compared to other purely destructive techniques, Samir clearly placed greater importance on Dingzaki Yi Qianghua's mechanism-based approach. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, his gaze flickering toward a distant high-rise. Was someone observing him? Samir scrutinized the building, but the chaotic energy within it revealed no distinct presence. Perhaps it was merely an ordinary person. Yet, the moment Samir diverted his gaze, a gunshot rang out. A bullet spiraled toward his head. Wisps of white smoke curled from his fingers as Samir beheld a gleaming point atop the distant tower. A chilling smile forming on his lips. "Found you." No sooner had he uttered the words than Samir's form vanished from his position, even without exerting excessive force. His speed surpassed human comprehension. The woman within the skyscraper gasped as her target seemingly evaporated. Gone. That speed must be at least D-class enhancement, possibly even C-class. Realizing this, she quickly waved her hand, and a red glow flashed from the ring on her right index finger, causing the sniper rifle perched on the windowsill to vanish. This was a tough nut to crack. I must inform the captain immediately. The short-haired woman in a suit was about to twist open the door when a voice inquired behind her. "You are a player too, aren't you?" How could that be? She mechanically turned her head to see a robust man standing there, arms crossed. Without hesitation, the woman's ring gleamed, and a silver, large-caliber handgun materialized in her palm. A desert eagle? You possess such a toy? Samir remarked, his curiosity piqued by the ring she bore. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire drowned out Samir's words. Yet, even as the recoil numbed the woman's hand, Samir remained unmoved. He glanced down at his tattered black tracksuit and sneered, "If you lack any special abilities, I might just have to take action." With that, he ripped off his clothing. With a resounding tear, a physique as sculpted as marble was revealed before the woman. Samir approached her, crushing the desert eagle in her grasp, and delivered a powerful blow beside her head. Boom! The wall immediately exploded, creating a massive crater. This power, it is C-class. The woman was filled with terror. Yet confusion lingered as she could not fathom why a D-class player would encounter a C-class presence in a leveling dungeon. Just as she was paralyzed by the spectacle before her, she heard the man's voice inquire, "So, why did you attempt to attack me?" It was the captain's orders. Faced with life and death, the woman had forgotten the meaning of teamwork and exclaimed, "Our captain said that the difficulty of the survival task is determined by the number of remaining players. If we eliminate other players beforehand, the difficulty will decrease. I didn't want to do this. It was the captain who compelled me." Understanding dawned on Samir as he nodded, then asked, "What is your second question? How did you locate me?" "With the survivor's compass. I purchased it before entering the dungeon. Although it can only be used 3 times. It precisely pinpoints the location of an unfamiliar player." Chapter 11. Jujutsu High School, the Survivor's Compass? Samir noted the peculiarity of this name. "Hand it over." What? The woman faltered momentarily, but upon seeing the outstretched hand, she hastily removed the ring from her finger and placed it in his palm. "The compass, along with all my belongings, is contained within. Just a drop of blood will grant you unrestricted access to it. I beg you, spare my life. I cannot afford to die again. My points are insufficient for revival." Revival? There exists a main god space that allows for resurrection? This was the first time Samir had encountered such a notion. Yet, compared to that, he had a more pressing question. "Tell me, do you know of the anomalous ones?" Anomalous ones? Those who inexplicably arrive in the dungeon world? Although she had never seen one, she had heard of them. That's good enough. "Can you inform me how the main god typically determines the presence of anomalous ones in a dungeon world?" As he toyed with the ring in his hand, Samir inquired. "The main god." The woman cast a startled glance at the man before quickly responding, "Through destruction. Every world has a limit to the damage it can withstand. The lower-tier worlds have lower thresholds, while higher-tier worlds can endure more. Specifically, the damage threshold of each dungeon world cannot exceed that of the next tier's player. In the current D-rank advancement dungeon, it is fundamentally a C-rank world, thus the maximum potential for destruction cannot reach B-rank. Of course, we are also incapable of such feats. 4 B-rank players possess the ability to obliterate a large city." "A large city, you say?" Samir reminisced about the havoc he wreaked in the world of Guemia, where he merely destroyed 2 small hills, which pales in comparison to a sprawling metropolis. However, considering that the world of Guemia is merely a D-rank realm, its actual resilience is significantly lower than that of the current Jujutsu Kaisen world. "Well, your response satisfies me." So the door creaked open, allowing sunlight to pour into the room. "You can perish." The woman's body froze abruptly, akin to a roller coaster just cresting its peak. A profound terror surged from deep within her. "Help! There's an anomaly!" she screamed, frantically clawing at the doorframe. Yet, it was too late. Samir seized the woman's head and gently twisted it. Crack! A lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Samir shook his head in resignation. He had initially intended to let her go, but her previously shifting gaze had betrayed her. "So, this is not the main god space. No wonder resurrection is possible." As he pondered, his phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. Samir pulled it out and was met with the glaring display of 3 characters. "Wu Tiao Wu." Beep. The call connected, and Wu Tiao Wu's whimsical voice rang out. "Moshi Moshi, Samir-san, I figured you wouldn't relish chatting with a bunch of antiquated earthlings. So I took the liberty of resolving matters for you. As it stands, you will be a first-year student at the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High School, and I shall instruct you on how to harness Ju-Li and utilize Jujutsu. You arranged for my enrollment?" "What? Samir-san, are you displeased?" "No, that will suffice. So what comes next? You specially called me, so it must be for more than just this." Upon hearing Samir's words, Wu Tiao chuckled and replied, "Of course, since Samir-san is now a student at the high school, a newcomer meeting is absolutely in order. Will you attend? The location? Tokyo, Haryuku to be precise. I'll send you the details on your phone. Very well, I shall arrive shortly. As the call ended, Wu Tiaowu raised his phone to the surroundings. Observing the 6 sliding doors, he spoke with unexpected seriousness. Everyone, you should have heard me. Since my method has proven effective, please refrain from unnecessary probing. However, just as Wu Tiaowu finished speaking, an ancient voice echoed. You mentioned that his power possesses formidable destructive capability. Techniques capable of demolishing even Sukuna's fingers may very well be susceptible to his destruction. I have explained before, he is not employing a technique. That is impossible. Wu Tiaowu, how can there exist a power that is not a technique? The devastation he caused that day was not concealed by any barriers, and it has already instilled panic among certain entities in society. Indeed, another voice chimed in. Regardless of whether that individual is deranged or extraterrestrial, his power is beyond the realm of control. But, do not forget, Wu Tiaowu raised his voice in protest. His strength is at least that of a special grade Jujutsu master. Are you truly willing to act against a special grade Jujutsu master? That would inevitably result in far more unnecessary harm. An interminable silence ensued. Wu Tiaowu regarded the silent Jujutsu hierarchy around him, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. These individuals remained so fearful of death. After a prolonged pause, a voice finally spoke. Then let us adhere to the initial agreement. Indeed, Saiyan Air shall be monitored by the Jujutsu High School. As he relayed the higher-ups' words, Wu Tiaowu pushed the door open and stepped out. As sunlight fell upon him, he removed his sunglasses and donned his customary eye mask. Glancing up at the azure sky, he stretched languidly. It is time to welcome my students. The train bound for Shibuya and Shinagawa will arrive at Platform 1. For safety reasons, please stand behind the yellow line. Amidst the announcement, the train gradually pulled into the station. Among the bustling crowd, a middle-aged man with dyed yellow hair and dressed in luxury attire glared at the messages on his phone in indignation. Damn it, I've given her so much money, and she still dumped me. That wretched woman. As he cursed at the messages, he shoved his way through the pedestrians ahead. Ouch! A young girl was inadvertently knocked over. But just as she was about to fall backward, she unexpectedly leaned against a wall. No, that sensation is not that of a wall. The girl turned to see she was leaning against a man. His physique was as robust as a Greek statue found in schools. Thank you, the girl stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she addressed the man. However, he did not spare her a glance, instead focusing intently on the wealthy yellow-haired man as he entered the restroom. That will suffice. Saiyan placed his right hand on the girl's shoulder and gently moved her aside. Huh. The girl stared in bewilderment at Saiyan striding toward the restroom, her mind racing with incredulity. Did he just lift me with one hand? Before she could gather her thoughts, she saw Saiyan counting a large sum of money as he slowly emerged from the restroom. Tokyo is indeed a convenient place. After stuffing the recently acquired cash into his pocket, Saiyan pulled out his phone and checked the directions on the map. Haryuku, that's just ahead. While Saiyan was still searching for the route, on the roadside of Tokyo Street, 2 youths clad in deep blue uniforms were curiously discussing. Isn't it too few to have only 4 first-year students? Have you ever encountered anyone who can see curses? No. Jujutsu masters are indeed exceedingly rare, and there are quite a few who can see curses but cannot wield Jiuli. Just like me? No, you've consumed Sukuna's finger, so theoretically, you should now be able to harness Sukuna's Jiuli. However, Wu Tiao Sensei is rather reckless to actually let you consume Sukuna's finger. Thankfully, you are as he described. A perfect vessel for Sukuna. Otherwise, an ordinary person would surely perish. Would I die? Huh, you didn't know? Fu Hui looked at the bewildered face of Yuji, his lips twitching as he internally screamed, Wu Tiao Sensei, what on earth are you doing? Sorry for the wait. Just as Fu Hui raised his head, he spotted Wu Tiaowu waving at him. The custom uniforms have arrived, Wu Tiaowu remarked, observing Yuji, who was also clad in the high school uniform. Indeed, it's perfect timing, Yuji replied with a thumbs up, though he quickly grew curious. But why does it look a bit different from Fu Hei's? And what about the hat? Uniforms can be altered upon request, Wu Tiaowu responded. But I didn't make such a request, Yuji remarked, touching the red hat on his back in confusion. Wu Tiaowu chuckled. That was my own initiative. Yuji blinked, but soon dismissed the matter. By the way, why are we meeting in Haryuku? Fu Hui inquired. It was her personal request to meet here. Wu Tiaowu replied. Her? Fu Hui paused, then asked, didn't you say there were 2 people? There are indeed two, but you've already met the other one. Haven't you? Wu Tiao Wu's sudden statement sent a shiver down Fu Hei Hui's spine. It couldn't possibly be. Ah, isn't that her arriving now? Over here. Over here. Saimi Air-san. Fu Hei was still in the midst of his conversation when he noticed a familiar figure slowly approaching him through the crowd. His pupils constricted sharply as memories of that night surged to the forefront of his mind. Allow me to introduce you all. This is our extraordinary first-year student from Gaojuan. Saimi Air. Huh. As he gazed at the man before him, Fu Hei felt as though his mind might explode. Isn't he an extraterrestrial? Wait. Is he really that extraterrestrial? Upon hearing Fei's words, Hu Zhang momentarily froze, then bowed deeply and respectfully towards Saimi Air. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Hu Zhang Yuran, and I sincerely appreciate your recommendation for me to join Gaojuan. There is no need for thanks. The pursuit of strength and its attainment is solely your own endeavor. The obstacles and assistance along the way are merely a reflection of your own efforts. Fu Hei could not help but mutter under his breath. Only an extraterrestrial would say something like that. All right, since we all know each other, there's no need for further introductions. Let's go find the last classmate. With that, Wu Tiaowu took the lead, striding confidently ahead. Saimi Air observed the bustling crowd, absorbing their energy to bolster his own strength. Just then, Hu Zhang suddenly inquired, Saimi Air, since you are an extraterrestrial, does that imply there are many planets with intelligent life similar to Earth? Ah, indeed. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there are countless planets inhabited by intelligent species. Responding casually, Saimi Air steadied his slightly disordered energy and began to expand it once more. So, why have you come to Earth? Initially due to unavoidable circumstances, but now it is to grow stronger. While conversing with Hu Zhang, Saimi Air discerned the diverse energies emanating from the individuals around him. Suddenly, he detected an energy slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person, mingled with a unique force that piqued his interest. Hiss! Amidst the crowd, a girl with chestnut short hair suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation, as though she were illuminated by multiple spotlights simultaneously. Hey, over here! Wu Tiaowu, who was walking on the far right, abruptly halted and shouted towards a point not far ahead. Upon hearing the call from behind, the chestnut-haired girl instinctively turned around. She then saw 4 men approaching her in a row, especially noting that the attire of 2 younger individuals closely resembled her own. No way. The girl smacked her forehead in resignation, reluctantly making her way towards the 4. As she neared them, however, she raised a hand in a gesture to pause. Wait a moment. After stuffing her various bags into a locker, she yanked the key from the tightly shut door. At this moment, Wu Tiaowu addressed the group. Let me reintroduce everyone. The girl, with a hand on her hip, declared, I am Ding Zaki Yi Chongwei. Cheer up, boys, the red is here. The peculiar nature of her introduction left the others momentarily speechless, prompting Ding Zaki Yi Chongwei to scrutinize the individuals before her. Noticing the gaze directed at him, Fu Hei turned his head away, while Hu Zhang cheerfully pointed at himself. Me? I'm Hu Zhang Yurin, from Sendai. I'm Fu Hei. Acknowledging the attention on him, Fu Hei spoke with a hint of detachment. Yet, what truly captured Ding Zaki Yi Chongwei's attention was not these two, as she found Hu Zhang Yurin rather unrefined and could easily imagine him as the type who would eat his own boogers as a child. As for Fu Hei, he came off as the kind of self-important individual she despised, likely someone who would ignite a seagull in an oil spill. However, compared to those two, what was up with this silent figure before her, resembling a statue of David? He hadn't uttered a single word. Hey, what about you? What is your name? Her tone was devoid of courtesy, bordering on accusatory. Wait a moment, Ding Zaki. Cold sweat broke out on Fu Hei's forehead. He had witnessed Saimi Air dismantle buildings with his bare hands and knew well that he was a terrifying entity indifferent to the lives of others. Just as Fu Hei was about to offer a warning, Saimi Air calmly replied, I am Saimi Air. Additionally, could you demonstrate your technique for me? This left not only Fu Hei stunned, but also Hu Zhang Yuren and Ding Zaki Yi Chongwei. Only Wu Tiaowu understood that Saimi Air was genuinely someone eager to learn about sorcery. Saimi Air, techniques are innate, even if you observe them. You cannot replicate them. Hey, what's with that condescending tone? And someone who immediately wants to see techniques. Aren't you a bit of a combat fanatic? In that instant, Ding Zaki Yi Chongwei felt as though her future was shrouded in darkness, sighing, Oh, I've really landed myself in a troublesome situation. Why are you sighing in front of someone else's face? What did you say? Well, The entire first-year class is finally gathered, and 3 of us are newcomers to Tokyo. How about we go sightseeing in Tokyo? Wu Tiaowu said with a smile, as if triggered by some key phrase. The initially disdainful Ding Zaki Yichong Wei and Hu Zhang Yurin became animated, hugging Wu Tiaowu and shouting, Tokyo! Tokyo! We love Tokyo! TDL! Let's go to TDL! Ding Zaki Yichong Wei excitedly suggested. However, Hu Zhang Yurin quickly rebutted, dumbass. TDL is in Chiba? Let's go to Chinatown. Fu Yi looked at the 3 lively individuals before him, a frown etched on his face, and turned to glance at the silent Saiyan. He appeared like a calm lake, observing everything with serenity. He suddenly felt that extraterrestrials seemed more human than Earthlings. Chapter 12, Enlightenment, the Essence of Cursed Energy Roppongi. An abandoned apartment complex that hardly resembled a tourist destination. This place must be cursed, Ding Zaki Yichong Wei thought, sensing something amiss about the apartment before her. Her intuition was correct. Due to its prolonged neglect, combined with the proximity of a cemetery, curses were inevitable. I want to see how far you can go, so consider this a practical test. Yichong Wei and you run. You 2 will exorcise the curse here, while Hui will provide support. As for you, Saiyan, I will let you experience the existence of cursed energy in the meantime. Huh, but curses can only be eliminated by curses, right? I don't have cursed energy. Hu Zhang Yurin questioned, puzzled. That is why I brought you this. Wu Tiaowu produced a short blade and handed it to Hu Zhang Yurin. This cursed tool, Suza Mo, is a weapon imbued with cursed energy and is effective against curses. However, in reality, you are already half a curse yourself. Although I don't know why the cursed spirit you ingested hasn't taken control of your body. Hui, if anything goes wrong, call for me immediately. I will arrive at the first opportunity. Understood. Fu Hui nodded. All right, let us hurry up. Once we eliminate the curse, we can explore Tokyo. Ding Zaki Yichong Wei, already impatient, boldly stepped towards the abandoned apartment, with the other 2 hastily following. Okay, now it's just us left. Watching the 3 enter the apartment, Wu Tiaowu tossed his hair back and extended his hand, saying, Saiyan, since you can see curses, it indicates that you possess talent. However, Saiyan shook his head. In truth, I cannot see them. I can only sense their general forms. Sense. Yes, sense. All living beings possess energy, whether they be plants or animals. Even the curses you speak of have a presence of energy. However, such an aura is utterly vile. Is this the reason why Samir-san detests curses so intensely? Indeed, Samir remarked, regardless of whether they are humans or other beings, at their core, they are merely feeble insects. I harbor no interest in insects, nor do I find amusement in exterminating them for sport. However, curses are an entirely different matter, particularly those imbued with a modicum of potency. If ordinary curses represent a distant, withered flower emitting a putrid scent, then the more formidable curses appear increasingly repugnant to me. I can tolerate insects scuttling past me, yet I cannot abide the approach of filth. I understand now, you are unable to see curses, but rather perceive them through a unique means. Upon hearing this unexpected revelation, Wu Tiaowu clapped his hands against the ground. Bang! The earth suddenly erupted in a cloud of dust. Samir-san, can you sense the filth I have left upon the ground? Yes, a rather nauseating handprint, somewhat distorted. Remarkable. Though you cannot see it, you can accurately perceive its shape. Now, please utilize your perception to sense the flow of curse energy within me and attempt to discern it within yourself. Discern curse energy within myself? Precisely. Let us assume that the existence of a curse is an abhorrent stench to you, yet the curse energy exuded by ordinary humans does not affect you. However, if I release curse energy directly, it would evoke disgust within you, indicating that your perception has a threshold. Our current objective is to gradually lower this threshold until you can perceive the curse energy emanating from ordinary individuals. Once you can sense the curse energy of an ordinary person, you will undoubtedly also perceive your own. As long as you can sense the flow of curse energy within yourself, mastery of this power will be within your grasp. It is akin to Samir, who, despite lacking a curse parasite, can forcibly perceive those curses that do not reside within him. This power, if wielded correctly, will soon enable one to master the usage of curse energy. Just as Samir was reinforcing his perception of curse energy based on Wu Tiaowu theory, the apartment behind him suddenly trembled. Wu Tiao-sensei. At the moment Fushiguro Megumi's voice rang out, Wu Tiaowu's figure vanished from sight. Samir merely sensed the atmosphere within the building, quickly losing interest, and resumed his examination of the remnants left by Wuyo. Learning curse energy is akin to solving a puzzle. Without a concrete concept, Samir found it impossible to learn. Yet, upon encountering the underlying principles, many previously insurmountable problems began to unravel. Just as ripples began to emerge on the seemingly barren ground before him, Samir's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Success is imminent. This is the feeling, hold on. However, contrary to his hopes, a sudden stone struck the back of Samir's head, shattering the delicate balance he had painstakingly maintained. Akin to a bubble on the verge of formation being punctured. Crack! The equilibrium he had desperately sought was disrupted, and a surge of inexplicable fury surged within him. Swish! Samir rose to his feet, only to gradually fade from view. It was merely the afterimage left by his rapid movement. Meanwhile, within the apartment, amidst a throng of dolls, Itadori Yuji, bare-chested, was tightly gripping the throat of Naberi Kasumi. He glared at the fidgeting Wuyo, warning, "Do not move, or I cannot guarantee her safety." Yuji, no? Has he become Sukuna? Had he consciously remained hidden to lower my guard? Wuyo, hands in pockets, gazed thoughtfully at the two-faced Sukuna, adorned with dark tattoos nearby. A mere finger of Sukuna is certainly no match for him. The other party seems to be aware of this, hence the hostage situation. However, I must ask you, Mr. Sukuna, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what, Despite being utterly unable to sense any curse energy, a tremendous pressure surged from behind him. As Sukuna turned his head, he beheld a single finger aimed at his back. Dodobo. Whoosh. A violet beam instantly penetrated Itadori Yuji's chest, continuing through 3 walls behind him. Taken by surprise, Sukuna had no time to react before a powerful punch landed squarely on his face. Boom. His body collapsed like a rag doll, rolling until it came to rest in the far corner of the room. Step by step, Samir advanced. As Sukuna, now prone on the ground, prepared to rise, he sensed something amiss. A curse? No. Sukuna abruptly lifted his head, realizing the curse energy surging from all around him. Suddenly, he grasped the gravity of the situation. This realization marked the first instance in a millennium. Fear. Not solely his own fear, but the terror emanating from the curses materializing around him. The source of this fear, astonishingly, arose from beneath his feet. It was the fear of this very planet. What nonsense is this, merely because of this human before me? Sukuna finally lifted his head. Yet in that fleeting moment, he was struck by an agonizing pain that pierced his soul. Crushed, shattered, he finally recalled. Wait, are you not afraid of this boy's demise? I can save him. Just cease your actions now. Sukuna shouted urgently. Yet Samir remained entirely indifferent to Sukuna's pleas. Bang! A simple punch sent Sukuna's saliva flying. Ugh! With a spray of blood, a finger resembling a meat patty was expelled from Itadori's mouth. A glint of light flashed in Samir's hand as a healing injection was administered to Itadori's neck. What is that? A physical restoration needle. Though it holds no efficacy for me. Just as Samir finished his sentence, he observed the gaping hole in Itadori's chest healing at a visibly rapid pace. Casting a glance at the healing needle in his hand, he noted a line of text visible only to players. Temporarily enhances physical self-healing ability. Effective only for grade C and below beings. Compared to those, look around you. Naberi Kasumi swallowed hard, struggling to gaze at the curses forming around them. Grade 2. No, perhaps even grade 1 has already manifested? What on earth is happening with so many curses? While it is true that weaker curses tend to congregate, this was the first time Naberi witnessed such powerful curses gathering. Samir-san, Wuyo also furrowed his brow. No need to rush. Paying no heed to Wuyo and the others, Samir gazed at the increasingly distinct curses before him, a smile gradually emerging on his face. Just a little more. In the past, he had merely regarded his perceptive ability as his eyes, yet at this moment, upon understanding the essence of curse energy, he suddenly realized that the curses taking shape around him were his natural subjects of study. So that is it, I understand now, this is a curse. Those nauseating entities are the negative emotions of countless humans: fear, disgust. Essentially, a curse is a form of energy akin to aura. Yet this energy is too dispersed for ordinary individuals to assimilate within themselves. Even sorcerers merely control this energy through innate talent. They have never sought to refine it. This leads to their aura being relatively weak, appearing formidable merely because they can manipulate that distorted energy. As for curses, Are they not merely the feeble waves of malevolent thoughts? Simply because of the peculiar nature of aura, they necessitate special means for eradication. At the moment of comprehending all of this, Samir's body suddenly wavered. Immediately, his anger retracted swiftly. The one who had once been acutely aware of everything around him suddenly ceased this behavior. Just as Wu Tiaowu believed he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. An almost palpable pressure erupted from Sai Mier's body. In an instant, Wu Tiaowu raised his hand, expanding his domain. In the vast, silent expanse resembling the cosmos, something continuously emerged from Sai Mier's form. Wu Tiaowu removed his eye mask, his gem-like azure eyes vigilantly observing Sai Mier before him. Was that a curse? Ding Zaki Yaowei's pupils constricted as she anxiously inquired. Fushiguro Megumi stood ready, hands poised for the release of cursed techniques. A torrent of information flooded Wu Tiaowu's eyes. And as he listened to Ding Zaki Yaowei's question, he shook his head. It is not a curse, it is his cursed energy. Cursed energy? What kind of absurdity is this? How could such terrifying cursed energy exist? It felt as though they were facing a special grade curse. Ding Zaki Yaowei was at a loss for how to express her shock at the scene before her. Just as she was grappling with the aura emanating from Sai Mier, akin to a curse, she witnessed Sai Mier suddenly clasp his hands together, fingers interlocking tightly. That is, Wu Tiao-sensei. Fushiguro Megumi's heart momentarily halted. Ah, I see it clearly. It cannot be mistaken. That is before Wu Tiao could finish his sentence. Sai Mier softly declared, domain expansion, eternal refinement of the heavy gravitational star. In an instant, a singularity materialized beneath everyone's feet, expanding at a visible rate. Meanwhile, Wu Tiaowu's domain was enveloped in a layer of purple mist, and beneath this mist, a pitch-black sphere quietly emanated gravity, bearing the weight of several individuals. Wu Tiaowu felt as though he had been struck by an unseen force, and every cell in his body sensed an overwhelming gravity. Even he, a special grade sorcerer, felt this way. It was needless to mention the other three. So heavy, it feels as if someone is pressing down on me. Wu Tiao-sensei, I can hardly breathe. Ding Zaki Yaowei collapsed to the ground, her trembling hands bracing against the floor, akin to a weightlifter struggling with a heavy barbell. Upon witnessing this, Wu Tiaowu could no longer concern himself with anything else. He raised his right hand, a terrifying cursed energy coalescing at his fingertips. Reverse cursed technique, red. A crimson light flashed across the entire domain, and in the next moment, a small red energy sphere shot towards Sai Mier. Yet, just as Wu Tiaowu's red energy was about to strike Sai Mier's forehead, bang! The energy exploded, resembling a splendid firework. Sai Mier glanced at his bloodied palm, somewhat surprised. Compared to Qi, cursed energy can manifest various techniques, yet its inherent power is not sufficiently refined. Even though Sai Mier had not exerted much strength, had he utilized Qi instead of cursed energy transformed from it, he would not have sustained such an injury. Enough, I have mastered cursed energy. As Sai Mier spoke, the black sphere beneath everyone's feet vanished instantaneously. The previously increasing weight disappeared along with it, and they found themselves back in the apartment. Drenched in sweat, Ding Zaki Yaowei and Fushiguro Megumi lay sprawled on the ground, their clothes soaked, and they had lost consciousness. Noticing Wu Tiaowu's vigilant gaze, Sai Mier calmly remarked, "Rest assured, I was merely testing my abilities. The gravity within the domain was only 5 times the norm. The reason for their fainting is simply due to their inadequate physical condition. After all, Saiyans from Planet Vegeta must endure 10 times the gravity of Earth from birth." Wu Tiaowu observed Sai Mier and ultimately lowered his raised hands. Although the other's actions were somewhat self-centered, it was fortunate that he was not like Sukuna, who indiscriminately took lives based solely on personal whims. This was evident from his willingness to employ a special healing tool known as the Physical Restoration Needle to treat Itadori. However, aside from that, Wu Tiaowu had a crucial question to ask. Sai Mier, since you have mastered cursed energy and can even utilize domain expansion, then our previous agreement is in effect. Sai Mier replied nonchalantly, anything I have stated will be fulfilled. You teach me to use cursed energy, and I will assist you in eliminating Sukuna's fingers. As he spoke, Sai Mier's right hand grasped the ground, and the finger of Sukuna flew back into his palm. This marks the beginning of our agreement. Terrifying cursed energy surged from Sai Mier's palm, nearly taking on a tangible form. The previously motionless finger of Sukuna began to tremble violently, as if attempting to escape. Yet no matter how it struggled, It could not break free from Saiyan-Air's grasp. With a crackle, as a cursed energy projectile enveloped the finger of Sukuna, the invincible force that had persisted for millennia was irrevocably diminished. Chapter 13. The survival game begins. Night fell. In the dormitory of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Saiyan-Air sat cross-legged on the bed, quietly observing the report panel before him. Current player count in this world, 11. Current players who completed the prerequisite tasks, 20. Although the number of players completing tasks had increased, the actual number of existing players had diminished. Upon seeing this, Saiyan-Air recalled the words of a previous female player, mentioning that a team was systematically eliminating other players to reduce the difficulty of the upcoming survival game. However, compared to that, Saiyan-Air was more eager to validate something. Glancing at the countdown timer, now at 3 seconds, he slowly rose to his feet. The survival game begins. As a female voice echoed, the report panel before him underwent a transformation. Task difficulty matched as C. Task issued. Yokai Night Parade. To eradicate humans unable to wield cursed energy and create a perfect world, special grade sorcerer Suguru Geto proactively launched an assault on the cities of Tokyo and Kyoto. As a member of the Jujutsu High Sorcerers, you have been dispatched to Kyoto for defense. Identity: second-year teacher at Kyoto Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. Objectives: 1. Survive the Yokai Night Parade. 2. Exorcise as many curses as possible. A straightforward task. As Saiyan-Air whispered, the surroundings began to change. A street filled with traditional Japanese aesthetics abruptly manifested around him, and a figure suddenly collided with his back. "Ah, sorry, Saiyan-Air-sensei." A strange voice called from behind, and upon turning around, Saiyan-Air saw a blue-haired girl clutching her head and apologizing. Sanron. Upon recognizing the distinctive face, Saiyan-Air could not help but exclaim, "Hi, what's wrong, teacher?" Sanron Kanzuya, like a startled deer, immediately tensed up as she responded, "You know me?" The unexpected question caused Sanron Kanzuya's mind to momentarily freeze. Teacher, why do you ask that?" Just as Saiyan-Air was about to continue speaking, a segment of text suddenly popped up before him. Players are advised not to engage in logical inducement behaviors with NPCs. All entities in the survival game are projections of the replica world. The sudden warning surprised Saiyan-Air, especially the word projection mentioned in the warning. "It's nothing. I merely had a sudden urge to ask." Ruffling Sanron Kanzuya's hair and feeling the delicate texture beneath his palm, Saiyan-Air spoke nonchalantly. "Although everything around me feels so real, is it merely a projection?" He pondered this, completely oblivious to the astonished expression on Sanron Kanzuya's face. How can this be? Why is the usually fierce Saiyan-Air-sensei so different today? In the memories of Sanluan Xia, Saiyan-Air, known for his notorious strictness as a second-year teacher, stood in stark contrast to the laid-back Hikishibu. However, the Saiyan-Air before her now, in both demeanor and speech, felt utterly unfamiliar, as though she were gazing upon a completely different individual. Before Sanluan Xia could delve deeper into her thoughts, her phone, nestled in her pocket, suddenly rang. "Moshi Moshi. This is Sanluan. What? A cursed spirit has already appeared, along with a curse master? Understood. I shall head over immediately." Hanging up, Sanluan Xia slowly raised her gaze and declared with gravity, "Teacher, the enemy's assault has commenced." Meanwhile, atop a deserted skyscraper in Kyoto, 2 slender men braved the cold wind as they assembled their firearms. The short-haired man donned a pair of futuristic glasses and remarked, "Although the difficulty of this mission has decreased, the death of Yanshio has led to harsher penalties for our team. Killing a few sorcerers is hardly a major infraction. However, the absence of Yanshio's storage ring complicates many matters." The long-haired man replied coolly, "This is unavoidable. The storage ring is a Class C item, requiring a hefty 2,000 points for exchange, while a D-class lineage merely costs 3,000 points. We both opted for enhanced lineage types, whereas Yanshio sacrificed her chance to obtain lineage in favor of an item for the team. It is unlikely that she was slain by an NPC." The long-haired man continued, "The very essence of a progression dungeon lies in its stability, which precludes the presence of NPCs that indiscriminately kill players. Moreover, Yanshio possessed the innate skill of the Queen of Arms, adept in wielding various firearms, coupled with her demon-slaying bullets. Any ordinary NPC would succumb to her in mere 2 shots. Thus, any player she encountered would likely be at least a Class C, capable of evading bullets or enduring her demon-slaying attacks. Such individuals, in this world, must at least be first-level sorcerers." You speak true, the long-haired man said, pulling back the gun's bolt with a satisfying click. However, no matter how formidable a foe may be, they cannot withstand a shot from this, an Azura-class intelligent sniper rifle. The short-haired man cautioned, conserve your ammunition, you have little left. Killing a few mission targets should suffice. Oh, the mission has begun. With an eerie low growl resonating, a horde of cursed spirits emerged onto the streets. Are those our allies? Quite terrifying, reminiscent of zombies, he remarked. Ah, I see the enemy, sorcerers from Gaozhuang, numbering 1, 2, 3, a total of 3 players. The long-haired man's eyes glowed red as he locked onto the trio several hundred meters away. Raising his futuristic sniper rifle, he lamented, regrettably, this mission has been divided into 2 locations. Otherwise, I could have eliminated all remaining players in one fell swoop, thus reducing the subsequent mission difficulty to Class C. Not to worry, the short-haired man replied, donning his technologically advanced glasses and securing his assembled handgun at his waist. He then stepped to the edge of the skyscraper, stating nonchalantly, we can take them out in the subsequent missions. Before his words could fully dissipate, he leaped from the rooftop. The cold wind rushed beneath him as the ground drew nearer, yet he exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, just before landing, he executed a series of intricate hand gestures. As he approached the ground, his form seamlessly merged into the earth, akin to a stick sinking into water. Observing his ally's vanishing act, the long-haired man felt a twinge of envy. How fortunate to dwell in a novice world that is a Class C ninja realm, unlike me, devoid of even 2 tails of flesh. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly flared red. Ah, I finally have a lock. Without hesitation, he aimed at the clear red diamond-shaped targeting box centered on a youthful head and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, one of the 3 players walking down the street collapsed instantly. Vivid crimson blood splattered the ground, yet the head was nowhere to be seen. Enemies. First-level sorcerer Chi-Hai Jian hurriedly shielded his 2 students behind him, scanning the surroundings warily. Just as he searched for the source of the attack, he felt a sudden disturbance beneath his feet. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. A whispered incantation was uttered, and a girl hiding behind Chi-Hai Jian was suddenly gripped by a hand that emerged from the earth, clutching her ankle tightly. In the next instant, a loud thud echoed as the girl sank into the ground, leaving only her head exposed. Reacting swiftly, Chi-Hai Jian slashed behind him, accurately striking a man who had just surfaced from the earth, only to be astonished when the figure dissipated into white smoke. Special technique? No, I sense no curse energy, Chi-Hai Jian thought, but before he could process further, another voice echoed behind him. Earth-style, Earthstone Dragon. The once solid ground erupted, a massive stone dragon surging towards Chi-Hai Jian's back. Though the stone dragon's speed was not particularly swift, Chi-Hai Jian could not evade due to the students bound to the earth. Without hesitation, he infused his weapon with curse energy. 10-character curse technique, Vala Vala. His empowered weapon struck the dragon's head, causing it to fracture and explode in an eruption of curse energy. Who are you? He began, but a gunshot interrupted him, and his pupils dilated as he turned his head, warm blood splattering across his face. The students he sought to protect had already lost their lives. Chapter 14. Rejecting hazards. The earth split as skyscrapers crumbled. With the influx of numerous cursed spirits into the city, the once sacred domain of sorcerers, Kyoto, had transformed into a veritable hell. Students in Gaozhuang uniforms were either devoured by cursed spirits or fell victim to sudden, lethal assaults. Chi-Hai Jian repeatedly attempted to save the young students, yet each time, a man donning blue glasses obstructed him. As he watched them fall one by one before his eyes, his fury surged beyond limits. In that moment, he removed his glasses, liberating himself from his usual constraints. Yet, even so, he could not vanquish that man, as he consistently anticipated Chi-Hai Jian's strikes, leaving him in disarray. Planning to attack my right hand? The man observed the trajectory of the impending assault calculated by his glasses, promptly forming hand seals and slamming his palms onto the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. With a rumble, the earth rose, forming a colossal stone barrier. Chi-Hai Jian's powerful punch collided with the wall, but it was thwarted. Futile. All your actions are laid bare before me. Effortlessly performing a backflip, the man landed 5 meters away, perched atop a light pole. However, Chi-Hai Jian was beyond hearing his taunts, his fists clenched in silence as he charged forward. NPCs truly lack intelligence. How many times must I try before you comprehend the distance between us? Observing Chi Jian's straightforward approach, the man leaped from the light pole. His body enveloped in a layer of dark yellow chakra. Earth style, earth spear. As Chi Jian's punch hurtled towards his chest, the man stood firm, unflinching, awaiting the impact. After such prolonged engagement, he had gleaned an understanding of his opponent's abilities. At this moment, the technique employed is certain to demonstrate to the opponent what true strength entails. By harnessing chakra, the physique becomes as unyielding as diamond, more than sufficient to withstand the force of an incoming punch. The anticipated attack predicted by the intelligent glasses arrives as expected, and the blow, which inflicts negligible harm, falls well within the man's expectations. Yet, in the next instant, Chi Jianren seems to enter a peculiar state, instinctively launching another punch. The man wielding ninjutsu remains oblivious to this shift in energy and instead tightens his fist, eager to engage in a clash of strength. Experience the disparity between us, he declares as he fiercely strikes. Just as his fist is about to collide with Chi Jianren's, a bolt of black and red lightning erupts between them. The impact of the punch escalates exponentially, and in the fleeting moment of contact, the man's entire arm is shattered. Stunned and taken aback, he attempts to retreat, unaware of Chi Jianren's poised right leg. Thud, thud, thud. With 3 successive kicks directed at his thigh, side, and temple, each infused with Chi Jianren's full power. Each kick unleashing bursts of black and red energy. The man, unable to evade, is left mangled, resembling a contorted sponge. Help! A long-haired man atop a distant skyscraper gasps for breath, his gaze fixated as the red targeting reticle rapidly shrinks around Chi Jianren's head. Finally, the moment the reticle locks onto him, the long-haired man hastily pulls the trigger. Die! Click! Click! The anticipated attack fails to materialize, replaced instead by a chilling sound of friction before him. The long-haired man retracts his gaze from the ground, only to witness a hand gripping the barrel of a shura. Damn it! He releases the gun and turns to flee. Samir reaches out but unexpectedly grasps at air. Casting aside the crumpled ashura, he gazes at the long-haired man, who escapes at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and muses in surprise, is that Sionwei Sitan? Given the high-tech weaponry from the world of 2077 in the man's possession, along with the absence of any discernible energy, yet capable of such terrifying speed, the only conclusion is that he is either an android from Dragon Ball or a cyborg enhanced with Sionwei Sitan technology from 2077. Unfortunately, the speed gained through external means is limited. Samir leaps from the top floor, while the long-haired man, moving faster than the surveillance cameras can capture, desperately navigates the escape route downwards. Just as he approaches the exit, he discovers that the robust man has already positioned himself in front of it. I have a few questions to ask you. Samir's calm demeanor resembles that of friends exchanging pleasantries. Yet the long-haired man dares not relax even slightly. As his gaze flits over the ring adorning Samir's finger, his heart skips a beat. That ring belongs to his teammate, Yin Xiao. Realization dawns. The man before him is undoubtedly the one responsible for Yin Xiao's demise. However, the opponent's strength is not as he initially estimated. He may be beyond C-grade. Aware that his remaining points are limited, he wishes to survive the first round of the survival game. Thus he boldly declares, I can answer your questions. But before that, we must make an agreement. As long as I answer all your questions truthfully, you cannot harm me in this instance. That agreement seems quite reasonable. Samir responds indifferently. The long-haired man feels a flicker of hope, thinking, this could work. But then he sees Samir raise his right hand. You, the man exclaims, only to be engulfed by a wave of purple energy. As a purple beam cuts through over a dozen buildings in Kyoto, Samir's voice resonates. However, I detest when others make agreements with me. Those truly fearful for their lives would have long since surrendered all thoughts of negotiation, consumed solely by the desire to survive. How could they contemplate making any agreements? Regardless, with other players still remaining, Samir sees no need to create unnecessary risks for the sake of a few inquiries. Glancing at the remaining player count on the report panel, Samir dispatches a cursed spirit attempting to ambush him from behind with a single punch and turns towards the area with the most energy. Chapter 15. The Power Beyond Super Saiyan's Mr. Chi. Just as the newly arrived Sanluan Xia was about to greet him, she was taken aback by the scene before her. The once deep blue high special uniform was now stained crimson with blood, and headless corpses lay sprawled haphazardly along the roadside. The shattered ground was littered with remnants of cursed energy, and the previously numerous curses had vanished entirely. What transpired here? This was the first time Sanluan Xia had encountered such a harrowing spectacle since joining the High Special. She felt a tightening in her throat, and a wave of nausea surged within her. Sanluan, Chi Hai Jianren turned, somewhat dazed, to regard the solitary blue-haired girl behind him, instinctively inquiring, "Did you come alone? Where are the others?" "Senior Kumo and the others are managing the defenses in the city center. I came with Samir-sensei." Samir? A familiar yet foreign name suddenly echoed in his mind, and vague memories resurfaced. "Ah, is it that Samir? Where is he now?" "I don't know. Samir-sensei only said he would make quick work of things and instructed me to find you." Quick work? While Chi Hai Jinren pondered this, a multitude of curses of varying sizes suddenly soared into the sky, resembling a fireworks display at a festival. Dozens? No, at least hundreds of curses ascended simultaneously. In the next moment, a colossal surge of cursed energy erupted above the center of Kyoto, forming a black vortex that drew all curses together. Technique: reverse flow. Samir, embodying the essence of a master sorcerer, hovered mid-air, extending his right hand forward to conjure a small sphere resembling a black hole. Those hundreds of curses were drawn into the air by this sphere, and as they converged, they formed a massive orb composed of curses in the sky. The members of the Kyoto High Special, who had been embroiled in fierce battles, simultaneously noticed that the curses they were fighting against had abruptly ceased their struggles, ascending into the heavens. What is this new method of attack? Zenenmai, vigilant, observed the ever-growing curse sphere above and remarked, having lost their combat targets. Tadu Aoi leapt down from an adjacent building, intently gazing at the orb in the sky, before shaking his head. "No, that is beyond what curses can achieve. Such immense cursed energy indicates a special grade sorcerer." Special grade? But where would a special grade sorcerer come from in Kyoto? Upon hearing Tadu Aoi's words, Zenenmai broke into a sweat, her anxiety mounting as she gravely questioned, could it be that Suguru Geto has appeared? Yet, while none could decipher the current situation, the curse orb in the sky suddenly collapsed like a collapsing star, visibly compressing at an alarming rate. Samir slowly lifted his left hand and declared, "Fall." Just as a sorcerer innately understands their own techniques, Samir comprehended his own abilities the moment he harnessed cursed energy, the technique Shunjuan Lan, which generates gravitational points to create attractive forces, the technique Fanjuan Bo, which produces repulsive forces from those gravitational points. Additionally, there exists the hybrid technique Su Shiyun, which simultaneously maintains attraction while transforming repulsion from an inward to an outward direction, akin to a continually shrinking glass sphere. Hundreds of curses were drawn into a spherical form, including those of considerable size comparable to vehicles. Yet at that moment, the larger the curse, the more susceptible it was to Samir's technique. Ultimately, when all the curses were compressed into a sphere no larger than a fingernail, Samir effortlessly caught it in his palm. As I suspected, he thought. Feeling the presence of both chi and cursed energy within him, the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. The intense reaction of the world to his use of chi stemmed from its inability to tolerate someone with such abundant energy. This was evident when he concealed his chi, and the world ceased its hostility towards him. However, Samir could not autonomously control the quantity of his chi. Once he engaged, it would quickly surpass the world's tolerance threshold. To address this, he conceived a unique method to transform chi into cursed energy. He had already experimented with this when he first mastered cursed energy, and it proved entirely feasible. In this world, one's cursed energy must be enhanced through rigorous training. No matter how much humans train, their physical strength cannot compare to that of scions like Samir. Thus, he inherently possessed a cursed energy limit far exceeding that of humans. As for the acquisition of cursed energy, ordinary sorcerers must rely on prolonged rest for recovery. But Samir need not do so. He can directly convert his internal chi. In the context of the world he inhabits, cursed energy is sufficient for combat, allowing him to fight without bearing the world's scrutiny while using chi. Moreover, due to the existence of chi, his sorcery can perform some extraordinary maneuvers. Unlike typical sorcerers who must exercise caution to avoid harming allies when casting large-scale spells, Samir directly utilized chi to lock onto each curse, transforming originally area-based techniques into targeted spells for individual curses. simultaneously unleashing hundreds of such spells. This was how he managed to draw all the curses into the air moments ago. The integration of chi and curses in combat was precisely what he sought to validate. Although cursed energy is inherently weaker than chi, its functional versatility makes it significantly more practical. Perhaps the inhabitants of this world appear feeble due to their inability to cultivate chi. Yet they have forged a distinct power system that can continuously grow stronger through their own means. Saiyan would not be so arrogant as to believe that the might of chi is everything. Even Sun Wukong became a cosmic powerhouse through relentless learning and exploration. Although he had lost some opportunities for growth by leaving the Dragon Ball universe, he now possessed advantages that even Sun Wukong and others could not surpass: an abundance of learning possibilities. The existence of the primordial deity allowed him to traverse countless worlds, each with its own unique power systems. Saiyan could leverage this to continually study the power structures of each world, thereby enhancing his own strength. In the Dragon Ball universe, most individuals utilize chi in rather singular manners. Even though chi possesses numerous capabilities, they are often exclusive to particular characters. Without any avenues for learning, Saiyan found it challenging to replicate those abilities based solely on conjecture. Variants like the Kikaho were somewhat easier to study. However, cursed energy was different. Upon mastering its application, he had already learned techniques that chi alone could not achieve. With a swift motion, he crushed the curse into a small sphere, yet the terrifying force caused his palm to be bloodied and mangled. Nevertheless, this was a deliberate reduction of chi on Saiyan's part, intended to test his newly acquired abilities. In an instant, his palm was enveloped by a peculiar cursed energy. Observing his hand rapidly healing before his eyes, Saiyan burst into laughter. "Huh? This is the reversal technique that can heal oneself. With this, I have effectively become a Saiyan with regenerative capabilities. In future battles, as long as my chi isn't depleted and my foes cannot defeat me in one blow, I will be able to recover continuously and fight until I achieve victory." This ability is something even Super Saiyans cannot possess. It's worth noting that in the original world, Gojo Satoru could even repeatedly repair his damaged brain using this technique. Moreover, since cursed energy relies on emotions, it can be transformed through chi when in short supply. This is akin to the Namekian self-healing, which is unattainable solely through Saiyan genetics. Unfortunately, he cannot use the reversal technique to heal others, nor can it mend soul damage. Chapter 16. Special Task completed, returning to the replica world. In midair, Saiyan was still elated over mastering the reversal technique when a female voice suddenly resonated in his mind. In an instant, the scenery around him transformed dramatically. Has it ended? Upon returning to his dormitory, Saiyan promptly sat cross-legged on his bed and opened the report panel. Current player count in this world, 5. Current player count through prerequisite tasks, 20. Current player count through survival game, I5. The number of players has decreased again, yet the root cause remains their mutual slaughter. Saiyan found this somewhat amusing. He understood that the true instigator of the players' mutual killings was not the players themselves, but the primordial deity who treated them like puppets. Yet, this made it all the more absurd. Those players, who could not even grasp their own fates, felt joy at the prospect of eliminating weaker players. They fancied themselves players, viewing those from other worlds as NPCs. Yet how were they not also mere NPCs themselves? With this thought, Saiyan closed the panel. His heart, which had been swelling with pride over mastering the reversal technique, returned to a state of calm. It was not enough. His current strength was still far from sufficient. Feeling the chi within him, he suddenly changed his mind about resting. He decided to continue training. Even if he couldn't increase the intensity of his chi, he would enhance his martial prowess. Combat relies not solely on numerical power. Technique is essential. In the past, he had relied solely on the instinct of a Saiyan in battle, while this sufficed against those weaker than him. Encountering someone with similar combat power could lead to a desperate retreat as his best outcome. If that were the case, what difference would there be between him and those players? Without hesitation, Saiyan stood and stepped outside. He felt the evening breeze brushing against his ears and found a moonlit clearing to commence his training, throwing punches and kicks. Time passed slowly. Perhaps it was a characteristic of this primordial deity's space, but after the first round of survival games, the countdown for the second round had yet to appear. However, considering that the prerequisite tasks had a time limit of over 20 days, Saiyan did not dwell on the start time of the second round of survival games. During this period, he seemed to truly embody the role of a student, attending classes, training, and resting at the Jujutsu High School, occasionally even accompanying Itadori and others on outings. However, as a Saiyan, he exhibited little interest in anything beyond food. Particularly, he swore never to watch the film titled Kyowenrin 3 again. As for the techniques of Itadori's companion, Inumaki Toge, Samuel had experienced them numerous times during this time. The sole conclusion he reached was that the technique known as Shorei Jujutsu could not be simulated through chi. While cursed energy could leave traces due to its loose nature, chi could not. Moreover, Shorei Jujutsu relied on these cursed energy traces to execute long-range attacks. Attempting to replicate such techniques through chi was utterly futile. Upon realizing that Shorei Jujutsu was ineffective for him, Samuel redirected his focus to physical combat. Thus, time passed, and Samuel finally awaited the next mission, though it was not one assigned by the main god space. Approximately 3 hours prior, our window confirmed the presence of a cursed womb, guiding civilians to safety within a radius of 500 meters from the facility. A meticulously dressed man, wearing glasses and a suit, stood on an empty lot in front of a juvenile detention center, addressing the 4 individuals before him. "Mr. Ajichi, I have a question." The pink-haired boy among them suddenly raised his hand and inquired, "What is a window?" A window refers to individuals associated with Jujutsu High who can visually observe curses, but are not sorcerers, Ajichi replied. "I see," Itadori Yuji remarked, hearing this for the first time. Continuing, Ajichi stated, "There are 5 detainees currently in the second dormitory, along with the cursed womb. If the cursed womb fully transforms, it is predicted to become a special grade curse." When he mentioned special grade, Ajichi glanced at the 4 before him. The mention of special grade caused Fushiguro Megumi and Inumaki Toge to grow serious. In contrast, Itadori Yuji looked at the 2 with confusion. "What exactly is a special grade? I don't quite understand." Inumaki Toge, feeling somewhat helpless, pointed to a robust man who had been silent and quietly remarked, "Someone like Samuel is a special grade. Is that true? Is the cursed womb that powerful?" Despite not knowing what Inumaki had whispered to Itadori, Ajichi quickly stepped forward to clarify upon hearing the latter's exclamation. "I apologize, but our team is often understaffed and frequently receives overwhelming assignments." However, he adjusted his glasses and continued earnestly, "This is an emergency situation. Combat is absolutely forbidden. When faced with a special grade, one can only choose between fleeing or death. Embrace your fears and do not forget your task, which is solely to identify and rescue survivors." Hearing this, Fushiguro Megumi explained to Itadori, in the past, sorcerers of equal or higher grade would always be dispatched for missions. For instance, today it was originally supposed to be Satoru Gojo, but since he is on a business trip, we were sent in his stead due to the absence of other special grades at the school. "Is that so?" Itadori exclaimed in surprise, just as a commotion erupted behind them. "Ajang, is my son Ajang all right?" A tearful woman bitterly inquired of the suited staff before her. Itadori felt a pang of empathy, but his view was obstructed by a sturdy figure. "Let us go." Samuel patted Itadori on the shoulder and moved past him, saying, "Whatever you are thinking right now, it is better to take direct action." Itadori nodded firmly, casting one last glance at the woman before following Samuel's lead. Along the way, Samuel gradually released some chi, swiftly transforming it into cursed energy. He then turned to the 3 beside him and cautioned, "Be careful. The 3 of you should stick together. I will handle the special grade. Your responsibility is solely to rescue people." If Samuel remembered correctly, there was something amiss with this mission. In the original narrative, the higher-ups intended to eliminate Itadori, the vessel for Sukuna. However, Itadori was no longer a vessel, as the finger he had consumed had been destroyed by Samuel. Therefore, since the mission was not aimed at eliminating Itadori, it was evident who it targeted. Chapter 17. Completing the mission, Inner Reflection. Prepare for battle. In front of the second dormitory of the Juvenile Detention Center, Samuel issued a reminder, then raised his hand and softly recited, "Born from darkness, from shadow to shadow. May all impurities be exorcised." A pitch-black barrier began to descend from the sky above the Juvenile Detention Center like a curtain, ultimately enveloping the entire facility. "Oh, it's dark," Itadori Yuji exclaimed excitedly, watching the curtain fall from the sky. "Since this is close to a residential area, we must conceal ourselves with a barrier," Fushiguro explained. "That's amazing," Itadori marveled. However, His astonishment earned him a look of disbelief from Inumaki Toge. So ignorant, Samuel remarked quietly, simply pushing open the large door before them. Inumaki tightened her waist pouch, while Fushiguro immediately invoked his technique. Yukike's. With a howl, a wolf-like white dog emerged from the shadows. Fushiguro addressed the group. Once a curse approaches, it will alert us. I see. Then it's all up to you, Itadori said, rubbing the dog's head before entering through the door with the others. However, as soon as they stepped inside, the other three were left in awe, aside from Samuel. Before them stood towering steel structures resembling a twisted jungle of iron, with external air conditioning units and oddly shaped glass windows, all appearing eerily under the dim yellow light. What is this? If I remember correctly, this should be a two-story dormitory, right? Itadori questioned uncertainly. Calm down. This should be a duplex, Inumaki attempted to rationalize. How could a juvenile detention center possibly have a duplex? This is clearly a cursed domain constructed by cursed energy, Fushiguro thought. Fully aware, but astonished by the vastness of the cursed domain. As the trio marveled at the scene before them, Samuel suddenly interjected. We are no longer in the juvenile detention center. The original door has vanished. The door? Fushiguro exclaimed, turning in surprise to look behind him, only to see an iron wall. It's truly gone. When did that happen? It disappeared the moment you stepped in. This is not unusual. Being able to see this indicates that the cursed womb has fully transformed into a special grade curse, which was to be expected, Samuel replied casually, releasing the chi within him. Although the domain was filled with cursed energy, the energy of a special grade curse was incomparable to that of the surrounding structures. Sensing the fluctuating cursed energy around him, Samuel's eyes suddenly gleamed. Found you. He lifted his gaze to a distant building where an overwhelming cursed energy was lingering. You three should follow this path to search for survivors. I will deal with that special grade curse. Samuel gestured towards the corridor before leaping into the air, soaring towards the high-rise. Wait. Fushiguro reached out, but before he could speak, Samuel's figure had already vanished. Being able to fly is quite advantageous. One must admit that he truly is an alien, Inumaki remarked enviously, gazing at the spot where Samuel had disappeared. Teacher Wu Tiao possesses similar abilities, albeit relying on techniques. Tiger Zhuan pondered while stroking his chin. Perhaps we should inquire with Saiyan Air next time about how he can fly? After all, he can wield cursed energy like us, so we should be able to do the same. Touching her chin, Ding Chi Yi Chong Wei suggested. Observing the two engrossed in their discussion of flight, Fu Hihui was immediately struck with fatigue. Must you discuss such matters at this time? What else can we do? Do not worry. After all, Saiyan Air is so powerful that even a special grade cursed spirit would stand no chance against him. Ding Chi Yi Chong Wei brushed her hair back, retrieving a hammer from her pocket while checking the tools in her waist pouch. I am certainly not concerned about Saiyan Air, Fu Hihui replied helplessly. Have you not noticed? Saiyan Air possesses an ability akin to radar. If we had intercepted him earlier, he might have directly informed us of where those in need of rescue are located. All right, Ding Chi Yi Chong Wei finally responded. But she quickly turned to Tiger Zhuan, questioning, Hey, Tiger Zhuan, why didn't you stop Saiyan Air just now? Huh. Meanwhile, Saiyan Air, who had reached the vicinity of the cursed energy source, gazed at the wall before him and raised his right hand. Bang! The seemingly solid wall collapsed instantly, revealing a hole tall enough for a person to pass through. Dust billowed up, but before Saiyan Air could approach, a golden energy projectile formed from cursed energy struck him squarely in the face. The terrifying energy erupted, obliterating everything in the vicinity. Hee hee. A bizarre laughter echoed from within the building, reminiscent of a mischievous child's prank come to fruition. Gazing at the swirling dust ahead, a humanoid azure-cursed spirit clasped its shoulders, twisting its upper body incessantly. Yet, in the next moment, a scarred arm emerged from the haze, followed by a head and a body. What an unexpected greeting. Saiyan Air emerged from the dust, eyeing his rapidly healing right hand, his brow slightly furrowed. It seems that mere training is insufficient. Practical combat experience is equally essential. In the blink of an eye, Saiyan Air's injuries had fully healed. However, instead of immediately vanquishing the curse before him, he slowly approached it. Hey, Saiyan Air called out loudly, I know you can understand me. I am giving you an opportunity. If you attack me with all your might, I will ensure your demise is swift and painless. Hee hee. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the cursed spirit let out a sinister chuckle, followed by a bright yellow beam hurtling directly toward him. Rather than being angered, Saiyan was pleased by this interruption. He leaped backward to land on a distant wall. "It seems you have accepted," he declared with a smile, then propelled himself off the wall. Bang! The formidable force transformed into a recoil, and in an instant, Saiyan was back before the cursed spirit. Yet at this moment, he refrained from utilizing any energy. Not only energy, but even cursed energy was scarcely employed, relying solely on his physical prowess to launch a ferocious assault on the special grade cursed spirit. Bang bang bang. In a flash, he unleashed over 10 punches, each aimed squarely at the spirit's face. The cursed spirit hastily raised its hands to block, yet still found itself forced backward. Yikes! Suddenly, seeming to tire of this relentless assault, the cursed spirit opened its mouth wide after absorbing another punch from Saiyan, gathering immense cursed energy that coalesced into a golden beam. Upon witnessing this, Saiyan hesitated not for a moment and executed a backbend. Boom! A golden ray grazed the tip of Saiyan's nose as it shot off into the distance, its terrifying power capable of piercing through an entire building. Yet before the cursed spirit could react, a powerful kick landed squarely on its chin. Bang! The spirit's mind reeled as it perceived Saiyan's blurred figure performing a backflip to regain its footing. Is it possible for a cursed spirit to feel dizzy? Observing the spirit's unsteady stance, Saiyan cracked his neck, producing a series of pops. But you must hold on. After all, I have merely begun to warm up. As soon as he finished speaking, Saiyan's figure elongated into an afterimage. His speed was so remarkable that the cursed spirit could not respond in time, forcing it to summon its cursed energy as a barrier, exploding in all directions. The golden light collided with the surroundings, and Saiyan was also pushed out by the barrier. Yet the moment he landed, he entered into high-speed movement again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed was imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving the cursed spirit utterly helpless. It could only continue to release cursed energy, blasting holes into the walls, floors, and ceilings around it. Is it truly pitiful to have power, yet lack the knowledge of how to wield it? Saiyan observed the frantically attacking cursed spirit, seizing an opportunity to land a punch on its face. The spirit retaliated with a cursed energy explosion. Yet how could a spirit that only knew how to unleash power, but lacked precise control, ever hope to strike Saiyan? It merely added a few more holes to the adjacent wall. Yet, despite the futility of its attacks, the cursed spirit continued relentlessly, hardly pausing for breath. Wait, that creature is not attacking randomly. Saiyan immediately grew vigilant. However, scanning his surroundings revealed no ambushes. Just as the cursed spirit unleashed another wave of cursed energy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A deafening roar echoed from all directions, akin to an earthquake. Saiyan surveyed his surroundings, yet saw nothing attacking him. However, when his gaze flickered over a breach in the wall, he was astonished to find that a distant building seemed to be closing in on him. The cursed spirit, which had been attacking relentlessly, ceased its onslaught and sank into the ground, grinning sinisterly. Saiyan suddenly realized. So, it was attempting to crush me by causing other buildings to collapse through its attacks? What an unforeseen tactic. Watching as the cursed spirit sank until only its head remained visible, Saiyan applauded in admiration. But then he changed his tone, saying, "If I were alone here, I might have been willing to indulge you in this game, but those three might not survive such an attack. Therefore, the game is over." Boom. A powerful surge of cursed energy surged from within Saiyan as he slowly raised his right hand, constructing a violet space around him. Domain expansion, eternal requiem. Just as the cursed spirit reveled in its own attacks, its body suddenly became immobilized as it began to sink into the ground. The cursed energy it once commanded as effortlessly as an extension of its own body now felt like a stone sinking in a quagmire. No matter how the spirit tried to manipulate it, the energy continued to descend. Meanwhile, its feet, which should have been suspended in midair, were firmly planted on the ground. The cursed spirit felt perplexed. The next moment, boom. Terrifying pressure surged from all directions, as the structure it had constructed from its cursed energy disintegrated into dust. The cursed spirit itself felt its bones shatter, its body exploding into a puddle of mush. 120 times the gravity. This is my current limit. However, it seems a bit excessive for you. As Saiyan spoke, the surrounding purple light curtain detonated. What had once been a bizarre iron jungle transformed back into a mundane dormitory corridor. On the ground where the cursed spirit had vanished, a withered finger lay quietly. Yet another finger of the cursed spirit. Saiyan raised his hand, gathering energy in his palm before dispersing it. At that moment, a voice called from behind him. "Oh, Saiyan." He turned around and glanced back, discovering that Hu Zhang and the others were approaching him in a rather disheveled manner. Hu Zhang and Dingzi walked on either side, while Fu Hei, limping in the middle, bore two distinct scars on his face. With palpable excitement, Hu Zhang Yurin exclaimed, "The moment I saw those peculiar buildings revert, I knew that Saiyan, you must have dealt with that special grade curse." "I just eliminated it myself," Saiyan replied, bending down to pick up the hand of Suo Kuai lying on the ground. He then pointed, somewhat puzzled, at Fu Hei. "What happened to your foot?" Almost immediately upon Saiyan's inquiry, Dingzi covered her mouth, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "And no, it's nothing." Fu Hei blushed and hurriedly responded. However, Hu Zhang burst into laughter. Just now, that building inexplicably collapsed. Although we returned to the juvenile detention center halfway through, Fu Hei, standing on the stairs, tumbled down with a thud. Hu Zhang, stop talking. Fu Hei's face darkened upon hearing this. Yet, Hu Zhang fell silent, only for Dingzi to let out a giggle. The most amusing part is that this guy just defeated a curse and was posturing, claiming he wouldn't be hit by such an attack, only to roll down the stairs the next moment. Exactly. Hu Zhang, who had initially stopped speaking, joyfully joined in when he saw Dingzi continuing the jest. He mimicked Fu Hei's earlier pose while saying, Fu Hei was striking a cool pose like this. Then boom, he rolled down the stairs. It's so similar. So similar. Dingzi slapped her thigh, laughter spilling forth uncontrollably. Hu Zhang, halfway through his imitation, clutched his stomach and began to laugh as well. All right, you too. Fu Hei, with a head full of black lines, immediately started playfully tussling with the other two. Watching the trio indulge in laughter, Saiyan felt a sudden stir within. He was uncertain of the reason, but perhaps this was indeed quite nice? Chapter 18. Teaching or Scheming. Since defeating the special grade curse, Saiyan returned to a life of relentless training. The very next day, Hu Zhang unexpectedly sought him out. Under the bright moonlight illuminating the vast grassland, Hu Zhang Yurin deeply bowed to Saiyan, who was gazing up at the moon, and said, Please teach me how to become stronger. Sensing the rising turbulence within him, Saiyan quickly averted his gaze to Hu Zhang, asking, Why do you wish to become stronger? His tone was remarkably flat, akin to inquiring if someone had eaten. Nevertheless, Hu Zhang had grown accustomed to Saiyan's nonchalance. He raised his head earnestly and replied, So I can fight like you. So I can assist Fu Hei and Dingzi. And why do you wish to fight? Saiyan inquired, puzzled. You must understand that your primary role is merely to consume Suo Kuai's fingers and then rely on Suo Kuai's instinct to regain strength to locate more fingers. So, with that being your purpose, why do you want to fight? Hu Zhang paused, staring at Saiyan in disbelief. Is my role really just that? What else could it be? Saiyan replied bluntly. I can effortlessly destroy Suo Kuai's fingers. The only troublesome part is finding them. Saiyan's words were devoid of pretense. But even so, I don't want to be in a position where Fu Hei and Dingzi are fighting desperately while I am unable to assist them. Therefore, please. Then eat this. Saiyan interrupted Hu Zhang, a glimmer passing through his hand as a shriveled finger lay quietly in his palm. This is Suo Kuai's finger. Hu Zhang gasped in astonishment, then curiously asked, But how did it end up in your hands? Was it from the juvenile detention center? Hu Zhang pondered, recalling the moment he encountered Saiyan at the detention center when Saiyan indeed bent down to pick something up. But can I really eat it? Hu Zhang suddenly remembered the incident at the abandoned dormitory when he had almost harmed Fu Hei and Dingzi due to Suo Kuai seizing control of his body. However, Saiyan reassured him, You need not worry about Suo Kuai. In truth, many can handle a single finger of Suo Kuai, not just me. The only thing you need to contemplate is whether you truly wish to become stronger. Hu Zhang hesitated. He genuinely desired strength, yet not through such means. However, if he expressed his reluctance now, he feared Saiyan would immediately send him away. Of course, Saiyan noticed Hu Zhang's indecision and coaxed, Hu Zhang. If you consume Suo Kuai's finger and become his vessel, the way he utilizes your body will be etched into your muscle memory. In other words, once you consume Suo Kuai's finger, your mastery of cursed energy will accelerate significantly. Hu Zhang gazed at the finger in Saiyan's hand. slowly raising his right hand. Just as he was about to touch the finger, he abruptly withdrew his hand. "No, the strength I seek is not this, Saiyan. I apologize for disturbing you so late." As Hu Zhang spoke, he turned to leave. But at that moment, Saiyan crushed the Suo Kuai finger in his grasp. "Wait," he suddenly called out to Hu Zhang, a smile gracing his face. "You have qualified." "Huh?" Hu Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. I qualified. So those words were a test? Not exactly. Saiyan stretched and explained, as Suo Kuai's vessel. Consuming his fingers can indeed lead to rapid enhancement. After all, to master cursed energy, you must first learn to sense it. What I meant by qualified was in terms of your heart. Saiyan continued. Suo Kuai's fingers are essentially uncontrollable external forces for you. Relying on external forces will not lead to long-term growth, let alone strength. As he spoke, energy suddenly surged from his hand, transforming in an instant into a bright orange energy orb. Hu Zhang gazed at the glowing orb in Saiyan's hand, his body instinctively wanting to draw closer. However, he quickly regained his senses and stepped back 2 paces. Seeing this, Saiyan smiled faintly and praised, "Hu Zhang, you possess remarkable instincts. You must understand that the power contained within this energy orb could effortlessly obliterate the moon above." Is that true? Although Hu Zhang was skeptical of Saiyan's assertion, he was still taken aback. In his memory, Saiyan, while mysterious, had never demonstrated power beyond his comprehension. Moreover, the most common display was the kind of energy beam capable of piercing buildings. Yet even with that, they were already among the most formidable in the realm of cursed techniques. Saiyan discerned Hu Zhang's skepticism, yet it bore no relevance to his subsequent plans. In the original narrative, Hu Zhang was supposed to be in a state of apparent death at this moment, subsequently trading with Suo Kuai to be reborn. He would then seek to learn from Wu Tiao. As someone who was notoriously unhelpful in teaching, Wu Tiao merely handed Hu Zhang a cursed energy doll and a pile of movie tapes, adopting an almost laissez-faire attitude towards Hu Zhang's training. Remarkably, this almost playful training led Hu Zhang to swiftly learn to manipulate cursed energy and achieve a qualitative leap in combat. Saiyan vividly remembered that in his original world, individuals like Hu Zhang were collectively referred to as protagonists. For the protagonist, difficulties are never truly obstacles, but rather stepping stones on their path forward. Based on this conjecture, Saiyan yearned to acquire a particular skill, one he had long desired to master, yet found himself at a loss on how to begin. He understood the principles behind this skill, yet had never succeeded in its execution. Perhaps it was due to a lack of refined control over his energy. Or perhaps it was the absence of a true mentor to guide him that left him perpetually grasping for the essence of it. However, the more elusive the skill proved to be, the more it underscored its formidable nature. Just because he could not master it did not imply that Hu Zhang could not. Even if Hu Zhang ultimately struggled with this skill, Saiyan could draw 1 or 2 conclusions. Firstly, even protagonists have their limitations. Secondly, those who were once the protagonists in the world Saiyan had traversed were no longer in that role. Thus, regardless of what conclusions he arrived at, his efforts would not be in vain. Of course, he still hoped that Hu Zhang would succeed, for the skill he wished for Hu Zhang to learn was none other than the Kaioken. Chapter 19, Special Training? Special Training. In a purple-hued expanse, Hu Zhang, bare-chested, was laboriously attempting to rise from the ground. Yet, no matter how he strained, his body remained immobile. Observing this from the side, Saiyan, who was performing one-handed handstands, inquired, "Do you need a moment's rest?" "No, I do not." Hu Zhang gritted his teeth and forcefully propelled himself upward, his robust arms trembling like fragile reeds. Saiyan chose not to press further, for Hu Zhang's performance had far exceeded his initial expectations. Considering Hu Zhang's weak energy and his lack of prior exposure to such a system, Saiyan had anticipated arduous training. However, from the outset, Hu Zhang exhibited an extraordinary facet of himself, in stark contrast to the experiences of Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori Nobara, who had collapsed upon their first encounter with Saiyan's domain. Hu Zhang had adapted to double gravity within a single day. Furthermore, on the following day, he proactively requested to escalate the training to 5 times the gravity. Saiyan acquiesced, and Hu Zhang did not disappoint him. After completing a staggering 100 push-ups, Hu Zhang finally collapsed to the ground. Yet, even then, he did not succumb to unconsciousness, remaining alert. Is it true that he is indeed a protagonist? Hu Zhang's physical prowess, especially his speed, rivaled that of the Turtle Hermit from the early days of the Dragon Ball universe. Although his actual combat power fell short, he had already surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary human. Moreover, Hu Zhang's spirit was equally formidable. Though somewhat naive, he exhibited an unexpected resilience. Witnessing Hu Zhang, whose arms trembled like delicate butterflies yet still persisted in rising, Saiyan suddenly snapped his fingers. As he performed a backflip, the surrounding dimensional space abruptly vanished, revealing the brilliant sunlight flooding onto the verdant grass. Saiyan, the sudden removal of gravity left Hu Zhang feeling weightless, prompting him to spring to his feet and look in confusion at Saiyan, who had walked to a nearby tree, retrieved his phone, and pointed to the illuminated screen indicating the time. It's time to eat. Has it already reached noon? Hu Zhang was taken aback, for he perceived that he had only exercised for a brief period. Saiyan tossed Hu Zhang a red-hooded garment, stating, when one is dedicated to a task, time becomes irrelevant. That's true, thank you. As Hu Zhang caught the falling garment, he suddenly froze in place. What's wrong? Saiyan asked, noticing Hu Zhang staring at his hands. For a moment, I felt something different. Hu Zhang opened his palms and grasped at the air, but found nothing. Perhaps it was just an illusion. An illusion? Saiyan immediately sensed Hu Zhang's energy and raised an eyebrow. Hu Zhang, what is it? Your energy has grown stronger. Really? Hu Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Saiyan. During the 2 days of training with Saiyan, he had not solely focused on the exercises. Rather, he frequently imparted fundamental knowledge regarding the energy system. The most direct indication of a person's strength is their energy. The stronger the energy, the more powerful the individual. Conversely, a weaker energy signifies a lack of strength, with exceptions for concealed energies. Nevertheless, Hu Zhang soon felt a tinge of disappointment. Unfortunately, I cannot perceive my energy as you do, Saiyan. You can, Saiyan responded. Before Hu Zhang could react, a pair of futuristic-looking glasses appeared before him. What is this? It is a power level detector, which allows one to visually gauge a person's combat strength, essentially their energy intensity. Saiyan explained as he pressed the detection button, with a series of beeping sounds. The lenses quickly displayed Hu Zhang's power level. These strange characters represent my combat strength? Indeed. Observe this number, 27, which denotes your current power level. 27? That seems rather low. By the way, what is yours, Saiyan? Hu Zhang curiously pressed the detection button and aimed it at Saiyan. The device whirred to life once more, but the result took Hu Zhang by surprise. How can it be so low? Staring at the number 10 displayed on the lens, Hu Zhang questioned in confusion. Because energy can be concealed, Hu Zhang, Saiyan remarked as he took back the power level detector. Do not place undue faith in power level readings, nor in combat strength. Then who is stronger, you or Teacher Wu Tiao? Hu Zhang inquired with curiosity. I am. Saiyan replied tersely, offering no further elaboration. Why? Because my power level exceeds his. Hu Zhang was momentarily speechless, recalling that just moments ago, Saiyan had admonished him against placing too much faith in power levels. Well, in any case, both Saiyan and Teacher Wu Tiao are quite formidable. So let's not dwell on that. It's time to eat. Outside a nondescript self-service restaurant, an unanticipated crowd had gathered. Although they stood at the entrance, none dared to step inside. Instead, they all took out their phones, marveling and taking photos, quickly uploading them to Instagram and Twitter. Under the watchful gazes of many eyes, plates continued to stack feverishly on a square table meant for two. Why are there so many people over there? Itadori Nobara, carrying a multitude of shopping bags, curiously approached the street-side restaurant. As she drew near the glass wall of the restaurant, her complexion paled. Oh no, I shouldn't have come here. Spotting two familiar figures clad in high school uniforms despite it being the weekend, Itadori Nobara instantly regretted her decision to come and watch the spectacle. Fortunately, the two had yet to notice her. Seizing the opportunity, she attempted to discreetly slip away. However, just as she was about to squeeze past a girl, an exclamation rang out behind her. It's Itadori. Itadori, I'm over here. The sound of fingers snapping echoed as Itadori Nobara felt the scornful gazes of those around her settle upon her, causing a bead of sweat to form on her forehead. The fool, unable to endure any longer, stormed into the restaurant with an air of fury, completely disregarding the greeting from Samir. She landed a forceful blow on Itadori's head with a resounding thud. Unprepared, Itadori Yuji was sent crashing onto the dining table, causing the already towering pile of dishes to tremble violently. Why did you hit me? He exclaimed, rubbing the large bump on his head, his irritation evident as he stood up to confront her. However, upon meeting Dingzaki's ferocious gaze, he silently sat back down. Observing his pitiful state, Dingzaki's anger dissipated, and she sulkily took a seat on a nearby bench. Honestly, what was supposed to be a pleasant weekend has been ruined by you, Itadori, you fool. By the way, are you two participating in some kind of eating competition? She inquired, glancing at the mountain of plates. It's not like that. Although I ate a lot. Most of it was consumed by Samir. I guess it's due to the special training. I feel hungrier than usual, Itadori replied softly, still touching the bump on his head. Special training? Dingzaki's eyes lit up instantly. She turned to Samir with excitement. Did you train Itadori? Yes, Samir nodded. Then will you also teach Itadori that thing you do, the one where you fly around? That's something I was born with, but if you want to learn, I can teach you the technique of flying, Samir offered. Flying technique. Just hearing the name made Dingzaki's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. No way. I must be included in the special training. Completely disregarding any upcoming shopping plans, her mind was filled with visions of her future self soaring through the skies, effortlessly pinning nails into curses with elegance and ease. However, after lunch, as they returned to the grass outside their dormitory, Samir was surprised to find that Fushiguro had unknowingly followed them. Looking at the three of them now clad in athletic wear, Samir sighed. Well, one is still a practice. As long as Itadori keeps up, that's all that matters. With that thought, he raised his hands. Domain expansion, eternal refinement of stellar crushing. Chapter 20, Gathering Ki Bang. A dull thud echoed, as if signaling something. The three figures collapsed onto the ground in unison. I can't go on like this. I feel like I'm going to die here. Hey, Fushiguro, Itadori, you guys say something too. Dingzaki, lying on the ground, panted heavily. What is there to say? I'm out of energy. Fushiguro wiped the sweat from his brow, his once spiky hair now drenched and slicked back. As for Itadori, drenched in sweat, he had completely collapsed on the ground. His newly purchased athletic were discarded beside him, leaving him in just a pair of shorts. Goodness. Itadori, why are you half naked? Because it's hot, Itadori replied, even sticking out his tongue in an attempt to cool down. Ignoring the rustic Dingzaki, she turned her head away, only to see Samir continuing to throw punches with rapid speed. Observing Samir, who had trained for so long without breaking a sweat, she couldn't help but marvel. He truly is as strong as a monster. Even in an environment with 5 times the gravity, how did he become so powerful? I actually know a bit about this. Itadori raised his weary arm, swaying like seaweed. What do you mean? Dingzaki's interest piqued. She quickly crawled over to Itadori's side. Because Samir's home planet has 10 times the gravity of Earth. 10 times. It wasn't just Dingzaki who was astonished. Fushiguro, who had been resting beside them, perked up at this revelation. Yes, according to Samir, most individuals of his race are significantly stronger than adult humans from birth. That can't be true. How could such beings exist? Samir looks no different from us. Aren't they just infants when born? I don't know. I suppose since there are aliens. It makes sense for things to be illogical, Itadori said, feeling his previously exhausted body slowly regain some strength. Then, under the astonished gazes of his companions, he began another round of training. As Dingzaki watched Itadori training vigorously, drenched in sweat, she couldn't help but wonder if he too was an alien. Half an hour later, even lying down was nearing her limit, and Dingzaki could no longer hold on. Just as her vision began to blur and she felt close to fainting, the purple light above her vanished, replaced by a canopy of green leaves. Her heavy body suddenly felt light, and she felt revitalized. Is it over? She questioned, rising to look at Samir in the distance. Not quite, but your bodies are too fragile. Today's training ends here. Now, all 3 of you come over. I will teach you how to guide the ki within you. To master the flying technique, you must first grasp ki. Ki? What is that? Fushiguro and Dingzaki were hearing about this for the first time. It is a form of energy found within everyone, akin to cursed energy, but more stable, Itadori explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. But Samir, didn't you say that if there's too little ki, it's hard to sense? That's correct. But I have a special method to help you feel it first. You must remember that sensation, Samir replied. A special method? The 3 quickly gathered around Samir, curious. So, what do we do? Extend your hands like this, Samir demonstrated by extending his right hand towards them. Is this right? They all followed suit, extending their hands. Just then, Samir suddenly became serious. Next, I will share some of my ki with you. You must calm your minds and focus. feeling the ki flow into your bodies through your palms. With that, Samir waved his hands, directing a portion of his ki towards the three. The invisible ki transformed into 3 glowing orbs, merging into their palms. Dingzaki closed her eyes, concentrating solely on her palm, attempting to sense something extraordinary. However, the more she tried to feel it, the less she sensed. Just as she sighed and prepared to give up, a peculiar sensation arose from her palm. Huh. Dingzaki quickly opened her eyes to see a tiny light resting quietly in her palm. I did it, she exclaimed excitedly, then turned to her companions to boast about her success. But upon glancing at them, she froze in place. What? Fushiguro had only extended a single finger, and on its tip rested a small glowing point radiating a faint light. Calm down, calm down. Even though Fushigiro's finger looks more impressive, our points are the same size. Dingzaki reassured herself internally. Just then, a sudden exclamation broke her thoughts. Wow, Samir, look at this. Dingzaki swiftly turned her head. In the palm of Hu Zhang's right hand, a radiant sphere of light, more concentrated than her own, quietly floated. The gathering of energy was palpable. Hu Zhang, you are doing exceptionally well. And that is not all. Samir, look at this. Hu Zhang, brimming with excitement, tightened his grip, causing the light sphere in his palm to expand in tandem with his smile. Hu Zhang, stop. Samir hurriedly called out, but before he could finish, Hu Zhang suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his legs giving way beneath him. Slap. As he grasped Hu Zhang's arm, Samir pulled him up while cautioning, Hu Zhang, energy is not curse power. It cannot be used frivolously. Your energy is intricately tied to your physical state, so when you are as weak as you are now, do not squander it. Ha ha ha, my apologies. I'm just so thrilled. The joy Hu Zhang felt upon realizing he could harness energy, despite his inability to control curse power, was indescribable. However, Samir felt even greater joy, for Hu Zhang had once again proven his innate talent as the protagonist. Just as Samir was about to elaborate on the fundamentals of energy, a voice called out from the path behind them. Hey, first years. Chapter 21. The Exchange Meeting and Surprises. Hey, Fu Hei, who are those people? Dingzaki Yichangwei asked, her expression unchanging as she observed the 3 figures approaching from a distance. They are second-year seniors, Fu Hei Hui replied nonchalantly. The one with green hair and glasses is Zenin Senpai, a top-tier user of cursed tools among students. The white-haired one is Dogayu Senpai, who communicates solely through rice ball fillings as he is a curse user. The panda is simply Panda Senpai. There is also the esteemed Odajirai Senpai, but he is currently abroad. Are you telling me the panda is just called Panda? Well, everyone refers to him that way. As Fu Hei Hui spoke, the 3 upperclassmen had already reached them. The woman named Maki glanced at Fu Hei Hui's slicked-back hairstyle and chuckled. What is up, Hui? Did you change your hairstyle? Zenin Senpai. Do not address me by my surname, Maki retorted, then inquired. By the way, are all of you first years here? Where's that fool? Teacher Gojo? He went out earlier, and hasn't he returned yet? Fu Hei Hui responded. Out. How unfortunate, as he borrowed a cursed tool from me, but hasn't he returned it? By the way, it seems there are quite a few of you first years this year. Hey, Maki, tone it down. Don't speak like a gangster, or you'll scare the first-year students. Panda interjected quietly, gesturing toward Maki, who stood with her hands on her hips. Salmon, Dogayu chimed in agreement. Is that light going to scare anyone? Maki questioned, perplexed, yet perhaps accustomed to her demeanor. Fu Hei Hui disregarded her tone and asked, so, seniors, what brings you to us? Actually, Panda began, eager to prevent Maki from saying anything rash. We would like to invite you to participate in the Kyoto Sister School Exchange Meeting. The Kyoto Sister School Exchange Meeting? What is that? Hu Zhang and Dingzaki inquired. Puzzled. It's an exchange with another high school in Kyoto, but it's primarily for second and third-year students, right? Fu Hei explained, then turned to Panda. ISNT that because that third-year slacker got suspended? What does the exchange meeting entail? A free-for-all? Dingzaki questioned. Ah, no. The exchange meeting is structured as a competition proposed by the principals of the Kyoto and Tokyo high schools, spanning 2 days with each school presenting their dual styles. Panda clarified. However, that's just the surface. The first day is a team battle, and the second day is an individual battle. It's the same every year. Salmon. Dogayu echoed in agreement. Team battle, individual battle? Dingzaki paused, then incredulously asked, are sorcerers really going to fight? Ah, Maki laughed. As long as we don't kill anyone, anything goes. Of course, to prevent anyone from being killed, We will provide you with intensive training, Panda smiled. I don't mind participating, but let us skip the training, Ding Zaki replied, exchanging a sly glance with Hu Zhang before adding. Our training plan has long been set. Just call us when the competition starts. Oh, you're quite confident, huh? Since you all say so, don't be afraid when the time comes. Afraid? Huh. I'm more worried the match will be so dull that I'll want to quit. Then it's settled. We'll come get you when it's time for the competition. The 3-second years departed as swiftly as they arrived. Not long after they left, Ding Zaki suddenly grasped Sai Mier's right hand, while Hu Zhang held onto his left. You two? Please. Sai Mier. You must train us to shine at the exchange meeting. They exclaimed in unison. Huh. Watching their antics. Fu Hui resignedly rubbed his forehead and said, So all that bravado was just for show? Buzz. Just as they were fooling around, Sai Mier's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. One moment. Sai Mier freed himself from their grasp to retrieve his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he paused. Gojo Satoru? What does he want? Confused, Sai Mier stepped aside to a secluded tree, quietly pressing the answer button. Hello, Sai Mier-san. This is Gojo Satoru. I have a small favor to ask of you. Inside a cinema plastered with ceiling stickers, Sai Mier observed several bloodstained seats. A man in a white suit, who had arrived earlier, remarked blandly, the residual cursed energy from the perpetrator left through the entrance, but after reviewing the surveillance footage, the only other person present was an ordinary boy. We cannot rule out the boy as suspicion, but we also cannot assert he was responsible. It's a cursed spirit, Sai Mier determined, sensing the lingering residue on the seats. Moreover, it's a formidable one. Reason? The man inquired. There is no reason, Sai Mier replied. Releasing his energy. He hasn't gone far. Let me check. Approximately 3 kilometers away, in the underground? 3 kilometers? Is that a tracking technique? The man asked, somewhat astonished, but quickly regained his composure. After all, the world was filled with peculiar techniques, and long-distance tracking methods were not unheard of. Furthermore, if the newcomer lacked any special abilities, Gojo Satoru wouldn't have said anything like, Don't worry, Sai Mier will astonish you. However, Sai Mier did not answer the question. Instead, he posed another. Nanami, do you have any impression of me in your mind? Nanami Kinto shook his head, responding earnestly. I can assure you, this is our first meeting. So it truly is just a projection? What? No, it's nothing. Sai Mier waved his hand dismissively, then stated. We've wasted enough time. Wait here, I'll go deal with that cursed spirit. Alone? But, just as Nanami Kinto began to speak, a sudden gust of wind erupted. He instinctively raised his hand, but when he lowered it, he found the man who had been standing before him had vanished. Meanwhile, in a sewer adjacent to a river, a long-haired man, his body adorned with stitches, lounged on a single hammock, basking in the sunlight while gazing at a book he had just borrowed from the library. Remarking softly, special-grade hypothetical vengeful spirits. Some cursed spirits are referred to as such. Zholing is a conglomeration of the cursed energy that flows from human beings. Although it may not exist in reality, it embodies a universally recognized terrifying image, making it prone to manifesting as a formidable curse. The shared perception of a terrifying image refers to well-known yokai or eerie tales, does it not? A slender youth, leaning against the wall, inquired with curiosity. Indeed, sorcerers have classified these as special-grade hypothetical vengeful spirits and remain vigilant against them. Sai Mier glanced at the two individuals before him, who regarded him with expressions of astonishment, and replied calmly, Who are you? Upon witnessing Sai Mier's robust figure emerging slowly from the shadows, the frail boy instinctively quivered with fear. Conversely, the man seated on the hammock, resembling stitched-up seams, appeared delighted as if he had encountered a new toy. You appeared so suddenly. You truly startled me. However, judging by your attire, you must be a sorcerer from the Jujutsu High, right? How wonderful. I was just contemplating whether to capture a sorcerer to witness the difference between you and an ordinary hot spirit, and here you are. Bang! Like a ferocious gust of wind, Sai Mier's figure vanished from sight in an instant. Before the stitched seam man could finish his sentence, Sai Mier reappeared, as if by teleportation, delivering a punch to his face. Boom! The man's body collided with the wall like a rag doll, producing a deafening noise. Crack! Chunks of stone began to fall from the wall, landing at the feet of the trembling youth, who watched in horror as Sai Mier extended a hand toward him. I cannot move. Am I going to die? But my mother is alone at home. Just as the boy believed he was destined to perish in that moment, Samir's large hand merely rested on his shoulder before pulling him aside. "Do not block the way," Samir stated with a sinister smile, observing the stitched seam spirit struggling to extract its upper body from the wall. "I have finally found a toy that cannot be broken." Chapter 22. Wei Zhuanbian, how intriguing, exceedingly fascinating. Your power is so formidable. You must be an exceptional sorcerer. The stitched seam spirit yanked its head from the wall, dusting off debris as if nothing had happened. Its legs twisted into those of an antelope. And it gazed at Samir with a grin. "I am increasingly curious about how far your soul can be distorted." At that moment, its form vanished. With a speed reminiscent of an antelope, it surged forth, faster than Samir had been previously. "Hey, your punches are quite powerful. I shall first sever your hands." The spirit laughed heartily, transforming its arms into two sharp blades, mercilessly aiming for Samir's arms. Samir stood motionless, appearing as if he had yet to react. However, just as the spirit's blade-like arms were about to make contact with him, an overwhelming sense of emptiness surged within the spirit. "Huh." It stared in shock at the coat that had been sliced before it. At that juncture, a cold voice emerged from behind. "I know who you are, and that your power extends far beyond this. Unleash your full strength, and I shall grant you a swift demise." Rinjin, the stitched seam spirit, known as Rinjin, turned to find a figure of imposing strength before him. The pronounced muscles seemed akin to the armor of a tank, instilling a sense of dread merely at the sight. "Am I truly that renowned?" Rinjin feigned innocence, yet internally, he was overwhelmed with excitement. The opponent's speed was incomprehensible, and their strength defied human limitations. Is this an exceptional sorcerer? Yet, the unfamiliar face did not align with those he was aware of. Was it not said that only Wu Tiaoge needed to be heated? What manner of monster stands before me? Rinjin recalled the words spoken during someone's departure, feeling a twinge of discontent. Nevertheless, even if his opponent was formidable, he was not without his own advantages. He possessed an extraordinarily unique cursed technique, Wei Zhuanbian. This technique allowed him to alter the soul of anyone he touched. Regardless of the being, their soul is inherently fragile compared to their physical form. Even if sorcerers might possess a slightly stronger soul due to certain circumstances, there exists a limit to that strength. This indicated that, in the current battle, Rinjin held the greater odds of victory. Upon contemplating this, Rinjin did not flee but instead launched another attack against Samir. The latter, observing the situation, completely retracted his cursed energy and aura, eschewing any form of enhancement. Swish! Rinjin's legs transformed into those of a cheetah, momentarily accelerating his speed further. His hands morphed into razor-sharp claws, ruthlessly attacking Samir's chest. However, to Rinjin's astonishment, his opponent seemed to have slowed significantly this time, failing to vanish as before, appearing almost unable to respond to the attack. Slash! Vivid crimson marks emerged on Samir's arm from the slashes, waves of pain flooding his mind. As he beheld Rinjin frantically clawing at him, a smile gradually spread across his face. Indeed, this is precisely it. This sensation. Strike harder, ha ha ha. Samir evaded Rinjin's attacks narrowly while laughing maniacally. Just as he was about to retreat against the wall, his right foot suddenly stomped down forcefully, halting his movement just in time to evade Rinjin's claws. Huh! Following a resounding shout, Samir unleashed a powerful kick, striking Rinjin's temple like an accelerating projectile. Boom! The sheer force sent Rinjin's head soaring into the air, akin to a football. Yet, aware of Rinjin's peculiar nature, Samir did not relent. Seizing the moment before Rinjin could recover, he clenched his fists tightly. Bang! As long as the soul endures, Rinjin could regenerate his physical form. In mere moments, a new head sprouted from his neck, just as he prepared to mock his opponent for the ineffectiveness of the attack. His eyes widened in horror as a powerful fist filled his entire field of vision at an alarming speed. Bang! 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 A tempest of punches rained upon Rinjin's face within mere seconds. The unexpected impact rendered his mind momentarily bewildered. The mouth that had just opened was obliterated in the next instant, and his eyes exploded like grapes. Rinjin trembled, his mind temporarily incapacitated amidst the relentless onslaught. Am I dead? Having been mercilessly battered by continuous pain, Rinjin gazed into the surrounding darkness, engulfed in confusion. Yet, as his mind regained clarity, his consciousness swiftly revived. Bang! 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 Samir continued his relentless assault, akin to an indefatigable machine. However, His keen eyes soon detected an abnormal protrusion on Rinjin's body. Suddenly, countless sharp spikes erupted from Rinjin's form, effortlessly piercing through walls and floors, steel and concrete alike. Saiyan swiftly performed a backward leap, yet his speed faltered slightly. After narrowly evading 2 sharp spikes, an onslaught of numerous spikes followed closely behind. Even before he could land, 2 equally razor-sharp spikes suddenly emerged from the ground beneath him. The reality was that he envisioned the opponent being impaled like a nailed wooden post. However, upon raising his gaze, he discovered that Saiyan was suspended upside down in midair, gripping 2 elongated spikes tightly with his hands. With a forceful twist, he broke the spikes beneath him, subsequently hurling them back at the opponent. In an instant, over 10 spikes pierced through the opponent's body. Yet, he reacted as if nothing had transpired, laughing heartily. What a pity, such a tactic is ineffective against me. Countless spikes retracted, and the childlike figure of the opponent marveled in a youthful voice. Indeed, the man before him was the most formidable adversary he had encountered since his inception. However, with each engagement, the opponent grew increasingly audacious. For he discerned that aside from the initial display of incredible speed, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him, especially concerning the techniques. Despite the prolonged combat, he had yet to witness the opponent execute even a single technique. Although the punches were undeniably heavy, they inflicted almost no damage upon him. In contrast, even a casual attack from him could force the opponent to retreat in disarray. Tell me, sorcerer, have you realized something? What? Saiyan responded, perplexed as he gazed at the childlike figure of his opponent. The latter, devoid of the initial tension, appeared to exude confidence in his victory. Observing Saiyan, who bore numerous wounds, he grinned mischievously and proclaimed, the scales of victory seem to be tipping in my favor. Fool, Saiyan chuckled at the absurd remark. He had anticipated a formidable technique from his adversary, only to be met with such inconsequential banter. Releasing a modicum of cursed energy, Saiyan spread his arms wide and declared, the balance exists only in the battles of the weak. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of cursed energy erupted from within him. Gazing at the stunned opponent before him, Saiyan revealed a wicked smile. The strong rely solely upon their power. Chapter 23. The Dead Reversal Technique. How is this possible? The opponent watched in disbelief as the man before him recovered from grievous injuries, his shock reaching unparalleled heights. The greatest weakness of humans compared to cursed spirits lies in their inability to swiftly heal their physical forms. Consequently, when a human sorcerer sustains severe injuries, it is almost conclusively determined that they have lost their combat capability. Conversely, cursed spirits possess innate self-healing abilities, allowing them to survive even with severed limbs or heads, regaining their original strength in no time. But what manner of being is this man? A formidable physique, astonishing speed, and the ability to utilize a reversal technique throughout his entire body. The opponent felt as though he was not battling a human, but rather a humanoid special-grade cursed spirit. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the opponent appeared to be growing increasingly exhilarated. What are you hesitating for? A booming voice suddenly erupted nearby. Saiyan transformed into a blur, charging towards the opponent with fists raised, his terrifying aura akin to a tsunami. The opponent's pupils constricted sharply, and his body shrank instantaneously, ultimately transforming into a sparrow. Boom! A punch, accompanied by a tempestuous wind, grazed the opponent's wings and struck the wall behind him, creating a massive crater. How is this possible? His strength has increased. The opponent dared not confront Saiyan head-on, flapping his wings in an attempt to escape. Even though he knew the opponent could not harm his soul, an instinctual fear compelled him to avoid further combat with this madman. He had unfinished business, tasks yet to be completed, and more importantly, someone waiting for his return. I'm done. Regardless of what kind of creature you are, I refuse to continue this fight. But Saiyan, now exhilarated and with his tail visible, was not about to let his opponent escape. His mind was consumed with the thrill of battle. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch followed by another, with Saiyan's blood boiling. He fixated on the ever-shifting form of his opponent, disregarding any obstacles in his path. Steel pipes? One punch flattened them. Sturdy walls? A kick obliterated them. The opponent, who had just transformed from a wolf to a rabbit, watched helplessly as a fist struck the wall beside him, creating a hole tall enough for a person to fit through. The level of destruction was incomprehensible. If the opponent had achieved this through cursed energy, it would be one thing. But therein lay the issue. He felt no cursed energy from the opponent's assault. The residual impurities were nowhere to be seen. It was as if all the damage stemmed solely from the madman's physical prowess. But how could this be? Even a special-grade cursed spirit's physical attributes should not be this terrifying. Even he needed to undergo transformation to achieve such devastation. This human is abnormal. Extremely abnormal. I must inform Xiaoyu. With this thought in mind, the opponent glanced at the nearby sewer exit, his form gradually shifting into that of an eagle. Just a little more. Just a little more. Once he escaped this confined space, he would be free. Yet, just as the opponent was about to cross the threshold and soar into the sky, a roar akin to a giant ape echoed from behind him. A colossal hand descended violently from above. As shadows enveloped his vision, the opponent's heart raced to its utmost limit. Now is the moment. In an instant, the eagle's head detached from its body, expanding into a massive spiked shield. Success! The opponent flapped his wings excitedly, soaring towards the azure sky. Hanami, Tenjin, Roho, I am returning. The faces of his comrades flashed in his memory. And as he regained his head, he basked in the warmth of the sun, filled with relief after surviving the ordeal. The domain expanded into the eternal grinding of stars. A voice, like that of a demon, suddenly resonated from behind. The previously azure sky transformed into a purple veil in an instant. Bang! The lightweight avian body plummeted as if weighed down by an enormous anchor, crashing straight to the pitch-black ground. Where's this? At that moment, the opponent found himself at a loss for words, the increasing weight upon his body rendering him immobile. A glimmer of light flashed in her hand as he donned a pristine high-grade uniform, casually stating, "That was exhilarating. I lost control of my strength in the heat of the moment. Nevertheless, you have brought me immense joy, since you have enjoyed yourself so thoroughly. Can't you let me go?" The opponent, now resembling a child, feigned innocence. However, Saiyan paid him no heed, shaking his finger in response. "That won't do. As I said from the outset, you will give your all, and I shall grant you a more comfortable demise. This is our agreement. And while your portion has been fulfilled, it is now time for me to fulfill mine. Oh, by the way, I lack the means to attack your soul, and am unsure how to kill you, so I can only attempt this repeatedly. But rest assured, I act swiftly, and there will be no pain." As he watched the man approach him with a smile, the opponent instinctively sought to flee. Before he could even rise to his feet, a gravity far more potent than before pressed down upon the entire domain. At that moment, the man's voice, laced with amusement, echoed, "Let us test the first method of demise by increasing the gravity." The face of the man twisted in agony as he desperately sought to distance himself from the speaker, yet under the terrifying weight of this domain, he could not even lift a finger. "No, please, do not come near me." Outside the cinema, a frail youth wept as he embraced his mother, while Nanami Kinto looked on in surprise at the bag of pastries and cakes he held. I knew that leaving things to Samuel-san would yield no issues. Dressed casually and donning sunglasses, Gojo Satoru cheerfully handed the bag to Samuel. "This is a gift from Kyoto. Although not a local specialty, it is quite delightful. However, it seems a bit lacking," Samuel remarked, receiving the bag of sweets with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I apologize, my expenses have been rather high this month. However, next month, I shall treat you all to a lavish meal in Roppongi." Gojo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I am indifferent," Samuel replied casually, a flash of light illuminating his hand as the bag vanished in an instant. A storage curse technique? No, I do not sense any cursed energy." Nanami raised an eyebrow, surprised by the revelations brought forth by the man named Samuel. Gojo, on the other hand, appeared unfazed. After all, it was not unusual for an extraterrestrial to possess peculiar items. Yet, when a finger appeared, his brow furrowed involuntarily. "A Sukuna finger? Samuel, where did this come from?" "I found it after eliminating that cursed spirit. There was also one at the juvenile detention center, but I destroyed it." Destroyed it? Upon hearing this, Nanami could no longer contain his disbelief. He had never heard of anyone who could obliterate a special-grade cursed object, let alone a finger of Sukuna, the most formidable of its kind. Gojo contemplated the Sukuna finger before recalling an encounter he had during his journey to Kyoto with a particular individual. His instincts suggested a connection between the two events, particularly after hearing Samuel mention the existence of another Sukuna finger at the juvenile facility. The feeling intensified. "Samuel," he stroked his chin and spoke, "let us refrain from destroying this finger for now. I wish to utilize it for certain purposes." Chapter 24. the second survival game bang. A figure collapsed onto the pitch-black ground. Just as he attempted to rise, he found his limbs numb and unresponsive. I cannot move. This is real electricity. After a brief pause, Fushiguro Megumi pushed himself up from the ground, only to spot Itadori soaring towards Samuel. As he noticed Samuel slowly raising his hands, his pupils constricted in alarm. Itadori, be careful. Do not approach him. Huh. Itadori, having missed his punch, heeded Fushiguro's warning and quickly tried to distance himself from Samuel. However, just as he moved away, a hand crackling with electricity swiftly struck his abdomen. Universal Thunder Palm. Itadori heard Samuel shout, and in an instant, his entire body felt as if it had been electrocuted, propelling him straight down from the sky. Bang! Hearing the dull thud beneath his feet, Samuel turned to see Inumaki Toge in disarray nearby. All right, now it is your turn. Wait. I am not prepared. Enemies in battle do not concern themselves with your readiness, Samuel retorted, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Where? Inumaki searched the surroundings anxiously. But in the next moment, he felt a chilling sensation on his back. Whoosh! In midair, Samuel executed a spinning kick, landing forcefully on Inumaki's back. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as Inumaki, his face contorted in pain, struggled to rise, complaining, "This is utterly futile. Samuel, you are far too strong. I had no chance to even attack. Knowing that you would have no opportunity to counter after I strike, you should have acted preemptively." Samuel descended gracefully between the three. Well, regardless, since you are so strong, our attempts will be in vain, Inumaki waved dismissively. However, Itadori interjected, Samuel's current energy is actually quite similar to ours. Perhaps even weaker. How is that possible? Such speed cannot be comparable, Inumaki exclaimed incredulously. Yet Samuel nodded affirmatively. Itadori's perception is accurate. I have indeed suppressed my energy to match yours. But the actual performance is entirely different. Clearly, my speed far exceeds yours. It is about efficiency. A sudden realization sparked in Fushiguro's mind. Like cursed energy, even if two individuals possess identical cursed energy, the disparity in their control over it results in a significant difference in the strength exhibited. Partially correct, Fushiguro, Samuel remarked while retracting his domain. Energy, like cursed energy, is subject to efficiency. How can two individuals with the same energy distinguish themselves? It is all about the efficiency of their energy utilization. However, unlike cursed energy, which has a maximum efficiency of 100%, energy can exceed 200% or even more. For instance, if a person possesses a combat power of 100 and uses cursed techniques to attack, the damage inflicted will not surpass 100. But if a person with a combat power of 100 uses energy to attack, they can employ specialized techniques to transcend the limitations of 100 combat power. Special techniques? Ah, I understand now, Itadori exclaimed, clapping his hands. So that technique you taught me was a special method to break through combat power limitations. Huh, when did I teach Itadori a special technique? Inumaki asked excitedly, gripping Samuel's shoulder. I wish to learn as well. I cannot teach you, Samuel said without hesitation, gazing into Inumaki's earnest eyes. Why not? Because it is dangerous. Samuel freed himself from Inumaki's grasp and explained, unlike harmless abilities like the void technique, executing that move could cause significant harm to your body if something goes awry. Even the technique I imparted to Itadori is merely theoretical. In reality, after completing the task entrusted by Gojo, Samuel often attempted to utilize the Kaioken technique. Yet each attempt either resulted in severe injuries due to energy surges or wasted energy without any effect due to insufficient power. Had he not mastered the reverse curse technique, he knew not how many times he might have perished. Endless trials, countless failures. Now, only Itadori's progress provided him with a glimmer of solace. As the protagonist of this world, Itadori's growth was indeed astonishing. He was not only the quickest among the three to master the void technique, but also the sole one capable of accurately sensing energy. Moreover, his combat power had also surged faster than the others. Originally possessing a combat power of only 27, after just a few days of training, he had now reached a combat power of 30. Certainly, Saiyan was acutely aware that such combat prowess could hardly sustain the execution of the Kaioken. However, what he truly sought was not a mere tiger stick capable of wielding the Kaioken, but rather one that would reveal to him the potential of utilizing the Kaioken. Presently, Saiyan resembled a chef engrossed in culinary endeavors. He possessed all the necessary elements for success, yet remained oblivious to the precise quantity of salt to incorporate into his dish. The tiger stick had been meticulously trained to ascertain this delicate balance. While the size of their cooking vessels may differ, the ratio of salt could still be calculated. As for the question of whether the body could withstand the strain of the Kaioken, Saiyan withdrew his thoughts and cast a glance at the moon above, softly stating, "All right, it is getting late. You should all return to rest. Do not forget, tomorrow marks the day of our exchange meeting. Good night, everyone. We must ensure those upperclassmen and the students from Jingdu School are astounded." Ding Zaki Yichongwei waved to the group before soaring into the sky. "Then we shall take our leave. See you tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Saiyan, Tiger Stick Eugene, and Fu Hei Hui departed as well. The once lively meadow was now left with only Saiyan. He took out his phone to check the time, 22:10. After stretching, he prepared to take a shower when a female voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "The countdown for the survival game has commenced." Following the announcement, a report panel appeared. The current number of players in this world, 5. The number of players who completed preliminary tasks, 20. The number of players who passed survival game I, 5. Remaining time until survival game 2 begins, 150. Would the second round of the survival game commence at midnight? Saiyan casually dismissed the report panel and turned towards his room. There was still ample time. A shower could be afforded. With 3 minutes remaining, Xing. The prophecy can now be utilized. Understood. In the female dormitory of Jingdu High School, 2 short-haired girls, one black-haired and the other white-haired, sat on their beds, fixated on the report panel before them. Upon noticing the countdown dwindling to 3 minutes, the white-haired girl named Xing resolutely gripped the dagger in her hand and swiftly slashed it across her palm. A sharp sting resonated as blood flowed from her wound, yet, peculiarly, it defied gravity, flowing upwards into the air. At that moment, the girl who had inflicted the wound widened her eyes in astonishment, as a layer of ethereal blue light enveloped her gaze. The once orderly world shattered into fragments, and the girl named Xing transformed into a blue specter, reaching out to touch the scattered pieces of reality. Cursed spirits, protection, a maiden, pursuit. A series of unknown images flickered before Xing's eyes, and amidst the myriad of shifting scenes, she suddenly spotted a robust figure. Found it. Countless images began to rewind, and the fragmented world reassembled. With excitement, Xing opened her eyes, unconcerned about the tears of blood trickling from the corners of her eyes, and exclaimed, 11, for the upcoming survival game. There will still be 2 factions. We are the Cursed Masters, while that novice has been assigned to the Sorcerer's side. Sorcerers? So, that means the Sorcerers will have the easier role in the second round of the survival game. Let me see. The black-haired girl, referred to as 11, reached for a card, exerting pressure, yet it yielded no response. What is the matter? Xing inquired, puzzled. It seems the faction card is ineffective. The number of participants for this round must be fixed. What shall we do then? No worries. I still have the exchange card I saved. We only need to swap our faction with another. But isn't it quite easy to counter the exchange card? What if it fails and our team's task difficulty increases? What is there to fear? 11 grinned broadly. Aren't there those 2 fortunate newcomers? As the countdown reached its final second, the black-haired girl shattered the white exchange card in her hand. The sound resonated like breaking glass, and a glimmer of light suddenly enveloped the 2 girls. Simultaneously, far away in Tokyo, Saiyan abruptly lifted his head. All right, all boats are now in position. Starting from the inner lane, we have boats numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The race is underway. It's a perfectly aligned line. The unfamiliar broadcast resonated beneath the cerulean sky. Saiyan instinctively sensed something was amiss. Yet when he realized he had entered the survival game, that peculiar feeling vanished without a trace. Never mind. He reclined in his chair, gazing at the new task before him. Task difficulty matched as CC. Task issued. The aspiration of Ponching. In order to shield the noble Tian Yuan from the corruption of worldly beings, the Ponching sect specifically recruits cursed masters to capture the star substance Tian Nei Rico. However, these matters do not concern you as a cursed master. The online bounty of 30 million yen for the star substance is the sole motivation for your actions. To acquire that 30 million yen, you must eliminate the star substance before the full moon 2 days hence. Identity, Level 1 Cursed Master. Objective 1. Eliminate Tian Nei Rico. Deadline, 2 days. Tian Nei Rico? Saimier had no recollection of this character. Before his transmigration, he had only watched the first season of Jujutsu Kaisen. However, soon after, as his pocket vibrated, the information regarding the individual named Tion Nei Riko appeared on Saimier's phone. The sender had transmitted the details anonymously. Yet, apart from the location of the school Tion Nei Riko attended, only her name, age, and a photograph of her were provided. The image depicted a girl clad in a white sailor uniform, her head adorned with a white scarf, revealing a single braided pigtail, exuding a vibrant aura. Lianji Girls' School. Second year middle school. With only this singular task at hand, it was time to act swiftly. Rising from the yacht's viewing platform, Saimier opened his phone and searched for the location of Lianji Girls' School on the map. It's quite far away. Observing the lengthy route on the map, Saimier ventured to an open area. After aligning himself with the position of Lianji Girls' School, he stowed his phone and propelled himself into the sky. Meanwhile, within the confines of Lianji Girls' School, two short-haired girls, one black and one white, were observing the report panel before them. We succeeded. 11. Our task difficulty has been downgraded to C. C? Generally, even newcomers would not encounter a task of such low difficulty. There must be some underlying reason we are unaware of. Moreover, we mustn't celebrate too soon. Xing. Although the task difficulty has decreased, we still do not know who this Tion Nei Riko is. The task states we are her classmates, so she should be in this school. But why is it so deserted? Xing pondered, gazing at the empty classroom, when suddenly, she spotted a figure passing through the corridor outside. The figure had already walked past the door, but then slowly retreated. As he turned to face the two girls in the classroom, that unfamiliar yet familiar visage was distinctly recognized by Xing. No way, it's that newcomer? Observing the two girls clad in white sailor uniforms, Saimier's eyes brightened, and he softly inquired, "Do you know where Tion Nei Riko from the second year middle school is?" Tion Nei Riko. Upon hearing Saimier utter that name, the two girls exchanged surprised glances. Soon after, the white-haired girl gently replied, "We haven't seen Tion Nei Riko today either. Perhaps you should check over in the second year section?" Is that so? Then I shall go take a look. As Saimier spoke, he was about to turn and depart. However, just as he took a step forward, he abruptly turned to gaze at the two girls in the classroom. With a flash, a compass appeared in his right hand, its needle unwaveringly pointing towards the two young women before him. "I say, you two," said Saimier, a smile suddenly gracing his face. "Are you players?" Chapter 25. The Dangerous Anomaly. Xing. "Link me." Without a hint of hesitation, upon the shout from her companion, the girl Xing immediately extended her hands towards Saimier. Two pale blue bolts of lightning shot forth from her palms. Just as Saimier prepared to evade the lightning, he was astonished to find that the bolts had already struck him, binding the three of them together like chains. Before Saimier could react, a sudden force acted upon him. Bang! Caught completely off guard, Saimier, along with everything around him, felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. The walls shattered, dust erupted, and the once sturdy iron door twisted into a heap of scrap metal. Amidst the swirling dust, the girl 11, blood streaming from her nose, was astonished to see that the dark figure still stood unmoving in place. How is this possible? She gasped, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. Not good. She thrust forward with her palm, only to be propelled backward to the window by a counterforce. A powerful fist, accompanied by a raging wind, whizzed past her nose, barely missing her head. Such incredible speed. 11's throat tightened as cold sweat poured down her body. Even with prior warning, she had nearly met her demise at the hands of that person. Meanwhile, Saimier looked at his own hand in confusion. Something felt amiss. With his speed, it was impossible for the opponent to have survived his punch. Yet, they had evaded his attack, moving with an ease that only came at the last moment. Interesting, Saimier mused, raising his gaze to the girl with black hair who had been cornered against the wall. "I did not expect you to possess such remarkable martial skills despite your feeble aura." Martial skills? Remarkable? As a superpower user, 11 could not help but smile bitterly. For her ability to dodge that punch relied entirely on her friend Xing's linking power. This ability connected her heart with that of her enemy, allowing a near one-sided telepathy through Xing's control. Yet, despite this ability, she had narrowly avoided her opponent's attack. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Beside her, the defenseless Xing stared in disbelief at the formidable man before them. She could not fathom why someone who appeared to be a novice possessed at least the physical strength of a C rank. This was wrong. It contradicted the rules of the survival game. There must be something I have overlooked. With this thought in mind, Xing silently clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, blood seeping from the pain. An eerie purple mist quietly infiltrated Sai Mi-er's body through the lightning chains. Simultaneously, Xing was suddenly overwhelmed by a sensation of weightlessness. Crack! With a sharp sound, the once tangible world shattered into diamond-shaped fragments, scattering around Xing. She reached out to touch one of the shards, only to see the man training alone beneath the moonlight. Not this. She tossed aside the fragment and grasped another. Empty. The man effortlessly dispatched a cursed spirit, leaving behind a withered finger. Not this either. Bang! Bang! The hardened fists left imprints on the metal, and behind that desolate scene, a faint light flickered. What was that? The moment she caught sight of the light, a sense of finding the answer surged within Xing. Yet, just as she prepared to delve deeper into that fragment, the shattered world was suddenly shrouded in purple. Had the passive defense been triggered? Observing the changes around her, Xing remained unperturbed. As a telepathic superpower user, she frequently encountered such situations when invading others' inner worlds. However, this was not a significant issue for her. After all, passive defenses merely created a labyrinth, hiding all important elements within its depths. Xing had successfully navigated many such passive defenses before. The most troublesome instance was merely searching for a wooden box within a labyrinth city. But soon, as the purple veil enveloped everything, Xing sensed something was amiss. Why is there no change? Gazing at the unchanged surroundings, an inexplicable unease stirred within her. No, behind me. Sensing an anomaly behind her, Xing immediately turned. But as she did, a furry sensation brushed against her face. What? Realizing her vision was obscured by something peculiar, Xing hastily retreated several meters. Yet, the darker figure before her grew increasingly distinct. A giant ape, towering like a mountain, was slowly rising to its feet. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world around them blurred, leaving only those enormous purple eyes radiating light. Crack! The lightning chains abruptly snapped, and the black-haired girl, 11, who had been on guard against Sai Mi-er, immediately turned to her companion. Xing. She saw the white-haired girl's eyes streaming with blood, the veins in her neck swelling and darkening. Xing, what is wrong? 11 rushed to her friend's side, but as soon as she touched her, a purple light surged up her fingertips and entered her body. Immediately, a voice, audible only to her, echoed in her heart. 11, anomaly. What? At the utterance of those words, 11's heart trembled, and she stiffly turned to gaze at the man standing motionless beside her. Can we negotiate? The forced, bitter smile startled Sai Mi-er, yet he soon heard the girl continue. I can offer an item in exchange. What do you need? Healing items? Enhancement potions? Or survival game cards? Survival game cards? What are those? Sai Mi-er inquired with curiosity. They are item cards that can alter game factions. If you want. I have 2 left. Not necessary. Sai Mi-er shook his head, replying nonchalantly, I do not care about factions. True, 11's lips twitched. But she soon saw Sai Mi-er clench his fists. Wait, I have something good. A designated world entry ticket. 11 nearly shouted, fearing the slightest delay. If her opponent had been an ordinary player, it would not have mattered if she were killed, as both she and Xing had enough points to revive. Yet, the man before her was an anomaly, although 11 had never encountered one. The seasoned player who introduced her to the survival game had specifically warned her. In this boundless world, players could use points to revive themselves. But 2 types of death were irreversible. One was voluntary death, and the other was being killed by an anomaly. Chapter 26. Designated World. What is a designated world entry ticket? This is a special item that allows entry into a sea-level world, and it comes without any usage restrictions. The only limitation within this world is a time constraint of 60 days. Sea-level world? Noticing Samir's confusion, she promptly interjected, yes. Any sea-level world outside of the anchor point can be accessed, and it is purely a solitary realm, essentially a one-time anchor point world. What do you think? Let us exchange this item for our lives. That works. Thank you, thank you. The moment she saw Samir nod, the anxiety that had been weighing on her heart finally lifted. She let out a sigh of relief, cradling her unconscious companion, while a subtle glimmer from the inconspicuous cross necklace around her neck heralded the descent of a card inscribed with the letter C, gently landing before Samir. This is the designated world entry ticket. You can use it once you leave this world. Oh, and the method of use is simply to tear it. Fearing that Samir might not understand the instructions, she kindly offered a reminder. Samir accepted the entry ticket, her thumb gliding across its surface. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted, and the ticket vanished without a trace. Having unexpectedly acquired a valuable item, Samir felt elated and turned to leave. Inside the classroom, she bit her lip, observing his broad figure as he walked towards the exit, her brows furrowing in contemplation. Wait. Samir turned around, only to hear the short-haired girl suddenly inquire, if possible, could you tell me what your mission is? To kill Tenai Riko, Samir replied nonchalantly, without the slightest hint of concealment. Is there a specific requirement? Requirement? Is killing her within 2 days considered one? That is hardly a challenge. As if receiving good news, the girl sighed in relief. Then she eagerly continued, I know I might sound a bit strange saying this, but my mission is to ensure Tenai Riko safely reaches the Tokyo Jujutsu High. So, what do you have to say about that? Watching the girl who had been stammering, yet failing to articulate clearly, Samir couldn't help but frown. The latter felt her heart nearly stop at the sight. However, she quickly spoke at a rapid pace. I mean, since our missions don't conflict, can't we cooperate? I'll help you kill Tenai Riko, but before that, we should escort her to the Jujutsu High. Is that acceptable? Samir did not respond immediately, but instead let out a cold laugh. Upon hearing that laugh, she instinctively took a step back. This is bad, she thought. Why did I let my mouth run wild? Who doesn't know that the Jujutsu High is the most fortified place in this instance world? Now, it's all gone wrong, and the other party is surely upset, making our mission futile. Perhaps I should just eliminate Xing and seek an escape route. Fully focused on observing Samir's every move, she was astonished when the latter actually agreed. All right, Samir nodded, turning to leave while saying, it's just a matter of convenience. She was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending what Samir meant by convenience. But before she could process it, Samir's figure had already disappeared from sight. In midair, Samir watched the girl in the white sailor uniform being carried away. Her heart, which had already been lightened by the entry ticket, now felt even more at ease. No effort was required. The target had simply fallen into her hands. However, upon noticing the person carrying Tenai Riko, Samir couldn't help but chuckle. Is that Gojo Satoru in his youth? As someone who aided Samir in mastering cursed energy, she distinctly remembered Gojo's aura. Yet, the Gojo before her now appeared considerably younger, with an aura that was significantly weaker. Stifling a yawn. Samir checked the time on her phone, realizing it was nearly noon. She then stretched her neck and murmured to herself, no need to waste time. Let us head straight to the Jujutsu High to settle this. By the way, I haven't tried unleashing cursed energy in the projection world. I wonder if it would be the same as in the instance world. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from within Samir, the violet energy becoming almost visible to the naked eye. Beneath her, Gojo Satoru, who had been sprinting, suddenly staggered, coming to an abrupt halt. Foolish Gojo. I feel so unwell. A heavy sensation surged in Tenai Riko's chest, and her already precarious posture left her gasping for air. However, as the aura was retracted, Tenai Riko soon felt her body returning to a more normal state. What just happened? She raised her head in confusion, only to see Gojo looking up, seemingly fixated on something. Hey, idiot, what are you staring at? Shoo, Gojo replied, gazing at the imposing figure slowly descending from the sky, saying softly, you truly encountered someone formidable. Where? Tenai Riko scanned the surroundings, but only saw emptiness. Seriously, even though the sorcerers are short on numbers, every curse seems more powerful than the last. Hey, I say, are you interested in switching sides to work with us? Gojo joked, eyeing the unfamiliar man landing on a nearby rooftop. The value required to hire me no longer exists in this world, Samir replied nonchalantly as she removed her outer coat. Hey, while I know I'm quite well known, does that mean everyone can just approach me so casually? Not interested in casual approaches? Samir chuckled lightly, raising a finger. Zing. A beam of light struck Gojo at an imperceptible speed. The smile that had adorned Gojo's face vanished the instant he perceived the light. Buzz. Waves of energy rippled outward as a beam of yellow light slowly approached Gojo's forehead. What astonished Gojo most was that the supposed invulnerable limitless technique was currently being compressed by that beam of light, showing signs of collapse. Hollow wave. Before he could brace himself for the previous attack, a second beam followed swiftly, colliding with Gojo. The sudden surge of power dramatically increased his cursed energy consumption. Yet, as he stabilized against the second beam, the enemy had already vanished from sight. When did that happen? Even my 6 eyes didn't catch it? While Gojo remained in shock, Tenai Riko, held in his grasp, noticed a massive shadow suddenly appearing on the ground before them. Behind. Chapter 27. The second round of the survival game concludes with an outburst of energy. Bang! A forceful kick landed heavily on Gojo's back. The terrifying power had long surpassed the limits of the limitless defense. Smack! Cradling the girl in the white sailor uniform, Samir looked at Gojo, embedded in the wall, and said coolly, relying blindly on a single technique results in this. No technique is absolutely invincible. There are only relatively invincible techniques. Gojo! Tenai Riko cried out. Witnessing Gojo struggling in the distance, unable to rise, and immediately scolded Samir. You villain! Let me go? Her soft fists pounded against Samir's body. Yet she couldn't break free from the binding. The weak should behave like the weak, Samir remarked, swiftly knocking the girl unconscious. Buzz! A powerful aura surged from Samir, forming a violet spherical barrier that enveloped both her and the girl within. This technique was executed by Samir, mimicking Broly, intended to prevent the young girl from inadvertently perishing during her flight due to unforeseen circumstances. However, the continuous protective barrier consumed an unexpected amount of energy, surpassing Samir's initial estimations. It was no wonder that such a technique would only be favored by someone like Broly, with his seemingly limitless energy. As the purple orb, entwined with funnel-like mist, sped across the skies of Tokyo, countless pedestrians halted in their tracks. What could that be? Could it possibly be a fighter jet? Nonsense. Fighter jets should be in Okinawa. How could they appear in Tokyo? Could it be extraterrestrial beings? Many citizens hastily retrieved their phones to capture the spectacle, but amidst their curiosity, a tall man wore a scowl. Hey, he spoke into the phone. Don't tell me that supersonic jet flying overhead was also sent for the 30 million. Zenin, he too is a member of the curse users you employed. Though it may sound strange, it is indeed the case. For a price of 30 million, even Transformers could be enticed. Don't mention that surname. I have already married into the Fuhei family. By the way, where's Wu Tiaowu? He has already been defeated. Oh, how interesting. Even Wu Tiaowu has fallen? The 30 million reward is indeed tempting. Even such a creature hiding who knows where has emerged. Fuhei Shin air-quipped. Fuhei. The man on the other end expressed concern. Should we just let it go like this? That individual seems off, although his power is formidable. His record indicates he is a grade 1. What are you saying? If we let it go like this, my 30 million would be wasted. Rest assured, it's merely a matter of dealing with Wu Tiaowu. Perhaps he relied on some special curse tool. However, his ability to fly is indeed a bit troublesome. Fine. Let it be. Just make sure to safeguard my money. But Fuhei, disregarding the man's subsequent words, abruptly ended the call. He cast one last glance at the direction where the purple sphere had vanished before leaping away from the spot. Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. This was my first visit to this place in the projection world. Observing the familiar gates before him, Samir gently placed the girl he had been carrying inside. Just as he prepared to take action, a voice rang out from behind him. Hey, you bastard, I finally caught up with you. Samir turned around to see Wu Tiaowu, bloodied but panting, standing beneath the torii gate. Though he appeared disheveled, his aura seemed to intensify, and his body bore no visible wounds. Reverse technique? Samir sensed Wu Tiaowu's energy, somewhat surprised. You've actually grown stronger? He glanced at the sun, still climbing towards its zenith, and slowly raised 3 fingers. 3 minutes. I grant you 3 minutes of fair time. 3 minutes? Then I shall finish you in 2. I will make you beg for mercy within 2 minutes. The instant Wu Tiaowu's words fell, his figure disappeared. Yet, Samir remained unfazed, effortlessly raising his arm to block the sudden kick that appeared at his side. Bang! The terrifying force collided with Samir's arm, yet he remained unmoved. You think such power could make me beg for mercy? Hiya! Samir seized Wu Tiaowu's ankle and flung him away. Bang! 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 Wu Tiaowu's slender frame crashed against the rows of torii like a cannonball. But it wasn't over. Watching Wu Tiaowu rise from the rubble, Samir leaped into the air. Without cursed energy and devoid of any suffocating aura, he relied solely on the formidable physique honed through relentless training day after day. Bang, 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 bang. A relentless barrage of fists struck against Wu Tiaowu's limitless defense, creating ripples that spread outward. Unlike any opponent Wu Tiaowu had faced before, even without directly breaking his limitless defense, the escalating consumption of cursed energy screamed warnings to him. This cannot continue. Wu Tiaowu immediately raised his right hand. Reverse technique. A deep crimson orb suddenly materialized in his palm. What was astonishing was the sheer destructive power it contained. The nearly instantaneous release of energy excited Saiyan. Boom. The terrifying impact erupted the moment the orb made contact with Saiyan's arms, leaving a gash over 100 meters long in the forest. This power, indeed, was exhilarating. Saiyan's legs sank deeply into the earth as he laughed heartily, tearing off his already tattered shirt. The energy that had been concealed within him was momentarily unleashed. Don't die on me, Wu Tiao. Stretching his neck, Saiyan soared into the sky. He raised his right palm, and countless pale yellow energy blasts shot forth from his hand, each one akin to a missile, exploding upon contact. Wu Tiaowu unleashed a kick to send one energy blast flying, dodging over a dozen more before soaring into the air himself. Observing the nearly obliterated forest below, he found an unexpected calmness within, for this sensation was one he had never experienced before. No, not just now, but even in the past. The feeling of narrowly escaping death, the sensation of being crushed by power, was something he had never encountered. Thus, to repay you, I shall ensure you experience the very feelings I once endured. Whoosh. Without warning, Wu Tiaowu's figure appeared behind Saiyan. It was not merely speed, but rather a form of spatial transition. Yet, even with such velocity, Saiyan accurately detected the energy emanating from behind him. Crack. The collision of fists and feet. Saiyan smiled faintly, pushing Wu Tiaowu's right leg aside, and then delivering a punch aimed at his face. Such rapid reflexes. Wu Tiaowu instinctively dodged the punch, but was immediately met with a heavy strike to his abdomen. Bang! The force was overwhelming, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What? He quickly retreated, staring incredulously at Saiyan. The latter withdrew his fist and remarked coolly, "As I said, do not blindly rely on any single technique. No matter how strong your limitless technique is, it is still merely a technique, and as such, it must adhere to the rules of that technique. I could easily crush you with brute force as before, but as I stated, during these 3 minutes, I shall engage you fairly. Therefore, in the face of your limitless technique, I must employ some skill." Saiyan twisted his neck, enveloped in a layer of purple protection. Wu Tiaowu's azure eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Domain expansion? No, I have not expanded my domain. I have merely extended it to the minimum limit at my surface. If you must name it, you may call it domain extension. In other words, you would rather choose to use a minimal domain to neutralize my limitless technique than unleash your full power? How arrogantly distasteful." Wu Tiaowu raised his hand, sending a red orb towards Saiyan. Yet, the latter simply swatted it away. The orb's terrifying destructive power continually neutralized and ultimately sent crashing to the ground. Boom. As the deafening roar resonated, Wu Tiaowu charged once more towards Saiyan. However, unlike before, he did not maintain the limitless technique this time. Instead, he relied solely on his cursed energy and physical prowess to launch a relentless barrage of attacks. His strikes, fists, elbows, knees, and legs fell like a torrential downpour, each blow seamlessly following the last. Yet, Saiyan was no longer the weak entity that fought solely by instinct. He parried Wu Tiaowu's every attack with ease, adeptly exploiting even the slightest openings in his offense. Now, Saiyan suddenly leaped, sidestepping 2 consecutive punches from Wu Tiaowu, and struck fiercely at his back with an open palm. Bang! Wu Tiaowu, unable to evade in time, plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Within the massive crater, bloodied and battered, Wu Tiaowu repeatedly invoked the reversal technique to heal himself, losing count of how many times he had done so. The power of the enigmatic curse user far surpassed human limitations, rendering even the largest cursed spirits insignificant in comparison. With the protective veil of the limitless technique stripped away, Wu Tiaowu could only rely on the reversal technique to ensure his survival. Yet, feeling the dwindling reserves of cursed energy within him, he could not help but let out a bitter laugh. It had barely been 2 minutes. The unparalleled intensity of the battle was exhausting his cursed energy to its very limits. To make matters worse, the creature hovering above showed no signs of fatigue. Just as Wu Tiao was struggled to turn himself over, believing his end was nigh, a sonic boom erupted overhead. Bang! Saiyan, who had been relishing the fight, sensed another presence approaching at incredible speed, prompting his fervor for battle to dissipate instantly. Without hesitation, he charged towards the uninvited guest. Crack! Feeling a deathly aura enveloping him from behind, Fu Haitian halted abruptly. Take another step forward, and I'll send you to your demise. Well, I'm not ready to die just yet. As Fu Haitian spoke, a fleshy orb emerged from his mouth. With a swift motion of his right hand, a short blade appeared, slicing through the air towards Saiyan with astonishing speed. In an odd twist, Saiyan tilted his head to evade the incoming strike, only to receive a swift kick aimed at his body. Yet, Saiyan responded by raising his leg, executing a counterkick with even greater swiftness. Bang! Unable to evade in time, Fu Haitian was sent flying, crashing through several structures before finally coming to a halt. He pushed aside a fallen beam that had pinned him down, surveying the devastation around him, and couldn't help but chuckle. Things have certainly become complicated. Shaking out his sore arms, he effortlessly leaped from the rubble onto a nearby cobblestone path. Just as he prepared to test whether Saiyan possessed any additional abilities, a familiar voice called out from above. Hey, although you don't seem like a good person, would you consider teaming up? Wu Tiao stood with hands in his pockets, his attire tattered and far from the suave appearance he once had, now looking quite disheveled. After contemplating the proposal, Fu Haitian nodded blandly. Fine, but you'll have to take the lead. You certainly have the audacity, but I see no harm in that. Wu Tiao summoned his cursed energy, instantly altering the space before him. With Saiyan now within arm's reach, he cradled Tianyi and struck a pose, disappearing without a moment's hesitation. Upon seeing Wu Tiao raise 3 fingers in mimicry, Saiyan couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting, Wu Tiao, you truly are amusing. With that, he retracted his immense energy, maintaining it at the same level as during his previous encounter with Wu Tiao. At that moment, the naturally perceptive Fu Haitian surged forth from midair, enveloped in a mist, wielding an extraordinarily sharp blade, aimed directly at Saiyan's head. The descent of the blade was utterly silent, as if sound itself could not keep pace. Thus, before the blade met the ground, Saiyan heard nothing. Just as he sidestepped the lethal strike, boom, the ground erupted in a cacophony of shattering debris. Saiyan, poised to retaliate, noticed that Fu Haitian had already retreated. Above him, Wu Tiao, who had been lying in wait, pointed decisively. Shu, a colossal purple sphere plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards Saiyan with astonishing velocity. There was no evasion possible, precisely as Wu Tiao had anticipated. Glancing upward at the imminent threat, it was an assault far more potent than any of Wu Tiao's previous techniques, a complete transcendence of his limitations. Saiyan realized that aside from violating his own rules to forcibly augment his energy, he had no viable means of countering this onslaught. But, such is the essence of battle. He reveled inwardly, as a surge of purple energy erupted from within, releasing what could have sustained him for hours in an instant. Boom! A massive energy barrier expanded in an instant, forcibly dissipating the once devastating purple sphere until it vanished completely. Bang! Devoid of any cursed energy, Wu Tiao fell from the sky, gazing at Saiyan, his right hand weakly reaching for the foot that had stepped forward. It's not over yet. No, Wu Tiao. It is already concluded. Saiyan knelt, gently brushing aside Wu Tiao's grasp on his ankle, and softly declared, 3 minutes have elapsed. Our battle is at an end. You wretched bastard. Wu Tiao, utterly drained of strength, could only muster this final curse, his utmost limit. Yet Saiyan was not angered. Instead, he accepted the insult with a smile. For in that fleeting moment, Wu Tiao's assault had allowed him to achieve an explosive release of energy solely through his own understanding. It was not akin to a focused energy burst, nor a mere waste of internal energy. Rather, it was the release of finite power within a brief time frame, a comprehensive and sustained explosion. Though not the true Kaioken, it was a necessary insight for mastering its essence. That is sufficient. This survival game has been remarkably fulfilling for me. Farewell, Saiyan said, then sensed the energy of Tianyi. Upon discovering that she remained within the confines of the high school, his energy surged explosively. What? Fu Haitian, concealed beneath a rooftop, was awaiting developments from Saiyan when he suddenly felt a suffocating aura of death surrounding him. In the next instant, boom, A colossal beam of light surged upward, erasing the entire high school from existence. Simultaneously, far in the distance at Lianji Nu Xiao, a sharp crack echoed. The black-haired girl, she, raised her hand as if grasping. And the players poised to attack nearby found themselves suspended in midair, as if caught in an invisible grip. As she exerted her strength, she felt every bone of her opponent shatter at that moment. Just a novice, yet daring to launch a sneak attack on me. With disdain, she discarded the lifeless body to the side and was about to lift her unconscious companion when a voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Mission accomplished. Returning to the dungeon world. The mission was completed. Surprised, she opened the report panel, where the task section clearly displayed the words completed. Could it be that he truly aided us in accomplishing the task? She found it hard to believe, yet with the changing scene beside her, everything else became inconsequential. We are back. Observing the familiar surroundings, her heart surged with excitement. Especially when her previously unconscious companion slowly regained consciousness, her exhilaration became even more difficult to articulate. Xing, are you all right? I'm okay, just my head hurts terribly. Where are we now? The silver-haired girl clutched her head as she sat up, still appearing somewhat dazed. Noticing this, she hastily got up to fetch a glass of water. While preparing the medicine she had set aside, she said, "We have completed the mission. We are currently in the dormitory." Dormitory? We completed the mission? But what about that anomaly? Haha, I knew you would ask that, Xing. Take a guess at how we managed to finish our task? Our task? I recall that our mission was to escort Tian Nairi Z to Tokyo High School, but did you complete it alone? Of course not. She grinned as she handed the prepared medicine to Xing and continued, "You might not believe it, but our task was actually completed by that anomaly." Uffed. Xing, who had just taken a sip of the medicine, couldn't hold back and immediately splattered her companion's face. What did you say? She widened her eyes, staring at Xi, her expression filled with astonishment. She wiped the medicine off her face, exclaiming with a hint of helplessness, "I'm telling the truth. Initially, I just wanted to take a gamble and see if I could collaborate with that anomaly. As it turned out, I was right. Our tasks didn't conflict. So you just went along with him to finish the mission? No, how do you explain that? He didn't even ask for my help. He simply said it was all in a day's work, then vanished, and the mission was completed." Hearing this, Xing was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she lay back on the bed, her face relaxed as she laughed. Honestly, if all anomalies were like that guy, I wouldn't mind encountering anomalies every time I enter a mission dungeon. Perhaps I wouldn't need to do anything, and the task would be completed. Let us not get ahead of ourselves, Xing replied calmly. Anomalies are far too unpredictable. Being able to complete the mission without any losses is already quite fortunate. Speaking of losses, she suddenly found it challenging to articulate. That said, Xing, we actually didn't walk away unscathed. The entrance ticket we previously acquired was taken by him. Huh. The formerly calm silver-haired girl sprang up in shock. Did you give him the entrance ticket? How will you enhance your superpower now? It's all right. It's just one entrance ticket, worth merely 6,000 points. Besides, this upgrade was mainly for that sea-level event. If necessary, I can sell my storage necklace. As long as I can gather the ticket for the sea-level event, I can earn back those 6,000 points quickly. But if you do that, won't your enhancement be put on hold? Xing still appeared somewhat upset. Seeing her reaction, she rubbed her face and said, "Let it be postponed. It's still better than dying, right? Plus, doesn't the saying go, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? When I see that guy again, we might be countless times stronger than him. At that point, I'll show him who's boss. He'll be kneeling at our feet singing conquer. What do you think?" Ha. Watching the playful Xing couldn't help but laugh. However, perhaps their voices were too loud, for their phones began to protest. Beep. A message from Sanluan Xia appeared timidly on Xi's screen. "Senior, are we still heading to Tokyo tomorrow? You should get some rest." Chapter 28. The exchange meeting begins. Hey, Xi-senpai, what kind of opponents do you think we will encounter at this exchange meeting? On the uphill path, Sanluan Xia quietly asked the girl beside her while trailing behind the crowd. What opponents? She thought for a moment and replied, aside from that special grade sorcerer, Otsutsuki. We should be cautious. The rest are hardly formidable foes. Oh, is that so? Of course. And think about it. Aside from a few second-year students, there are only newly joined first years left. A group of first years who have hardly engaged in combat cannot be that strong. Originally brimming with confidence, she froze in place upon spotting a figure standing not far away within the Tokyo High School. No way. This must be a joke. Shi-senpai, Xing-senpai. What is wrong with you? Not only Shi, who was at the back of the line, but even Xing, further ahead, halted upon seeing that figure. In fact, compared to Shi, who had delved into the opponent's psyche, Xing's breathing quickened, her legs feeling as heavy as lead. The faint silhouette of the giant ape seemed to transport her back to that moment. Ah, the Tokyo School's crowd is all gathered. Are they here to welcome us? A frivolous female voice suddenly rang out. She abruptly lifted her head, only to find the Kyoto School's group had entered the gates of Tokyo High School without her realizing. However, the subsequent words from the other side made her heart race. How disgusting. Damn it. She's pupils contracted sharply. Sanluan Xia, noticing her twitching lips, mechanically turned her head and said, "Listen to me. Whatever you do, don't stay close to Zen and Maki. Although the likelihood is slim, for the sake of your safety, I still recommend you avoid her." Huh? Shi-senpai, what are you talking about? No, you don't need to concern yourself with what I'm saying. Just do as I suggest. And that first-year newcomer over there, the particularly burly one, if you encounter him, my advice is to run. Of course, the premise is that you can escape. Shi-senpai, do you know him? But didn't you say newcomers are nothing to worry about? That is true. But that guy is something else entirely. Although Shi's strength barely grazed the edge of sea level, in this world, she could be considered one of the top-tier sorcerers. Especially when dealing with those without regenerative abilities, she could almost achieve instant kills. Yet that one individual was someone she could not contend with at all. Initially, she thought he would find some place to indulge and only show up at the final survival game. But who would have guessed that such a powerful being, not even human, would hide in a prestigious school as a student? All right, everyone, let us not turn on each other. A woman clad in a Miko outfit approached from the uphill path, clapping her hands. Upon seeing her figure, Sanluan Xia greeted her immediately. "Teacher Yuta." Yuta nodded and glanced at the standoff between the students at the entrance of Tokyo High School, sighing softly. Kids these days, honestly. Oh, by the way, where's that fool? The group gathered on the path inside the gate. Yet Yuta noticed the absence of that familiar presence. Wakabo is late. Panda scratched his chin and remarked. A fool would never arrive on time, Maki said, hands on her hips, as if it were a matter of course. No one said that a fool is Gojo-sensei, right? The group exchanged banter when suddenly, the sound of a handcart echoed in their ears. Greetings, everyone. I apologize for my late arrival as I was occupied with work. Here, I present to you a specialty I brought from Jingdu. Like a vendor on a train. Wu Tiaowu lifted a package of snacks from the cart. Oh, is this triangular glutinous rice treat, not the famed shingbabayashi? And there are also the sweet buckwheat cookies. Dingzaki Yaohua gazed eagerly at the bag of snacks she received. Indeed, those are the ones, though there is none for the songstress. Who would want such things? The songstress. And Jai retorted with annoyance. And these are for everyone in Jingdu. A talisman from a certain overseas tribe. One by one, red pom-pom figures were distributed into the hands of the crowd by Wu Tiaowu. However, when it came to Jai, Wu Tiaowu shrugged and said, "There is still nothing for the songstress." Fool, I know that without you repeating it. And Jai, her chest heaving with indignation, slapped Wu Tiaowu on the head. Just as she was about to strike again, two figures descended the wide staircase in the distance. Ah, Yayansi, principal of the music school. It's so good to see you. I was worried you might have perished on your journey. You little brat. Yayansi Jiaxing glared fiercely with his lone remaining eye at the grinning Wu Tiaowu, then shifted his gaze to the students from Dongjing High School, particularly lingering on Yuji Itadori and Samuel. Noticing the other's gaze, Wu Tiaowu whispered in his ear, "Don't harbor any ill intentions. All right. Let us return to the matter at hand." Yega Jingdao reassured the two, then turned to the assembled students and proclaimed, "The two-day exchange event between Dongjing and Jingdu is about to commence. The first day's team battle will begin shortly. The curse extermination competition pits teams from both Dongjing and Jingdu against one another, within the designated area filled with curses. The first team to exorcise the lone second-grade curse will be declared the victor. Should neither team succeed before sunset, the winner will be determined by the number of third-grade curses exorcised. Beyond this, there are no additional rules. Even interference with the opposing team is entirely permissible. However, you are all comrades fighting against curses. The purpose of this exchange is to understand one another through competition, so remember not to kill or severely injure your opponents." As Yega Jingdao explained the competition details, he kept a firm hold on the unruly Wu Tiaowu. That concludes the briefing. The competition will commence at noon. For now, you are dismissed. In the lounge of Dongjing School, the students were either seated or standing, contemplating strategies. What should we do? The intelligence from Jingdu is different from what we originally planned. There are 2 additional third years. This puts us at a disadvantage, despite our initial numerical superiority. Maki crossed her arms, addressing the group. There's no need for such worry. Even if they brought 10 more, victory would still be easily within reach as long as Samuel is with us. Dingzaki Yaohua remarked nonchalantly. But Samuel just left. And didn't he say earlier that the enemy was too weak, so he didn't wish to engage, only to observe? Itadori suddenly reminded them that isn't a significant issue. After all, we have undergone extensive training. No one from Jingdu could possibly surpass us, Dingzaki Yaohua said, patting Itadori on the shoulder with a smile. Hearing her words, Maki asked, somewhat perplexed, is this Samuel really that strong? Very strong. Dingzaki Yaohua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Extremely strong, Itadori added quickly. Such uninformative responses were not what Maki sought, so she turned to Fushiguro Megumi, who stood nearby. Megumi, what do you think? Salmon. Dog Roll Taki also looked at Fushiguro with curiosity, eager to hear a more detailed response. After some contemplation, Fushiguro raised a finger and said, if we compare all of us present to a finger, then Samuel would be a fist made of pure steel. In fact, even after spending so much time with him, I still cannot ascertain the extent of his power. So, isn't that similar to Yagobo? Panda exclaimed, a light of realization dawning upon him. The previous special grade incident was also resolved by him, right? Is that true? That guy who looks like Tarzan actually resolved a special grade incident? Tuna mayonnaise? Indeed, Yuji Itadori replied. Samuel single-handedly defeated a special grade curse. Defeating a special grade curse should at least place him at the level of a first-grade sorcerer. Coupled with his robust physique, he should easily handle Jingdu's to-do Aoi. Maki lamented a bit. Meanwhile, while Dongjing was strategizing, the Jingdu group had also gathered under Yayansi Jiaxing's command. In fact, we have 2 essential tasks during our visit to Dongjing. The first is to eliminate the vessel of Sukuna, Yuji Itadori. He is not human. Thus, there will be no repercussions. It will be treated as an unfortunate accident. Upon hearing Yayansi Jiaxing's words, Miwakasa furrowed her brow. To her, regardless of whether Yuji Itadori is a vessel or not, killing is inherently wrong. Beside her, Zenin Maki retorted, if he is indeed the vessel of Sukuna, wouldn't it be quite challenging to kill him? After all, Sukuna is the king of curses. A vessel for him should not be easily dealt with like an ordinary curse, right? No, Yayansi Jiaxing replied coolly. As far as I know, Yuji Itadori currently possesses control over his own body, so there is no need to worry about Sukuna manifesting. However, what is the most crucial aspect when confronting an adversarial sorcerer? It is to imbue the final blow with cursed energy to prevent the sorcerer from becoming a curse after death. The man referred to as Kumo answered. Precisely. As long as the final blow is delivered with cursed energy, there is no concern about the emergence of a curse. And with Yuji Itadori, who controls his own body, he is merely a novice sorcerer who has just entered the sorcery realm. Bang! Before Yayansi Jiaxing could finish, a burly man with his hands in his pockets kicked a nearby sliding door aside. Boring, you can all handle this yourselves. Having never cared for such schemes, he turned to leave. However, Yayansi Jiaxing appeared unfazed, and as the man stepped outside, he calmly added, to do, you need not kill Yuji Itadori, for I have another task for you. Speak up. The old man simply wants to hurry along. The stroll program starting at 11 will feature Takeda as the guest. After a moment of silence, Yayansi Jiaxing suddenly turned his head toward a girl beside him, who was playing with pink dolls with her friend, and said, among this year's first-year students in Dongjing, aside from the vessel Yuji Itadori, there exists another individual of special significance. As first-grade sorcerers, you, to-do, and you, 11, must exert your utmost effort to probe this individual. Who is this person? Is he strong? To-do Aoi expressed sudden interest upon hearing that Jiaxing wanted him and 11, both first-grade sorcerers, to jointly test someone. Meanwhile, 11, still playing with her friend, felt an ominous sensation rising within her. The sorcerer Samuel, possessing a particularly destructive technique. He is the most robust among the 4 newcomers you saw before. As soon as Yayansi Jiaxing uttered that name, the door beside 11 swung open unexpectedly without wind. I refuse. 11, rising alongside Xing, spoke with a calm demeanor. expressing indifference towards both Hu Zhongyu and Sai Mier. Her expression remained stoic while her heart raged internally, cursing the old man profusely. Damn that old fool, if he wants to die. He can send someone foolish like Dong Tao Kuei. How dare he involve me? One day, I'll take out his other eye. Senior 11, Senior Xing. Mi Luan Xia observed the two departing girls without hesitation, then glanced at the deeply scowling Li Yin Si Jiashun, left speechless. Meanwhile, Dong Tao Kuei, who had previously shown no interest, suddenly became intrigued. Old man, from what you say, that fellow named Sai Mier must be quite powerful? Dong Tao. He is not an ordinary sorcerer, Lu Yin Si Jiashun warned. Although he had not witnessed Sai Mier's techniques firsthand, considering the power to destroy a cursed finger, it was reasonable to assume he possessed a formidable technique. Additionally, the fact that he had exorcised the originally assigned cursed spirit from the juvenile detention center, a special grade cursed spirit at that, suggested that Dong Tao alone might not be able to gauge Sai Mier's true strength accurately. Nevertheless, Dong Tao Kuei shrugged his shoulders. I understand. Exorcising a special grade cursed spirit, I can do that too. Alright everyone, I have no time to chat. I must guard my Takeda-chan. Like the two girls before him, Dong Tao departed without a backward glance, clearly dismissive of Lu Yin Si Jiashun's authority. However, unlike 11's abrupt exit, Dong Tao at least accepted the task. Chapter 29, The Exchange Meeting, Part 1. With just 1 minute remaining before the battle commenced, let us invite Teacher Nguji to deliver an inspiring speech. Although injury is unavoidable, we should occasionally help each other. And then, time's up. Wait a moment. Gojo, I say you. Thus, the sister exchange meeting begins. As a resounding shout echoed through the broadcast, Sai Mier leaped onto a tree. Faced with a group of relatively weak students, he felt little interest. His participation in the exchange meeting was primarily to await unexpected arrivals. According to the original storyline, the cursed spirits would launch a surprise attack during this competition to seize the 6 cursed fingers held at the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. However, with the elimination of the entity known as Jin, Sai Mier was uncertain whether the adversaries would stick to the original plan. If they did not appear, he would consider it a tedious competition. Yet, if they dared to show up, he would not spare any of them. Although Sai Mier was unaware of the start time for the last survival game, it was likely to occur within the next 10 days. In any case, he was about to leave, and there was no need to leave those cowardly bugs for Hu Zhong and the others. In a moment of contemplation, an unfamiliar presence suddenly approached him. A cursed spirit? No, not a sorcerer. Boom. A powerful fist descended from above, striking towards Sai Mier. He raised his right hand to block the attack, while simultaneously executing a spinning kick. Crash. The tremendous force collided with Dong Tao Kuei's abdomen, sending him flying and crashing into a towering tree. Perhaps I used a bit too much strength, but it should be fine, right? Your body shouldn't be that fragile. Of course it's fine. Dong Tao Kuei, blood trickling from his mouth, leaped up and landed not far from Sai Mier, his face alight with excitement. You are indeed strong. Dong Tao Kuei, bare-chested, displayed his well-defined muscles, and coupled with the large scar on his left cheek, he resembled a ferocious beast eager for a fight. What intense fighting spirit. Even with mere sight, I can discern the excitement within you. I originally had no intention of fighting, but seeing you so earnest, I shall gladly engage you in a proper match. Sai Mier shed his outer garment and leaped down from the branch. He gazed at the restless Dong Tao Kuei and tore off his shirt. Crack! Crack! Sai Mier clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Don't die, Dong Tao! Deafening sounds reverberated from afar, accompanied by the crashing of trees. How could this happen? What's going on, Tao? Dong Tao realized that the newcomer, Sai Mier, was overpowering him. If they continued to fight like this, they would eventually flatten the forest. Wow. That first year is surprisingly strong. No wonder the principal had 11 team up with Dong Tao. By the way, Tao, where's Hu Zhongyu? What's his location? Zenin Jin, fidgeting with the grip of his gun, fell into a brief silence while holding his phone. Then, in the next moment, no. Accompanied by a bird's cry and an electric sound from Nishimiya, the once clear call suddenly became crackly. Tao, Tao, damn it. Hearing Zenin Jin's low curse through the phone, Fushiguro Megumi casually pressed the hang-up button. Thud. Nishimiya Tao, who had tumbled into a tree branch, rubbed her aching head. She gazed at Fushiguro Megumi, suspended in midair. Surprised, Did Fushiguro Megumi not say his technique was a family technique? Does the 10 Shadows technique allow for flight? However, Fushiguro Megumi was not the only one to astonish. Just a short distance away in another grove, amidst wild laughter, the airborne Ningzaki Yichongwei was continuously pulling nails from her waist pouch. Die, 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 clang, clang, clang. 3 nails infused with cursed energy shot toward a swiftly moving figure below, yet they always narrowly missed. Even so, this did not dampen Ningzaki Yichongwei's spirits. After all, this was her first genuine combat experience since mastering the ability to fly. Unlike her previous ground battles, where she had to constantly be aware of enemy positions and the surrounding environment, being airborne liberated her from the constraints of ground conditions. Pepper-chan, don't you enjoy lurking in the shadows and shooting from concealment? Let us see you try again. That madwoman. Mechanical Maru dodged the 2 nails soaring through the sky, accelerating beneath him with no chance to turn back. Though he was uncertain why this seemingly inconspicuous first-year newcomer possessed a flight technique, he realized that merely running away was not a viable strategy. He had to find a way to change the situation. The pursuit continued, yet gradually. Ningzaki Yichongwei's rate of attack diminished. Mechanical Maru, having failed to find an opportunity to counter, observed the nails lodged in the ground ahead and contemplated. Utilizing nails for attack, akin to Jin's gun, even if she has many nails, her supply must be running low. Sure enough, in the next moment, the aerial assault ceased. Out of nails. Ningzaki Yichongwei held a hammer in one hand, raising the other before her. Watching as Mechanical Maru swiftly turned around, a smile gradually emerging on her face. Now's the time. Mechanical Maru suddenly halted, tearing off the sleeve from his left arm. His palm began to glow ominously, radiating an overwhelming cursed energy. Great exorcism cannon. As she observed the terrifying cursed energy emanating from her opponent, Ningzaki Yaoxiang couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Humph, finally taken the bait." With a crisp snap of her fingers, she calmly declared, "Chuling Zhoufajian." In an instant, a surge of cursed energy erupted from Ningzaki Yaoxiang, causing a multitude of cursed energy responses to manifest within the surrounding forest. The closest reaction to the Mechanical Maru came from a crooked nail embedded in a tree beside him. Bang, bang, bang. The unexpected assault disrupted the balance of the Mechanical Maru, sending the already primed Dapai cannon soaring into the sky. Sayonara, see you next year. Ningzaki Yaoxiang observed the shattered remains of the Mechanical Maru, revealing the last steel nail pinched between her fingers. Ding! Without a hint of suspense, the cursed energy-infused attack effortlessly obliterated the mechanical being before her. As Ningzaki Yaoxiang gracefully descended to the ground, she stretched languidly, pondering. I wonder how things are progressing with Yuji on the other side. In the wooden compartment, an arrow darted along the wall, maneuvering through the intricate corridors. It can even turn? Yuji Itadori exclaimed as he punched away an incoming arrow, only for a figure to crash through the paper window beside him. Crack! Such swift reflexes. Kumo Noritoshi, who had intended a surprise attack, found his wrist caught by Yuji Itadori at the very moment he threw a punch. Bang! With a swift kick to Kumo Noritoshi's abdomen, Yuji Itadori executed a backflip, creating a safe distance between them. In contrast, Kumo Noritoshi slammed against the wall. Cough, cough. Such strength. Could it be that he truly embodies Sukuna's vessel? Clutching his abdomen, he rose to see the innocent-looking pink-haired boy before him, marveling. Sukuna's vessel? Hardly. Yuji Itadori scoffed, a hint of frustration in his voice. I've long discarded the external power of Sukuna. Everything I possess now is the result of my own efforts. Bang! In that moment, his body, honed by gravity, unleashed a terrifying speed. Yuji Itadori became a mere blur, appearing instantaneously behind Kumo Noritoshi. Whoosh! The wind howled as Yuji Itadori unleashed a fierce kick toward Kumo Noritoshi's back. Such speed. Kumo Noritoshi barely had time to shift his body, his tightly shut eyes reluctantly opening. Blood surged. The sudden acceleration of his blood elevated Kumo Noritoshi's physical capabilities, allowing him to partially evade Yuji Itadori's onslaught. Bang! The kick crashed against Kumo Noritoshi's raised hand, the force propelling him backward, skidding along the ground for over 10 meters before he finally came to a halt. This is bad. Principal Yayansi's information was erroneous. Yuji Itadori's strength is not that of a mere novice. His physical prowess rivals that of Tadu Aoi. Without affording Kumo Noritoshi a moment's respite, Yuji Itadori, accustomed to battling at high speeds with Samir, charged at Kumo Noritoshi, unleashing a torrential barrage of punches that rained down upon him. Each blow was infused with Yuji Itadori's full strength. This power, this speed, he aims to kill me. Kumo Noritoshi, who should have been the hunter, was astonished to discover that he was the one being hunted throughout this encounter. In contrast, Yuji Itadori, in the past, might have considered holding back. Yet, all his recent battles had been against Samir, where every punch required his utmost effort. He had heard Samir proclaim, "Yuji Itadori, is this truly the extent of your power?" Bang, bang, bang. As if triggered by some mechanism, a phantom echo of Yuji's name rang in his ears, prompting him to intensify his assault. Kumo Noritoshi, barely holding on, found himself unable to withstand such intensity, constantly enduring without any chance to evade. He felt like a small boat caught in a tsunami. Even as his hands throbbed with unbearable pain, he could not afford to relent for even a moment. For if he allowed Yuji Itadori a single opening, that monstrous strength would surely bring him to his knees. However, as the future head of the Kumo family, how could I possibly lose to an aberration like you? Chi Shui Chao Shu, Chi Fu. Crack. With a sharp sound, a cascade of blood transformed into ropes, binding Yuji Itadori's limbs entirely. Surprised by this turn of events, Yuji Itadori found himself immobilized, feeling the almost numbness in his arms. Kumo Noritoshi quickly distanced himself from Yuji Itadori. He tossed a blood pouch into the air, gazing at Yuji Itadori, who was on the verge of breaking free from the blood bindings. Kumo Noritoshi's eyes shone with determination. As the legitimate son of the Kumo family, I must eradicate this aberration from the world of sorcery. Crack. The blood pouch erupted in midair, countless droplets coalescing into a small blood orb, tightly grasped in Kumo Noritoshi's palm. Chi Shui Chao Shu, Chuan Shui. Boom. The overwhelming destructive force produced a resounding explosion, even affecting the two combatants engaged in the distant forest. Ugh. Casting aside the massive tree that had pinned him down, Tadu always spat out blood, glancing at the billowing smoke rising in the distance, furrowing his brow. Could Kumo really create such a commotion? The Chi Shui Chao Shu does not possess such destructive power. Samir twisted his neck, observing the rising smoke with a slight smirk. What he had just sensed was undoubtedly an explosion of energy. And amidst that energy, two terrifying cursed powers exuded a foul stench akin to decaying corpses. Finally, those I awaited have arrived. What? Hey, are you trying to escape? Samir suddenly uttered a cryptic remark before vanishing from sight. Completely unaware of what had transpired, Tadu Alloy glanced at the distant building shrouded in smoke and hurried toward it. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged slowly. How frightening, little boy, to possess such formidable techniques. Truly fitting of Sukuna's vessel, capable of communicating with cursed spirits? Kumo Noritoshi was utterly astonished, but as a blast of flames erupted, he heard Yuji Itadori's warning. Watch out. The speed of the flames was too swift, and their dispersed state could not be disrupted through conventional attacks. Wukong Shu. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuji Itadori propelled himself towards Kumo Noritoshi, forcefully shielding him from the raging inferno as they burst through the window. No way. That guy can even fly? The oddly dressed, diminutive cursed spirit, resembling a volcano, stared in astonishment as Yuji Itadori soared through the window. However, a sinister smile soon crept upon its face as it remarked, "But what does that matter?" Boom. Before Yuji Itadori could even land, a swarm of uniquely shaped flying insects surged forth from behind him. Holy chone. Yuji, fly up. Kumo Noritoshi, held firmly at Yuji's waist, noticed the incoming swarm of insects. Although he had no idea what they were, he sensed the terrifying cursed energy they contained. All right. Without questioning or doubting, Yuji Itadori ascended toward the sun above. Meanwhile, Kumo Noritoshi extended his right hand, proclaiming, Chi Shui Chao Shu, Chi Fu. Blood continuously flowed from the body, transforming into a fine web that ensnared several flying insects. The moment the web made contact with the insects, a series of violent explosions erupted within it. Damn it, tiger should descend. Understood. Merely one flying insect had perished, yet the blood web was shattered, closely followed by 6 more insects. Considering the explosive power of the insects, Kumo Noritoshi had no time for contemplation. As the approaching insects drew nearer, he disregarded any limitations. An unceasing flow of blood surged from his body, morphing into arrows of crimson that shot forth. Boom, 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 one after another. The flying insects were intercepted and detonated mid-air. Yet, despite this, one managed to slip through the net. Not good. Kumo Noritoshi watched as the insect was about to collide with the back of Tiger Shit. At that moment, his mind came to a sudden halt. Indeed, the insect aimed to attack the back of Yujin Tiger Shit. If he were to release Yujin now, given their current altitude, he would not perish from the fall, and could even eliminate this anomaly, Yujin Tiger Shit. A treacherous thought surged within him. He cast a fleeting glance at the close proximity of Yujin, and the gentle voice echoed in his ears, "Run." Suddenly, Kumo Noritoshi felt an inexplicable lightness, as if he had lost some constraint. But almost immediately, a sensation of weightlessness pulled him downward towards a tree. In the air, Tiger Shit, unable to evade in time, was struck by the insect. Yujin Tiger Shit. He could not comprehend why his intended target, in such a dire situation, would willingly incur injury to protect him. Just like earlier, had Yujin utilized his flight abilities to escape from the start, he would not have found himself in such a predicament now. The only one who would perish would be the useless self. But why? Why, despite having declared his intent to kill, did Yujin still choose to save him? Even to this extent. Damn the blood manipulation technique. A strand of blood, condensed into a rope, surged towards the insect, yet could not touch its body. At that moment, a furious voice suddenly rang out, "Don't move." Buzz. Like a decree, the moment those words were uttered, the insect froze mid-air. Kumo Noritoshi's blood rope ensnared the insect's body. Boom. With a decisive gesture, Kumo Noritoshi crushed the insect with the blood-formed sphere. Oh, another insect has arrived, but wait, The cursed spirit, previously exuding confidence, suddenly noticed a massive shadow cast by the sunlight streaming through the window. What? Accompanied by a murmured phrase. A powerful hand rested on the shoulder of the cursed spirit. When did this happen? I failed to detect it. The cursed spirit, who had completely missed the presence of the opponent, was suddenly engulfed by a sense of dread. The next words confirmed his suspicions. The destruction outside is too great. Please come in and play, special grade cursed spirit, Ruko. Samuel said, clasping his hands together, domain expansion, eternal refinement, and heavy crushing star. Damn it. The late to realize Ruko cursed as he prepared to summon his curse energy, but the moment he turned around, he found himself beneath a violet sky. Chapter 31. The Exchange Meeting 3. How could this be? That guy, Suguru Geto, never mentioned that a special grade was hidden among the students of the high school. Feeling the sudden increase in gravity upon his body, Ruko could not help but become enraged. However, soon after Samuel began attacking him with fists and feet, he questioned, "Why do you never use techniques?" It is known that the terror of domain expansion lies in its accompanying guaranteed techniques. Yet this strange individual, while having expanded his domain and applying its special effects, gravity, upon Ruko, had yet to reveal any techniques. This led him to ponder a rather counterintuitive possibility. Hey, do you not have any techniques at all? Though such a notion sounded absurd, it was not entirely improbable. However, Samuel merely dodged Ruko's several attacks with ease, replying, "There is no need. What I desire is a fair fight. If you wish for me to employ techniques, I can demonstrate them once you're dead." Quite the bold statement from a little brat. Do not think you are the only one capable of domain expansion. Feeling quite displeased, Ruko immediately extended his hands. Unleashing a surge of curse energy, domain expansion, iron cage of the coffin. Cracks spread from beneath Ruko's feet, and the violet sky above was soon obscured by the rising rock walls. Boom. Streams of molten lava erupted from the surrounding walls and ground, causing the gravity that had previously acted upon Ruko to vanish instantly. Yet Samuel merely remained within his domain, nonchalantly stating, "What was once an interesting fight has devolved into a tug-of-war of curse energy. Ruko, you are far inferior to the real deal." The real deal? Suddenly, Ruko realized something. So you were the one who killed the real deal. Unlike you, the real deal provided me with a delightful battle. Damn it. Mere insects. Although I underestimated your kind due to misinformation, the outcome remains unchanged. Furthermore, you humans should value emotions, right? Then allow me to inform you that there is another special grade cursed spirit, like myself, hunting your companions outside. Hunting? Indeed. But fear not. I will soon send you to accompany your companions in death. Huh. As Samuel observed the encroaching domain of Ruko, the anticipation he once held vanished without a trace. replaced by the relentless surge of curse energy. Empty. In an instant, the violet sky enveloped the world once more. The previously five-fold gravity suddenly surged to a staggering 120 times at Samuel's mere thought. No. Impossible. The moment the domain clash was lost, Ruko felt the shadow of death loom above him. Hanami, as if a resonance from the depths of his soul, a large humanoid cursed spirit, wrapped in white cloth and revealing only one arm, paused for a second. However, that single moment allowed an attack to strike her. Success. Maki Tsukumo gleefully beheld the slash she had delivered, yet the next second, a voice shouted from behind her. Get away. Maki. Bang. Sturdy branches sprouted beneath Maki's feet. With her naginata, Maki severed the newly sprouted branches and swiftly turned around, kicking Maki Tsukumo away. Just as Maki Tsukumo was propelled away, a sharp branch suddenly sprouted from the humanoid cursed spirit's body. Slap. After rolling twice along the river surface, Maki Tsukumo painfully rose. Spotting Maki engaged in battle with the cursed spirit nearby. Senpai, be cautious of your back. Understood. Executing a backflip to evade the incoming attack, Maki observed the cursed spirit attempting to pursue, and immediately threw a shuriken. Ping. Like striking steel, the cursed spirit merely raised its hand, deflecting the shuriken. Conversely, Maki, suspended in midair, found herself trapped in a predicament akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Die, child. A sigh, imbued with an exceedingly repugnant sensation, invaded the minds of both individuals present. In the next moment, a massive spiraling branch, topped with an incredibly sharp point, charged towards Maki. So fast. Maki attempted to pivot her body to evade, but all around her was empty air, devoid of any surface to leverage. Now, she finds herself in an almost fatal predicament. Unless... Senpai. Sanluan Xia gritted her teeth, and despite her trepidation, she dashed to the front of Jinshi, the Zenyenryu's simple domain. With a calm and focused mind, a field expanding over 2 meters around her was instantly established. Grasping the hilt of her blade tightly, Sanluan Xia gazed at the tree branch before her, which was thicker than a human, harboring an unwavering belief in her imminent demise. Draw the blade. Whoosh. A terrifying force, akin to a shield, staunchly defended against the branch. Like an impregnable absolute defense, it thwarted all assaults. This. Sanluan Xia stared blankly as the trees before her shattered and flew away. When a familiar voice resonated behind her. Link her. Xing. Ji. 2 bolts of lightning surged forth in an instant. The humanoid cursed spirit attempted to evade, unaware that the lightning had already struck its form. To the left, fully aware of the cursed spirit's intentions, the dark-haired girl, she, swung her right hand fiercely. Bang! It was as though something invisible had collided with it, sending the humanoid cursed spirit flying to the right. Huh, what a surprise, I'm quite strong after all. With a slap that sent the special-grade cursed spirit flying, she patted Sanluan's head and smiled, saying, Sanluan, are you okay? Senpai, overwhelmed with emotion. Sanluan was on the verge of tears, as if she had encountered a savior. Like a koala bear, she clung tightly to Shi, unwilling to let go. In that moment, she truly felt she was on the brink of death. Fool, don't push yourself without strength. Don't you have 2 younger brothers waiting for you to return? I'm sorry. It's fine. You go protect Xing. I'll handle that guy. Hey. Picking up the fallen blade, Sanluan Xia hurried to Xing's side. Watching the 2 tears still glistening on Sanluan's face, Xing gently extended her hand to wipe them away, and then softly said, Sanluan, when we get back, I'll treat you to bubble tea. Really? MHM. Xing smiled slightly at the innocent Sanluan, but when she turned her gaze toward the distant special-grade cursed spirit, a cold shadow reminiscent of a nightmare reflected in her eyes. Let you also experience the terror I witnessed that day. The chaotic whispers inexplicably echoed in her ears. Just as Huayu had risen to assess her surroundings, she found herself enveloped in darkness. This is, as Huayu reached out, she touched something fluffy before her. A doll? Stepping back in astonishment, she was horrified to see a massive figure slowly materializing before her. Roar! The giant ape, towering like a mountain, ferociously beat its chest and suddenly lowered its head. Stare! Those enormous eyes glowed like the moon in the sky, and Huayu felt as if she were frozen in place, unable to move. As the giant ape slowly opened its mouth, a terrifying beam of light erupted forth. No, having felt as if she had died once. Huayu trembled all over, her body overwhelmed with pain. After some time had passed, Her mind finally regained clarity. Die scum. Shi's hands tightened abruptly, and it seemed as if two invisible hands materialized around the floating Huayu. Crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding echoed painfully. Just as Shi prepared to crush the cursed spirit before her, a sudden thought flickered in her mind. She's awake. At Xing's call, a massive branch erupted from the ground, transforming into a wooden dragon. The wooden dragon swallowed Huayu whole, breaking free from Shi's control. A chill ran down Shi's spine as she swiftly turned her hands forward. Bang! A powerful backlash struck Shi. Whoosh! Countless wooden spikes shot out from the wooden dragon. Even though Shi had foreseen it, she could not evade due to the immense range of the attack. Don't forget about me. A flash of blade light cut through, and a figure rushed to stand before Shi. Hiya! Jinshi frantically swung her naginata, forming an impenetrable shield that severed the relentless wooden spikes raining down around them. Yet, as Jinshi resisted the high-speed assaults from above, cracks began to appear on her blade, even though it was a cursed tool. Hey, Kyotos, are you done resting? This blade can't hold out much longer. Ah, that's enough. Steadying herself, Shi took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the clawing wooden dragon above. Get down here. Her psychic energy erupted with full force, striking the wooden dragon's head with the might of a giant hammer. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the once towering wooden dragon toppled to the ground. Drip! Blood trickled from Shi's nose, yet she dared not relent for a moment. Bang! Bang! The wooden dragon thrashed, unable to rise, as if weighed down by an invisible burden. Realizing that such attacks had lost their effect, the struggling wooden dragon suddenly exploded. In that moment of eruption, a powerful shockwave freed Shi from her constraints. In the next instant, a figure darted towards Xing, who lacked combat capability. Sanluan. Xing's eyes glazed over with purple, her hands resting on Sanluan Xia's shoulders as she calmly stated, "Prepare to attack." Understanding, the simple domain was established. Sanluan Xia instinctively assumed her stance, but as a nearly 10-meter-wide light blue simple domain unfolded, both the approaching cursed spirit and Sanluan herself were taken aback. No, it's an illusion. The simple domain was utterly invisible, let alone her own simple domain, which barely exceeded 2 meters. Yet, as Sanluan Xia realized this, the special-grade cursed spirit, Huayu, also grasped the same truth. But that was sufficient. Boom! A powerful force struck from the side. The hesitating Huayu was immediately hurled into the nearby forest. Gasping for breath, Shi glanced at the blood dripping into the stream below, musing inwardly. Truly worthy of being a special-grade cursed spirit, D's psychic energy is still too strained. I must exchange for a witch's transformation in the future. Like being pricked by numerous steel needles, Shi glanced at the distant sky, finally exhaling in relief. It has come to an end. Huayu slowly emerged from the woods, seemingly in disarray, yet she bore no injuries, only a significant depletion of her cursed energy. Ripping away the white cloth that wrapped her left shoulder revealed a pitch-black arm, adorned with a vibrant red flower. Plants do not nurture cursed energy, but my arm can siphon the life from plants and convert it into cursed energy. Huayu gently touched the ground, and she and the others were astonished to witness the surrounding forest withering at an alarming rate, ultimately succumbing to death. The flower on Huayu's left shoulder continued to amass terrifying cursed energy. However, this cursed energy would not return to me. It would flow entirely into this offering flower. If possible, I would rather not resort to this tactic. But Huayu raised her gaze to the four before her and softly declared, "Domain expansion. Dongdongbo. Ji. Buzz." Before Huayu could finish her words, a beam of light shot down from the heavens, severing her left arm. Can it really absorb energy? A robust figure suddenly landed before her, prompting Huayu to retreat hastily. Yet the figure remained motionless. "Who are you?" Huayu inquired, as the man before her exuded an unusual aura, devoid of any cursed energy, instead radiating a strong life force akin to that of trees and plants. This sensation is exceedingly peculiar for Huayu. Yet, rather than responding to her inquiry, that individual curiously inquired as he picked up her severed arm, "How did you manage that?" Chapter 32, The Communication Conference, Part 4. Qi is the embodiment of life and spiritual energy, distinct from cursed energy. Even beings devoid of wisdom possess qi within them. The upper limit of qi can be transcended through training, while its quantity may be replenished through rest. However, I have never witnessed someone like you directly siphoning qi from plants to replenish oneself. This ability to usurp qi, even in my previous life, I had only observed among artificial beings. Jiangling Saimier abruptly tossed the severed limb back to Huayu and spoke. Heal yourself. I wish to ascertain whether you can directly absorb qi from a human body. Huayu received her severed limb, yet her thoughts wandered elsewhere. As she warily regarded the man before her, she reattached her arm. The moment her arm fully healed, a tremendous surge of cursed energy erupted from within her. Be cautious. San Luanxia noticed the sudden spike in cursed energy and quickly issued a warning. Yet, she soon realized that, apart from herself and the seemingly oblivious Jin Shi, the others appeared unconcerned with the actions of that Jiangling. Or perhaps, they possessed immense trust in Saimier's prowess, as if to validate San Luanxia's thoughts. When countless roots tore through the earth towards them, Saimier raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. Boom! A massive sphere of light suddenly appeared within the forest, vanishing in less than a second. Having just dispatched 2 cursed users, Wu Tiaogu glanced at the explosion in the distance, grinning. With Saimier present, there was no need for concern over that side. The next task was to unveil those who sought to profit from the chaos. The union of cursed users and Jiangling, simultaneously bribing sorcerers while creating a commotion at such a gathering. What could their true objective be? It is indeed a puzzlement. Wu Tiaogu muttered mockingly to himself, as a withered finger surfaced in his mind. That was the Shou Nuo finger he had previously taken from Saimier, now securely stored at the secret containment facility of Gao Zhuan, alongside other fingers. However, in the preceding days, he had left a subtle mark upon it. The mark's utility was minimal, merely allowing him to ascertain whether the finger had been relocated. And now, as expected, the Shou Nuo finger had indeed been moved. With this thought, he retrieved his phone and composed a text message to Saimier. Upon sending it, he vanished from his location. Beep, beep, Feeling a vibration from his pocket, Saimier held Huayu's head with one hand while retrieving his phone with the other. The name Wu Tiaogu prominently appeared in the message section, prompting Saimier to casually open the message. Saimier, I need to deal with a few pesky mice here. I leave the conference to you. I'll treat everyone to dinner in Roppongi tonight. Please take care of that. After reading the message, Saimier stowed his phone and resumed gazing at the barely conscious Huayu. Enough. Qi attacks cannot kill you cursed spirits. So cease your charade of death. Quickly inform me of your method for absorbing plant qi. Huayu, her lower half obliterated, chuckled softly before retorting. I know what you aim to achieve. Humans are perpetually insatiable. Despite possessing such formidable life energy within you, you still covet the energy of other lives. What is your intention? Mid-sentence, Huayu suddenly realized that her right hand was grasped by Saimier. Before she could complete her thought, a searing pain shot through her shoulder. Zzz. Huayu screamed in agony as her right arm was brutally torn from her body. With a thud, the severed arm, stained with purple blood, was carelessly discarded on the ground. Saimier regarded the spirit, neither human nor demon, with a calm expression and asked, Tell me, how did you accomplish this? No. Huayu writhed in torment. Yet her resistance elicited only a colder demeanor from Saimier. It seems you are unwilling to share your technique. Saimier glanced back at the others and stated nonchalantly, the Gao Zhuan is no longer in danger. Those injured should seek treatment. Oh, by the way, Wu Tiaogu is treating us to dinner tonight. Be sure to invite everyone. But just as Zhen Shi was about to speak, Saimier had already vanished with Huayu. Meanwhile, San Luanxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hey, did you all hear that? Teacher Wu Tiao is treating us to dinner. Wait a moment. Isn't the focal point that special grade Jiangling? Did you not witness it? Saimier, that first-year student, effortlessly subdued a special grade Jiangling. Zhen Shi looked at her companions in confusion, only to see the black and white-haired girls from Kyoto Academy appear entirely unfazed. Instead, San Luanxia waved her hand dismissively. Why fret over such matters? Everyone is fine. I just wonder how this competition will be judged. Will it be a draw? No. We should have one. 11 retrieved a pill from her pocket, explaining as she swallowed it. Earlier, while Xing was assisting you, we eliminated the vast majority of the third-grade Jiangling. Is that true? San Luanxia gazed at 11 with great enthusiasm. If this exchange truly resulted in a victory for Kyoto Academy, her name would gain recognition among sorcerers. This could lead to greater chances of recommendation and enable her to earn a living sooner. Indeed, but most of it was Xing Sha's doing. Her abilities are well suited for dealing with those with low mental faculties. 26 commands issued, and 26 eliminated, Xing stated calmly. "Oh, Senior Xing, thank you so much." San Lun Xia exclaimed, jumping up to embrace the nearby white-haired girl. The three appeared as harmonious as students discussing which movie to watch after school. Meanwhile, Zhenshi lingered behind them, momentarily at a loss for words. Having just battled a special-grade Jiangling, alongside a first-year student capable of easily suppressing special-grade Jiangling, why did it seem she was the only one concerned? "Hey, you three." Zhenshi attempted to call them back when an inexplicable commotion arose from the woods behind them. "Zhenshi, over here." She turned to see Ding Zi and Fu He emerging from the bushes, accompanied by a panda resembling a gorilla. The panda took a few steps forward, gradually regaining its original form. We won. We won." Zhenshi was still confused about what the panda was saying. Beside her, Ding Zichang pulled out a talisman from her waist pouch, laughing heartily. "Indeed, we have secured victory. That first-grade Jiangling has been dealt with." "But were you not aware of the recent incursion of the special-grade Jiangling?" "We know, but when Sai Mier passed by, he mentioned we need not concern ourselves with that," Ding Zi replied. "Moreover, look, Teacher Wu Tiao informed us as well." Ding Zi then retrieved her phone, searching through it before handing it to Zhenshi. On the screen was written, "To everyone at Gaozhuan, Sai Mier is handling the special-grade Jiangling. You may continue the competition. Love, Teacher Wu Tiao." "How is this possible?" Zhenshi exclaimed in astonishment, only for Fu He to also present her phone, stating, "This appears to be a group message from Teacher Wu Tiao. Did you not receive it, Senior Zhenshi?" "A group message? Wait." Zhenshi suddenly realized something and hurriedly reached into her damp pocket. Ultimately, a sparkling mobile phone appeared before the crowd. Chapter 33, The Exchange Meeting, End. "It has been water damaged. It seems to be broken. I will have to purchase another one." In the hall, the members of Gaozhuan gathered around a table, speaking in hushed tones. The tearful San Lun Xia listened to their words, her heart sinking. That was her newly bought phone, and she had barely used it for a month. One person suddenly suggested, "Surely the mechanical ball can fix it." "The mechanical ball won't be arriving in Tokyo for the time being," said Gamo Nariki as he stepped aside to reveal a battered robot behind him. "Then we can only wait until we return to Kyoto," he concluded. "It's all right, as long as it can be repaired," San Lun Xia said, patting her chest in relief. However, just then, the nearby Itadori Yuji asked, "Why not just buy another one?" "Because I'm broke," San Lun Xia exclaimed, standing up indignantly. "I simply don't have the money to buy a new phone." "But doesn't Gaozhuan pay salaries?" "Just like before, when we completed a task. We received a lot of bonuses." Itadori scratched his head. "Bonuses? Why would there even be bonuses? Newbies like us working on third-grade cursed spirit tasks shouldn't expect any." San Lun Xia replied. "It's because it's a special grade," said Dingzaki Yali nonchalantly. "You must be joking. How could a newbie be assigned a special grade task?" Not only San Lun Xia, but half of the people in the hall also gathered around. "Oh, it was just a special grade task. It was quite easy to get through. And besides, didn't we win this competition as well?" Dingzaki Yali said, appearing unfazed, though her lips betrayed a hint of satisfaction. The figure at the entrance, and Jai twitched her mouth, feeling somewhat speechless. What's with this newcomer whose tone is just as irritating as Maki's? But returning to the matter at hand, was it really all right for only Gojo and that Samuel to resolve this incident? Anyway, Gojo himself said it was fine. I can't be bothered to oversee it, said Yagami Kiyoshi, glaring at the black box in his hand. And Jai slapped her forehead and muttered to herself, that fool Gojo. Initially, when the invasion incident occurred, Yagami Kiyoshi had rushed to rescue students, but was turned away by Gojo on the way. Come on, Principal Yagami, you're getting on in years. There's no need to trouble yourself with such trivial matters. Be careful not to throw your back out. Reflecting on Gojo's words at the time and looking at Yagami Kiyoshi's angry expression, and Jai felt her head was spinning. Principal Yagami, disregarding that fool Gojo for now. But is it truly wise to have a newcomer face a special grade cursed spirit alone? Even if he has experience dealing with them, he's still just a student. Isn't he? Oh, didn't Principal Yagami mention that? Yagami Mazamichi adjusted his sunglasses. Yagami Kiyoshi scoffed. What did he say? That guy is actually an alien? Yagami. Even the higher-ups wouldn't believe such a claim. How could I? An alien? That's Samuel? So he is actually E.T.? No one knew for sure. But I believe in him, just as I believe in Gojo. Suddenly, countless cursed spirits surged from the air, rushing to attack Gojo. However, he simply raised his right hand, unleashing a powerful repulsion. Boom. Countless cursed spirits were obliterated, and Gojo effortlessly dispatched the remaining few. His blue eyes then fixed intently on the man before him, clad in a monk's robe, with a ring of stitches atop his head, as he demanded, "Who are you? Suguru, do you not remember me?" How heartbreaking. No, it can't be. The more Gojo used his 6 eyes to see through the man before him, the less he could believe the possibility. Both his physical form and cursed energy indicated he was indeed Suguru, but my soul denies this answer. Quickly explain, who are you? A terrifying cursed energy erupted from within him as Gojo clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. How curious. How did you figure it out? Suguru removed the stitches from his head, pulling off his skull to reveal a stark white interior. My technique works like this, by replacing the brain. I can switch bodies. Of course, I can also use the techniques inscribed on the body. What I desire is his cursed spirit manipulation, and the potential to leave you in a daze. Gojo sensed something peculiar in the other's words and immediately heightened his vigilance. However, no matter how he looked around, everything appeared ordinary. Noticing Gojo's actions, Suguru smiled slightly. It's pointless. Although I was initially as surprised as you, I quickly understood that there are many existences in this world beyond our imagination. For instance, beneath your feet, have you not noticed? What are you talking about? Gojo inspected his surroundings closely again, but found nothing unusual. Yet the words of the being occupying Suguru body felt eerily plausible. Well, no matter who you are or what kind of scheme you have, as long as I capture you, everything will become clear, Gojo declared, raising his hand to unleash a terrifying cursed energy, reverse cursed technique, red. A small red sphere shot towards Suguru at incredible speed. But just as it was about to make contact, Suguru figure suddenly vanished. He didn't leave, nor was it a spatial transfer. He simply disappeared as if he had never existed. But in the next moment, a purple disk descended from the sky. Do not be deceived by your eyes. As a voice echoed from above, the Suguru that should have vanished reappeared in place. Severed in half, he collapsed to the ground, looking astonished at the man who slowly descended before him. Observing the player count on the report panel, which now stood at 3, Samuel kicked the fallen Suguru toward Gojo. Excessive reliance on something or some ability will ultimately lead to your downfall. Got it. Gojo wiped his face, exclaiming helplessly, in the end, I, the teacher, have been schooled by my student. Samuel chuckled lightly, and then remarked, I've already dealt with the 2 special grade cursed spirits on the Gaojuan side. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Tonight, I'll take you all to Roppongi for barbecue, don't forget. Samuel waved his hand, and then soared into the sky. In the evening, once everything was finally settled, Gojo exited the meeting room. With his blindfold on, he stretched lazily, preparing to sit against the nearby railing when he suddenly caught a whiff of smoke. Shoko, you should quit smoking. Consider this a little reminiscence of my past life. She replied with a chuckle. And you, what thoughts do you have after seeing Geto's body? Thoughts? Forget it, right now. All I want is for those stubborn old men to hurry up and ascend. By the way, Shoko, you're not here to comfort me, are you? I'm merely out for some fresh air and to see if I can capture a photo of someone secretly crying, replied Kaori, smiling softly as she exhaled, extinguishing her cigarette. That would surely leave you sorely disappointed. Haha, as long as you're still in good spirits, that's all that matters. By the way, what do the old men say regarding Sukuna's fingers? After the exchange meeting concludes, they will be uniformly destroyed by the Tokyo Gaojuan. How delightful it is to feel that peace reigns across the land. However, even in times of tranquility, one cannot escape the obligations of work. Wudo Wu chuckled mischievously and then inquired, Xiaozi, are you joining us for dinner? Are you treating? Indeed, though I doubt there will be many attendees. Wudo Wu counted on his fingers, Fushiguro, Inumaki, Maki, and Gakuganji. And in Jai? Why isn't Jai here? In a self-service barbecue restaurant in Roppongi, a group of young individuals clad in matching uniforms had reserved the entire establishment. Observing Wudo Wu's astonished expression, and Jai playfully struck him on the head. You fool. Add some honorifics. Rubbing his head, Wudo Wu glanced at Gakuganji, who was grilling meat beside Yaga, and couldn't help but mutter, Hey, Gakuganji, can you even bite into that? Noticing Wudo Wu's gaze, Gakuganji huffed in response before picking up a skewer of grilled meat. For some reason, Wudo Wu felt a peculiar itch in his fists upon hearing that dismissive snort. Just then, The sound of the door opening announced the arrival of 4 latecomers. Samir and Itadori led the way, each carrying a cardboard box. Following them were Shirjima and Hoshi. Teacher Wudo. Itadori greeted upon spotting him and then called out to the others in the restaurant. Everyone, the ice cream you requested has arrived. Itadori, I want chocolate flavor. Add 1 for me too. Then I shall opt for strawberry. Strawberry? Can Panda eat ice cream? Maki, what about you? Maki curiously glanced at the poised and focused Tadu Aoi, who extended his index finger and gestured for silence. Don't speak, Maki. Takada-chan is currently selecting her favorite sushi. Just as Maki turned away in exasperation, a cup of milk tea plummeted from above. Huh, what's this? Before she could process it, another cup of a different flavor landed in front of her. I didn't know your preferred flavor, so I bought a variety. Maki slowly lifted her gaze to find 2 girls, one black-haired and the other white-haired. Senpai Shirjima. Senpai Hoshi. Seeing Maki on the verge of tears, Shirjima produced an exquisitely wrapped box from behind her. The weight of the box made Maki's eyes widen. No way. As she opened the box and saw the phone resting within, tears welled up in her eyes. At that moment, Inumaki, holding a chocolate cone, suddenly stood at the door. She raised her phone high and shouted to everyone in the restaurant. Hey everyone, smile for the camera. With the click of the shutter, the moment was immortalized. Chapter 34. Return, an anomaly with a sudden surge of energy erupting from within. The terrifying force shattered the stones at his feet. Itadori, your energy is still insufficient. I understand. Itadori Yuji gritted his teeth in response. However, as a wave of intense pain coursed through him, his previously soaring energy plummeted to its lowest point. Unable to suppress the void within him, Itadori collapsed to the ground. Itadori. Samir rushed to his side, catching him, but upon closer inspection, realized that he had already fainted. Has he reached his limit? Samir laid Itadori down on the grass and began to contemplate the experiments of recent days. The day after the exchange meeting concluded, Samir received all the cursed fingers sent by the Jujutsu High. Even those cursed fingers that had found their way overseas for special reasons were located by Samir through his sensing abilities. Thus, he had destroyed all 20 fingers of the dual-faced Sukuna. Simultaneously, Samir anticipated that the 3rd survival game was imminent. Although unaware of the precise countdown, he began testing the feasibility of the Kaioken with Itadori after annihilating the Sukuna fingers. The results, however, left Samir perplexed. It had failed, yet not entirely. The Kaioken was a technique that released a massive amount of energy in an instant, capable of exponentially increasing strength, speed, destructive power, and defense when executed successfully. Yet, what Samir and Itadori had produced was a diluted version of the Kaioken. A dark purple energy erupted from Samir's body, and he felt the release of energy within him. While he could distinctly sense an increase in energy output, both his speed and strength, as well as his defensive capabilities, had not only failed to increase, but had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Samir gazed at the dark purple disk in his palm. Even with minimal energy expenditure, the technique he had invoked possessed remarkable destructive power. It felt as if he had refined the destructive capability of his energy. Apart from that, there were no additional abilities. Unlike the immense strain that accompanied the Kaioken, this specialized enhancement of destructive power demanded an extraordinary amount of energy. Otherwise, Itadori would not have merely fainted after attempting this technique. Perhaps the destructive power could be doubled or even higher, but such experimentation was currently unattainable in this world. Very well, this will have to suffice. Samir looked at the countdown on the report panel and took a deep breath. 3, 2, 1. The survival game begins. As a woman's voice echoed, the report panel displayed, task difficulty matched as C. Task issued. Final battle. The dual-faced Sukuna has successfully descended, and humanity will once again confront the King of Curses. As the most powerful sorcerer, Wudo Wu has perished, and Jujutsu High is now at its final juncture. As a teacher at Kyoto Jujutsu High, you understand your obligation to step forward. Identity: second-year teacher at Kyoto Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. Objective: eliminate the dual-faced Sukuna. The dual-faced Sukuna? Samir's first impression was of a multitude of various fingers, and his second impression was of Itadori, who had been struck and left reeling from a punch. Although the so-called Sukuna appeared weak, why had Wudo Wu met his demise? Samir found himself puzzled by the circumstances surrounding the projection world S. Wudo Wu. Returning to his senses while situated in a high-rise, Samir noticed a throng of unfamiliar individuals around him. They were engaged in animated discussions, seemingly strategizing on how to confront Sukuna. Ignoring the arguing crowd, Samir spotted two familiar figures approaching him. Samir, Shirjima, and Hoshi hastened to his side, with the former speaking first. The task has escalated to sea, and there is no division of factions, indicating that this so-called dual-faced Sukuna must be formidable. What do you think? Should we collaborate? Collaborate? Samir raised an eyebrow and inquired, how would we collaborate? We can incite the NPCs from the same faction to drain the dual-faced Sukuna's energy, and once the time is right, the three of us will strike together. I can use telekinesis to control his movements, while Hoshi can link with you to read the enemy's thoughts. This way, you'll possess a significant advantage in battle. A commendable proposal, Samir nodded, then turned to say, but I think not. Not. Why not? Consider it further. I have some items that could pose a threat to that Sukuna. But Samir merely waved his hand dismissively, kicking the shattered glass on the ground. Bang! Amidst a cacophony of shattering sounds, Samir leapt down. Who was that just now? It seemed to be Samir. Samir? That person? Ignoring the murmurs behind him, Samir surveyed his surroundings. As he expanded his perception to a 50-kilometer radius, he detected a surge of formidable cursed energy, distinctly more potent than normal techniques. It stood out like a luminescent firefly in the night, weak yet discernibly bright against the backdrop of darkness. Perfect, I shall test my new ability on you. With that, Samir ceased to suppress the energy within him. Dark purple waves of energy, almost tangible, enveloped his body. Although his strength diminished somewhat, it remained acceptable, and the increase in energy was comparable to that of the Kaioken technique. The sudden spike in power left Samir feeling somewhat unsteady, and for a fleeting moment, he even entertained the thought of transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. No, this surge of energy could affect my emotions. It engendered a sense of lightness, reminiscent of cursed energy? Of course. How could I have not realized sooner? This loosely bound yet devastatingly destructive force is precisely cursed energy. Samir had an epiphany. The current surge in his energy was merely an expansion in its form, sacrificing quality for quantity, akin to freezing water into ice. While this energy might be terrifying for those weaker than Samir, it would appear somewhat fragile against equals. It was rather useless, yet suitable for obliterating similarly large but weak entities. Contemplating this, Samir raised his hand towards the sky. With a swift motion, a colossal luminous wheel erupted from his palm, its diameter expanding to a staggering 1,000 meters in an instant. Visually, it was indeed awe-inspiring. Samir remarked casually as he hurled the luminous wheel toward the distant source of cursed energy. Like a rotating sun, the massive dark purple disk soared through the air. The onlookers, who had gathered at the window due to Samir's abrupt exit, were taken aback by the sudden illumination of the dark purple glow. What is that? A UFO? Through the glass, they could see the immense light racing across the sky, yet none could comprehend its true nature. Only two girls standing in the corner exchanged glances amidst the shock. B class. Perhaps even more than B. Is that an A class? I don't know. I've never seen an A class before. 11's astonishment lingered, as it dawned on her why the nightmarish realm forbade the presence of anomalies. In a C-class world, the emergence of B-class or even A-class entities would be catastrophic for other players. If anomalies wished, a single individual could obliterate countless teams, perhaps even large guilds. As the immense dark purple wheel traversed the sky, the two figures of Shuku, seated atop several corpses, suddenly felt an unsettling tremor within. What is happening? Why do I feel fear? This inexplicable dread ignited a wave of anger within Shuku. No, impossible. In this world, I alone reign supreme. I cannot feel fear. Or is this the work of someone's technique? Shuku immediately stood, scanning his surroundings. However, despite his frantic search, everything appeared normal, save for the dark purple glow. The dark purple light? When did this happen? Shuku abruptly looked up, his four eyes fixed on the sky. But as he comprehended the situation, all that remained before him was an endless expanse of dark purple light. In an instant, the colossal wheel obliterated Shuku upon contact. Much like skyscrapers and Earth disintegrating before its might, reduced to mere ashes. Amidst the resounding explosion, a female voice declared, task completed, returning to the nightmarish realm. A golden light descended from above. When Samir regained his senses, he found himself back in the main god space. Reward settlement in progress. Daily task completed, 500 reward points. First round of survival game completed, 2,000 reward points. Second round of survival game completed, 2,000 reward points. Third round of survival game completed, 2,000 reward points. Current account balance, 6,513 reward points. With over 6,000 reward points credited, Samir felt an instant surge of wealth. Yet, upon checking the lineage section, he discovered merely a trivial ability to awaken cursed energy. See modification, Cursed Energy Awakening, cost, 14,000 reward points. Gazing at the somewhat exaggerated figure, Samir closed the lineage tab and opened the items section. Unlike the lineage, which had only one addition, the items tab brimmed with numerous cursed tools from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. If that is the case, Samir selected the anchor point and indeed found anchors belonging to the Jujutsu Kaisen universe. Just as he was about to close the anchor point, a message suddenly popped up on the blue screen. Would you like to exchange the C-Class Shattered Anchor Point for 3,000 reward points? No. Samir unhesitatingly pressed no. Though the names differed, he could surmise that the so-called Shattered Anchor Point was merely the entry ticket 11 had given him. That ticket held significant value. How could he possibly exchange it for mere reward points? Yet, shortly after Samir closed the anchor tab, the same message reappeared. No. Growing weary of the incessant prompts, Samir was baffled by the main god's erratic behavior. Regardless of the madness, he refused to sell this free ticket. With 60 days to select his world, even a casual visit to any location could serve as a 2-month training environment. However, just as Samir prepared to continue training and purchase some equipment, the screen flickered again. Kamehameha. The immense dark purple energy wave surged towards the distant light beam. Once his frustration had fully dissipated, Samir coldly declared to the beam, "I refuse." The beam offered no response, but thereafter, Samir encountered no further unexpected messages. Finally free to train in peace, Samir unleashed all his energy and activated his domain. Under 120 times the gravity, the environment proved far more conducive to rapid advancement than a mere zero-gravity setting. Yet, as Samir practiced within his domain, outside of his sight, the colossal beam began to radiate a golden light. Concurrently, in an inconspicuous light point within the infinite world, an unfamiliar soul descended from above. When the domain was released, Samir gazed suspiciously at the immense light beam before him. "Main God," he tentatively called out. However, the beam remained unresponsive, continuing to resemble a mere decorative object. Not wishing to dwell further on it, Samir opened the screen and exchanged for an abundance of food. It seemed that as his combat power increased, so did his appetite. While devouring the rice in his bowl, Samir pondered the use of that entry ticket. In the realm of C's Jujutsu Kaisen, it is conceivable that Samir might discover worlds akin to that of Jujutsu Kaisen. However, the number of worlds that could genuinely aid him is rather limited. In fact, a considerable portion would merely serve as a holiday resort, granting him an additional 60 days for training. Thus, only the world of Hokage remains, which surely cannot be someone else's anchor world. Samir set aside the stack of plates before him and retrieved the entrance ticket from his storage ring. Gripping it tightly, he silently recited the name of the Hokage world. Instantly, an inexplicable stream of information flooded into his mind. Although he could not comprehend the characters, the meaning was clear. Entry to the world of Naruto was possible. At this juncture, his mind began to formulate a plan. The upcoming days would be dedicated to relentless training and rest. Chapter 35, An Abnormal Hokage, Part 1, Within the Dense Forest. Several oddly dressed young men and women were traversing the woods. They numbered 4 in total, 2 males and 2 females. The males donned brown armor, their foreheads adorned with forehead protectors bearing the symbol for ninja. One of the females wore a sleeveless purple short coat, her golden hair and azure eyes accentuating her slender figure. The other was clad in a white and purple outfit, her long black hair cascading down her back. What was particularly striking were her white eyes, devoid of pupils, with veins visibly protruding around them. The quartet navigated the trees, either stepping on branches or scaling trunks. Suddenly, the woman with white eyes halted at a tree, exclaiming, "Wait, there's someone ahead." The others followed her gaze and indeed spotted a large figure on the path not far away. The individual seemed to have noticed them too and was approaching. As the figure drew nearer, they realized it was a remarkably robust man, clad in a black t-shirt and white tapered pants. His muscular physique straining the loose fabric of his shirt, which revealed the clear contours of his muscles even through the cloth. Upon closer inspection, they discovered he was merely in his early 20s, possessing an attractive appearance, yet his deep-set eyes instilled a sense of dread. Is he an enemy? One of the men inquired as they raised their hands. No, he bears no black triangular mark, yet he also lacks the insignia of a ninja, replied the woman with white eyes. So he is neither an enemy nor a ninja? The blonde woman furrowed her brow and declared, Hinata, you all go on ahead. I will approach him. If he is indeed an enemy, do not concern yourselves with me. The priority is to deliver the seal. Hinata felt a moment of inner conflict, but ultimately nodded in agreement, considering the current circumstances. Just as the group prepared to act, a sinister chuckle echoed from above. Hee hee. You won't be going anywhere today? A gust of wind swept through, stirring countless leaves. The group instinctively raised their hands, failing to notice the rapidly approaching figure concealed within the foliage. Only Hinata, with her white eyes, suddenly shouted, Be careful. They are hiding among the leaves. Oh, Byakugan? I thought all the Hyuga clan had been eradicated. A man clad in black armor suddenly burst forth from the swirling leaves, kicking towards Hinata. Bang! With no time to evade, Hinata thrust her palms forward and swiftly twisted, activating her technique. A blue barrier enveloped her, and the once relentless assailant was sent flying backward. Without pursuing the fleeing man, Hinata immediately turned to her companion. However, the three who were less adept in physical combat were struggling against their own attackers, each clad in black armor and bearing the black triangular mark, overpowering them. Damn it! The man in brown armor, infuriated by the relentless assault, distanced himself slightly, raised his hands to form a seal, and then shouted, Doton, Iwateko no Jutsu. Several stones were expelled from his mouth, hurtling towards the enemy like bullets. Bang! Yet, before the stones could reach their target, the opponent vanished without a trace. What? The man, caught off guard, quickly turned around, only to witness the slight upturn of the enemy's lips. Bang! A fist shrouded in dark energy pierced through his body. The man stared blankly at the bloodied fist emerging from his chest, his hands dropping helplessly. Long San, the man, fighting desperately in the distance, was consumed by rage upon witnessing his comrade's demise. Yet the present circumstances left him with no assurance of his own safety, let alone avenging his friend. Observing Ino, who was similarly besieged, he executed a backflip to evade an incoming punch from an enemy and immediately formed seals upon landing. Damn it! Doton, Doken no Jutsu. With a resounding clap of his hands upon the ground, the earth trembled beneath him, rising like a small mountain to block the advancing foes. Ino, take the seal. He retrieved a palm-sized scroll from his pocket and tossed it towards Ino. Then, he faced the three enemies charging at him, his heart ablaze with fury. You wretched minions of evil, prepare to perish. Doton, Retsudo Tenkan. With a thunderous roar, the ground split and mountains crumbled. Amidst the deafening cacophony, the small mountain beneath him collapsed, burying not only his foes but himself as well, having exhausted all his strength. No, Ino rushed towards her companion, desperate to reach him before it was too late. Yet, before she could take a step, a figure suddenly leapt from the thicket, aiming directly for her. Air palm. Bang! A gust of wind surged from Hinata's palm, colliding with the unexpected enemy. Reacting swiftly, Ino performed her own technique, ninjutsu, Shintenshin no Jutsu. In an instant, the advancing enemy froze in place, only to resume their approach as Hinata's attack was imminent. Caught off guard, the enemy was sent sprawling against a nearby tree. However, within mere seconds, he rose as if nothing had happened. Futile, I am not like those three foolish subordinates. As a divine attendant, I have received blessings twice. Your attacks can hardly harm me. As he spoke, he proudly raised his right arm, marked with the black triangular seal. Double seal. Upon seeing the mark on the man's arm, both Hinata and Ino felt a chill run down their spines. An enemy with a single seal was already comparable to a Jonin, and now they faced one with a double seal. If the information was accurate, this foe not only possessed the strength and flight capabilities of a single seal, but should also wield an attack akin to the tailed beast bomb. After boasting about his arm's markings, he snapped his fingers and declared, In truth, with your beauty, there is no need for you to hide from those ninjas. The Lord God favors young and lovely women like you. How about this? You hand over the seal, and I will escort you to meet the Lord God. Perhaps, if the Lord God is pleased, I may be granted new blessings, and you too could become his divine women, enjoying a life beyond the mortal realm. Dream on. Before the person could finish speaking, Jingya angrily interrupted him, declaring, "Even if I perish here, I will never bow to that demon." The man sighed, realizing that they were unwilling to comply. "What a pity. I had hoped to test you in hopes of earning the favor of the divine. However, since you refuse to cooperate, I shall be compelled to take action." With that, he raised his right hand towards Hinata and Jingya. In an instant, a terrifying energy began to coalesce in his palm. A blinding light emanated from the man's hand, causing Hinata's pupils to constrict. A massive wave of light erupted from his palm, sweeping across the land and obliterating everything in its path. Jingya escaped with the seal. Despite her trembling voice and heavy legs, which felt as though they were laden with lead, Hinata gritted her teeth at the events of the past few days and resolutely positioned herself in front of Jingya. As the scant chakra within her surged forth, her gaze grew ever more resolute. Huitian, a technique that she had once deemed unattainable now, became her final resort. A swirling orb of light blue energy appeared before the colossal wave of light. Upon their collision, the resulting shockwave sent Jingya flying. Hinata, Jingya frantically formed hand seals, attempting to control the distant foe. Yet the bizarre energy emanating from the opponent rendered her efforts futile. Foolish mortals. Even so-called ninjas are but weak beings. Go to your doom in despair. The man bellowed, expanding the wave of light even further, while the struggling light blue orb began to be consumed. Given the dire circumstances, Jingya, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to retreat. "I'm sorry, Hinata," she said, filled with guilt as she swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Hinata, who was still holding on, began to drift into a daze. Her chakra was depleting. The relentless assault from the enemy continued, and her body grew heavier. The once rapidly spinning Huitian could no longer be sustained. As the light blue chakra dissipated entirely, Hinata gazed helplessly at the approaching wave of light and closed her eyes. Interesting, a sudden unfamiliar male voice resonated before her. Startled, Hinata opened her eyes to find a broad figure had appeared before her. A key blast emerging in the world of ninjas. Was this the so-called anomaly? Samir braced himself against the incoming wave of light with one hand. Glancing at the report panel before him, a smile curling on his lips. Current world, Huaing Renjia, Deep Domain. Remaining exploration time, 60 days. Warning, the current world is situated within the Deep Domain, devoid of level restrictions and certainly containing anomalies. The familiar report panel was not the creation of the Master God, but rather a presence Samir had previously encountered in the world of sorcery. Absurdly, even on this panel, there were messages left by the Master God. The current world is too perilous. It is advisable to abandon the remaining exploration time. Abandoning it allows for immediate exit from the current world, with the remaining exploration time proportionately converted into reward points. Though he was uncertain about the so-called anomalies, Samir couldn't help but smirk at the Master God's insistence on abandoning the exploration. He may have known nothing, but seeing the Master God repeatedly pressuring him to forsake the opportunity to explore led him to conclude that the so-called admission ticket he possessed held significant value for the Master God. Otherwise, the Master God, who had always required him to complete tasks before departing, would not have allowed him to retreat prematurely this time. Suspicious and deliberate. Though unaware of your plans, I too have my own designs. Without casting another glance at the glowing panel, Samir suddenly exerted force with his raised right hand. A 5-meter-high dark purple key wave erupted from his palm, resembling a colossal beast with an open maw, devouring the slender beam of light and its wielder. The terrifying beam extended for over 1,000 meters, nearly cleaving the vast forest in two. "Who are you?" Hinata gazed in astonishment at the man before her. She recognized him as the stranger she had initially encountered. However, amidst the sudden appearance of pursuing enemies, she had momentarily forgotten his presence. Yet now, both his relaxed attire and the overwhelming power he exhibited piqued her curiosity about his identity. "Samir," the man turned to face her, his formidable muscles outlined by his black t-shirt. "Samir?" Hinata softly repeated his name, then bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Tian Sholi." Before Hinata could finish her introduction, a spatial disturbance emerged behind Samir. A flash of cold light appeared as a short blade, crackling with blue electricity, aimed for the back of Samir's neck. "Wait, Sasuke, he is an ally," Hinata quickly interjected upon recognizing the newcomer. As she spoke, Sasuke retracted the Kusanagi sword he had drawn. That was close. I almost misjudged, Hinata sighed in relief. However, Sasuke, having taken a few steps back, scrutinized the unfamiliar man with a furrowed brow. He hadn't halted out of compliance with Hinata's words. Rather, he had struck at the man, only to find that he had been unable to inflict any harm. Who exactly are you? Samir did not answer Sasuke's question. Instead, upon noticing his faintly violet eyes adorned with intricate patterns, he inquired, Rinnegan? Has Otsutsuki Kagaya been sealed? Otsutsuki Kagaya? The mysterious figure before him prompted Uchiha Sasuke to recall a possibility he had heard of previously. He swiftly drew forth the Kusanagi sword once more. You belong to the Otsutsuki clan. Not quite, but I have indeed come for that reason. Samir regarded Sasuke and casually asked, Do you know where Orochimaru is? Orochimaru? Sasuke, who had been cautious, suddenly relaxed upon hearing the name. Are you one of his former subordinates? He inquired, recalling an encounter 2 days prior with a similar presence, one named Uchiha Shin, who had approached him with a group of children possessing Sharingan, also requesting to see Orochimaru. Observing Samir's silence, Sasuke sheathed his sword and gestured, Hinata, take him to find Orochimaru. I need to check on the others to see if they are in danger. Chapter 36, Anomalous Hokage, Part 2. Shortly after the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War, one night, a meteor shower suddenly descended. Initially, everyone believed it marked the beginning of a new life, only to realize it signified the onset of the world's end. A man who claimed to be a god suddenly attacked the land of lightning and, within a single day, annihilated all the ninja villages. He possessed the ability to enhance strength rapidly, creating countless followers marked by black triangular symbols. They referred to themselves as the god's vassals, each endowed with formidable power and speed, even mastering the ability to fly. In an elevator descending into the depths, a man and a woman conversed while awaiting its arrival. The individual commanded the entire shinobi world to submit to him, yet there remained a faction of ninjas, much like ourselves, who refused to capitulate. However, given that the world is now under their dominion, most ninjas have scattered, hiding in various corners of the globe, employing our own means to resist that so-called deity. Those who pursued us earlier were the so-called chosen of the god. I grasped the implications of chosen of the god, but what of the deity itself? What has that entity done apart from annihilating all the ninja villages? Hinata shook her head and replied, Ever since he obliterated the ninja villages and slaughtered many of the rebellious ninjas, he has remained in the divine palace constructed for him by the daimyo of the water country. All actions have been executed by his subordinates, the chosen. These subordinates, in their quest for greater power, will go to any lengths to please him. Many female ninjas, upon capture, were sent to the divine palace to become his playthings. Despite proclaiming himself a deity, he merely hides within the palace indulging his desires. The deity Hinata described evoked a sense of discomfort in Samuel. It was reminiscent of a toad, endowed with divine power, whose only aspirations were to seize the pond before it and relish more sustenance, monopolizing more female toads. Samuel did not dismiss the possibility that this being possessed formidable strength, potentially exceeding his own, yet akin to how the chosen wield powers not inherently theirs. This deity might also command forces that do not rightfully belong to him. Samuel acknowledged that, for a fleeting moment, he felt a spark of interest towards this so-called deity. Or perhaps it was merely curiosity about the deity's power. We have arrived. As the elevator came to a halt, Samuel's focus returned to reality. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a brilliant light flooded into the compartment, revealing a vast underground city. Dozens of 5-meter-wide incandescent lights hung from the metallic ceiling, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. Following the beams of light, bustling streets came into view. The buildings lining the streets were predominantly wooden, each with unique designs. Some adorned with signs indicating various establishments, a ramen shop, an izakaya, a bathhouse, and a convenience store. Surrounding the city was a grove, with a river bordering its edge. On the opposite bank lay 2 expansive plots enclosed by fencing. One was filled with a variety of vegetables, while the other resembled a pasture, housing numerous cattle and sheep. At the city center stood a towering metallic spire, prominently etched with the symbol of Konohagakure. At that moment, a glimmer of joy appeared on Hinata's face. She walked ahead of Samuel, smiling as she said, Samuel, welcome to the new Konohagakure. The scene that unfolded before Samuel as he entered the city, busy adults and laughing children, was striking. The ability to conjure an entire city hundreds of meters underground astonished him, evoking a sense of awe far more profound than mere destruction. I'm so relieved to see you safe, Hinata. Just as Samuel walked alongside Hinata on the city path, a golden figure suddenly dashed towards them. I encountered Sasuke on my way back and immediately informed him of your situation. I was actually fine, you know. See that I'm all right. Hinata, observing her friend with swollen eyes, gently embraced her in comfort. Ino, unable to contain her tears, cried out, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being too weak. Feeling the tears fall onto her, Hinata paused momentarily before smiling and patting Ino's back, saying, What are you talking about? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even secured the sealing scroll from the outset. But Ryu-san and the others, Ino, Hinata interjected, wiping the tears from her friend's face, her voice softening. You have done enough. Ino nodded gently. Hinata then smiled at her and gestured towards Samuel, saying, Ino, this is Samuel, my savior who rescued me just moments ago. Samuel, observing the robust figure behind Hinata, sparked recognition in Ino's mind. You were the one in the forest. So you are a companion? I am Yamanaka Ino. Thank you for saving Hinata. Samuel nodded, but his gaze was drawn to a slender figure approaching. It was a man clad in a white lab coat, his long black hair parted in the middle, tied back into a low bun at the nape of his neck. One of his eyes was obscured by hair, revealing a golden left eye, its corners adorned with a ring of purple shadow, his skin fairer than most women. Orochimaru, the man advancing from a distance, was the very individual Samuel sought. However, in contrast to Samuel's calm demeanor, Orochimaru appeared unexpectedly surprised. Upon receiving the summoning message from Sasuke, he had presumed yet another of his past experiments had come to seek him out. Yet upon seeing Samuel, he realized it was far from what he had anticipated. Follow me. After glancing at Hinata and Ino, Orochimaru left Samuel with this directive before vanishing from sight. Samuel, without further ado, followed suit. You should not recognize me. At the pinnacle of the tower, Orochimaru scrutinized Samuel while speaking. He was certain that the strong man before him was neither one of his past experiments nor a former collaborator. Yet, Samuel's words pierced through. Indeed. You do not know me, but it suffices that I know you. Let me take a guess. You are neither a deity's subordinate nor a ninja of Konohagakure, nor perhaps even a ninja at all. Yet you seek me out, even amidst this perilous environment, arriving from an unknown location in the land of fire. This suggests you possess considerable strength, yet you face issues that compel you to seek my assistance. Am I correct? Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing the deductions, Samuel couldn't help but applaud. Indeed, you are the most brilliant scientist in the shinobi world, and you are correct. I have come to negotiate a transaction with you regarding genetics. Genetics? Orochimaru scoffed. I shall not engage in any dealings with a person of such dubious origin. Furthermore, are you not concerned about potential traps I might lay during our transaction? I need not worry about such matters, for if I did not trust you, I would not have sought you out, Samuel replied, his demeanor unfazed by Orochimaru's potential machinations. Orochimaru, taken aback by Samuel's unwavering confidence, found himself at a loss for words. All of his past collaborators had been steeped in schemes and mutual distrust. Yet, this individual before him was either naively optimistic or possessed a means to resolve his concerns. Orochimaru leaned towards the latter. Humph, since you have stated it so plainly, let us discuss the transaction you proposed. Samuel's lips curled into a slight smile. I want you to assist me in researching the genetics of the Otsutsuki clan. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what this man was articulating. Yet Samuel reiterated, I want you to assist me in researching the genetics of the Otsutsuki clan. The monotonous tone of his voice was akin to casually mentioning dinner plans. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Do you understand what the name Otsutsuki signifies? Otherworldly visitors, progenitors of chakra, or perhaps the sage of six paths. Since you are aware of these matters, you should also recognize that what you just stated is unattainable. Unattainable? Why is it so? Given your capabilities. The fundamental challenge posed by Otsutsuki's genes is not significantly different from that of Uchiha Sharingan or Hashirama's cells. Upon hearing Sai Miere's words, Orochimaru's first reaction was to question how the other party could possibly know such information. However, he quickly recalled that Uchiha Shin had just arrived here not long ago. This is not merely a matter of difficulty. His resonant voice echoed softly, asserting that regardless of your desire to become part of the Otsutsuki clan, any experiment involving genes necessitates samples. The so-called Otsutsuki clan, aside from the sealed goddess of the moon, consists solely of the Sage of Six Paths, who has long since returned to the Pure Land. Orochimaru couldn't help but admire the naivety of the person before him. If it were indeed feasible to study the so-called Otsutsuki genes, he would not have devoted himself to researching the so-called perfect sage body. However, unbeknownst to Orochimaru, the impossibility he spoke of was interpreted by Sai Air as confirmation of a successful experiment. Therefore, as long as you possess a sample, you can indeed research the Otsutsuki genes, correct? Theoretically, that is the case. But what about the compensation? What is it that you seek? The annihilation of the world? Or perhaps dominion over the earth? Or an endless supply of wealth? Certainly, if you desire something else, anything within my capabilities, I can provide it for you. What? Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. He began to suspect that the man before him might be insane. Yet the confidence radiating from him made Orochimaru wonder if he truly possessed such power. Alternatively, perhaps it was Orochimaru who had lost his sanity, and everything unfolding before him was merely an illusion. Could it be that I have fallen under a genjutsu? Not dismissing this possibility, Orochimaru hastily formed hand seals to dispel the illusion, but after several attempts, he found no success. The madman before him not only remained but also patted him on the shoulder, saying, "As long as you can complete this research within 60 days, even a half-finished product will suffice. Our agreement will be deemed successful." Feeling the tangible sensation of the man's hand on his shoulder, Orochimaru instinctively took a few steps back. He suspected that the one casting an illusion on him might be Uchiha Sasuke, but considering the current state of the world, Sasuke likely had no time for such trivial matters. The only other possessor of the Sharingan was Uchiha Shin. "Indeed, it is you who is orchestrating this," Orochimaru suddenly shouted. Immediately, from the rooftop of a 3-story wooden house behind him, a man clad in a black robe adorned with red cloud patterns lifted several eyes from his body to gaze upon Orochimaru atop the tower. Noticing the intense stare from behind, Orochimaru turned to find that the source was Uchiha Shin. However, since Uchiha Shin had not employed genjutsu on him, did that not imply? Orochimaru slowly turned around, meeting a pair of profound eyes. "Have you considered our agreement?" Everything before him was not an illusion. The calm demeanor of the man was not a sign of madness. Orochimaru scrutinized the man again, unable to fathom how he could make such audacious claims. Just as he contemplated testing the waters, a small snake suddenly slithered out from his feet, regurgitating a palm-sized scroll. Urgent information? Orochimaru quickly picked up the scroll. As he opened it, he abruptly lifted his gaze to Saiyan. "You said that I could ask for any form of compensation. Is that true?" "Indeed." Saiyan nodded, affirming, "Anything within my capabilities. Can you repel the gods?" Orochimaru swallowed the scroll whole, his golden slit pupils now reflecting a hint of anger. "Compared to the chaotic times we currently face, I prefer a more tranquil research environment." As he spoke, Orochimaru removed his white lab coat, revealing a sleek combat outfit underneath. However, his tone bore no anticipation. His previous inquiries were more of an attempt to dissuade Saiyan from repeating his earlier mad proclamations. To his surprise, the man before him nodded without hesitation, stating simply, "It is possible." Those 2 words slipped from his lips, leaving Orochimaru once again frozen in place. The confidence exuded by the man left him in a state of uncertainty. Particularly, that calm affirmation reminded Orochimaru of an old acquaintance. Chapter 37, Abnormal Hokage, Part 3, Water Transformation Technique. As an iron-hard fist struck the head, which should have crumbled, the figure transformed into a puddle of clear water. How is this possible? The assailant stared in disbelief at the scene before him, only to feel his pupils constrict in the next moment. Water release, great water arm. Suddenly, a fist the size of a head emerged from the puddle, striking fiercely at the opponent. The latter swiftly raised both hands to block, revealing a black triangular insignia etched on his wrist. Bang! The terrifying force was instantaneously transmitted to his arms, and the divine sentinel, who had initially underestimated his opponent, was sent flying. "Water Moon, be cautious from behind." Diamond Lock. With a shout, the divine attendant, who intended to ambush Gue Deng Shuiyu from behind, found himself ensnared by chains binding his hands and feet. Regaining his senses, Gue Deng Shuiyu immediately raised his hands toward the assailant. Water release. Water iron cannon technique. Without even forming hand seals, the water bullets shot forth effortlessly, piercing through the opponent's heart. Really, I said we shouldn't linger in such an unsafe place. Observing the shattered metal walls and damaged experimental equipment around him, Gue Deng Shui turned to the red-haired woman before him and inquired, Xiangling, has the situation with Chongwu not yet concluded? There are still a few children who have not evacuated. Vortex Xiangling adjusted her glasses. And as she closed her eyes, she sensed an approaching energy not far ahead. More are coming. Let us hold on a little longer. I'm fine. But if even a few minor henchmen are this troublesome, I can hardly imagine how arduous it must be for Do, who is battling a large enemy force outside the laboratory. Boom. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook above them. Before Gue Deng Shui could finish his sentence, both of them heard a loud roar. That voice belonged to 10,000 snakes. Has Do summoned it with all his might? Gue Deng Shui was taken aback, unable to fathom the intensity of the battle occurring above. Sage Art, White Surge Technique. In the vast canyon at the border of the land of rivers and the land of fire, a massive curtain hung in the moonlit night. Two women clad in black robes and wearing masks adorned with black triangular symbols lifted a lavish long chair, suspended in midair, to either side. A strikingly handsome man, resembling an ancient Greek deity, reclined on the chair. The so-called ninjas are merely a bunch of frogs gazing at the sky, albeit with a combat prowess that could be considered relatively strong for frogs. The man observed the blinding white light blossoming below, his tone laced with mockery. Yet, that which he viewed as mere monkeys was now single-handedly opposing over 100 foes. Like a moving island, the colossal 10,000 snakes devoured the enemies, who were still in shock, one by one. As the enemies regained their wits and sought to evade 10,000 snakes' assault, they failed to notice the earth beneath them shifting. Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, when natural energy erupted from the ground, thousands of sharp stone spires shot up from the earth within a radius of hundreds of meters. Not good. Quickly evade. There is no time. Ugh. The cold corpses were impaled by the stone spires, suspended in midair. Seated high above in the heavens, the man furrowed his brow upon witnessing the scene below. His followers had been engaged in combat with that horned adversary for nearly 10 minutes, yet they had not only failed to vanquish him, but had also suffered the loss of nearly half their ranks. Particularly distressing were the 3 elite guards. Despite their combined combat prowess of 120, they, along with their subordinates, could not subdue a mere ninja. How pathetic. A toad is still a toad, possessing power yet lacking the wisdom to wield it. After such a prolonged struggle, they could not even defeat a mere Yaoshirdo. Observing the tedious battle below, the man abruptly rose and commanded, "Withdraw at once." The once fervent attackers, upon hearing his decree, immediately retreated from Yaoshirdo, bowing respectfully to the man above. "Are you a deity?" Yaoshirdo, weary in spirit, gazed up at the figure suspended in the air and leapt atop the head of Wan Shi. However, as he attempted to scrutinize this so-called deity, the glasses perched on his nose reflected a yellow luminescence. "Who grants you the permission to gaze upon me?" The deity spoke languidly, unleashing a pale yellow wave of energy from his palm. So swift, there was no time to evade. Yaoshirdo, who had just been facing 100 foes, was struck by the wave, which severed both his legs and the head of Wan Shi beneath him. With a thunderous crash, the decapitated Wan Shi collapsed to the ground, its massive form stirring up a tempest of dust. Amidst the swirling debris, a slender figure descended to the earth. A toad should embody the essence of a toad. Kneeling upon the ground suits your identity. The deity's face displayed a flicker of delight as he beheld Yaoshirdo, now prostrate due to the loss of his legs. He strolled through the reverent kneeling of onlookers and approached Yaoshirdo, towering over him as he placed a foot upon his head. Observing Yaoshirdo's futile struggles, the deity chuckled, "What a pitiable display of power. Your vision is confined to this world, like a group of frogs dwelling in a pond, never having gazed at the night sky above. How truly pathetic you are." Yaoshirdo gasped, his hands bracing against the ground, unwilling to bow his head before the figure above. His long-worn glasses reflected the deity, whose golden slit pupils brimmed with wrath. "If you are indeed a god, and if you truly deem us insignificant, then why do you descend into our diminutive pond to showcase your divine might amidst us toads?" Yaoshirdo roared in indignation, the energy within him surging forth. Suddenly, a form materialized from his back. Upon closer inspection, it took the shape of Orochimaru. Senjutsu, Hakai no Jutsu. Senjutsu, Mukai Sensei. Orochimaru unleashed a crimson dragon from his mouth, and simultaneously, the earth beneath Yao Shidou's palm began to tremble violently. Even the so-called deity instinctively closed his eyes at such proximity to the Hakai no Jutsu. In that fleeting moment, the ground beneath him surged upward, layer upon layer, transforming into a prison towering hundreds of meters high. Divine One. The distant followers of the deity rushed towards the suddenly risen prison. Yet, Yao Shidou, prepared for this, would not allow them to approach so easily. His form began to contort. Orochimaru receded into him, replaced by a woman with a flute sprouting from his abdomen. A haunting melody resonated, echoing in the ears of every divine follower. Suddenly, the throng halted, frozen in place. Dreamlike soundlock. A powerful illusion that even the mightiest of Uchiha could not evade. As the followers succumbed to the illusion, the woman before Yao Shidou transformed into a stout man. Tsuchi Doton, Iwa Ryu Dan no Jutsu. The man formed hand seals, summoning a colossal dragon of stone that emerged from the earth, devouring the disoriented enemies. Thus, everything came to an end. Yao Shidou retrieved his glasses from the ground, carefully wiping away the dust. Yet, just as he prepared to don them, a piercing sensation struck. A slender arm protruded from his chest, accompanied by a surge of blood. What? Yao Shidou abruptly lifted his gaze towards the prison above, only to discover a substantial breach had formed in the barrier constructed from immense natural energy. As rubble cascaded down, realization dawned upon him. Had the deity just broken through? Foolish, did you truly believe such a construct could contain me? With a swift motion, the deity grasped Yao Shidou's neck firmly. The moment Yao Shidou had intended to use the Mizu Henge no Jutsu to escape, his energy spiraled out of control. Not only did his intended jutsu fail, but even his regenerative abilities were suppressed. Coughing, Yao Shidou felt the oppressive weight of death bearing down upon him, yet he continued to mock. Even if I cannot defeat you, your subordinates have all perished. However, rather than rage, the deity erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, fool. Did you think a horde of toads holds any significance for me? I could grant them a fraction of my power and recreate thousands like them. Leaning closer, the deity whispered into Yao Shidou's ear, suppressing a grin. Let me share a secret. My might does not merely stem from bestowal, but from reclamation. When those I have blessed perish, their souls do not enter your so-called pure land, but rather transform into pure energy, returning to me. Thus, the more you resist, the stronger I become. How can this be? Yao Shidou felt his heart nearly cease as he processed this revelation, a shock akin to the moment Naruto fell. Once a hero of the ninja world, the strongest among them, now he faced demise at the hands of an unknown celestial entity. And now, this extraterrestrial being had delivered an even graver message. Yet, what could he do with this knowledge? Trapped in a deadlock, Yao Shidou gazed up at the luminous full moon. The moonlight filtered through the shattered lenses of his glasses, forming a blurred visage. As the deity tightened his grip, a terrifying force erupted. Die. In the deity's cold declaration, Yao Shidou closed his eyes. The headmaster truly hoped to see you again. Muscles were relentlessly compressed. Bones creaked under the unbearable strain. All was at an end. The pursuit of perfection throughout his life rendered Yao Shidou nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the deity. Suddenly, a faint call emerged from an unknown source, its tone imbued with gentle warmth. From this day forth, I shall be your mother. A woman, adorned with glasses, smiled as she removed her spectacles and gently placed them upon Yao Shidou's face. Ultimately, those glasses transformed into a radiant violet light. In an instant, a fearsome beam of light surged forth from behind Yao Shidou. Sensing the imminent danger, the deity released his grip and ascended into the higher skies. Yet, just as he believed he had evaded peril, a thunderous voice echoed from the distant heavens. Rise. With all his might concentrated in the Kamehameha wave, Samir, upon sensing the shift in the enemy's form, thrust his hand skyward. As the Kamehameha was about to collide with Yao Shidou, it abruptly veered upward, hurtling directly towards the deity above. A thunderous explosion shattered the clouds in the sky, and the shockwave generated by the blast sent massive boulders soaring into the air. Amidst such overwhelming pressure, a figure seized the opportunity to approach the near-fallen Yao Shidou. You wretched ants, perish. The enraged deity, noticing the sudden appearance of the figure below, raised a hand and unleashed a yellow energy wave. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 gigantic Rashomon gates, adorned with demonic visages, abruptly manifested before the energy wave. Boom. Yet, even these gates, formidable enough to withstand the tailed beast's jade, could not endure the terrifying energy wave for even a moment. Sire, it's all up to you. Orochimaru grasped the unconscious Yao Shirdo, his bloodied right hand striking the ground forcefully. Reverse summoning technique. As black patterns spread from Orochimaru's palm, the distant energy wave surged towards him at an alarming speed. Boom. The straight energy wave acted like a divine eraser, obliterating a section of the canyon's cliff. The figures of Orochimaru and Yao Shirdo were rendered indistinguishable. Damn it! The deity, having been toyed with by the ants multiple times, was now filled with rage, fixing his gaze upon the unfamiliar man who was gradually ascending to his height. Just as he prepared to deal with this individual, he caught sight of the swaying tail behind him. Observing the incredibly robust man before him, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Damn it! Even here I cannot escape the Lord of White Tin's grasp. The fierce winds howled past, and Sire remained oblivious to the deity's musings. Even if he had heard them, he lacked the inclination to respond. The aura emanating from this man was significantly more potent than his own. Chapter 38. The Unusual Hokage, Part 4. Although unable to discern the precise value of combat strength, the unrestrained energy radiating from his opponent suggested that the so-called deity possessed at least 20% greater combat prowess than Sire. Within Sire's perception, the opponent's aura loomed like a colossal dark cloud, engulfing him entirely. This marked the first time since entering the infinite universe that he encountered such a formidable adversary. The warning message from the main deity flickered once more before his eyes, an incessant alert urging Sire to withdraw. It resembled the initial detection when the main deity recognized his possession of an entry ticket, persistently pressuring him to concede. Was the main deity's warning unreasonable? Indeed, it was entirely reasonable, for what Sire faced was not a battle under his control, as in the past, but rather the uncontrollable struggle he had always feared. But should he truly flee? Should he abandon the future he had meticulously envisioned simply because his opponent's strength surpassed his own and danger loomed? Should he convert the remaining exploration time into trivial reward points and return to the path laid out by the main deity? To suppress himself with absolute strength in one weak realm after another, completing those mind-numbingly tedious tasks? To evade those stronger than himself repeatedly? Akin to a vulture scavenging on defenseless corpses? Sire vividly recalled the moment he opened his eyes on Vegeta 3 years prior. Despite being on the brink of adulthood, his combat strength was a pitiful 160, relegating him to mere logistical duties. Day after day, he engaged in monotonous tasks unworthy of even the lowest-tier warriors. Even the healing devices available to lower-tier warriors felt a distant luxury due to his status. Despite 3 years of relentless training, his combat strength barely exceeded 200. What had motivated him to escape Vegeta initially? Sire reflected on his training in the main deity's realm. Lacking talent, he had squeezed the potential of his Saiyan lineage. Recognizing his tail as a weakness, he relentlessly trained it to overcome this flaw. From relying on iron weights to train himself to enduring 120 times the gravity. Those pains and sweat, were they merely to showcase strength before the weak, only to flee in the face of the strong? What nonsense! If my strength was solely for evasion, what purpose did my ceaseless training serve? If I were to flee every time I encountered a formidable opponent, what then would be the meaning of my training? The flickering warnings from the main deity felt exceedingly sardonic to Sire. Did the main deity view him merely as a coward? What, then, was the reason for selecting him? In that moment, humiliation and fury surged within Sire, and the energy he had long suppressed erupted. Boom! A terrifying aura enveloped Sire, manifesting as a deep purple energy wave. A powerful sense of oppression radiating outward from him. This overwhelming pressure even cast its shadow over the land of fire and the land of wind. The distant deity was taken aback. The combat strength had skyrocketed from 4,000 to 16,000. And this ferocity, could this individual truly be a primal scion summoned by the Lord of White Tin from some obscure realm? However, as a surge of energy unexpectedly welled within him, the deity regained a sense of calm. The combat strength provided by the indigenous inhabitants of the 4,000 combat strength realm was far superior to that of the shallow realm. With his original strength of 15,000, he now boasted a combat strength of 19,000. Sensing the sudden increase in power within him, the deity felt assured. His strength was nearly 20% greater than that of his opponent. Under such pressure, the other could not possibly be his match. Furthermore, considering the remoteness of his current realm, the Lord of White Tin would unlikely dispatch another hunter soon. With this thought, a murderous intent surged within him. Let me show you the chasm that separates us. Bang! The battle was set to commence. The two figures moved with lightning speed, their golden and purple auras making them appear as meteors streaking across the night sky. Die! The deity delivered a powerful kick to Saiyer's chest, then brought his palms together, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts akin to a tempest upon Saiyan. The assault materialized before him in an instant, yet Saiyan thrust out his hands, creating a purple barrier that expanded around him. Bang! 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 The violent explosions rapidly depleted Saiyan's stamina, but he paid no mind, fixated solely on the energy of his opponent. Now, the moment he sensed a weakening of the energy in the opponent's palms, Saiyan's barrier expanded dramatically, triggering the energy blasts that had not yet approached. However, as the dust settled, a figure surged forth, engulfed in a blazing purple aura. Bang! A full-force punch landed heavily on the deity's face, but the latter merely tilted his head, pivoting to deliver a kick aimed at Saiyan's waist. Slap! One hand firmly blocked the incoming kick, and using that momentum, Saiyan hurled the deity into the air. With his center of gravity suddenly disrupted, the deity felt a twinge of alarm but remained composed, retaliating with an energy wave that shot forth from his palm. Saiyan likewise unleashed an energy wave. The two terrifying energies erupted almost at point-blank range before them. Boom! The tremendous shockwave sent both combatants flying. Before Saiyan could regain his footing, a sound of slicing air echoed behind him. Slap! With a mighty crack of divine authority, a leg of thunder struck squarely against Samir's back, sending him plummeting to the ground like a meteor. The impact created a massive crater, sending dirt flying in all directions. Just as the deity prepared to unleash an energy wave, several violet energy orbs hurtled towards him. The deity swiftly raised his hand to deflect the incoming orbs. However, as one orb detonated, a shadowy figure of deep violet suddenly materialized before him. Alarmed, the deity, having just thwarted the energy attack, was caught off guard and was immediately struck by a powerful kick from Samir, accompanied by dark crimson lightning erupting from Samir's foot. An unimaginable force collided with the deity's chest. The black flash of energy propelled the deity like a shooting star toward the distant mountains. The sound of destruction echoed as several peaks crumbled under the tremendous shockwaves, crashing violently to the ground. Samir, sensing the relentless energy of his opponent, leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he pursued. With a powerful stomp, the deity created a vast pit in the earth below, yet at that very moment of formation, he charged towards the oncoming Samir. A clash of fists and feet ensued, and they momentarily parted, but in the next instant, their silhouettes appeared in multiple spaces around them, mere afterimages left in the wake of their rapid combat. The true forms of the two combatants had already soared skyward. As the two continued their fierce exchange, terrifying shockwaves erupted, dispersing the clouds that had approached from afar. Suddenly, as they separated once more, the deity beheld Samir rushing towards him from the horizon. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "This farce ends now." In an instant, a terrifying energy surged from the palm of his right hand. As he raised it high, a golden sphere, originally the size of a basketball, expanded to several kilometers in diameter. Samir halted abruptly, his gaze fixed upon the sun that had suddenly risen in the distance, his expression turning icy. Though the amassed power did not threaten to ignite the planet's core as a key blast would, its release would undoubtedly devastate half of the shinobi realm. Nevertheless, Samir felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, a frenzied resolve flickered in his cold eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated his energy into the palms of his hands. This technique would conclude everything. In unison, both warriors unleashed their most formidable attacks. The colossal golden sphere, now expanded to tens of thousands of meters, was visible even from the depths of the Fire Country. Look to the sky. At the entrance of the new Konoha village, Hinata, who had been escorting individuals underground, was startled by the commotion outside. As she stepped out of the cave, she witnessed a cataclysmic sight. The sun was plummeting to the earth. "Run!" a voice cried out, and a mass of people surged into the cave. Some accompanying ninjas stood guard outside, aware of the catastrophic shockwave that would ensue from such a fearsome attack. Having experienced the Fourth Great Shinobi War, they began casting Earth release techniques to create layered defenses against the impending force. Just as they fortified their positions, someone pointed at the sun and exclaimed, "Look, the sun is rising." No, it's not the sun rising by itself. Something is pushing it. A flickering violet light glimmered on the horizon, and when Hinata activated her Byakugan to discern the source, the once subtle violet glow erupted into a blinding radiance. Kamehameha, Samir shouted, unleashing the long-accumulated energy in his palm like a torrent. A massive violet beam, dozens of meters wide, collided with the sun above him. "Huh," he roared, pouring every ounce of ki into his palm. With an explosive surge, the once descending golden sphere was repelled by the seemingly insignificant violet light. However, as the deity released all his energy, Samir, who had gained a slight advantage, found himself kneeling before the overwhelming power. Futile. All is in vain before absolute strength. The deity snarled, sensing the resistance in his palm with a fierce glare. What a joke. Samir, feeling the proximity of death, screamed in madness, "I will not perish here." Double Kaioken. In an instant, the violet beam before him detonated, unleashing an avalanche of ki that surged into Samir's palms. The explosive Kamehameha caught the deity off guard, and despite giving his all, he could not halt the sun's retreat. Die! Samir, drenched in blood, bellowed as he hurled the sun toward the deity. Yet, the terrifying energy that amplified the Kamehameha simultaneously ravaged Samir's body. The reversal technique continuously healed his injuries, but it could not keep pace with the rampant ki within him. However, this was sufficient. Even if this so-called Kaioken would cause his body to collapse under the strain of high-speed combat, it was his ultimate trump card in this desperate situation. As the sun continued to ascend, Samir's ki dwindled dangerously low. If he could not defeat his opponent before exhausting his energy, death awaited him. Enduring the agony of destruction and regeneration, Samir steeled himself. With a crack, his right leg shattered under the violent energy. Even with the reversal technique activated, it could not keep pace with Samir's complete descent into madness. His eyes were bloodshot, his hands on the brink of collapse, yet he shouted in a frenzy, "Quadruple Kaioken." An explosion of energy surged forth, overwhelming the deity's defenses. He could not comprehend how a being whose combat prowess was inferior to his own could unleash such terrifying energy. Ultimately, amidst his horror, the sun he had created bore down upon him, soaring toward the heavens. A blinding radiance illuminated the sky, and within that golden expanse, a violet glow gradually faded. As Samir collapsed, utterly spent, he gazed at the visible shockwave in the sky, gritting his teeth to extract the last vestiges of energy within him. Yet, on the brink of death, he had little energy remaining. In his final moments of consciousness, a figure appeared in his blurred vision. Susanoo. A colossal purple figure rose from the ground, shielding Samir within its embrace. The overwhelming force of the shockwave uprooted trees like weeds. However, the purple giant remained steadfast against the onslaught. Uchiha Sasuke, drawing the Kusanagi from his back, gazed at the nearly breathless Samir with a complex expression. Chapter 39. The Anomalous Hokage, Part 5. In the aftermath of the tumult, tranquility gradually enveloped the surroundings. Uchiha Sasuke surveyed the area, where the once majestic gorge connecting the land of rivers and the land of fire had vanished, leaving behind a desolate plain strewn with rubble. This terrifying devastation was merely a remnant of the clash between the divine and the mortal. More daunting than the sheer power of the two beings was their origin. The divine was a celestial visitor arriving with the meteor. What about the man before him? Did his strikingly similar combat style imply that they hailed from the same realm? With the demise of the divine, could the ninja world revert to its former state in the absence of both him and the divine? What am I even thinking? Uchiha Sasuke managed a wry smile as he glanced at Samuel, sheathing the Kusanagi sword, yet his mind conjured an absurdly foolish grin. He hoisted Samuel onto his back, and in an instant, vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the new Konoha of the Land of Fire, a spacious elevator housed a dozen returning ninjas. Some bore injuries, seated on the floor while comrades tended to their wounds, while others, utterly exhausted, leaned against the walls with closed eyes. As the elevator doors opened, a throng awaited outside. Gai-sensei. A boy and girl rushed forward upon spotting the burly man in a green vest. "Ah, Lee, Tintin, splendid job on your mission today." Mato Gai, seated in a wheelchair, observed the scars adorning Rock Lee and Tintin, his heart pained, yet his face radiated warmth. As Lee and Tintin exited the elevator, the remaining ninjas followed suit, greeting their comrades who had long awaited them at the entrance. Shikamaru, Choji, the plump and slender figures waved at Nara Shikamaru, who stood at the door, mirth illuminating their faces. One by one, the ninjas emerged from the elevator, forming groups as they headed into the village, exchanging banter and laughter along the way. In the makeshift amusement park of the new Konoha, after the children had returned home, Hinata Hyuga sat alone on a swing, aimlessly swaying. It was only when a pink figure approached that the lonely swing finally ceased its motion. "Ah, it's Sakura. Did you encounter any danger today?" "Nothing too perilous, Hinata. I primarily came to hand this over to you," Sakura replied, opening her backpack to reveal a tattered yellow and black coat, its sleeves in tatters. "What is this?" Hinata exclaimed, leaping off the swing upon recognizing the coat in Sakura's hands. "I found this at the ruins of Konoha, but it was all I could salvage," Sakura said, her expression heavy with sorrow as she extended the coat to Hinata. Hinata embraced the coat tightly, then smiled at Sakura, saying, "Thank you." Sakura, at a loss for words upon seeing Hinata's smile, felt a pang in her heart. However, as a distant call echoed, she realized she had to depart. "Sakura-senpai, there are severely injured patients over here." Sakura cast an apologetic glance at Hinata, who softly urged, "Go ahead, they need you." Sakura nodded, turning to declare, "I'm on my way." As the park fell silent, illuminated only by the pale lights, Hinata collapsed onto the ground, clutching the coat to her chest, weeping silently. Meanwhile, as Sakura followed her junior, she arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory within the Iron Tower. "The injured are inside," the guiding ninja stated, opening the lab door. Behind it stood two figures, upright and poised, Orochimaru and Sasuke. "Sakura, take a look at this man." Uchiha Sasuke indicated towards a figure lying on the operating table. "What is this?" Sakura gasped, approaching the table to find a man covered in blood, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "Is he still alive?" Her question stemmed from the grotesque state of the figure, which resembled little more than a puddle of flesh, save for a semblance of human form. Yet, the faint heartbeat revealed he was indeed alive. "I have sustained his life. However, I do not harbor much hope for his complete recovery. For now, you must awaken him. I have questions to pose," Orochimaru said, his tone chillingly detached. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, who nodded in agreement. "I understand. I will attempt to rouse him." With that, Sakura summoned a slug and simultaneously utilized her healing jutsu on the man on the table. Time trickled by as the healing progressed slowly. The moment Sakura restored the shattered jaw, the man's chest began to rise faintly. In Orochimaru's astonished gaze, the injured man gradually opened his bloodshot eyes. "Samuel?" Orochimaru observed the man, attempting a simple test of his mental state. But in the next moment, a chill coursed down his spine, and his pupils dilated. The gravely wounded Samuel, upon regaining consciousness, began to heal at an astonishing rate. This unexpected turn of events caused Orochimaru to narrow his eyes, intrigued. Crack! The sound of bones grinding echoed as Samuel rose from the operating table, his robust physique betraying no signs of injury. "Orochimaru," Samuel declared, tearing off his tattered shirt and wiping the blood from his body. "I have killed the divine. Now I merely need to procure the experimental materials you require, correct?" Sakura, bewildered by the man's mention of experiments and materials, grasped that he had just claimed to have killed the divine. "Really? You truly killed the divine?" Sakura inquired, her body trembling with excitement. Having killed him, there was no way he could still be alive after such an assault. "What kind of assault?" Sakura paused. Then a vivid image flashed in her mind. That sun was your technique." "The sun is not my jutsu, yet he perished alongside it. Even with regenerative abilities, surviving an attack of that magnitude is impossible." Sakura staggered back, her disbelief palpable, but soon relief washed over her, and she chuckled softly. "Oh, Sakura, I'm fine." Sakura grasped Uchiha Sasuke's hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. "I'm just so happy. That demon, the one who destroyed the ninja world and obliterated Konoha, the one who killed Naruto and everyone else, he is truly dead." Uchiha Sasuke gently embraced Sakura, offering solace. Samuel merely cast a glance before turning to Orochimaru. "Is there anything here to quell my hunger? I intend to eat well before I retrieve the materials you seek." "Certainly," Orochimaru replied without hesitation, eyeing Samuel's overly muscular frame. At first, When encountering Saiyan, he merely regarded the other as a madman possessing extraordinary items. However, after witnessing the fierce battle with the deity, Orochimaru now fully believes in his power. Even if Saiyan were to present a living Otsutsuki before him, he would not be surprised. With an almost reverent demeanor, Orochimaru instructed his subordinates to invite Saiyan for a meal. Unbeknownst to him, an unimaginable reality would soon manifest before his eyes. At the Ichiraku ramen shop, after devouring his 20th bowl of noodles, Saiyan stood up and patted the nearby, utterly astonished ninja. I have finished eating. Go inform Orochimaru to prepare everything for the experiment. I will deliver the material shortly. Now, indeed, Saiyan's voice reached the ears of the ninja, yet he looked around, unable to find Saiyan's figure. Where is he? He scratched his head, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, emerging from a concealed cave above the new Konoha, Saiyan expanded his perception while stepping outside. However, amidst the forest, he was unable to locate his target. Therefore, he leaped into the air, soaring toward the sky. As Saiyan continued to amplify his perception, he sensed powerful auras above him, even surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. Indeed, it was on the moon. A surge of excitement coursed through Saiyan as he unfurled a purple barrier, enveloping himself in an impenetrable shroud of energy. Suddenly, a ring of purple flames erupted around him as he accelerated toward the lunar surface. The method of the six-path sage was erroneous. The ninja world had become distorted. On the moon, the steadfast Otsutsuki Sharon was reading the last words of his ancestors. Just as he knelt and bowed before the statue of Otsutsuki Yumura, a purple light abruptly crashed before him. Upon landing, Saiyan opened his tightly shut eyes, only to find Otsutsuki Sharon bowing before him. For a moment, they stared at each other, wide-eyed. Just as Otsutsuki Sharon was about to regain his composure, Saiyan swiftly pulled him into his protective barrier and struck him on the back of the neck with a precise blow. The material is secured. After confirming that he was indeed holding the unconscious Otsutsuki Sharon, Saiyan transformed into a beam of purple light and sped back to Earth. This is how it transpired. The accompanying ninja was reporting the recent events to Orochimaru when the latter suddenly interrupted, asking, "Did you say he vanished from the spot?" "Indeed." The ninja affirmed with a nod. "Was it not a body flicker technique?" "No." "Then how did he disappear? Demonstrate to me what occurred at that moment." The ninja nodded, stepping to the door while explaining, "I was standing here, and the door was over there. He was right here. He first asked me to report to you about the preparations, and then, in a moment of distraction, he just vanished." "Oh," as the ninja turned around to illustrate, he unexpectedly met a pair of indifferent eyes. The imposing figure before him startled him into exclaiming. Saiyan cast a curious glance at the ninja beside him and casually tossed the unconscious Otsutsuki Sharon at Orochimaru's feet. After closing the laboratory door behind him, he addressed Orochimaru with a calm demeanor. "Otsutsuki Sharon is a direct descendant of the Otsutsuki Yumura clan, and their genes have remained untainted for centuries. This should suffice as your material." Orochimaru stood frozen, staring blankly at the unconscious youth on the floor, momentarily at a loss for words. Orochimaru could hardly believe the reality before him. He had truly captured an Otsutsuki. In an instant, an unreal sensation washed over him. The individuals he had previously collaborated with, such as Danzo, were incomparable to this man. Is this truly a direct descendant of the Otsutsuki Yumura, the legendary figure only mentioned in myths? Regaining his composure from Saiyan's astonishment, Orochimaru promptly placed the young man on the operating table and swiftly entered a focused state. "You require the fusion of the Otsutsuki clan's genes, am I correct?" "Indeed, as long as I can fuse the Otsutsuki's genes, that will suffice." "What if there are other aspects to the research?" Saiyan smiled slightly and replied, "My time is limited, so I hope you can prioritize the creation of what I need. Additionally, I would like a copy of all the data related to this research. After all, with only 60 days, this time should be considered exceedingly brief for you." Yet Orochimaru revealed a knowing smile. "Who can say for certain?" "Very well. I have arranged accommodations for you. You may stay here for the next few days. Just inform the accompanying ninjas if you require anything. As for what you desire, please await patiently." Thus, it was settled. "Furthermore, I wish you success in your research." After Saiyan left the laboratory, Orochimaru summoned a white snake. "Go find Kabuto." He handed a prepared scroll to the snake, which swallowed it before disappearing as the summoning technique was released. Chapter 40. The Abnormal Hokage. 6. At the moment when terrifying energy erupted before him, all struggles seemed absurd. Yet, just as death was about to consume the man's life, a golden totem suddenly flew from his chest, spinning as it landed before him. Under the gaze of those emerald green eyes, the man's body, which should have perished, continuously healed amidst the collapse. This power, foreign to this world, allowed the man to transcend life and death. Thud! A shadow descended from the sky and crashed heavily into the lake, sending splashes of water flying. What happened? Something fell from the sky and landed in the water. In a somewhat dilapidated village, two tattered men curiously approached the lakeshore. Do you think it could be some treasure? Don't be ridiculous. How could we encounter such good fortune? But what if it is? After all, we are somewhat lucky, right? As the shorter man spoke, he noticed his companion's eyes suddenly widen, pointing toward the lake. Look, isn't that the guy? What? Following his companion's Drifengshang, the shorter man caught sight of a face he would never forget by the lake's edge. His breath quickened in astonishment, and he found himself at a loss for words due to the unexpected surprise. Meanwhile, his companion, gripping his shoulder in excitement, exclaimed, "He is the deity." In an instant, he defeated all adversaries and commanded the world. When they were fleeing, they had seen the statues of deities standing in the cities under reconstruction. That face was strikingly similar to the man before them. Gee, we are fortunate. Fortunate? Yes, indeed. We are fortunate. Still immersed in the astonishment of this divine encounter, the shorter man suddenly realized upon hearing his companion's words. He had heard that deities could bestow blessings upon ordinary people, making them their followers. If they saved him, they could become his followers, enjoying immense power and privileges henceforth. Indeed, Aji swallowed hard and, alongside his companion Ayu, dashed to the lake's edge, hurriedly rescuing the man who had fallen into the water. The two of them lifted the man, racing frantically towards their humble abode. They laid him down on a straw mat, with Aji tending to the fire while Ayu scoured an abandoned house for clean clothes. Just as he unearthed a somewhat wearable garment from a collapsed wardrobe, a perplexing thought struck him. If that individual were a deity, why would he plummet from the heavens, looking so disheveled? As Ayu pondered this, a sudden scream pierced the air, causing him to freeze in place. The cry for help was abruptly cut short, rendering Ayu momentarily stunned. Mechanically, he turned his head and peeked through a shattered window, witnessing a naked man fiercely gripping the throat of a shorter man, Aji, who was responsible for the fire. The sole immortal totem was now squandered on that wretched fellow. What was his origin? The deity, filled with fury, channeled his energy into the man before him. As a dark triangular mark appeared on the man's forehead, the deity decisively severed his neck. This cannot be the end. I must absorb more souls. 100 souls are insufficient, then 1,000, or even 10,000, until my combat power reaches 100,000, or even 200,000. Regardless of how formidable that Saiyan's hidden cards may be, he could never regain his former strength. Damn it! Were it not for the loopholes in the bloodline obtained from the exchange in the void, that accursed Lord of White Tin would never have been able to track me down. Once I deal with that monkey, I shall delve into deeper realms. Who cares about the Lord of White Tin or the void? None shall control me again. The deity discarded the corpse, vanishing instantly. Ayu, having witnessed this through the window, crouched nearby, holding his breath in trepidation. Only after the deity's figure dissipated did he finally exhale in relief. I must escape this place. Ayu wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly rose. However, a whisper from behind sent him plunging into icy dread. Where do you think you are going? Terrified, Ayu turned around, only to see a hand reaching for his throat. As the dark triangular mark slowly materialized on his forehead, a dull thud echoed, and another lifeless body joined the ground. Lord Rakage, the deity, is dead. What? A tall, ebony-skinned man with one arm shot up abruptly. He regarded the ninja before him with a grave expression and inquired, "Where did you obtain this information? Is it credible?" "It came from Konoha. We have dispatched personnel to verify it, but as of now, there has been no concrete response. It is suspected to be related to the explosion last night." Such a level of explosion, I cannot fathom how they accomplished it, Rakage mused, stroking his chin. He glanced at a report titled Secret Weapon on the table, recalling the explosion from the previous night, yet feeling no overwhelming joy. Although the Land of Lightning was among the first to be attacked when the deity descended upon the ninja world, Kimogakure did not suffer severe damage. Their village was indeed destroyed, Yet most of the ninjas and the ordinary citizens who resided there survived. Conversely, Konoha and Iwagakure, which resisted the most fiercely, sustained heavy losses. Initially, he had planned to wait until the secret weapon was assembled before joining forces with other villages to assault the Land of Water. However, it now appeared that not only had Konoha killed the deity first, but their arsenal was also significantly more formidable than that of Kumogakure. Thus, Kumogakure's advantage had evaporated. After much contemplation, Reikage slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Dispatch additional reconnaissance personnel, and then confirm with Konoha whether the deity is truly dead." Understood. The ninja who received the order quickly departed. Such occurrences were transpiring across the ninja world at that moment. Villages farther from the Land of Water were observing cautiously, while those closer dispatched reconnaissance teams immediately. As several waves of ninjas arrived in the Land of Water, they discovered that the deity had not returned since his departure the previous night, and not a single one of his divine followers had returned alive. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, they dared not act recklessly. After all, powerful divine guardians were stationed in the Land of Water and several other major nations. Initially, the deity had captured a few tailed beasts out of curiosity about their power. When he grew bored of them, he had them sealed in various nations, allowing the divine guardians to oversee them. Yet, the groups of ninjas, having kept vigil from dawn until afternoon, had yet to catch sight of the deity. Perhaps the deity truly was dead. Otherwise, he could not possibly remain absent from the Land of Water for such an extended period. Time continued to elapse, and the sun was nearing the horizon. The ninjas, observing this, prepared to return and report, but as they disguised themselves to stealthily depart the Land of Water, divine followers descended from the sky, blocking their path. The long-awaited divine guardians, watching the group of ninjas below, gestured to their subordinates. "Send 10 individuals, capture them all, and bring them to the palace. The rest, come with me to hunt down those rats from Kumogakure. Anyone who can capture 10 ninjas today will receive further blessings from the deity, and whoever captures 50 will become the next divine guardian." Understood. Over 20 divine followers exclaimed with fervor, as if they were not preparing to face equally matched opponents, but rather seeking accolades to elevate their status. Meanwhile, in another area, more divine guardians were aggressively capturing ninjas in other nations. Even those ninjas who had previously surrendered were not spared. As for the deity, he had long since returned to the palace. In a vast courtyard, he sat upon a throne, observing the hundreds, if not thousands, of commoners herded into the square. His gaze devoid of any compassion. All that resided within him was a yearning for power. In the past, it would have been impossible for me to convert so many souls at once, but now there is no other option. To rid myself of the Lord of White Tin's troubles, I must first eliminate that monkey. To kill that monkey, I must swiftly enhance my strength. With my current soul intensity, I can at most amplify my combat power to tenfold. Yet after this matter concludes, I will need to invest several years to fully integrate those souls. Contemplating this, the deity's anger towards the suddenly appearing Saiyan intensified. Their emergence not only disrupted his plans to escape the cycle of reincarnation, but also caused him to lose his only life-saving artifact. However, he could never have anticipated that his escape would prompt the Lord of White Tin to dispatch an S-class hunter. After all, when he became an anomaly and slipped through the world's loopholes to escape the cycle of reincarnation, he was merely an A-class hunter. Theoretically, the Lord of White Tin should have sent an A-class or similarly ranked hunter to eliminate him. Yet S-class, especially an S-class Saiyan, he could only say that the Lord of White Tin had overestimated him. Renowned for their destructive capabilities, Saions were not deployed to wage war in other realms, but rather sent to this profound world to hunt anomalies. The deity rubbed his aching head, gazing at the throng of people in the square below. He then raised his right hand, activating his powers. As a torrent of energy cascaded from above, the once terrified and restless crowd fell into an eerie silence. They felt a sudden surge of power swelling within them, especially after witnessing the black triangular marks appearing on the foreheads of those nearby. They collectively turned their gazes upwards towards the divine being. "Oh, great deity, have you bestowed upon us this power?" One individual inquired with palpable excitement, yet received no reply. Instead, after a wave of the deity's hand, a legion of divine messengers descended from the heavens, proclaiming loudly to the crowd, "Be grateful. The great deity has shown mercy upon your frail forms, granting you divine blessings. Henceforth, you shall all be regarded as the favored of the gods." Is it truly so? The unexpected proclamation detonated within the crowd like a bomb dropped into water, inciting a tremendous uproar. Some were questioning loudly, while others were celebrating in astonishment. Regardless of who they were, smiles illuminated their faces. After all, the blessing of the divine signified that they too had been endowed with the power granted by the deity. Following this, the divine messenger continued, "Now, all of you shall accompany me to the training chamber, where you will strive to master the power residing within you, until summoned by the great deity. None shall leave the training chamber." Everyone laughed as they followed the divine messenger, their imaginations soaring as they envisioned the splendid days that awaited them once they mastered their newfound powers. As the Water Nation, the abode of the divine palace, all understood the formidable prowess of the divine messengers. They were not only immensely strong, but also possessed terrifying speed, and their ability to soar freely through the skies was a dream cherished by many. As these transformed, ordinary individuals queued to enter the vast square room. Countless mortals outside the divine palace awaited their turn to step into the expansive plaza. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, an explosive sound echoed, causing Saiyan to shudder within. What is happening? He hastily ceased his training and began to inspect his body. Yet, no matter how he tried to sense it, he found nothing amiss, as if the previous sensation had merely been an illusion. Was the reversal technique not fully healed? Saiyan examined himself more thoroughly, but his organs and limbs were intact, with no issues whatsoever. With no discernible problem, Saiyan sighed and declared, "Very well. I shall end my training here and go for a meal." As he proceeded towards Xian Muyi, far on the other side of the forest, Uchiha Sasuke, who was surveying the damage to the site of Konoha, was suddenly approached by a white serpent at his feet. "What is it?" Uchiha Sasuke asked with indifference. The serpent flicked its tail and promptly spat out a scroll. "What is this?" Uchiha Sasuke picked up the scroll and opened it, revealing a message from Orochimaru. Upon reading the subsequent lines, his expression grew grave. "All the ninjas sent to the Water Nation for reconnaissance have gone missing?" Without hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke tossed the scroll aside, and black flames consumed it. He turned to the white serpent and said, "I understand now. I shall head to the Water Nation at once." The serpent nodded and then transformed into a puff of smoke. Chapter 41. The Unusual Hokage, 7, 2998, 2999, 3000. With a decisive step, a green figure abruptly appeared before Saiyan. As the person's legs suddenly weakened, he fell to the side. Thud! With one hand, Saiyan caught him, lifting him as he assessed the sweat-drenched youth before him. "Li Luoku. Aren't you the one who defeated the deity, Saiyan?" "What?" The astonishment etched on Li Luoku's face puzzled Saiyan, who had been training since dawn and was unaware of the events that had transpired. Just as he was about to inquire, a commotion erupted from the street, accompanied by the sounds of doors creaking open and windows being thrust aside. Then came a chorus of exclamations. "Where is Saiyan?" "There. That is Saiyan. It's really him. Hey, Saiyan." Enthusiastic residents either leaned out from windows or burst through doors, quickly surrounding Saiyan, faced with an overwhelming crowd of residents, none of whom had experienced such attention before. Saiyan hastily grabbed Li and soared into the air. "Wow." Li Luoku gazed in astonishment at the diminutive crowd below, having been lifted into the air without warning, as if by teleportation. Such speed. "I didn't even have time to react," Li thought to himself, only to see Saiyan carrying him hundreds of meters away. After landing in front of a barbecue shop, Saiyan lifted the curtain and inquired, "What was all that excitement about?" Their enthusiasm left me quite flustered. In fact, he felt more at ease confronting enemies than addressing the exuberant residents. Li Luoku, however, responded matter-of-factly, "Because you are a hero, the one who defeated the deity. By morning, word of your deeds had spread throughout the village. Although it was requested that they not disturb you, many still wished to see what you looked like. Your strength is indeed remarkable," Li Luoku noted, eyeing Saiyan's muscular physique. "How did you train?" "Through diligent training, proper rest, and nutrition. This is crucial," Saiyan replied, glancing at the menu. He then extended 5 fingers towards the proprietor, stating, "Boss, I would like 500 skewers of barbecue." 500? The proprietor, initially incredulous, was met with 2 banknotes placed firmly on the table by Saiyan. "Oh." The proprietor's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 banknotes. 20,000. The proprietor's right hand moved like lightning, snatching the 20,000 and rushing toward the kitchen. "Everyone, Get moving. Although puzzled by the presence of only 2 patrons while ordering enough for 30, the opportunity was too good to pass up. Even Li Luoku, witnessing Sai Mi Air's extravagant order, remarked, "Are you planning to throw a party?" "Party?" Sai Mi Air shook his head. "This amount is insufficient for a party." He then invited Li Luoku to sit down and said earnestly, "Li Luoku, I wish to propose a trade. Just call me Shaoli." "But what do you mean by trade?" Li Luoku asked, taking a seat across from Sai Mi Air, his expression tinged with curiosity. "Your taijutsu, more specifically, your 8 gates technique. I am deeply intrigued by this ability that surpasses human limits, and I hope you can teach me. Of course, since it's a trade, you can also learn a technique that I have mastered." Before Sai Mi Air could finish, Li Luoku interrupted excitedly, "Absolutely. If you want to learn, we can start right now." As the hero who had defeated the deity, Li Luoku saw no issue in sharing the 8 gates technique with Sai Mi Air. However, after the initial excitement, he queried, "But Sai Mi Air is already quite strong. Why seek to learn the 8 gates?" In Shaoli's perception, even if he opened all 8 gates, he could not defeat the deity. Yet, the very Sai Mi Air who had triumphed over the deity sought to learn the 8 gates technique. In earnestness, Sai Mi Air asked Li Luoku, "Shaoli, in your view, if a person possesses immense strength capable of causing great destruction, do they still need to learn from those weaker than themselves? Since we have already surpassed them, should we not learn from them any longer?" Shaoli pondered for a moment before speaking. However, Sai Mi Air suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Completely mistaken. Indeed, those who are stronger possess greater power. Yet, that does not imply that every aspect of their being is formidable. Perhaps some individuals are powerful solely due to their exceptional talent. And what about the weaker ones? If a weak individual lacks strong talent, what must they employ to bridge the gap with those who are gifted? It is effort." Li Luoku abruptly rose to his feet and declared, "A talentless weakling can only rely on hard work to make up for the disparity with the strong." Sai Mi Air fell silent, clenching his stiff fist, and somewhat helplessly remarked, "It is skill that can bridge the gap, after all. In this world, you are not the only one who can exert effort. Those endowed with talent will also strive. Once your talent and effort cannot match that of your opponent, you must seek to diminish the disparity through skill. In my view, the 8 gates of Duanjia is precisely such a technique to reduce the gap." Sai Mi Air withdrew 2 pairs of chopsticks from a nearby bamboo tube and said, "Consider these chopsticks. If your strength is represented by 1 chopstick and mine by 2, then by learning the 8 gates of Duanjia from you, I might gain the strength of 3 chopsticks. But can you truly claim that you, with only 1 chopstick's worth of power, are unworthy of my learning?" "I understand now." Li Luoku gazed at the 3 chopsticks laid out on the table. An enlightenment dawned upon him. Whether or not to learn from someone depends not on how many chopsticks they possess, but rather on how many they can impart to you. "At last, you have grasped the concept," Sai Mi Air remarked, gathering the chopsticks from the table. In the next moment, the proprietor and 2 waitstaff approached the table, each bearing 6 large wooden square trays. "Here are 100 skewers of grilled meat for you to enjoy. The rest are still being prepared in the kitchen." Upon their arrival, the once spacious table for 6 was now filled to the brim with trays, piled high with skewers resembling small mountains. However, as Li Luoku gazed at the abundant grilled meat before him, he could not help but feel astonished. "With so much grilled meat, can the 2 of us possibly finish it?" As he spoke, a large hand suddenly reached out and seized 5 or 6 skewers. His gaze followed the hand upward, only to witness Sai Mi Air shoving the skewers into his mouth. By the time his hand lowered, only a few wooden sticks remained. Impressive. The primitive manner of eating left Li Luoku utterly dumbfounded. In his memory, even Ding Xiai could not consume food in such a manner. "Hurry up and eat." Sai Mi Air, with his cheeks stuffed full of grilled meat, glanced at the motionless Li Luoku and mumbled before continuing to devour the food voraciously. Perhaps due to his earlier injuries, Sai Mi Air's appetite had significantly increased, leading to his initial estimation of food being utterly insufficient. "I'm about 8/10 full." Sai Mi Air wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and said to Shaoli nonchalantly, "Now that we've eaten, let us proceed to train in the 8 gates of Duanjia. Are we going now?" Li Luoku, having only managed to eat 1 skewer, felt the hunger within him, and initially thought to politely decline the invitation. However, before he could voice his refusal, his body suddenly lost balance. When he steadied himself again, he found himself on an empty riverbank. Li Luoku surveyed the dim surroundings, noticing that the simulated sun above had dimmed considerably, replaced by a soft glow reminiscent of a moonlit night. Let me demonstrate the 8 gates of Duanjia first. Saiyan stepped back a few paces, fully concentrating on sensing the energy within Li Luo Ku's body. As Li Luo Ku, having regained his composure, nodded in agreement, he said, "A demonstration sounds good. Let me show you the 8 gates of Duanjia." He always approached training with such seriousness. As he executed the 8 gates of Duanjia, he explained, "Within our bodies, the flow of chakra follows meridians that descend from the head to the heart, culminating in 8 concentrated chakra points, known as the 8 gates. The existence of these gates imposes restrictions on the chakra within. However, if one can unlock these restrictions, they can attain strength several times, even tenfold, beyond their previous limits. Nevertheless, this explosive chakra will also inflict varying degrees of damage on our bodies. The initial gates may be manageable, but once the 7th gate is opened, one will endure significant harm. Opening the final 8th gate, the death gate, could indeed result in the loss of life. Therefore, Saiyan, you must exercise caution during your learning process." Saiyan did not respond, as he was already immersed in the fluctuations of energy within Li Luo Ku. The principle of the 8 gates of Duanjia is to release internal energy, allowing one to temporarily transcend their physical limits to access peak strength. However, to Saiyan, it was not merely the principle of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from behind. Uchiha Sasuke quickly dodged to the side, but unexpectedly, a golden wave of light descended upon him as if it had anticipated his movement. Dai Uchiha Sasuke, the Divine Guard, empowered by threefold blessings, unleashed a powerful energy wave that instantly engulfed Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, at the moment the energy wave made contact, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke. Shadow Clone Jutsu, the Divine Guard, who had pursued Uchiha Sasuke relentlessly, roared in fury, just as he prepared to search for Uchiha Sasuke's true form. A blue light unexpectedly appeared behind him. Chidori, with an ear-piercing chirp, a gaping hole suddenly erupted in the Divine Guard's chest. Withdrawing his hand from the corpse, Uchiha Sasuke glanced around and, upon realizing there were no further pursuers, staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Cough! Black blood mixed with crimson gushed from his mouth. Uchiha Sasuke reached down to touch his abdomen, which now felt hollow. Earlier, he had merely caught a distant glimpse of that individual when a beam of light pierced through his lower abdomen. Pain and exhaustion invaded Uchiha Sasuke's mind as he stumbled through the land of water towards the land of fire, on the brink of collapse. Leaning against a nearby tree, he staggered into the forest. However, at that moment, figures descended from the sky, blocking his path. "Where do you think you're going, Uchiha Sasuke?" A strange voice echoed. Uchiha Sasuke lifted his head, only to find 10 divine guards, each endowed with threefold blessings, before him. When he turned back, he encountered dozens of divine attendants, each possessing dual blessings. Among all the enemies present, not a single divine attendant was absent. It was as though all adversaries had been deliberately enhanced by that so-called deity. And indeed, this was the case. Considering the formidable combat prowess of the Saiyans, the surviving deity promptly selected dozens from among the fervent worshippers, bestowing a substantial amount of energy upon them. The intention was to exhaust Saiyan's stamina as much as possible before preparing for another confrontation. Coupled with his innate talent, transforming those subordinates into combatants after depleting Saiyan's strength was a plan too perfect to be improved upon. However, prior to the battle with Saiyan, the Divine Guardians encountered Uchiha Sasuke, who had come for reconnaissance. The conflict was thus ignited. After dispatching over 10 foes, Uchiha Sasuke found himself utterly exhausted. As he surveyed the encroaching adversaries, he braced himself for the possibility of death. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying sense of pressure emanated from the distant forest. Kaioken. The crimson aura enveloped Saiyan's entire being, and the swelling power within him felt almost surreal. However, as he clenched his fists, the undeniable strength coursing through his muscles grounded him in reality. It was a transcendence of limits, yet simultaneously a confrontation with his own boundaries. This was the essence of Kaioken. The reason for my previous failures lay in my neglect to restrain my own ki. In my relentless pursuit of surpassing limits, I overlooked the existence of constraints beyond those limits. Awakening to this realization, Saiyan gazed at his hands, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. This journey not only introduced him to a formidable adversary, but also enabled him to master the Kaioken technique, which he had previously struggled to grasp, just a step away from acquiring the Otsutsuki lineage. Even if Orochimaru fails to complete it, with the data and samples at my disposal, I can traverse other realms and enlist the aid of scientists proficient in genetic research to assist in developing the Otsutsuki genes. Once I obtain the Otsutsuki genes, I can confidently assert that I have resolved the greatest weakness that once plagued the Saiyans. The Otsutsuki clan thrives in the cosmos, boasting extraordinarily long lifespans, and their physiology seemingly renders illness a non-issue. This race appears to be inherently designed to remedy the Saiyan deficiencies. As Saimie envisioned the future, a sudden chill coursed through him. He swiftly turned to face the direction of the land of water. Within the expanding realm of his perception, a formidable aura was steadily rising. Did he notice? The deity seated in the divine palace, upon sensing an unusual sensation wash over him, allowed a slight smirk to curl upon his lips. He surveyed the courtyard below, already drenched in the blood of countless victims, as the echoes of thousands of cries and wails reverberated in his ears. Chapter 42, The Abnormal Hokage, Part 8. The metallic scent of rust filled the palace, where the pristine white pillars were stained with crimson liquid. Tens of thousands of corpses densely populated the palace, and above this grim tableau, the deity clad in white robes reveled in the surging power within him. Cease this. As a peculiar swelling sensation coursed through his body, the deity suddenly spoke. A white square puppet stationed outside the vast chamber, upon receiving his command, immediately released its grip on a button. The spikes of the descending ceiling, poised to strike, gradually halted. Beneath those spikes lay the unconscious divine followers. The moon has vanished, and with a combat power of 70,000, coupled with those minions, we are nearing the current limits. The deity glanced at the overcast skies above and turned to regard the white puppet below. He had already issued orders to the puppet. After some time, it would initiate the killing machine, first eliminating the remaining civilians, followed by the captured shinobi from various realms. Although time constraints led to the oversight of a few stragglers, the nearly 10,000 captured shinobi were sufficient to elevate his combat prowess to the maximum threshold his soul could withstand. Everything was prepared. Now, it was merely a matter of slaying that monkey, and I could escape to the next world. This should have been a realm for his recuperation. Yet it had cost him his only resurrection tool, forcing him to prematurely draw upon his potential to forcibly enhance his combat power. Such experiences had fueled the deity's hatred for Saimie to its zenith. Now, the time had come to conclude all matters. Kill him. Kill him. Far across the distance in the land of fire, the divine followers originally poised to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke were suddenly overtaken by a wave of intense murderous intent. This bloodlust was directed not at anyone else, but at Saimie, hidden within the forest. Even more astonishing was that this influence affected not only those pursuing Uchiha Sasuke, but all divine followers loyal to the deity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of figures launched from various corners of the shinobi world, swarming towards the land of fire like a horde of locusts. Those divine followers already in proximity to Saimie dashed toward his location with frenzied determination. Zing! A brilliant flash erupted, followed by dozens of energy blasts hurtling toward him from afar. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Saimie remained steadfast, unleashing a massive dark purple energy blade from his palm. The blade, spanning dozens of meters, did not rocket forward like other energy blasts, but instead hovered a distance before him, motionless. Boom, boom, boom. As the divine follower's energy blasts collided with the dark purple blade, a series of continuous explosions ensued. Yet, when the cacophony finally subsided and the thick smoke began to settle, a towering figure remained suspended in the air. Had this been the past, such a sight would have instilled fear and hesitation in the hearts of the divine followers. However, at this moment, their minds were consumed solely by madness. Like moths drawn to a flame, dozens of divine followers plunged into the smoke, attempting to strike at that figure. Zinai, a divine guardian, shouted frantically, his right fist shooting forward like lightning towards the enemy before him. Yet, as his fist passed through the opponent's body, an uncontrollable inertia surged within him, momentarily restoring a fragment of his sanity. However, before he could stabilize himself, a powerful arm crashed down upon his back. Bang! The terrifying force immediately sent the divine guardian plummeting from the sky to the ground. In an instant, That arm vanished, as the divine guardian crashed heavily to the earth. He noticed several other figures falling alongside him. Bang! Trees splintered, and the ground was ravaged by the meteor shower unleashed by this onslaught. What is happening? An overwhelming terror shattered the intangible grip on his mind. The lone survivor, who had narrowly escaped due to his slower speed, now gazed into the cold eyes before him. Although he yearned desperately to flee, he found himself frozen in place, as if the pause button had been pressed on his very existence. Slap! With a single strike, Saiyan sent the person blocking his path flying. He turned his gaze toward the distant night sky. Beneath that dark expanse, a sea of energy clouds surged toward him at an alarming velocity. Roar! The roar of a beast resonated, followed closely by countless sparkling lights. The scope of this assault enveloped the entire forest. This is bad. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils constricted at the sight of the densely packed attack descending upon him. Just as he prepared to forcefully activate his eyes, a figure that resembled a wall stood before him. That robust left arm stretched out, shielding him from harm. Saiyan regarded the multitude of energy blasts cascading from the sky, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture, instantly locking onto a vast expanse of the nearby forest. Hiya! He bellowed. In an instant, a fearsome beam of light shot upward, consuming the thousands of energy blasts entirely. Return for now, said Saiyan, his tone calm. As Uchiha Sasuke gazed at the silhouette of Saiyan before him, another scene emerged in his mind, and at that moment, the two images converged into one. Be careful, he urged. Rest assured, Saiyan replied, twisting his neck. This time, I will put an end to everything. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Saiyan suddenly shattered. Accompanied by an explosive surge of energy, he transformed into a purple streak of light, hurtling towards the distant enemy. The disparity between the divine and Saiyan was akin to that of an ant to a human. Yet even ants, when in sufficient numbers, can prove a challenge to eradicate, and Saiyan now faced a swarm of flying ants. Purple energy blasts and waves of power erupted amidst the crowd, often annihilating large swathes of foes with a single strike. However, for every enemy Saiyan vanquished, more surged forth wildly from the surroundings. Especially when their eyes became shrouded in black energy, only a rare few could regain their sanity. The rest became frenzied beasts. Yes, this is how to exhaust his stamina. Power surged endlessly from within him, and with each increment of strength, it signified a corresponding drain on Saiyan's energy. Even if he expended minimal effort to slay 100 foes, facing thousands would deplete his stamina significantly. Suddenly, a faint sting emanated from his heart, and the deity, having awaited this moment, couldn't help but smirk. You must be quite fatigued after slaying so many in such a short time. But fret not. I shall soon grant you eternal slumber. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the deity, and in an instant, his combat prowess soared to a staggering 80,000. He locked onto the distant Saiyan, a golden aura flaring around him. Zing. Like lightning streaking across the sky, the deity materialized behind Saiyan. Die Saiyan. Just as Saiyan prepared to dispatch the last two divine followers, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of his adversary, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the deity unleashed a powerful kick. Bang! The tremendous force obliterated the last two divine followers. Behind the deity, Saiyan, enveloped in crimson energy, swiftly threw a punch. Black flash. Bang! The black and red lightning-infused punch struck the deity squarely in the back. Saiyan's formidable strength sent the deity plummeting from the heavens to the desert of the land of wind. In the next instant, bang! A massive crater suddenly formed beside the deity, caused by Saiyan's pursuit. I never expected your power to rise so dramatically. You have yet to encounter many surprises. Saiyan shouted, delivering another blow. The deity dodged, swiftly repositioning behind Saiyan. But the prepared Saiyan pivoted, delivering a kick to the deity's chest. Bang! The deity crossed his arms to block Saiyan's right leg, yet the latter spun mid-air, launching his left foot with the momentum, striking the deity's head. Bang! Like a soccer ball launched into the air, the deity was sent hurtling against a rocky mountain. Boom! The tremendous impact created a massive rock plateau, embedding half of the once proud deity within it. You bastard! The deity extricated himself from the rock formation, glancing at the swiftly approaching Saiyan. He immediately raised his hands. Zing! Hundreds of energy blasts rained down upon Saiyan like a meteor shower. Yet, the latter continuously dodged, skillfully evading the incoming blasts. Even when some attacks were unavoidable, he deflected them with his palms. The deity was left speechless by Saiyan-Air's exquisite martial prowess. Having once only believed in raw power, he was now compelled to admire the Saiyant's skill. Among all the Saiyants he had encountered, this one was undoubtedly the most formidable in martial arts. But do not think this will defeat me. A surge of energy erupted from within him, and blinding golden and blue light radiated from his palms. Twin Star Eradication Cannon. With the deity's roar, the golden and blue energy waves spiraled towards the distant Saiyan-Air. The terrifying energy contained within those waves was astonishing, especially in terms of speed, far exceeding that of an ordinary energy blast. However, Saiyan-Air, having locked onto the deity, had already assumed his stance the moment the latter began to gather power. As the dual-colored energy waves spiraled towards him, a purple energy burst forth from his palm. Kamehameha wave. Boom. The instant the two energy waves collided, a blinding white light engulfed the world. At the epicenter of the explosion, the once mighty sand dune disintegrated into white smoke, merging with the blinding light. Countless grains of sand were propelled into the sky, only to be pulverized in midair by the two formidable energies. Die! The deity roared, feeling his internal power surge. 80,000, 90,000, 100,000, ultimately reaching a staggering 120,000. Yet, with this sudden influx of power, his heart began to throb painfully. In that moment, he struggled to maintain the energy wave in his hands. Boom! The Kamehameha wave surged forth, engulfing the deity, its immense energy dispersing even the clouds above. Moonlight illuminated Saiyan-Air's face, yet he furrowed his brow. Not only was the deity alive, but his energy had also grown stronger. How much is it now? 110,000, 120,000. Saiyan-Air was uncertain of the exact figure, but he could distinctly sense the overwhelming energy emanating from his adversary. Just as he contemplated the deity's strength, a figure suddenly loomed behind him. Bang! Seemingly transformed, the deity struck with lightning speed, sending Saiyan-Air flying. But this was merely the beginning of his assault. The deity flickered, instantaneously appearing in Saiyan-Air's trajectory. Bang! Another punch was unleashed. Before he could respond, Saiyan-Air was struck again, sent hurtling away. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he attempted to unleash his energy to stabilize himself, oblivious to the foot descending from above. Boom! Like a heavy hammer falling from the sky. After being kicked in the back, Saiyan-Air plummeted earthward like a shooting star. Bang, bang, bang. Pillars of rock shattered as Saiyan-Air crashed into the valley. Coughing violently, he spat out blood, his back in excruciating pain. Yet, remarkably, he seemed unaffected by the agony. With the reversal technique's effect, his internally damaged organs swiftly mended. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find a desolate city in ruins. The half-destroyed gate bore an insignia that identified his location, Yanin Village in the Land of Earth. The opponent's combat power had suddenly surged nearly to double, a level of energy potent enough to overpower Saiyan-Air at present. Were it not for his reversal technique, he would likely be gravely injured or worse by now. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Even though Saiyan-Air sensed an unusual aura from his opponent, akin to a hastily assembled table made of wooden planks, the peculiar essence emanating from it was undeniably potent and could not be overlooked. Drawing a deep breath, Saiyan-Air felt the fatigue coursing through his body as he gazed at the approaching deity in the distance, his blood boiling in anticipation. Six-fold KO Ken. In an instant, his already formidable physique surged with newfound strength. His robust limbs resembled stone pillars, sharply defined yet immensely resilient. In the sky, the deity, who had presumed victory was assured, was astonished to witness the Saiyant's battle power now matching his own at a staggering 120,000. The advantage he had just gained evaporated before his eyes. Nevertheless, with the knowledge of a hidden trump card, the fleeting anxiety he felt was swiftly cast aside. He had executed all he could. Now, there remained but one course of action, to risk everything. Chapter 43. Unusual Fire Shadow. 9. A golden radiance cleaved through the polar sky, swiftly followed by a violet energy wave. Boom. The tremendous force brushed past him, penetrating dozens of icy spires in front of the golden light. Following this, a crimson streak of light surged forth with astonishing speed, catching up to the golden glow. Bang! The two streams of light collided repeatedly in the polar sky, and upon their contact, fierce shockwaves radiated outward. This was the fierce confrontation between Samir and the deity. Fists met elbows, and feet connected with knees as they battled from the land of earth to the land of snow, their surroundings transforming from towering mountains to snowy plains. Both the deity and Samir were now exerting their utmost effort. Bang! The deity's fist struck Samir's chin with such ferocity that it shattered his jaw. Yet, in that very moment, Samir retaliated with a swift punch to the deity's chest. G.U.H. Agonizing pain surged through the deity's mind as blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. Die! Samir seized the moment, his hands clasped like a mighty hammer, crashing down upon the deity's hunched back. Bang! The overwhelming force sent the deity hurtling away. But just as he plunged towards the glacier, countless golden energy blasts erupted from the ground beneath him, as if a tempest sought to blanket the sky. With a thunderous shout, Samir unleashed a violet barrier, deflecting the relentless onslaught. Yet amidst the explosions, a golden light flared, an energy wave released by the deity. Boom! The wave collided with the barrier but did not explode immediately. Instead, under the deity's control, it clashed against Samir's defenses. Samir's dwindling stamina was now depleting at an alarming rate. Damn it! With a furrowed brow, a strategy suddenly crystallized in his mind. Ignoring the imminent peril, Samir retracted the surrounding barriers, channeling immense energy into his palms. Whoosh! A violet energy sphere shot forth along the edge of the golden energy wave. Just as the deity maintained his grip on the energy wave, he saw the violet sphere racing towards him. Boom! The violet sphere, launched from Samir's palm, grazed the edge of the energy wave and struck the deity squarely in the face, disrupting his attack. As the deity's attention was diverted by the explosion, a figure abruptly materialized behind him. What? The deity's pupils dilated as he spun around to evade. A violet energy wave brushed past him, narrowly missing its target. He dodged. Gasping for breath, the deity turned to face Samir, catching sight of a smirk on his lips. A familiar sensation surged within the deity, reminiscent of their initial encounter. This is bad. He unleashed a right hook with lightning speed. But it was too late. Samir yanked his hands back, causing the energy wave that had been aimed skyward to suddenly twist and redirect towards the deity's back. The deity sensed the terrifying energy surging from behind, and as the feeling crystallized, he realized he had been ensnared. Boom! A dazzling explosion birthed a massive violet orb of light amidst the glacier. The fearsome energy spread across miles, causing the glacial continent to fracture, while the distant snow-capped mountains crumbled under the cacophony. In the blink of an eye, as the violet orb solidified, a golden meteor shot forth at a velocity unimaginable to mortals, crashing into the distant sea. Bang! The tranquil ocean surface erupted as if a bomb had been dropped, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. Suffocation, a burdening sense of asphyxiation flooded the deity's nostrils like the encroaching sea. Yet this was not due to an inability to breathe beneath the waves, but rather the overwhelming sensation stemming from the battle with his adversary. The mastery of martial arts and energy manipulation exhibited by his opponent was far removed from his stereotypical view of a Saiyan. Numerous entities within the reincarnation space possessed S-class Saiyan bloodlines, yet their battle prowess rarely surpassed 10,000. In combat, they lacked finesse, relying solely on their so-called superior instincts. In truth, those Saiyans, aside from their destructive potential, were often overshadowed in various aspects by their S-class counterparts. Most hunters who acquired Saiyan bloodlines did so through the strength of their lineage, and as their battle power approached a threshold, they would stagnate, unable to progress further. The deity had encountered numerous hunters with Saiyan bloodlines, yet they were predominantly overconfident, believing in the invincibility of their heritage. In reality, he had once collaborated with others to slay an S-class Saiyan while still at B-class. Now, however, this Saiyan before him, who appeared to embody the essence of a Saiyan, was inflicting upon the deity the most excruciating defeat of his life. Even in the midst of their fierce struggle, he could not fathom where the Lord of White Tin from the reincarnation space had unearthed such a frenzied anomaly. This individual was audacious enough to withstand his energy blasts while launching counterattacks, even delivering a kick despite having broken bones. The deity, already slowed by his injuries, was taken aback. Was this foe truly impervious to pain? Amidst the crumbling glaciers, Samir, channeling reversal techniques to heal himself, meticulously calculated his remaining stamina. He had long grown accustomed to the pain from internal injuries and fractured bones, a result of his rigorous training. The tenacity of his opponent surpassed his expectations. Though he appeared human, the degree of resilience displayed was beyond what any mere human could possess. Even Samir himself, had he not mastered reversal techniques, would have perished long ago. The faint moonlight cast a serene glow upon the placid ocean surface, where nothing seemed amiss. Yet Samir sensed an impending shift, akin to the oppressive heat preceding a storm. It was here, within Samir's perception, the deity, once submerged beneath the waves, suddenly stirred. More astonishingly, he felt the aura of his opponent rising. Samir was oblivious to the deity's actions, nor could he anticipate the heights to which this aura would soar. The only thing he currently comprehends is that he possesses but a final card in his hand, one that eludes his control and has never been utilized before. If it were possible, he truly would prefer not to employ this tactic. Although Samir expressed this sentiment, he nonetheless relinquished the Kaioken that enveloped him. In its stead, a peculiar white sphere of light began to coalesce within the palm of his right hand. Buzz! The white orb soared into the sky, not to explode but to radiate a soft glow akin to that of the moon. Simultaneously, in the blood-soaked palace of the gods far across in the Water Kingdom. At the moment the preordained countdown reached its conclusion, a square puppet forged from iron executed the final command bestowed by its master. Annihilate all the sacrifices. Stab! Countless sharp iron spikes pierced, crushed, and pulverized the nearly 10,000 unconscious ninjas below. As the crimson blood flowed from the vast square structure, a terrifying energy surged into the distant ocean. Ugh! As the power within him swelled, an unbearable agony descended upon the deity. An abundance of chi suddenly manifested within him, causing his slender muscles to swell instantaneously. The once tall man had now transformed into a robust giant. At that very moment, as this metamorphosis reached completion, the deity's combat prowess surged to a staggering 220,000. Feeling the burgeoning strength and the sensation of swelling it brought, the deity's heart quaked. Even he had never anticipated that he could become so formidable. Just as he prepared to breach the surface of the water to decisively eliminate the troublesome Saiyan, a roar filled with fury and a desire for destruction erupted from above the ocean. Whoosh! The deity ascended from the water's surface, and before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a massive purple energy wave, standing 2 men tall, hurtled towards him. Boom! The formidable energy wave instantly cleaved the ocean in two, with the evaporated portion taking a considerable time to be replenished by the returning seawater. When the deity sought to identify the source of this energy wave, he beheld a colossal gorilla towering over 20 meters, fixating on him with its crimson eyes. The transformation into a great ape was indeed characteristic of a pure Saiyan. Regardless of whether within the reincarnation space or any other realm, numerous beings possessing Saiyan blood existed, alongside others of S-class lineage such as celestial beings, gods, and Kryptonians. Yet, every realm adhered to a common principle, the dilution of bloodlines. Regardless of how potent a lineage may be, once it falls into the hands of those realms, it is invariably diminished. Just as Kryptonians cannot bask in sunlight indefinitely and Grim Reapers have limitations on harvesting souls, Saiyans too have their constraints, specifically, the inability to transform into a great ape. Typically, those who possess S-class bloodlines without limitations are primordial beings pilfered from the depths of the realms. The deity had merely surmised based on instinct, but to his astonishment, his conjecture proved correct. Although the great ape before him possessed a combat power inferior to his own by 20,000, totaling 200,000. The enhancement brought about by the Saiyan great ape transformation transcended mere combat strength. It also encompassed their physical form. Whoosh! The enormous palm descended upon the deity like a small mountain. Observing this, he hastily unleashed an energy blast to counter the impending strike. However, the energy blast, which would have been effective against a humanoid form, failed to impede the great ape in the slightest upon colliding with its palm. The massive hand continued its descent unimpeded, and the deity, unable to evade in time, was struck down with immense force. Bang! The overwhelming strength exceeded the deity's expectations, akin to a tennis ball being struck, sending him crashing back to the ocean floor. This is impossible. Caught off guard, the deity gulped down seawater as he surged back to the surface. his heart brimming with indignation as he gazed at the distant great ape. Despite his superior combat strength, the creature's power and defensive capabilities eclipsed his own. Moreover, witnessing the great ape recklessly wreaking havoc all around, it appeared to possess ample stamina. Meanwhile, his own body had grown weary from the preceding battles. He could no longer afford to engage in a prolonged struggle. Otherwise, he risked being worn down to the point of death despite his superior strength, a notion utterly absurd. He must revert it back. The Saiyan's vulnerability lay in its tail, sever it, and victory in this confrontation would be his. The deity's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the tail of the great ape Samir. Yet, inexplicably, the great ape, previously engaged in destroying the surroundings, abruptly turned its head towards the deity. Before the latter could react, the creature's gaping maw unleashed a purple energy wave, as if a blood-red character had manifested above its head. The deity instinctively withdrew his gaze from the great ape's tail. Just as he prepared to evade the sudden onslaught, he sensed a profound malevolence emanating from the creature. This malice was not directed at him. Rather, it was an unconscious aura radiating from the great ape. Nonetheless, even so, it was sufficient to make the deity feel queasy upon first encountering that malevolence. His green visage contorted in disgust, as if he had ingested something foul. He could not fathom why the great ape exuded such a nauseating presence, reminiscent of something emerging from a dark, damp sewer, provoking an instinctive discomfort. Unbeknownst to the deity, the aura emanating from the great ape was a confluence of all its negative emotions: anger, hatred, disgust, jealousy, and the energy constructed from this entirely antithetical essence was known as cursed energy. Roar. The deafening roar resounded once more. Yet, the deity's expression remained inscrutable. Swiftly maneuvering behind the great ape, he held his breath, his right hand transforming into a sharp blade as he sliced towards the great ape's tail with remarkable speed. Success. Victory is mine. As the massive tail was cleaved in two by the deity's arm enveloped in energy, his heart swelled with the essence of triumph. However, as he landed on the ground, anticipating the great ape's reversion to its original form, a terrifying energy coalesced above him. Upon sensing this energy, the deity's eyes widened in shock as he frantically looked upward. To his astonishment, the great ape, which he had presumed would vanish, now opened its maw wide and unleashed a colossal energy wave measuring 5 meters in width. Furthermore, the tail that was meant to be severed healed in the instant it fell, thanks to a natural ability ingrained in Samir from excessive use. Reversal technique. Chapter 44. Abnormal Hokage. And, damn it, what is that? How can severing the tail lead to healing? Is this truly still a Saiyan? The deity evaded the descending massive hand above him, pivoting to unleash a golden energy wave from his palm. Yet, the colossal great ape did not remain passive. Instead, it leaped into the air, executing a backflip while its gigantic tail descended like a stone pillar. Boom! Emerging from the swirling dust, the deity stared in astonishment at the colossal creature before him. He had never anticipated that such a massive form could execute such agile maneuvers. Additionally, the creature's formidable battle instincts, almost instantaneously upon landing, the great ape's crimson eyes locked onto the deity. Roar. The roar erupted in fury, and the terrifying shockwave transformed into visible ripples that radiated outward toward the deity. As if suddenly restrained by an unseen force, the deity's movements abruptly ceased. The colossal ape, Saiyan, seized the moment and swung both hands towards the adversary before him. The deity, upon realizing this, unleashed the energy within, striving to break free from the control. Yet, at the instant his body regained its freedom, an overwhelming pain engulfed him. Helplessly he scratched his head. But no matter what he did, the agony remained unyielding. It was not his body that suffered, but rather his nearly shattered soul that wailed in torment. It was akin to thousands of needles piercing through his eyes and brain, excruciating pain accompanied by the contortion of his limbs. Yet, the mere sight of the Saiyan ignited a profound fury within him. Despite the adversary's inferior combat prowess, he continued to fight, even after sustaining severe blows. But what of him? Merely a slight pain, and he displayed such a pitiful appearance. What a joke! If he could not endure such trivial discomfort, how could he hope to escape the cycle of reincarnation? If he could not withstand this first foe, he might as well return and serve as a hound to the Lord of White Metal. Full. Damn you, Full. Are you truly going to allow such a small suffering to become the cause of your downfall? No, I demand freedom. Curse the Lord of White Metal. Curse the cycle of reincarnation. In that moment, as he roared the cries of his heart, he was a god. At this instant, the deity known as Full, with his fractured soul, fully harnessed the power within. I shall not perish. A terrifying force erupted from Full, and in its wake, a dazzling golden light radiated from his palm. Boom. The violet and golden energies clashed once more. Yet this time, neither side held back. In an instant, the glacier beneath their feet shattered and rapidly melted away. The surging energy transformed into shockwaves, sending everything around them flying. Bang, bang, bang. The snow-capped mountains within 100 miles crumbled, and even the boundless ocean receded, retreating in the face of their might. The force of their confrontation neared the limits of what this world could bear. The entire planet trembled under the weight of that dreadful energy. His stamina waned rapidly, yet Full showed no signs of halting. Instead, after enduring another wave of soul-rending pain, he unleashed every last ounce of his dwindling energy. The golden energy wave grew even more radiant, visibly pushing back the energy wave emanating from the colossal ape, Saiyan. Sensing the threat of death, the crimson eyes of Saiyan flashed fiercely, resonating with the combative genes and madness lurking deep within his soul. Roar, accompanied by an inner roar of fury. The energy wave from Saiyan suddenly expanded several-fold, forcefully repelling Full's assault. Zing. Two terrifying energies, capable of obliterating the planet multiple times over, clashed violently within the fragile space of the shinobi world. Both combatants poured their full strength into the fray. Crack. The piercing pain from the depths of Full's soul sounded like an alarm, warning him incessantly. Yet at this moment, he was wholly absorbed in the battle before him. For the first time since being thrust into the cycle of reincarnation, he was entirely immersed in combat. The initial desire to survive had magnified to its utmost. I must survive. I must return to Earth. This almost frenzied obsession caused Full to forget everything else in the world. Neither the continent beneath him, which threatened to explode, nor the surging energy around him, nor even his own existence mattered to him anymore. This oblivion allowed him to confront his adversary with unwavering resolve. But what was the cost? Crack. The sound of shattering glass abruptly echoed in Full's ears. That startling sound seemed to snap him back to reality. But in the next moment, as countless golden specks dispersed from his body, Full was horrified to discover that his divine essence had shattered. The destruction of his divinity, intricately bound to his soul, signified the fragmentation of his very soul. Spit. Caught completely off guard, Full coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. The concentrated energy in his palm now erupted uncontrollably in every direction. Suddenly stripped of the force to resist, the colossal purple energy wave annihilated the scattered golden energies. Full fell backward, powerless, as he watched his world-ending attack engulf him. Boom. The violent energy struck Full, obliterating him and the land around him. In the eerily silent cosmos, a massive purple wave of light erupted from a blue planet within the solar system. The wave originated from the pinnacle of the planet, carving away its pristine white surface before shooting straight into the depths of the universe. In an instant, the hidden ninjas scattered across the shinobi world sensed the terrifying energy explosion and marveled at the purple wave in the sky above. Following that wave, numerous stars began to twinkle in succession. They were oblivious to what had transpired, yet they collectively exhaled in relief. It was as if they had awakened from a long, nightmarish slumber. Bang! The already exhausted colossal ape collapsed onto the ground below after losing its opponent. The immense body of the ape visibly shrank at an astonishing rate. At that moment, far beyond the world, a silvery light raced towards Saiyan from the vast ocean. Warm sunlight streamed onto the heavy fur coat, causing Haruno Sakura, who was already sweating, to remove her cotton hat. She cast a surprised glance behind her, where the snow-covered plains bore witness to the footprints left by her and her companions. Yet, looking ahead, the polar region, which should have been shrouded in cold, was now merely a cracked expanse of earth. Is this truly the polar region? She couldn't help but inquire of her companions, who shared her confusion. A battle had altered the very state of a continent, something they could have never imagined before. Just as they set aside their doubts and slowly advanced, Sakura was suddenly tugged at by someone beside her. Everyone, be cautious ahead. A female voice rang out, prompting Sakura to instinctively turn around. As her toe kicked a stone, she watched in astonishment as it vanished into thin air. Feeling a gentle breeze brush across her face, Sakura, already bewildered by her surroundings, gasped in disbelief at what lay before her. How could this be possible? A chasm, 30 meters wide, split the polar region into two continents. Beneath the chasm was an unfathomable darkness, while above it stretched endlessly for miles. What on earth has happened here? Sakura gazed in shock at the scene before her. Just as she marveled, Liloaka, nearby on her left, suddenly exclaimed, "I found him. I located him." As Liloaka's shout echoed, over 100 ninjas rushed towards his position. Some were already ninjas from Konoha, while others had been summoned temporarily to assist. Regardless of which shinobi village the ninja belongs to, upon witnessing the scene before them, they are all consumed with an insatiable curiosity to glimpse the one responsible for this chaos. Yet, as the crowd hastens towards the man's location, a silver light abruptly descends upon the ground. A short-haired woman clad in a tight red and blue battle suit, draped in a crimson cloak, emerges slowly from the radiant white light. "Full, come forth." The woman emanates an aura of formidable strength, her commanding tone compelling the group of ninjas to halt in their tracks. Hundreds of individuals, each distinct in appearance, stand scattered around. Yet none capture the woman's interest for even a second longer. Not this one, nor that one. The woman scans the gathered ninjas with a keen gaze, yet she still fails to locate her intended target. In frustration, she gestures, conjuring a piece of parchment invisible to the ninjas. The parchment reveals the last known location of her objective, right beneath her feet. Has he concealed himself? She releases the parchment, allowing it to dissolve into the air. With a glance at the distant ninjas, she leaps, suddenly appearing beside one of them. What? The ninja, startled by her sudden proximity, hastily draws a kunai from behind. However, as he lunges with the weapon, the woman makes no attempt to evade. Crack! The sound reverberates as the kunai strikes her palm, leaving the ninja's hand numb. Before he can react, she swiftly seizes his neck. He struggles, but cannot budge even a single finger of hers. Enough. I have no time to play games with you. I shall ask you one question. Have you seen a fellow called Full? Oh, and he usually refers to himself as a god. You scoundrel. An irate ninja raises his hand, preparing to perform a jutsu, but before he can act, the woman is suddenly ensnared by a piercing gaze. In an instant, her form vanishes, replaced by a man cloaked in black. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke helps the fallen ninja to his feet, fixing his gaze intently on the bewildered woman. So, she possesses spatial abilities? The woman gazes at Uchiha Sasuke with interest, not answering his inquiry, but instead posing a question of her own. Would you care to join me as a member of my team, capable of wielding spatial powers? I am far more intrigued by your origins than your so-called team. Uchiha Sasuke remains unaware of the woman's true background, yet her attire, so incongruous with the shinobi world, hints at her extraordinary identity. This only amplifies the pressure he feels. If a deity can inflict grievous harm with a mere finger, and Saimi Air possesses unfathomable power, how formidable must this woman be, hailing from beyond the shinobi realm? Uchiha Sasuke dares not underestimate her, nor provoke her recklessly. However, he does not remain passive. While stabilizing the situation with the woman, he discreetly signals to his former ally. Xiang Ling, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, quietly retreats to Saimi Air's side, while the other ninjas remain vigilant against the woman. She extends her right hand, placing it over Saimi Air's mouth. Humph! With a forceful motion, she closes Saimi Air's mouth, draining her own vitality in the process. Yet in exchange, Saimi Air's brows begin to twitch. Exhausted, his body feels as though he has undergone 10 rigorous training sessions without respite. He can barely lift his eyelids. But as energy surges into his stiff mouth, he gradually regains sensation. The moment Xiang Ling sees Saimi Air's eyes flutter open, she retracts her hand with all her might, having not anticipated that healing one individual would feel akin to healing 30. In the span of just 2 breaths, she nearly succumbed to exhaustion. Fortunately, her sacrifice proves worthwhile. The previously unconscious Saimi Air regains some strength and awakens. The first sight that greets him is the fatigued Xiang Ling and a cluster of ninjas standing with their backs to him. What transpired here? Saimi Air slowly rises, noticing a blanket-like garment draped over him. He yanks it off and ties it around his waist, then stands to follow the gazes of the ninjas towards the distance. Suddenly, a familiar face comes into view. Simultaneously, the owner of that face, sensing an inexplicable danger, locks eyes with the man she can never forget. Supergirl, an anomaly. Chapter 45, The Lone Moon. Shadows of the past loom large as Supergirl, Kara, instinctively leaps into the air, soaring towards the heavens. I abandon the mission. Let me leave. Just as Kara finishes her statement, a silver beam descends from above, enveloping her. Saiyan, poised to pursue, halts upon witnessing the luminous spectacle. Watching as the silver light swirls around Supergirl, vanishing from sight, he feels a surge of surprise. It cannot be mistaken. The sensation is identical to that of the main god's teleportation. Yet why is time not frozen? Saiyan recalls the oppressive feeling when the main god intervened in the world of Kimetsu no Yaiba, when the entire realm was momentarily suspended. But now, is it due to the abyssal domain? He pulls up the report panel, the main god's warning still present. Yet his focus shifts entirely to the 4 characters spelling abyssal domain. Is there a limit to what the main god can achieve? And regarding those so-called anomalies, if the main god could truly control them, how could anomalies exist at all? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, his gaze inadvertently flits to the warning on the panel. Although the entity was able to extract him from the Dragon Ball world, there are certain matters it cannot prevent. For instance, this world of Hokage, which Saiyan forcibly entered after rejecting the main god's proposal. Yet despite this, the main god still facilitated Saiyan's entry into this realm, as if adhering to some form of regulation. The once dominant main god of the Kimetsu no Yaiba world seems less powerful here in the Hokage universe. Is it mere coincidence? Or is the main god incapable of governing this world? What precisely is the abyssal domain? Saiyan? Who was that woman? Uchiha Sasuke gazes skyward, where Supergirl has just vanished, a sense of foreboding gripping him. From her abrupt entrance, she exuded overwhelming strength, only to flee upon encountering Saiyan. What troubles Uchiha Sasuke most is her ability to appear and disappear at will. Such a power suggests she could re-emerge at any moment. However, based on the divine incident, the shinobi world currently lacks any means to contend with such an existence. Even the legendary sage of 6 paths seemed to vanish into oblivion upon the deity's arrival. Uchiha Sasuke understands that beings like Saiyan do not linger long in the shinobi world. They have no obligation to assist him. Inquiring about the enemy's origins becomes Uchiha Sasuke's carefully considered choice. Yet, unbeknownst to him, just as every world operates under its own unique mechanisms, every space adheres to its own distinct rules. Furthermore, Saiyan is currently under dual constraints. At the very moment when Uchiha Sasuke posed his inquiry, both the main deity and the reporting panel simultaneously issued a warning to Sire. With a slight headache, Sire deactivated the flashing report panel before him and shook his head. Could he not speak? Uchiha Sasuke had anticipated this, so upon receiving Sire's response, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Just then, with a resounding horn, a fleet of punk-styled snow vehicles approached from the distant snowfield. They were the rescue team from the land of snow. With the complete demise of the deity, the ninja world had finally ushered in a true era of peace. The ninjas who had previously hidden underground emerged once more into the sunlight. With nothing pressing to attend to, Sire resumed his daily training and routine after a brief period of recovery. However, unlike his solitary training in the main deity's realm, upon returning to the rebuilding Konoha after training, he was invariably met by a throng of fans emerging from the shadows. Lacking proficiency in managing such situations, Sire had scarcely appeared before the public since his life had settled into tranquility. In the final 10 days before the countdown concluded, Sire unexpectedly refrained from training outdoors and instead remained in Orochimaru's laboratory, assisting with the experiments. Now, on the last day of the countdown, Sire lay on a cold operating table, slowly closing his eyes, filled with profound emotions. How terrifying! Your body was indeed crafted for battle, Orochimaru remarked, observing the data on the instruments with astonishment. Even though he was already aware that Sire hailed from beyond the stars and was not human, the alarming data still surprised him. Let us not dwell on that. When shall we commence the experiment? Sire inquired nonchalantly, only to suddenly feel a sharp sting upon his skin. Suppressing his instincts, he forced his body to relax completely. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto's voice resonated nearby. It has begun, just as anticipated, without any rejection response. Kabuto's tone was gentle, yet Sire, whose body was inundated with foreign genes, felt nothing. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, altering him from within. It was a transformation that spanned from the physical to the spiritual realm. The agony he experienced was hundreds of times more intense than being pierced by scalding steel needles or enduring the torment of countless ants gnawing at his flesh. It felt as though every drop of his blood was tainted by an inexplicable force. Amidst this suffering, Saiyer's exterior began to undergo a metamorphosis. His skin became fairer, and the muscles that had once appeared bulky from intense training gradually became more proportionate. His tail, originally 50 centimeters long, seemed to have been stimulated, growing an additional 10 centimeters. His once pitch-black eyes turned ghostly white, as a peculiar power coalesced within them. Simultaneously, blood and sweat began to seep from every pore of his body, while his once robust physique began to weaken. "Wait," Kabuto suddenly exclaimed. "A rejection phenomenon has emerged. Terminate the experiment." Noticing the abnormal data, Orochimaru immediately prepared to halt the procedure. Yet Saiyan, enduring the pain, shouted defiantly, "Do not stop. Continue. We cannot proceed. Your genes are collapsing. If we continue, you will die right here." Orochimaru's icy retort came swiftly. However, before he could finish, the chaotic data on the instrument began to stabilize, fluctuating only within a limited range. Saiyan's weakened body, under the relentless repair of the reversal technique, began a cycle of collapse and reconstitution. "What is this?" The scene defied scientific logic, leaving Orochimaru astounded. But as Saiyan executed the reversal technique, Orochimaru's initial shock dissipated, and he regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his original data for comparison with the erratic readings on the instrument. Meanwhile, under Orochimaru's direction, Kabuto commenced meticulous adjustments to the experiment. Gradually, as the experiment progressed, Saiyan's genes began to stabilize. Success! The experiment is complete. After several hours of intense labor, Kabuto finally managed to wipe the sweat from his brow. However, just as he lifted his sleeve, a terrifying aura erupted from a short distance ahead. What is happening? Kabuto, immediately hurled into the nearby forest, struggling to breathe, collapsed to the ground. It was not mere pressure or impact, but a profound terror emanating from his very being. It felt as if every gene in his body trembled at the birth of that dreadful creation, akin to a dog encountering a wolf. A miraculous sensation washed over him, allowing him to sustain life without breathing, merely through the energy within. Furthermore, his body, both its defensive capabilities and physical strength, had dramatically enhanced, especially his eyes. Saiyan ripped away the injection tubes affixed to him and leapt from the operating table. The blood clots that had formed on his skin shattered and fell to the ground. The Saiyan body was, in fact, quite similar to that of humans. Much like Gohan, who, despite his formidable power, still suffered from nearsightedness. Only regaining normal vision while transformed into a Super Saiyan, Saiyan found that he had completely shed such weaknesses. In his white eyes, he could see everything around him with crystal clarity. Not only could he perceive the immediate surroundings, but he also had an unobstructed view of both sides of his body and even the area behind him. When he focused ahead, Kabuto, who had previously stood behind the instrument, was now clearly in Saiyan's line of sight. He sensed that, if he wished, he could delve even deeper. Not even walls of steel could obstruct his vision. At this moment, he could see objects a kilometer away without needing to breathe. Beyond these ordinary powers, Saiyan felt two more formidable forces lurking within his eyes. Horenbai Osaka. With a mere thought, the space before him shattered, and upon stepping through, his body emerged high above Konoha. A kilometer in the air. Caw! A soaring eagle, startled by the sudden appearance of this strange being, instantly altered its course. Yet, as the eagle prepared to flee, Saiyan extended his right index finger and gently touched the bird's tail feathers. A peculiar energy surged from Saiyan's body, causing the eagle, which had been flapping its wings, to gradually halt its movements. It froze midair as if someone had pressed the pause button. The divine technique of the heavenly constant sovereign, capable of freezing time, was a power awakened in Saiyan's right eye. Meanwhile, the ability to traverse space freely, Horenbai Osaka, awakened in his left eye. What a delightful surprise. Saiyan had initially sought merely to overcome the Saiyan's inability to survive in the cosmos. He had even prepared to carry a half-finished product to another world for further research. Yet, he never anticipated that Orochimaru would truly succeed. Although unexpected complications arose during the process, ones that would have likely led to death on the operating table for anyone else, success had ultimately been achieved, had it not? Saiyan opened his arms wide, overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Suddenly, a thought struck his mind. The space before him fractured in an instant, revealing the desolate expanse of the moon. He gently descended to the ground. For the second time, Saiyan found himself on the moon, yet this time, he did not employ a barrier. There was no anomaly, and he felt no discomfort. Exposed to the cosmos, Saiyan felt as though he were still on Earth, utterly at ease and profoundly free. It was exquisite, truly magnificent. He waved his hand to summon the report panel, and as he beheld the dwindling time displayed, a faint smile graced his lips. Master God, I wish to exchange the remaining time. The silent void of space offered no response. However, Saiyan clearly observed that the Master God prompt, which had been persistent on his panel, vanished the moment he uttered those words. Alas, having failed to gain an advantage, Saiyan casually summoned a massive stone and turned to sit down. He watched the countdown of 30 seconds on the panel, patiently awaiting its conclusion. 3, 2, 1, 0. As if reluctantly, a beam of golden light finally descended, enveloping Saiyan. With a flicker of transformation before his eyes, he returned to the familiar space. He glanced at the pile of debris beside him and effortlessly obliterated it with a burst of energy. After a long-awaited activation of the Master God panel, he navigated to the anchor point section. So it was thus. Observing the unchanged anchor point column, he then accessed the lineage section. Within that lineage, apart from the initially present ones, there were no additional bloodlines from the Naruto world. The skills and items also exhibited no alterations. After surveying everything before him, Saiyan vaguely grasped something. The reason you are unwilling to let me enter the Naruto world is simply that you cannot derive any benefit from it, right? Of course, it is also possible that the entry ticket to that designated world holds significant importance for you. The light column remained unresponsive, seemingly merely a decorative element. Very well. If you prefer to maintain an air of mystery. Amused at his own predicament, Saiyan clasped his hands together and promptly activated his domain. While the abilities of Otsutsuki were indeed peculiar, he did not forget the fundamental source of his own power. Cultivation. Only through relentless practice could he grow stronger. Saiyan recalled that the strength of energy is not fixed. Gohan, who abandoned his training, had once weakened. Since even the mightiest warrior could diminish, he, whose power was far less than 1/10,000th of Gohan's, possessed no capital for complacency. As time continued to elapse, Saiyan's cultivation period swiftly approached its conclusion. At the moment the countdown reached 0, his body was enveloped by a golden radiance. Amidst the sounds of wooden wheels rolling, the blurred image gradually came into focus. As snow-covered pines swayed before his eyes, a greeting suddenly resonated. Hey you, you've finally awakened. Chapter 46. The Swordwind Only the Gods Know, Part 1. On a rugged, snow-white mountain path, a golden-haired youth cast a benevolent gaze towards Saiyan. Yet, almost immediately, Saiyan noticed something peculiar. The other's smile seemed directed not at him, but rather at someone behind him. When Saiyan turned to look back, an unusual sensation enveloped him. It felt as if he stood upon fragile ice, where even the slightest movement could shatter the surroundings. Realizing this, Saiyan instinctively raised his hands, only to be astonished to find them appearing semi-transparent. What is happening? A strange voice emerged from behind him. As a middle-aged man clad in simple armor gazed bewilderedly at everything beside him. Flanking him were 4 other young individuals, similarly attired in basic armor, 2 men and 2 women, all of ordinary appearance. However, unlike the middle-aged man, the 4 youths leaned against the carriage seats, fast asleep. As for the golden-haired boy, he stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of omniscience. Indeed, to awaken so swiftly, you must be the most promising among this group. The caravan's carriage continued its steady advance, but as a stone rolled by, the entire vehicle jolted violently. Ah! A startled cry erupted as a woman tumbled from her seat. After her head struck the ground with a thud, she painfully rose. It was then that the other 3 gradually stirred from their slumber. What is happening? Where's this? Among them, the short-haired woman who had fallen slowly got to her feet. Still dazed, she looked around but was met with a gentle voice that spoke softly. Since you are all awake, I shall be brief. What do you mean? Who are you? Where's this? Why am I in armor? Another young man with a face full of acne inquired, confusion etched upon his features. Yet, his question was met with a cold retort. Silence. You pathetic wretch. The golden-haired youth revealed his slit pupils, his demeanor dangerously scrutinizing the group. You have all perished. The only reason you retain consciousness is due to the benevolence of the Master God. I am a selector sent by the Master God, tasked with discerning the faithful. If any among you can achieve transformation, the Master God shall grant you the opportunity for rebirth, allowing you to shape your new corporeal form. To shape our own bodies means we can be resurrected? The freckled woman with long hair gazed at the striking golden-haired youth with her large, sunken eyes, perplexed. Indeed, once you achieve transformation, you may become disciples of the Master God and be reborn in the divine realm. And what if we fail to transform? The middle-aged man who awakened first asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. If you cannot transform? Huh. The golden-haired youth smiled gently at the middle-aged man. Rest assured, individuals of your caliber need not worry about such matters. However, I must clarify, the Master God's mercy is not infinite. Those who fail to transform shall remain trapped in this world for eternity. As he spoke, the golden-haired youth seemed to recall something. A slight smile gracing his lips. Mortal beings can only truly transform in the most absolute of environments. Thus, this world is certainly not one where you can live in peace. Only the divine realm, the eternal divine realm, is the sole sanctuary where one can feel warmth and safety. Saiyan listened quietly to the conversations of those around him, absorbing a wealth of information, yet still feeling perplexed. He struggled to comprehend the Master God's intentions, as he had not received any tasks, and even the nature of his existence felt amiss. Just as Saiyan pondered, seemingly to validate the golden-haired youth's words, as the carriage slowly traversed the mountain path and entered the muddy road, charred trees, scorched by flames, abruptly appeared before them. On those blackened trunks, grotesque, distorted forms lay exposed in a gruesome display. That is, ugh. Among the group, there were gasps of shock, screams, and even one individual who, terrified out of their wits, leaned over the carriage's edge and retched. Yet the middle-aged man merely swayed slightly before regaining his composure. Negative energy surged forth from the startled bodies like a tidal wave. Saiyan arched an eyebrow, raising his right hand toward the others, as a surge of energy, akin to the power of curses, was absorbed into his palm. A familiar luminescent screen materialized before him. The current world he inhabited was titled Berserker. The mission assigned was to capture the world core. The mission description indicated that the world core would reveal itself following the eruption of a special event. Upon its revelation, capturing it would enable a return to the source realm. A warning followed. There remained 10 years until the special event's outbreak. Thus, he must refrain from eliminating key figures in this world beforehand. The source realm? So, the domain of the Master God is referred to as the source realm? Saiyan pondered the mission bestowed upon him by the Master God, feeling a mixture of emotions. In the past, the Master God had never genuinely assigned him a task. He had always infiltrated other realms in a manner akin to smuggling. However, the current situation was markedly different, for the Master God had issued a direct mission to him. Although it could be inferred from the golden-haired youth's words that the Master God had indeed sneaked him into this world, it was undeniable that the Master God had personally conferred the task upon Saiyan. Furthermore, the temporal span of this mission was considerable, lasting a decade. Just as Saiyan was deep in thought, a new line of information appeared on the screen. Would you like to assimilate the world's rules? Assimilating the world's rules will facilitate a swift understanding of the current realm. Without a trace of hesitation, Saiyan chose to comply. While he possessed knowledge of numerous worlds, the so-called Berserker world was entirely unfamiliar to him. In that very moment following his agreement, the world's rules manifested within his mind. Accompanying his comprehension of these rules, he swiftly recognized his present circumstances. Firstly, he was situated in a place known as the Boundary, born at the intersection of the material world and the shallow depths of the nether realm. Secondly, due to the overwhelming nature of his power, he could not manifest directly in the material world. Even now, he existed merely as a spiritual entity within the Boundary. Thirdly, should he wish to traverse into the material world, he would require a substantial influx of malevolent energy to materialize. However, as Saiyan began to grasp the world's rules, those very rules transformed into black chains, attempting to ensnare him. The abrupt change caused Saiyan to furrow his brow. It was one thing for the Master God to bring him into the infinite cosmos, but now even these inexplicable entities sought to exert control over him. Begone! With a fierce roar, a tremendous force surged forth from within him. His combat power skyrocketed to 10,000, shattering the chains into fragments. Yet, Alongside the eruption of Samir's power, a repulsive force emanated from the boundary itself. Observing this, Samir intended to further augment his combat prowess. But the Master God interjected with a warning. Please adhere to the world's rules. Violating them will result in mission failure. With a resigned click of his tongue, Samir abandoned his resistance, allowing the repelling force to thrust him deeper into the nether realm. At that moment, he resembled a disembodied specter, effortlessly penetrating the barriers between worlds, transitioning from the strictly governed material realm into a peculiar place replete with ruins and cathedrals. Within the world rules he had absorbed, this locale was recognized as a sanctuary for mythological beings such as demons and angels. Almost instantaneously upon his entry, the entire nether realm sensed his arrival. Countless bizarre entities cast curious glances his way. However, most merely observed him momentarily before refraining from further disturbance, save for a crimson palace directly beneath him. A massive red demon, adorned with bat-like wings, loomed upon its throne, its demeanor unfriendly as it regarded Samir, who was descending slowly before the palace's entrance. For demons, such an intrusion into their domain was tantamount to provocation. Unlike the angels residing within cathedrals or elemental beings and deities, the existence of demons was drenched in bloodshed and cruelty. Even if aware that Samir may not be an ordinary individual, the Lord of the Crimson Palace felt compelled to act against this unknown challenger to intimidate the other demons. It was imperative that he did not merely eliminate Samir, but rather inflicted suffering so profound that it would convey his terrifying strength to any demons contemplating rebellion. Indeed, he must subject Samir to torment. With this thought, the Crimson Demon, master of blood manipulation, rose from its throne. Unknown challenger, you shall regret entering my territory, it proclaimed. In an instant, the Crimson Demon transformed into a streak of blood and surged forth from the palace with terrifying speed, launching an assault on Samir. A fearsome roar resonated nearby, and as Samir turned, he beheld a razor-sharp blood claw aimed at him. Without any obstruction, the Crimson Demon's talons tore through Samir's baseball jacket. Subsequently, the claws made contact with Samir's flesh, accompanied by an unsettling sound of bone cracking. What? The Crimson Demon gazed in disbelief at its twisted wrist, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before it. Alarmed, the Crimson Demon attempted to flee, but before it could act, a powerful hand shot forth, seizing its throat. With a sickening crunch, Samir constricted the demon's neck, reducing it to the slenderness of a bamboo stalk. The Crimson Demon writhed in desperation, striving to escape Samir's grasp. Yet, to its astonishment, this seemingly diminutive being possessed strength far surpassing its own. It attempted to manipulate the blood within Samir's body, but its efforts proved futile. Not only could it not harm Samir, but it could not even elevate his blood pressure. With a forceful toss, Samir hurled the nearly 3-meter-tall demon towards the distant palace, generating a thunderous crash. In the aftermath, Samir raised his right hand, gathering energy within his palm as it gradually formed into a violet energy orb. Just as Samir was about to unleash it, a panicked voice erupted from the ruins of the palace. Wait, don't kill me. I am willing to become your servant. I can offer you my territory, and I can help you obtain souls. Buzz. The violet sphere streaked past the demon's head like a meteor, landing amidst the distant ruins. The following moment, an explosive sound reverberated, and the once mighty ruins were instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Gulping instinctively, the demon turned its head, only to discover that the unfamiliar entity that should have been outside the palace had somehow appeared above it. The figure stood with arms crossed, gazing down at the half-kneeling demon with a commanding presence. What did you just say? I said I could become your servant, the Crimson Demon stammered, averting its gaze in fear. What could I possibly do with a servant like you? The demon, with a combat power barely reaching 400, was inferior even to a vegetable creature. Then, do you wish for my territory? The demon inquired tentatively, cautiously lifting its goat-like red head in an attempt to gauge Samir's expression. However, Samir slowly descended to the ground, responding nonchalantly, I have no need for your territory. I merely wish to ask if you know how to access the human realm. Samir was aware of the rules governing his manifestation in the human realm, yet he lacked any concrete understanding of how to proceed. Since this red goat-like being was capable of communication, he decided to inquire further. Upon hearing Samir's question, the demon was filled with trepidation. It could not fathom how such a formidable being could possibly seek information from it. In the realm of polytheism, one would expect the existence of at least a primary deity, so how could he be unaware of how to reach the human world? Could it be that he was merely toying with him? However, as the silence of the goat-headed being stretched on, Samir's gaze grew increasingly menacing. You do not know? No. No. I am well aware. Of course I know. The crimson demon, whose blood felt as though it were boiling, knelt before him and proclaimed, "You can effortlessly reach the human realm through the prayers of your followers." Followers? I have no followers. Upon hearing Samir's words, the demon's heart sank. A being of such formidable strength, yet lacking followers. Indeed, he was merely jesting. Just as despair settled in the demon's heart, Samir curiously inquired, "Do you have followers?" "Me?" The crimson demon paused in surprise, then eagerly nodded, "Yes, my lord. Though my power is limited, I have nearly 1,000 who revere me." "Then it is simple." Without further contemplation, Samir declared, "If you have your followers worship me, then I shall have followers." Have my followers worship you? The crimson demon felt his mind racing to comprehend. Yet, under the sudden pressure enveloping them, he shouted desperately, "Absolutely. From this moment on, my followers shall be your followers. Moreover, I will have them spread your teachings, ensuring your renown reaches the human realm." Fearing for his life, the crimson demon even began demonstrating for Samir. Chapter 47. The Sword Wind Known Only to the Gods, Part 2. As dusk fell, a gentle rain fell upon the earth. The village that should have been alight with festivities instead lay in dead silence. Vultures, feasting upon corpses, perched atop the trees, gazing down at the fresh bodies below. No. The decrepit wooden door burst open, and a frail figure stumbled out from the filthy dwelling. "Do not touch me." The frail figure, tears streaming down her blood-streaked face, struggled against the hideous being behind her. Covered in bruises, she gripped the muddy earth, desperately clawing her way forward. "Do not run, you fool. I am merely cleansing you of your evil on behalf of the divine." The grotesque figure squeezed out from the shadows of the house, leering as he seized the girl's bloodied right leg. With a forceful grip, he yanked the already weakened girl down to the ground. "Let go of me. Let go." The girl, panic-stricken, grasped at everything within reach, but even as her nails broke against the earth, she could not escape her grim fate. As her body was flipped over, the sight of the man's repulsive, greasy visage filled her with revulsion. "Demons! You are all demons!" The girl thrashed wildly, attempting to push the man away. However, he merely chuckled as if he had heard a joke, tightening his grip around her throat. "We are demons? Ha ha ha, what a laugh! We are here under the orders of the minister to exterminate you cultists. You filthy wretch, you are destined to die anyway. You might as well indulge me first." The rotund man, adorned with a divine emblem on his chest, did nothing to conceal the lust glimmering in his eyes. Eager and impatient, he tore at the girl's clothing after fully subduing her. The tearful girl stared helplessly at the loathsome creature before her, her heart swelling with despair and confusion. Their village had been so devout, yet it had been ravaged by these self-proclaimed messengers of the gods. Clad in gleaming armor, their actions were utterly repugnant. She could not comprehend why her unwavering faith in the divine had led to such a horrific fate. What, then, was the true nature of these so-called deities? With a violent rip, the last remnants of her modesty were torn away. Yet what truly shattered the girl was the sight of the slaughterhouse knives falling from the distant houses. She cried out in despair, fervently praying to the universe, "Anyone, please, kill those demons." Death and torment, chaos and madness. The once tranquil village now resembled a hellish scene. At that moment, a being from a deeper realm beheld the unfolding spectacle with delight. This level of malevolent energy was sufficient. Just as the corpulent knight unbuckled his belt, the girl beneath him suddenly let out a piercing scream. The sound was so harrowing that it sent a chill down the spines of all who heard it. What? The startled knight stumbled, his head striking the threshold with a resounding thud. Bang! A searing pain struck his skull like a hammer. Damn it, that wretched girl. The knight, stung by pain, struggled to rise. But when he looked back, he found that the girl, who should have been on the ground, had inexplicably stood up. "You," he gasped, raising his hand to strike her. Slap! The sharp sound echoed, yet the outcome astonished the knight. Pain surged through his hand as the frail girl gripped his wrist with an ironclad grasp. This body is decent, yet the surrounding malevolent energy is insufficient. A voice, a blend of masculine and feminine, emanated from the girl before him. Upon hearing that voice, the knight's pupils constricted. and a look of sheer terror crossed his face. Demon, you are a demon. The demon, who had possessed a mortal's body to descend upon the earthly realm, was a terrifying entity foretold in recent prophecies. The knight had come to this village to pillage precisely because it was prophesied to be the site of the demon's arrival. However, even after slaughtering many villagers, the demon had yet to reveal itself. But now, having killed hundreds, halting their rampage could lead to accusations against the knight's order. To protect their reputation, the knight's commander had ordered the complete extermination of the village. This way, no witnesses remained, and they could shift the blame onto the demon, ensuring their escape unscathed. Yet, the knight could not fathom that the so-called demon would truly manifest. Damn it! The knight, trained in the art of combat, quickly reached for his sword after recovering from the shock. Swish! He grasped it. A vicious grin spread across his greasy face as he brandished the glimmering sword, aiming it viciously at the girl's slender midsection. Die, demon! He bellowed, as if this could banish his fear. However, as the sword swung down, the girl before him inexplicably vanished. Where did she go? He turned in confusion, only to hear a strange thumping sound behind him. The knight spun around, confronted by the slender figure, her palm clutching a still-beating heart. Realization dawned upon him, and he quickly lowered his gaze. To his horror, he discovered a gaping hole in his left chest, where his heart should have been. No, no, no. The knight watched helplessly as she crushed his heart in her grasp. His outstretched hand, driven by despair, could not avert the arrival of death. Bang! His lifeless body collapsed to the ground, sending mud flying in all directions. The wicked soul, mingled with blood, fled from the knight's corpse, transforming into a palm-sized raven that ultimately perched upon the girl's shoulder. Lord Samir, I find myself perplexed. The raven, with its crimson eyes, gazed at the lifeless body on the ground and questioned, with your magical prowess, you could easily seize this woman's body. Why expend your energy aiding her against these mere mortals? It was indeed Samir who effortlessly dispatched the knights, having descended into the human realm through possession. This is a pact I made with her. Read, Samir replied, familiarizing himself with the body. I require her to offer her vessel, and she needs my assistance for vengeance. Since she has fulfilled her part of the agreement, I too must honor mine. You are truly benevolent, the raven named Reed remarked. Even beings as mighty as the four kings respond solely to a sorcerer's call, yet you choose to uphold a promise made to a mortal. Such words, spoken by one known as the Crimson Demon, hardly seemed like flattery. Samir crossed his arms and replied coolly, enough of such trivialities. The remaining knights are yours to deal with. At your service, Reed said, bowing with a surprisingly human-like gesture of his wings. In an instant, a torrent of blood surged from the surrounding corpses, coalescing in midair to form 50 blood arrows. With a swift whoosh, the scarlet projectiles, as if guided by unseen eyes, scattered in every direction. Moments later, cries of alarm echoed. What is that? Get down. One after another, the elegantly clad knights fell victim to the relentless onslaught of blood arrows. Once tranquility returned to the scene, dozens of souls drifted toward Raven Reed. The grotesque spirits writhed before him, as if boiling water, yearning to escape. My lord, these souls are offered to you. I have no need for such things. Keep them for yourself, Samir dismissed with a wave of his hand, proceeding toward the edge of the village. Surprised, Reed swallowed the sphere of souls before hastening to catch up with Samir. My lord, did you not come to the human realm for souls? The raven settled on Samir's shoulder, his crimson gaze scrutinizing the demon. As a superior demon, Reed struggled to comprehend Samir's formidable strength. Not even the strongest of elemental beings, the four kings, could rival him. If such a being sought to descend into the human realm, it was difficult for Reed to fathom any motive aside from the enjoyment of human souls. Yet Samir merely stated, to grow stronger. Long before, Samir had harbored a notion, to truly merge his chi and magical power. His magical energy had previously been employed solely for casting reversal spells. However, he recognized that his magical prowess was not weak. Wasting it solely on reversal spells seemed overly extravagant. Samir sensed that if he could fuse these two forces, he would undoubtedly become significantly stronger. Yet, practicing this with his true form risked obliterating the spirit realm with even the slightest exertion. Fortunately, he now had ample time for his task. Coupled with the possession technique he learned from Reed, he intended to utilize this body for the fusion of these two powers. This vessel had not undergone any training. rendering both its chi and magical energy exceedingly feeble. It would be prudent to journey through this world while simultaneously honing his skills. Since being taken by the supreme deity from the Dragon Ball realm, Samir had never genuinely lived in any world, though Reed remained puzzled. He found it hard not to support Samir, given the latter's extraordinary strength. On a rainy night, in a gathering place for mercenaries, what should have been a time for rest turned into a frenzy. What is happening? Has there been a night raid? Robust mercenaries emerged from their tents, alarmed by the commotion outside. Amidst the gathering, a long-haired mercenary, clutching his injured right arm, exclaimed, "That bastard Gus has slain Gambino. You must be lying." Someone doubted the long-haired mercenary's words. After all, Gambino and Gus were a father-son duo. How could Gus, the son, murder his adoptive father after over a decade of care? Yet the long-haired mercenary, with a twisted visage, insisted, "I am not deceiving you. That fiend has murdered Gambino, despite the years of nurturing. He is a patricide." But why? Wasn't Gus the one caring for Gambino after his leg was broken? As the crowd debated, the long-haired mercenary shouted, "Have you all forgotten? Gus was found beneath that tree 11 years ago, a cursed child bringing misfortune." The mercenaries fell silent, for it was indeed true. Ever since Gus had been taken in, Gambino's wife, Sis, had died shortly thereafter, and Gambino himself had lost a leg in the future. Seeing the crowd's silence, the long-haired mercenary proclaimed, "We must kill that wretch. Avenge Captain Gambino." His words ignited a fire within the mercenaries. Underneath the dark rain clouds, the mercenary band donned their armor and charged down the mountainside. Amidst the narrow mountain path, a young boy, lacking even stirrups on his horse, sat astride a steed. He was small in stature, clad merely in a white vest, appearing around 11 or 12 years old. Surprisingly, he wielded a sword nearly as tall as himself. Breathless from exhaustion, the boy suddenly heard the sound of arrows slicing through the air. With a jolt of fear, he turned to see a group of well-armed mercenaries aiming crossbows at him. In a panic, the boy failed to notice the treacherous path ahead, and before he could react, his horse galloped toward a cliff. When he finally recognized the precipice, he hastily yanked on the reins, but was oblivious to the arrow speeding toward him from behind. The sharp projectile pierced his right shoulder, and unable to sustain himself, he toppled from the horse, plummeting down the cliff like a stone. The pursuing mercenaries halted at the cliff's edge, gazing into the abyss below. "Did we hit him?" one uncertainly inquired. "I believe I felt a hit." Regardless, one could not survive such a fall from this height, the long-haired mercenary concluded, staring into the dark void. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a small body clutched the great sword as it tumbled into a water-filled pit below. As the rain gradually ceased, the clouds parted to reveal a starry sky. The once vibrant scenery failed to evoke any sense of joy. The battered boy struggled to open his eyes, his body aching as if it were not his own. Having fought on battlefields since childhood, he numbly rose to his feet, instinctively grasping his great sword. His adoptive father sought to kill him, and the mercenary band he had known for over a decade was no longer an option. Now, he felt akin to a stray dog, wandering the streets without shelter. Where am I to go? The boy surveyed his surroundings, exhaling a breath of cold air as he dragged the great sword beside him, aimlessly traversing the wilderness. Suddenly, shadows began to envelop him. He raised his head expressionlessly, only to behold a pack of wolves on the hill before him, their emerald eyes fixated intently upon him. Perhaps this was for the best, the youth thought as he leaned on his long sword, a sense of relief washing over him. With a ferocious howl, the famished wolves lunged towards the boy. He took a deep breath, bracing himself for the arrival of death, when he caught sight of a shadow darting past him from behind. In an instant, a series of dull thuds echoed in his ears. Before him stood a woman, caked in mud, amidst a sea of wolf carcasses, silently observing him. "What is your name?" The voices of a man and a woman resonated simultaneously from her lips, sounding both bizarre and sacred. "Jesai, my name is Jesai," the boy replied instinctively, uttering his name without thought. Chapter 48. The Sword Wind Known Only to the Gods. Part 3. Jesai. The name left no impression in Samir's mind. Recognizing that the boy before her could not provide her with further understanding of this world, she lost interest in him. She hoisted a wolf carcass from the ground and, without another glance at the boy, strode purposefully back the way she had come. Young Jesai gazed at the pile of wolf bodies before him, the resolve to die within him overshadowed by a surging desire to survive. He watched the woman's departing silhouette, longing to call out to her. yet unsure how to voice his thoughts. His body grew increasingly cold from blood loss. Torn between his instincts, Jesai clenched his teeth and shamefully followed her. He did not wish to die, not like this, despite the corpses surrounding him, despite the thoughts of surrendering to death that had begun to take root in his mind. Thus, the young Jesai, dragging a sword taller than himself, trudged laboriously behind the unfamiliar woman. From the hill to the plain, then into the forest. His bare feet ached with each step. Yet, even when the warm glow of a campfire appeared before him, Jesai dared not sit down. He stood stiffly like a clothesline, motionless outside the firelight, watching as the strange woman skinned the wild wolf and skewered it over the flames. The bright red blood dripped into the fire, transforming into sizzling white smoke. The wolf meat, devoid of any seasoning, emanated an increasingly enticing aroma as it roasted in the flames. Jesai swallowed hard. His body could endure pain, yet his stomach protested with a grumble. He attempted to approach the campfire, but fell silent upon meeting the gaze of those unfamiliar eyes. Though she had not invited him, he had stubbornly followed her here. Surviving this brush with death was already a stroke of fortune. What right did he have to seek more? A camp he had called home for over a decade had dismissed him with ease, and a figure he regarded as a father had not hesitated to raise a sword against him. Now, merely existing was enough. How could he still dare to covet another's food? Having clawed his way through the heaps of corpses since childhood, Jesai turned away after contemplating these thoughts. Discarding the heavy sword from his grasp and resolutely departing, Saimier paid no heed to the boy. She had merely ventured out to hunt due to hunger and had stumbled upon the child. A boy of 11 or 12, wielding a large sword on an uninhabited hill, would draw anyone's gaze. Initially, Saimier had thought he might be some extraordinary being. However, upon seeing the glint of resignation in his eyes, she realized he was, at most, a pitiable soul. Yet, as time slipped by and the wolf meat was thoroughly roasted, just as Saimier was preparing to dine, she suddenly heard the sounds of something heavy dragging behind her. Turning around, she was astonished to find the boy, who had previously left, returning with a wolf in tow. Ignoring Saimier's curious gaze, he clumsily took hold of the large sword and awkwardly sliced off a piece of meat from the carcass, chewing it raw. Blood and all. Ha ha. Look at that wild child. Saimier erupted into laughter, unabashed. You are truly something else. She had never encountered anyone quite like him. Just when she thought he had given up on survival, he surprised her with such audacity. I misjudged you, she remarked, forming a blade-like gesture with her fingers and effortlessly severing a leg from the roasted wolf. Your name is Jesai, is it not? I am Saimier. Tossing the roasted leg toward the boy outside the firelight, she observed him with keen interest. Would you care to accompany me? Jesai instinctively caught the roasted wolf leg, yet nearly jumped back from the heat. Nevertheless, he did not release his hold. Particularly upon hearing her question, his heart fluttered with hope. Yes. Fearing that this might all be a mere illusion, he nodded vigorously. Just then, a magnetic male voice echoed from above him. You lad are indeed fortunate. Jesai warily raised his head, only to see a shadow suddenly appear before him. Caw, caw. Startled, Jesai pointed at the descending figure and exclaimed to Saimier. The raven spoke. Saimier chuckled softly, offering no explanation. However, the raven flew down and pecked at Jesai's head. Foolish mortal. I am the great demon of the underworld, the king of blood. What do you seek? Before the raven, Ruid, could finish, a great sword swooshed down from above him. Damn it! Ruid cursed as he soared into the air, preparing to harness his inner power when he noticed Saimier waving him off. For the sake of your elder, I shall not hold this against you. Ruid landed gracefully on Saimier's shoulder. Jesai, still in shock from the sight before him, had never encountered a talking raven, let alone one that claimed to be a demon. Such a revelation could hardly be considered a good omen. Yet, observing the woman's seemingly unfazed demeanor towards the raven made him hesitate. Do not worry, Saimier spoke, continuing to savor her roasted meat. Ruid is my subordinate. Subordinate? Jesai slowly lowered his sword, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ruid. Seeing this, Saimier gestured for him to come closer. Come here. The peculiar tone of her voice seemed to possess some enchantment, compelling Jesai to instinctively approach the woman's side. As he stood there, uncertain of her intentions, a soft glow emanated from her outstretched palm, merging with Jesai's chest. What? Jesai marveled at the spectacle before him, curiously touching his chest. The warmth, akin to the sun, dispelled the chill within his body, as well as the pain he had been enduring. Ah! He exclaimed, feeling the integrity of his ribs and marveling, "My wounds are healed." This miraculous act struck Jesai with awe. "Are you an angel?" Despite living among mercenaries, he had heard tales of angels, though he had never believed in such stories. The events unfolding before him compelled him to ponder if he had truly encountered one. Yet, the raven beside him erupted into laughter. "Little one, true angels are not so benevolent. Those beings have sacrificed all beauty and goodness to become angels. Even those who bear the title of angel would not willingly heal your wounds without cause." As Ruid spoke of the true angels, even he, a demon, felt a chill run down his spine. The so-called true angels are those who, through special magical stones, sacrifice their most cherished possessions to acquire the authority of deities. In the human realm, they are referred to as angels, while in the shadow realm, they are often revered as Shunji Sho or Hands of God. These beings of immense power are born only once every 216 years, fundamentally differing from the angels created by the admirable beliefs of mortals. Their mere presence is enough to deter violence, let alone offer salvation. In the eyes of Ruid, while Samir is indeed formidable, he pales in comparison to the Hands of God, who embody the very rules of this world. Unbeknownst to Samir, Ruid's thoughts linger, but when posed with Gussi's question, he simply shakes his head. "I am not an angel. As for magical powers, I can teach you. But whether you can wield the reversal technique depends on your own aptitude." Gussi is engulfed in profound shock, perceiving what seems like a miraculous ability, yet to Samir, it is as simple as splitting wood. What Gussi does not realize is that in the future, he will witness even more astonishing sights. Chapter 49. The Sword Wind Known Only to the Gods, Part 4. The wooden wheels of the noble carriage rolled along the narrow path of the wilderness, accompanied by 4 guards as it passed slowly by the youth. Upon seeing the boy, the elderly noble within the carriage couldn't help but steal a few glances, not at the boy himself, but at the woman beside him, with flowing, pale golden hair and deep eyes reflecting a sapphire-like brilliance. She was not only exquisitely featured but also possessed a graceful figure, even clad in humble attire akin to that of a peasant woman. Her elegant curves could not be concealed. As the noble leered at the passing woman, an 11 or 12-year-old girl curiously leaned against the window. At first glance, she noticed the boy and the enormous iron sword in his hand, which appeared considerably heavier than the hoe used for tilling at her home. Yet the boy seemed completely unfazed, effortlessly hoisting it onto his shoulder. Impressive, the girl thought, her gaze inevitably drifting to the boy's face. In that moment, the boy was also observing her. Her hair, unkempt and wild even after a wash, and her dark skin paired with innocent eyes unmistakably revealed her identity as a country girl. Yet, this very girl wore a pristine white dress. Gussi, keenly perceptive, turned his gaze to the face of the long-haired old man opposite the girl. The repulsive visage and detestable gaze filled Gussi with revulsion. "Samir, that man." Gussi glanced at Samir beside him, but the one who only knew how to kill could not find the words to describe his feelings. When the carriage windows were finally shut, Gussi stammered, He is not a good person." However, Samir appeared oblivious, continuing to walk forward. "Samir? Do not call him." Ruid, perched on Samir's shoulder, remarked coolly, "The master has returned to the shadow realm. This body is merely an empty shell." Empty shell? Gussi had never encountered such terminology before. Indeed, think of this body as a puppet. Now, it will only act according to the master's designated goals, and nothing more. Therefore, if you wish to accomplish anything, do it yourself. Do not expect the master to assist you. "I do not seek assistance," Gussi retorted with indignation. "I merely fear causing trouble. If you fear trouble, then it is better, simply do nothing. Is that not your forte?" Ruid's crimson eyes fixed intently on Gussi, as if peering into his very soul. Feeling exposed, Gussi averted his gaze. Yet, upon seeing the 4 knights flanking the carriage, his clenched fists involuntarily relaxed. It was futile. Just like his past, no amount of struggle would change that. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from within the carriage, followed by a sharp clap, and the girl's voice turned muffled, as though her mouth were covered. The knights beside the carriage, accustomed to such occurrences, averted their gazes, feigning disinterest in the surrounding flora. However, with a jolt, the side door of the carriage burst open. The previously dark-skinned girl tumbled out, disheveled, prompting the driver to rein in the horses. "Damn it!" The noble, clutching his bloodied cheek from where he had been scratched, stormed out of the carriage. Observing the girl sprawled on the grass, He adjusted his loosened belt and hurried toward her. The girl, raised in the countryside, had only dealt with farm affairs, and now, faced with such a situation, she could not even scream for help. As the grotesque noble loomed over her, despair engulfed her heart. Bastard! The shadows of past traumas loomed like dark clouds overhead. And unable to endure any longer, Gussie charged forward with his great sword raised. How is it that humans can commit such horrifying acts against their own kind? Even beasts do not behave this way. Ruid observed Gussie, who was easily surrounded by the four knights, and kindly warned, if you do not act quickly, a tragedy will unfold. Be silent. Gussie batted away a sword that swung toward him and, with reckless abandon, unleashed a flurry of strikes against the knight before him. Clang! Clang! The knight, who had previously mocked Gussie while wielding his sword with one hand, was suddenly taken aback by Gussie's ferocious onslaught. How could this be? A mere child possesses such strength. The knight hastily gripped his sword with both hands, but it was too late. A heavy sword crashed upon his helmet, and the sheer force rendered him unconscious. Yet Gussie did not relent. Instead, he swung his great sword in a wide arc, bringing it down upon the face of the fallen knight. With a resounding thud, the overconfident knight met his demise. The remaining three, witnessing this scene, were momentarily stunned. Soon, their anger over their fallen comrade snapped them back to reality. Three long swords were raised simultaneously, descending upon Gussie from different directions. At that moment, Gussie seemed devoid of any reaction time, as if death was the only outcome awaiting him. Yet, in such dire circumstances, Gussie suddenly fell backward, thrusting his great sword outward. Thrust! The three swords missed their mark, but the knight facing Gussie felt a sharp pain in his throat. He attempted to look down, but a hard object obstructed his chin. Interesting, Ruid observed from afar, intrigued by Gussie's ability to survive and retaliate. Very well, I shall lend you a hand. A glimmer flickered in Ruid's crimson eyes as the corpse of a knight behind Gussie suddenly grasped him and hurled him toward the grassy slope below. Clang! The blade struck the armor with a deafening clang, but what truly instilled terror in the accompanying knights was the sight of their supposedly dead comrade, now standing unsteadily with a mangled face. Demon! Demon! Startled, the knights attempted to flee, but as one turned, another comrade, still impaled by the great sword, also rose again, triggering a desperate scream. The once feral nobility, now doused with a cold reality, swiftly turned to ascertain what transpired behind them. Yet, as they endeavored to comprehend the unfolding chaos, a fist loomed large before their eyes. With a resounding thud, Gus unleashed a powerful blow, sending the elderly noble sprawling to the ground. Bastard! Gus straddled the fallen man, denying him the grace of reaction, raining down punches as if to purge the agony festering within him, relentlessly striking that grotesque visage. Thud! 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 In a fleeting moment, the old man's form appeared altered, now squat and stocky. His once hideous face transformed into a terrifying countenance that haunted Gus's knights. The bloodied mouth twisted into a sinister grin, and pleas for mercy morphed into piercing, lewd laughter. A shudder coursed through Gus's heart at this sight, yet his trembling hand tightened into a fist. Like a frenzied beast, Gus pummeled the man beneath him, reducing his face to a pulp. Gus! Gus! Suddenly, a warm force grasped his wrist. Gasping for breath, his chest heaved. His crimson eyes began to regain their normal hue. But when Gus truly beheld the mass of flesh beneath him, fear gripped him, compelling him to recoil. Even amidst the battlefield, where he had severed life and death, he had never felt such trepidation. It's all right, Gus, you are unique in this world. You may slay whomever you choose. A pair of delicate hands enveloped Gus, the warmth evoking memories of his long-departed foster mother. She see, he murmured, his gaze glazed, while the now-aware Samuel displayed a frown. Reed? Ah, Lord Samuel. The crimson-haired maiden promptly embraced Samuel's waist, only to be unceremoniously pushed aside moments later. Revert, Samuel murmured. In an instant, a cloud of blood mist erupted, and the red-haired girl transformed into a crow, her face now adorned with an overly human-like expression of servility. My lord, before Samuel, Gus quietly addressed him. Samuel, it was I who killed them. It has nothing to do with Reed. He lowered his head, his voice quaking, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Beside him, the disheveled girl stared vacantly. Samuel casually cast a reversal spell on Gus, devoid of any intent to chastise. You've slain a few, it matters not. However, this girl, Samuel regarded her, smoothing her attire before asking, "What is your name?" Kasija. The girl stammered, seemingly still ensnared by her prior terror. Samuel, arms crossed, gently ruffled Gus's hair. "The one you have brought back, you must care for." Samuel admired Gus, but would not unconditionally tolerate him. Even so, this was sufficient to astonish Gus. He gazed at Samuel, nodding earnestly. "Samuel, I will never cause you trouble." Chapter 50. The Sword Wind Only Known to the Gods. V. Gus's vow went unanswered by Samuel, yet as Samuel turned to depart, Reed fluttered onto Gus's shoulder. "Little one, though your strength is lacking, you possess an unexpected charm. I acknowledge you." Reed had witnessed Gus's earlier defense of him. "I do not seek your acknowledgement," Gus retorted, pouting and ignoring Reed, instead carefully guiding Kasija alongside him to catch up with Samuel. Hearing Gus's refusal, Reed's indignation flared. "Little one, do you believe you are rejecting mere goodwill? I am a great demon of the underworld. A mere gift of power from me could elevate you beyond the mundane. If you are so mighty, why do you still follow Samuel? What do you, a mere child, understand? Lord Samuel possesses power surpassing that of demons." Even reflecting on their initial encounter days ago, Reed felt a tinge of fear. "Forget it. You have never seen the Lord's true form, so you cannot fathom that sensation." Yet, this only piqued Gus's curiosity. "Reed, you constantly mention Samuel's true form and incarnations. What is the distinction? Curious, are we? If you begin to refer to me as the esteemed Lord Reed, I shall enlighten you." With his scarlet eyes glimmering mischievously, he perched on Gus's shoulder. "Forget it," Gus muttered, turning away. Despite his words, Gus's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Samuel's figure not far ahead. "Little one," Reed chuckled at Gus's cat-like demeanor, noting how it underscored Gus's uniqueness. Even among Reed's followers, fear was a common response, yet Gus had never exhibited such trepidation. Initially startled by his form, Gus quickly acclimated. With such an intriguing presence, the journey through the human realm was rendered significantly more captivating. Meanwhile, the girl Gus was guiding, having broken free from her earlier fear, gazed curiously at him. "What is it?" Noticing her scrutiny, Gus inquired. "Who are you talking to?" Kasija asked, her tone tinged with trepidation, yet brimming with curiosity. Despite being merely a boy her age, he exuded an overwhelming sense of security. However, the genesis of that assurance left her perplexed, especially as he appeared to converse with the air. You cannot see Reed?" Gus looked at her in surprise, pointing to the black crow on his shoulder. "Right here, a black crow." "A crow?" Kasija scrutinized Gus's shoulder for an extended period but still saw nothing. Her disappointment was palpable as she shook her head. "Reed, what is happening?" Even Gus was at a loss. Yet the black crow merely preened its feathers, unaffected. Realizing something, Gus clenched his fists, his face flushed, and finally managed to stammer, "Reed, my lord." "Ha." The black crow soared above Gus, bursting into laughter. With each passing moment of Reed's mirth, Gus's fists tightened further. Sensing the little one's mood had soured, Reed finally ceased his laughter. Naturally, he perched atop Gus's head, tapping it gently with a claw. "Do you suppose that because you can see me, hear me, and even touch me, I am akin to the crows of the human realm? Are you not a crow?" "Certainly not. Little one, my current form is more akin to a sprite than a mere crow. In the past, many could see me, but since the emergence of various churches in your realm, few can still perceive me. However, it is simple for those girls to see me. They merely need to become my followers." "Become your follower?" "I think not. I shall seek out Samuel instead." "You insolent brat, what do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? I was once a great demon with my own dominion, and now?" At this moment, Ruid, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "The territory now belongs to Lord Samir." Seemingly noticing the shift in Gus's gaze, Ruid hastily clarified, "But do not mistake my current state for weakness. It is essential to recognize that I am a terrifying existence dwelling in the depths of the underworld, in the realm of humans. Even an ordinary superior apostle would find it challenging to gain any advantage over me. Thus, should you choose to worship me alongside that girl, perhaps I might grant you some unique abilities if I am pleased." The black crow animatedly continued its discourse towards the child at its feet, when suddenly a voice echoed from the distance, calling out, "Guess, I am coming." Ignoring Ruid's nonsensical chatter overhead, Guess grasped Katijia's hand and swiftly made his way toward the figure on the hillside. "You pesky little brat. Why are you running so fast?" Ruid scolded as he flapped his wings to catch up with Guess. On the slowly advancing carriage, Guess, holding the reins, patiently instructed Khadijah on how to drive the horses. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Samir gradually raised his hands, exerting pressure on two contrasting energies, a white and a black, resting in his palms. The formidable energies quivered erratically, creating a sense of unease in Ruud, who could only watch in trepidation. At that moment, he longed to be as oblivious as the two ignorant children outside, for ignorance seemed preferable to the stark awareness of the immense power that danced before him. However, what surprised Ruud even more was Samir himself. Although he had observed Samir employing various special methods to strengthen this incarnation over the past few days, only now did he realize the extent of its newfound strength. The energy within Samir's palms, if unleashed entirely, could effortlessly engulf the carriage. In the hands of an ordinary mortal, it would rival the might of a catapult. Yet, as the two energies surged violently, Samir abruptly severed the supply of energy within himself. No, the balance of chi and curse power is insufficient. This body is progressing too slowly. Is it really too slow? In Ruud's perception, Samir's incarnation could effortlessly eliminate lower-tier beings from the underworld. The transformation from a powerless woman to such a formidable entity was indeed terrifying. Yet only Samir understood that the true source of his strength was merely the enhancement of curse power. Unlike chi, which has a lower ceiling but accelerates quickly at the outset, Samir now resembled a vessel of cursed energy akin to the Shikigami of a powerful sorcerer. Even after changing bodies, he could still unleash the potential of curse power within him in a remarkably short time. Chi, however, demanded rigorous daily refinement of both body and soul, and this body remained too frail. The bloodline of humanity was ultimately too weak to compare with that of a Saiyan. If this body were a Saiyan's, perhaps the equilibrium between chi and curse power would already be achieved. Samir gazed at his slender hands. Yet as this thought crossed his mind, a surge of anger welled within him, not a senseless rage, but rather frustration directed at his own thoughts. No, if I were to rely solely on the Saiyan bloodline, I should have perished in the previous world. He nearly forgot how he had truly gained his strength. Suddenly, the door of the carriage swung open, and without hesitation, Samir leapt out, observing the retreating scenery with resolve. Bang! After a peculiar sound, Guess instinctively prepared to halt the carriage. However, just as he pulled on the reins, Samir's voice rang out from behind. Guess. Go faster. Upon hearing this, Guess turned to look back at the carriage and was astonished to see Samir, who should have been seated inside, now running alongside it. Go even faster, Samir shouted, his voice resonating with urgency. All right. Though perplexed, Guess complied with Samir's command. This is truly madness, Ruud remarked, perched at the window, watching Samir sprinting outside the carriage. At a loss for words, as his muscles throbbed painfully from the exertion, Samir merely employed a reversal technique, disregarding the discomfort that surged through him. The world may be unfair, yet it also adheres to a sense of balance. Could Samir's current strength be attributed solely to his Saiyan heritage? No. The true foundation of his power stemmed from his own relentless and rigorous training. Training. Only through unwavering perseverance could one ascend the lofty tower of their dreams. As Samir internalized this realization while running, he felt a sudden lightness, as though he had shed the burdens of his soul. From that moment onward, the distance between him and the carriage began to diminish rapidly. A strong wind rushed toward him, carrying with it a hint of blood. Just as Guess was still tugging at the reins, he abruptly slowed the carriage's speed. When a flash of fire ignited from the distant hillside, he immediately pulled the reins tighter. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated from the hillside, followed by a billowing cloud of black smoke. Having been familiar with the battlefield, Guess quickly deduced the nature of the explosion. He shouted to the back of the carriage, Samir, it's explosives. Chapter 51. The Sword Wind Only the Gods Know. Part 6. The gunpowder obliterated the amassed corpses into countless fragments. Yet, even amidst this devastation, a towering and fearsome figure remained standing. How could this be? The middle-aged man clad in simple armor gazed in despair at the chaos around him. His companions, who had traversed alongside him, had been reduced to mere heaps of flesh, while the once mighty leader lay unconscious, having been struck by a massive rock, still yet to awaken. Captain, we have run out of explosives. What shall we do now? A mercenary rushed to report. Out of explosives? How could this be? The middle-aged man felt a throbbing headache, and thoughts of retreat began to plague his mind. However, before he could ponder further, he heard a sudden commotion erupt from the rear of their forces. What is happening? The middle-aged man scrambled atop a larger rock to survey the situation, only to discover that what should have been a stable rear contingent was now in disarray, retreating in waves. Damn it! Those bastards left us behind to escape. Alarmed by the turn of events, he shouted to his subordinates, "It doesn't matter. We must retreat. Over 30 have already perished. We can no longer engage that monster." Saying this, he retrieved a horn from his waist. The sound of the retreat horn echoed, causing the weary mercenaries to finally relent, retreating like a receding tide. Meanwhile, at the base of the hill, groups of knights fled on horseback, blocking the path. Samir, Guest tightened the reins, gazing at the distant knights with a grim expression. "We cannot pass." Almost immediately after Guest spoke, a beastly roar erupted, followed by a massive boulder tumbling down the hillside. Boom, boom. As the boulder crashed down, it crushed numerous panicked soldiers. Yet, when Guest turned his gaze back to the hill, his expression shifted dramatically. A colossal figure was barreling toward him at an alarming speed. With a start, the startled horses bolted in opposite directions. Sitting atop the carriage, Guest pondered leaping off with Kasigia, but time was no longer on their side. A shadow loomed above them in an instant. Just as Guest believed his end was near, a fierce gust of wind swept across his face. With a resounding thud, Samir landed gracefully from a leap of over 10 meters. Simultaneously, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, shattering the carriage into splintered wood. As Samir examined the unexpected visitor, he was taken aback to find a rather primitive-looking human, standing over 2 meters tall. He could easily be deemed a giant compared to the mercenaries and knights of this era. His exposed, powerful muscles appeared formidable even from a distance. Could it be? The undying Zaod. Upon recognizing the figure, Rueda exclaimed in astonishment. Is the undying Zaod truly that formidable? It was the first time Samir witnessed Rueda express such surprise towards another. Previously, Rueda had always boasted about his own strength, dismissing even the most fearsome of spirits and demons. However, this time, Rueda's demeanor turned unusually serious. That being may not pose a threat to your true form, my lord. But for you and me in our current state, his power remains terrifying, as if fearing Samir might underestimate their adversary. Rueda elaborated. He is not merely a human, but a legendary apostle who has existed for centuries. Even in the Shadow Realm, he is a formidable entity. The more Rueda spoke, the more his confidence waned, ultimately suggesting, "My lord, perhaps I should hold him here while you escape with the 2 young ones." As Rueda spoke, magical energy surged within him. From the distant corpses of fallen soldiers, blood began to coalesce into arrows of crimson. Yet, before he could heroically sacrifice himself, a hand seized him fiercely, flinging him backward. Samir. Before he could comprehend, Rueda found himself crashing into Guess's embrace. As his crimson eyes refocused, he saw Samir advancing toward the so-called Apostle Zaod. Instead of fleeing, you dare approach me? The towering Zaod wielded a great sword and a long blade in either hand. However, upon witnessing Samir approach him unarmed, he cast his long sword towards Samir. Whoosh! The sharp blade spun through the air, eventually embedding itself in the ground before Samir. Woman, I can sense the immense power within you. You are unlike those others. You warrant my full attention. With a swift motion, Samir extracted the sword from the earth, swinging it experimentally before raising an eyebrow. I have no use for such implements. With that, he discarded the sword aside. Let us engage directly. Samir called out, unleashing a surge of magical energy. Boom. The ground beneath him cratered as Samir's figure vanished from sight. Just as Zaod lifted his great sword to strike, a powerful leg shot forth from Samir's flowing dress. Thud. Enhanced by magical force and momentum, her right leg struck like a hammer. Even Zaod, weighing over 300 pounds, was forced back several meters by the blow. This speed and strength exceed my expectations. Steadying himself, Zaod looked down at his bruised abdomen, astonished. In over 3 centuries, even the most renowned swordsman had failed to leave a mark upon him. Yet this human had managed to inflict such damage without a weapon, an extraordinary feat, however. Mere moments later, the bruise on his abdomen began to heal autonomously. Conversely, Samir, having successfully landed a blow, felt a sharp pain in his right foot. His bones had fractured. As the reversal of the spell took effect, Zaod launched his counterattack. The heavy blade swung from his side, seemingly intent on cleaving Samir in two. At that moment, Saimir's bones were not fully healed, and relying solely on his left foot would not suffice. Observing from a distance, Guess felt a pang of anxiety and prepared to rush in with his great sword. Yet, before he could take a step, a dark wing blocked his path. Do not intervene. Zaod could dispatch you with a single stroke. Furthermore, my lord would not engage unless he was fully confident. Trust in my lord. As if in response to Rueda's words, Saimir executed a swift backbend, narrowly evading Zaod's strike. As his right foot healed, Saimir supported himself on his hands and kicked upward, striking Zaod's chin. Zaod initially deemed it a trivial blow, but a surge of black-red lightning erupted from Saimir's foot. An attack far more fearsome than before descended upon him. Black flash. The over 300-pound Zaod was sent flying, spinning twice in the air before crashing to the ground. Rueda, witnessing the spectacle, stood in shock, his mind racing with the image of the black-red lightning. I want to learn that move, Guess exclaimed, eyes gleaming, only to be sharply pecked on the head by a bird. I want to learn it too. You little brat. Chapter 52. The sword wind only the gods know. 7 Bang. The towering figure crashed heavily to the ground, the great sword slipping from his grasp. Before Zaod could rise, Saimir charged forward once more. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon Zaod like a tempest. He attempted to shield his head with his hands, but the sporadic bursts of black-red lightning threatened to shatter his arms. Black flash, black flash, black flash. 3 successive terrifying attacks erupted in rapid succession. The accumulating force exceeded Zaod's defenses. Crack. Suddenly, after a full-powered punch from Saimir, Zaod was again sent sprawling. Unlike before, however, his right arm was now shattered by Saimir's might. Blood poured from the severed limb, which lay in tatters at his feet. Is that truly a human? From a vantage point on the mountainside, a middle-aged man gazed in astonishment at the woman below. He could hardly fathom how a creature impervious to explosives could be so grievously injured by a mere woman's fists and feet. Before Saimir, Zaod wore an expression of disbelief, yet his heart brimmed with joy. How intriguing to unleash a power several times greater in an instant. For centuries, you are the only one besides myself who has managed to wound me to such an extent. Thus, I shall unleash my full strength. With that, Zaod slowly retrieved his severed right hand, placing it beside the broken arm. Almost instantaneously, muscle and bone began to regenerate, reattaching the severed limb. In mere moments, the once injured Zaod was restored to his former state. This formidable regenerative ability elicited a gasp from Rueda in the distance. Indeed, this is the undying Zaod. My lord, merely injuring his limbs is futile. You must shatter his skull. Shatter his skull, you say? Saimir nodded, tearing the fabric of her dress at the waist. The obstructive clothing was ripped away, cascading down like a short apron. As surging magical energy filled her being, the latent force within her erupted forth. At this moment, 2 entirely distinct forces clashed within Saimir, akin to 2 magnets of the same polarity, repelling each other while being forcibly intertwined. This awkward existence, however, had elevated Saimir's strength to a new height. The brief amalgamation was the result of his recent research endeavors. Yet, it remained a considerable distance from his ultimate goal of complete fusion. The controllability of this power, as well as the intensity of its enhancement, were still lacking. The energy surge from the transient fusion stemmed from the collision of chi and spell power, rendering it both perilous and exceedingly uncontrollable. Currently, Saimir's limit was merely 3 minutes, a stark contrast to his envisioned total fusion, akin to the difference between nuclear fission and fusion. Nevertheless, for this incarnation, unable to utilize the Kaioken technique, this fleeting fusion represented his most formidable means. Seemingly sensing the shift in Saimir's strength, Zod ceased to conceal his true form. With a beastly roar, Zod's body began to expand, towering over 3 meters in height, his exterior sprouting thick black fur. His feet transformed into massive hooves, with thighs more robust than a human's entire torso. His upper body morphed into a lion-like visage, claws replacing fingers, and a fearsome countenance adorned with a pair of terrifying eyes that exuded an insatiable thirst for blood. Most astonishingly, a pair of formidable demon horns emerged from his head, resembling a minotaur from mythology, yet Zod was wilder and more bloodthirsty. Saimir, that is Zod's true form. Exercise utmost caution, urged Reed, well-versed in such matters. However, Zod's assault came swifter than his words. Many believe that the larger the entity, the slower its movements. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. Now in his true form, Zod's speed surpassed that of his humanoid state, despite his massive size allowing for a clearer view of his maneuvers. Without any intention of confrontation, Samir leaped over Zod, who charged in violently. However, at the moment Samir was about to land, Zod's thick tail, accompanied by a fierce gust, swung down towards his landing spot. Danger! In this perilous instant, even Karcija, who lacked combat experience, recognized the imminent threat to Samir. A sound akin to a breaking air resonated, suspended midair. Samir had no point of support. If he descended just half a meter, Zod's tail would strike him with brutal force. Samir, unable to endure the sight, Gus disregarded Reed's warnings and dashed towards Zod. Yet before he could take 2 steps, he was astonished to see Samir's figure suspended in midair. Come back. Reed, transformed into a red-haired maiden, seized Gus by the collar, nearly dragging him back to the observation area. You little rascal. That is merely Samir's incarnation. Even if it is destroyed, he remains unharmed. And you? You are but a mortal child. Should that creature land a blow, even Samir may not be able to save you. Reed's words struck Gus like a heavy hammer, and the great sword he clutched felt unbearably weighty. Observing Gus's despondent demeanor, Reed shook his head. Mortals are thus blinded by their emotions. He turned back to the battlefield. Samir, soaring like a deity, even caught Zod off guard. Zod understood that Samir's flight was not aided by elemental forces like a sorcerer, but was purely a manifestation of his own power, executed in a manner beyond Zod's comprehension. You are not human? Have you just realized this? Samir was taken aback by Zod's inquiry. Yet, as a pair of enormous bat-like demon wings sprouted from Zod's back, a subtle smile crept across Samir's lips. It appears this battle will not yield to me easily. The vast demon wings whipped up a tempest, effortlessly lifting Zod's colossal form into the sky, even doubling his speed compared to terrestrial movement. In the blink of an eye, he traversed dozens of meters, appearing before Samir. Zod's massive palms descended from either side, seemingly intent on flattening Samir. However, Samir delivered a powerful kick to Zod's chest, propelling himself skyward to narrowly evade Zod's onslaught. Before Zod could pursue, Samir abruptly halted, extending his right index finger towards Zod below. Zod, puzzled by Samir's peculiar gesture, suddenly felt a dreadful sensation rise within him. Without hesitation, he instinctively veered to the side. In the next instant, a beam of yellow light erupted from Samir's fingertip. The terrifying beam struck a distant mountain peak, resembling a bomb detonation that left a crater in its wake. The force surpassed even that of explosives, momentarily stunning Zod. Meanwhile, above him, Samir was not faring well either. His body was racked with pain, and the energy within him threatened to spiral out of control. Yet, the closer he approached despair, the more profound his understanding of chi and spell power became. Samir shot towards Zod, his right palm coalescing a yellow energy orb, while his left fist became enshrouded in a layer of blue-black spell power. Zod, astonished by Samir's offensive, exhibited no intention of retreat. With formidable regenerative speed, he braced himself against Samir's onslaught. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit in the sky. In the previous moment, Samir landed a punch on Zod's face. In the next, he was sent flying by Zod's counterattack. A second prior, Zod's claw had carved 3 deep gashes into Samir's back. Yet, the next moment, a beam of light erupted from Samir's palm, piercing Zod's heart. In the span of merely 1 minute, Samir and Zod exchanged blows over a dozen times. As the cells within Samir's body painstakingly repaired the damage to his heart at an agonizingly slow pace, the fully apostle-formed Zod gasped for breath. His demon-like crimson eyes now filled with astonishment and respect. What is your name? He inquired excitedly. This individual before him exhibited not only formidable combat skills, but also a fighting style that was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Zod, with his near-immortal body, found himself thoroughly tested by Samir's prowess. He felt a surge of exhilaration, marveling at the existence of someone so perfectly aligned with his own desires. At this moment, all he wished to know was Samir's name. After that, even death would hold no regrets for him. Samir. Without hesitation, Samir revealed his name to the apostle before him, his blood-stained visage now imbued with a sense of satisfaction. Even amid the myriad worlds he had traversed, he had never encountered a being like Zod. Endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities and an almost instinctual battle intuition, coupled with an unyielding combat style that exhilarated Samir immensely. The energy within his body was nearing an uncontrollable threshold, and the reversal technique, which he should have employed long ago, remained inaccessible. His battered form was now profusely bleeding. He could muster only 2 more moves, and after those, his body would inevitably succumb to the backlash of the energy, rendering him exceedingly weak. There was even a considerable chance that this incarnation could perish as a result. Yet, Samir hesitated not, for it was worth it. Drawing a deep breath, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from his wounded right fist, a unique amalgamation of chi and cursed power. As if in perfect synchronicity, Zwada, from a distance, clenched his own right fist. At that moment, all his strength coalesced within his right arm, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. His tattered demon wings propelled him once more, charging towards Samir, who was not far away. To the onlookers on the ground, the 2 figures in the sky seemed to collide simultaneously. There were no cries, no explosions. It was as if the heavens were untouched by the turmoil. Boom. In the instant following their clash, a terrifying shockwave erupted from their point of contact, radiating outward. Countless shards of wood, flowers, leaves, and stones flew through the air. Gusi quickly turned, cradling Ka Si Jia in his arms. The girl, resembling a child, Rueda, stood resolute in a fluttering red dress. As numerous splinters and pebbles grazed his face, leaving behind a myriad of wounds. Yet he remained steadfast, his gaze fixed intensely on Samir, suspended in midair. If he had once bowed to Samir's overwhelming power, witnessing this scene had utterly captivated his heart. The rapid growth of his adversary was something he had never encountered before. Despite being merely an incarnation, it had become an extraordinarily formidable entity in just a few days. In Rueda's mind, achieving such prowess seemed only possible through sacrifice or the consumption of souls. Yet it was precisely this fact that made him yield to Samir, for throughout, Samir had never consumed a single soul. As the fierce winds eventually subsided, when the elongated figure descended from the sky, Rueda transformed into a crow, swiftly soaring towards Samir. Just as Samir was about to crash to the ground, a blood mist erupted beneath him. The red-haired girl knelt, cradling the wounded golden-haired woman in her arms. Above them, a colossal demon-like monster disintegrated into fine sand, gently cascading down upon the 2. The midday sun refracted through the sand, casting a dazzling spectrum of colors. A miracle indeed. On the mountainside, a middle-aged man, unable to retreat in time, found the mercenaries who had hoped to survive unable to see Rueda's form. Thus, in their eyes, the formidable demon-slaying woman now floated amidst a kaleidoscope of light. That sight surpassed the sanctity of any cathedral's stained glass dome. To them, it was as if a deity had graced the earth. The mercenaries, who had once solely believed in blood and steel, now cast aside their weapons, kneeling before the distant golden-haired woman. Chapter 53. The sword wind only the gods know. 8. I understand now. I comprehend everything. On the swaying wooden cart, the weakened Samir gazed up at the azure sky and slowly sat up. Samir, Gusi, mounted on a brown warhorse, turned upon hearing the commotion behind him. On the cart provided by the mercenary group, Ka Si Jia and the humanoid Rueda were assisting the injured Samir to sit up. You finally awakened, Gusi exclaimed in delight upon witnessing the wounds on Samir healing at an astonishingly visible rate. In an instant, the injuries vanished completely. That speed of recovery could nearly rival his original form. Beside him, Rueda sensed something amiss and remarked with surprise, "My lord, your power has grown stronger again? It is not a matter of becoming stronger. Rather, I have transferred my original power into this body," Samir explained, revealing that his slender arms seemed to overlap with more robust ones. "I have come to understand the true essence of cursed power. What remains is merely validation. The cursed spirits born from human negative emotions, though lacking a true physical form, could still wield immense cursed power. Conversely, humans with physical bodies often faced significant limitations in their total cursed energy. Even training the body bore no enhancement to cursed power." With thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Samir suddenly declared, "Gusi, Ka Si Jia, I must impart the ways of curse technique to you. Now, can I also learn?" Gusi asked, astonished by Samir's words, while Ka Si Jia felt trepidation. She, having come from humble beginnings, believed she had no right to learn anything beyond labor. In contrast, Rueda, standing nearby, questioned with confusion, "My lord, wouldn't it be faster to grant them power through sacrifice?" Before he could finish, Saiyan replied calmly, "The strength sought externally cannot compare to that sought within. Always relying on external power will ultimately lead to regret." Turning to Ka Sijia, he continued, "Let us begin with you, Ka Sijia. Extend your hand to me." "All right." Ka Sijia cautiously extended her right hand. Knowing nothing of cursed techniques, she did not genuinely wish to learn. She merely acted instinctively upon Saiyan's request. As his gentle hands enveloped hers, a peculiar sensation surged from the warmth of her right hand into her body. "Saiyan, something is crawling on my hand," Ka Sijia exclaimed. "Close your eyes," Saiyan instructed softly, "and remember that feeling." Ka Sijia nodded, shutting her eyes. At that moment, the power flowing into her body circled around her heart and slowly settled in her abdomen. Suddenly sensing a unique force burgeoning within her abdomen, Ka Sijia instinctively opened her eyes. As she excitedly sought to share her feelings with Saiyan, she caught sight of the red-haired girl leaning closer. "You are Rueda? Little one, you can see me now? And within you?" Rueda raised an eyebrow, feeling quite surprised. He was well aware of Saiyan's might and was deeply curious about the so-called curse technique. However, he had not anticipated such rapid learning. In just a few minutes, a once ordinary girl now possessed magical power within her. Even the most gifted magicians needed at least half a day of practice to awaken their magic. Yet this girl had transformed so swiftly. The erstwhile cart driver, Gusi, noted Ka Sijia's transformation and eagerly leaped from his horse onto the wooden cart. "Saiyan, I want to learn too." "Certainly. But there is one thing I must tell you," Saiyan replied. "The strength of cursed techniques emanates from your heart, and controlling cursed energy requires constant practice. Rest assured, I will strive diligently," Gusi declared, clenching his fists. As Saiyan guided the cursed energy from Gusi's body, the situation exceeded his expectations. Gusi's upper limit of cursed energy nearly surpassed all the sorcerers Saiyan had previously encountered. If the limit of a typical sorcerer's cursed energy is likened to a vessel capable of containing suffering, then Jesai is akin to a vast lake. Those endowed with such an extraordinary level of cursed energy were generically referred to as special grade sorcerers in the bygone realm of Jujutsu. Even Saiyan found himself momentarily captivated by the youth before him. "Indeed, I was not mistaken. You possess the potential to become a formidable force. Can I truly become strong?" As Jesai felt the surge of power within him, he could not quite comprehend the meaning behind Saiyan's words. Yet the glimmer of approval in the latter's gaze was something he had not experienced since the age of 3. Suddenly struck by an inner resolve, Jesai declared, "I shall strive with utmost dedication." "Enough, little one. It is time to return and ride." Observing the two children manifesting their innate magical powers, even the high-ranking demon, Reed, was taken aback by Saiyan's methods. After successfully creating 2 sorcerers, Saiyan, lost in contemplation, murmured to himself, "The moment of cursed energy's birth is fleeting." With only Kaskia and Jesai, there simply was not sufficient time for analysis. "I require more data, and I need more subjects." Saiyan, Reed, bewildered by Saiyan's frenzied demeanor, felt a sudden chill in his heart. What followed next left him utterly astounded. "I must convert more sorcerers. A single village is insufficient. A town will not suffice. It must be a city." "A city?" Reed thought he had misheard. It is known that in the entirety of the human realm, the number of sorcerers can be counted on 2 hands. Yet Saiyan was audaciously proposing to convert an entire city's worth of sorcerers. "Impossible, Saiyan. You are breaching the rules. If you bestow too much power upon mortals, they shall cease to believe in the divine. In such a case, the human realm would be lost. However, in the netherworld, those beings that thrive on human faith will undoubtedly trouble you. Then let them come for me. A host of beings that rely on the faith of mortals to grow yet refuse to grant them power. What is there to fear? What do you dread?" Saiyan was but one step away from a complete analysis of cursed energy. Once successful, he could seamlessly merge cursed energy with chi. The opportunity to grow stronger lay before him, and he would not forsake it for the pitiful rules set forth by a bunch of worthless beings. Reed wished to offer further counsel, yet he was met with Saiyan's icy gaze as he declared, "Reed, no one can impede my ascension. I shall slay as many as come." Chapter 54. The Sword Wind Known Only to the Gods, Part 9. In the heart of the human realm. Within the millennia-old kingdom of Midland, peculiar rumors began to circulate. It was said that in the northern region of the kingdom, a goddess had taken the form of a golden-haired woman wandering among mortals. Those with innate talents who encountered her would receive blessings, thereby gaining powers beyond that of ordinary beings. As the rumors spread, many individuals in the northern villages began to exhibit extraordinary abilities, whether controlling flames or commanding lightning. These individuals shared a singular origin, the golden-haired beauty. Such tales, coupled with the genuine existence of these extraordinary beings, drew thousands to the kingdom of Midland. They traversed cities and even remote villages in hopes of obtaining blessings from the divine. In a small town named Kata, a man in his 50s slumped in a pool of blood. His exquisitely woven silk garments were soaked in crimson, a chilling sensation creeping up his body. Yet, he had no intention of rising. He merely stared blankly at the carnage surrounding him. Blood pooled on the ground. Broken corpses lay strewn about, and even the walls bore the twisted faces of the slain. Just half an hour prior, those bodies had belonged to a group of living soldiers, 70 in total, nearly half of the castle's defensive force. Yet these meticulously chosen 70 soldiers now lay lifeless. Suddenly, a warmth coursed through him from below. The old man looked down, his face turning ashen as he realized the source of the warmth. God, what should I do? Shame and fear flooded his heart. But the prayers that once comforted him now yielded no response. His mind was consumed by the brazen words of the bandit leader. Prepare 20 beautiful women and 20 children for me. Remember, they must be delivered before sunset. Otherwise, await the annihilation of this town. The elderly man felt utterly helpless, the gruesome sight of his fallen soldiers still vivid in his memory. I have tried all that I can, yet that monster is beyond the reach of mere mortals. It is not death that I fear. No, I am for the sake of Kata. Indeed, for the entire city. Sacrificing a few for the greater good is worthwhile. I am protecting them. Even the gods would forgive my choices. As if self-soothing, the elder slowly rose from the filthy, blood-soaked ground. He gazed at the half-open castle gates not far away and staggered towards them. Someone, quick, everyone come here. Whoever defeats him shall be rewarded with a silver coin. In a street of Kata, a dark-skinned girl suddenly shouted to the passing crowd. Hearing her call, even the casual passers-by paused. In these tumultuous times, a silver coin could sustain a modest family for several days. Even if not motivated by profit, the allure of a free brawl would entice many men. As the crowd gathered around a makeshift wooden arena, they were taken aback by the sight of the combatants. A boy of around 14 or 15 stood before a towering, muscular man. The boy's thigh was scarcely the width of the man's arm. How absurd. Is this child here to deliver money? Some mercenaries lingering outside the ring mocked. Hey, kid, you haven't even sprouted hair yet. How dare you step in to fight? Just as the crowd cast doubt upon the youthful contender, he suddenly sprang into action. His legs tensed, propelling him forward like a swift leopard, lunging at the burly man before him. Huh. The muscular man laughed at the sight of the boy charging at him. A kitten may strike first, but it can never outmatch a lion. As the giant's words faded, he reached out to seize the boy. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, a searing pain erupted in his chest. What? He looked down in shock to find the boy's hand had somehow struck his chest. What astonished him even more was the force emanating from the boy's palm. The giant felt as though he had been struck by an anvil. The unbearable agony in his chest rendered his muscles powerless. With a resounding thud, the massive figure collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the youth, once doubted by the crowd, had returned to his original position. The spectators, rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle, were soon interrupted by a mercenary clamoring to ascend the arena. Kid, I want to fight you. I must see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The girl beside him cheerfully declared, 1 coin for each challenge. Take it, take it. The mercenary casually tossed a coin to the young girl. However, he promptly patted the long sword at his waist and remarked to the boy, but I don't fight with my fists, so using a weapon is fine, right? Whatever. The boy replied indifferently, seemingly unimpressed by the mercenary before him. Then you better be careful. The mercenary shouted as he drew his long sword and charged towards the boy. In an instant, as a fist loomed larger in front of him, the mercenary's body was sent flying backward. Bang! With just a single move, the challenger was defeated. The spectators, who had initially doubted the boy, could not help but applaud. Observing this, the girl quickly exclaimed, Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? The winner will receive a silver coin. The crowd below the arena surged, yet no one dared to step forward, especially after witnessing 2 consecutive defeats with just a single strike. Facing such an opponent, only those with utmost confidence in their skills would dare to approach. As the atmosphere grew somewhat stale, the girl raised the stakes, 3 coins. Whoever defeats this slender, short-statured fellow will receive 3 silver coins. 3 coins. A wave of excitement rippled through the mercenaries watching. After all, the value of 3 silver coins was equivalent to the price of an enemy captain's head on the battlefield. With 3 coins, some lone mercenaries could avoid an entire battle. I'll do it. Me too. Count me in. In an instant, the mercenaries rushed forward, eager to ascend the arena. But just as they jostled to get on stage, a coin gleaming with golden light fell into the hands of the dark-skinned girl with a pleasant chime. Following this, a figure in white gracefully strode onto the arena, stepping on the heads of several mercenaries. The angelic appearance made it difficult to discern their gender. Only when a gentle and delicate voice rang out did the crowd realize the person's gender. Yet, it was not the beautiful silver-haired man himself that shocked them, but rather the coin he had just thrown, a gold coin. Is this a mistake? Even the girl, gazing at the gold coin in her palm, seemed somewhat bewildered. She nudged the boy beside her and whispered, "What should we do, Gussie?" Upon hearing Ka Sijia's inquiry, Gussie found himself in a quandary. He even began to suspect that this man was toying with him. But then, the man explained, "Rest assured, that gold coin is my challenge fee." However, the silver-haired, blue-eyed man flashed a faint smile at Gussie. "If I win, I won't require any monetary reward." "Then what do you want?" Noticing the unusual gaze from the opponent, Gussie, as the arena master, could not help but ask, "I want you." Those 3 concise words left Gussie momentarily speechless. A chill ran down his spine, and he quickly retorted, "That's impossible. I don't like men." "Ha ha ha, what are you thinking?" The silver-haired man chuckled. "What I mean is, if I win, you must join my Eagle Brigade and become one of my subordinates, Griffith." "Eagle Brigade?" Gussie pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Do as you wish. I will never lose." With that, Gussie assumed a stance, his hands forming tiger claws, one in front and one behind. Noticing the boy's peculiar posture, Griffith inquired curiously, "Is that a special martial arts style?" "Not really. It's just something I learned after being taught a lesson by a certain terrifying individual." As Gussie spoke, he suddenly charged forward. His right leg transformed into a steel whip, striking fiercely at the man named Griffith. For some reason, the moment he laid eyes on him, he felt an uncontrollable urge to strike. Chapter 55. The Sword Wind Only the Gods Know. 10. A sound akin to an explosion suddenly rang in his ears. The once smiling Griffith was taken aback, having failed to see when Gussie had appeared before him. By the time he reacted, Gussie's foot had already collided with his face. Bang! The searing impact crushed Griffith's smile, sending him sprawling like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. "It's over." Those simple words, though concise, were sharper than any blade. "Wait," Griffith groaned, clutching his throbbing face as he rose from the ground, his right hand pulling out a pouch of coins. "If you need money, I have more here. I only want you." "I said it's over." Gussie impatiently swatted away the pouch of coins Griffith offered. However, as silver and gold coins clinked to the ground from the opened pouch, the sound captivated the crowd. Yet, Griffith did not cast a single glance at them. His full attention remained fixed on the boy named Gussie, with a single thought swirling in his mind. I must have him. Apart from his deepest dreams, this was the first time Griffith felt such intense obsession for someone. In the past, he had effortlessly acquired everything using his charm and strength. At a young age, he had formed his own mercenary group. He had never considered the possibility of failure, nor would he allow himself to fail. Yet, Gussie had no time for further conversation. 1 gold coin was enough for him and Ka Sijia to indulge for quite some time. As for the so-called Eagle Brigade and more rewards, though somewhat tempting, they held no significance. Gussie, as he prepared to leave without hesitation, Griffith earnestly declared, "I will definitely have you. I don't want someone like you bothering me. If you dare to follow, I will surely smash that pretty face of yours." With that threatening remark, Gussie hurriedly left the arena alongside Ka Sijia. After retrieving their horse from the inn, the two traversed the bustling streets filled with vendors, heading towards the city gates. Seated atop the horse, Ka Sijia clutched a map the size of a book cover, observing the densely marked red circles, and could not help but ask despondently, "Gussie, can we truly find Saiyan?" "Absolutely. We will," Gussie replied with unwavering determination, gazing at the sun setting behind the mountains. Yet, Ka Sijia's tone remained bleak. "But we have been searching for nearly a year. Isn't Saiyan a goddess?" If she truly knew we were looking for her, shouldn't she appear before us instantly? Or does she simply not wish to see us again? No, that's impossible. Gusi recalled everything that had transpired in the past. He remembered their initial encounter when he sought death, only for Saiyan to save him and offer him hope for survival. Then there was the raven named Rueda, who, despite his sharp tongue, proved to be a decent person. Later, he and Ka Sijia, along with Rueda, rescued the equally unfortunate Ka Sijia, but soon faced a terrifying monster, which Saiyan vanquished. After that, he and Ka Sijia learned the power known as sorcery from Saiyan, becoming sorcerers with special abilities. Throughout their journey, they had vanquished many wicked mercenaries and defended villages against the monstrous beast spirits. Saiyan had transformed those with talent into sorcerers as they passed through each village. Over time, the tale of Saiyan spread far and wide, attracting many who sought her power. This fantastical and intriguing journey was something Gusi could hardly have imagined in the past. There was even a time when he believed that this adventure would accompany him throughout his life, until the day Saiyan vanished. Her departure was as mysterious and sudden as her arrival, without a word or farewell. At 14, Gusi had already possessed formidable magical abilities, yet without Saiyan, he felt lost, unsure of how to proceed. After considerable discussion with Ka Sijia, they resolved to search for Saiyan once more. He was convinced that she still existed somewhere in this world. He simply had yet to find her. As Gusi pondered this, Ka Sijia suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, the map." Coming to his senses, Gusi raised his head to see the map, which was meant to be in Ka Sijia's hands. Carried away by the wind towards the city gates. "I will retrieve it," he declared, dashing towards the map. Just as he reached out to grasp it, a corner of the map fluttered between two metallic rods. "You fool, what are you doing?" A voice chastised him from nearby. Turning around, Gusi saw an armored soldier angrily approaching him. "Step away from those cages." Cages? Upon hearing the soldier's words, Gusi realized that the metallic rods he had seen were actually part of a large iron cage. To his shock, he noticed that a group of soldiers, resembling the one who had warned him, was herding a line of women and children down the street, as if driving slaves into the cage. Gusi looked at the women and children clad in white prison garb, instinctively sensing something was amiss. If the soldiers were escorting fierce and menacing individuals, it would be understandable. However, the women before him, while somewhat attractive, posed no threat whatsoever. In fact, some timid women were already huddled in a corner of the cage, quietly weeping. The children, innocent and curious, merely gazed at the passers-by outside the cage, seemingly unaware of the dire situation they were in. "What crime have they committed?" Gusi inquired of a nearby soldier. "What business is it of yours? Move aside." The soldier shoved Gusi aside and unsheathed his sword, warning, "Do not approach those cages again, or I will cut you down." Undeterred, Gusi was about to press for answers when he heard Ka Sijia's voice calling out, "Gusi." After a moment of silence, he decided to abandon the confrontation with the soldier. He quickly joined Ka Sijia, handing her the map, and heard her curiously ask, "Gusi, what crime did those people commit? They seem like ordinary women and children." "I am uncertain, but I sense something is amiss." "Could it be something akin to the events in Wale Village?" Ka Sijia referenced Wale Village, a small settlement they encountered on their journey to find Saiyan. Unlike other villages, the inhabitants of Wale Village worshipped a so-called river deity and annually sacrificed a group of children and women to the river. Gusi and Ka Sijia had merely stopped there for a respite, but were unexpectedly drawn into the sacrificial event. To save a girl who had once helped him, Gusi volunteered to become the sacrificial offering and discovered that the so-called river deity was merely an apostle that transformed into a giant catfish. It was from that apostle that Gusi gained a clearer understanding of such entities, realizing they were monsters with immense power that fed on humans. With Ka Sijia's reminder, Gusi, who had been somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is highly likely that an apostle is causing this chaos. While ordinary apostles can be dealt with through sheer numbers, it is not surprising that there exists an apostle outside Kata City capable of threatening the entire city, given that there have been those who could battle deities like Saiyan. However, the most pressing issue at hand was that if they chose to remain and uncover the truth, not only would they fail to reach the next city before nightfall, but they might also encounter a perilous situation that could cost them their lives. Gusi, what should we do? Should we stay? Watching the women and children being treated like livestock in the cages, Gusi declared resolutely, "We must stay." Since we possess the power to save others, we cannot turn a blind eye to such atrocities. It is clear that these individuals are attempting to leave the city. Kasi Jia, go fetch my sword. I will follow them for now and leave markers along the way. Understood. After hearing Gusi's response, Kasi Jia carefully tucked away the map and urged her horse onward towards the city gates. Everyone, clear the way. Make way. As two soldiers forged a path ahead, the cart carrying the women and children in the cages slowly exited the city. A mysterious figure clad in a black cloak walked at the front of the procession, seemingly leading the soldiers. The horses pulling the cart hastened under the driver's whip. Their urgency made Gusi suspicious. Were they under a time constraint to reach a certain destination? As he observed the retreating group, he marked a cross on a nearby tree and swiftly followed behind. As the sun began to set, Kasi Jia, wielding a heavy sword, finally arrived at the tree marked with the cross. Uncertain of Gusi's safety, she did not take the time to survey her surroundings. Instead, she quickly discerned the direction and hurried to catch up with him. However, shortly after Kasi Jia left, a group of remarkably young individuals appeared next to the tree marked with the cross. Griffith, does that guy named Gusi truly hold such significance? A lean and scruffy mercenary asked Griffith, visibly annoyed. I do not know, but I must have him. Do you understand, Kokas? The sudden seriousness in Griffith's eyes made Kokas instinctively step back, nodding hurriedly. I understand, I shall say no more. Then let us proceed. I will bring you the one you desire. Within the dilapidated castle hall, the old lord removed his cloak and tremulously addressed the tall, gaunt man holding a glass of red wine. Is it 20 women and 20 children? The wine swirled in the man's glass, the crimson liquid seemingly concealing a small orb. The old lord instinctively glanced at the glass, and in the next moment, the orb rolled slightly. The old lord's pupils dilated sharply as he covered his mouth with both hands, feeling an overwhelming wave of nausea. Within the glass, an eyeball stared back at him. Did you truly follow my instructions, my lord? The gaunt man turned, mockingly observing the terrified old lord as he downed the crimson liquid in one gulp. As for the eyeball, it was crushed between his shark-like teeth. Suddenly, with a crunch, the eyeball, saturated with wine, burst, splattering a metallic-tasting liquid across the old lord's face. Its cold touch reminiscent of a serpent slithering across his skin. You must understand that my greatest disdain lies in being deceived. In that moment, I felt a sudden tightness in my chest, as if the very strength had ebbed from my limbs. I had followed your instructions precisely. 20 beautiful women and 20 children were all outside. Aside from them, only my guards remained. Indeed, you spoke correctly, my lord the city lord. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that you have brought more than mere guards. Almost as soon as the words left my lips, a piercing scream echoed from outside the hall. How could this happen? The former city lord gazed in horror at the gaunt, tall man with an unfriendly countenance and hastily explained, No, I truly did not bring anyone else. There is no need to elaborate, the city lord retorted. Even if that individual was not brought by you, it is undoubtedly here because of you. But that matters little. For I am eager to witness the sight of people writhing in the flames, to hear the sound of bones being crushed. Then you need only listen to your own. Came the response. A tremendous crash resounded as a colossal sword shattered the wall behind the gaunt man. The wielder of that mighty sword was none other than Guess. The marble floor exploded beneath him, scattering shards across the ground. The gaunt man leaped back onto the dining table, deftly grasping a halberd that stood nearby. He regarded Guess's weapon. If it could be called a sword, it was far too cumbersome. If a tablet, it appeared too insubstantial. The undeniable truth remained that it was an immense chunk of iron, weighing no less than 600 pounds. Yet, astonishingly, this weapon was wielded with ease by a mere youth. I have heard of your travels, young man, where you slayed monsters with that great sword. However, to defeat me, humanity will find it far from easy. As he spoke, the man raised his halberd and, in the blink of an eye, charged towards Guess. The blade came crashing down towards Guess's head with a speed imperceptible to the ordinary eye. With a powerful step forward, Guess swung the massive sword overhead. Despite its apparent weight, it moved with the grace of a dagger in his hands. With a resounding clash, Guess deftly deflected the incoming halberd, then surged upward, swinging the enormous sword horizontally towards his foe's midsection. The gaunt man attempted to block with the shaft of his weapon, but was effortlessly cleaved in two. The heavy sword showed no sign of slowing. With a thunderous impact, the gaunt man was sent hurtling away. Yet before Guess could catch his breath, A massive black tail suddenly lashed out from the direction the man had flown. In an instant, Guess was sent sprawling backward. Several ribs cracked, and a sharp pain pierced his chest, but he had no time to rest. Emerging from the breach in the castle, a colossal half-man, half-snake creature effortlessly pushed apart the rubble and advanced towards Guess. Strike at will, attack as you please. Humanity cannot kill me, regardless. The nearly 5-meter-tall serpent-like monster spoke, its mouth displaying a delicate human face that flicked a tentacle-like tongue as it proclaimed, "Creatures like humans are merely food to satisfy my hunger." As it spoke, the monster swung its tail towards Guess once more. With a resounding crash, Guess was propelled like a cannonball out of the hall. Guess, as he was thrown through the entrance, Castiga, who was outside rescuing the trapped, rushed towards him. "Hold on, I will heal you with reversal magic." As she began her incantation, Guess's complexion gradually improved, yet Castiga's limited magical prowess could not restore him swiftly. The tremors emanating from within the hall alerted Castiga. Despite not seeing the foe, she could surmise its origin. Is it an apostle? Indeed, Guess gasped, rising from Castiga's embrace. But it is on an entirely different level from what we faced before. Castiga, you must not concern yourself with me. Get everyone out of here. I will do my best to stall that monster. But no buts. A fierce wind howled as a gigantic hand shot out from the castle hall, reaching for Castiga. Both of you shall die here today. As the hand neared Castiga's shoulder, Guess tackled her to the ground. Just as they fell, a dark, spherical object suddenly appeared before the serpent monster. With a thunderous explosion, the creature was forced back. Still on the ground, Guess had not regained his senses when he saw a towering figure hoisting him and Castiga onto his shoulder. As he ran, he shouted, "Jiddu, it's time to engage." "Well done," shouted the brawny man named Bibbin. Outside the hall, a young boy with golden hair tied in a ponytail hurled 2 explosives with burning fuses. The serpent apostle roared as it emerged from the entrance. But as its head appeared, it was met with 2 smoke-producing spheres. Explosions erupted one after another, further damaging the already dilapidated castle. The beams groaned under the strain before the castle crumbled to the ground. In an instant, a cloud of dust enveloped the entire area, inducing a fit of coughing among all present. Amidst the chaos, a confident voice rang out, "Eagle's Legion, evacuate the castle. Kelkasi, you and Ricket bring the rescued back to Kada City. Bibbin, Jiddu, draw near to me." "No problem." Terrified by the giant serpent apostle, Kelkasi quickly pulled the golden-haired boy to safety outside the castle. There, the women and children rescued by Castiga were being well guarded by a group of young mercenaries. Once the dust settled, Guess, struggling to free himself from the others, was taken aback by the sight of the white-haired man before him. "What are you doing here?" Griffith smiled faintly, avoiding a direct response to Guess's question, instead stating, "From this moment on, you owe me a life." "Are you a fool? That creature is beyond your means to confront." As Guess felt the healing of his ribs, he pushed Griffith aside and approached the ruins of the castle. "Wait!" the boy named Jiddu exclaimed, pointing to the debris. "With such a collapse, that creature should be dead, even if it were an elephant. That is impossible. Beasts of that level do not perish so easily." As if to validate Guess's assertion, a massive stone suddenly shot forth from the ruins. Following that, a colossal tail emerged from the rubble. With a forceful sweep, the serpent apostle, covered in numerous small wounds, flung aside the surrounding debris. Jiddu, who had just claimed the enemy might be dead, now looked at the creature in disbelief. How is this possible? It is still alive? Even Griffith, always confident, was momentarily taken aback by the creature's resilience. While they were still in shock at the apostle's tenacity, Guess had already sprinted towards a window at the creature's feet. Amidst the debris, Guess's enormous sword was wedged tightly. "Damn humans! You have thoroughly provoked my ire." The apostle of the giant serpent is consumed with rage, no longer toying with his prey as a cat plays with a mouse. Instead, he is solely intent on tearing apart this group of humans before him. His sharp claws lash out toward Guess, moving with such speed that it is nearly impossible to react. "Watch out, Guess!" Kasigia cries out. Yet even faster is the flying knife hurled by the youth named Jiddu. With precision, 2 knives pierce the creature's eyes, causing it to recoil in pain and slow its movements. However, the keen-eyed Griffith furrows his brow and declares, "No, that is not its weakness. It lies within its mouth. Jiddu, strike at the face within." With that, Griffith draws his sword and charges alongside Bibbin, who wields a massive axe, toward the apostle of the giant serpent. Holding the colossal sword, Guess lets out a fierce roar and swings it with all his might. The tremendous force, combined with the weight of the sword, is akin to that of a battering ram, striking the apostle's right leg with devastating effect. The creature howls in agony, thrashing about to rend Guess to pieces. Yet, as several knives fly toward its mouth, it is forced to raise its right hand in defense. Meanwhile, its left hand, aimed at Guess, is held at bay by Bibin's axe and a military sword. Now Guess, Griffith and Bibin take the brunt of the apostle's assault, allowing Guess an opportunity. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, Guess channels his spell power, enveloping his colossal sword in a radiant aura. In an instant, a unique sensation surges through him. With a roar that echoes like thunder, Guess swings his dark red sword, striking the apostle's right leg amidst the crackling of lightning. The blade cleaves through flesh, and blood erupts from the severed thigh. The apostle, losing its balance, crashes into the nearby ruins. Now's our chance, Bibin shouts, raising his axe to strike at the creature's palm. Yet, despite the impact causing his weapon to splinter, it fails to inflict any real damage. It's futile. Ordinary weapons cannot harm an apostle. Guess warns the duo behind him before leaping to deliver a decisive blow, aiming to sever the apostle in two. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the injured apostle lashes its tail. Guess finds himself suspended midair, with no leverage to support him, and must curl behind his sword to brace for the impending strike. In that moment, a gleaming knife is hurled by Griffith, piercing the face within the serpent's maw with deadly accuracy. The knife sinks deep, causing the creature to howl in pain, its tail's force diminishing. Meanwhile, Bibin, anticipating Guess's fate, had already retreated. The heavy sword crashes into the ruins, creating a significant crater, but Guess is caught by a powerful arm. With a grunt of effort, Bibin kneels, enduring the agony from his fractured wrist, and gently places Guess on the ground. Guess gazes at Bibin's contorted hand, a consequence of his hasty maneuver. Hurry. It is not yet over, Bibin urges, sweat trickling down his forehead as he points at the distant apostle. Without hesitation, Guess charges toward the creature, lifting the heavy sword from the rubble. His spell power engulfs him like flames as he roars towards the colossal apostle. With a thunderous crash, the sword cleaves through the apostle's skin, muscle, and bone, bisecting it before finally halting. No, it cannot be. You are but mere humans. How can you harm me? With that, the colossal sword descends once more, beheading the giant serpent apostle. Its arrogant voice fades into silence forever. Exhausted, Guess collapses, relying heavily on his sword for support. Did we win? Jedu gazes in disbelief at the scene before him, which far surpasses any thrill he has previously encountered. Kasigia skillfully approaches the injured, tending to their wounds. Griffith, seated amidst the ruins, observes as Kasigia effortlessly heals Bibin's injuries with just a touch, his eyes filled with curiosity. Guess, he speaks with familiarity. Once we return to camp, I shall offer you the position of captain. Should you desire a steed, you may choose freely. And armor, upon reaching the capital of Wyndham, I can have a custom set made for you. Leaning against his colossal sword, Guess responds with exasperation, I never agreed to join you. But you owe me a life. Do you not? Guess is at a loss for words, for indeed, it was Griffith's men who saved him and Kasigia. However, the thought of joining a mercenary band is utterly unthinkable to him. I have other matters to attend to. I will repay that debt when the opportunity arises. But joining your mercenary band is out of the question. Why not? Griffith, puzzled, presses on. I can provide you with everything you desire, even nobility and a promising future. I have no need for such trifles, Guess replies, gazing towards the sky, now painted with hues of crimson. At present, all I seek is to find one person. I can assist you. You? Griffith meets Guess's gaze earnestly. A whole mercenary band searching for someone would be swifter than just the two of you, would it not? Moreover, do you intend to wander indefinitely? Guess remains silent. However, when he observes Kasigia laughing joyfully alongside Jedu, he hesitates. If it were only him, he could continue to roam without concern. Yet Kasigia, she is but a vulnerable girl. Can he truly allow her to accompany him in such a life of wandering? Griffith, Guess suddenly inquires, if someone were to disappear without a trace, what could be the reason? If she were to vanish suddenly, I would assume she had pressing matters to attend to. Pressing matters, you say? Gazing into the encroaching twilight, Guess chuckles softly. You are indeed correct. Someone like her must have many important affairs to address. After all, she is a goddess. Guess's casual remark astonishes Griffith, who recalls the extraordinary abilities of both Guess and Kasigia. He cannot help but ask, Guess, is the person you seek truly the legendary deity? Without fabricating any falsehoods, Guess candidly affirms, even sharing his past with Griffith. Upon hearing Guess's story, Griffith expresses envy. How fortunate you are to travel alongside a goddess. I wish I could have met you sooner. Why? Guess inquires. So that I could ask that goddess whether the legends surrounding this stone are true. What stone? Guess glances at the crimson gem in Griffith's hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of curiosity. They highlight, the legendary magical stone capable of granting wishes, beckons for a closer inspection. They highlight. As Gus held the stone up to his eyes, he was startled when an eye suddenly opened upon the stone. He stumbled backward, only to be caught by Griffith's timely intervention. Ha ha ha. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Griffith's face was adorned with a mischievous grin, having successfully pulled off his prank. So peculiar. I have never heard of such a thing. Discarding the stone back to Griffith, Gus gradually rose to his feet. Enough of this, it's getting late. And I must find a place to rest. Why not come to my place? After all, a crowded place tends to be more lively. With a long exhale, Gus ultimately nodded in agreement. At that very moment, deep within the abyss of the netherworld, in a realm as terrifying as the void, for peculiar beings also nodded in unison. The wheels of fate had aligned, and it would not be long before the final Demon King was born. The speaker was an entity with a brain exposed, cloaked entirely in black. Beside him was a being resembling a pudgy, closed-eyed infant, who pouted in agreement. Fate is an unstoppable force. Yet, just as the infant-like being concluded his statement, a figure donning sunglasses, akin to a gnome merchant, hovered nearby and inquired, What shall we do about that pseudo-deity? Half of the netherworld's beings have already fallen to him. Let's disregard him. That little nuisance is anything but endearing. I merely wish to engage in a deeper dialogue, and he nearly ended my life. A beautiful woman with enormous bat-like wings kindly cautioned the other three present. Do not concern yourself with him, the entity with the exposed brain remarked nonchalantly. He, like us, is a puppet of fate. However, his destiny shall prove far more fleeting than ours. Chapter 56. The Sword Wind Known Only to the Gods. Part 11. The severed pure white wings lay ensnared within a mound of rotting corpses, crimson blood slowly pooling at their base. Upon the mountain of cadavers, where countless legendary beings had perished, once stood a divine presence, now gripped tightly by a colossal hand around its throat. No matter how fiercely it struggled, escape was futile. No, please. A deity of an unknown pantheon pleaded in terror, only to be met with a beam of violet light. Boom. The pillar of light, stretching thousands of meters, triggered explosions that sent dismembered heads rolling down the corpse mound, crashing into the blood sea, reeking of rust and sulfur. A master, Ruid stood at the base of the corpse mound, gazing in horror at the figure trampling over the innumerable bodies. Those beings had surrendered. The coalition of over a dozen pantheons and hundreds of thousands of extraordinary entities had been reduced to mere heaps of flesh. In the entire netherworld, aside from the indifferent elemental spirits, nearly every being had been slaughtered. Yet the entity atop the mound seemed oblivious, continually surveying the surroundings. In his snow-white eyes, the panorama of tens of thousands of meters lay bare. Even those hiding beneath the earth could not escape the gaze of those eyes. Master, please, do not. Just as Ruid mustered the courage to urge the terrifying being to cease, a spatial rift was violently torn open, and a terrified angel was yanked from it. Buzz. A violet disc spun in the man's palm, resembling a chainsaw, effortlessly severing the angel's head. The words Ruid had nearly uttered were swallowed back in an instant. The being before him was no more than a marionette, wreaking havoc in the netherworld due to an ambush years prior in the human realm. At that time, while verifying his hypothesis, Samuel was unexpectedly attacked, the assailants being the very supreme beings now facing obliteration. They dared not confront Samuel's true form directly, so they sought to eliminate his avatar in the human realm. However, Samuel's avatar, possessing the might of a high-ranking demon, was utterly incapable of simultaneously contending with dozens of beings of equal caliber. In a heartbeat, Samuel's avatar was gravely wounded, though he ultimately found a sanctuary to hide. This near-humiliating experience was intolerable for Samuel. Thus began his 6-year quest for vengeance. During these years, Ruid witnessed Samuel's true power for the first time. The once stable netherworld had transformed into a shattered wasteland, and the once mighty deities were now but remnants. Yet, The true Samuel was not the one responsible for this devastation. For Samuel's soul had remained, from the very beginning, beyond the netherworld. The fearsome entity before him was merely a puppet, acting upon a goal established by Samuel. At the boundary between the human realm and the netherworld lies a peculiar place known as the Witch's Forest. It is said that within the Spirit Tree Pavilion resides a powerful witch who has existed for over a millennium. She appears no different from an aged human woman, draped in a yellow robe with a light red shawl, her voice imbued with benevolence. You ought to calm down. The netherworld now resembles a hellish realm. Within the exquisite wooden house, the elderly woman slowly extended a cup of brewed red tea to a nearby golden-haired beauty beneath the pentagram window. But in human tales, the netherworld has always been hell, hasn't it? Feeling the warmth of sunlight upon her, the golden-haired beauty accepted the tea. After savoring a sip, her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Hee. The elderly woman chuckled at the woman's praise. You, too, are a being of supreme existence, yet your words echo those of a child. In comparison to your age, I am indeed quite young. Speaking of which, your body is nearing its limits, isn't it? Just as you say. My body has little time left. Recently, I lack even the strength to leave this place. Would you like my assistance? You have granted me such a serene environment for my practice. In return, I could extend your lifespan a while longer. I appreciate your kindness, but for us mages, the line between life and death remains rather ambiguous. However, if you could bring some tranquility to the netherworld, I would be grateful. I do not wish to witness corpses strewn about daily. That would be far too stimulating for an old woman like me. As it happens, I, too, am preparing to cease my endeavors. My training has concluded. I merely need to consolidate my power from here on. The woman's words astonished the elderly woman. You have comprehended the secrets within that power? Indeed, I now lack nothing. As she spoke, the woman drained her cup of red tea and rose, stating, I will remain here for a few more days. If you require assistance, send your students to find me in the netherworld. With that, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers, causing a spatial rift to slowly open behind her. Farewell. After leaving those words, the woman turned and stepped into the rift. Following a wave of spatial disturbance, her figure vanished entirely. Meanwhile, deep within the netherworld, two figures locked eyes. How wondrous, this sensation of witnessing oneself. As Samuel, my lord. At the base of the corpse mound, Ruid, who had been trembling, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the figures suddenly appear above him. Ruid, have you been here all this time? My lord Samuel, you have finally returned. Since that sudden assault, I have been unable to find another opportunity to return to the human realm. With no alternative, I have remained here by your true form. You have endured much. For the first time in these years, the immensely powerful body has spoken. Returning to his true self, Samir felt the chaotic yet potent energy within him and frowned slightly. Fortunately, he insisted on merging the power within. Otherwise, if this continued, the body would inevitably self-destruct due to the imbalance of energy. However, attempting to merge energy in such a body could very well lead to death midway. It would be wise to create a backup first. A thought struck Samir, and he swiftly brought his right palm down upon the avatar before him. As the concentrated energy surged forth from his palm, a black diamond slowly emerged on the forehead of Samir's avatar. Now, he would proceed to merge the power within himself. Ruid, you have followed me for so long. Do you have any desires? Samir lifted his avatar, yet his gaze was directed towards Ruid below. Me? But my lord, I desire nothing. Simply being with you is enough. Are you jesting? How can anyone in this world not require recompense? I shall impart to you the method of cultivating chi. Your future will depend entirely on your own efforts. As a purple light shot from Samir's fingertips into Ruid's mind, Ruid, who had initially intended to decline, suddenly froze in place. Countless pieces of information, foreign to this world, flooded into his consciousness, ultimately forming a unique method of cultivation. Is this chi? Like a sudden revelation, Ruid, regaining his composure, extended his hand and conjured a red orb of light in his palm. When he flung that orb towards the mountain of corpses beside him, an explosive roar erupted, nearly engulfing the entire mound. As the light subsided, what was once a massive mountain of corpses had vanished entirely. This is my power? Ruid gazed in astonishment at his own hands. The blood control he once prided himself on now seemed trivial in comparison. This destructive force surpasses that of any so-called demon. Yet, after the initial excitement, Ruid suddenly regained his composure. He recalled Samir's earlier words, feeling a pang of unease. Why did my lord's demeanor resemble a farewell? Suddenly realizing something, Ruid swiftly ascended into the air. But as he scanned his surroundings, he could find no trace of Samir, as if he had never existed at all. Chapter 57. The Sword Wind Only the Gods Know, Part 12. The essence of Qi derives from both the physical and the spiritual. Meanwhile, the existence of spell power excludes the physical. The reason these two cannot be utilized in harmony is that Samir has always employed spell power in the manner of using Qi, resulting in a failure to merge their strengths. Even when forcibly fused through certain techniques, it would ultimately produce an ineffective form. However, after thoroughly analyzing spell power, Samir discovered a solution to seal the physical body, fully integrate spell power with Qi, and then lift the seal. By following this method, Samir could even convert spell power that originally belonged to others into his own. Heavenly constant reverence, applying the power that freezes time onto himself. Samir almost abandoned all perception of the physical, entirely focusing on channeling spell power, seeking to merge it with his Qi. After nearly a decade of research through his avatar, the fusion of his true form's power progressed remarkably well. The previously scattered spell power converged into Samir's immense Qi, like rivers flowing into the sea. Yes, this is the sensation. Savoring the surging power within, Samir's heart swelled with ecstatic joy. As the final fragment of spell power merged with his Qi, a brilliant light radiated from Samir's eyes. The formidable Qi even began to influence the constraints imposed upon his physical form. The time suspension of 30,000 combat power was gradually unable to contain Samir's body. 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. Samir's Qi continued to ascend. The surrounding space trembled under its influence. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the barrier of time, restraining Samir. In the next instant, with a roar from Samir, that fissure rapidly spread across his entire being. Nearly a decade of research and arduous training manifested as his entire power, 100,000 combat power. The binding of time erupted violently, sending countless shards of time shooting outward, freezing everything they touched. In an instant, a terrifying Qi erupted from Samir's body, enveloping the entire world. In the realms of Yogia and Rengia, the fragile bindings could no longer impede Samir's perception. Almost simultaneously, a luminous panel appeared before Samir. Task: capture the core of the world. Task description: every 216 years. The gods bestow their power upon those chosen by fate. Those who possess divine power shall possess everything in this world. Task requirements: eliminate 5 messengers chosen by the gods and capture the core deity of this world. The task location has been dispatched. Please proceed within half an hour. Capture a god? Observing the task panel before him, Samir sensed something amiss. Upon opening the map provided by the deity, he discovered it was merely a map of the human realm. Notably, the green dot representing him remained fixed at the location where he had initially descended into this world. Did the main deity not realize he was in Yogia? Although the situation felt exceedingly strange, Samir had no choice but to comply. He drew his right index finger through the air. As if slicing through glass, a rift in space appeared in the sky of the human realm. Beneath that rift, a massive barrier materialized, resembling a black sun, radiating an endless aura of malevolence. What is this place? Hey, weren't we just running on the grasslands? Could it be we were dreaming while running? Or have we inadvertently perished? Observing his mercenary companions beside him, who appeared as if they had seen a ghost, Kasigia instinctively shouted at them, "Calm down." Yet, the companions who usually heeded her words could not maintain their composure in this moment. How can we calm down? Look at this. Silence. Kasigia's voice rose sharply as she surveyed the surroundings. The sky resembled a blood-soaked canvas, while the ground transformed into countless terrified faces of flesh and blood. In the distance, enormous faces loomed like hills. Though her heart raced with shock, she promptly commanded the members of the Eagle Squad, "Focus on what must be done. Everyone, tighten your formation and do not stray from the group." With that, Kasigia turned her attention to Gus and the severely tortured Griffith. "Gus, help Griffith onto a horse. I will assist him." Understood. As Gus lifted Griffith, preparing to carry him to Kasigia's side, he inadvertently caught sight of the red magic stone in Griffith's hand. He recalled Griffith mentioning the magic stone named Behilet, which possessed the power to make dreams come true. In the past, Gus might not have paid much attention to that stone. However, now, in this bizarre scenario, he found himself scrutinizing it more closely. What astonished him further was that the stone, once misaligned, now formed a complete human face, its expression eerily similar to that of Griffith beside him. At long last, the moment of the Grand Night Festival has arrived, a magnificent feast that occurs once every 216 years. It is unclear when it began, but a horde of humanoid beings has encircled the members of the Eagle Group. Are these apostles? Where did so many emerge from? As Kirsha gazed at the hundreds of apostles surrounding her, cold sweat broke out upon her brow. Even if they were all the weakest of their kind, such a multitude could easily annihilate an entire nation. Before Kirsha could fully comprehend the situation, the apostles collectively cried out, "They have come. Our reigning monarch is coming to lead us. The guardians of the 4 archangels have descended." In an instant, a vast, grotesque visage lying in the distance transformed into that of a beautiful woman. She rose straight from the ground, resembling a colossal statue. Her pair of bat-like wings, overlapping in front of her, perfectly concealed her most intimate secrets. Her appearance was undoubtedly a bombshell for the members of the Eagle Group, who had only just managed to stabilize themselves. They were thrown into a flurry of discussion. What was that? Was that a giant? Before the mercenaries could recover from the shock of the beautiful woman, an anomaly appeared overhead. A pale, giant face seemed to squeeze into this world from the pitch-black sky, morphing into a peculiar half-human shape amidst the crowd's terror. He donned black-round glasses, his hands pressed together as he floated in midair, emitting a sound akin to mockery. As this entity soared into the distance, the mercenaries at the edges of the crowd suddenly felt their balance falter. In a chaotic tumble, a grotesquely large infant emerged from the ground, its 6 hands writhing like maggots, causing revulsion. This must be a dream. It has to be a dream. The ever-flamboyant Kokas began self-hypnosis upon witnessing these surreal occurrences. Yet, the gasps of his companions yanked him back to reality. One after another, what now? Chapter 58. The Sword Wind Only the Gods Know. 13. The Sun. It is the sun. The sun? He turned to follow the direction his companion pointed, only to see a black sun from which dark shadows began to flow. As the shadows settled upon the flesh-and-blood ground, they transformed into a terrifying creature with a brain exposed. What on earth is happening? Kokas, nearing madness, could not help but ask. The response came from the final being to appear. This is a sacred moment. Welcome to the ultimate realm. The gods created by the hard-won unity of mankind, and the little lambs who cannot become gods, revel in this divine feast. Saying this, the entity extended a long, slender hand, pointing at Griffith beside Gus, the apostle chosen by the laws of causality. Eagle, you are the chosen one. Just as you are here and now, you have been recognized by the great hand of God. You are our kin and shall become the coveted king of desires. What a farce. Griffith would never become an apostle. Do not equate him with you monsters. Gus, well aware of what apostles are, immediately shouted toward the distant godly hands. However, his words only elicited laughter from those dreadful beings. The woman appeared to be stimulated by something, fondling the mountain, exclaiming joyfully, "What a beautiful friendship! You will undoubtedly make a splendid offering." An offering? Indeed, a precious sacrifice set for the Demon King. The Demon King? She spoke truly. As one resembling a merchant explained to Griffith, from the day you possessed the red behelit, you became qualified to become a Demon King. The fact that you summoned us using the behelit also proves your worthiness to be our kin. You summoned us, Griffith? Gus, who once had a good relationship with Reed, certainly knew what summoning and sacrifice entailed. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe that everything before him was orchestrated by Griffith. Everyone had been striving to save him, yet he turned around to be sacrificed as an offering, merely to become that damned Demon King? What a joke. Gus abruptly turned to Griffith, but the lifeless gaze of the latter offered no response. Damn it, Kirsha, forget those bastards. We charge out directly, unwilling to accept reality. Gus clutched Griffith and attempted to flee. Yet, as the ground trembled beneath them, a colossal hand composed of flesh and blood snatched Griffith away, ascending towards the heavens. The exposed brain entity then spoke in a monotonous tone. Everything lies within causality. All is predestined. Your lives have also been for this moment of eclipse. Let the demon summoning ceremony commence. As his words echoed, the previously humanoid apostles transformed back into their original forms. Countless abominations, fish monsters, werewolves, bull-headed creatures, serpents, and lizards dripped with saliva as they slowly advanced toward the members of the Eagle group. Griffith. Gus yearned to scale the towering mound of flesh to rescue Griffith. Yet, atop the peak, a golden mark emerged, two upright diamonds interlinked by a thread, with a notch remaining on the apex diamond. ZZZ, with a strange sound. The mark morphed into dozens of blood-red lines that flew toward the gathered members of the Eagle group. Those marked by the bloodlines on their chests, foreheads, and napes became targets for the Apostles' assault. A mercenary screamed, helplessly watching as the lower half of his body was devoured by a mouth brimming with eyes. Kersha drew her longsword, intent on rescuing him. But even she found herself ensnared by an apostle adorned with countless tentacles, hanging upside down in the air. Let me go? Kersha struggled violently, but all that awaited her was the gaping maw of a monster. Kersha. Gus watched the horrifying scene unfold in terror, but regardless of his efforts, he could not reach her. Just as despair enveloped Gus, a beam of white, ethereal light suddenly descended from above. Everything illuminated by that white light froze in place as if a pause button had been pressed. Release. It felt as though his heartbeat had momentarily halted. Gus observed the apostles in the distance, yet Kersha's figure had vanished. No, not just her. Even the apostles who had encircled them had completely disappeared. However, when Gus instinctively took a step forward, something tripped him at his feet. He looked down to find an apostle's head, wide-eyed. What has happened? The monsters have all vanished? The mercenaries, having narrowly escaped, gazed around in astonishment at the empty surroundings. The once terrifying creatures had inexplicably disappeared. As they rejoiced in their fortune, an unfamiliar voice gradually resonated above them. From darkness born to darkness the darkest, all filth and corruption completely purged. As the voice echoed, a black curtain slowly descended from the sky. Such a formidable barrier could only have been summoned by that entity. The beautiful woman, who had intended to flee, gazed at the impenetrable barrier before her, a bitter smile emerging on her face. Only the god of death from the nether realm could create a boundary strong enough to ensnare the hand of God. Yet she recalled that the Archangel Boyd had once stated that the fate of that entity should be shorter than that of her kind. However, the current situation suggested that it was they who were becoming short-lived. Boyd, what on earth is happening? Ubik, nearly having his glasses knocked off in fright, looked at Boyd, whose brain was exposed, completely devoid of the respect he once held. Even the usually reticent infant, Kanglade, could not help but inquire of Boyd in this moment. Why? It was not just the other divine hands who were perplexed. Even Boyd himself was engulfed in confusion. He had distinctly perceived the fate of that unfamiliar individual through the divine, yet the events unfolding before him seemed utterly at odds with what the divine had revealed. As Boyd grappled with his bewilderment, a figure suddenly emerged behind him. How could one afford to be distracted during battle? Almost simultaneously with the utterance of those words, Samir delivered a punch aimed at Boyd. When had this transpired? Realizing too late, Boyd hastily attempted to manipulate the space behind him. Just as Samir's fist was about to strike him, a spatial rift appeared before the blow, its exit directed squarely at Samir's nape. Bang! A heavy punch landed. Boyd's large head was instantly smashed to pieces. How could this be? Rising slowly from the ground, Boyd, while his brain mended itself, gazed in astonishment at the distant Samir. He had just redirected the opponent's attack, yet he was the one who sustained injuries. Noticing Boyd's incredulous expression, Samir revealed a chilling smile. He unleashed a wave of energy towards Boyd. The latter attempted to evade, only to find a spatial rift opening before him. Boom! An explosion erupted behind Samir, the epicenter being Ubik, who had attempted to ambush him. Ignorant fool, Samir remarked, observing the divine hand left with merely a mouth after the explosion. Your ambush is utterly futile before my eyes. Chapter 59. The Sword Wind Known Only to the Divine, Part 14. Why has this occurred? Witnessing Ubik's tragic demise at Samir's hands, Boyd's heart began to waver. His eyes, stitched together, had been endowed by the divine with the ability to perceive fate. Yet since becoming a divine hand, he had never witnessed any divine hand meeting such a fate at the hands of another. To Boyd, Samir's actions unequivocally signified a discrepancy between the future and the present. However, the trajectory of fate is infallible. The only possibility is that the divine had obscured his vision. Why would the divine do such a thing? Confused, Boyd silently implored the divine to clarify his doubts. But in the next moment, the alluring woman of desire, Salon, was also easily slain by the enemy. In an instant, the once noble divine hands dwindled to just 3. Among them, the newly ascended King Fimanct had received only a meager offering, and the power contained within him was far inferior to the other 4 divine hands. Fimanct was as fragile as an infant just born. Yet, despite his weakness, he felt no fear toward Samir. He could not yet fully comprehend the disparity in strength between himself and the adversary. As he attempted to soar towards Samir with a flourish of his cloak, he was abruptly severed by an incoming black-purple light wheel. Pain, excruciating pain, assaulted Fimanct's mind, tearing at his very soul. His already feeble strength diminished further after the attack. Yet before he could attempt to heal, the light disk, which had previously been propelled away, reappeared before him after traversing a spatial rift. With a sickening sound, his bloodied head soared into the air. Terrified, Fimanct felt an instinctive pair of bat wings sprout from the back of his head for a fleeting moment. But just as he sought to escape, a finger extending from the spatial rift lightly tapped his forehead. In an instant, color drained from his body, rendering him akin to an uncolored comic character, leaving only simple outlines. Huangquan Biliang Saka, Tianji Chonglizuan. As Samir's power intensified, his ocular technique grew increasingly terrifying. The corpulent creature Kanglade, witnessing this, promptly fled into the distance. As the embodiment of death and plague, he exploded into countless pieces of flesh, from which numerous plump rats emerged, scurrying in all directions to escape Samir, some even burrowing into the earth to evade the attack. However, with a mere lift of Samir's right index finger, a colossal black-purple beam descended from the heavens, enveloping all the rats within its grasp. As the energy within Samir was unleashed, boom, the earth-shattering beam instantly obliterated everything within its range. Even Kanglade's very souls were eradicated without a trace. Now, only you remain. Shifting his focus from the vanquished rodent horde, Samir turned his gaze towards the distant boy-eyed. The latter's heart trembled. Though he found Samir's power terrifying, he nonetheless maintained his composure and stated, "It is futile. You cannot kill us. Even if you destroy our bodies and extinguish our souls, it will not be long before we resurrect from the abyss." Resurrection? Huh. Samir chuckled. A derisive laugh. Do you believe that since I intend to kill you, I would leave that fellow behind? Do you think you can take the divine with you? No. You cannot possibly do that. His power is beyond your imagination. And can you fathom my own strength? Samir's eyes erupted with a pale light, and in an instant, the spatial fluctuations surrounding Boy-Eyed were quelled. Die. Like a streak of black-purple light, Samir's speed surpassed Boy-Eyed's perception. In a flash, he unleashed hundreds of punches. Boy-Eyed felt as though his body had suddenly seized, only to find himself shattered into countless pieces, akin to broken glass. His soul and spirit disintegrated into myriad luminous fragments. Thus, the divine hands were utterly annihilated. As the black curtain lifted, the previously blood-soaked hellscape dissolved into mere illusion. The surviving members of the Eagle Brigade stared blankly at the figure descending from the sky. The Apostle, the Demon King, everything that had just transpired felt like a nightmare. The one who had rescued them from this nightmare was the robust man above. Bang! Suddenly, a mercenary could no longer contain himself and knelt upon the ground. With heartfelt gratitude, he gazed up at Samir, exclaiming, "God, O divine being!" This act ignited like a spark on dry hay, swiftly spreading throughout the entire Eagle Brigade. Dozens of young mercenaries began to kneel before Samir. At the forefront of the crowd, Jesai, now standing once more upon the grass, cast a glance at Kasigia, who was hastening towards him, yet his body involuntarily moved towards the strong man. Though many years had passed, and their appearances had changed completely, he would not mistake him. He could not be mistaken. Yet what if he was wrong? With reddened eyes and a slightly aching nose, Jesai's body trembled involuntarily. He struggled to swallow, wanting to speak, but fearing he might misidentify the person. Yet when those snow-white eyes turned towards him, Jesai heard that familiar voice once again. "Hey, Jesai, you've grown up." Upon hearing that voice, Jesai could not help but smile, yet as he laughed, tears silently streamed down his cheeks. He had not erred. Gazing at the man before him, his heart brimmed with countless words he wished to convey. He longed to share with Samir the wondrous sights he had encountered during his travels and wished to recount the myriad crises he had endured. Ultimately, he could only manage a bitter smile and utter, "Samir, I have been searching for you these past 10 years. In that moment, Gusi appeared to revert to the youth he had been a decade ago. Yet, gazing upon that familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar visage. A wave of disorientation washed over Saiyan. How could 10 years feel so lengthy? At what point did the protracted lives of others transform into merely a fleeting journey for him? As Saiyan observed the young man before him, the atmosphere around them seemed to capture an unusual fluctuation. Aware that time was of the essence, he turned to Gusi with a smile and said, "There is no need to search for me any longer. Your life should encompass far more meaningful pursuits." However, Gusi exclaimed, "But, Saiyan," he yearned to convey more, yet Saiyan had already stepped into the rift in space. Watching the fissure begin to close, Gusi felt an overwhelming sense of regret. There remained countless words unspoken, myriad stories untold. Yet in the end, all those sentiments coalesced into a simple phrase: "Thank you. Thank you, Saiyan. I am truly, deeply grateful." Saiyan offered no reply, but he raised his right hand above his head, and with a gentle motion, left behind a graceful silhouette. Chapter 60. The Sword Wind Known Only to the Gods. End. At the deepest level of the Yogia, there lies a place almost impossible to reach. Such a locale is the very heart of the world, the source of power for countless extraordinary beings. The Abyss, a realm shrouded in mystery, known to none beyond its confines, was meant to govern the destiny of the world in serene authority. However, at this moment, in the face of an opening spatial rift, the entire abyss erupted into turmoil. Within a colossal vortex of darkness, countless droplets of thought, resembling tears, surged towards the whirlpool. Upon closer inspection, these so-called tears were revealed to be numerous Beihei Laite, each capable of birthing an apostle formidable enough to rival hundreds of mortals. Yet, the quantity of Beihei Laite within that vortex had long surpassed any measure. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a heartbeat resonated throughout the abyss. With each beat, a wave of gas surged forth, swirling around in concentric circles, akin to ripples in water. Is this what a god looks like? Gazing at the immense heart before him, adorned with countless eyes as if sprouting from DNA, Saiyan felt a tinge of surprise. Yet, as the heart pulsated, expelling myriad breaths into the depths of the abyss, a chilling voice retorted, "What, in your view, should a god truly resemble?" Before Saiyan could respond, a familiar figure appeared before him, Gusi. The deity, assuming Gusi's form, elucidated, "Deep within the souls of all humanity lies a collective consciousness that transcends individuality. The dark side of that consciousness manifests the world you inhabit, and I am an entity born from this realm." As he spoke, his visage morphed into that of Ka Sijia. "As the self of this world, I am the world, and the world is me. I can become any human being, for I am birthed from the essence of their humanity. I wield control over the world and weave the destiny of each individual. Even those who have yet to exist in the past, I have already anchored their futures. But you are different." The deity, still bearing Ka Sijia's appearance, suddenly lunged towards Saiyan. He embraced Saiyan's waist, pressing his right ear gently against Saiyan's chest, as if listening to his heartbeat. "Since the moment you descended into this world, all destinies became enmeshed in chaos. You are extraordinarily unique, unlike anything this world has known." The god gazed at Saiyan with an obsession akin to that of an artist beholding the original of the Mona Lisa. "Your fate is intricately complex, yet simultaneously simple, both vague and strikingly clear. You are truly a perfect creation." The god did not launch any attack against Saiyan, but his words instilled a profound sense of unease within him. "What are you talking about? I am no mere creation." With a forceful shove, Saiyan pushed the deity away, clasped his hands together, and prepared to unleash his domain to seal the current space. Yet even so, the god showed no signs of aggression. He calmly awaited the unfolding of Saiyan's domain, as if he had foreseen this very moment. There was no struggle, no resistance. The deity's avatar stood silently in the abyss, akin to his true form. As the domain expanded, the eternal requiem of stars took shape. When the violet sky supplanted the pitch-black abyss, a colossal celestial body gradually emerged beneath the god's feet. So this is the nature of such power. You command the forces of different worlds, hence your fate has become so intricate. But Saiyan, do you truly believe this power will remain yours indefinitely? What do you mean? Just as Saiyan sought clarification, a pale blue light curtain materialized before him. Within the task requirements, The words concerning the capture of the world's core were followed by a prompt that incessantly flickered before Saiyan. With a swift motion, he dismissed the light curtain and fixed his gaze upon the god before him. Were you implying that my power will not always belong to me? Indeed. The god replied candidly. Fate is akin to the strings that manipulate puppets, though I cannot discern the nature of the strings that bind you, nor their length. The presence of those strings signifies that you must be a puppet, and regardless of how great the power a puppet wields, does that power truly belong to it? Are you deceiving me? You wish to survive, so you intend to delay time to execute some other scheme? Saiyan regarded the god warily, his palm charged with energy, poised for action. Yet, to his astonishment, the god took the initiative to harm his own form. Splat! Countless blood-red Beihei Laite, reminiscent of blood, gushed forth from the wound inflicted upon the immense heart. What are you doing? To demonstrate, the god intoned. I was born from the despair of humanity. All torment and suffering are of no consequence to me. I fear not death, for even in death, I am free. But, Saiyan the god opened his mouth as if to utter something, but as a golden radiance descended, everything before Saiyan transformed into a pale blue light curtain. Upon that curtain, only the words task completed glimmered. Had the golden light been a moment swifter, Saiyan might have smiled and awaited his return, just as before. Yet within his blood-soaked eyes, everything was altered. Exhausting the power of his eyes, Saiyan invoked Huang Quan by Liang Zaka and Tian Jichong Li Zun to counter the golden light descending from the god. Though he only managed to gain a fleeting moment, it allowed him to perceive the final shape of the god's lips. Enveloped in darkness, Saiyan recalled the god's final utterance, chillingly echoing from his own lips. Do puppets possess freedom? It was uncertain whether he had heard Saiyan's words or merely pierced through his heart. In any case, as the word freedom struggled to escape Saiyan's lips, a golden light unlike any prior transmission suddenly descended from the void, enveloping Saiyan. After the golden light whisked Saiyan away from the world, he did not return to the familiar space he once knew. Instead, it penetrated the barriers of reality and lingered in the boundless ocean of the cosmos. Here, Saiyan beheld countless colorful glass spheres ceaselessly drifting amidst the obsidian sea. If placed in the past, he might not have understood what those glass orbs were. However, just moments after being slowly drawn out by the golden light from a black glass orb, Saiyan comprehended their essence. Each vibrant glass orb represented a distinct world. Yet, before Saiyan could further admire the breathtaking expanse of this infinite cosmic sea, a wave of unabashed malevolence descended upon him. In an instant, he was engulfed in excruciating agony as the golden light enveloping him began to erode his soul from his body, piece by piece. Lord God, he screamed in a frenzied rage, yet he found himself unable to control his own body. Even as Saiyan experienced the disintegration of his soul, an unknown spirit was slowly forced into his body by an invisible hand. Damn it! At the moment he felt that spirit encroaching upon his being. Saiyan was consumed by fury. This body was one he had earned through countless days and nights of relentless training and forging. Yet now, the Lord God sought to replace his soul with an unknown entity. What an absurd joke. In that fleeting moment, a primal force from the depths of Saiyan's being erupted. The energy within him surged tenfold in an instant. This sudden struggle seemed to catch the Lord God off guard. In that moment, Saiyan felt his body regain a semblance of control. However, as his soul continued to fade, he had but a few fleeting seconds of life remaining. But that was enough. If he could amplify his power beyond the Lord God's expectations, he might attain a brief moment of freedom. Realizing this, Saiyan held nothing back and pushed his body to its utmost limits. 20-fold Kaioken. Boom. A crimson aura surged around Saiyan. Activated by the innate talent of the great ape, his battle power soared to 20 million. Such a 200-fold increase surpassed the Lord God's anticipations. Yet, as the golden radiance intensified, Saiyan sensed that his fate was nearing its conclusion. But how could he, even in his wounded state, allow himself to watch as another soul occupied his body? You wish to use my body for your dreams? Behold my most formidable move. In contrast, countless energies collapsed within Saiyan, forming a singularity in an instant. The moment the Lord God regained control of Saiyan's body, that collapsing singularity began to expand. Ultimately, annihilation. As black-red lightning erupted from within Saiyan, his soul was the first to perish. The unknown spirit, even before awakening, vanished alongside Saiyan. The self-detonation capable of obliterating an entire solar system exceeded the S-class threshold. Perhaps it was unattainable, or perhaps the cost was too great. In any case, the fate of the Saiyan named Saiyan had been extinguished at the hands of the Lord God. Meanwhile, in the world of Jianfeng, devoid of divinity, once mighty extraordinary beings now fell into disintegration. Only Ruid, who had mastered Qi, continued to wander the netherworld nonchalantly, despite losing his magical powers. However, as a powerful repulsive force erupted from the magicless planet below, Ruid was expelled from the entire world as if forcibly kicked from a swamp. Bang! The one who had intended to unify the netherworld now found himself astonished, floating in a dark ocean. Surrounding him were countless glass orbs glowing with vibrant colors. Gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, he could not help but exclaim, "What on earth has happened?" Chapter 1. Demons Among Us. 1. In the boundless cosmic sea, two shadows traversed through the void. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be two humanoid figures, one large and one small. The younger of the two, a boy of around 12 or 13, possessed a European visage and flowing blue-purple hair. His features were more delicate than those of a girl, and his eyes sparkled like the night sky. Beside him stood a woman with fiery red short hair, appearing to be in her mid-20s, clad in a sleeveless white vest. Her exposed arms marred by numerous ghastly scars. Perhaps weary from their journey, the boy began to glance around curiously. Within the brilliance of his starry eyes, a red glass orb quickly captured his attention. Noticing his distraction, the red-haired woman inquired with curiosity, "What is it, Ting de Luo-Si?" The boy, Ting de Luo-Si, pointed toward the distance. "Carol, look. The core of that world has also been extracted by the Supreme Being." Following his gesture, Carol observed the dimming red glass orb. On its surface, several black tendrils were frantically grasping at surrounding objects, attempting to extract something from them. Upon seeing those tendrils, Carol expressed surprise but quickly regained her composure. "Is it a struggling world?" she mused. "Such a pity, though. Without its core, even if it temporarily seals its extraordinary powers, it will ultimately reveal them." As she spoke, Carol seemed to recall something, letting out a sigh. This world might be fortunate in disguise. A world devoid of extraordinary powers will not attract the attention of the Supremes. Although it has lost infinite reincarnation power, it can experience a mundane final cycle. Trading one's future for a moment of tranquility, is it? Ting de Luo-Si reflected on this, a sense of harsh reality washing over him. Indeed, it is a cruel truth. That is precisely why we must eradicate the Supremes and the realms they control. Those greedy beings have long since transformed into cold machines, pursuing nothing but their so-called ultimate evolution. Enough of those worlds for now. We must seek out the new anomaly. Redirecting her focus, Carol ruffled Ting de Luo-Si's hair. Hearing the mention of an anomaly piqued the boy's curiosity. "Is it that fellow named Fuer? I heard he escaped upon discovering that the S-class's ultimate fate was to serve the White Tin Lord as a battery. But how could an A-class anomaly employ such means?" "A simple yet effective method of resurrection," Carol replied before shifting her tone. "However, that fellow has exchanged for the bloodline of space, which means he is still being tracked by the White Tin Lord. He utilized the bloodline of space? Then his ultimate limit would only be at the S level, correct? Is it worth the risk to pursue an S-class existence?" Ting de Luo-Si questioned. Not everyone can withstand the temptation of power. For many, entering the Supreme's domain is akin to a beggar stumbling upon a gold ingot. Aside from a few who ponder its origins, the vast majority are merely ordinary people. Moreover, the Supremes expend vast amounts of power with every action, so they would likely only send a being of equal rank to capture an anomaly. Even if the White Tin Lord were to intervene, I will stand in the way. You only need to bring the individual back to headquarters. As Carol explained, she suddenly noticed that the previously struggling world seemed to brighten momentarily. Yet when she focused closely, it reverted to its prior state of lethargy. What happened? Oh, nothing. Perhaps I was mistaken. However, as the two continued toward their destination, the once struggling world suddenly fell silent. Countless tendrils gently enveloped a golden-haired woman, slowly drawing her into its depths. Power, an unfathomably terrifying force, lies concealed within the body of that woman. Upon her forehead, a black diamond-shaped pattern continually shifts and transforms. Gasping sharply, the golden-haired woman opens her sapphire blue eyes, fixated intensely on the scene before her. A short-haired girl, appearing rather adorable, is startled by the sudden movement of the woman. However, when she realizes that the woman is merely staring vacantly at her, she breathes a sigh of relief. "You're awake?" the girl exclaims, but receives no response from the woman. "Can you not understand me?" The girl waves her hand in front of the woman's face. "Are you able to communicate?" The woman remains silent, still gazing blankly. "Do you not comprehend?" "Well, hello? And I how?" Even her clumsy attempt at Mandarin fails to elicit a reaction from the woman. Frustrated, the girl, named Meishu, rests her chin on her hand and sighs. What am I to do now? Meishu had merely come to the riverbank to clear her mind, but unexpectedly encountered a woman who had fallen into the water. After considerable effort to rescue her, she discovered that the woman could not utter a single word. "I'm sorry," Meishu apologizes, bringing her hands together in a gesture of contrition while reaching out to the woman. She searches the woman's person for any identification or a mobile phone, but finds nothing. Could it have sunk to the riverbed? As Meishu contemplates the flowing water, a sudden sound of rap music erupts from behind her. A group of lower-tier individuals has gathered at the riverbank, their foul mouths spewing nonsense. 3 rap artist-looking delinquents swagger down from a wooden bridge, dancing and singing until they reach Meishu. The leading man, wearing a white baseball cap and adorned with a large gold chain, gazes at the charming Meishu and inquires nonchalantly, "What are your thoughts on this journey? Hey, can't you see someone here needs help?" Meishu furrows her brows, addressing them, which only provokes their laughter. "Oh, is that a mermaid from the water? She looks like an imported one." One of the thugs, donning sunglasses, even pulls out his phone to take pictures of the woman. "Please don't do that." Incensed by their blatant disrespect, Meishu reaches out to snatch the phone from the thug's grasp. However, as a mere student, she cannot contend with 3 delinquents. In mere moments, she finds herself encircled and shoved aside. "What do you want?" Just then, the woman, who had been sitting silently, suddenly turns her head to gaze at Meishu, who is being targeted by the 3 thugs. With a loud bang, a wooden plank on the bridge shatters. As splinters fly into the river, the thug with the gold chain suddenly contorts his face in agony. The next moment, he is hurled against the wall like a football. The one responsible for this display of strength is the woman Meishu had just rescued from the water. The 2 remaining thugs, now realizing they had provoked someone formidable, hastily bow at a 90-degree angle and, gritting their teeth, flee at the fastest pace of their lives. As they reach their friend by the wall, they hurriedly assist him in escaping towards the bridge. Meishu looks astonished at the woman, who possesses an exquisite face yet exhibits remarkable fierceness in her actions. Before she can express her gratitude, the woman collapses against her. "Hey, are you all right?" Meishu quickly embraces the woman, intending to check her condition, but is interrupted by a gurgling sound emanating from the woman's stomach. Meishu exhales deeply, realizing that the woman merely fainted from hunger. "Meishu, I have some leftover sports drink in my bag, but in this situation, we should probably call an ambulance." A frail boy pulls out a bottle of drink from his bag, twisting off the cap as he speaks. "I wish I could, but in my haste to save her, I didn't notice that my phone got wet." It's infuriating. The ads claimed it was waterproof, yet it broke after just one incident. "You too, Ming. Why didn't you ask my parents for a phone?" Meishu takes the drink from the boy while grumbling, cautiously opening the woman's mouth to give her the beverage. "By the way, why did you follow me?" "Ah, I just remembered. I have a piece of bread in my bag that I forgot to eat at noon." Assuming this woman would need it when she wakes up. "Wait, Ming, you're changing the subject again." Meishu shoots him an annoyed glance. But before she can continue her lecture, she feels a sudden weight in her right hand. Looking down, she sees that the unconscious woman has awoken, gripping the drink bottle tightly. In one swift motion, the woman finishes the entire bottle. "Slow down." Just as Meishu utters her concern, she realizes she is now holding an empty bottle. But that is not all. The woman forcefully breaks free from Meishu's embrace and yanks Ming's backpack from his hands. "Wait, you can't just rummage through someone else's belongings." Seeing the woman's reckless demeanor, Meishu rushes to intervene. However, as a disc falls into her hands, she is taken aback. The cover depicts a voluptuous woman, with 5 bold characters clearly stating, "Friend's mom." Slapping her forehead in disbelief, Meishu silently berates herself. "I told you not to put adult films on the living room TV anymore. I promise it won't happen again." Ming apologizes to Meishu just as the golden-haired woman releases her grip on him and tears open a piece of bread she retrieved from the backpack. After swallowing a couple of bites, the woman stands up abruptly and strides towards a nearby staircase. "Hey, Where are you going? Meishu watches the woman with concern. Though she does not know her, it is unreasonable to let anyone wander off in such a state. Just as Meishu prepares to grab the woman's hand, she leaps, effortlessly ascending to the top of the 3-meter-high staircase. Is this for real? Are you joking? Watching the woman disappear from view, Meishu quickly turns to Ming and instructs, Ming, I'm going to see what's going on with her. Please go home and inform my parents. Remember to have them contact the police. But Meishu, Ming, just getting back to his feet, attempts to call after her, but finds that her figure has already vanished up the stairs. As the strongest runner on the school's track team, Meishu excels in long-distance running. Yet, as she tries to catch up with the woman, she realizes that the woman's speed surpasses her own. Is she truly human? The thought crosses Meishu's mind as she unexpectedly recognizes her surroundings. This is the path to school. Clenching her teeth, she barely manages to keep pace behind the woman. As Meishu drew ever closer to the woman, the latter abruptly halted her steps. Unable to stop her momentum, Meishu instinctively grasped the woman's back. Yet curiously, the woman's feet seemed anchored to the ground, unaffected by her touch. What brings you to the school? Meishu panted, supporting herself on her knees. However, much like before, the woman paid no heed to her inquiry, fixated instead on the distant school gate. Are you gazing at the gate? What lies beyond? Meishu mimicked the woman's stance, peering towards the entrance. When a sudden sound pierced through the air. Thud, thud, the sound of footsteps. A slow and heavy cadence approached, each step resonating with the rhythm of Meishu's heartbeat. An inexplicable heaviness weighed upon her chest, as if some dreadful entity were about to emerge from within that gate. Thud, 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 at last. The footsteps came to a sudden halt, revealing a stout figure before Meishu. What on earth? She exhaled, greeting the silhouette with a tone of feigned ease. Advisor. As Meishu's voice broke the silence, the rotund figure slowly turned to face her. With a receding hairline, a cherubic visage, and the signature thick glasses, it was none other than her athletic department advisor, known for his mobility issues. But wait, wasn't the teacher supposed to be unable to walk? Who then was this figure striding forth? An eerie sensation enveloped Meishu, an indescribable strangeness casting a shadow over her. Just as her heart raced, the advisor offered her a smile. In an instant, all her unease and confusion dissipated with that smile. Meishu sighed in relief, but suddenly, the once smiling advisor gaped his mouth wide. 60 degrees, 90 degrees, 180 degrees. Even as the flesh at the corners of his mouth tore and his jaw dislocated, the advisor's mouth continued to stretch open. It was as if it were a portal, concealing some horrifying creature within. With a thunderous crash, Meishu, paralyzed by terror, collapsed to the ground. In her wide-eyed horror, the once affable advisor now revealed a gaping, bloodied maw. What truly instilled dread in Meishu were the blood-red eyes peering out from within that cavernous mouth. Suddenly, a nauseating sound erupted, and in that moment, a creature with the head of a chameleon and the body of a human began to crawl out from the advisor's mouth. How could this be? The terrifying presence intensified Meishu's fear, engulfing her entirely. Although her mind screamed for flight, her limbs refused to obey. No, please. If this continues, I will surely perish. Just as tears threatened to spill from her eyes, a figure charged towards the monster. Like a gust of wind, the figure appeared before the creature in an instant. Suddenly, the figure bent low, and a tongue over 10 meters long shot forth from her head, piercing the adjacent wall. As the monster attempted to retract its tongue from the wall, a fist, clenched like a tiger's claw, was forcefully thrust into its mouth. In the next moment, a roar erupted from the monster, accompanied by a torrent of blood spraying from its maw. Alongside it, the monster's tongue, gripped tightly by the woman, was shockingly connected to a pulsating heart. Meishu stared blankly at the scene before her, but in the next second, as a crunching sound echoed, she collapsed to the ground. Violently retching, what had she witnessed? The woman had devoured the heart from the tongue? As an ordinary person, Meishu found the sight repulsive and terrifying. Yet for the woman, that heart represented a rare source of energy. As viscous blood mixed with chunks of flesh was swallowed, the bewilderment in the woman's eyes began to sharpen. With the black tattoo of the wedge appearing on her arm, the fractured soul dormant within her gradually awakened. With a snap, when her snow-white eyes opened, the remaining half of the heart was instantly crushed by the woman. However, in the next moment, those fragmented pieces transformed into a swirling mass of blood-red energy. Rushing into the woman's palm, Drawing in the hard-won air with a sense of intoxication, the woman's lips curled upwards. Ha! I, Saiyan, have been reborn. As dusk settled at the school gate, Saiyan emerged anew, bathed in blood. Though her current strength was still feeble, this body encapsulated all her past data. What she needed now was to amass energy for decompression. Regarding her damaged soul, thanks to the sacrificial techniques learned from Ruid, the repair was remarkably straightforward. Powerful beings from the Shadow Realm could enhance themselves by sacrificing others' souls, which fundamentally constituted a form of plunder. Although the augmentation gained through this method was limited, it proved to be the perfect solution for self-restoration. Gazing at the dissipating white mist, Saiyan unhesitatingly made an incision on her hand. As blood traced a neat circle beneath the mist, a blue six-pointed star pattern suddenly illuminated at the center. In the next moment, that star began to absorb the drifting white mist as if it were a vacuum cleaner. As the practitioner of the spell, Saiyan felt a sense of fullness surge within her. However, once the mist was entirely consumed, that fullness vanished, replaced by an overwhelming emptiness. Not enough. Not nearly enough. I require more offerings. A dull thud resonated nearby, as though some heavy object had fallen to the ground. No, please, don't kill me, Meishu pleaded, struggling against her fear. But as she saw the figure advancing towards her, her face turned pale. No, I do not wish to die. Meishu frantically crawled away, her knees scraping against the ground, yet she did not relent. Suddenly, her ankle was seized, and despite her desperate struggles, escape was futile. In that moment, despair consumed Meishu. Yet amidst her hopelessness, a warm sensation began to flow through her ankle. In an instant, the pain subsided, and her previously injured arm began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. What is this? She turned to look behind her. You saved me before, so this is my repayment. Saiyan released her grip on Meishu's right ankle, revealing a distinct diamond-shaped black tattoo. Now, whenever you wish, you may possess great power. However, it can only be used once, so consider carefully when to deploy it. Saiyan lifted her gaze toward the distant sun. It is still early, but I can sense some presences lurking in the shadows. If you do not wish to squander the power I have granted you so soon, return home before nightfall. Meishu nodded dazedly. Yet in the next moment, the woman leapt into the air, disappearing into the clouds. That night, at the Mukamura household, Lord, please bless our dinner. May it nourish our bodies and spirits, and aid those in need. Amen. The father's prayer echoed in her ears, but Meishu found no solace in it. How wonderful. It's meat. The younger brother beside me was joyfully shouting due to the sumptuous dinner, yet the moment Meishu caught sight of the meat, vivid images of the scene outside the school gate flooded her mind. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand and abruptly rose to her feet, hastening towards the restroom. Meishu, sister, my stomach feels a bit uneasy. I want to be having dinner, came her feeble voice from the restroom, swiftly followed by the sounds of retching. With a loud splash, the faucet was turned on, and Meishu braced herself against the sink. After clearing the drool from the corner of her mouth, she couldn't help but glance down at her ankle, where a distinct diamond-shaped tattoo was imprinted. Everything that had transpired before was not merely a dream. Yet, the more she pondered, the more she began to doubt the reality of this world. At the dining table, Mrs. Mukamura stared anxiously at the silent restroom. What is going on today? That child, Mina, said she went out with friends, but hasn't tea returned yet. Perhaps Meishu ate something delectable at school. If she isn't going to eat, I suppose I could reluctantly finish her plate. Mukamura Taro chuckled, passing his empty dish to his mother. Rest assured, the Lord will bless the children, Professor Mukamura consoled his wife. Little did they know, at that very moment, a boy named Fudo Akira was entrenched in a nightmarish environment. Blood, desire, hidden within an underground club, was supposed to be a wild revelry for society's dregs. However, it took a dark turn when a blond man in white, wielding a beer bottle, began to harm others. The acrid scent of blood attracted numerous beings lurking in the shadows. As they surged into the club, the revelry that once belonged to humanity was now transformed. Various grotesque monsters revealed their true forms beneath the dazzling lights. Crocodiles resembling worms, towering stick insects, and a headless creature with two enormous mouths on its chest. A blissful man seated on a chair remained oblivious to the existence beneath him, which had morphed into a maw filled with sharp fangs. In mere moments, blood and corpses turned the entire club into a hell on earth. The chaotic crowd screamed and fled, yet Fudo Akira, lying helplessly on the ground, could only watch the horrors unfold before him. After parting ways with Mokumura Meishu, he intended to return home, but was unexpectedly pulled into a car by his long-lost friend, Hinasaki. Hinasaki claimed he sought Akira's assistance to investigate the existence of demons. Initially intending to decline, Akira was ultimately persuaded. However, when faced with what was termed a demon, he found himself utterly at a loss. As Akira stood there, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, Hinasaki, already capturing the moment with his camera, excitedly shouted, "It's time, Amon!" Quickly possess Akira. As if in response to Hinasaki's call, a blood-red, immensely powerful monster opened its gaping maw, lunging at Fudo Akira. No matter how he cried or attempted to flee, his fate of being consumed seemed inescapable. Yet at that moment, a maniacal laugh erupted above him. "Ha! I initially sought a light meal, but it appears I've stumbled upon a banquet." With a thunderous crash, the club was forcefully breached from below, creating an opening in the dozens of floors above. Moonlight flooded the club, illuminating a golden figure standing triumphantly atop the corpse of the blood-red monster. Unfazed by the terrifying creatures surrounding him, the figure wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. No, I got too carried away and almost forgot to open the barrier. I can't let you escape." Samuel, unable to suppress the drool at the corner of his mouth, raised his right hand, and the energy within him rapidly spread outward. From darkness born to darkness most profound, all filth and corruption shall be purged. Suddenly, a black barrier enveloped the entire club. The barrier expelled countless humans, leaving only the monsters behind. "Now, it's time to feast," Samuel remarked, wiping the drool from his mouth as he eyed the creatures nearby. As the black tattoos spread from Samuel's right arm across his entire body, his aura gradually turned a dark purple. Almost there, almost there. With a massive hexagram illuminating above him, Samuel's soul began to mend gradually. The intense stimulation reminded him of the moments when his soul was fading away. That humiliation, that unwillingness, relentlessly whipped at Samuel's heart. Were it not for his means of resurrection and his continuous efforts to grow stronger, he might have already succumbed entirely to the will of the supreme deity. And puppets possessed no freedom. Recalling his struggles beneath that golden light, Samuel's knuckles whitened with rage. "Just wait, supreme deity, the pain you have caused me. I shall return in kind." As the black barrier slowly dissipated, Samuel transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the scene. After his departure, Hinasaki approached the spot where Samuel had just been, holding a camera. "Useless, worthless," he fumed, kicking the lifeless red monster twice. Yet, upon glancing at the unconscious Fudo Akira, his expression softened considerably. "It's all right, Akira. Even if Amon is gone, I will find you another demon." Just as he finished speaking, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Hinasaki slowly raised his head, only to lock eyes with a pair of pristine white eyes. "You are not human." Before Hinasaki could discern the owner of those eyes, his neck was seized tightly by the figure. "Become my sustenance." Samuel unleashed the energy within him, and his palm erupted with tremendous suction. "Ah!" Hinasaki screamed, golden light pouring from him, yet it was all absorbed by Samuel. An immense, overwhelming energy surged into Samuel's body, and the black tattoos spread across him at a visible pace. But with such terrifying power, Hinasaki could not simply allow Samuel to consume his energy. "Get away from me," he bellowed. Golden light suddenly burst forth from Hinasaki, transforming him completely. His formerly short hair cascaded into long locks. His male physique morphed to exhibit female traits, and 6 pairs of pristine wings sprouted from his back. The white coat he once wore vanished, replaced by a pure, unblemished form. With a gentle wave of his hand, Hinasaki unleashed a force capable of annihilating planets, sending Samuel flying away, crashing through the underground to the surface. Meanwhile, in Yoshino Corporation, the newly hired Numishiro Ikaru was bent over his computer, voluntarily working overtime. Yet, after a long day with no time for rest, he couldn't help but yawn. Dizziness clouded his vision as he stared at the screen, and he couldn't help but think of his senior colleagues, who must have finished their drinks and returned home by now. Damn it, if only someone would blow up this company, then I wouldn't have to revise any proposals. Frustrated, Ikaru slammed his hand on the desk. The very next second, a horrific impact, accompanied by shattered glass, crashed into the furniture around him. "Oh my God!" Ikaru gasped in disbelief at the chaotic scene, and among the wreckage, a bloodied woman began to rise. Immediately following, It seemed that the dress she wore was too cumbersome. As the woman stretched out her hands, preparing to remove it, it was akin to shedding a short-sleeved garment. As she lifted the hem of the dress toward her head with an unrelenting motion. Although this was an exceedingly bizarre scene, an inexplicable feeling stirred within Jujutsu Kaisen. Uncontrollably, he found himself aroused, while he gazed entranced at the woman as she gradually peeled away the white garment. Something peculiar transpired. Beneath the half-lifted skirt, there emerged a pair of remarkably robust thighs, their strength surpassing even that of Michelangelo's David. This is a trial. I have embraced the challenge to conquer my past, the woman declared abruptly. As her words fell, her dress had reached the level of her chest. However, to Jujutsu Kaisen's astonishment, what should have been her ample bosom transformed into a pair of muscular pectorals, as unyielding as steel. The growth of a person is to overcome an immature past. She, known as Saiyan, shed the binding white dress, revealing her honed physique. With a powerful tail adeptly coiling around her waist. It's returned. Everything has returned. The strength that Saiyan once took pride in now surges within me. I am undeniably stronger than before. As Saiyan spoke, a refreshing evening breeze caressed her. With immense joy, she waved her right hand, and a black martial arts uniform appeared upon her. The familiar body had returned, and in her elation, she cast a glance at the 12-winged angel, situated 30 kilometers away. The sensation of having been struck by that angel's palm still lingered on her face. Indeed, I was sent flying quite a distance, Saiyan mused, when suddenly a spatial rift opened before her. Almost simultaneously, a spatial rift also appeared behind the 12-winged angel. Before she could react, the rift engulfed her. In the next moment, both Saiyan and the angel vanished from Earth. The angel merely blinked, and the surrounding scenery drastically transformed. This was no longer Earth. The lunar landscape was pockmarked with craters and uneven terrain. As a former angel of the divine, the angel recognized the place. This was the moon, a lifeless satellite created by God on the second day. However, rather than pondering her location, the angel was far more intrigued by the formidable figure before her. He possessed a powerful physique, bulging muscles, and an energy contained within him that was beyond her comprehension. You are not of this world, are you? You are not even a being of this realm, the angel asserted. Indeed, Saiyan responded with remarkable calmness. I am not of this world. But what does that have to do with your imminent demise? Saiyan was indifferent to the angel's understanding or significance, just as he was unconcerned about why there was air on the moon. His only concern lay with the angel's formidable soul, estimating that by sacrificing her, he could restore his own soul to wholeness. He deemed this a far more expeditious endeavor than hunting down those loathsome monsters. Well then, let us cease our idle chatter. My technique is ready, he announced. What? The angel stared at Saiyan in astonishment. She had presumed that his engagement was to glean knowledge about this world, having encountered similar beings before, though those were far weaker than Saiyan. Yet, who could have anticipated that his dialogue was merely a ruse to buy time? But what technique could possibly warrant such an investment of time from a being of his caliber? As a colossal six-pointed star formation illuminated above him, a sudden realization dawned upon her. Beneath her feet, on the other side of the moon, a sacrificial array, drawn by Saiyan with his own blood transported through a spatial rift, glowed with a crimson radiance. It turned out that during their previous conversation, Saiyan had opened a miniature spatial rift within himself via Huang Quan by Liang Zaka, directly channeling his blood to the far side of the moon. The moment the formation was completed, he unhesitatingly terminated their dialogue. Feeling a profound reluctance, the angel attempted to strike Saiyan, but before she could act, an overwhelming force of destruction directly assailed her soul. In an instant, her essence transformed into a white orb. Without hesitation, Saiyan swallowed the orb whole. It dissolved upon entry, not within his body, but rather traversed through him, entering his soul. When the final void in his soul was filled, Saiyan was truly resurrected. Freedom, complete freedom had descended upon him. Standing upon the moon, Saiyan gazed at the azure planet above. His presence could envelop the entire sphere, and he could distinctly sense that on Earth, there existed no being with combat power exceeding 100 points. Such a world was akin to paradise. He could easily masquerade as a citizen of this land, or even as an ancestor. However, upon recalling the torment inflicted by that golden light, Saiyan refused to allow himself to fall into depravity in such a place. He sought vengeance. The foundation for vengeance lay in power. At that moment, he realized he still did not know how to leave this universe. He could simultaneously cultivate while devising a means to escape the cosmos. Chapter 5, Demons Among Men, Part 5. Yesterday afternoon, a heinous incident transpired at Shingon Academy, prompting an investigation by the Metropolitan Police Department. Additionally, on the same night, a significant gas leak occurred at Yoshino Corporation, resulting in an explosion. The president of Yoshino Corporation declared that measures would be taken to enhance safety protocols. By the riverside, a striking girl with a ponytail gazed at the news on her phone, exclaiming, "It's truly terrifying that the advisor has died. I wonder what happened. Just yesterday, everything seemed fine, right, Meishu?" Yes, that's right. What's wrong, Meishu? You appear rather distracted." At her friend's inquiry, Meishu struggled to respond. Especially upon hearing the detailed report regarding the murder at the school gate, a wave of panic surged within her. Mei Zi, who had always been perceptive to others' emotions, quickly detected Meishu's hesitation. It seemed her friend had something to convey but was unable to voice it. "Meishu, do you have something you wish to tell me? It's all right, whatever it is, you can share it. We will face it together." In that fleeting moment, those words felt like a lifeline, rescuing Meishu's already tumultuous spirit. Suddenly, she grasped Mei Zi's arms, casting a desperate gaze toward her. "Mei Zi, actually, yesterday at the school gate." Meishu was about to reveal her experiences from the previous day. However, just then, a sudden screech of tires echoed, followed by a black GTR halting at the shore. A robust man clad in an elegant black suit exited the driver's seat. "Maimu Meishu." The newcomer called out her name, and before she could respond, he produced a badge from his coat. "I am Inspector Huai Meng from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. I require your cooperation in investigating a case concerning the incident at Shingon Academy yesterday afternoon." "Police?" Maisie looked at Meishu with surprise, seemingly realizing what her friend had intended to disclose. Meanwhile, Meishu stood frozen in place. She had experienced fear, a dread of encountering monsters akin to those from the previous day. She had also harbored concerns, worrying whether she had rescued some terrifying, malevolent entity. Yet, she had forgotten the existence of the police in this world. However, as she gazed at the officer before her, her heart involuntarily fluttered. Considering his position, she refrained from saying much, merely embracing her friend Maisie before preparing to rise. At that moment, a somewhat haughty voice emerged from the police vehicle behind them. "Bring that woman along as well." "Maisie." Meishu anxiously waved her hand. Maisie has nothing to do with this matter. Yet, the officer known as Huai Meng paid no heed to Meishu's explanation, simply tossing a "let's go" over his shoulder as he turned towards the vehicle. The timid Maisie had never encountered such a situation, and she looked at Meishu, seeking reassurance. "It's all right, this has nothing to do with you. Even if we go to the police station, we'll leave soon," Meishu comforted Maisie, believing it to be a mistake on the police's part, and together they walked towards the vehicle. It was not until they entered the car that they were astonished to find a beautiful woman with flowing white hair seated in the front passenger seat. Clad in a white dress, she bore no semblance of a police officer and exuded an aura that seemed almost inhuman. Maisie's anxiety heightened, and even Meishu sensed that something was amiss. Especially when the woman spoke, the feeling intensified to its peak. "You know that blonde woman, don't you? Where has she gone?" Meishu, gazing at the woman in the passenger seat, caught a glimpse of something strange in the rearview mirror. As the woman inquired about the whereabouts of the blonde, delicate blue patterns appeared on her originally pristine white face. At that moment, Meishu suddenly recalled the words spoken by that woman after she had saved her the previous evening. The memory of her advisor transforming from a human into a monster surged back, causing Meishu's pupils to constrict. "No, they are not human." Realizing this, Meishu hastily pushed open the car door and seized Maisie's hand, attempting to flee. Yet, how could mere humans match the speed of demons? The stunning white-haired woman vanished from the passenger seat in an instant. In the next moment, as Meishu ran desperately, the woman's figure materialized before her. "Indeed, you are not an ordinary human. You are aware of our existence," the exquisite woman stated, her face slowly revealing a few white feathers. Suddenly, her expression twisted into a snarl, her hands morphing into claws. "Then where is that woman?" Her furious voice rang out, reminiscent of a scorned wife. But Meishu could only gaze at her in fear, instinctively shielding Maisie behind her. She truly did not know where the woman had gone, and even if she did, as the one saved by her, she would never divulge her whereabouts. At that moment, Meishu felt every muscle in her body tense, every cell quivering. It seemed as though everything had reverted to the school gate from the previous evening. Meishu and Maisie's legs turned to jelly, yet their hands clung tightly to Meishu's shoulders. Maisie buried her head against Meishu's back, too frightened to speak loudly. "I'm so scared," she whispered. Sensing her friend's terror, Meishu took a deep breath, striving to calm her trembling body. "No, it's all right. I'm here. Nothing will happen," she reassured, looking down at her right foot, hoping her words held truth. A sudden chill coursed through Meishu as she sought the strength hidden within her body. But after several seconds, her body showed no signs of change. Could she be deceiving me? Meishu exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, as the increasingly impatient, beautiful woman lunged forward. "If you refuse to speak, I shall kill your friend first. Then we shall see if you remain so obstinate." A shiver ran down Meishu's spine as she watched the woman approach. At that moment, her heart yearned for power. "No, please." Facing the imminent threat, Meishu instinctively slapped out her hand. How laughable. Such a feeble attack could never stop me. The beautiful woman mocked, reaching for Maisie behind Meishu. But to everyone's astonishment, Meishu's seemingly weak slap suddenly accelerated with ferocity. A force surged within her, nearly overwhelming her. In an instant, the woman who had just charged forward was sent hurtling backward with a resounding crash, colliding violently against a distant wall. "Ugh!" The woman gasped in shock, blood pouring from her mouth. Half of her face was shattered, her body almost embedded in the wall, every inch of her marred. What kind of strength was this? Even the mightiest demon, her beloved Amon, could never possess such power. In that moment, a thought struck her mind. Could it be that this girl before her was the blonde woman? Just as demons could possess humans, the one who had slain Amon must surely be capable of the same. Unbeknownst to her, Meishu was merely a kind-hearted girl with a stroke of fortune. Sealy Rue. Meanwhile, Huai Ming, who had just exited the vehicle, felt an uncontrollable rage upon witnessing the condition of her beloved. However, from a distance, Sealy Rue shouted, "Fool! Do not concern yourself with me. Go kill that woman and avenge Amon." Such words were so strange that Meishu was momentarily stunned. Yet Huai Ming responded loudly. "I will do it, Sealy Rue. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill." With that declaration, Huai Ming charged towards Meishu. During that sprint, his body began to transform into that of a monster. Yet, from Meishu's perspective, his speed seemed somewhat sluggish. Gently pushing her friend aside, Meishu appeared before Huai Ming with a thunderous crash. Just one kick sent him, halfway through his transformation, crashing into the wall, much like his beloved Sealy Rue. "What is this?" Maisie could only stare in disbelief, while Meishu swiftly scooped her up and dashed away. An unparalleled force of speed, strength, and endurance coursed through Meishu, making her feel as if she could soar to the heavens. Yet, in the next second, after running 5 kilometers like lightning, her body suddenly felt heavy. The power had vanished. Just as that woman had told her, this strength could only be used once. But if it was limited to a single use, what would she do afterward? Especially upon realizing that those monsters could disguise themselves as humans and were now closing in, Meishu's heart filled with dread. She feared for her family's safety, worried that her friends might be harmed, just as they were today. What Meishu did not realize was that her concerns were unfounded. For at that very moment, demons across the globe were being transported to the moon at an astonishing speed. Kong, the gravely injured Sealy Rue, had just extricated herself from the wall when she inadvertently stepped into a spatial rift. In the next instant, her body appeared on a black planet, 400,000 kilometers away. Almost immediately upon being transferred, a profound heaviness enveloped her, rendering her immobile on the ground. Surrounding her were countless demons. Bang, bang, boom. Terrifying sounds echoed from afar. Sealy Rue struggled to turn her head slightly, catching sight of the source of that noise. Beneath the violet sky, a man of immense stature, adorned with a tail, sprinted across the dark planet while shouldering a small mountain, even leaping like a frog. Perhaps fatigued or perhaps drained of energy, when he cast the mountain aside, a demon, uncontrollable, surged toward him. In the next moment, a resounding explosion erupted. The demon disintegrated into a myriad of crimson droplets, which swiftly coalesced into a blood-red sphere. Upon swallowing the sphere, the man felt rejuvenated, hoisting the mountain once more to continue his training. What is this place? For the first time since her inception many years ago, Sealy Rue experienced genuine fear. She had never imagined that the demons, once viewing humanity as mere sustenance, could one day find themselves as food. As she pondered this, the terrifying being had circled the massive black planet, akin to a moon, nearly exhausting its energy. Without hesitation, Saiyan summoned a distant white demon. Captivated by its exquisite appearance, perhaps it would have a taste akin to milk. Boom. The sanguine energy sphere was consumed, and Saiyan felt invigorated once again. Since his complete revival, he had not departed from the moon, instead creating a training environment within his own domain. However, midway through his training, hunger compelled him to pause, leading him to contemplate the demons as a rapid source of energy. After all, such beings were abundant on Earth, and few cared for them, so it would be prudent to capture them as reserves. Moreover, the extraordinary power possessed by demons contained far greater energy than terrestrial food. Aside from the less-than-pleasant taste, consuming them was far more convenient than a regular meal. Endowed with the genes of Otsutsuki, Saiyan could even forego sleep when necessary. This was an immense aid for someone of his less-than-stellar talents. Especially as he felt his inner power nearing the threshold of a shackle, this assistance was invaluable. He did not consider himself formidable, fully aware that his talents could not match those of prodigies like Broly and Vegeta. Thus, at this moment, he could only strive diligently, relentlessly pursuing his training to break free from the constraints imposed by his innate abilities. Days passed, and Saiyan's condition deteriorated. He lost track of how long he had been training, only realizing that the demons meant to serve as his reserves were nearing extinction. At this juncture, even his mental state began to falter. Observing the few demons barely clinging to life, he suddenly mused that perhaps having the ability to drive a race to extinction was a talent in itself. Slapping himself sharply, Saiyan shook his head. What nonsense am I thinking? I'm so close, just a step away from breaking that boundary. I cannot stop, cannot surrender so easily. I must, without fail, surpass that limit. With an almost exhausting effort, Saiyan unleashed the energy within him. After devouring the remaining demons, he seemed to lose his sanity, channeling all that energy into the palm of his hand. Drink, he bellowed. Hundreds of energy spheres capable of obliterating stars were unleashed by Saiyan. Just as those spheres were poised to collide with the edge of his domain, they abruptly reversed direction, hurtling back towards Saiyan himself. Yet, instead of fearing such a terrifying assault, he sought safety amidst the chaos. However, the moment he evaded the energy spheres, they had circled the gravitational planet and were once again barreling toward him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With eyes aglow, Saiyan moved with the swiftness of lightning, the erratic energy spheres lacking any discernible pattern. To evade them, he relied solely on his extraordinary speed and reflexes. An hour passed, then two. A day, then two. Time slipped away, and Saiyan's mental state approached collapse. Yet, in this nearly suicidal training, the boundary within him grew increasingly within reach, touchable, even shatterable. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from within Saiyan. Crash. In an instant, the domain he had constructed shattered. The energy spheres that threatened him were scattered by that formidable force. Without restraint, without concealment, Saiyan, with disheveled hair and unkempt beard, resembled a wild beast atop the moon, roaring at the cosmos. 1 million. A staggering battle power of 1 million reverberated throughout the universe. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation manifested in Saiyan's mind. It seemed that with a mere nod, he could become the singular deity of this universe. He could wield the power to create planets and life, possessing a lifespan equivalent to that of the cosmos. It could be said that the universe was him, and he was the universe. Yet, the agony of his soul's annihilation lingered in Saiyan's heart. The hatred for that golden light lay dormant within him. Thus, he refused. In that instant, Saiyan seemed to hear a sigh. Countless ebony arms abruptly emerged around him. They were gentle like a mother's embrace, enveloping him, entwining him, and with a hint of sorrow, they guided him out of this world. The dim realm ultimately succumbed to a dark fate. However, in its final moments, it bestowed upon Saiyan its remaining extraordinary power, enabling him to safely traverse the boundless cosmic ocean to the next world. Yet, it also required Saiyan to fulfill one task, to eliminate the supreme being of the nightmare realm. An unusual energy enveloped Saiyan's form, distinct from the golden radiance of the supreme deity. This energy bore no semblance of coercion. Saiyan could liberate himself at any moment. relinquishing the world's expectations of him. One might say any entity possessing even a modicum of understanding regarding the term supreme being would abandon this task. Yet Saiyan did not falter, for he perceived this as a covenant. Given that it was a pact, there was no rationale for surrender. The so-called supreme being, in the eyes of those with profound wisdom, might be terrifying, invincible. But Saiyan remained oblivious, for he was utterly mad. After all, he had already resolved to eliminate something akin to that. Adding one more to the tally was trivial. Chapter 6. The Supreme Being in the Vast Wilderness. A tour guide pointed toward a gaping abyss beside him, addressing the assembled travelers. This is where the hero Saiyan, who once saved the ninja world, engaged in his ultimate battle against the malevolent demons. The group could see the chasm at their feet, a remnant of Saiyan's fierce conflict with the demons. Could such destruction truly be wrought by a mere human? Remarkable. I must take a few pictures to boast to my classmates when I return. Just as the travelers marveled at the scenery before them, a small stone tumbled down from a nearby slope to the ground. From the 60-degree angle formed between the stone and the earth, a shadow emerged, slowly writhing forth. The shadow resembled a hound yet appeared intangible, akin to a swirling mist. Within that mist, a woman emerged, exuding the confidence of a lion, her fiery red hair strikingly captivating. Accompanying her was a boy, born of the very shadow. The boy's face betrayed no expression, yet his eyes, radiant like the starry sky, shimmered with boundless curiosity for everything around him. Strangely, the appearance of the two did not elicit any attention from those nearby, as if some force obscured their presence. "Carol, I sense a peculiar odor," the boy remarked, sniffing like a curious puppy. "Is it full?" Carol paused for a moment, then gently ruffled the boy's hair. "Tindalos, take a closer whiff and see if it is indeed him." However, as the boy pursued the scent, two indistinct figures emerged in his mind. "Full as dead, but I cannot discern the face of the other. It seems to be shrouded by something." "Ah, Carol, I have seen the envoy sent by the Lord of White Tin." Yet, she too was driven away by that strange being. Strange being? Carol pondered, though she had no doubts about Tindalos's abilities. While the opponent was not particularly strong in combat, Tindalos possessed the remarkable skill of traversing multiple worlds and witnessing events from nearly a millennium ago. If he were to disregard all costs, he could even trace the threads of the future, shaking the very foundations of destiny. Yet, this very Tindalos found himself obscured by an unknown presence. "This is impossible." Suddenly, Tindalos cried out. Carol, bewildered, asked, "What is happening?" "It is the Supreme Being. Only a Supreme Being can cloak my perception." Yet the manner in which that strange entity obscured him was most peculiar. It bore the hallmarks of all Supreme Beings. It was not entirely akin to them. It was neither the Lord of White Tin, nor Ji, nor the Chief Deity, nor the Soul God. It resembled a corpse assembled from the remnants of Supreme Beings. The more Tindalos contemplated this strange power, the deeper his confusion grew. Just as he endeavored to breach that power's blockade, a suffocating sensation enveloped him. "Carol," he screamed, pointing towards the sky. "That being has discovered us." Almost instantly, a beam of golden light engulfed Tindalos. He attempted to escape, striving to break free from the golden bonds with world-shattering force. Yet, as his soul felt a sharp pang, the non-combatant within him began to fear. He frantically unleashed the power within him, seeking to counter that golden light. But in the face of such supreme power, even the slightest force within him seemed trivial. At that moment, Carol, having regained her composure, was as furious as a raging lion. "Tindalos," she roared, delivering a punch against the golden light. Crack! A fissure erupted at the point of contact, rapidly spreading like lightning. In an instant, the once formidable golden radiance vanished. "Are you all right, Tindalos?" Protectively positioning the boy behind her, Carol's eyes glinted with a fierce red glow. As if having endured an immense terror, Tindalos clung to Carol's waist, burying his head firmly against her back. "Carol," the boy gasped, filled with dread at a terrifying figure in his mind. He trembled, nearly unable to harness the energy within him due to fear. Yet, even in that state, he stammered his revelation to Carol. It is a vanished Supreme Being." "A vanished Supreme Being? How could that be?" Though taken aback by such a claim, Carol nodded in trust of the boy. "I understand. But that being is clearly startled by our actions. Moreover, I sense it has not departed. Tindalos, I will take the initiative to restrain it. Use this opportunity to flee." "But Carol, what about you?" "Do not worry. Remember, I am the strongest. After gently tousling the boy's hair, Carol's expression hardened as she expanded her perception across the entire world. In an instant, a wave of destructive energy surged from beyond the world. Now, Carol shouted, propelling herself towards the oncoming energy. Meanwhile, Tyndalos, left behind, found himself conflicted. Ultimately, driven by fear, he fled without hesitation, transforming into a shadowy figure. Tyndalos endeavored to traverse the barriers of the world. Yet at that moment, the energy that seemed poised to attack Carol dispersed, morphing into countless small strikes that turned towards Tyndalos, attempting to annihilate him in this realm. But with a fierce shout, Carol charged to intercept the oncoming energy. Faced with the multitude of terrifying attacks, she felt no fear. Instead, like a lion defending its territory, she retaliated with righteous fury. Burn, my little universe. In an instant, a formidable power shattered the barriers of the world. Tyndalos, who had been hindered, swiftly escaped this realm. The seemingly dreadful attacks were held back, restrained just a meter before Carol. At this moment, she donned a golden armor, the origins of which were unknown, and her crimson eyes sparkled fiercely beneath the lion's fangs. Come, you wretched supreme beings, meet my lion's fangs. The power within Carol surged, potent enough to obliterate multiple worlds. This overwhelming force astonished the lurking presence, a sensation it had felt not long ago from some Saiyan. Yet, the individual before it now was even more unexpected. Chapter 7. The Night of Chaotic Destiny, Part 1. Saiyan was enveloped in gentle energy, drifting slowly yet safely through the cosmic sea. Just as a small fish pond cannot nurture a giant shark from the ocean, a diminutive world cannot cultivate a being surpassing its own limitations. Only by leaping from that pond into broader rivers and lakes can one grow into a more powerful existence. Saiyan held this belief firmly. However, as he gazed upon the boundless cosmic sea, curiosity stirred within him. What sort of beings could emerge from a realm that did not belong to any one world, yet encompassed all? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a breathtaking scene suddenly unfolded before him. In the distance, a gray-white world, dim to the point of lacking even darkness, trembled violently before shattering. The energy released from that destruction cascaded like a massive stone thrown into a lake, sending countless waves radiating outward from the fractured world. Its speed far surpassed Saiyan's comprehension, moving even faster than light, traversing myriad worlds in an instant. The moment those waves touched the worlds, they propelled them from their original positions. The coordinates of the worlds became chaotic. Some that were once adjacent were now separated by vast distances, while some unrelated worlds unexpectedly collided and even fused together. When the waves reached Saiyan, he quickly understood why that gentle world had used its final energy to send him away. The unknown energy continually consumed the gifts bestowed upon him by the previous world. The waves moved with such terrifying speed that even Saiyan could not react in time, and the consumption had already concluded. Just a minor ripple from the cosmic sea had wrought monumental changes across countless worlds. In such a malevolent environment, the existence of life seems utterly impossible. Alternatively, one might assert that the only forms of life that could potentially thrive here are the glass-like orbs scattered about. A single wave in the cosmic sea nearly consumed a third of the energy surrounding Saiyan. The world closest to him remained an unfathomable distance away. He dared not contemplate whether his physical form could endure another such wave before reaching the next world, especially as his avatar drifted through the cosmic sea. He felt fortunate to have avoided a fate similar to the recent calamity. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Gazing at the gradually calming cosmic sea, Saiyan suddenly grew curious about the energy that could coalesce to resist the waves. Could he perhaps emulate this phenomenon to achieve a similar purpose? With this thought in mind, he withdrew 1% of his protective energy and examined it closely in his palm. However, after hours of contemplation, he could not decipher the true nature of this energy. It did not seem to be a creation of the mind, nor could it be produced by the body. If one were to insist, it resembled a naturally occurring substance, merely appearing as energy. Given that it was a substance, could it be absorbed? Saiyan pondered, licking his lips as a peculiar thought surfaced in his mind. Yet, he quickly dismissed this impractical fantasy. It would be folly to consume it, for any unforeseen consequences would surely lead to his demise. Suppressing these strange thoughts, Saiyan redirected his focus to analyzing the energy. At that moment, an ominous premonition arose from behind him. Wait. He abruptly turned to see a distant world suddenly erupting in an explosion. Before he could utter a word, he felt himself being flung away by some unseen force. In that instant, he resembled a solitary boat amidst a tempest, as his intended destination grew increasingly distant, compounding his troubles. The protective energy that had once been 2/3 intact was now reduced to less than 1/3. Around him lay countless worlds, yet each was separated by vast distances. He could not allow this to continue. If he did, he might perish in the next wave. Although he could not fathom why the cosmic sea had unleashed a succession of waves, recalling his avatar's drift through it inspired a course of action. He swiftly retracted the protective energy and relied solely on his physical form to navigate the cosmic sea. Suddenly, a powerful sense of crisis descended upon Saiyan, and he glimpsed the approaching wave behind him. Without hesitation, he maximized the energy within him and, targeting a nearer world, he propelled himself toward it recklessly. As the wave surged past him, Saiyan's entire being seemed to vaporize, vanishing from sight. Yet, at the moment of his disappearance, a head encased in protective energy was swept along by the wave, racing toward a distant world at a terrifying speed. The protective energy depleted rapidly. However, due to Saiyan's body absorbing the brunt of the initial impact, some energy remained. As the world drew closer, a glimmer of hope ignited in Saiyan's pale eyes. He was almost there, just in time. In the final moments before his energy ran out, Saiyan's nose touched the golden barrier of that world. And with a splash akin to a stone hitting water, he crossed into the unknown realm, aided by the last vestige of his energy. Do you remember the summoning incantation? An elderly man leaned on his staff and asked in the dimly lit underground chamber before the blood-red magic circle. Opposite him, a frail man in a dark gray hoodie nodded. Yes. Very well, the elder replied, pausing for a moment before turning to add. But we will intersperse 2 other incantations along the way. Why is that? The man inquired. The elder, however, responded lightly. Do not worry, it is quite simple. He continued to explain. Yinya, your qualifications as a mage are somewhat inferior to those of other masters, which will impact your servant's foundational abilities. Thus, we must bolster the servant's rank to enhance overall capability. Yinya, let tonight's summoned servant possess some attributes of madness. Although Kanto Yinya found the elder's sudden change of plans somewhat irksome, he did not refuse for the sake of the girl's happiness. Activating his magical circuits, Kanto Yinya addressed the magic circle, fill, 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 each repetition increasing by 5 degrees, only to be discarded when full. Thus, you shall serve me, your eyes shrouded in chaos. You are the chaotic prisoner, and I am the one who wields the chains. You are entwined with the 3 great words of power for 7 days. Traverse the wheel of restraint. Appear now, guardian of the scales. An overwhelming force of absorption instantly drained Kanto Yinya's meager magical power. Gasping for breath, he found himself unable to utter a word as the magic circle erupted in blinding blue light. Amidst the elder's anticipation, a shadow gradually materialized. With disheveled long hair and a scruffy visage, the figure's eyes were tightly shut, seemingly engulfed in slumber. If one were to merely observe this head, the summoned servant might appear to be an extraordinarily potent entity. However, why? Yinya questioned. Did he possess only a head? Faced with the elder's inquiry, Kanto Yinya found himself incapable of responding. He was engulfed in profound agony. In addition to the depletion of his magical energy, he sensed something far more significant being extracted from him. The excruciating pain radiating throughout his body was proof of this. Observing Kanto Yinya's weakened state, the elder, though still irate, realized the summoning had concluded, leaving him unable to summon another servant. With a sigh, the elder remarked, well, since he is a servant, there must be something unique about him, especially as a berserker. Just as the elder prepared to instruct Kanto Yinya, his eyes suddenly widened. The command seals? Yinya, where are your command seals? Originally intended as constraints on the servants, the master should possess 3 command seals that could compel the servants to obey. These were crystallizations that surpassed great sorceries. Yet, after the peculiar servant was summoned, Kanto Yinya's command seals had vanished. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for the elder. As the pair of snow-white eyes opened, the weakened Saiyan caught his first glimpse of the elder. You are not human, are you? Upon hearing that statement, which sounded more like an affirmation than a question, the elder furrowed his brow. He could not comprehend why this head retained its autonomy and showed no signs of madness. Before he could voice his curiosity, The energy-depleted Samir opened his mouth to unleash a terrifying shockwave, sending the elder crashing against the wall, the dreadful force instantly claiming his life. Yet, from that lifeless form, a powerful, magical worm began to crawl forth. With a snap, the head lunged forward and crushed the worm between its jaws. Savoring the magical energy dissolving in its mouth, Samir transformed it directly into his own essence. As a sharp sting and itch radiated from his neck, Samir's body visibly began to grow. In merely a few seconds, he returned to his original form. Yet, the more he sensed the existence of his corporeal body, the more he found himself enamored with the previous world. Were it not for the energy bestowed upon him, he might have faced rebirth with nothing but a head. Considering that world had already depleted all extraordinary energy, he could have perished outright. However, the outcome was fortuitous. He was still alive, and not merely existing. Samir gazed at the man in the distance, who was writhing in agony after having a quarter of his soul consumed by him. With a casual gesture, he inscribed a sacrificial array upon the old man's corpse. As a plume of white smoke was absorbed by the revealed hexagram, the once tormented man gradually regained awareness of his surroundings. Have I succeeded? Just as Jiantong Yanyi, who had recently recovered, lifted his gaze, he beheld a robust man clad in black martial attire, expelling an unusual substance from his mouth. Perfect. Samir's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he regarded the remaining 1% of his protective energy. This residual energy would serve as the inaugural step for him to navigate the cosmic sea with his own power. Chapter 8. The Night of Chaotic Fate, Part 2. Are you my servant? Where has the old man gone? You refer to that worm? I consumed him, though his previous body is over there. Samir gestured behind him, where, shrouded in darkness, the old man's corpse lay silently. Dead. The head of the Matu family, Matu Zongyan, a wielder of formidable magic, has perished just like that. Jiantong Yanyi stared incredulously at the body, unable to fathom that the man he could never resist had inexplicably died before his eyes. He turned his gaze toward the enigmatic spirit beside him. Did you kill him? Jiantong Yanyi's voice bore a hint of excitement, as this was something he had never dared to dream of. Yet, the spirit remained silent, fixated on the magic array, seemingly in contemplation. Noticing the spirit's gaze, Jiantong Yanyi explained, that array was intended to summon you, but it is now rendered ineffective. Summoning Samir stroked his chin, a somewhat hazy memory surfacing in his mind. Is it the world of Xingyue? He mused. Following that, he turned to Jiantong Yanyi. Are you endeavoring to seize an object called the Holy Grail? I do not know. Previously, Jiantong Yanyi had needed the Holy Grail to exchange for someone else's freedom from Matu Zongyan. However, with Matu Zongyan now deceased, the Holy Grail lost its significance for Jiantong Yanyi. Yet, observing the man's frail appearance and his shock of white hair, Samir's memories became increasingly lucid. He recalled that this was the world known as Xingyue. Periodically, 7 magicians would summon historical spirits to the present through special means, engaging in a chaotic battle known as the Holy Grail War over the course of 7 days. The ultimate victor of this tumult would be granted a wish upon the entity known as the Holy Grail. However, Samir vaguely remembered that this so-called Holy Grail was not a benevolent artifact. After familiarizing himself with the world he found himself in, Samir chose not to dwell further. After all, he was not a true spirit. His presence here was primarily due to the energy deficiency he experienced upon entering this realm. Coincidentally, the man before him had performed a summoning ritual. The energy generated by the ritual, along with the magical power and spells, had all been intercepted by him. With this in mind, Samir glanced at Jiantong Yanyi. Regardless of the circumstances, you have inadvertently assisted me. Allow me to help heal your frail body as a token of my gratitude. Healing? It is futile, Jiantong Yanyi replied with a bitter smile. My body can only endure for a month at most. This is a fate I cannot alter. But the moment the word fate escaped his lips, Samir's brow furrowed deeply. Fate. It is the very concept I detest the most. Before Jiantong Yanyi could react, Samir instantly appeared before him, his right hand darting forth like lightning, pressing against his chest. Almost simultaneously, Jiantong Yanyi's body drained of all color. Tian Ji Chong Li Zun. Samir's right eye gleamed as he completely halted the man's time. Within his snow-white gaze, he penetrated Jiantong Yanyi's skin, revealing his internal structure with clarity. Hundreds of grotesque worms twisted within his organs, one after another, resembling some form of circuitry. With a mere grip, those worms erupted, transforming into pure energy within Jiantong Yanye's body. After absorbing that energy, Saiyan utilized a reversal spell to heal the man. Once an ordinary person, Jiantong Yanyi possessed no magical circuits within him. All the damage inflicted by the magical imprint worms was rapidly mended through the reversal spell. Just as Jiantong Yanye's body was restored, Saiyan snapped his fingers. With a resounding clap, color gradually returned to Jiantong Yanye's form from his feet upward. As he sensed the rising power within him, his eyes widened in astonishment. My body has healed. The grotesque protrusions on his face vanished, and the unsettling sensation of writhing within his body dissipated. Yet, to Jiantong Yanyi, it appeared as though Saiyan had done nothing at all. He merely stood before him, and with a glance, his body regained its previous health. Even though Jiantong Yanyi was merely an unremarkable magician, he recognized that such a feat transcended the capabilities of magic. At that moment, he yearned to know Saiyan's name, yet his usual reticence held him back from speaking. However, as a vivid image emerged in his mind, he seemed to resolve himself, suddenly collapsing to the ground. If you can heal me, you must surely be able to heal Sakura. I implore you, heal her as you have healed me. For that, I will do anything you ask. The worms writhing within him were not solely his burden to bear. A younger girl was also enduring an even more terrifying agony. Upon hearing Jiantong Yanye's plea, Saiyan recalled additional details. Indeed, there was a little girl in the narrative who, like the man before him, had worms implanted within her body. Releasing his aura, Saiyan swiftly pinpointed a chaotic energy signature. To his surprise, the much younger girl harbored far more worms than the man he faced. Nevertheless, for Saiyan, it was a task easily managed. That night, in front of the Jiantong residence, Jiantong Yanyi tightly embraced the purple-haired girl in his arms, tears of joy streaming from his eyes. Everything is over for Sakura. Over? Uncle, what about Grandpa? That man is no more. You will never have to go underground again. Do you not wish to see mother and sister? We can seek them out tomorrow, Jiantong Yanyi said. Yet he released his embrace and turned to the man beside him, bowing deeply. Thank you, I am truly grateful. It is of no consequence. You have aided me as well, so let us consider it a mutual exchange. Furthermore, if I recall correctly, an incident will soon occur in this city. If you and this child desire a life of simplicity, it would be prudent to seek residence in another city. I shall heed your counsel. However, before that, may I inquire about your name? Saiyan, simply call me Saiyan. The tranquil voice reverberated in Jiantong Yanyi's ears. Yet its owner abruptly vanished. In the inky night sky, a streak of violet light suddenly darted across. The Kaiwa Hotel, a hallmark of Dongmu City, stands as the sole skyscraper soaring 32 stories high. With a crack, the lights illuminated the entire room, where an array of exquisite wooden furniture was meticulously arranged upon the ivory-white floor. Near the bedroom, a black wooden desk held a hotel-exclusive telephone, alongside a large-screen television. In this era, such an arrangement could be deemed quite luxurious. Today, one should take a moment to rest and indulge in a deep slumber. Saiyan had not enjoyed a respite for several years. Though such rigorous training bestowed upon him formidable power, his spirit was, in truth, utterly fatigued. Moreover, prior to his arrival in this world, he had encountered a life-threatening crisis. As he shed his garments, Saiyan strode confidently into the bathroom. Yet, at that moment, he sensed an extraordinary aura nearby. There were 3 presences in total, the strongest of which imparted a peculiar sensation, akin to encountering a cursed spirit. Just beyond the wall separating him was a European couple, slowly wheeling their luggage from the elevator. The man, with golden locks and attired like a university professor, exuded an air of confidence. The woman, with hair reminiscent of roses, was strikingly beautiful, her figure captivating. And that presence, reminiscent of a cursed spirit, hovered behind them in a form akin to a soul. He sported short black hair, golden irises, and a tear mole at the corner of his eye. Clad in a green vest with leather shoulder pads, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a figure from history. An heroic spirit? With but a glance, Saiyan recognized the origin of the heroic spirit, descending as a lancer, though he had forgotten the specifics of the name, recalling only that he was a man of remarkable prowess. However, what intrigued Saiyan more than the identity of the individual was the nature of his existence. Though he appeared to be energy, he was, in reality, closer to matter, particularly in that nebulous state that evoked a sense of familiarity in Saiyan. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Extracting the protective energy concealed within him, Saiyan compared the composition of the heroic spirit to this energy. While he could not analyze it, he discerned a striking similarity in form. It could even be posited that the energy constituting a servant is merely a diluted version of protective energy. The remaining protective energy in Saiyan's possession was a gift from the consciousness of the previous world. It seemed that the servant, too, was a creation of an existence akin to the world's consciousness. With this realization, Saiyan, who had previously held no interest in the Holy Grail War, found himself contemplating anew. Yet, unlike other masters who coveted the Holy Grail, Saiyan was more intrigued by the servant itself. Knock, knock, knock. Within the hotel room, Kenneth, having just set down his luggage, had yet to rest when a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Could it be the service staff? Upon hearing the knocks, his wife, Sola, hurried towards the door. However, as she reached for the doorknob, Kenneth's gaze fell upon the telephone nearby. Wait. If it were the staff, they would contact us directly via phone. Hold on, Sola. As silvery liquid cascaded from his sleeve, Kenneth watched the door warily. Simultaneously, a green figure appeared before him. Lancer, go see who's outside. As you command. The man referred to as Lancer transformed into a spectral form, effortlessly passing through the wall. Just as he prepared to reveal himself, he encountered a server carrying a tray. There's no danger. Lancer exhaled in relief and turned to re-enter the room. Yet, at that very moment, a black rift in space abruptly manifested before him. When he regained his senses, Lancer found himself in a port, surrounded by stacks of shipping containers. Was this ability an attack from another servant? Lancer scanned the area, a red spear materializing in his hand. Observing the deserted port, he called out, "Cunning rat, since you summoned me here, why do you not show yourself?" While searching the vicinity, he suddenly noticed something amiss with his shadow. Lancer spun around to find an immensely strong man, arms crossed, staring at him impassively. Despite the absence of any overt aggression from the man, Lancer felt a tremor of unease. "Are you the heroic spirit who brought me here?" Suppressing his discomfort, Lancer pointed his spear at the man and demanded an answer. However, the man merely scrutinized him from head to toe without responding. An unsettling sensation washed over Lancer. He felt akin to a piece of meat laid bare on a chopping block. His breath quickened involuntarily, particularly upon meeting the gaze of the man's snow-white eyes, which nearly made his heart skip a beat. "You prepare to receive my strike." Driven by his pursuit of honor, Lancer audibly warned the man before making his move. To his astonishment, the man remained utterly still, showing no signs of movement even as Lancer lunged forward. Just as Lancer's crimson spear was poised to pierce the man, he acted. Merely lifting a finger, he effortlessly blocked Lancer's spear as if it were a sword of indestructible might. How is this possible? Lancer's face contorted in shock upon seeing the man stop his spear with but a single finger. Even though the red spear was capable of dispelling magic, its innate sharpness was of world-class caliber. Yet, this remarkable weapon was stymied by a mere finger, leaving Lancer in utter disbelief. What transpired next rendered Lancer speechless. The man seized the red spear, which quivered in his grasp. In the next instant, cracks rapidly spread across its surface. With a sharp sound, countless fragments disintegrated into particles of light, absorbed by a robust hand. Upon sensing the unique substance in the palm, Saiyan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this was analogous to protective energy. However, this minuscule amount of energy paled in comparison to the true protective energy by a factor of 100,000. To condense genuine protective energy, one must not only analyze its composition, but also compress vast amounts of energy. Yet, how challenging it is to decipher an unknown energy. Instead, Saiyan's mind conjured an image of a resplendent figure, seemingly possessing a plethora of treasures. Chapter 9. The Chaotic Night of Destiny. 3. The thoughts returned to reality. Where a yellow short spear loomed larger before him, Saiyan made no attempt to evade. Instead, he allowed the spear to lunge towards him. But at the very moment the tip was about to touch him, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Bang! Lancer suddenly recoiled, narrowly evading the lightning strike. At this very moment, a dark cloud suddenly loomed above his head. Within that ominous cloud, a bullock cart surged forth, propelled by thunder and lightning, racing towards the harbor. Amidst the swirling dust, a robust figure clad in crimson stood atop the cart, arms wide open, exuding immense confidence as he bellowed, "Cease your hostilities. Before the king's decree, no one shall act with disrespect." Upon uttering these words, he cast a deliberate glance at the reactions of the two individuals present. While Saiyan maintained an indifferent expression, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Lancer's forehead. After all, he had been inexplicably transported to this location, subsequently lost a precious artifact, and now found himself confronted by a formidable being that exuded an air of intimidation. Any individual in his position would instinctively feel a sense of wariness. However, in the next instant, upon hearing a name called out, Lancer froze in place. "I am the Conqueror King Iskandar, descending into this world with the class of rider for this Holy Grail War." This declaration was not merely an introduction. The spirit known as Iskandar revealed his class, and even his name to the two present. For others, especially the masters, this was unfathomable. After all, heroic spirits are often figures from history, and revealing one's true name could easily lead adversaries to uncover vulnerabilities through historical accounts. The surprise was palpable, particularly evident in the expression of Iskandar's master. "What on earth are you thinking, you fool?" The slender youth, barely reaching Iskandar's waist, tilted his head back to voice his complaint. Yet, with a sharp smack to his head, Iskandar silenced his master and turned his attention to the two beside him. "Though fate has led us to contend for the Holy Grail, I wish to pose a question first. Would you consider serving under my banner and relinquishing the Grail to me? If so, I shall treat you as friends and share with you the joy of conquering the world." At this, Lancer exhaled in relief. He discerned that this sudden intrusion by Iskandar was not an alliance, but rather an attempt to intervene in the conflict between him and the unknown heroic spirit. However, as a knight, Lancer unexpectedly responded to Iskandar's inquiry. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly declined, stating, "I find your proposal difficult to accept. The only one to whom I would offer the Holy Grail is my newly bound master, and you are not he, rider. Is that so? Then what of this unknown heroic spirit? What are your thoughts on my proposal? Of course, terms can be negotiated. Joining you would hold little value for me, and I am indifferent to the Grail. Rather, I find your two oxen quite intriguing. As heroic spirits are embodiments of energy, their noble phantasms possess similar properties. However, Saiyan was taken aback to discover that even the energy contained within the two oxen surpassed that of Lancer's noble phantasm. Moreover, such living embodiments of energy could serve as subjects for Saiyan's experiments. After all, energy obtained through pure plunder could never rival that which is self-generated. Upon hearing Saiyan's words, Iskandar shook his head. "What a pity, for it is evident from your skirmish with Lancer that you are a formidable warrior. As for these celestial oxen, I am afraid they are not to be casually bestowed upon others, as they serve as my royal chariot. No matter, I merely wish to inform you." Almost immediately after Saiyan's response, Iskandar erupted in laughter. "Ha ha, such a tone is truly to my liking. It is a shame I cannot know your name." However, just as he prepared to discuss a truce further with Saiyan and Lancer, a self-introduction rang out. "I am Saiyan. As for my class, consider me Berserker." "How is this possible?" The youth beside Iskandar's eyes widened in astonishment. A Berserker, influenced by madness, cannot possibly possess such clarity of mind. "In principle, you are indeed correct. But why is that?" "Because the principles are in my hands," Saiyan declared, extending his right hand towards Lancer. In the next moment, with a sharp crack, Lancer's form dissolved into a pool of blood, slowly coalescing into Saiyan's grasp. An opposing force attempted to seize that blood, but Saiyan ruthlessly vanquished it. Our rider, the youth, having never witnessed such a scene, instinctively clung to the thigh of his companion. As he trembled, a large hand gently rested upon his back. "Berserker, no, Saiyan. Do you not think such methods are too humiliating for a warrior?" Iskandar's expression soured, yet Saiyan paid him no mind. For in the next moment, Iskandar met the same fate as Lancer. Stripped of his master's noble phantasm, he transformed into motes of light, gradually dissipating. This was precisely the scene Saiyan sought. A pale light illuminated the motes, effectively freezing the space before Saiyan. As for the youth, who still bore the countenance of a student, Saiyan patted his shoulder. "Well then, your Holy Grail War ends here. It is best you return to your studies. This must be a trick, a deception. Ryder is so powerful. How could he?" The youth stood in a daze, gazing blankly at the spot where Ryder had perished. He had gone so far as to steal his teacher's sacred relic to partake in this Holy Grail War. Yet, the formidable being known as the Conqueror King could not even survive the first night. He could not comprehend it, nor did he wish to confront the reality. Paying no heed to the bewildered youth, Saimir briefly analyzed the motes before waving to collect them. Not enough. The quantity of samples is still far from adequate. It seems I must seek out that individual who enjoys standing by the lamppost. An overwhelming aura enveloped Fuyuki City, and upon sensing a presence of great power, Saimir activated his Byakugan. Sure enough, piercing through countless buildings, within an estate, he spotted a heroic spirit savoring modern red wine. This spirit, adorned in a magnificent suit of ancient armor, wore golden locks and held his chin high, exuding an air of arrogance. Found you, the King of Kings. Possessing countless noble phantasms. Chapter 10, The Chaotic Night of Destiny, Part 4. Incredible. Truly remarkable. All of that was real, right? Not special effects or anything else. It was genuine, right? I can't take it anymore. Is this what they call the Holy Grail War? Master, you were part of that just now, weren't you? In a dark, damp basement, the scent of blood permeated the air. Within a crimson magic circle, images of the harbor continuously materialized. A terrifying entity, almost entirely concealed within shadows, gazed upon the figure in the magic circle, tears streaming down its face. Lost in its emotions, it failed to hear the calls of its master nearby. It has descended. It has descended once more. Descended? The man with orange hair was oblivious to what the heroic spirit meant. Yet, the spirit pointed at Saimir within the magic circle, excitedly explaining, "Look, he is the answer. That powerful physique, that unparalleled strength, that godlike presence. Undoubtedly, he is the very existence I have sought. Is he someone you know? No. He is my deity, my sole master. He bestowed upon me the strength to endure before the world succumbed to silence, allowing me to survive until this day, a magnificent being. I once believed I would never behold him again, yet unexpectedly, in this realm, I have once more glimpsed his presence. No, I cannot remain here any longer. I must go to meet him. But, my lord, are we not participating in that so-called Holy Grail War? That acquaintance of yours, the god, will not slay us. Will he? Foolishness. The so-called Holy Grail War is merely a game I devised in this world to pass the time. The shackles of two mere pseudo-gods cannot constrain me. As I spoke, a formidable aura erupted from the servant's being. This terrifying power instantly sent the man beside me hurtling away. Wait, my lord. I paid no mind to the master collapsed against the wall. The servant slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, a blue energy wave shot forth from his palm. Boom. The dreadful energy obliterated all matter in its path, leaving behind a vast crater. Almost simultaneously, Saimir abruptly turned around, and soon, a red figure appeared before him. Rueda? Saimir gazed in disbelief at the crimson-haired girl before him, only to realize she was once one of his demon subordinates. Master Saimir, the girl exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, nearly leaping into his arms. Yet, as a large hand pressed down on her head, a familiar sensation surfaced from her memory. Master, it is truly wonderful to see you again. Wait a moment, Rueda. Why are you here? Saimir was well aware of the demise of the Yogia. However, as a being of Yogia, Rueda should have been in the human realm if she had not perished alongside it. How could she appear in this world? Even more astonishing to Saimir was that Rueda's aura had now reached an impressive 20,000. Such combat prowess is not to be underestimated in any realm. Master, this is quite a lengthy tale. If it is lengthy, then let us take our time. First, let us retreat to my resting place. With the unfolding of a spatial rift, Saimir brought Rueda back to the hotel. After Rueda recounted her experiences, Saimir finally understood why her combat strength had increased to such an extent. It turned out that due to the aura, Rueda, like Saimir's avatar, had been rejected by the world. However, Rueda's fortune was far superior to Saimir's. She not only quickly entered a new world, but that world was also remarkably safe. In a vast forest, Rueda underwent a century of cultivation, resulting in her combat strength reaching 20,000. After slaying dozens of pseudo-gods who battled with colorful halos, she was ultimately expelled by the will of the world. Fortunately, Rueda, who had been drifting in the cosmic sea, had never encountered any turbulent waves, safely entering the Xingyue world. After marveling at Rueda's good fortune, Saimir curiously inquired, "You mentioned that world fought using halos? What kind of halos are those?" Saimir was intrigued. After all, every world possesses its unique cultivation system, and he might learn something valuable. However, When Rue described the details of those halos, Saimier's enthusiasm waned significantly. The halos originated from magical beasts? Humans acquire skills by absorbing those halos? ISNT that akin to soul rings? What is the name of the forest you resided in? I believe it was something like Xingdo. Saimier fell silent. Such power is best left alone. Relying on external forces ultimately amounts to a rootless existence. Do you think so too, Master? Rue confidently replied, when I battled those pseudo-gods, I sensed something amiss. Their strength stemmed entirely from what you refer to as soul rings, and their innate power was quite feeble. The vast majority of beings could not even withstand a single energy blast from me. At this point, Rue confidently asserted to Saimier, Master, even now, I could easily obliterate a planet. If you wish to leave this world, may I accompany you? I assure you I will not hinder you. You wish to follow me? Why? It is known that many desire to possess great power and live in a stable world like you. They wish for everything they desire to be within reach, and no one will obstruct their wishes. You already possess power that countless beings envy, allowing you to revel in the benefits of strength. Instead of wandering in the endless cosmos with me, where you might perish at any moment, then let it be so, Rue replied earnestly, since meeting you. That journey often resurfaces in my mind. I have lived for centuries, yet only beside you have I truly felt what it means to live. Therefore, Master Saimier, my deity, allow me to embark on this journey with you once more. You must understand, I have formidable enemies. Even now, I am but an ant in their eyes. Even so, do you still wish to accompany me? Rue knelt at Saimier's feet, like the most devout of followers, resolutely responding, no matter the circumstances. I wish to remain by your side. You truly mean that? At this moment, Saimier felt a whirlwind of emotions. Apart from fleeting encounters across various worlds, he had never possessed a true companion. After enduring countless life and death trials, he remained solitary. Yet, at this moment, everything felt different. Saimier sighed and said softly, Rise. Rueda, as for following you, as long as you fear not death, then follow my lead. However, before that, I have a rather serious issue to resolve. Since you are here, help me retrieve someone. Rueda's crimson eyes sparkled with delight. No problem. You may command me. Chapter 11. The Chaotic Fate of the Night, Part 5. In a dimly lit room filled with books. An old gramophone played the voice of a person from 1,000 miles away. The heroic spirit known as Saimier has no verifiable records in history. However, based on the powers he has demonstrated, my father believes he may very well be a legendary existence. What kind of legend? An elegantly dressed middle-aged man in a wine-red suit inquired of the gramophone. Eden. The emotionless voice paused, as if processing the information received, and after a moment, it spoke word by word. The revelation recorded an extraordinary being who planted a vineyard, yielding fruit that lured mankind into perdition. He embodies wrath, is the leader of evil spirits, and serves as the angel of destruction executing God's will. Fallen angel Saimier, once one of the 7 seraphs. Now the Lord of Hell. Although his name is not as resounding as that of Satan, his existence is equally terrifying within the teachings I have studied. Are you suggesting our opponent is likely a fallen angel? In that instant, Yuan Zaka Shurchin's heart nearly skipped a beat. He had envisioned that other masters might summon immensely powerful servants, even those possessing imperial titles like his own. Yet he had never fathomed that he would be facing an angel from mythology, one of the 7 mightiest angels in God's retinue. Such news was undoubtedly a thunderbolt from a clear sky for Yuan Zaka Shurchin. After all, the Seraphim of the Almighty, when placed amidst other mythologies, is indeed a veritable deity. Yet what perplexes him further is that even someone as powerful as he, endowed with formidable lineage and magical prowess, requires the shedding of the ancient serpent to summon the legendary servants. What then empowers the master who calls forth a fallen angel to summon an entity akin to Satan? Is it possible that the individual has sacrificed their own soul? Chile, have you located the opposing master? There are currently no discoveries to report. Furthermore, Yin Feng Chile shifted the conversation. Shall we continue with our previous plan? Our earlier strategy was to feign the death of assassin to deceive the other masters. However, the Holy Grail War has scarcely commenced, and already 2 masters have been eliminated. We should persist, for only the concealed assassin poses the greatest threat. Additionally, we must strive to avoid conflict with that Saimier, seeking instead to eliminate his master to force his retreat. Understood, master. As the voice from the gramophone gradually faded, Yuan Zaka Tosaka found himself reclining on the sofa. The powerful servant he had summoned, possessing the ability for independent action, was beyond his control, and any commands he wished to issue might necessitate the use of command spells. Now, an entity potentially from myth has emerged, and such an unrelenting series of events left him with a throbbing headache. Just as he pondered how to confront that fearsome fallen angel, a streak of blue light suddenly descended upon the Tosaka courtyard. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Yuan Zaka Tosaka tumbled from the sofa. The candlelight beside him flickered perilously close to him. What on earth is happening? A gemstone in his palm disintegrated into dust, and a crimson light propelled the candle back to its original position. Clambering awkwardly to his feet, Yuan Zaka Tosaka hurried to the window. Outside, everything that had once occupied the courtyard had dissolved into nothingness, leaving only a vast pit. And from within that pit, a diminutive figure began to rise. Gilgamesh, come forth. Almost simultaneously with the girl's utterance, countless weapons imbued with potent magical energy rained down like bullets from a machine gun. How dare an insignificant insect address me by my name? A voice filled with unyielding arrogance boomed from the rooftop. Yet in the next moment, as an overwhelming aura erupted from the girl, the multitude of weapons was sent flying away as if they were mere refuse. An insignificant mortal, and yet you dare speak to me in such a manner. Looking at the golden figure atop the roof, Reed's gaze was laced with disdain. Suddenly, he swung his right hand fiercely. A scarlet blood arrow shot forth from his palm. Whoosh! As it pierced the enemy, the blood arrow transformed into countless sharp blood spikes, embedding themselves into the joints of the opponent. What? The moment Reed gestured, the arrogant being felt a sharp pain coursing through its body. By the time it braced for defense, it found itself unable to move, as if something within was manipulating it. Foolish human! Had it not been for my master's command to spare your life, you would already be dead. Now come down at once. Reed's words seemed to carry a certain enchantment, and upon hearing them, the golden figure obediently tumbled from the rooftop. Thud! Falling unceremoniously from the height, Gilgamesh felt an excruciating pain throughout his body. You wretched, despicable creature, what have you done to me? Gilgamesh raged, cursing Reed vehemently. However, upon hearing Reed's calm command to be silent, his mouth clamped shut. Ugh! No matter how he struggled, he could not utter a sound. Damn it! As Gilgamesh lay there like a lamb awaiting slaughter, Yuan Zaka Tosaka, hidden behind the window, felt as if his heart might cease. What is that? A servant? What nonsense! It fell like a meteorite and dispatched the king of humanity with a single blow. What kind of master could summon such a servant? Furthermore, from where does the magical energy sustaining the servant derive? Yuan Zaka Tosaka considered himself a remarkably potent magician, yet if tasked with supplying energy to such a servant, he would undoubtedly be at a loss unless he resorted to command spells. But how many command spells could one person afford to expend? Did that fellow waste a command spell with his first move? He simply could not comprehend the events unfolding before him. Initially, he found it odd that despite having participated in 3 Holy Grail wars, the formidable Tosaka family had never emerged victorious. However, it now appeared that winning such a Holy Grail war was a remarkable improbability. Yet, regardless of how terrifying the enemy may be, Yuan Zaka Tosaka must achieve victory to uncover the mysteries at play. Is it not merely a matter of wielding command spells? I possess command spells as well. With that thought, Yuan Zaka Tosaka raised his right hand, declaring as if taking an oath, Archer, I command you by this command spell to break free from their control. As his words concluded, a red command spell vanished from the back of his hand. But this was not the end. He continued, again, by this command spell, Archer, unleash your most potent noble phantasm and obliterate the foe before you. In the next moment, Gilgamesh, who had been firmly bound, was unexpectedly transported back to the rooftop by an inexplicable force. Now liberated, Gilgamesh certainly heard Yuan Zaka Tosaka's words and noticed the commanding tone therein. Yet at that moment, he had no time to correct the improper wording and instead summoned forth a peculiar and enormous key amidst shimmering golden ripples. The moment Gilgamesh grasped that key, countless crimson magical energies coalesced into a colossal data tree. Shortly thereafter, the data tree vanished, leaving behind only a spiraling sword slowly unsheathed from the radiant golden light. You wretched mongrel, behold the star that cleaves the heavens asunder. Terrifying magical energy erupted from the sword, like a cataclysmic flood that tore the earth asunder, even swallowing the clouds of the sky. Yet Reed, within the attack's range, bore an expression of disappointment. He had anticipated that such a renowned name would possess extraordinary power, yet it appeared to be even less impressive than the God Hand. And Reed had surpassed the God Hand decades ago. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. With a slight smile, Reed gathered his aura to the tips of his fingers. As he beheld the impending attack, he mimicked Saiyan air from his memories. Pointing his right hand forward, Dodo wave, whoosh. A slender blue wave of light instantly pierced through Gilgamesh's attack. What magic! What noble phantasm! Before this sheer force, they all paled in comparison. The game ends here. It is time for me to take you back. Observing the countless magical energies dissipating before him, resembling a multitude of fireflies, Gilgamesh felt a profound sense of helplessness. He attempted to launch a second assault, yet in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Suspended in midair, Gilgamesh appeared like a rag doll, effortlessly held in Reed's grasp. Their destination was the hotel room rented by Saiyan. With a whoosh, innumerable energies crumbled before them. Saiyan attempted to pause the destruction with the power of time, but it proved utterly futile. Once that peculiar reaction occurred, all of his means seemed to lose their efficacy. Moreover, the two heroic spirits recently acquired for the experiment had been utterly depleted. My lord, I have returned. I have brought you what you desired. The figure of Ruid appeared suddenly before Saiyan, holding a severely injured blonde man who gazed at him with wide eyes, seemingly attempting to attack him with his stare. Indeed, it was Gilgamesh, the embodiment of an existence possessing countless noble phantasms. Just as well. The materials on my end have just been exhausted. However, acquiring his noble phantasm may prove somewhat challenging. I recall it must be wielded by him personally. In that case, Ruid, please step aside. Although uncertain of Saiyan's intentions, Ruid prudently took 2 steps back, leaving the furious Gilgamesh trembling in fear as he watched Saiyan's right hand slowly extend towards him. The ceremony for seizing an incarnation and that for claiming a soul were the only 2 abilities that Saiyan had learned from the Nether Realm. Even when his combat power was merely 30,000, Saiyan's soul was already capable of forcefully occupying a human body. While Gilgamesh's soul was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person, Saiyan had grown exponentially more powerful than before, now surpassing him by several dozen times. As the light faded from the strong man's gaze, the once kneeling Gilgamesh gradually rose to his feet. However, what Saiyan did not anticipate was that, as he forcibly occupied Gilgamesh's body, a peculiar force began to impede him. This power was immensely potent, preventing Saiyan from maintaining control of this body for long. Yet, it was sufficient. As a golden ripple unfurled before Saiyan, his seemingly dormant essence regained consciousness and promptly snapped off the pinky finger of his right hand, casting it into the ripple. In the next moment, as a sharp pain surged, Saiyan's consciousness returned to his own body. The severed wound swiftly sprouted granulation tissue, healing completely in the blink of an eye. In stark contrast, the Gilgamesh whose body he had occupied dissipated into countless golden motes, vanishing into the air. My lord, have you failed? Failed? Huh, I shall not fail. Clenching his healed right hand, a terrifying power erupted from Saiyan's left eye. Before him appeared a space fissure tall enough for a person, resembling an open door. Behind that door, countless noble phantasms were piled high, and atop that mound lay a bloodied pinky finger, quietly resting among them. It was unimaginable that such a diminutive existence could possess so many noble phantasms. Ruid, see if there is anything you fancy. As he stepped into the treasury of the king, even Ruid, who had lived for hundreds of years, could not help but be astonished by the scene before him. It was as though he had entered a desert, but unlike a true desert. This one was constructed of countless treasures. Is there even wine? Picking up a jar, Saiyan opened it to be met with the rich aroma of fine wine. However, he had no intention of tasting it. Instead, he transformed the liquid, along with the small mountain beneath his feet, into energy within his palm. Just as he prepared to depart, an Aladdin's lamp caught his attention. This too? Rubbing the lamp thrice yielded no response, and Saiyan remarked with disappointment. These noble phantasms are far too mundane. They are essentially mere aggregations of energy. Compared to Dragon Balls, they are child's play. Shaking his head in resignation, Saiyan swiftly exited the space fissure. He now possessed ample research material. All that remained was time. Even through exhaustive methods, he would unravel the structure of that energy. Moreover, upon witnessing the multitude of noble phantasms, Saiyan suddenly realized that this energy could serve not only as protection while traversing the cosmic sea, but could also be utilized to craft formidable artifacts. In the realm of sorcery, such artifacts were referred to as curses. In the world of Naruto, they were called divine tools, and in this world of Xingyue, they were known as noble phantasms. Chapter 12, Chaotic Fate Night. And it has succeeded. Countless golden motes swirled around Saiyan, and with a mere thought, they swiftly enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. This was protective energy, a special form of energy propelled by the world's consciousness. Little did he expect that in this world of Xingyue, such high-level energy manipulation had been simplified to this extent. Even as an outsider, after extensive analysis, he could learn to mimic it. Since obtaining the treasury of the king, Saiyan had tirelessly studied the energy that constituted noble phantasms and heroic spirits, working day and night without rest for 6 consecutive days. The outcome was that he managed to decipher it before the conclusion of the Holy Grail War. At that moment, Saiyan sensed that the entire Earth, no, even the moon, was inhabited by entities wielding this energy. It seemed this energy had become the foundation of the world structure. However, whether this energy was truly effective required one final verification. The weather was clear, and the seas were calm. A luxurious yacht was sailing across the Pacific Ocean, where over a dozen elegantly dressed, handsome men and women indulged in revelry. I can't take it anymore. My head is spinning. I need some fresh air. Clad only in blue swim trunks, Jack rose from a dark-skinned body, holding his head as he made his way to the open stern of the boat. As he passed a female companion who was exercising, a small hand playfully smacked his backside. Jack, is your big head not working, or is it your little head? Teased a voluptuous blonde beauty, extending her pinky with a mischievous grin. Get lost, Lucia. I'll deal with you when I come back from getting some fresh air. Jack stumbled towards the stern, feeling significantly better as he gazed out at the boundless sea. Just as he steadied himself against the railing, a robust figure suddenly emerged on the water's surface not far away, clad in a loose black martial arts uniform, bulging with muscles. That guy could knock my head off with a single punch, Jack thought, still not fully alert. Curiously pondering why that individual was standing on the water instead of boarding a boat, an ear-splitting roar jolted him awake. It felt as if all the alcohol within him had been expelled. Jack was drenched in cold sweat. He stared in shock at the enormous pit that had suddenly appeared in the sea. My God! The once calm ocean surface now bore a half-moon-shaped crater. It lasted several seconds before the sea water slowly poured back in. The yacht rocked on the choppy surface, but remained unaffected. Even the men and women aboard the yacht assumed it was merely thunder. Only Jack, leaning against the railing, had witnessed the entire event. Yet, when he attempted to locate the robust figure, the now calm sea revealed nothing. Meanwhile, in the once quiet estate of Dongmu City, a resigned farewell echoed. Saber, I am sorry. Alice Phil, I cannot bring you victory. With her golden hair and gallant demeanor, Saber knelt on one knee, a golden holy sword lying at her feet. Not far in front of her, Ruid, with his massive sword plunged into the ground, could not help but applaud. Saber, in my hundreds of years of life, it is exceedingly rare to encounter a human with swordsmanship as exceptional as yours. Thank you for your kind words. I never imagined there would come a day when I would engage in a duel with a demon, after a battle that was as fair as that of knights. Even in defeat, Saber felt no regret. On the contrary, the honor of that combat brought her a sense of relief. Should we meet again, I would not so easily concede victory to you. We shall not meet again, Red stated as he sheathed his great sword. Before long, I must depart from this world. I shall not participate in the next Holy Grail War. Is such a thing truly possible? Saber exclaimed in astonishment, only to dissolve into countless specks of light. With Saber and the assassin, who had fallen at the hands of Samuel just days prior, 5 true servants had exited the fray. However, due to the majority of their magical energy being seized by Samuel, the so-called Holy Grail could not manifest. Thus, the 4th Holy Grail War came to an inconclusive end. As for the Einsburn, the vessel of the Holy Grail, it had only absorbed Saber's magical energy from the very beginning. Observing a middle-aged man kneeling in despair, Red remarked disdainfully, My lord once stated that the so-called Holy Grail is merely a vessel of immense magical power. If you expect such a thing to fulfill your dreams, it would be far more practical to bow before me instead. Perhaps, if I feel generous, I might grant you an extension of a few hundred years of life. And as for your aspirations, you could achieve them through your own efforts rather than relying on some trinket called the Holy Grail. As Red continued to berate the middle-aged man, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Prepare to leave, Red. It was Samuel communicating with him telepathically. A rift in space soon appeared before Red. In the depths of space, Samuel, enveloped in protective energy, gazed at the recently arrived Red, casually distributing a portion of his protective aura. Is this the energy that allows one to navigate the cosmic sea? Red inquired. But Samuel, how shall we depart from this world? Do you recall how you left the world before? I was expelled by the world's consciousness. Indeed, every world imbued with extraordinary power possesses a consciousness that governs it. Based on your previous account of being expelled and the rules I have gathered, I speculate that should our displayed power reach a terrifying threshold, our world will expel us out of fear or for the sake of stability. As he spoke, Samuel unleashed his aura without reservation. 500,000, 800,000, 1 million. Yet, this was still far from Samuel's limit. His dark purple aura suddenly ignited with a vivid crimson hue, causing Red to experience a pang of trepidation. 20-fold Kaioken. For million, 8 million, 16 million, 20 million. Samuel's power surged rapidly, and just as he approached his zenith, an overwhelming repulsive force struck him. Red, possessing similar power to Samuel, was also expelled by this force. With a jolt, they found themselves once more adrift in the boundless cosmic sea. Where shall we go now? Red asked, bewildered by the infinite cosmos surrounding them. Just as he awaited Samuel's command, an inexplicable fear burrowed deep into his heart. As a demon, he felt a wave of nausea, almost leading to retching. However, as the protective energy surrounding him glowed with golden light, that sensation quickly dissipated. What just happened to me? Red turned to Samuel, attempting to articulate his recent experience, only to find Samuel fixated on a distant black speck. More accurately, he was staring at the golden light behind it. Chapter 13. Arrival in a new world within the vast cosmic sea. A seemingly insignificant shadow was frantically fleeing. Behind this shadow was a relentless golden light pursuing it. Damn it! If I weren't injured, how could a mere limit breaker be chasing me? Curse it all, I wonder how Carol is faring. Clutching his wounded chest, the shadow muttered furiously to himself. Just as he focused on escaping, he noticed two unfamiliar presences not far ahead. They bore no trace of a supreme being's aura, resembling newborn infants. Have the Alliance sent someone? He pondered, but their energy felt too feeble, merely two S-class entities. Wait, could they be new recruits from another faction? Those bastards. How could they abandon two newcomers in the cosmic sea? As he furrowed his brow, a youth with gradient blue hair suddenly appeared before Samuel. Hey, how did you two end up here? Where is your navigator? His starry, vibrant eyes were filled with confusion, and his tone was tinged with urgency. As he spoke, he glanced back anxiously, particularly as the golden light drew ever closer. What is a navigator? Red asked in bewilderment, while Samuel's eyes remained locked on the distant golden glow, feeling an all-too-familiar sensation of pain in his soul. The youth, seeing their blank expressions, disregarded further explanations and swiftly pulled them away. Forget about your questions for now. We need to find a way to shake off the hounds of the Supreme Being. Otherwise, we will perish here today. Just then, a sudden wave crashed down, causing the youth's pupils to constrict as he instinctively shielded Samuel and Red. A massive black mist erupted from his shattered chest, transforming into a slender phantom that engulfed them. With a thunderous clash, the phantom was struck by the wave, rendering it somewhat ethereal. Yet, the approaching golden light remained unaffected by the tumult. A spurt of blood erupted from the youth's mouth as he beheld the impending golden glow, his expression turning grave. Given the speed of that pursuer, he should not have been able to catch up. However, the presence of the Supreme Being compensated for any shortcomings in speed. Their precise calculations and effective use of power were hallmarks of the Supreme Being's prowess. With the youth's current condition, he would eventually be overtaken. And now he had the burden of protecting two newcomers, which greatly encumbered him. Just as he contemplated how to escape this predicament, he felt a warm sensation from behind. Turning around, he saw the robust man attempting to heal him. That is futile, the youth shook his head. To heal me, you would need to expend half the energy of the universe. Yet you have yet to reach limit breaker status, lacking even the energy of a stellar system. Rather than waste your strength here, think of a way to evade our pursuer. Which pursuer? Red squinted into the distance, but saw nothing. Samuel pointed towards the chasing golden light, then inquired of the youth, How does that pursuer's power compare to mine? Are you an idiot? You are merely an S-class. Even if you were to multiply your power 200 times, you would still remain S-class, without the ability to transcend limits and reach the realm of breaking through. Even the strongest S-class is of no use. Upon hearing the youth's words, Saiyur's clenched fist relaxed. He gazed at the approaching golden light and suddenly proposed, "Let us go to a world with other main deities." What? The youth was taken aback, even suspecting he had misheard. Saiyur, however, kindly repeated, "Let us go to a world with other main deities. In this way, that fellow will be unable to pursue us." Are you joking? Evading a supreme being in the realm of the supreme is no different from seeking death. Within the vast shadow, the youth was on the verge of losing control of his emotions. Encountering two newcomers in such a place was already unexpected, and now one of them was suggesting such an absurd method. It was simply ludicrous. This is precisely why I said I shouldn't have come for that damned fellow. The youth angrily struck out with his fist. Yet, before his fist could land, a hand suddenly reached out and pressed it down. Though I am unaware of the specific reasons, the supreme being you speak of cannot wreak havoc in another supreme being's realm. Saiyur explained earnestly, gazing into Saiyur's serious eyes. The youth could not help but question, "Why are you so certain?" "Because I was once one of its subordinates," Saiyur replied calmly. The youth was momentarily stunned, unable to collect his thoughts. However, as he retracted his fist, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Saiyur, and you?" "Just call me Tandaros." The youth smiled faintly, and the shadow enveloping them shifted direction. Without a backward glance, they collided into a gradually dimming white world. Empty. Observing the scattered dark lights beyond the white realm, the once pursuing golden light suddenly halted. As they stood before the world barrier, a graceful figure emerged from the golden glow. With a mere touch upon the world barrier, dark light points climbed onto her palm. With a swift motion, a powerful tail sent the light point flying. A woman with a sharp bob cut crossed her arms and left without a backward glance. Meanwhile, above a beautiful city within the white world, an explosion erupted. Boom! A high-yield bomb was flung into the sky by delicate threads, and amidst the fierce flames, a large newspaper slowly drifted into an alley. Just as the newspaper was lifted by the strong wind, a cloud of black mist emerged from the 60-degree angle. They actually managed to come in the alley. Saiyur marveled at the surrounding structures. He recalled that when he entered a world, it was either severely injured or on the brink of death, at best. He had sneaked in like a thief. Arriving in a world with such ease was an experience he had never encountered before. However, just as he was astonished by Tandaros's methods, he suddenly noticed the youth behind him go limp. It turned out that after protecting Saiyur and Ruid from entering this world, Tandaros had reached his limit. Saiyur quickly caught the youth in his arms and asked, "Are you all right?" "No, I'm too exhausted." Tandaros collapsed into Saiyur's embrace, speaking weakly. "Please help me find a suitable place to rest." "A suitable place?" Saiyur immediately inquired. What kind of place would be deemed suitable? Preferably somewhere filled with negative emotions. "Like a slum," Tandaros stated, unable to hold on any longer, and fell into a deep unconsciousness. Chapter 14, A Different Spider-Man, Part 1. "Sir, where shall we go next?" "Find him a place to heal." Additionally, Ruid, in a world like this, do not expose your powers excessively, as it may draw the attention of the main deity, no, the Supreme Being. Saiyur swiftly lifted Tandaros, suppressing his aura to a minimum. If not for the visible presence, Ruid might have thought Saiyur had vanished completely. "As expected of Sir Saiyur, I can hardly perceive your existence," Ruid remarked, his form bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Transforming into a raven, he skillfully landed on Saiyur's shoulder. "Sir, I sense a strong presence of negative emotions not far ahead. We may be able to head there." Ruid pointed with his claw toward a neighborhood just outside the alley. Saiyur too sensed the negative emotions, but just as he prepared to exit the alley, a black figure sauntered toward him. "Oh, look what I've found." A massive gorilla cradled a child, flaunting its robust physique. "What's wrong? Is your child in need of formula?" The dark creature swayed in front of Saiyur, before abruptly drawing a pistol from its waist, its voice rising sharply. Akin to a command, "Hand over all your money." Gazing at the dark barrel of the gun, Saiyur couldn't help but chuckle. The last time he had been targeted by such a toy was decades ago. Just as he prepared to crush the black creature like an ant, a white figure appeared above him. Whoosh! A strand of web shot forth, snatching the gun from the dark creature's hand. "Hey, buddy, the gang business has been pretty slow lately, huh? I suggest you find a regular job." You could buy a newspaper every morning and marvel at the beauty of freedom while reading my headlines. But before that, I must kindly escort you to the police station for a cup of coffee. A playful and vibrant voice rang out, followed by countless strands of web ensnaring the criminal against the wall, rendering him immobile. With a graceful landing, a slender figure descended and stood firmly before Saya. Hey, friend. While I truly admire your muscles, it's best to show some respect in front of such trifles, don't you think? And is this your child? Do you require assistance? The newcomer donned a black and white bodysuit, her entire head concealed beneath a white mask and hood. She observed the unconscious youth in Sire's arms and kindly offered, "If you need help, I can take you to the hospital, so you won't have to waste a fortune on treatment for calling an ambulance." However, Sire declined her kindness, stating, "He is fine. He is just exhausted and asleep." So you just returned from Disneyland? The girl regarded Sire with some skepticism. However, as time passed without any sense of threat, she felt reassured. According to the usual narrative, if this man posed a danger, some instinct within her should have been urging her to act. Since entering this world, Tendaros seemed to be enveloped in a unique energy, rendering him an ordinary child in the eyes of outsiders. Unable to find any issues, the girl helplessly shrugged. "All right, if there is nothing wrong. Please wait here for a moment. In about 10 minutes, a police car will arrive. Remember to tell them that Spider-Woman saved you." Yes, emphasize that it's Spider-Woman, not some female spider or Spider-Woman. Her blue eyes blinked behind the mask, and her youthful face bore an expression of utmost seriousness. "Spider-Woman? Indeed, that's right, Spider-Woman." As she responded, she secured the criminal's handgun to the adjacent wall with webbing. As the phone rang, she nonchalantly shot out a strand of webbing with her right hand, swinging away like a pendulum. The young girl waved at Samir, bidding farewell, and remarked, "Goodbye. By the way, your pet is quite adorable." The white figure swiftly vanished into the alley. Beside her, Reed observed the departing silhouette of Spider-Woman and sighed, "Master." Seeing her suddenly reminded me of Carceja. I wonder how she and Gus are faring now. Reed's words also stirred memories in Samir. However, as he recalled the worlds exploding in the cosmic sea, he could not help but shake his head. "All right, enough of that. Later, I'll teach you how to generate protective energy. This way, should any unfortunate events arise, you will have an additional means of defense." With a flick of his hand, he gathered all the cash from the pocket of a nearby thug and strode out of the alley. In stark contrast to his departure, Spider-Woman, having just accomplished a noble deed, was now weaving through towering buildings, urgently speaking into her phone. 11, can you hold on for me a little longer? I'm almost at school. My abilities are not meant to replace you in class, and I have classes too, remember? But 11, you simply must help me today. I've already been late twice, and if it happens again, the school will notify my parents. I certainly do not want my dad driving a police car to drop me off every day. Fine, I'll help you this last time. But I advise you to prioritize your superhero duties after school, replied the girl named 11 before hanging up. Astonishingly, her appearance was strikingly identical to Spider-Woman Gwen, with not a hint of difference in voice. Growing bored, 11 began doodling in Gwen's textbook, just as she was about to transform Einstein into a zombie version of Dr. Her phone finally registered Gwen's location within 100 meters. Suddenly, 11 stood up and, after informing the teacher of her sudden illness, hastily exited the classroom. At that moment, as she passed the restroom, her body contorted unexpectedly, and in no time, she morphed into a girl with short black hair. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Gwen, who had just finished changing, arrived fashionably late. 11, you must give me a chance to thank you this weekend. Okay, I'll remember. 11 waved her hand and turned to head downstairs. Just then, a report panel abruptly appeared before her, and simultaneously, her companion's voice echoed in her mind. 11. The Spider-Man of our universe has been killed. The previous estimation was incorrect. There are not 5 A's on the opposing side, but 4 B's and 1 S class. That guy has killed everyone, and New York has been utterly destroyed. Destroyed New York? Oh no. Star, are you alright? Should I come to get you now? No. I'm fine, but that S-Class has already left this universe through a teleportation device. I don't know who their next target is, but you must be cautious. If it comes to it, take Gwen and escape to another universe. That guy is unaware that Gwen is also Spider-Man. If he reaches you, he will probably target Peter Parker first. Peter Parker. Just as 11 was about to respond, a sudden explosion erupted. She dashed to the window and witnessed a colossal humanoid monster plummeting from the sky. The creature bore black skin, shimmering with blue energy lines. And its face was obscured by a terrifying white skeletal mask. With a roar, the monster wreaked havoc upon the city. Initially astonished by the monster's appearance, 11 quickly realized its intention, to lure Spider-Man out through such means. As a superhero, Spider-Man could not remain indifferent in the face of such chaos. However, as the target of her mission and her friend in this world, 11 could not simply watch Gwen recklessly confront death. After all, facing such a creature, Gwen, who had only recently become a superhero, stood no chance whatsoever. The presence of an S-class entity, even the weakest, possessed the power to devastate continents. With this thought, 11 rushed back into the classroom. As she had anticipated, Gwen was nowhere to be found among the students staring in shock at the monster outside. The back window, which should have been tightly shut, was now wide open. "Damn it, you brainless fools, why didn't you stop her?" 11 furiously chastised the surrounding students, some of whom attempted to argue back. However, with a single punch, she effortlessly shattered the once solid wall. Transformed by her altered genetics, 11 became a blur, sprinting towards the distant monster. Meanwhile, Saiyan, who had just rented a room in an area known as Hell's Kitchen and placed Tindalos on the bed, felt the ground tremble. "Master, I sense a powerful presence. Should I check it out?" Reed inquired, his eyes darting around. Yet, Saiyan waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. That kind of entity clearly does not belong to this world. They are undoubtedly from another dimension. They must be on some sort of mission. It's best not to interfere to avoid detection by the supreme beings. Additionally, I will send you my research on protective energy." With that, Saiyan patted Reed on the shoulder, inundating him with a wealth of information. "Thank you, Master." Reed shook his slightly dazed head and quickly transformed into human form, sitting down to study the protective energy. Observing this, Saiyan chose not to interrupt, but instead reflected on Tindalos's earlier words. Limit-breaking surpassing boundaries. Although Tindalos had not elaborated clearly, Saiyan had gleaned its meaning through years of experience. Tindalos had previously stated that no matter how strong an S-class was, it remained just that, an S-class. Without breaking through their limits, one could not contend with limit breakers. This notion resonated with a previous experience he had encountered. During his training in a world rife with demons, he distinctly sensed a limit within himself. Upon surpassing that limit, he suddenly understood it was the boundary of 1 million combat power. If there were another limit beyond 1 million, what might it be? Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in Saiyan's mind, beneath a shattered sky. A golden warrior stood resolutely upon the earth. If anything represented the Saiyan's limit, it could only be that, the Super Saiyan, the most potent force hidden within the Saiyan body, the true power that left the universe in awe. Saiyan was uncertain whether his conjecture was correct, but based on his current experiences, the next limit awaiting him could only be the Super Saiyan. As Saiyan contemplated, the chaos outside in New York escalated dramatically. The massive monster, wielding the energy of a magnitude 10 earthquake, could cause the ground to collapse with a mere gesture, leading to the collapse of countless skyscrapers. Countless people screamed and fled in panic amidst the earthquake. In a true superhero universe, there would likely be many formidable heroes present to save the populace and vanquish the beast. Unfortunately, this world was merely one filled with numerous Spider-Men. Apart from Spider-Man and a few ordinary supervillains, no stronger entities existed. Gwen, having only recently become a superhero, was deeply shaken by the unfolding disaster. As she beheld the towering monstrosity exceeding 60 meters in height from a close distance, her fervent spirit was abruptly doused with a wave of cold reality. There was no way forward, not a single feasible option. As Spider-Woman, she found herself dwarfed by the creature, barely comparable to its 2 fingers. Yet, hearing the desperate cries of the citizens around her, retreat was not an option. Just as Gwen grappled with her indecision, a slender figure caught her eye. It was Peter. How could he be here? The frail boy was none other than her childhood companion, Peter Parker, who was destined to become Spider-Man. "Hold on. I will pull you up shortly." On the fractured roadway, Peter Parker clung desperately to a child. His fragile physique made the act of saving another seem nearly impossible. Even the endeavor of ensuring his own safety was a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, upon seeing someone in need, he charged forward without hesitation. Lacking superpowers or exceptional scientific prowess, Peter gazed at the boy beneath him, cold sweat beading on his pale forehead. It turned out that his right hand had been lacerated by the jagged edge of the broken bridge the moment he grasped the boy. Blood flowed profusely. "Hold on. just a little longer. He bore the excruciating pain, unsure if he spoke to the boy or to himself. Yet, as his blood continued to drain, Peter's strength dwindled. His grip, once firm, began to loosen. "Please, I don't want to die." The child, suspended in midair, felt his arms slipping, his voice trembling with terror. Peter gritted his teeth, nearly resting his chin upon the ground. Even so, his waning strength was evident. As the child began to slide from Peter's grasp, he shouted fervently, "I will save you." In that instant, Peter felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, as if the weight of the boy had vanished. With a sudden heave, he effortlessly hoisted the child up. However, as he lost his balance and fell to the ground, he noticed a web connecting to the boy's chest. At the other end of that web stood a figure clad in white. Spider-Woman? Chapter 15, A Different Spider-Man, Part 2, Peter. Gwen gazed at the boy with a complex expression, momentarily oblivious to her own slip of the tongue. Yet, Peter Parker seemed not to have comprehended, especially when the adrenaline wore off and the searing pain in his arm compelled him to cry out. Just then, as blood continued to seep from his arm, a web adhered to his wound, staunching the flow. What material is this made from? In such dire circumstances, why was she still concerned about that? Gwen's voice rose sharply as she gestured toward the colossal beast in the distance, admonishing Peter Parker. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that thing is? Everyone is fleeing. Yet you choose to remain here. Have you thought about your family? Your friends? Who do you think you are? You, with such a frail body, cannot even protect yourself, yet you wish to save others." By the end of her tirade, Gwen was nearly yelling. However, upon witnessing Peter's head droop almost to his chest, her heart trembled. Peter Parker had long been bullied at school due to his physique. She was acutely aware of this, yet in her moment of heated emotion, she had forgotten everything. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way." Gwen attempted to explain, but Peter flashed her an innocent smile. His once collapsing posture slowly straightened. "I know I am weak, but I want to help others as much as I can. Besides, I knew you would come. Spider-Woman, just as you always have. Just as I always have." Gazing into Peter Parker's hopeful eyes, Gwen felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Ever since acquiring her superpowers, she had to admit that she had not been particularly passionate about upholding justice. Even when Eleven suggested that she delay her superhero endeavors until after school, she genuinely considered it. Much of her previous heroic actions were merely for the sake of garnering online attention. She relished the discussions about her and enjoyed seeing her name in newspaper headlines. Yet now, it seemed she was beginning to understand that being a superhero was far more profound than she had previously imagined. "Spider-Woman," the rescued boy eagerly asked her, "you will defeat that monster, right? Just like you did with those villains before." Gwen found herself momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond to the child, especially as she beheld his eyes filled with admiration. Just as she was about to answer, her spider sense surged intensely, jolting her awareness. She abruptly looked up, only to see a massive fist descending upon her with terrifying speed. The white lenses of her mask narrowed instinctively as her body reacted to evade the impending blow. However, with the boy and Peter still present, attempting to escape with them seemed utterly impossible. The ominous shadow loomed over her, the distance between her and the fist diminishing rapidly. At that moment, a brilliant blue light erupted beneath their feet. Not far away, Eleven had just arrived at the bridge and, without catching her breath, witnessed the S-Class player unleashing a punch toward Gwen. Damn it! Eleven clasped her hands together and slammed them against the ground. A violent burst of blue light exploded from her palms, unleashing a torrent of knowledge from her mind. In an instant, she comprehended the entire structure of the bridge. Understanding matter, deconstructing it, and ultimately reconstructing it is the essence of alchemy. However, if only the first two steps are executed, it can enhance the speed of alchemical release while causing tremendous destruction. The once solid concrete beneath Gwen's feet transformed into countless volumes of carbon dioxide in an instant. Suddenly, the ground vanished beneath her, and Gwen and the others plummeted straight down. The fist that was meant to strike her landed upon the bridge. "Grab onto me." In midair, Gwen shouted to Peter Parker and the boy. Immediately, a strand of web shot from her palm, deftly securing itself to a distant bridge pillar. Upon landing smoothly via the web, Gwen turned to glance back at where she had stood moments before. There, beside the enormous beast, a young girl was engaged in a fierce struggle. Countless materials deconstructed and reformed under her command, transforming into hundreds of spears that shot forth. Yet, such attacks seemed to have no effect on the monster. You two need to leave here immediately. Gwen urged the two behind her. Spider-Woman, are you going to defeat that monster? That's so cool. The young boy beamed with excitement, his fists clenched in determination. I believe you will teach him a lesson. You're right. Gwen ruffled the boy's hair, inhaling deeply. I will teach that monster a severe lesson. However, just as she prepared to head into battle, she heard Peter Parker's voice from behind her. Spider-Woman, you must be careful. Don't worry. Gwen waved her hand dismissively, not looking back as she dashed toward the colossal beast. Isn't it said that the larger the size, the slower the speed? Why is this the complete opposite? The rapidly approaching fist transformed Eleven's body into a pulpy mass. Yet, as a crimson gem within the pulp radiated a bright light, 11, who should have perished, miraculously revived, and scathed. However, upon her resurrection, she bore a rather grim countenance. For she had never anticipated that the so-called S-class would exhibit such a monumental disparity compared to the A-class. To her adversary, her attacks were akin to mere tickles. Yet a single punch from them could effortlessly lead to her demise. Even with her hundreds of lives, she could not withstand such relentless depletion. Moreover, should the Philosopher's Stone within her be destroyed by the opponent, she would truly perish here and now. Most terrifying of all was the fact that she had already exhausted her entire fortune when she and Xing ascended to A-class. This implied that if she were to fall here, resurrection would no longer be an option. No, she could not continue to engage with that being. She must swiftly flee this world with Gwen and venture into other parallel universes. After all, as long as one of the 10 Spider-Men remains alive, the mission could still be deemed a success. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly scanned her surroundings in search of Gwen's figure. She, swinging on her web, Gwen deftly dodged a punch from the monstrous creature and landed gracefully beside she. We must lure this creature outside the city. Outside the city? Do you truly believe we can defeat it? She replied, urgency lacing her voice. That being is far beyond our means. To be frank, in another world. It has already obliterated an entire New York. What do you mean, another world? Gwen inquired, confusion evident in her expression. Before she could elaborate, her gaze was abruptly drawn to the monster, which raised its hands high. At the elbows, two peculiar organs resembling rocket boosters unfurled, unleashing torrents of blue energy. The creature's clenched fists pulsed with a gathering power. We're going to die. We're definitely going to die? Even without the spider sense like Gwen's. She had honed a keen instinct for sensing danger through countless battles. The impending attack from the monster was palpably different from its previous taunts. It emanated an almost suffocating aura. She had no doubt that this very move had annihilated New York in another realm. Just as she suspected, the colossal humanoid monster was accumulating immense power within its fists, having already claimed 6 victims. Soon, it would eliminate another target in this world, thus concluding its tedious assignment. 81, 89, 94, 100. The energy equivalent to a full 10-point earthquake was something humanity had never encountered. An 8-point earthquake alone could lead to hundreds of thousands of casualties. This 10-point quake was akin to 1,000 times the devastation of an 8-point quake. In terms of historical weaponry, the energy contained in this single strike rivaled the simultaneous detonation of over 80 Xer hydrogen bombs. Such might could plunge not just New York, but all of North America into oblivion. As this scene unfolded, she grasped Gwen's hand. Quick, while it hasn't attacked yet, we must escape to another parallel universe. Parallel universe? Gwen grasped the concept, but, gazing at the towering behemoth before them, retorted, if we flee, who will stop it? But remaining here will not halt its advance. This foe cannot be faced by just the two of us. She insisted. Gwen, come with me. I have many friends in other universes. If you leave with me, there will surely be a chance for revenge. But what about my father? What about Uncle Ben and Aunt May? And Peter and Mary Jane? I cannot leave them behind. Gwen replied, her resolve unyielding. I appreciate your kindness, but I must stay. With that, Gwen turned to charge at the monster. She's brow furrowed, her heart brimming with frustration. She deemed Gwen's lack of awareness to be alarmingly foolish. How could she rush into a battle against an unbeatable foe? What was going through her mind? Despite the countless curses she mentally hurled at Gwen, as her friend and for the sake of their mission, she could not stand idly by as Gwen marched towards certain doom. Damn it, she cursed, a fierce determination igniting within her. An invisible force suddenly enveloped Gwen, swiftly propelling her towards she. I cannot allow you to die like this. A glimmer emanated from the necklace resting against her chest, and a card slipped into She's palm. She cast the card aside, and a portal to other universes gradually opened. No matter what you say today, you must leave with me. She glanced at Gwen, who had been drawn back to her side by telekinesis. With her right hand transformed into a blade, she mercilessly struck Gwen's neck. Just as she prepared to escape, the monster's accumulated attack finally reached its zenith. It regarded she, positioned at the portal, with disdain, unconcerned about her ability to evade its assault. For from the moment it began gathering power, the attack was already set in motion. The reason it had refrained from striking was merely to observe what this matched player was capable of. Alas, it appeared that the opponent was merely an ordinary A-class player. Perhaps even somewhat unfortunate. So be it, this tiresome game ends here. With the monster's declaration, a terrifying force erupted from its fists. How can this be? She barely had time to turn around before the devastating shockwave surged toward her. The makeshift portal shattered under the onslaught. It's over. This time, I'm truly going to die. She despaired, standing frozen in place, seemingly awaiting the arrival of death. Yet at that moment, a familiar silhouette suddenly appeared before her. Do you really wish to force my hand? A low whisper echoed, and in an instant, countless beams of white light enveloped the monstrous creature and its unleashed attack. Under the radiant illumination, the beast appeared to fade like a color-drained photograph, frozen in place. Who are you? She gasped, recognizing the figure. A familiar name surfacing in her mind. When the person turned to face her, she exclaimed, Samir. Samir nodded slightly at she, and the next moment, with a resounding bang, the colossal creature behind him fragmented into countless motes of light, gradually dissipating from existence. There was no cataclysmic destruction, no extraordinary power exerted beyond the creature's comprehension, and not a moment's chance for a response. Samir had, in an instant, obliterated the S-class entity. His approach was marked by utmost caution. For those supreme beings who would not squander energy monitoring a lesser world, Samir's actions were akin to a drop of water being guzzled from an ocean at lightning speed. Not only did the S-class creature fail to notice Samir, but the news of its demise also took 2 seconds to refresh on Shi's report panel. However, this intervention was not initially Samir's intent. He had thought that if the creature merely destroyed a few buildings or collapsed a couple of bridges, it would not warrant his concern. But that last strike was clearly aimed at annihilating the entire continent. Samir could certainly have fled with Tindalos to the opposite side of Earth. Yet, upon sensing the surge of negative energy stemming from the creature's emergence, he dismissed the idea of retreat and instead opted for Tindalos to recover swiftly in this city shrouded in fear. After all, the energy once provided by a mere neighborhood of just over 1,000 people instantly transformed into the terror of millions following the emergence of that monstrous being. This represented an almost 1,000-fold increase in intensity. What would have required months of quiet recuperation was resolved within mere minutes. It was at the very moment before Samir made his move that Tingdaluo had just awakened. Long time no see. 11 was one of the few familiar faces for Samir in this boundless universe, and to encounter her after all these decades was indeed quite serendipitous. A year isn't really that long, is it? However, this time, it is thanks to you. Of course, I must mention up front that I currently have nothing of value to offer you. A year? Samir was momentarily taken aback, but soon he relaxed, saying, Indeed. Given the existence of countless different worlds, there should also be countless varying rates of time flow. Yet, it seems you haven't grown much stronger in this past year. Observing the somewhat pitiful state of the girl before him, he noted that her strength was even inferior to his when he first arrived in this infinite universe. However, 11 asserted with conviction, Come on, big brother, you are a Iwu. Before she could finish her sentence, Samir swiftly covered her mouth. Do not utter those 3 words, otherwise, I will find myself in a troublesome predicament. Having said that, he released his grip. Watching 11 gasp for breath, he couldn't help but feel curious. I recall you had a companion who was always by your side. Why is she not with you? Are you referring to Xing? She is in another parallel universe. It's a pity she is not here, for if she were to see you, she would undoubtedly be astonished. By the way, Samir, what brings you here? With your level of strength, shouldn't you be participating in the World War? What is the World War? It is a conflict organized by several spaces to seize world dominion. Once one possesses world authority, they can exert complete control over a world, thus freeing themselves from those dreadful tasks and allowing them to remain in that world for eternity. The ultimate goal for all S-rank beings is this. Just imagine how delightful it would be to possess a world of one's own. But as you mentioned, Isn't that a war organized by several spaces? How does that involve us? Are you not aware? Many individuals like you, upon reaching S rank, will covertly infiltrate certain worlds using entry tickets or similar means. If the world happens to be one of the targets within the world war, even you could dominate that world after seizing its authority. Dominate a world? Saiyan suddenly recalled the sensation he experienced in the realm of demons. Never mind. He shook his head. That future is not what I desire. Great ones are indeed formidable, 11 said enviously. If I had your strength, I would have long since joined the world war. After all, traversing aimlessly like this could lead to my demise at any moment. Chapter 16. Alliance. As 11 spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. Had Saiyan not appeared just in time, her life would have come to an abrupt end. This perilous journey had already left her feeling utterly exhausted. The reason she was willing to pay any price to elevate herself to an A-rank player was merely to attain the long-desired peace. But is the tranquility bestowed by the supreme beings truly as she envisioned? Observing the yearning in the girl's eyes, Saiyan couldn't help but pour cold water on her dreams. Without absolute power, even if you were to attain peace, it would only be temporary. That may not necessarily be the case, she retorted. After all, the world war has been held numerous times. Surely not everyone could be deceived. Moreover, I have a senior who is participating in this world war. He even promised that after his victory, he would take me to explore his world. So, the world war is your ultimate goal? Among you, is the strongest truly S rank? Indeed, it is S rank, but very few can reach that level. As far as I know, there are only 4 S rank powerhouses among all players. After all, attaining S rank grants one the power to obliterate worlds. The S rank individuals can effortlessly destroy a sun. By the way, Saiyan, are you not aware of this? I was never particularly concerned with those realms, but since you seem knowledgeable, have you ever heard of the break limit level? Break limit level? What is that? I know that there is a place called the unique divine realm, which has a different ranking system than ours, but they don't seem to have a break limit level either. Is that so? Saiyan nodded thoughtfully. 11, who truly resided in the space, had never heard of the break limit level. Meanwhile, the Master God had cultivated what was referred to as the break limit existence after Saiyan's liberation. This indicated that the Master God was undoubtedly a different kind of being compared to other supreme entities. If one were to put it plainly, Saiyan perceived the Master God more as a bandit. He still recalled when he first arrived at the so-called Source Realm, which was utterly desolate. Only after he completed tasks in various worlds did the Source Realm acquire items or bloodlines pertaining to those worlds. Such behavior was akin to theft, further supporting why the Master God dared not allow the supreme beings to discover his existence. Perhaps the one time he intervened during the Demon Slayer incident was merely because he had no other subordinates left? After contemplating for a while, Saiyan slightly nodded at 11. I wish to learn only this much. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment. What is it? Saiyan, do you have any unnecessary items? Something that doesn't match your level? I could trade some items with you. You just mentioned you have nothing of value to offer me. Hey, while I may not possess anything now, look at our fortunate encounter. Perhaps we will meet again. If you have any needs, I can search for something in the space after I return. Of course, I'm not trying to swindle you. Once I complete this task, my earnings will be no less than 50,000. By the way, do you want an entry ticket? An entry ticket to an A-rank world is only 30,000. Saiyan smiled and shook his head. You remain as audacious as ever. Are you not afraid I might suddenly kill you? That seems unnecessary, Great One. We are quite familiar now. Isn't it rather pointless to resort to threats? After traversing so many worlds, only this girl would engage in such banter with Saiyan. Forget it. The items I desire are beyond your reach. However, if you seek items, with a grip of his right hand, countless golden specks of light converged in his palm, ultimately transforming into a golden bracelet. Take this. It harbors the power of my casual strike. While not exceptionally strong, it should suffice for you. As the golden bracelet fell into her hand, 11's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, she vividly recalled Saiyan effortlessly slaying the S-rank being, such power. Gasping, 11 suddenly reflected on all the sorrowful events in her life. Yet even amidst this turmoil, she could not suppress the smile tugging at her lips. However, despite her joy, she did not readily accept Saiyan's generous gift. Especially after examining all her items, she abruptly called out to Saiyan, who was about to leave. Wait a moment. It wouldn't feel right to let you leave empty-handed. I have this peculiar item, It may appear ordinary, but it should hold some significance. As 11 spoke, a glimmer emanated from the necklace around her neck, and a spherical stone landed in Sai Mier's palm. At first glance, the stone seemed unremarkable. As Sai Mier prepared to casually tuck the stone away, a familiar sensation suddenly surged within him. Hold on. Sai Mier quickly grasped the stone, and upon careful examination, he adeptly sensed the faint energy emanating from it. Could this energy-infused stone possibly be a Dragon Ball? He gazed at Shi in astonishment and inquired, "Where did you acquire this stone?" My S-class predecessor mentioned that this item is considered quite powerful in his original world, but he said it seems to be singular and of little use, so he gifted it to me. His original world? What was the name of that S-class individual you spoke of? Tabul, Shi replied. His name is quite reminiscent of yours, Sai Mier. Tabul. The last time Sai Mier heard that name was on Planet Vegeta. As the second son of King Vegeta, Tabul did not possess the same formidable talent as Vegeta, and thus, he was exiled to a remote and lesser planet. Originally, he was supposed to arrive on Earth only after the events surrounding Majin Buu had concluded. However, it now seemed that his experiences diverged somewhat from Sai Mier's recollections. So what do you think of this stone? It's splendid. I truly appreciate this stone. Moreover, Shi, if you happen to encounter Tabul again, please convey my regards to him. Just say it's a greeting from Planet Vegeta. As Sai Mier stowed the petrified Dragon Ball away, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving Shi bewildered, murmuring, what could a greeting from Planet Vegeta possibly entail? In Hell's Kitchen, within a rented room, Sai Mier had just returned when he found Ting De Luo curiously observing Ruid, who was concentrating on condensing protective energy. Due to his incomplete understanding of energy composition, Ruid's attempts ended in failure, as was to be expected. Nevertheless, Ting De Luo could discern the type of energy Ruid aimed to create. Yet, Sai Mier's method of research truly surprised him. In my world, cosmic energy is referred to as ether, but I have never witnessed such pure cosmic energy remaining untouched by any external influences. However, Ting De Luo continued, abruptly shifting the topic. If the energy within you is too chaotic, while you may gain immense power in the short term, in the long run, you will find it impossible to surpass your limits. Chaotic? Sai Mier replied with a faint smile, it matters not. I have already mastered the method of energy fusion. Long ago, while researching spell power, he had discovered the technique of energy fusion. It was precisely due to his integration of spell power into his own energy that he could now obliterate his enemies' bodies along with their souls. Hearing Sai Mier's response, Ting De Luo was even more astonished. You mean to say you independently discovered energy fusion? Just by yourself? Indeed. How did you accomplish that? Ting De Luo inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Even within the alliance, the method of energy fusion was a collaborative effort of countless individuals. Now, a newcomer who had yet to reach the limit-breaking level claimed to possess knowledge of energy fusion. How could this not astonish him? In response to Ting De Luo's question, Sai Mier provided a succinct answer, training. Indeed, it was training. Through relentless practice day and night, year after year, in an almost obsessive pursuit, Sai Mier had unraveled the method of energy fusion. Not only that, but his growth to this point stemmed from his unwavering dedication. Throughout decades of life, he scarcely enjoyed a few days of genuine rest. While the passage of time for an ordinary person might encompass half a lifetime, Sai Mier had devoted all of it to training. Training? Ting De Luo shook his head in disbelief. How is that even possible? You are just one person, and surely you cannot be training constantly, can you? Yet Sai Mier smiled and replied, indeed, I have always been training. I understand that my talents may not match those of the prodigies, so I must invest more time and energy. I have undergone genetic modifications, and my current body can survive through energy. Thus, over time, I have come to require little sleep or sustenance. As long as I have ample energy, I continuously reinforce my body. Don't you find it dull? Ting De Luo, as a child, struggled to comprehend Sai Mier's actions. To him, while power was undoubtedly important, abandoning even the most fundamental pursuits for the sake of strength, could such a being still be called human? Contemplating this, Ting De Luo couldn't help but exclaim, once we return to the Alliance, I must introduce you to Bao Wang. You two would undoubtedly resonate with each other. Within the entire Alliance, he is the only one as fervently dedicated to training as you. That is of little consequence. But what exactly is this alliance you speak of? Has your navigator not informed you about it? The boy's voice suddenly rose, his face flushing crimson. What? Who exactly is responsible for your recruitment? How could they not inform you of anything? At that moment, Ruid, who had been researching cosmic energy, interjected. Lord Simier and I have not encountered the navigator you mentioned. Huh. Ting de Luo Si froze in place, twisting his head 180 degrees to face Ruid. What did you just say? I said, we do not have a navigator. Just as Ruid felt he might suffocate under the pressure. Simier stepped protectively in front of him. With a slight furrow of his brow, Simier stated earnestly, from the beginning, we have merely been two wanderers adrift in the endless cosmos. So, you are not a newcomer to the Alliance at all. Correct. As he gazed at the boy before him, Simier mentally prepared for the worst outcome. From the very start, he and Ruid seemed to have been misinterpreted by the other party. Moreover, based on the other party's strength, had they not intervened to save him and Ruid, it was unlikely they would have sustained such severe injuries. He could not rule out the possibility that the boy before him might become enraged. The energy within him steadily accumulated, akin to a swelling tide, ready to burst forth at any moment. Meanwhile, Ruid positioned himself, also preparing for battle. In the midst of this tense standoff, Ting de Luo Si suddenly erupted into laughter, even to the point of exuberance. Ha! This is wonderful. What? Ruid thought he must have misheard. But soon after, he witnessed Ting de Luo Si joyfully leaping about. As he danced, he explained to the two, originally. I was here to escort a newcomer to the Alliance, but an unexpected event occurred. That fellow, Fu Air, had already perished. And it resulted in me and Ka Luo Air being targeted by the Supreme Beings. I had thought the mission was a failure. But now it appears that not only have I returned with two newcomers, but they are also entirely free of any Supreme Being marks. Ting de Luo Si's words relieved Ruid, yet Simier keenly noted a particular name he mentioned. However, observing the boy's jubilant demeanor, Simier decided that whatever he had surmised was of little consequence and dismissed it from his mind. After all, the boundless cosmos was vast, and it could merely be a coincidence of names. Once it was confirmed that both Simier and Ruid were pure anomalies, Ting de Luo Si joyfully proceeded to introduce them to all things regarding the Alliance. It turned out that in the primordial depths of the endless cosmos, the worlds controlled by the four supreme beings were quite few, with some not existing at all. In order to alter this predicament, the four entities resolved to select agents from various worlds to conquer each realm on their behalf. These agents, akin to marionettes, had their fates predetermined by the supreme beings, earning them the designation of Destined Ones. The inception of the Alliance can be traced back to the initial World War. As the number of worlds under the dominion of the supreme beings proliferated, so too did their energy consumption. However, directly harnessing the energy of the cosmos proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, they set their sights on the Destined Ones, who possessed formidable energy. According to the stages of energy delineated by the Destined Ones themselves, those targeted were collectively referred to as Class S. Consequently, to prevent their agents from harboring suspicions, the four supreme beings proposed a world war with the reward of a world at stake. Thousands of Class S individuals would be pitted against one another in a single world, and the last one standing would claim their own realm. As for the vanquished, should they fall at the hands of the Destined Ones from the cycle of reincarnation, their energy would belong to the supreme being of the cycle, as would that of the other three supreme beings. Fortuitously, during the initial World War, a powerful Class S Destined One suddenly resurrected after death. Although his soul had perished, as a mechanical life form, he retained all the thoughts of his former self merely through his shell. It was at that moment that he perceived the truth of the so-called World War. The World War, in essence, had no victors, even the last survivor. Upon becoming the will of that world, would swiftly be consumed by the supreme beings. Ultimately, the universe he inhabited would vanish after its final cycle due to the absence of energy. The pioneer uncovered this stark reality and endeavored to save his fellow Destined Ones, as well as those worlds that ought not to perish. He began traversing through various worlds in search of like-minded individuals. Thus, the organization established by that group to resist the supreme beings became known as the Alliance. Tindalos paused, seemingly allowing the two individuals before him to absorb the recent information. After a moment, he continued in a subdued tone. Indeed, it has been countless centuries since the founding of the Alliance, yet the supreme beings have never truly been defeated. Consequently, the current alliance largely comprises Destined Ones who are merely striving to survive. However, not all within the alliance are ineffectual. Individuals such as Ba Wang and Ka Luoer genuinely contest the supreme beings. Chapter 17, A Different Spider-Man, Part 3. I have a general understanding of the Alliance's matters. However, there is one more thing I wish to comprehend. What is this limit breaking you mentioned? Ah, yes, I must inform you about this as well. I have just introduced the origins of the Destined Ones, yet I neglected to mention the source of their power. Tyndalos spoke, conjuring two orbs of black mist in his palm. One transformed into a marionette, while the other became a figure entirely shrouded in darkness. The power of the Destined Ones can be broadly categorized into two sources. One is directly bestowed by the supreme beings, while the other is derived from learning and exploration within the boundless cosmos. The former's advantage lies in its lack of prerequisites and rapid enhancement. Regardless of their world of origin, any Destined One can exchange special energy or points for such power from the supreme beings. Nonetheless, this power comes with limitations, which, according to the cosmic classification, is defined as the stellar system. The stellar system? Indeed, whether it be creation or destruction. Class S Destined Ones can never attain the stellar system level, as their limits are sealed by the supreme beings. However, even if your limits are not bound, as a being of the infinite universe, you will inherently possess a boundary. Curiously, this boundary aligns perfectly with the limits established by the supreme beings. How can I transcend this boundary? It is difficult to articulate. This boundary is less a physical restriction and more a mental constraint. Tyndalos paused, as if recalling something. Before continuing, have you ever attempted to live without any powers, as an ordinary person? Ka Luoer once transcended her boundary in such a manner. I recall she did so naturally while teaching at a school. Of course, you now have ample time to experiment, as I still require some time to recover. However, once you leave this world, the journey ahead will not be as tranquil, for the path to the Alliance is fraught with peril. With that, Tyndalos waved farewell to the two and vanished from sight. Observing the spot where Tyndalos had disappeared, Saiyan murmured to himself, ordinary person. Such a simple trio of words felt profoundly foreign to him. Presently, he had not even experienced a normal meal, let alone lived like an ordinary individual. Could the boundary of Class S truly be so easily transcended? With this uncertainty lingering in his mind, Saiyan exited the chamber and stepped onto the bustling street. Outside, police cars and ambulances were ubiquitous, accompanied by the thrum of helicopters, while reporters from various television stations navigated the city. Although Saiyan had ultimately slain the Class S player, the destruction wrought during his initial appearance had already impacted all of New York. As he gazed at the passing vehicles, Tyndalos's words echoed in his mind. How does one live as an ordinary person? The first thought that struck Saiyan was to seek employment. Humanity, rather than being merely social creatures, are inherently social beings. For most, the first aspect they notice in others is their profession. In human society, one without a defined occupation is akin to a dandelion adrift in the wind. But what kind of job should he pursue? Saiyan glanced around, and his gaze suddenly fell upon a Chinese restaurant. Its wooden sign emblazoned with the characters Nan Xiang Chao Wang. Approximately 10 minutes later, a disheveled Saiyan emerged from the chaotic kitchen of the restaurant. He had not anticipated that his once commendable culinary skills had deteriorated to such an extent. Thankfully, the restaurant's owner was remarkably understanding. Despite the kitchen's disarray caused by Saiyan, the owner still kindly escorted him out with a smile. Perhaps I should try bricklaying? Saiyan pondered, considering his robust physique, which seemed well suited to such work. Given the extensive damage in New York, there would undoubtedly be a high demand for construction labor. Yet, just as he was scanning the area for his next objective, a camera unexpectedly hurtled toward the back of his head. Watch out! A male voice called from behind him. And just as the camera was about to strike Saiyan, a cane deftly shattered it. Oh no, my camera! The man who had warned Saiyan collapsed to the ground in anguish, gazing at the broken camera. Next to Saiyan stood a man clad in a red suit and sunglasses, leaning on a cane and quietly observing him. Almost instantaneously upon the man's arrival, a group of individuals dressed as ninjas materialized around Saiyan. They hid on rooftops and behind walls, their faces obscured. Yet a mere piece of cloth could not conceal their identities. First, there was Rhino, then Spider-Woman, and now a monstrous creature. An unexpected array of beings had emerged in New York. Even in the animated series of my childhood, I had never encountered such an extraordinary tale. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Samir. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Matt Murdock. You may not recognize me, but perhaps you are familiar with this. As he spoke, Matt produced 2 banknotes from his pocket, handing them to Samir while casually explaining, while utilizing these exquisite specimens, you may have overlooked that they bear distinctive markings, which signify their rightful ownership. Naturally, such sums hold little significance for me, yet I find myself intrigued by you, Mr. Samir, a man who possesses nothing but a name. I wonder, from whence do you hail? Are you inquiring about me? Certainly. But you are free to disregard my question entirely. However, doing so may conceal certain truths. With a snap of his fingers, a burly man in a suit approached Samir, carrying a tablet. The screen displayed an image of a monster slain by Samir. The monster had transformed into glowing particles, with Samir standing amidst them. The distance and angle of the shot created the illusion that the monster had morphed into Samir, suddenly appearing in New York, possessing no knowledge beyond your name, and utilizing the very funds I was previously robbed of. I am curious, Mr. Samir, what precisely are you? An extraterrestrial? Or perhaps a being endowed with extraordinary powers? Chapter 18, A Distinct Spider-Man, Part 4. Samir suddenly chuckled, as it was evident that Matt perceived him as a monster. Yet, he could not comprehend how. Even if Matt merely regarded him as such, a mere human could possess the audacity to engage in dialogue with him. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Should you truly resort to murder simply because I have deduced your identity, then New York would surely no longer exist. Moreover, I believe you are a being capable of communication. Otherwise, how could Spider-Woman have persuaded you to cease fighting? As Matt spoke, he signaled to his subordinate, who immediately understood and stowed away the tablet. After a brief moment of sliding, the tablet reappeared before Samir, now displaying an image of Spider-Woman escaping from the monster. From my understanding, shortly after her battle with you, you relinquished your pursuit. While I am unaware of what promise Spider-Woman made to you, I can assure you that any offer she extended, I can provide tenfold. Are you attempting to bribe me? No, merely extending a friendly overture. You see, for someone like you, money can easily be acquired from others. However, one can never predict when 1 or 2 obstinate individuals may refuse to cooperate. Rather than allowing such individuals to tarnish your reputation in New York, allow me to offer you a glimpse of the city as hospitality in advance. As he spoke, Samir observed a hefty black briefcase being handed to Matt by another muscular man. After patting the briefcase, Matt smiled and said, "Inside, you will find $1 million, an encrypted phone, and my contact information. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Rest assured, anything available in New York can be procured for you. And what is the price? There is no price, simply the forging of a friendship. The question remains, Mr. Samir, are you willing to grant me this opportunity?" Matt extended the briefcase, his expression unwaveringly serene. Samir glanced at the briefcase, confirming it contained only money and a phone. Considering his need to remain in this place for some time, and the necessity of refraining from any displays of power during this period, Samir accepted it without hesitation. At that instant, Matt's smile broadened. "I appreciate your willingness to grant me this favor. By the way, I wonder if you are free this evening to grace me with your presence at a banquet I am hosting?" "A banquet?" "Indeed. Due to the government's current financial constraints, I intend to rally the capable individuals of New York to see if we can resolve some governmental issues. Of course, you may consider it an ordinary dinner." Samir instinctively sensed that Matt's words held ulterior motives, yet such matters were of no concern to him. Moreover, such banquets often feature an abundance of exquisite cuisine. With this thought in mind, Samir did not refuse but nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall attend. Then I shall eagerly await your arrival," Matt replied, tapping his cane on the ground. As the hidden ninjas vanished, a sleek black limousine glided to Matt's side. Moments later, the vehicle departed, its engine humming softly as it disappeared from Samir's view. Meanwhile, within Brooklyn Vision Academy, a silver-haired girl sat upon the windowsill of Gwen's classroom. Beside her, all those who had witnessed Gwen burst from the classroom lay quietly on the ground, including Gwen herself, who had collapsed in her seat. "What now, Xing? Have their memories been altered?" "Yes, but what do you intend to do about that, Spider-Man? What can be done? Do not think I am unaware. You have come to regard her as a close friend, have you not? You waste your emotions on NPCs, and in the end, only you will be hurt. But Xing, must we truly remain so callous and unfeeling? Is our existence to be defined solely by missions and slaughter? Have you forgotten the lessons learned in the alchemical world? Do you wish to meet another Shios only to suffer from their demise? Stop being naive." 11. Furthermore, the anomalous space has repeatedly warned us against engaging with anomalies. Yet you have gone to barter with one. What if others discover this? What if she turns on you? However, Xing, Samir is different. Enough. Everyone is merely a bunch of scoundrels. Xing, in a fit of agitation, leaped from the window, and as her emotions surged, a faint blue light enveloped the air around her. Upon witnessing the glow, Eleven's expression darkened. She endeavored to soothe Xing. Yet strange figures began to materialize in her line of sight. These figures were distorted and terrifying, resembling demons from the depths of hell. They embodied the terrifying forces lurking within Xing, the very essence that had transformed her into what she was now. Especially as Xing approached the brink of emotional collapse, a pitch-black demon began to take on a more tangible form. Driven by Xing's malevolent emotions, the demon slowly advanced toward Gwen, its sharp claws inching ever closer to her throat. Wait, Xing, you misunderstand. I am merely utilizing them. Whether it be Samir or Gwen, I am only exploiting them. After all, Xing, in an instant, the demon's form became ephemeral, and the silver-haired girl, Xing, gazed at 11 with an expression of eager anticipation. Looking upon that familiar visage, 11 felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness. She inhaled deeply and slowly approached. Just as she was about to make contact, she recited the well-worn promise, as if she had uttered it countless times before. As long as we have each other, that is enough. The silver-haired girl beamed with joy, wrapping her arms tightly around 11. Observing the gradually vanishing phenomena, 11 patted Xing's back, whispering in her ear, "Let us venture to another world. After all, we still have tasks left unfulfilled, do we not?" "Ah, indeed, you speak true." In an instant, the stars appeared to regain their normalcy. She released her grip and retrieved a card from her storage space. As a portal opened, she excitedly grasped Xi's hand and said, "Let us hasten our departure. Since that S-class individual has been dealt with, the remaining foes shall pose no challenge for us. If we eliminate them all, we can return swiftly. Do you remember the gem flowers I planted in the space? They might have bloomed by now." "Really? Is that true?" Xi responded, his tone akin to that of someone humoring a delusional person, imbued with a touch of pity yet laced with caution. As their figures vanished completely from this realm, the occupants of the classroom slowly regained consciousness. "What happened? How did I fall asleep here? My head aches terribly. It feels as if something has escaped from my mind." The cacophony jolted Gwen awake. She abruptly rose, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. Yet, there were no monsters nearby. Instead, the damaged bridge had transformed into a classroom. "Is this a dream?" Gwen observed her classmates engaging in animated conversations, but suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head, as if it were being sliced open. In the next moment, an inexplicable emptiness enveloped her heart, as though she had forgotten something vital. Despite rummaging through her memories, she could not ascertain what it was she had overlooked. However, when her phone vibrated in her backpack, she hastily retrieved it and saw a photograph on the lock screen. In the image, she was playfully embracing a short-haired girl, their camaraderie resembling that of longtime friends. Yet, the face in the photograph eluded her memory. Upon unlocking her phone, she found a message from her father. "Gwen, are you all right? Is school unaffected?" "Unaffected?" Gwen gasped in realization. She remembered the monstrous emergence in the city center, which had wreaked havoc. She had attempted to combat the creature but inexplicably lost consciousness, only to awaken back in the classroom. Although she was uncertain about the occurrences, she quickly texted her father to assure him of her safety. Soon after, her father, Sheriff George, stationed far away at the New York Police Department, let out a long sigh of relief. "It's good to know you're fine. By the way, there's an evening banquet tonight. I wonder if you would like to attend." "A banquet? About what?" Gwen inquired. "It's regarding the reconstruction efforts in downtown New York. However, don't feel pressured. Just consider it an ordinary gathering." Chapter 19, A Distinct Spider-Man, Part 5. Due to Vision High School's proximity to the city center, the institution received numerous calls from concerned parents shortly after the incident. Considering the possibility of a recurrence, the school decided to suspend classes until the following Monday. As this news broke, students eagerly raced out of the school. This rare holiday granted Gwen ample freedom to act. The sudden appearance of monsters, the unfamiliar girl in the photograph, and the mysterious occurrence of Peter in the city center during class warranted investigation. However, the most pressing matter was the banquet her father had mentioned. She felt a twinge of curiosity since her mother's passing. Her father had never taken her to any formal events, save for an Easter dinner with Peter's family. She had never attended a banquet of such stature before. Upon returning home, She spotted Peter by the window on the second floor. Due to the angle, Peter was unaware of Gwen's presence. Just as she was about to greet him, he nervously grabbed his backpack and stealthily climbed out the window, slipping away into the backyard. The words, "Peter," nearly escaped Gwen's lips, but were swallowed back instinctively. She sensed that he was up to something dubious, yet as she prepared to follow him, a honking sound erupted behind her. Turning around, she encountered a robust, middle-aged man with golden hair. "Hey, little princess. Dad, what are you doing back?" "Of course. To change my clothes. I can't very well attend a banquet in uniform, can I?" Sheriff George stepped out of the car, smiling as he opened his arms wide for a hug. The father and daughter embraced, and after a moment, George retrieved a cage from the vehicle. "By the way, Gwen, have you seen Peter? This is a lizard he asked me to buy for him. It's called a green iguana." "A green iguana?" Gwen reminded him, glancing at the small green creature in the cage. "Yes, that's right. I wonder what has gotten into Peter. He seems quite taken with these little critters." "Peter has developed an interest in lizards?" "I'm not quite sure, but it seems he just left. Seems like. All right, you young folks are becoming increasingly perplexing to me. You go change into something nice. I'll deliver this little fellow to Ben and return shortly." Gwen nodded but suddenly inquired, "Dad, who is hosting this banquet?" "It's Murdoch. I wonder if you've heard of him?" "Matt Murdoch? The philanthropist?" "Indeed, he is hosting this banquet for fundraising purposes. The entire New York Police Department has been invited, so I felt compelled to attend. However, Mr. Murdoch mentioned that I could bring my child along. So you should have the chance to meet some peers. I initially considered inviting Peter, but it seems he is rather busy now. All right, enough chatter, little princess. When you're dressing up, remember to help me find my suit. The one on the left side of the wardrobe?" "Yes, that's the one." Once at home, Gwen quickly located her father's suit and chose a cerulean dress for herself, complemented by a white necklace. "You look absolutely stunning," she remarked, twisting her hair into an elegant bun. Just then, a voice from outside the door responded, "You're right." Hearing her father's slightly playful tone, Gwen's face flushed crimson, and her toes felt as if they could dig through the floor in embarrassment. However, when she finally stepped outside, she was pleasantly surprised to see her father had also made an effort to dress well. Initially taken aback, Gwen felt a sense of relief as they arrived at the opulent estate. From the car, she observed a multitude of formally dressed men and women, including several faces she only recognized from television. Among them, a striking man in a burgundy suit and sunglasses caught her attention. What intrigued Gwen was that, although he appeared to be blind, she sensed that he could see her. Especially when her father exited the vehicle, the blind man instinctively turned in their direction, clearly focused on George. "Mr. Murdoch is aiming to run for the next mayor, so he has been mingling with many people lately," George explained, noticing Gwen's gaze fixed on Matt. After parking the car, George admired the picturesque surroundings and said to Gwen, "All right, I'm going to chat with Mr. Murdoch and the others. Feel free to explore. You might run into some of your classmates." Gwen nodded, bidding her father farewell as she began to wander the grand estate. The exterior boasted a vast, circular garden, with paths paved in cobblestones, which proved rather unfriendly for Gwen in her high heels. Perhaps due to this very reason, the garden was largely unoccupied, save for a few security guards clad in black, leaving Gwen alone amidst the flowers. Within the expansive hall of the manor, an eclectic mix of individuals gathered in small clusters. Under the bright lights, waitstaff glided about, balancing trays laden with drinks. In the center of the hall, tables were lavishly adorned with exquisite dishes. However, contrary to Gwen's expectations, very few people occupied the seats around these tables. Instead, most stood nearby, clutching glasses of red wine that they had likely been holding for the better part of 10 minutes, engaging in conversation with those of higher status. Humanity, indeed, is peculiar. Even at mealtime, they choose to indulge in idle chatter. Suddenly, a hushed whisper from a distance caught Gwen's attention. Turning towards the source, she spotted a large and a small figure at a table in the corner of the hall. They were nearly sprawled over the table, hands greedily grasping at the delicious fare, shoving it into their mouths with abandon. A plate full of fist-sized pastries was swiftly emptied by the larger figure, who tipped them directly into his mouth. A salad meant for 5 was consumed in mere seconds. After a minute of observing from her spot, Gwen noted that the table was entirely cleared. Undeterred, the two swiftly moved to another table and repeated the spectacle, leaving that table equally devoid of food within moments. Completely unfazed by the curious glances from those around him, Saiyan took an entire plate of Italian hollow pasta, mashed it together, and drenched in caviar. Stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing vigorously, he mumbled a response to Reed. Humans are peculiar. They often focus their attention on the most curious of matters. Yet, it cannot be denied that without humanity, we would not have access to such exquisite cuisine. In my experience, no other race can compare to humans in terms of gastronomy and entertainment. Indeed, Reed reflected on the various races in his memory and found Seimer's assertion to hold true. Meanwhile, as the two indulged in their feast within the hall, an unexpected guest approached the entrance of the manor. The guard stationed at the door was diligently performing his duties when a massive shadow loomed nearby, causing him to furrow his brow. Who goes there? Halt. This is private property. His hand swiftly reached for the gun hidden within his coat as he issued a loud warning. Yet, the shadow seemed oblivious, advancing toward the manor's entrance without heed. Do not come any closer. I will shoot. The guard warned once more, but as the shadow grew clearer, he found himself frozen in place. The figure was imposing, with a face lined with muscle and a shock of green hair atop his head. Towering at nearly 2 meters and clad in dark, leathery skin reminiscent of rhinoceros hide, he appeared both grotesque and fearsome. The loose black jacket he wore seemed to be tailored for a child in comparison to his massive frame, leaving his muscular chest exposed. The sheer size of his muscles led the guard to doubt whether bullets could even pierce his skin. This individual was none other than the notorious supervillain, Alexei Sisyphovich, who had recently wreaked havoc in New York. He was more commonly known as the Rhino. Step back. The guard had barely drawn his firearm when the Rhino was upon him. With a fist as large as a man's head, he struck the guard squarely in the face, sending him crashing through the garden with a thunderous impact. The sound drew the attention of other guards, who rushed towards the entrance of the manor. The Rhino, seeing the approaching guards, inhaled deeply and, with arms crossed, charged into the manor like a rampaging rhinoceros. Iron gates and stone walls shattered upon impact, creating a cacophony that echoed throughout the manor. While the wealthy patrons inside were bewildered by the sudden chaos, Matt's lips curved slightly in a smirk. Alexei, originally a nameless enforcer for the Russian mob, had succumbed to the allure of money and participated in a gene experiment. Though his appearance had become terrifying due to the experiment, he emerged with formidable strength, powerful enough to be impervious to bullets. With such strength, his first thought was to rob a bank. Theoretically, he should have been able to accomplish this with ease. However, fate intervened when he encountered the newly minted Spider-Woman. Thus, the simple-minded Rhino inadvertently became a stepping stone for Spider-Woman's rise to fame in New York. Yet, despite a 25-year prison sentence awaiting him, he was aided by a group of ninjas and made a swift escape, aware that there are no free lunches in this world. Alexei inquired about their motive for rescuing him, receiving only a location and a few photographs in return. The location was this very manor, and the individuals depicted in the photographs, aside from Matt, were various influential figures, all of whom opposed Matt's candidacy for mayor. However, the Rhino cared little for their political affiliations. His only desire was to create chaos, eliminate those on the list, and hopefully draw out that insufferable little spider. As the Rhino rampaged, Reed in the hall suddenly paused his actions. "What's wrong?" Seimer inquired, puzzled. In an effort to blend in as an ordinary person, Reed had suppressed his powers and even closed his always open eyes. At that moment, aside from his increased strength, he bore no resemblance to anything other than an ordinary human. Aware of this, Reed poured a glass of red wine onto the table. As the wine pooled into a circle, an image of the entrance to the manor materialized within it. There, he saw a colossal figure engaged in battle with a group of guards. Countless bullets struck him, yet it was as though they were bouncing off tank armor. No harm inflicted, not even a mark left behind. Seimer searched his memories, but found no recollection of this figure. Yet the woman in the white suit, Spider-Woman, clearly indicated that this universe belonged to the Spider-Man realm. "Sir, should I intervene?" Reed asked Seimer, observing the chaos unfolding. "Let it be. Remember that girl from that day? She will handle this sort of situation," Seimer replied. "Indeed, this world is inhabited by superheroes and supervillains. Whenever criminals emerge, superheroes are sure to follow." Seimer spoke with calm assurance. However, just as he wiped his mouth and prepared to rise, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. Even without any extraordinary abilities, Seimer's honed reflexes allowed him to instinctively evade the imminent danger. Amidst the shower of debris, a massive figure emerged. In an instant, all present were rendered speechless, followed by a wave of screams as the panicked crowd rushed toward the narrow exit of the hall. Caught in the throng, Gwen stared in astonishment at the rhino, or more accurately, at the man in his grasp. Dad! Gwen's pupils quivered, her instincts urging her to charge forward. Yet, as she lowered her gaze, she was reminded of the elegant dress she had donned for the evening's gala. Accompanying her father, she had neglected to bring her battle attire. Thus, a dilemma emerged. What should she do? Should she intervene? However, revealing her powers in front of so many eyes could prove perilous. Yet, if she hesitated, her father might very well perish. She understood the might of the Rhino Man, a force no ordinary sheriff could withstand. In that moment, Gwen found herself ensnared in a quandary. Simultaneously, the nearest individual to the Rhino Man, Samuel, sensed something amiss. Where was Spider-Man? Chapter 21, A Different Spider-Man, Part 7, Greetings. Sheriff Stacy. The robust George Stacy now resembled a mere chick, effortlessly lifted by the Rhino Man Alexei. George gasped in astonishment at the towering figure beneath him. The initial charge had been too swift for him to discern, but now he had ample time to scrutinize his assailant. To his shock, he realized the man should be incarcerated. The Rhino Man, noticing George's surprise, chuckled. It seems my arrival is quite unwelcome, but fear not. Soon you shall no longer see me. George felt a sudden jolt in his body as a dining table loomed larger before him. Dad! Unable to contain herself, Gwen burst forth from the crowd. Yet even then, she was a step too late. George was violently smashed onto the table, splintered wood erupting around him. Samuel, narrowly avoiding a shard that nearly struck his eye, twisted his neck in irritation. Just when he had hoped for a peaceful meal, he encountered a foe like this. Thanks to his genetically enhanced abilities, Samuel's strength surpassed that of a typical Saiyan. Even without the use of ki, his physical prowess was sufficient to handle minor adversaries. Well, I suppose this counts as post-meal exercise. With a crack of his knuckles, Samuel brushed off the wood splinters and strode purposefully toward the Rhino Man. Unbeknownst to the Rhino Man, he was unaware of Samuel's approach, raising his fist to strike Sheriff Stacy's head. Farewell, Sheriff Stacy. Days from the earlier impact, Stacy was rendered unconscious, awaiting inevitable doom from the Rhino Man's assault. Yet, just as the air split with a whoosh, a powerful leg struck the Rhino Man's chest with a resounding thud. Samuel, akin to a speeding vehicle, sent the Rhino Man staggering back. What immense strength! Samuel was astonished as his full-force blow merely caused the foe to sway slightly. His previous attack had delivered at least 4 tons of force, but such an effort barely knocked the Rhino Man off balance. This astonishment lasted but a moment, as Samuel swiftly unleashed 3 more kicks, targeting the calf, waist, and temple with blinding speed. By the time the Rhino Man regained his wits, he was already experiencing pain from multiple impacts. Damn it, the Rhino Man roared, swinging his fists at Samuel. In a deft maneuver, Samuel kicked George aside, then crouched low to evade the incoming punch. Such combat skill was profoundly disappointing. With a sigh, Samuel tightened his fist and struck out with a thunderous boom, his fist crashing into the Rhino Man's jaw. To Samuel's surprise, though the Rhino Man fell, he remained conscious. Conversely, Samuel felt a sudden pain radiate from his knuckles. Gazing at his bloodied hand, his expression remained unchanged. He had grown accustomed to various forms of pain. This injury was but a mere annoyance. However, the inability to use ki for healing stirred a slight discomfort within him. Blood dripped from his fingers, and in mere moments, his right hand had lost all sensation. This peculiar feeling was one he had not experienced in ages. In the past, injuries healed swiftly, and even pain was merely a remnant of the initial wound. Yet, this sensation, arising from the wound's impact, stirred a flicker of excitement within his otherwise calm demeanor. This is a dangerous feeling, Samuel murmured, as if transported back to his early days. Back then, he lacked the numerous life-preserving skills and immense power he possessed now, pursuing nothing but the thrill of battle. How long had it been since he faced an adversary worth fighting? How long had it been since he had truly been injured? Sir, your hand, Reed exclaimed, observing Samuel's bleeding right hand. Yet, Samuel simply tore a piece of tablecloth from the ground, casually bandaging his hand. He watched as the Rhino Man slowly rose, a smile creeping across his face. Yes, this is the feeling. Shaking off his numb hand, Samuel assumed a fighting stance reminiscent of the one he had taught Gus. Come, let me relish this long-lost joy. The panicked crowd surged toward the estate's exit, the cacophony of car engines in the parking lot never ceasing. The bodyguards, once hired to protect the estate, had mostly perished at the entrance. Suddenly, amidst the carnage, Matt jolted upright, coughing blood, yet displaying no emotion. Only upon seeing the nearby corpses did a faint smile grace his lips. In his mind, those lying on the ground were the very old foes who had long opposed him. However, it was regrettable that the sheriff, whom he had held in high regard, seemed to have drawn the Rhino Man's ire due to personal grievances. Just then, a peculiar figure emerged in his mind. What luck, Sheriff Stacy. The figure was none other than Samuel. Yet, in Matt's mind, Samuel did not appear to easily subdue the Rhino Man, instead seeming to struggle. Was it due to his human form failing to unleash the beast's full power? Matt pondered, but his attention was quickly diverted by another figure. As the crowd retreated like a receding tide, Gwen arrived beside her father. She hoisted him up, displaying strength far beyond that of an average 18-year-old girl. Is it him? Gwen thought, gazing at the man engaged in combat with the Rhino Man, the very individual she had aided that morning. She had warned him to be cautious of robbers. Yet it seemed her advice had been superfluous. Though the Rhino Man possessed terrifying strength, his speed was woefully lacking, unable to touch Samuel. In contrast, Samuel, realizing the Rhino Man was remarkably resilient, strategically targeted the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Seeing Samuel hold his ground, Gwen's first instinct was to flee. After all, that man appeared capable of handling the Rhino Man, and she had not donned her battle attire. Rather than risk exposing her identity, it was wiser to depart. Yet, before such thoughts could linger for more than a fleeting moment, Peter's words unexpectedly echoed in her ears. I knew you would come, Spider-Woman, just as you always have. Damn it, I am Spider-Woman. In an instant, determination surged within her. Gwen cast a final glance at her father's face and turned to run towards the manor. As she passed a white tablecloth hanging on the fence, her eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Chapter 22, A Different Spider-Man, Part 8, You have ignited my wrath. The Rhinoceros Man, with his blackened right eye, smashed a massive stone pillar 3 meters tall beside him and hurled it towards Samir. Yet, before the pillar could collide with Samir, countless fists struck it in rapid succession, reducing it to mere fragments. Just as Samir prepared to launch his counterattack, a sharp crack emanated from his right foot, sending a jolt of excruciating pain straight to his heart. Had his leg broken? As he glanced down, the Rhinoceros Man charged at him like a cat spotting a mouse. Samir attempted to roll away, but the Rhinoceros Man's speed escalated, akin to an unbridled high-speed train. Just as the impact seemed inevitable, a knotted white tablecloth expertly wrapped around Samir's body. In an instant, the 80-kilogram Samir was yanked into the air. Okay, sir, our rhinoceros zoo is closing. It's time to leave it to Spider-Woman. Gwen suddenly appeared, cradling Samir in her arms as she leapt to the second floor. Once she gently placed Samir in a chair, the Rhinoceros Man finally discerned her appearance. What is that? Raggedy Woman? Gwen, enveloped in the tablecloth with only 2 eye holes peering out, resembled a whimsical weather doll. However, upon hearing the Rhinoceros Man's mockery, she retorted angrily, Hey, buddy, this is a special Christmas edition. Ghost Spider? Samir casually mentioned from his seat, igniting a spark of excitement in Gwen. Oh, splendid. I adore that name. You haven't trademarked it yet, have you? Then I shall claim it. Gwen flashed a subtle smile at Samir and leaped down to confront the Rhinoceros Man. Sir, it seems you care for her? At some point, Reed had appeared beside Samir. He intended to perform a reversal spell, but was dismissed by a wave of Samir's hand. Observing Gwen handle the Rhinoceros Man with such finesse despite lacking equipment, he nodded in approval. Reed, do you know what the protagonist is? The protagonist? Are you referring to the kind found in stage plays, or the sort seen on television? No, I mean the protagonist of this world. Just as some are born with extraordinary talent, others blend into the crowd, yet the protagonist is one who, despite lacking innate prowess, ultimately transcends all. Are you saying they are destined to be different from the rest? But isn't that the very existence you despise most? Reed questioned, perplexed. Samir merely smiled gently and patiently explained, No, while some aspects of a protagonist are indeed destined, many are simply innately distinct. Take the Rhinoceros Man, for instance. He almost killed that girl's father. If it were anyone else, anyone with great power. Samir paused, casually pouring a drink over his injured right foot while adding, They would not easily spare him after conquering him. They would more likely seek to slay him. They would feel that the Rhinoceros Man had offended them, had affronted their power. Would that girl let him go? Letting him go is out of the question, but she would not make it difficult for him. But why is that? Reed struggled to comprehend, his confusion evident. Samir slowly rose, twisting his injured ankle back into place, and said, because of the bottom line. The reason a protagonist is that they consistently uphold a threshold that transcends the ordinary. That threshold does not shift with the change of one's power. Rather, it becomes a shackle to control that power. A threshold that remains unwavering? Reed nodded thoughtfully. He had seen the kind of individual Samir described, especially some of his former followers who, in their weakness, could only offer beasts as sacrifices. Yet, once bestowed with power, their offerings transformed into humans, even pure maidens. It was as though what they once deemed impossible was not a matter of desire, but capability. During the exchange between Samir and Reed, Gwen had gradually gained the upper hand. Though she appeared delicate, her slender arms concealed a strength that rivaled the rhinoceros man's. Moreover, her agility far surpassed his. The tablecloth once used to ensnare Samir had morphed into shackles for the rhinoceros man. Round after round, circle after circle. By the time the rhinoceros man realized what was happening, his body was already toppling forward uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, his limbs were bound behind him, rendering him entirely immobile. He struggled to tear the fabric away with brute force, but before he could, Gwen landed a punch squarely on his chin. Once the rhinoceros man succumbed to unconsciousness, the distant sound of sirens finally pierced the air. Well, that saves me the trouble of calling the police. Gwen peered through the wall wrecked by the rhinoceros man and noticed the cautious officers outside. She gracefully ascended to the upper floor and approached Samir. Before Gwen could steady herself, Samir inquired, "Are we just going to let him go? Aren't you worried he might escape again and cause greater danger?" Gwen hesitated for a moment but quickly replied, "If that happens, I will defeat him once more. But thank you. Without your help, things could have escalated severely." Samir did not respond to Gwen's words, but continued, "You must prepare yourself. If he escapes again and wreaks terrible havoc, there will surely be those who blame you for not resolving him completely. Oh dear, that sort of thing is impossible. I am a superhero, you know. I actually have my own social media account with a whopping 300,000 followers. Everyone adores me. How could they possibly blame me? Besides, it was I who defeated the rhinoceros man, wasn't it?" As Gwen observed Samir's calm, stoic expression, her confidence began to wane. Just when she felt as small as a timid kitten, Samir diverted his gaze. Gwen exhaled a sigh of relief, internally muttering, "Damn it. Why does he remind me so much of a school teacher?" I could barely breathe. Just as she contemplated this, her eyes darted towards Samir. However, as hurried footsteps approached from afar, she knew she could no longer linger. "All right, big guy, regardless of what you say, it's still an event that hasn't occurred. I can't stay here chatting with you any longer. After all, I, a busy person, have no time to file a report at the New York police station. Goodbye." With that, Gwen abruptly hurled herself against the nearby window. Yet, as she instinctively reached out her right hand, the expected web-slinger failed to materialize. With a sharp slap to her forehead, Gwen found herself suspended in midair. "Ah? I forgot my web shooters are at home." With that, she felt a sudden sense of weightlessness. Chapter 23, A Unique Spider-Man, Part 9. Samir moved his recently healed right foot, feeling pain yet undeterred in his movements. "All right, let us depart." Although indifferent, Samir was indeed reluctant to squander time on the so-called New York police. However, as he exited the garden, he fortuitously encountered a somewhat disheveled Mate. Leaning on his cane, Mate straightened his disordered suit and, with an apologetic tone, spoke, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Samir, for the unforeseen incident at tonight's banquet. As a token of my regret, I have prepared a small gift for you." As he spoke, Mate produced a black card from his pocket. "This is a villa under my name, offering not only the finest views of New York, but also various state-of-the-art amenities." To Mate's surprise, Samir did not hastily accept the card. Instead, he regarded Mate with eyes that seemed to penetrate the depths of his soul. Suddenly, Samir bluntly inquired, "What individual do you wish for me to eliminate for you?" "Ah, Mr. Samir, you see through me, do you? I may possess considerable muscle, but my intellect is not to be underestimated. Do not mistake me for a fool akin to Rhino. You have approached me deliberately and offered gifts. If not for my strength, what else do you desire?" Samir's candidness left Mate, accustomed to subtleties, momentarily taken aback. Yet, Samir's forthrightness saved him much effort. "I must confess, I overcomplicated matters. Since you are a straightforward individual, allow me to speak plainly." With a clap of his hands, a group of ninjas clad in black emerged from the surrounding shadows. Their appearance was not meant to threaten. Mate gestured towards the ninjas, explaining, "As you can see, these individuals are a unique force under my command. I recognize your strength surpasses their own. So there is no need for pretense. They belong to an organization called the Hand, essentially a group of assassins. I have the fortune to lead them and aspire to transform them into a force for New York's protection. However, just days ago, I received word that the former rulers of the Hand have resurfaced in America." As he spoke, Mate deftly drew a katana from one of the ninjas, casually swinging it a few times before tossing it to Saiyan. Mr. Saiyan, being an astute individual, you understand that a sharp blade is neither inherently good nor evil. Its nature is determined solely by the wielder. While I am not a virtuous person, I am committed to improving New York. I perceive your admiration for superheroes like Spider-Woman, so I shall reveal to you that the leaders of the Hand, upon their return to America, aim not only to reclaim the Hand, but to gain absolute control over New York. I assure you that anyone who stands in their way will be ruthlessly eliminated, including that naive Spider-Woman. So you wish for me to assist you in eliminating these individuals?" Saiyan assessed the katana in his hand, effortlessly snapping it in two. "I have no fondness for blades. I prefer the strength of my own body over such fragile instruments. External power is not as effective as one might assume. If mishandled, it could even result in self-harm. Would you not agree?" The severed blade was casually thrown by Saiyan, narrowly grazing Mate's cheek as it shot forth, instantly killing two ninjas behind him. A gust of wind swept through, leaving only two mounds of dust at the former location of the ninjas. If you truly fear the so-called leader of the Hand, I advise you to take this opportunity to strengthen your own abilities. After all, with sufficient strength, all difficulties will be easily resolved. With that, Saiyan departed without a backward glance. Mate stood rooted in place until Saiyan's figure vanished from sight. Then he inhaled sharply. The fleeting moment when the blade grazed his cheek had imparted a faint sense of lethal intent. This realization stilled any further words from him. Observing the direction in which Saiyan had disappeared, Mate's expression was complex. Having the ability to sense others' emotions, he had recklessly approached Saiyan. Yet tonight had been a misstep. With the imminent arrival of those immortal old foes, Mate felt a surge of anxiety, but simultaneously a bold idea began to form. Indeed, Saiyan seemed indifferent to the Hand's affairs, but what if trouble sought him out? Especially considering the arrogance and hubris of those old adversaries. Mate's conviction in this notion solidified. With formidable power, Saiyan could easily annihilate those old foes, who would be unaware of their fate until it was too late. The more he envisioned this potential scenario, the more feasible the plan appeared. Meanwhile, on the highway, countless police cars surrounded the estate's exit, their vigilant eyes and dark muzzles poised. Upon noticing Saiyan halt, Rueda immediately recognized his desire to avoid further complications. Before he could speak, Rueda transformed into a massive crow, effortlessly lifting Saiyan into the sky. Sensing the peculiar energy enveloping him, Saiyan inquired, "Is this cosmic energy?" "Indeed, but I cannot convert much. It's as if there's insufficient chi." "Exactly. This indicates your mastery over chi is lacking. Too much energy is wasted in the conversion process. Moreover, your innate chi is not strong enough. Further training is necessary. However, unlike you, I cannot enhance myself in a short time," Rueda lamented. Yet Saiyan patted his head, speaking earnestly. "No, I have faith in you. Just as you have faith in me. Rueda, you must understand that in this boundless universe, I have encountered many individuals, yet none have truly escaped the confines of their existence. You, however, have succeeded in breaking free from the bonds of your former world, and in doing so, you continue to grow stronger. In my eyes, you possess the potential to become a formidable force. The reason you cannot strengthen yourself quickly is merely due to insufficient training." "Really? Master, can you guide me on how to train?" "It's quite simple." Saiyan's lips curled into a slight smile as he suddenly asked, "Rueda, have you ever heard the saying?" "What saying?" "Train until you can no longer stand, then train harder." Rueda had never encountered such a phrase, but sensed an ominous foreboding. Chapter 24, A Unique Spider-Man, Part 10. Ah yeah. If I were to believe this world is a fabrication, would people deem me insane? Our world is merely a simulation game played by extraterrestrials. The players choose religious beliefs, and thus the competition commences. Amidst the electrifying music, Saiyan forcefully slammed Rueda to the ground. Rueda, nearly dislocated, cried out in pain. Yet Saiyan shouted at him, "Is this all you can muster? Merely suppressing your chi has rendered you devoid of any combat prowess. With such a state, how can you speak of strength? How can you discuss training? Stand up." Rueda struggled to rise from the ground, but as soon as he steadied himself, a punch suddenly flew towards him. Bang! Not only was he unable to retaliate, but Rueda barely had a moment to react. Once again, with a single blow, Rueda found himself sprawled on the ground, unwilling to rise. He had never anticipated that the so-called training by Saiyan would be like this. It was utterly unfair. Lying there, Rueda shouted, "My lord, you are not training me. You are merely seeking opportunities to strike me. What I desire is your method of cultivation, not to be treated as a mere punching bag. You wish to learn my method of cultivation?" Saiyan looked at Rueda in astonishment. However, Rueda remained on the ground, relishing the rare moment of rest, completely oblivious to the change in Saiyan's expression. He earnestly declared, "Indeed, not like this, but entirely in the same manner as you, my lord." Upon hearing Rueda's words, Saiyan broke into a grin. "Very well, follow me." On an empty highway, Saiyan summoned a heavy truck seemingly from nowhere. Rueda, still curious about the truck's purpose, was handed an immense steel cable, thicker than his own arm. "My lord, what is this?" "Training. Did you not wish to cultivate like I once did? Initially, I considered using an airplane, but upon reflection, this truck seems more appropriate. It is laden with steel, weighing approximately 100 tons. Your task is to transport it to a target point 10 kilometers away. This is merely the beginning of your training for today." "Begin?" Rueda stammered, gazing at the towering truck, momentarily at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to him, had Saiyan been able to utilize his powers, Rueda's training would have been conducted within Saiyan's gravitational realm. "By the way, Rueda, if you find this weight insufficient, that will suffice. Completely enough. By the way, my lord, did you not seek employment? You should be heading to work by now. There is no need to concern yourself with my training." "I almost forgot." Saiyan hastily pulled out his phone, glancing at the time and realizing he was indeed close to his work schedule. Rueda, observing the truck, kindly suggested, "If you are running late, perhaps you should drive the truck first?" "That is unnecessary." Saiyan waved his hand dismissively. "I can call a taxi." A yellow taxi navigated the city streets, while Saiyan gazed out at the scenery. An elderly voice emerged from the front. "Looks quite pleasant, does it not?" "What?" "I meant the city. But you do not appear to be a tourist, as those I have encountered in the past typically ask me about the best spots for photographs or which restaurants are worth visiting." "Have you been a taxi driver for many years?" "Not entirely. I have held other jobs as well. However, it is the first time I have encountered someone as robust as you, as if you have stepped out of a movie. I wish my nephew could learn a few moves from you." "Your nephew?" "Indeed. Well, he is not particularly tall or strong. I believe he may not be eating well. So he is seeking ways to improve his family's living conditions. If you have any better suggestions, could you share a few?" Saiyan regarded the elder's warm demeanor with an open heart, feeling an authentic connection arise within him. He was no longer immersed in a game-like existence, but was genuinely integrating into this world. "Well," Saiyan pondered for a moment before responding, "exercise well, study diligently, eat properly, enjoy life, and rest adequately." The elder chuckled. "Your advice aligns perfectly with my own thoughts, but I appreciate your suggestions nonetheless." As the elder spoke, the taxi gently came to a halt by the roadside. "Here we are. I hope you have a wonderful day." Saiyan nodded and prepared to exit the vehicle. Just as he was about to close the door, the elder leaned out of the window, camera in hand. "Hey, don't forget your belongings." "Thank you." Saiyan accepted the camera and turned towards a large building. The exterior of the building sported a massive screen displaying, "I reiterate, Spider-Woman is merely a masked criminal. We should refer to her as Spider Threat." A man in a blue suit passionately gesticulated at the screen, and in the corner, it read, "The Daily Bugle Net." Saiyan rode the elevator to the top floor, and as the doors opened, he was met with a cacophony of shouts. "This is all rubbish. This is not the type of photo I requested. And with Spider-Woman appearing so frequently, is there no one here who can capture her image?" Saiyan recognized the furious man as the same individual from the building's screen. Navigating through the crowd, he approached the man. "Hello, I am here to," before Saiyan could finish. The man, upon noticing the camera in his hands, interrupted, "A new photographer?" "Indeed," Saiyan nodded. "Why are you so late?" The man frowned, pulling a stack of photographs from a nearby drawer and slamming them onto the table. "Look at what you previously captured." Where are the photos of Spider-Woman? What on earth is this blurry mess? You may have misunderstood, Saiyan explained, glancing at the indistinct photographs on the table. These were not taken by me. Uh-huh. Now you claim they were not your photographs? Did you not assure me you could capture clear images of Spider-Woman? I have even prepared the newspaper. And yet you have failed me. I warn you, if you cannot deliver photos of Spider-Woman, do not bother returning. Saiyan felt exasperated by the man's words. As he struggled to contain his irritation and prepare a response, the man suddenly glanced at a notification on his phone, raising his hand. Do not speak. Spider-Woman has reappeared. I am giving you one last chance to bring me her photo. Am I to go? Rueda questioned in disbelief. So you are employing me just like that? Why not? Should I raise your salary? Let me inform you, one photo will cost you 300, no, 200. One photo will be 200. And that is my final offer. Now, go immediately and get me a photo of Spider-Woman. Saiyan stared in astonishment at the middle-aged man, then at the camera in his hands. Well, a photographer's job, you say? That works for me. Although he had intended to deliver the camera, it now appeared unnecessary. As for the construction job he had previously secured, he decided to forego it. Almost immediately after Saiyan departed from the Daily Bugle, the man who had broken the camera in front of him received an unexpected message. I have taken the camera for my use. As for your compensation, it has been directly deposited into your account. Saiyan, taken for use. Eddie Brock stared at the strange text, perplexed by its meaning. However, upon receiving a phone call shortly after, Eddie was left stunned. How much? $100,000. And what else? The job at the Daily Bugle? Forget the Daily Bugle. I would rather leave New York right now for the damn San Francisco. Chapter 25, A Different Spider-Man, Part 11, in New York's Wall Street. A newly established gold shop had barely opened its doors before they lay in ruins. Amidst the countless specks of dust and an array of golden trinkets scattered across the floor, a middle-aged man, elegantly attired in a suit, gazed in astonishment at the diminutive figure before him. The other man was adorned in vibrant green feathers, with an imposing pair of wings extending from his back. He was devoid of hair atop his head, resembling a humanoid vulture. Adrian, how did you end up here? The suited man exclaimed. Are you surprised? Did you not know? I was imprisoned because of you. I endured humiliation within those walls, with everyone believing I was a traitor. What? Adrian, what are you talking about? Don't feign ignorance. You know precisely why I was incarcerated. Because of you, that pathetic, filthy little insect. Adrian's icy gaze bore into the avaricious businessman. You slandered me, convincing them I was a traitor manufacturing weapons for foreign nations, all to seize my research. But did you find it? Did you locate the aircraft I painstakingly created? That's not true, Adrian. Let me explain. I had no knowledge of your situation. Even now, at this juncture, your lips utter not a single truth. Adrian sighed heavily as he slowly donned a gas mask. Adrian, I wish silence. The foolish Adrian is no more. From this moment forth, only the reborn vulture exists. With a swift motion, his massive wings cleave through a nearby shelf, splitting it in two effortlessly. What are you doing? The businessman quavered in terror, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground. This world does not belong to you suited ones. The vulture murmured, his wings arching violently towards the businessman. As the razor-sharp feathers drew closer, the businessman felt a sudden warmth below and involuntarily lost control of his bladder. Hey, little bird, if you dislike suits so much, why not embrace life in the West? You surely won't encounter as many suits there. A peculiar female voice rang out, followed by a flurry of white threads cascading onto the vulture's wings. To Gwen's astonishment, the vulture's wings effortlessly sliced through the web. The sharp appendages tore flesh apart. The vulture kicked the severed body aside and turned to face Gwen, who stood frozen in shock. Oh my God, Gwen had seen death before, but never in such a gruesome manner. She had believed she had saved the man, yet now no, it shouldn't be like this. Gwen stared helplessly at the bloodied corpse, failing to notice a green gas slowly wafting toward her. The vulture, with his gas mask in place, observed the dazed Spider-Woman from a distance, refraining from startling her and patiently awaiting the gas's encroachment. Prior to his escape, he had heard of Spider-Woman's renown. Thus, he had concocted a toxin capable of debilitating living beings. Once inhaled, their strength would wane, rendering even a superhuman fragile as a mere girl. Just as the gas approached Gwen, a sharp pain jolted her from her stupor. What is this? Gwen gasped, staring at the mysterious green gas before she could react. A powerful gust swept in from behind. Seizing the opportunity, she executed a backflip and leaped out of the jewelry store. Her graceful landing was perfectly captured by a flash. Click! The sudden sound of a camera shutter caused Gwen to instinctively glance back. There, beside a fan, stood a burly man with a small camera aimed at her face. "It's you." Gwen was initially startled, then exasperated. "Please, this is a dangerous situation. What do you mean by taking pictures?" "As you can see, I'm looking for a job," Samuel replied, raising the camera in his hand. Oh my God! Though Gwen recognized the man's considerable strength, the memory of the vulture's ease in cleaving through flesh compelled her to warn him. "You must leave quickly." "I'm not joking. That guy is no mere clown from a circus. He will kill you." But Samuel showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he pointed into the distance. "Watch out. He's about to attack." At his words, Gwen quickly turned her head. The vulture, previously grounded, was now soaring through the air like a predatory eagle, diving toward her. "Damn it!" Gwen cursed, swiftly executing a somersault to evade him. Just as she narrowly avoided the vulture's head, her spider sense tingled at the back of her mind. Without hesitation, she shot a web toward the distance. Thwip! The sharp wings grazed Gwen's back, and a searing pain shot through her as the wound bled profusely. "Ah, damn it!" Gripping the web, Gwen crashed into a building but managed to release her hold just in time, clinging to the vertical wall like a spider. Samuel watched Gwen struggle, shaking his head in disappointment. She appeared far weaker than he had anticipated, but considering that the vulture had just made his entrance, perhaps this Spider-Woman had only recently taken up her mantle. However, this predicament was untenable. She seemed accustomed to swinging through the city, dealing with slower foes. Faced with the similarly swift and flying vulture, she was clearly flustered. Gwen herself was acutely aware of this fact. Yet, what troubled her was the realization that the vulture was not as foolish as her previous adversaries. If she were to hinder his flight, she would need to find a narrow space. But once in such confines, the mysterious green gas would pose a significant threat. Gwen did not believe the gas mask was merely for show. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, the sound of slicing air reverberated once more. "Hey, aren't you tired of flying around like that?" Gwen quipped, quickly releasing her grip and running up the wall. To the vulture, her sudden change in direction appeared as a vertical ascent. Although he wore an enhanced suit, he was incapable of such vertical maneuvers. After running several meters along the wall, Gwen turned to see the vulture flying beneath her, only to be met with a flurry of camera clicks. "Goodness, must everything be documented? And how did you get up here?" Gwen leaped up, grasping the edge of the high-rise, and with a gentle pull, landed on the rooftop. The view rotated 90 degrees as Gwen approached the man she had encountered multiple times, her temper flaring. Just as she reached for his camera to snatch it away, he deftly evaded her grasp. Samuel gracefully leapt back 2 meters, his movements surprisingly light for his build. "Calm down. Remember, you're still in a fight," he advised. "I am fully aware, but could you at least stand back a bit while taking pictures?" "Wait. I haven't granted you permission to use my likeness. You can't photograph me." Samuel offered no reply, or perhaps his actions served as his response. Click, click, click. Seeing that he remained unyielding, Gwen was left speechless with frustration. Here she was, risking her life battling an enemy, while this bothersome man stood by, seemingly unconcerned. Most infuriating was that, despite his evident strength, he showed no inclination to assist her. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed overhead. Gwen glanced at the vulture soaring high above and, turning, exhaled in exasperation. "Hey, friend, I'm not asking for your help, but could you at least refrain from interfering?" Upon seeing the long wound on Gwen's back, Samuel set down his camera. He had no intention of capturing such a photograph, for the citizens of New York City would hardly wish to witness an injured Spider-Woman. Noticing Gwen's feeble tone, he could not help but remind her, "You were Spider-Woman, remember?" "What?" Gwen, wary of the vulture circling above, had no inclination to heed Samuel's words. However, her ears soon perked up involuntarily. Samuel glanced at the narrow alleyway between the towering buildings and remarked, "The dragonfly possesses strength surpassing that of a spider and can fly freely. Yet, when confronted with the intricate webs woven by a spider in the corners, even a dragonfly can be ensnared. That fellow enjoys attacking you from above, does he not? Why not seize the opportunity to weave an inescapable web for him? I believe this narrow alley is quite suitable." Narrow alley. Gwen suddenly turned her head to inspect the alley beside her. Standing at least 60 meters high but only 2.5 meters wide, The alley could easily be transformed into a ceiling with webbing. Upon this realization, Gwen could not help but give Samuel a thumbs up. As the vulture launched another attack, Gwen calmly leaped off the rooftop. The vulture, swept by a fierce wind, descended from the sky. He observed Gwen falling with her back turned to the ground, his steel wings poised for an assault. However, as he approached, countless strands of webbing erupted from Gwen's hands. Useless, such an attack cannot harm me. The vulture clapped his hands together, spiraling through the air like a missile, effortlessly evading the webs. In an instant, Gwen was less than a meter from the ground. She quickly rolled over, landing in a low crouch. The vulture, just moments away from striking, spread his wings. A sharp pain shot through Gwen's right arm, yet a smile appeared on her face. Like all birds, the vulture's method was to strike and retreat to the skies. However, as Adrian, the vulture, prepared to soar back up, he found himself ensnared by countless strands of white webbing. What is this? His eyes widened as he recalled the futile attack Spider-Woman had launched moments before. Suddenly comprehending her intentions, "You did all of this for this?" The vulture exclaimed, yet his wings continued to struggle. Although his wings could slice through the webbing, the dense network was not something he could break free from immediately. Realizing this, he hastily released a cloud of toxic gas. Yet amidst the green haze, Gwen's clenched fist struck his face with tremendous force. Bang! The resounding blow rendered the vulture utterly unconscious. Seeing this, Gwen quickly wrapped him in webbing, fearing any unforeseen developments. At last, I have subdued you. Gwen rested against the wall, cradling her weakened right arm. Just as she sought to catch her breath, a figure unexpectedly appeared beneath the wrapped vulture, exposing only his head. Click, click, click. Observing the remarkably clear photographs through his camera, Samuel turned to inquire, "What do you think of the title Spider-Woman Battles the Vulture?" "Are you serious? That title is utterly ridiculous. Which newspaper do you work for?" "The Daily Bugle." Upon hearing that name, Gwen's eyes narrowed into slits. "That's it." Looking at the dilapidated jewelry store in the distance, she sighed. "I can guarantee that if you submit these photographs, the newspaper headline will read, 'Shocking. Masked Spider Threatens Fellow Criminals Over Unequal Shares,'" as she spoke of the headline. Gwen mockingly raised her right hand, just as she attempted to imitate the mannerisms of Jonah Jameson from the Daily Bugle. She winced in pain as her wound was inadvertently tugged. "Oh dear, do you need treatment?" "I'm fine, it's merely a scratch. You must understand. I have endured wounds far worse than this." Gwen forced herself to stand, feigning nonchalance. Samuel, witnessing her stubborn demeanor, refrained from further comment. However, just as Gwen prepared to depart, her body suddenly ceased to respond. Upon noticing the darkening of her right arm, her eyes widened in alarm. "Wait, it's the toxin." Gwen attempted to reach out for the ground, but her weakened muscles rendered her unable to lift even a finger. The ground loomed larger before her. And just as she braced for the fall, a strong hand grasped her and pulled her up. Slap! Samuel caught Gwen and gently leaned her against the wall. "Thank you. Thank you." Gwen weakly expressed her gratitude, only to see Samuel stride directly beneath the vulture. The vulture was no superhuman, as evidenced by his reliance on a gas mask to shield himself from his own toxin. Yet, such masks are not impervious to damage. What if the vulture inhaled his own gas during the battle? Samuel tore away the webbing from the vulture, and after a brief search, discovered a small vial. Gwen, with her head bowed, was completely unaware of what was transpiring. When Samuel's figure vanished from her view, she feared he had abandoned her. However, after some time, Samuel reappeared before her. She felt his right hand reach towards her face and instinctively sensed something was amiss. Just as half of her mask was lifted, her pupils constricted in horror. "No, don't take off my..." Before she could finish, a small vial was abruptly poured into her mouth. Immediately afterward, she felt her mask replaced. "What are you mumbling about? The antidote has already been administered. In exchange for assisting you, I shall take these photographs as my payment." Samuel picked up the camera, observing Gwen as she gradually rose to her feet, no longer wasting time. Yet as he exited the alley, he could not help but mutter to himself, "Is this what an ordinary person would do?" Chapter 26, A Different Spider-Man, Part 12. Trash, 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 still trash. "Oh wait, this one is decent." Inside the Daily Bugle building, James sifted through a pile of photographs on his desk, ultimately selecting one of Spider-Woman being pursued by the vulture. "What is this guy's name?" James asked, pointing at the vulture in the photo. "The vulture," Samuel replied. "Ah, he emerged from the jewelry store with Spider-Woman. I've got it." The headline shall be, "Shocking. Masked spider threatens fellow criminals over unequal shares." Then we'll stick these photos alongside it. Yes, that's perfect. Hearing the identical title as Gwen's, Samuel's lips twitched. Whatever. You can name it whatever you like, but what about my payment? Here you go. James placed an envelope on the desk, sliding it towards Samuel as he spoke. By the way, you are now the official photographer for Spider-Woman. You are solely responsible for capturing her in action, understood? No problem. Samuel nodded, promptly taking the envelope filled with cash. Unlike before, the money he earned through legitimate means was neither abundant nor effortless, and it often depended on the whims of others. Yet this was the true essence of being an ordinary person. New York, a city that continued to function despite the emergence of monsters. The lives of the ordinary people who came and went remained largely unchanged by the presence of superheroes or supervillains. They continued with their relentless work, living their day-to-day lives. Saiyan stood on the bustling street, his heart stirred, yet at a loss for words to express his feelings. Suddenly, a figure collided with him. With a thud, a frail boy collapsed onto the ground, the cardboard box he had been carrying rolling away from him. "I am so sorry, sir," the boy stammered, frantically picking up the box and the lizard that had scurried out. However, without his glasses, his vision was severely impaired, and he missed capturing the fleeing creature twice, helplessly watching it make its way towards the drain. Oh no! Just as the lizard was about to slip into the sewer, a large hand deftly caught it. "Your pet," Saiyan said as he placed the lizard back into the boy's box, then picked up the glasses that had fallen nearby. "And this?" "Thank you, sir. I was just too anxious and didn't see you. Are you all right?" The boy's voice was laced with concern. Saiyan looked at the slender youth before him in surprise. Dressed in a blue t-shirt, the boy wore large round glasses that framed his weak-looking face. His neatly trimmed brown hair was now disheveled from the fall. Yet, despite this, he still offered an apology to Saiyan. Even without the disdainful rolling of eyes, Saiyan could perceive the sincerity of the boy's remorse, which was not merely a fear of his muscular build. "What is your name?" Saiyan inquired curiously, his camera hanging from his neck swaying slightly. "Yes, sir. Did I do something wrong?" The boy instinctively tightened his hold on the cardboard box, his eyes darting nervously to the camera. "Nothing. I was merely asking." Upon hearing Saiyan's words, the boy visibly relaxed. "Sir, my name is Paka. If you have no further business, I should be on my way," the boy replied politely, though his tone suggested a sense of urgency, as if he were hurrying to some destination. "Go ahead, attend to your matters," Saiyan replied, stepping aside to clear the path. Just then, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were watching him. Simultaneously, several miles away, within a villa, Mata was carrying a cup of fine Longjing tea into the garden. "Madam Gao, this is tea I purchased from your hometown. Please enjoy it." An elderly woman sat comfortably in a wrought-tan chair, leisurely watching the projection on the screen before her. Surrounded by peculiar dust that had formed from the remnants of the Shohahui ninjas, the screen displayed the figure of Saiyan. "Is your reliance on such an ordinary person?" the elderly woman remarked coolly, her demeanor radiating authority. In stark contrast, Mata, once accustomed to being in control, now resembled a subservient figure, replying, "I have no reliance. Even the Shohahui merely assist you temporarily. With your return, my task is complete." A slight smile graced the elderly woman's lips, yet she remained silent. She understood that Mata was not truly sincere. After all, he was a notorious criminal known as Jinbing, the underground emperor of New York. Such an individual would never relinquish everything out of fear, for that would preclude him from achieving his status. Unlike the other four leaders of the Shohahui, Madame Gao harbored no intention of killing Mata. Unlike those who thrived on violence, she recognized that eliminating Mata over past failures would be a foolish decision. He held the reins of New York's underground power, and his life held far greater value than that of a mere corpse. "Mata, I am aware of your disdain for our return. However, I shall make you submit willingly, beginning with that individual you believe can assist you." Madame Gao took the Longjing tea from Mata, gently blowing on it, causing the previously calm surface of the water to ripple ominously. Instinctively, Saiyan dodged to the side. Where he had stood moments before, a wisp of black smoke began to swirl. The boy named Paka had long since departed, and the number of pedestrians on the road dwindled. Gradually, it seemed as though Saiyan was the only person left on the street. Suddenly, the surrounding surveillance cameras malfunctioned, emitting alarming sparks. Saiyan scanned his surroundings, a familiar sensation washing over him. Is this a barrier? Although he could not utilize his original powers, Cyber had studied various energy systems. Thus, he easily discerned what was transpiring. Yet, as a figure emerged before him, he frowned. It was a girl clad in a black coat with green trim, adorned with an extravagant hat, her figure striking. A green tie hung from her neck, accompanied by a badge emblazoned with a serpent. If Simba recalled correctly, that emblem belonged to Slytherin House at Hogwarts. As soon as the woman appeared before Simba, a small white wand slipped from her sleeve. Before he could react, she suddenly intoned, "Crucio." A burst of red light erupted from the wand's tip, striking Simba with the ferocity of lightning. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of pain, as though 1,000 searing blades were piercing his body. "It's over." The woman spoke confidently as she witnessed Simba being struck by her spell. Meanwhile, within the villa, Madame Gao wore a faint smile, glancing at Mata. "Your reliance seems to be lacking." But before she could finish her thought, the confident woman on the projection let out a piercing scream. To her astonishment, Cyber had somehow surged forward, closing the distance that had been 10 meters between them. With a single punch, he sent her flying. How is this possible? The spell didn't take effect? The bloodied woman struggled to rise, only to hear Cyber's emotionless reply. "It did work, but it simply wasn't enough. Such pain is something I have long since grown accustomed to. Next time, you would do well to use Avada Kedavra," Saiyan remarked coolly, following up with another punch. The sound of a thud echoed as the headless corpse crumpled to the ground, and Tinger turned his attention to the only functioning electronic device within the barrier. His gaze was as piercing as a predator's, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Chapter 27, A Different Spider-Man, Part 13, Such strength and speed. No wonder you would consider him a reliance. However, the farce ends here, Mr. Mata. You shall witness how I bring about his demise. Madame Gao rose slowly, and with a single step, she appeared over 10 meters away on the wall. In the next moment, the seemingly elderly woman transformed into a swift panther, racing towards the heart of New York City. That old woman possesses such strength. Mata finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful not to remain in close proximity to danger. His elite 10 red-clad ninjas had faltered against Madame Gao, unable to withstand even a single blow. She was akin to a deity from Chinese mythology, effortlessly slaying from a distance. Even a speeding car could be sent flying with a mere flick of her wrist. This was why Mata had recently adopted such a subservient demeanor. However, monsters should be left to deal with other monsters. Observing the projection of Savar, a smirk crept across Mata's lips. The plan was flawless. Despite a minor hiccup caused by Madame Gao's early appearance, it was proceeding according to plan. Madame Gao possesses strength that far surpasses that of any human, and her combat skills are far more formidable than those of any mutant, such as Spider-Woman or Rhino. She resembles a monster that has lived for centuries, almost mastering every conceivable skill in this world. Be it languages, firearms, hand-to-hand combat, or driving, it seems there is nothing beyond her capabilities. To Matt, she is significantly more formidable than the inexperienced Spider-Woman. Fortunately, this individual is soon to depart from this world. All that remains is to find a minor issue for the mayor, and New York will be entirely under my control. Matt reclined in a wicker chair, indulging in visions of his imminent future. At that moment, a phone rang from his pocket. Dismayed, he glanced at the caller ID, which ominously displayed the word monster, causing his brow to furrow. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he answered the call. "Mr. Samuel, what brings you to call me? Is there something you require assistance with?" Matt attempted to adjust his emotions, feigning ignorance. To his surprise, Samuel did not respond immediately. After a pause, he stated, "In the past, I might have been inclined to engage with you. However, I am currently occupied." "Mr. Samuel? What do you mean?" The call abruptly disconnected, leaving Matt bewildered. Simultaneously, the projection before him lost its connection. With a crash, a discarded machine tumbled to the ground, crushed under Samuel's foot. Disregarding the mobile phone in his palm, he unhesitatingly tossed it into a nearby sewer. Samuel had no knowledge of who had orchestrated the attack against him, but he suspected that it was likely connected to Matt. Rather than speculate further, he resolved to eliminate all suspicious parties. "Reed," he called out. "My lord." A crimson mist erupted beside him, and a raven alighted on Samuel's shoulder. "Go eliminate that Matt, and ensure that all those involved with the hand are also dealt with. But do not employ excessive force." Reed nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to depart, Samuel suddenly inquired, "What would you like to eat once you are finished?" "Are you asking me, my lord?" "Indeed. I cannot allow your efforts to be in vain." Besides, I just issued your salary. As he spoke, Samuel proudly produced a thin envelope from his pocket. The money within was not substantial, perhaps insufficient for a proper meal for the two of them. Yet, it was precisely this that stirred something within Reed. For centuries, Reed had never encountered anyone like Samuel. In the past, he had served various deities and demons, yet only under Samuel's command did he experience a long-lost sense of dignity. No worries, if nothing comes to mind now. Take your time to think it over and let me know upon your return, Samuel said with a smile. My lord. Reed gazed at Samuel in astonishment, his blood-red eyes quivering, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but Samuel seemed to be somewhat different. Rest assured, my lord, I shall return swiftly, Reed declared, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Matt's scheme had ultimately borne half-fruit, as all those associated with the Hand and Madame Gao were slain by Reed. Ironically, this included Matt himself. As night fell, Reed escorted Samuel to a fast-food restaurant. Is this the place? Indeed, compared to those expensive establishments with sparse food, I prefer this. By the way, my lord, are you aware of that beverage called cola? I've seen it on advertisements several times outside. Would you like to try it? Is that permissible? Why not? Glancing at the menu, Samuel addressed the counter, waiter. I would like 5 family bucket meals, and please ensure the cola is chilled. Certainly, 5 family bucket meals coming right up. Selecting a corner table, Samuel and Reed had scarcely seated themselves when a youth suddenly emerged beside them. Tindalos. Hello, Samuel and Reed. The boy was none other than the enigmatic Tindalos. He regarded Samuel and remarked, I can sense the boundaries of your heart gradually dissolving. Are you implying that everything I am doing now is correct? Precisely. As long as you maintain your course, it won't be long before you transcend those boundaries. By the way, have you ordered? If not, please get me one as well. Preferably with a drink. I thought you didn't require sustenance. What a joke. I may not feel hunger, but absorbing energy every day can be overwhelming for anyone. Moreover, I must refrain from making significant moves in this world, lest I attract troublesome entities. However, you needn't worry. At my current rate, in a few days, I will have amassed sufficient energy to take you to the League. The League? You have mentioned it numerous times. What exactly is it? And as a resistance organization, won't you be targeted? Samuel found it perplexing, for with the might of the Supreme Ones, once aware of the League's existence, they would undoubtedly seek to locate its realm. Furthermore, the League had existed for a considerable duration. How could the Supreme Ones not have discovered even a trace of them in all this time? Upon hearing Samuel's question, Tindalos replied proudly, that is the strength of the League. Even if targeted, they have never feared. Yet, I cannot divulge much outside. You must witness everything firsthand to grasp the answers. All right, since you are now an ordinary person, refrain from asking so many questions. Let us focus on our meal. As the two waiters brought over the meals, Tindalos promptly seized a cup of cola. Ah, this is the flavor. Now this is food. I have long grown weary of the sensation of absorbing energy. The boy sighed, quickly donning a pair of disposable gloves. In a frenzy, he devoured the food before him with astonishing speed, rivaling Samuel himself. Within just 2 minutes, Tindalos patted his stomach, satisfied. Well, I have enjoyed myself, but I must take my leave. So soon to depart? Reed inquired curiously. Won't you rest for a while? I just pilfered a creation pillar. The energy is sufficient for me to create a portal to the shallow realm. However, when we meet again, it will be as we leave this world. Thank you for your hospitality. I wish you both a pleasant life. Tindalos waved, suddenly transforming into a shadow and vanishing. Reed cast a worried glance at Samuel. My lord, if we depart too early, will it jeopardize your efforts? Reed, you are mistaken, Samuel explained. No effort is ever wasted, even in failure. It is merely a momentary hesitation on the path to success. Do not dwell too much on it. Our journey ahead is still long. As day transitioned into night, accompanied by the sound of a ringing phone, Samuel awoke from his slumber. Fool, where are you? Our crawling lady has already begun combating crime. Upon answering the call, Samuel was met with James's furious outburst. The deafening sound waves caused a sharp pain in Samir's left ear. His fists clenched tightly, only to quickly relax again. Indeed, he was just an ordinary newspaper reporter now. Forcefully adjusting his emotions, Samir inquired into the phone, Where is she? I will head there immediately. In Prospect Park, Brooklyn. I need you to appear there at once, and bring me all the photos of the Lady Lizard. All right, I'm on my way. Samir ended the call and grabbed the camera beside him. Let me see, Prospect Park is in this direction. With a swift motion, He raised the window and leaped out. Meanwhile, at Prospect Park in the Brooklyn area, police had completely surrounded the vicinity. Outside the cordoned-off area, an officer was diligently operating a computer. "Any luck in locating the bomb?" George Stacy anxiously asked. "Not yet, Sheriff. The exact location remains unconfirmed." "What about a general area?" "We accessed nearby surveillance cameras and only captured footage of a masked man appearing in the northern part of the park, within the woods." "So the bomb could be there?" George hastily inquired. "There's a high probability, but the pressing issue is we don't know how much time is left on the bomb's countdown. If we recklessly send someone in, it could result in casualties." "You're right, but if we do nothing, the reputation of the NYPD will explode just like that bomb." George, troubled, slapped his forehead heavily. Just then, a voice suddenly interjected. "What if we had someone swift to act? Someone who wouldn't be harmed even if the bomb went off." "Are you joking?" An officer waved his hand dismissively. "Those kinds of people don't exist. Come on, don't be so absolute. Spider-Woman can handle it, right?" The voice retorted. "Spider-Woman? That one work. She doesn't know where the bomb is," the officer replied. However, George abruptly turned around, surprised, dressed in her battle attire. Gwen made a face at George and then smiled at the officer, saying, "I know where it is, in the northern woods." "No, wait, Spider-Woman, you can't," George exclaimed. But Gwen simply waved her hand and swung away on her web. "The bomb is buried in the woods. What could that guy possibly want? To create a lake in Prospect Park?" Swiftly, Gwen arrived in the woods. However, as she surveyed the dense trees around her, she suddenly found herself in a predicament. "Should I borrow a metal detector?" she muttered to herself when a question arose from behind her. "A metal detector? What do you need that for?" "Hey!" Hearing that familiar male voice, Gwen turned around. Before she could clearly see the newcomer, a camera flashed in her face. Click! The crisp sound of the shutter rang out. Gwen crossed her arms, somewhat irritated. "Dude, I admit you're quite skilled, but you can't just follow me around all the time. And this isn't the moment for your photos. You must know there's a bomb buried here." Mid-sentence, Gwen suddenly realized something and quickly covered her mouth. "I want to pursue your invasion of my likeness rights for now, but you must leave immediately." Her tone turned awkward as she endeavored to salvage her dignity as a superhero. "Oh my God, what am I doing? I almost slipped." Samir was unaware of what Gwen was searching for, but from her previous remarks, he could surmise a hint. "Someone buried a bomb here?" Without any preamble, Samir asked directly. In an instant, Gwen felt as if the sky had fallen. "No, how did you guess?" Rather than asking me, "You might as well say anyone could have figured it out." Samir replied coolly, then looked around. "So where's the bomb?" Gazing at the eager camera in his hand, Gwen retorted, "If I knew where it was, would I be wasting time here with you? And since you know there's a bomb, why aren't you running? Aren't you afraid of dying?" "No worries," Samir shrugged. "If it really explodes, you'll definitely save me. You're thinking too much. If that bomb goes off, I'll leave you here." Samir didn't respond, merely glanced at Gwen. But that look seemed to convey that she wouldn't do that. "By the way," after scanning around and finding nothing unusual, Samir inquired, "If we can't find the bomb, why not try locating those criminals? I've heard it said that murderers often return to the scene of their crime." "Yes." Gwen's eyes lit up. "You're right. The person who planted the bomb is likely nearby. Plus, they tend to distinguish themselves with unique appearances. I should find them quickly." Chapter 29, A Different Spider-Man, Part 15. Just as Samir had surmised, the individual who buried the bomb was indeed near Prospect Park. When Gwen found him, she successfully learned the bomb's precise location. However, regarding such a specialized matter, Gwen decided to leave it to the police. From a tall building, Samir overlooked the busy officers in Prospect Park, curiously asking, "Does something always have to happen in this city?" "Perhaps, at least that is how it seems to me." Gwen replied with a shrug. "By the way, who exactly are you?" "As you can see, an ordinary newspaper reporter." Samir raised the camera in his hand. "What newspaper reporter would act like you?" Gwen scoffed, but then suddenly froze. "Oh, please don't tell me your name is." Seemingly anticipating Gwen's thoughts, Samir interjected. "My name is Samir, and I'm certainly not a superhero. At most, I'm just a stronger-than-average, ordinary person." "Is that the latest cold joke?" "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Everyone has their secrets, right? Just like you, perhaps behind that mask. You're just a girl barely out of her teens." "A girl? What nonsense. I'm 20. No, I'm 30. Gwen's pupils quivered, and in her panic, she quickly denied it. "Really?" Samir raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Then can you explain why someone in their 30s has time to wander around? Don't you have a job?" In that instant, Gwen felt as if she had been seen through. It was as if there was some magic in his white eyes. My job is different from yours. I work the night shift, you know? The kind where I rest during the day and work at night. Also, I think someone over there might need my help, so I can't chat with you any longer. Goodbye." With that, Gwen hurriedly leaped from the rooftop, swinging away on her web. Fear, anxiety, or perhaps a hint of excitement. Gwen couldn't quite articulate her current emotions. Before encountering Samir, her journey as a superhero had been solitary. She dared not reveal her identity, fearing for the safety of her friends and family. She couldn't confide in those around her, for even her father viewed Spider-Woman as an outlaw vigilante. Even Peter, her childhood friend, and her best friend Mary Jane were people she couldn't share her experiences with. She knew Peter and Mary Jane couldn't help her, and she didn't want to burden her father with worry. Gwen had long yearned for a partner with whom she could share her adventures. Yet despite her exhaustive search throughout New York, she found no other hero. It was not until the arrival of Samir that a sense of something extraordinary filled her. He possessed extraordinary strength and speed, coupled with combat skills that were profoundly advanced, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. However, the more she interacted with him, the more her confidence waned. It seemed he held a skeptical view of superheroes, having even warned her of the potential perils of embracing such a role. His recent words had cast doubt in Gwen's mind, leading her to question whether her identity had been compromised. "Samir, who exactly are you?" Her thoughts were a tumultuous whirlwind, rendering her incapable of coherent contemplation. Even upon returning home that afternoon, her mind remained preoccupied with speculations about Samir. With a click, she opened the door, and as she was about to hang up her backpack, she noticed an unfamiliar scarf on the coat rack. "Hi, Gwen," came a voice. "May? Goodness, I had no idea you were here. Is there a special occasion today?" With Christmas Eve approaching, George invited us over for dinner, May replied. "By the way, has our little girl decided what gift she wants?" Christmas Eve? Has time flown by so quickly? Gwen thought, having been so engrossed in her transformation into Spider-Woman that she had almost lost track of the days. Noticing May's puzzled expression, Gwen explained, "You know, I've been busy with the band, and..." Just as Gwen struggled to articulate her thoughts, a lanky boy interjected, "I bet you're also caught up with prom preparations." "Peter, it's so good to see you." "Likewise," he replied. The slender boy, adorned with round glasses, was none other than Peter Parker, accompanied by Uncle Ben, who had just returned from a taxi run. "All right, everyone, let's pause the reminiscing for a moment. Can someone lend me a hand?" George's voice echoed from the kitchen, prompting Gwen and Peter to immediately respond. "We're on our way." After setting the table, Gwen found herself with little else to occupy her time. As she absent-mindedly fiddled with her utensils, she observed Peter retrieving a camera. "Oh, that's the one you bought earlier. What have you captured with it?" "Some scenic shots, along with a few of the lizard. Speaking of which, let me show you this." Suddenly recalling something, Peter flipped through the album's several pages before halting at a series of upward shots of towering buildings. To her astonishment, each photograph featured the silhouette of Spider-Woman. "Goodness, how many have you taken?" "I've never counted. I just click when it looks good." "But isn't she considered a menace by the news?" Gwen queried. "Not at all. I see her as a hero." Hearing Peter's words warmed Gwen's heart, yet the smile that had graced her features quickly faded into an eye roll. "If she's innocent, why wear a mask?" George chimed in, carrying a large bowl of salad. Noticing the disappointment in the children's eyes, May interjected, "All right, let us not discuss politics during dinner." "Thank you, May," Gwen responded as she accepted the drink she was offered. "No problem, dear. Now eat up." "By the way, Peter," Uncle Ben suddenly remarked, "I met someone interesting recently. I asked him how young people can become strong, and guess what he said? Get out more?" Peter ventured. "I guess it's about eating well," Gwen added with a smile. "Ah, you both got part of it right. He said to exercise, study hard, eat well, play hard, and rest well." "I wholeheartedly agree with his advice," George said as he pulled out a chair for May, addressing Peter. "I used to be as thin as you. But with perseverance, anyone can grow stronger." "Perhaps," Peter replied with a faint smile. "All right, children, it's time to pray," May reminded as everyone took their seats. The five joined hands in a circle, bowing their heads in silent prayer. Whether it was the power of prayer or the mere coincidence of events. In the days following the gathering, Gwen encountered only minor disturbances in her crime-fighting endeavors. Although she often spotted Samir capturing photographs, she kept her distance until she could decipher his true intentions. While the pressures of being Spider-Woman lessened, the demands of school resurfaced. As the holiday concluded, Gwen resumed her academic life. only to be dismayed on the very first day back when she witnessed Peter being bullied. With a thud, the frail Peter was knocked to the ground by a hefty boy, his camera rolling away to reveal a series of ever-changing images of the lizard. "Hey, Ned, you better not touch him again." Stepping protectively in front of Peter, Gwen shoved the bully aside. She aimed to deter Ned from harassing Peter, yet overlooked the fact that Peter was kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a crowd that reveled in his humiliation. Mocking glances were cast upon him, and his ears filled with the taunts of onlookers. Slowly, he retrieved his fallen glasses, his expression growing more resolute. "I'm fine, Gwen." As his white sweater slipped from his shoulders, Peter's gaze remained fixated on the lizard in the photographs. Simultaneously, as he picked up the camera, his right hand inadvertently pressed the page-turning button. On the latest page of the album, the once frail green iguana appeared more robust than a Komodo dragon. Chapter 30, A Different Spider-Man, 16. All right, class, that concludes today's lesson. Wishing you all a pleasant life. As soon as the bell rang, Gwen dashed out of the classroom, her backpack in tow. She had pondered throughout the morning, sensing that something was amiss with Peter. He remained silent at school and continued to be bullied by Ned. However, unlike before, Peter displayed no signs of fear today. If anything, he seemed to have come to terms with something. Upon arriving at Peter's classroom door, Gwen spotted that familiar white sweater. "Hey, Peter, I need to talk to you." "Peter? Who's that?" A stranger girl turned curiously. "Sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else." Gwen quickly apologized, glancing into the classroom. Yet, where was Peter? Where had he gone? Gwen pulled out her phone to call him, only to discover that he had turned it off. Just as uncertainty began to settle in, a red-haired beauty appeared before her. "Hey, Gwen." Mary Jane. The newcomer was none other than Gwen S. and Peter S. friend, Mary Jane. Observing Gwen at the classroom door, Mary Jane inquired, "Are you looking for Peter?" "Yes, Mary Jane. Do you know where he is?" "He should be downtown right now." "Downtown? By the way, didn't you know? He caught the attention of a research institute during an exhibition." "What? Why didn't he tell me about such an important thing?" "I wanted to ask you too, Gwen. Where have you been these days? You haven't been coming to band practice." "Ah, I'm so sorry. I've been swamped lately. But I promise I'll be there tonight." "Is that all right?" "Sure, but this time you better not bail on me." "I promise I'll be there. But can you tell me where that research institute is?" I'm not quite sure, but the exhibition we attended was hosted by Oscorp. So maybe you could find Peter there." "Thanks, Mary Jane. I'll head out now. Don't forget about tonight." I want tea." Gwen hastily exited the teaching building and, finding a secluded spot, quickly donned her battle attire. "All right, Peter, let me see what you are truly up to." Meanwhile, in a narrow and dimly lit chamber, Peter scrutinized the mutated genes within a petri dish, his brow furrowed in concentration. Clad in a lab coat that transformed his usual frail demeanor, his eyes, sharp as daggers behind his round glasses, reflected a determined intensity. "Almost there. I need more blood," Peter murmured to himself as he approached a refrigerated cabinet. Inside the transparent enclosure lay a lethargic green iguana, nearly a meter in length. "Apologies, but I require a bit more of your blood." A look of compassion crossed Peter's face, yet his hands moved without hesitation. With a sharp hiss, the needle pierced the iguana's body, eliciting a pained screech. "Forgive me. It will be over soon." Peter's gaze remained fixed on the syringe, and upon seeing that he had extracted enough blood, he swiftly withdrew the needle. Now, it's time for the final step. Just as Peter Parker prepared to inject the lizard's blood into the apparatus, a sudden knock echoed from the firmly closed door behind him. Knock, knock, knock. Gently rapping on the metal door, Gwen patiently awaited Peter Parker's appearance. However, when the door opened, it revealed a stranger. Dressed in a black uniform of a moving company, the room behind him appeared starkly devoid of any research apparatus. "Whom are you looking for?" Is this the research facility?" "Research facility? Oh, that was dismantled days ago." "Dismantled? What about the people who worked here?" Gwen inquired anxiously. "Where did they go?" "There shouldn't be anyone left, as far as I know. That research facility was disbanded." "Disbanded?" Gwen was momentarily taken aback. She could not comprehend why. If the research facility had ceased to exist, Peter would be nowhere to be found. Moreover, according to Mary Jane, Peter had continued to visit the city center after the facility's disbandment. Just as Gwen contemplated how to locate Peter, a piercing scream erupted from behind her. "Monster, run!" Like a stone crashing into a tranquil pond, chaos erupted as people and vehicles flooded the streets in panic. Amidst the fleeing crowd, a green figure caught Gwen's eye. Was that the lizard? A humanoid lizard, over 3 meters long, was scuttling across the ground on all fours. Draped over its form was a tattered white lab coat. Help! Someone, please save me. The lizard rampaged through the street, careening into vehicles with ease. A father returning from a theme park with his daughter tragically collided with the terrifying creature. Boom! The 2-ton car was tossed aside as if it were a mere toy in the lizard's grasp. Just as the lizard was about to collide with the father and daughter, 2 strands of webbing swiftly ensnared them. Having learned from the previous encounter in the jewelry store, Gwen opted not to obstruct the enemy, but instead pulled the pair to safety. Don't worry, little girl, you're safe now. You are that Spider-Woman. Contrary to Gwen's expectations, the rescued father wore a look of terror. In the news he had consumed, this oddly dressed individual was clearly a fearsome entity. A notion even the police would readily endorse. Spider-Woman, huh? Gwen sighed in resignation but refrained from further comment. There were more pressing matters at hand, and countless individuals still awaited her assistance. As she released webbing, Gwen rescued one ordinary person after another. Before the police could arrive, she had already evacuated the throngs from the chaotic street. Now, amidst the clutter of vehicles, only Gwen and the lizard remained in close proximity. Hiss! The massive lizard roared in a frenzy, scanning its surroundings. Big guy, what are you searching for? Gwen shouted instinctively, but was suddenly struck by a sense of impending danger. Her spider sense tingled, prompting her to leap. As she performed a flip, a blue flying sword whizzed beneath her. So, you are the Spider-Man? A strange voice called out as Gwen quickly turned to see a man in a white robe standing atop a sword behind him. 80 blue swords fanned out like a peacock's plumage. That girl, Kelly. You killed her, didn't you? As the man spoke, he raised his right hand, causing the previously launched flying swords to return to his side. The bizarre weaponry and his peculiar words astonished Gwen. Who are you? Chapter 31. A different Spider-Man, 17. Who am I? I am the one who will guide you on your journey. The swords soared into the sky. The man formed a sword gesture, and the 81 flying swords instantly scattered outward. These swords, akin to missiles, launched toward Gwen from all directions. Oh no! She swiftly shot a web, propelling herself towards a lamppost. Yet, despite her speed, the relentless barrage of swords still left her injured. A new wound marred her already battered back. The crimson slit beneath her tattered battle attire was a gruesome sight. Enduring the pain, Gwen grasped the T-shaped lamppost and performed a grand pirouette in midair. She believed she could evade the swords, yet they swiftly returned after failing to strike her. Even more alarming, the rampaging lizard, seemingly in a frenzy, lifted a nearby car and hurled it towards Gwen. Damn, where are these creatures coming from? With a flurry of swords in front and a hurtling vehicle behind, Gwen hung precariously from the lamppost, seemingly trapped in a dire predicament. Gotcha! The sword-wielding man smirked, convinced Gwen was doomed. As he pondered moving on to the next world devoid of players, a sudden clamor of clashing swords erupted. The man furrowed his brow. Gwen seized the opportunity, detaching the lamppost and leaping towards the car's windshield. Bam! The tremendous impact shattered both the front and back windows. In that critical moment, Gwen danced through the oncoming vehicle like a ballet dancer. Clang! With a cacophony of metal colliding, the flying swords were sent spiraling away by the force of the car. That was close. Gwen gasped, her heart racing. Just a moment slower, and she might have perished beneath those swords. Ignoring her wounds, Gwen's eyes darted around, searching for a way to separate the lizard from the man, so she would not have to confront both simultaneously. The man, oblivious to Gwen's subtle maneuvers, disdainfully remarked, "Just an NPC. You think you can turn the tide? You will perish here." Blue energy surged from the man, and the fallen swords began to levitate once more. Good heavens! As the swords stirred back to life, Gwen felt a chill run down her spine. It seemed the lizard sensed the danger, abruptly retreating from the chaotic scene. With a powerful claw, he effortlessly pried open a massive sewer cover. Without hesitation, the lizard prepared to escape into the sewer. Gwen's eyes lit up as she hurried towards the sewer. Although the sewer was somewhat disgusting, it was exceptionally suited to her needs. The narrow confines would not only maximize the effectiveness of her webbing, but also restrict the movements of that man. The dark, damp environment would further aid her in concealing herself. Most importantly, even if that man did not enter the sewer, she could first deal with the lizard man before considering how to confront him. Gwen swiftly dived into the sewer, and as soon as she landed, a pungent odor assaulted her senses. It felt as if she had plunged into a garbage heap, and the repugnant stench caused her physical discomfort. However, before she could acclimate to the foulness, a sound sliced through the air behind her. What? She turned around in surprise, narrowly avoiding having her throat sliced by a tail. As blood dripped down her cheek, a green figure was climbing above her. Did that creature actually know how to ambush? Seeing its sneak attack thwarted, the lizard man roared and charged at Gwen. She quickly crouched to evade, only to discover that the assault was merely a feint. As the lizard man's massive body twisted within the sewer, the true attack originated from his tail. With a resounding crash, the thick tail slammed into the wall, creating a horrifying dent. A brute like you is far easier to handle, Gwen thought, launching strands of webbing. Unlike the rhino, the lizard man was a veritable monster. The techniques that ensnared humans were utterly ineffective against him. With no other choice, Gwen reinforced her webbing, employing the simplest and most direct method to wrap the lizard man in a cocoon. Anticipating her intentions, the lizard man suddenly let out a deafening roar. Just as Gwen braced for an attack, the massive green figure turned and fled deeper into the sewer without a backward glance. Hey, wait, Gwen quickly pursued. But the sewer was a labyrinthine maze. Even if she was fast, the lizard man seemed to have spent considerable time in the tunnels and was well versed in the various routes. Each time Gwen nearly caught up to him, he managed to escape through a fork in the path. As she continued her relentless chase, the surrounding light grew dimmer. Just as Gwen attempted to adjust to the darkness, a blinding light suddenly pierced her eyes. Oh heavens! Caught completely off guard, Gwen was forced to halt. By the time her vision gradually returned, the lizard man had vanished from sight. Where did he go? Gwen searched for any sign of the creature. However, apart from a large overhead lamp, all that remained was a filthy stream of water. He wouldn't have escaped through there, would he? Frowning at the repugnant flow, Gwen noted that she had heard no sound of splashing. Given the lizard man's size, he could not possibly enter the water without making a noise. There must be something I overlooked. Gwen carefully scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, she appeared to notice something unusual on the wall behind the lamp. Tapping lightly against the wall, her knuckles produced a sound akin to knocking. This was not a wall, but a hidden door. With a firm push, the door silently swung open. It was not until the door struck the wall that it emitted a loud bang. The sudden noise startled the boy inside the room. A green vial fell to the ground, and a weak Peter Parker, clad only in a tattered white lab coat, gazed at the Spider-Woman at the doorway. His eyes filled with remorse. I'm sorry, Gwen. I didn't mean to trouble you. Gwen? Who is Gwen? What are you talking about? All right. You don't need to explain further. Peter Parker struggled to rise from the floor, picking up the vial at his feet as he spoke. Earlier, that man who can control flying objects found me and said I was Spider-Man and that he wanted to kill me. To protect myself, I had no choice but to use the lizard serum, but what I didn't realize was that the side effects were too severe. I couldn't control myself. I hurt you, Gwen. When her name echoed from Peter's lips once more, Gwen froze in place. When did you find out? She slowly removed her mask, revealing her youthful face. Since I met Mary Jane. You didn't come home after school. Uncle George said you were at band practice, but I asked Mary Jane, and there was no such thing. And then there's Ned. Gwen, you lifted him with one hand, remember? I'm sorry, Peter. I didn't mean to keep it from you. I know, you were simply worried that we would be harmed by malicious individuals. Peter said gently, you have always been protecting us, always safeguarding New York. But, he coughed, leaning heavily against the research table. Now you are the one in danger, Gwen. Are you referring to that man? I know he is formidable, but I will resolve this soon. No, it's not as simple as you think. Peter frowned. What you need to do now is leave here and revert to Gwen Stacy until that man is dealt with by someone else. What Peter did not disclose was that the reason for his earlier frenzy stemmed from being severely injured by that man, while the lizard serum granted him remarkable healing abilities. It also inundated his mind with the beastly instincts of the lizard. Clutching the remaining serum, Peter earnestly implored Gwen, I beg you, let me help you this time. That is impossible, Peter. I am Spider-Woman. It is my duty to protect you. Gwen said, resolutely replacing her mask. You look terrible right now. You cannot use any more of that serum. Gwen approached Peter and lifted him up. I will take you to the hospital, and all you need to do is close your eyes and sleep. Tomorrow, you will awake to see May and Ben. Just as Gwen attempted to comfort Peter, a sound cut through the air from behind them. Watch out, Peter shouted as Gwen instinctively moved aside while holding him. With a piercing sound, a sharp blade pierced through the makeshift instruments on the table, and that was merely the beginning. One flying sword after another struck, yet Gwen saw no figure. Unbeknownst to her, that man could locate her without sight, possessing a power known as divine awareness. Contrary to Gwen's initial expectations, the very environment that should have served as her advantage ultimately became her hindrance. In the confined space, evading the flying swords was nearly impossible, especially while carrying the weakened Peter. "Put me down. I can help you stop him." Peter again pleaded with Gwen as they fled. But Gwen appeared to be deaf to his words, continuing to run with determination. Even when struck by the flying swords, she remained silent, steadfastly carrying Peter away. Gradually, the surrounding darkness was once again illuminated, and Gwen's face lit up with joy. Gazing at the passageway leading to the surface, she rushed to climb up. However, just as she was about to poke her head out, her spider sense went haywire. No, she halted abruptly at the brink of peeking out. The next moment, a flying sword slashed horizontally from above. With a whoosh, the sharp blade narrowly missed her head, failing to inflict any harm. Boom. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Gwen hastily returned to the ground, pursued closely by dozens of flying swords. "Peter, I will find you a safe place first. Once I resolve these troubles, I will take you to the hospital." Upon hearing Ginwen's words, Pite fell into silence for a brief moment before finally nodding in agreement. He recognized the futility in attempting to dissuade Ginwen, yet he resolutely refused to allow her to face the battle alone. As Ginwen evaded the flying blades while concealing Pite on a rooftop, she remained oblivious to the determination reflected in his gaze. Watching her retreating figure, Pite unhesitatingly utilized the lizard serum in his possession. An unrelenting surge of power flooded into his body, causing the once frail form of Pite Pake to expand dramatically, ultimately transforming him into a colossal lizard man. Under the weak control of Pite's consciousness, the lizard man leaped from the rooftop. Simultaneously, within the offices of the Daily Bugle, James, having received explosive news, swiftly dialed a number. Upon pressing the connect button, Simier held the phone at a distance with practiced ease. "Simier, where are you? The latest news about Spider-Woman is about to reach the San Francisco press. Hurry and get to the scene. The location is," as the voice on the phone diminished. Simier leisurely brought the phone back to his ear. "All right, I'll be there shortly." He ended the call and immediately hailed a taxi. "Where to?" "Osborne Tower." As police cars sped past, Simier even spotted an armored vehicle among them. Such a show of force was a rarity in his journalistic career. The last time he encountered something similar was during an incident involving a so-called monster. As Simier pondered the cause of such commotion, the scenery outside the window suddenly froze. "Sir, we can't get through up ahead." Hearing the taxi driver's words, Simier rolled down the window for a glance, only to discover that the route to Osborne Tower had been cordoned off by the police. "No problem, this will do." After exiting the vehicle, he approached the perimeter like an ordinary reporter. Before he could reach the barricade, a police officer intercepted him. "Sir, passage ahead is prohibited. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a reporter for the Daily Bugle. Here is my press pass." "A reporter, you say?" Just as Simier prepared to present his credentials, enormous magical formations suddenly appeared in the sky nearby. "A magical formation?" Simier raised an eyebrow. Such phenomena could not possibly exist in this world. The only explanation was the presence of a player. However, recalling the earlier appearance of a player collaborating with the Hand Association, Simier was not particularly surprised. Yet, he found himself curious about whether Spider-Woman could contend with those players. Chapter 32, A Different Spider-Man, Part 18, From the Streets to the Alleys, From Roads to Towering Buildings. Ginwen relentlessly shifted her surroundings. The speed of the flying blades never waned, yet Ginwen's stamina waned increasingly. The wounds inflicted by the vulture, the cuts from the blades, and the tiny lacerations from shattered glass all ached with every movement. As those injuries were exposed to the rapid pace of her flight, Ginwen felt as though her bones were on fire. Nonetheless, she had no choice but to endure the myriad discomforts and pains, evading the relentless assault of the flying blades time and again. She attempted to ensnare the blades with her webbing, but each time her strands touched the blades, a surge of blue energy would sever them. As time passed, her movements grew slower. The man loomed like the sword of Damocles suspended in midair, intensifying the pressure upon Ginwen with each passing moment. He could easily inflict harm upon her, yet she could not even manage to make contact with him. What exacerbated her despair was the fact that he seemed like an unyielding machine, continuously wielding those flying blades. What method was he employing? What was the source of his energy? Ginwen sought to uncover the connection between the man and the blades, yet found herself at a loss. Even if she managed to disrupt a few of the blades momentarily, they would soon be restored by a peculiar energy. At present, she felt akin to a small insect being pursued by a cat. Any pause could spell disaster. Police had ventured into the combat zone, but they could not halt the blades for even a second. Moreover, both Ginwen and the man moved at speeds far exceeding that of ordinary humans. In the blink of an eye, they could have already traversed to another street. The NYPD was left powerless. Aside from dispersing the crowd and widening the cordon, they could only await new reinforcements. Ginwen, weak and exhausted, took refuge behind a wall. At that moment, she was drenched in cold sweat, her body beginning to shiver. Her complexion had turned pale, and her lips bore a slight tinge of purple. The wounds that had once bled were now dry, for she had lost all her blood. Pain, coldness, exhaustion. Ginwen began to regret her decision to come here, lamenting her meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Fear gripped her. She was terrified of dying. Terrified of never seeing her family and friends again. Must it truly be this way? Ginwen murmured in anguish. She was weary, more so than ever before. She longed for sustenance or even a sip of water. She was unaware of how long she had been battling that man, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. I am tired. I am wounded. I wish to return home and sleep. I do not want to remain here. Could she escape? Could she make it someone else's problem? Then she could return to her father, attend band practice. Ginwen felt herself on the brink of collapse, especially when the piercing sound of the blades slicing through the air resounded once more, causing her body to tremble. However, to her surprise, this time the target of the flying blades was not herself. As a flurry of gunfire erupted, dozens of blades flew back to the man's side. Whether from the ground troops or the snipers and helicopters, the bullets they fired were completely blocked by the blades encircling the man. A swarm of ants. I won't kill you. Consider it mercy, but you dare to provoke me? Then perish, the man declared, suddenly tilting his head back. As a pale blue blade shot forth from his mouth, dark clouds began to gather overhead. Blinding lightning danced within the clouds, and the thunderous roars sent shivers through the onlookers below. The weather has changed? How on earth did he accomplish this? No one could answer Ginwen's question. At that moment, the only sound resonating in the world was the incantation uttered by the man. 9 heavens Xianxia, transform into divine thunder, resplendent celestial might, guided by the sword. Suddenly, a colossal magical formation appeared in midair, accompanied by a crash of thunder. The small blade expelled from the man's mouth began to attract countless bolts of lightning, gradually coalescing into a dragon of lightning several dozen meters long. Even before the lightning dragon descended, the ordinary police officers were overwhelmed by an immense pressure, rendering them unconscious. Ginwen leaned against the wall, barely able to catch her breath. She now faced 2 choices: to flee, leaving the police to confront that terrifying foe, risking countless lives. Yet at least she could survive. But was that truly right? Was it truly just? Ginwen lowered her head, glancing at a lifeless body at her feet. The lower half had been neatly severed, and the expression on the face was one of anguish. Perhaps, in his final moments, he had endured immense suffering. Suddenly, Ginwen caught sight of her reflection in a nearby glass wall. The image portrayed her as a disheveled figure, her suit tattered and her body marred. Even her mask bore numerous tears, and strands of golden hair, soaked with sweat, spilled through the openings. As Ginwen brushed aside those strands, a glaring wound came into view. She was injured, deeply so, yet at least she was still alive. But what of those ordinary people? Would they ever return home, ever see their loved ones again? In a moment of daze, Gwen suddenly recalled an evening not long ago. At that time, she was hiding on the rooftop to rest when a certain individual, lacking any sense of distance, found her. He posed a perplexing question. You possess such formidable power, capable of using it for nefarious deeds to secure a more indulgent life. Why do you persist in being Spider-Woman? Is it merely for respect? Gwen had been at a loss for words in response to that man's inquiry, but now, gazing upon the corpses strewn across the ground and the helpless police officers trapped in peril, she felt equipped to answer him. She aspired to be Spider-Woman not for anyone's respect, nor for any form of recompense, but to protect those without power. As she observed the thunderous dragon poised above her, fear vanished from her gaze, replaced by a resolute determination to embrace death if necessary. Threads of webbing shot forth in all directions. The metallic structures, steel sheets, and even broken streetlights were drawn towards her. Under the weight of death, an inexhaustible force surged within Gwen's body. She felt no pain, nor fatigue. The rigid metal bars morphed continuously in her grasp. While she pulled the ordinary people to safety, she rapidly constructed a creation of steel. High above, the man wielding the power of divine retribution regarded the bustling Spider-Woman with disdain. It was futile. He scoffed and summoned the thunderous dragon. Destruction. Just as he was about to speak, a massive steel beam hurtled toward his back at a terrifying speed. What? The sudden attack disrupted his focus, causing the descending thunder dragon to falter. Not far behind him, atop the Oscorp building, Lizard Peter Parker remained in the act of throwing. Though Peter's assault did not genuinely harm the man, it bought Gwen precious time. Boom. With a deafening roar, the thunder dragon descended. Visible currents of electricity swept through the streets like a tsunami. Yet, within a vast iron cage, Gwen could not help but smile. She had succeeded. Although the Faraday cage was searing hot from the lightning, such burns were bearable compared to death. In the sky, the man gazed at Gwen, who had endured his ultimate technique, yet still lived, his fury beyond words. Why? She was merely an NPC. Why could she not just die for him? As the furious man prepared to cast another spell, a rocket suddenly appeared before him. Boom. Glancing at the massive fireball erupting in the sky, Samuel discarded the rocket launcher he held. He looked at the injured Gwen within the cage and raised his camera. Care for a shot? Chapter 33, A Different Spider-Man. And, is everything over? It is over. When those 3 words escaped Samuel's lips, Gwen finally succumbed. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Despite her injuries, a smile graced her face. Samuel, I know how to answer you now. I do not fight for honor or others' admiration. I simply wish to help them, to aid those without power. I fight to protect. As she spoke, her eyes slowly closed. Her body had long reached its limit. Her endurance until now was solely due to extraordinary will. After the brutal battle, Gwen could finally embrace her well-deserved respite. Everyone was aware that she was Spider-Woman, that she possessed powers beyond the mundane. Yet, what they did not know was that behind the identity of Spider-Woman lay a barely adult girl. Perhaps, as a warrior, she was rather naive, easily vanquished by Samuel's opportunistic strikes, yet she had been pushed to such a desperate brink. Nevertheless, Samuel had to concede that she was indeed a competent superhero, fighting for the sake of protection. Samuel inhaled deeply, then suddenly shed all the constraints upon himself. There were no thunderous roars, no earth-shattering displays. He appeared much like the journalist he once was. Of course, while his demeanor remained calm, it was anything but ordinary. In an instant, Reed materialized beside Samuel. Sir, have you successfully broken through? Reed inquired uncertainly, for in his perception, Samuel seemed little changed from before. Yet, Samuel's next words left Reed bewildered. No, I have not succeeded. Not succeeded? Then why? Reed was at a loss, for Samuel had spoken those words with a smile. But Samuel waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. The reason I restored my powers was merely to assist her. Upon hearing this, Reed remembered the presence of others nearby. However, when he saw the unconscious Gwen, he queried, if you intend to heal her, then calling upon me should suffice. Why must you? Reed sighed helplessly. By contrast, Samuel felt no regret. He healed Gwen's wounds and tended to others nearby. Had this been in the past, such an act would have been impossible. Previously, Samuel adhered to a value system akin to a balancing scale. He would not assist anyone unless they had aided him or offered some benefit. However, through Gwen, over these ordinary weeks, he had experienced an alternative perspective. His employer would reduce his pay simply out of stinginess, while pedestrians would help him purely out of goodwill. And then there was Spider-Woman, a superhero who sought to protect others without expectation of reward. If Samuel were to impose a standard upon these diverse individuals, he would find himself at a loss. Yet, by contemplating from a different angle, he began to grasp why these people behaved as they did. There was no other reason. They simply wished to do so. Tindalos understood that within each person lay a boundary, and had some idea of how to transcend it. What he did not realize was that such boundaries were set by each individual themselves. How could an intangible limitation possibly arise from a tangible world? The boundary within a person's heart could only be the shackles of their own spirit. Although Samuel had not truly broken through, he had gained genuine insight into this matter. Even regarding the highest level of individuals within that space, he had begun to form his own speculations. Indeed, various genes existed within the realm of the Supreme. Yet perhaps those tangible genes also bore diverse tangible shackles, unlike the boundaries of the heart, which could be transcended through spiritual insight. Those shackles born from the Supreme were not easily unraveled by just anyone. All right, Reed, there is nothing particularly pressing on my end. Once I deliver the photos to the Horn newspaper, we shall indulge in a feast at Burger King. Horn newspaper? Sir, in this moment, you still think of that wretched paper? You have failed to break your limits. After spending so many days, you have gained nothing. Do you not feel disheartened? Observing Reed flailing about in regret, Samuel chuckled as he tousled his hair. All right, I merely stated that I haven't achieved success. I never claimed I had failed. Huh. Rueda stood there, perplexed. Although he comprehended the words spoken by Saiyan, he found himself unable to grasp their meaning when they were formed into a complete sentence. However, Saiyan seemed disinclined to provide an explanation, casually perusing the camera in his hands while strolling through the streets of New York. Wait, sir, please wait for me. What on earth were you just saying? Rueda transformed into a crow and flew towards Saiyan. Their shadows stretched long beneath the sun, mirroring the imprints they left upon this world, neither too many nor too few. On the following morning, as Gwen stepped out, Peter, who appeared transformed, as if he were a different person, emerged from the adjacent small house just then. Upon seeing each other, they both raised their newspapers in greeting. Good morning, Spider-Woman. Good morning, Dr. Lizard. They exchanged quiet salutations, only to break into simultaneous laughter. The headline on the newspaper boldly proclaimed, Heroes Arise. Spider-Woman joins forces with Dr. Lizard to save New York. I can hardly believe that James actually got my name right, Gwen remarked with a sense of gratification. Peter responded with a chuckle, Ha ha, if James weren't still working, I would think the editor of the Daily Bugle had been replaced. But speaking of which, Gwen, who took care of that enemy? You don't know? Know what? After I interfered with that man, I fainted. The side effects of the lizard serum were greater than I anticipated. Uh-huh, but you said you were fine before? Gwen shot Peter an irritated glance. But what did the person you asked say? Gwen paused for 2 seconds, suddenly recalling the self-introduction of the other party. He is a remarkable journalist. A journalist? Yes. But he resigned, saying he was leaving. I suspect he must be going back to his home country. By the way, Peter, have you ever considered trying to become a journalist? I can arrange a filming permit for you. It sounds like a promising profession, but before that, I would prefer to learn from you how to become a superhero. Chapter 34, Fierce Battle. The Return of the Stars. 11. There is only one enemy left. Let us not waste any more time. Use that move directly. Star's tone bore a hint of mania, as if he were a zealot of some religion. Star, if we resort to that method, what will happen to the ordinary people in this city? Ordinary people? What ordinary people? Aren't they just a bunch of NPCs? Besides, didn't you say before that as long as we have each other, that's enough? Or do you no longer agree with me? You would abandon me for those inconsequential beings? No, Star, please let me explain. 11 was about to speak, but Star's next words rendered her speechless. Don't forget, who did I become like this for? It's all for you, 11. 11 stood frozen, visions of her past resurrection in the alchemist's world flooding her mind. If Star hadn't forsaken everything back then, she would have perished long ago. It was precisely to save her that Star had become this mad figure. Yet, looking at the bustling pedestrians around them, it was clear they were all vibrant lives. The thought of annihilating all these individuals at once left 11 utterly at a loss. She struggled, pondering how to dissuade her friend. Just then, a dazzling purple light descended upon her, and Star's tempting words echoed in her mind. It's all right, 11, remember? They are merely data created by the space. Every world has many such data, and even if we eliminate some, they will soon restore. They are data? 11's eyes shimmered with purple light, and the people who had been walking on the streets began to vanish. Indeed, 11, do you still remember our identities? Players. This world is just a game, merely eliminating some NPCs. There's nothing wrong with that. Besides, isn't everyone doing the same? You have a point. Blinded by her convictions, 11 nodded slowly and then retrieved a piece of chalk from her storage space. Moments later, a unique transmutation circle appeared on the street, a perfectly arranged circle with spiraling triangles nested within. This was her mark of becoming an A-class player and her most formidable area-wide lethal move. However, she had only employed this technique once before. Without further hesitation, 11 clasped her hands together, producing a crisp sound, and then pressed firmly onto the transmutation circle. As a brilliant blue light illuminated the surroundings, A pang of pain surged through her heart, as if she had committed an act against her conscience. The Earth Transmutation, a colossal transmutation technique of Eleven's own creation. Utilizing the Philosopher's Stone within her, capable of fulfilling all wishes, she could instantaneously alter the sewer systems beneath a vast city. Of course, if it were merely for that purpose, it could at most be deemed a large-scale inorganic reincarnation. However, when combined with another transmutation technique she had mastered, the resulting power would be terrifying. At the very least, for those players who never prioritized soul protection, the lethality of this move was undeniably dreadful. A horrific energy erupted from within 11, even tearing her garments, exposing the alluring Ouroboros symbol on her chest. Boom. Suddenly, the entire city of San Francisco began to tremble. The sewers, once spread throughout the nation, were forcibly reshaped under 11's power, ultimately transforming into a massive transmutation circle encircling the entire city. This transmutation circle was named the National Transmutation Circle. 11. What are you waiting for? He is about to escape the city. Act quickly. Taking a deep breath, 11 steeled herself, channeling more power from the Philosopher's Stone within her. Human transmutation, activate. In an instant, countless dark tendrils erupted from the ground. Accompanied by a crimson glow, they seized the lives of every individual in that city. Bang! In the streets and within homes, those who had been enjoying peaceful lives collapsed to the ground. The enormous transmutation circle loomed above San Francisco, and the hostile players who had attempted to flee now fell helplessly to the ground. They tried to fight against the tendrils reaching for them, but little did they know, those tendrils were merely shadows. As a wave of agony surged through their bodies, the players' souls were gradually extracted by those tendrils. Ultimately, they merged with all the other human souls, flowing into 11. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Exactly 60,000 lives were lost before the four words task completed materialized before 11. As countless souls surged into her, 11 collapsed in agony. Even with the transmutation circle's transformation preventing her from exploding due to an excess of souls, the influx of thousands of souls was enough to drive her mind nearly to madness. In an instant, her mind was filled with various voices, confusion, fear, anger, and astonishment. Yet, regardless of the voice, they shared a commonality. They all harbored hatred for 11. But none of that mattered now, for the task was complete. The players departed, leaving behind a world in ruins. At the same time, beyond the barriers of the world, a figure stood with arms crossed, quietly awaiting something. Suddenly, the supreme aura of the world vanished. She couldn't help but smile as the corners of her mouth lifted. The days of hide and seek are over. With that, she flicked her tail and charged toward the world before her. My energy is limited, so once the door opens, we must leave immediately. What if we encounter danger along the way? Rest assured, there is little danger to be encountered. The Supreme One has departed, and I shall shroud the portal to prevent detection. However, due to the intricate nature of the ritual, once commenced, I shall be wholly absorbed in it. If it were not for my urgent desire to return, I would not resort to this method. Now, enough of this chatter. I shall begin. On a deserted island, Tindalos unsheathed a bone dagger. Gazing up at the resplendent starry sky above, he unhesitatingly slit his own throat. He struggled, uttering obscure and cryptic symbols. From the gaping wound, droplets of blood began to rise, suspending themselves above Tindalos in a peculiar arrangement. RYD, observing this spectacle, felt no extraordinary energy aside from the flying droplets of blood. Yet, Samir beside him suddenly widened his eyes. Among the varying sizes of blood droplets, he discerned the visage of the universe itself. The blood resembled a miniature rendition of the myriad stars, mimicking the night sky overhead. Suddenly, an indescribable sensation washed over Samir, causing his heart to momentarily halt. In that instant, he felt as if his heart had been caressed by an unseen force. "My lord, are you all right?" RYD inquired, noticing Samir's unusual demeanor. "No, it's nothing, perhaps just an illusion," Samir replied, lowering his gaze as he scrutinized his body but found no abnormalities. The earlier sensation seemed as if it had never existed. Before Samir could comprehend the cause of his feelings, a visible beam of light descended from the heavens. The luminosity appeared as though it were projected from the stars, yet also as if it had burst forth from beyond the cosmos. Upon witnessing the beam enveloping Tindalos, Samir abruptly looked up, fixating on the golden light that had intruded from the universe beyond. RYD, Protect Tyndalos. What? My lord, what are you saying? RYD, still bewildered, watched as Samir ascended toward the sky. There was no mistaking it. That aura belonged to the individual who had previously pursued Tyndalos. Tyndalos, accustomed to dealings with the supreme beings, presumed they would not squander excessive power to eliminate him. However, he did not anticipate that the foe before him was no ordinary supreme being. Their minions were unlike any other destined beings. Even Tyndalos was incredulous that someone lay in wait beyond the world. Thus, when the essence of the supreme being dissipated from this realm, and Tyndalos, unprepared, conducted the ritual, the long-awaited adversary seized the moment. The intruder unleashed their power without restraint, to the extent that even RYD on the island sensed the impending danger. Within his perception, if Samir's aura resembled a storm cloud, then the woman before him was an entire sky. The terrifying pressure descended from above, disrupting Tyndalos's concentration. The blood that had been flowing steadily suddenly quickened its pace. RYD, overwhelmed, knelt to the ground, devoid of any will to resist. In this dire moment, however, Samir's voice echoed in his mind. RYD, your arduous training over these days is not for kneeling in defeat. Samir's words struck like thunder, awakening RYD from his despair. Gasping for breath, he forced himself to suppress his fear and gradually stood. Sweat drenched his back, and his limbs felt utterly fatigued. Yet, he rose, extending his energy outward, laboriously resisting the pressure descending from above. With the external interference diminished, Tyndalos slowly regained his composure. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Samir observed the woman before him with a grave expression. She sported a bob haircut and adorned her left ear with a golden earring. Aside from her form-fitting pink attire, she wore a combat suit that struck Samir as familiar. The woman's countenance was cold, surrounded by a golden radiance. Yet Samir could sense within that golden light the ominous aura of the accursed deity. This sensation suggested her power exceeded 200 million. Samir dared not underestimate her. He swiftly shed his black cloak and unleashed his full strength. First, he activated the 20-fold Kaioken, followed by a potential burst. In just half a month, while Samir had been unable to surpass the limits of Super Saiyan, his profound understanding of his inner self had granted him mastery over another ability. During his fierce confrontation with the deity, he had momentarily drawn upon that power, and now he could wield it with proficiency. In an instant, dark purple energy erupted from Samir's being. His already formidable muscles swelled further under the influence of primal power. To an onlooker, Samir appeared as a humanoid giant, with his energy multiplying 200-fold in an instant. Noticing Samir's transformation, the woman displayed a hint of surprise. However, upon glimpsing the tail that was no longer concealed behind him, she sighed. What a pity, you too are a Saiyan. It is I who should be lamenting, Samir retorted, frowning at the woman's apparent regret for him. You are also a Saiyan, possessing such immense power. Why do you serve that wretched being? Is it not enough that you played the dog for Frieza on Planet Vegeta? Frieza. Samir's words struck a chord within the woman, darkening her expression. Silence, you fool. I could crush trash like Frieza with a mere hand. A golden energy sphere erupted from her palm. Samir could sense that even this casual strike possessed the power to annihilate stars. Should such an attack reach the ground, both Tyndalos and RYD would undoubtedly be in peril. Furrowing his brow, Samir swatted away the approaching energy sphere. When that minuscule orb impacted a distant planet, it detonated in the cosmos like a brilliant firework. No, I cannot engage her on Earth. A moment of clarity struck Samir, and he mockingly called out to the female Saiyan. You must be quite comfortable now, right? After all, in this infinite universe, there are many who will accompany you in servitude, just as you did for Frieza. At these words, the woman's chest heaved, and her eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she ground her teeth. You wretched being. I will kill you. Then come and try? Samir replied, promptly soaring beyond the atmosphere. The mockery on his face vanished in an instant. Dark purple energy and golden energy blazed forth like two shooting stars, swiftly departing Earth. However, before Samir could contemplate where to lead the battle, a barrage of over 100 energy spheres rained down upon him from behind. Humph, just as expected of a Saiyan. This combat style is far too simplistic. With a roll of his eyes, a rift in space abruptly opened behind Samir. Simultaneously, a similar rift manifested behind the female Saiyan. What? Shock filled the woman's eyes as her own attack was suddenly redirected back at her. She had witnessed many peculiar abilities, being a Saiyan herself. Yet she had never encountered a Saiyan quite like this. Nevertheless, in the face of absolute power, no amount of trickery would suffice. With a single punch, Samir obliterated the multitude of energy spheres. Meanwhile, the female Saiyon's combat prowess surged to a staggering 300 million. The combat prowess of Sai Meyer exceeds an astonishing 100 million, resulting in a colossal impact. In an instant, a woman materialized before Sai Meyer. However, before she could strike, Sai Meyer had already assumed a defensive stance. Yet, what was the use of such a posture? The female Saiyan regarded this with disdain, for her speed far surpassed that of Sai Meyer. But just as her attack was about to connect, a grayish-white aura subtly crept from Sai Meyer's surface to her fist. A peculiar sensation of stagnation flickered and vanished, and when she regained her composure, Sai Meyer had deftly maneuvered behind her. In that fleeting moment, Sai Meyer unleashed a powerful right punch. The female Saiyan promptly turned, but as she prepared to block the onslaught, a rift in space devoured Sai Meyer's fist. Suddenly, Sai Meyer's fist reappeared behind the female Saiyan. With a resounding thud, Sai Meyer spared no effort, striking with all her might. The black-red lightning erupted from his fist, sending the female Saiyan hurtling away. Her fragile form collided with a meteorite the size of a city. Yet, upon contact with the meteorite, the immense force shattered it to pieces. With a sudden jolt of energy, the female Saiyan steadied herself, feeling a searing pain in her back, her fury intensifying. "I will not let you go unpunished." Seizing a massive meteorite, she hurled it toward Sai Meyer while accelerating toward him. To her, the meteorite provided sufficient cover for a surprise attack. Little did she know, Sai Meyer could sense her energy and effortlessly see through the meteorite. Thus, to Sai Meyer, she appeared foolish, blindly trailing behind the meteorite. However, her lack of cunning did not diminish her strength. Sai Meyer's previous strike had not even drawn blood. It was time to alter his approach. As the meteorite hurtled toward him, Sai Meyer raised his hands, summoning the death discs. Accompanied by dark purple serrated discs manifesting in his grasp, Sai Meyer opened another rift in space. Whoosh! 2 discs entered the rift, instantly reappearing far behind Sai Meyer. However, they would soon be consumed by a newly opened spatial rift. This peculiar operation created an illusion akin to a flickering purple light behind Sai Meyer. Yet only he knew the devastating lethality hidden within that purple glow. The death discs enhanced the cutting power of the energy's circular slash, albeit at a slower speed. Even as Sai Meyer opened the spatial rift before the female Saiyan, her speed allowed her to react. He needed to execute this maneuver when she was unaware, or perhaps even relaxed. But when would a warrior in combat ever lower their guard? The answer lay when their enemy lay dead. Thus, when the meteorite collided with Sai Meyer, he did not hesitate to strike. However, upon the meteorite's explosion, a golden energy wave surged forth from countless fragments. Caught entirely off guard, Sai Meyer was nearly obliterated, losing half of his body to the energy wave. His left leg, left arm, and even his heart and abdomen were consumed by the wave. Blood flowed incessantly from his shattered form, and his once robust body grew increasingly cold. The female Saiyan regarded Sai Meyer's body with disdain. "I thought you were formidable, but you are nothing but this." She mocked internally, turning away to head toward Earth. Yet she failed to notice that at the very moment she turned, the supposedly lifeless Sai Meyer wore a sinister smile. A spatial rift abruptly appeared above the female Saiyan's head, followed by the descent of a purple disc. What? The female Saiyan's expression shifted dramatically, yet she narrowly evaded the sudden attack. She watched the deadly disc soar into the depths of the cosmos, still shaken. For upon that slow-moving disc, she sensed a tangible threat of death. Even more astonishingly, the seemingly deceased Sai Meyer was gradually reviving. Pale bones sprouted from his form, followed by nerves and flesh. In the blink of an eye, Sai Meyer's injuries vanished. The female Saiyan was utterly astounded, for she had never encountered such an entity. Even when she had previously encountered a being capable of regeneration in a realm known as Guei Mieji Ren, the individual before her was undoubtedly a Saiyan. How could this be? While she was still in shock, blood tears began to flow from Sai Meyer's eyes. Almost simultaneously, a spatial rift silently appeared behind the female Saiyan. Instinctively sensing danger, she prepared to evade. However, a beam of white light enveloped her, ensnaring her as if in a quagmire. Even though she ultimately broke free, the death disc made contact with her right arm. Sizzle! Purple light flickered, and blood splattered. A severed arm drifted through the cosmos. Meanwhile, in the distance, Saiyan, drained of energy, succumbed to darkness. Though he could still sense the female Saiyan's location, his speed had diminished. Without Huang Quan by Liang Sha and Tian Zhichang Li Zun, his evasion capabilities had significantly waned. Thus, when the female Saiyan's attack descended, Saiyan was powerless to retaliate. Yet, with an S-level ability capable of severing a limit-breaking arm, such a feat was beyond comprehension, even for the Master God. Terrifying fists rained down like a torrential downpour, each strike capable of inflicting grievous harm upon Saiyan. But as the next blow approached, his body swiftly healed. Although his energy could not be replenished rapidly, at least his vision returned. With his Byakugan, he discerned the female Saiyan's muscle movements. While his energy perception anticipated her attack's trajectory, the combination of these two abilities granted Saiyan a fleeting opportunity to escape. Bang! Crossing his arms before him, he was met with a punch that shattered his defenses. However, unlike the female Saiyan, who fought through pain, Saiyan had grown accustomed to the agony of death. Thus, when he attacked her with the bone protruding from his broken arm, her face displayed unmistakable shock. She began to fearing this adversary who appeared significantly weaker than herself. No, I cannot allow him to live. Having vented her frustrations, she resolved to eliminate him once and for all. With a forceful throw, she sent Saiyan flying. The female Saiyan raised her left palm, a blinding golden light erupting from her hand. Die! Just as the golden torrent was about to engulf Saiyan, Tindalos, far away on a solitary island on Earth, suddenly regained consciousness. The blood-drenched starry sky above him finally saw the stars realign. Boom! 3 blue beams descended from beyond the cosmos, one striking Saiyan directly. The female Saiyan's power, capable of annihilating star systems, relentlessly battered the energy shield surrounding Saiyan. The terrifying force gradually eroding the protection of the stars. Just as the shield threatened to shatter, Saiyan's form elongated instantaneously. It was as if he had entered a black hole, his speed surpassing that of light at that moment. But just as the beam carrying him was about to align with Tindalos and Reed, an unforeseen event occurred. The fractured beam could not provide him with adequate protection. Although he has escaped from the world of Zuzuxia, he now resembles a passenger aboard a glass high-speed train. The pressure surrounding him threatens to shatter the light beam at any moment, and Saiyan may be forced to jump off the train at any time. Realizing this, he hastily channels cosmic energy. Yet, before he can act, a terrifying force envelopes him. No, I refuse to perish in such a manner. As he gazes at the myriad worlds flashing by, Saiyan continuously transforms the energy within him. Ultimately, just as he is about to collide with the world barrier, a protective barrier erupts around him. Chapter 1. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel, Part 1, Saiyan. Upon witnessing the shattering of the light beam that carries Saiyan, Rueda's pupils tremble. He attempts to save his companion, but the feeble voice of Tingdaluo's echoes in his mind. The speed of the Star Gate is astonishing. In an instant, we have traversed several worlds. Then release me. Even if it means searching through one world after another, I shall find my master. Fool, even if you find him, what can you do? Tingdaluo's retorts angrily. You possess no power and lack the ability to resist. When battle arises, you can only cower behind others. Yes, you once had your way in certain worlds, but what role can you play in this current conflict? You can only watch helplessly as your companions fight desperately against those fiends. Individuals like you, like me, should just go back and seek help. Tingdaluo's curls weakly within the Star Gate, light beam, his mind conjuring a fiery red figure. Does he not wish to save others? Yet, if he truly had the resolve, he would not be fleeing in such a disheveled manner now. Tingdaluo's words render Rueda silent. He gazes at his slender hands, filled with a sense of helplessness. He has never loathed his own weakness so much. He must grow stronger, powerful enough to assist them. Tingdaluo's sigh flits through his mind. Yet his words are firmly etched in Rueda's consciousness. Meanwhile, having just entered a new world, Saiyan has yet to fully comprehend his surroundings. A tree, colossal like a planet, suddenly appears before him, its roots resembling countless long spears, taking on the shape of a cross. Upon noticing Saiyan, the giant tree morphs into a cross-shaped spear, swiftly piercing toward his chest. What is that? Just as Saiyan attempts to evade, his body suddenly halts. He darts several meters away, but feels a sharp pain. When Saimir looks back, he discovers that his flesh has already been pierced by the spear. In the next moment, his briefly detached soul is inexplicably yanked back into his body. Is this the will of the world? Without allowing Saimir much time for contemplation, the spear firmly locks away the energy within him. It cannot grow, yet it continually dissipates. Even if Saimir were to fall into a deep slumber now, he could only last a few decades at most. Just as he attempts to forcibly extract the spear, a meteorite hurtles toward him from afar. At that speed, it won't be long before it collides with Saimir. Saimir stares at the meteorite in disbelief, hastily reaching for the spear lodged in his chest. As he tries to wrench it free, his hands suddenly become uncontrollable. In that instant, it feels as though thousands of steel needles are piercing through him. And Saimir realizes with shock that the damned spear has taken root within him, consuming his energy. At this point, he no longer has the heart to concern himself with the meteorite. All his attention is fixated on the spear at his chest. Even when the meteorite collides with him, leaving him half dead, he still cannot reclaim control over his body from the spear. Moreover, during this struggle for control, Saimir senses the terrifying power contained within the spear. When converted to combat strength, that power exceeds at least 100 million. What is this bizarre entity, possessing such a level of energy and such an unusual form? Saimir rummages through his past memories, yet finds nothing related to the spear or the earlier giant tree. Nevertheless, he does not feel disheartened by this lack of knowledge. If I do not understand what you are, then I shall study you myself. The cosmos is vast and empty, though the stars seem to blanket the sky. The distances between them are immense. In the initial days, Saimir was still inclined to study the structure of the spear. However, as time passed and the energy within him gradually diminished, he had no choice but to succumb to slumber to slow the depletion of his energy. Days turned into months, months into years, and years into decades. Uncertain of how long has passed, when a small meteor streaks across the night sky above Earth, the long-slumbering Saimir slowly awakens. The moment oxygen fills his lungs, Saimir opens his eyes. Before him is a small, tender hand, curiously tapping on the cage surrounding him. A cage? Saimir snaps back to reality and quickly surveys his surroundings. He sees branches sprouting from his body, intricately weaving together to form a hollow cage around him. The hand that taps the cage belongs to a European girl, around 4 or 5 years old. She wears a red dress and clutches a doll in her arms. Her brown hair is tied into pigtails, and her face is filled with curiosity. Why are you inside this sphere? Can't you get out? Despite the bizarre scene, the little girl shows no sign of fear. She tries to tug at the branches surrounding Saimir, but even with all her might, she cannot break free. Realizing she may not be able to help, the little girl runs to Saimir's side. Have you been here all alone? What about your mom and dad? Saimir hesitates to answer that question. But then, the little girl curiously asks, Are you hungry? My mom made bread for me at noon. I can share a piece with you. Bread. Saimir's eyes light up, and he swallows hard, urging, Hurry and bring it to me, and also a bottle of water. Sure, but you mustn't tell my mom about this. I sneaked in here and can't let her find out, or I won't be able to play outside. Though Saimir wants to say that in his current state, he is hardly in a position to spill secrets. He considers that she is just a child and nods. I promise I won't tell. That's great. Just wait for me. The little girl stands up, excited. But after taking 2 steps, she turns back. What's wrong? Saimir asks, puzzled. I can't take my doll back with me, otherwise I won't be able to carry all the food. Can you watch my doll for a moment? The little girl holds the doll up to Saimir's eyes. He merely nods. And the little girl jumps with joy. Then I will leave it here for now. Placing the doll against the cage, the little girl skips out of Saimir's sight. It is at this moment that Saimir suddenly realizes he cannot even roll his eyes. I have truly been depleted. Currently, he can only move his head. He is utterly powerless. Such a fate is rare to find even in the boundless universe. Fortunately, he has eventually landed on Earth. Otherwise, drifting through the cosmos, he might have ceased to think entirely. Chapter 2. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel, Part 2. While the little girl goes to fetch food, Saimir observes his surroundings. Above him is an open sky, yet trees of various kinds surround him. As a gentle breeze brushes against his face, it carries a hint of saltiness. He is in a small grove near the sea. Saimir feels a slight relaxation. Such a place should not attract many visitors. At present, he possesses no capacity for action. Should he encounter ill-intentioned individuals, this body may be squandered. In contrast, The young girl from before is sufficiently youthful. Even if she were to utter something to an adult, it would not be taken seriously. As Samir pondered, the little girl hurried over. "Big guy, I'm back," she exclaimed joyfully, raising her hands. In her left hand was a slice of toast, while her right held a small thermos adorned with charming doodles. The girl, panting from her run, crouched beside Samir's head. As she tore the bread apart, she said, "Here, big guy, I'll feed you." Samir winced at the corner of his mouth and promptly declined. "You need not feed me. Just bring the bread to my mouth." "But won't you choke?" she asked. "My mother told me children should chew their food slowly. Do I look like a child to you?" Samir sighed helplessly and gestured. "Enough of that. Just give me the bread." "All right," she replied, her face falling in disappointment at not being able to feed him herself. However, she quickly inquired, "Doesn't it feel uncomfortable to eat while lying down?" "Not at all." Without savoring the taste of the bread, Samir swallowed it in one bite. "Then why are you here? And why are those wooden pieces growing out of you?" "I do not know." "You don't know? Why not?" "There is no reason. I simply do not know." The girl fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Why are you here alone? Don't you have friends? Are you 1,000 wise?" Samir, annoyed by her incessant questions, raised his voice slightly. However, upon seeing her startled expression, he sighed again. "You're right, I have no friends here. Also, pass me the water." Hearing Samir's words, the fear that had just surfaced in the girl was swiftly replaced by another emotion. She hurriedly grabbed the thermos, opened the lid, and feigned nonchalance as she said, "Well, if you have no friends, I can be your friend. But I'm not like you. I have many friends, 3 or 4, actually a whole bunch." As she spoke, her eyes would occasionally dart to Samir's face, as if observing his reaction at any moment. Her little antics did not escape Samir's notice. Though he was not particularly fond of her incessant inquiries, he conceded, "Fine." Really, in an instant, the girl forgot about the water, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Samir. "Yes, indeed, we are friends now. So, about my water, yay. That is wonderful," the girl exclaimed, jumping up excitedly, causing the steaming thermos to splash water everywhere. The scalding hot water splattered onto Samir's face, and a sharp sting immediately surged. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Realizing she had caused a mishap, the girl suddenly felt frightened. She wanted to help Samir wipe the water off his face, but was abruptly halted by his voice. "Wait, aren't you afraid of getting burned?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." The girl did not know how to respond, only lowering her head in distress. Especially when she thought that her hard-earned friend might come to dislike her. Tears began to well up in her eyes. "We haven't even talked about you yet." Gazing at the girl on the verge of tears, Samir felt overwhelmed. He knew how to kill and how to save, but he truly lacked experience in comforting children. Seeing her about to cry, he hastily said, "I am fine. Please just give me the water." "Really? You're truly okay? You won't be mad at me?" As Samir was about to lose his temper, the girl's eyes clouded with moisture. Suppressing his frustration, Samir articulated slowly, "I am perfectly fine and will not hold it against you. So, can you pass me the water now?" "Yes." The girl, her tears dissipating into smiles, nodded and held the thermos to Samir's lips. As she poured the water, she continued to ask, "Are you going to sleep here tonight? Won't it be cold? I have an extra blanket. Do you want it?" "No, I don't need that." "Will you be hungry at night? Do you want me to bring you food?" "No. I haven't even said anything yet. Even if you did, I wouldn't want it." "You're lying. You don't even know." Just as the girl was speaking, a loud horn suddenly sounded from a distance. "Oh, my dad is back." Her expression shifted to one of alarm. As she picked up the lid from the ground, she apologized to Samir. "I'm sorry, big guy. I have to go back, or my dad will find out. I'll come play with you again tomorrow." Before the last word could leave her lips, she added with a smile, "Tomorrow, I'll bring you more bread and cake." Samir tilted his head, swallowing the words that had risen to his lips, and simply replied, "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." The girl waved her hand, then joyfully ran toward her home. In the evening, within a European-style house, the girl was having dinner with her parents. During the meal, her mother cheerfully said, "Xiang, tomorrow I'm going to participate in the EVA piloting experiment. If I succeed, I will become an EVA pilot." "Really? You're the best, Mom." Although the girl did not quite understand what her mother was saying, she felt a sense of joy for her. To her, her mother was the best mother in the world. Thus, the EVA that made her mother happy must surely be the most extraordinary thing in the world. Thinking of this, the girl eagerly declared to her mother, "Mom, I want to be a pilot like you when I grow up." the best pilot. Haha. I believe Xiang will definitely become the greatest EVA pilot. Under the warm glow of the lights, the girl and her family shared a joyful moment, as if even the air around them was filled with happiness. Chapter 3. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel, Part 3. The next morning. Just as Samir swallowed a bug hovering near his lips, he spotted a petite figure rushing toward him. Big guy, look at what I brought you. The girl was still clutching her toy, but unlike yesterday, she now held a sizable paper bag in her hand. Dad went out and bought me lots of candy and chocolate. Have you ever had chocolate, big guy? Noticing the proud expression on the girl's face, Samir shook his head. No? Haha. I knew you hadn't tea, so I saved the biggest piece for you. Tada. Look, this is chocolate. The girl pulled out a large piece of chocolate and, as she fed it to Samir, joyfully asked, Do you know what a pilot is? A pilot? Yes, I know. Really? Can you tell me what pilots do? What's with the sudden questions from a little child? It's not me, it's my mom. She's going to become a pilot today. Your mother is going to get her pilot's license today? Pilot's license? What's that? The girl asked in confusion. It's the certification a pilot must have. Only with that can one become a pilot. As Samir munched on the various treats the girl had brought, he explained. Oh, I see. But what if it's the world's greatest pilot? Wouldn't they need the world's best license? Perhaps, Samir replied, somewhat perplexed by the child's thought process. Nonetheless, even his rather perfunctory response brought joy to the girl. However, after a moment of happiness, the girl's expression suddenly turned troubled. Embracing the principle of silence in the presence of others, Samir chose to ignore the little girl's expression and instead focused intently on savoring the delightful pastries. Indeed, it was not long before the little girl could no longer contain herself. If I grow up, I will surely become the greatest driver in the world, right? She exclaimed, tightly clutching her stuffed toy, her large eyes peering curiously at Samir. Here she goes again, Samir thought. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. You will undoubtedly become the finest driver, he replied, his words seemingly providing immense encouragement to the little girl. She lifted her chin with a sense of entitlement, declaring, Of course, I am my mother's daughter. With her hands on her hips, she appeared to be awaiting something. However, upon lowering her gaze, she realized that Samir's attention was completely elsewhere. In an instant, dissatisfaction surged within her. Hey, big guy, what are you looking at? She asked, following his gaze toward the cage. At that moment, something she had overlooked came into her view, a bloodied spear deeply embedded in Samir's chest. Ah! The little girl gasped in shock and fell to the ground. Why you? She stammered, her mouth opening in disbelief, yet she could not utter a single word. Terrified, she clutched her toy tightly, resembling an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Having heard frightening tales of monsters that devour children, she felt a natural fear of the unknown. Yet, after a considerable time passed without any dreadful occurrences, Samir's gentle voice broke the silence. What is the matter with you? Slowly, the little girl lifted her head and was relieved to find that the towering figure before her had not transformed into a monster, nor had he harmed her. His snow-white eyes flickered with genuine concern. Are you a monster, big guy? She asked, her voice trembling despite her bravery. A monster? Just consider me one. Samir chuckled lightly. Then, big guy, you want to eat me? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. What are you thinking? Why would I eat you? Are you tastier than chocolate? Samir replied with a hint of sarcasm. Well, it seems not. Remove the seams. The ongoing conversation gradually calmed the little girl's initially fearful heart. She realized that even if he were a monster, he was not like the adults had described. He would not harm children. When she once again beheld Samir's pierced chest, her fear was supplanted by sympathy. Does it not hurt, big guy? Not at all, Samir answered without hesitation, leaving the little girl in awe. She had once cried for a long time over a scraped knee. Yet here he was, enduring pain without shedding a tear. You are so impressive, big guy. How do you manage that? You get used to it. Used to it? How does one get used to it? With time. I understand now. The little girl exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Once I grow up, I will be accustomed to it. Observing the innocent child, Samir felt his previously impatient heart calm in their exchange. It seemed that having someone to converse with was quite pleasant, at least better than drifting alone in the desolate cosmos. While he examined the spear lodged in his chest, he listened to the little girl ramble about her youthful troubles. Time passed gradually, and the sun became increasingly scorching. Suddenly, the little girl shielded her eyes with her hand and looked up at the sky. Big guy, I have to go back for lunch. I will come find you to play this afternoon. Looking at her cherubic face, Saiyan Air replied softly. If it becomes too hot, do not come. Be careful not to suffer from heat stroke. It's fine. I have 2 large hats. I'll bring one for you this afternoon. Goodbye. Goodbye. Once again, she departed joyfully, leaving Saiyan Air alone with his thoughts. He sighed deeply, relieved to finally have some peace to study the object. Unlike the moment when it first pierced him, the spear now radiated a dark purple hue, adorned with spiraling patterns. Was this a mutation resulting from the absorption of my energy? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Initially, he had believed the spear merely served as a seal. Yet it appeared that its true purpose was far more complex. It was time to prepare for the worst. Gazing at his immobile body, thoughts of abandonment began to surface in his mind. My energy is sealed within me, but that does not mean it is non-existent. If I can draw a magic circle and use my body as a medium, perhaps I can alter the situation. At the very least, I must find a way out. With a determined direction set, Saiyan Air began to envision a magic circle that could assist him. It must be capable of dispersing energy and possess an attachment effect, ideally impacting even the soul. A singular magic circle would be ineffective. I must combine them. In this moment, Saiyan Air felt grateful once again for his versatility. However, creating a new magic circle from scratch would require a significant amount of time. Noticing the temperature around him rising even more, he glanced at the blazing sun. Has it already reached afternoon? As for that child, why should I concern myself with such things? She is merely a child. It is only natural for her to disregard a fleeting promise. Yet, as the sun set and the moon rose, Saiyan Air heard no more of that bothersome voice. Indeed, she was just a child. Why should I care? Staring up at the waning moon, Saiyan Air let out a long breath. Just as he prepared to close his eyes, a small figure came stumbling toward him. Big guy? The little girl's voice was laced with tears, her body trembling in fear. At that moment, Saiyan Air clearly discerned her distressing state. Her eyes were red, her once pristine red dress was now disheveled, and her beloved toy was nowhere to be seen. Most distressing were the 2 unmistakable marks around her neck, which pierced Saiyan Air's heart with anguish. What happened? He inquired, furrowing his brow. To his surprise, the little girl collapsed beside him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Big guy, Mama. Mama doesn't want me anymore. She doesn't want me. Beneath the fragmented moonlight, the little girl, who had endured so much throughout the day, could no longer suppress her fear and sorrow in front of her only friend. Overwhelmed by terror, she sobbed while throwing herself against Saiyan Air's cage, clutching it tightly as if seeking refuge in his embrace. Chapter 4. The Agenda of the Ruthless Angel, Part 4. Her condition was quite dire. Although there was no immediate danger to her life, her emotional state had stabilized. However, if family members wished to visit, they would need to wait a few days. A few days, you say? The well-dressed man nodded. Then let us come back in a few days. She should rest well for now. I have matters to attend to. As he spoke, he glanced at the little girl, who was on her tiptoes, trying to catch a glimpse inside the room. Asuka, let us head back now. Mama needs to rest. The man extended his hand toward the little girl, but she swatted it away fiercely. No, I am not going anywhere. I want to see Mama. She promised to stay with me. But Mama is sick right now. Can't you understand? He exclaimed, frustration rising within him. He had a multitude of pressing matters to address, and now not only was his wife unwell, but his daughter was also being disobedient. He attempted to forcibly pull the little girl away, only to be met with even more intense resistance. At that moment, the doctor in charge of the patient's care hurried over. You see, I will take care of this child. When you have time, you can come to the hospital to pick her up. I apologize for the trouble. Without any refusal or hesitation, the man expressed his gratitude to the female doctor and hurriedly departed. As Ming Xiang watched her father's retreating figure, she felt an inexplicable sorrow. Her mother had returned with great difficulty, and just last night, their family had been filled with joy. Yet, in the span of a single night, the harmonious scene seemed like a distant dream. Gazing at her father's vanishing silhouette, Ming Xiang, overwhelmed with a sense of grievance, sniffed deeply. She suddenly longed for her doll, which she had left at home. Little sister, don't you want to see your mother? I can take you to her. But you mustn't disturb her, as it could affect her recovery. Really, I promise I won't disturb her. Upon hearing Ming Xiang's assurance, the female doctor led her into the ward. Inside, there was a glass partition, beyond which lay a simple hospital room with a bed and a lamp. On the white-tiled floor, Ming Xiang's mother sat on the bed, tenderly gazing at the doll in her arms. "Mommy, I'm here." Ming Xiang attempted to respond, only to realize that her mother was addressing the doll instead. Her faint call couldn't even penetrate the glass. What is wrong with her? Why is she calling my name to a doll? Even at her young age, Ming Xiang sensed her mother's odd behavior. The doctor beside her felt a sudden sense of unease. She couldn't bear to tell the young child the harsh truth about her mother's madness. Yet, faced with that sincere gaze, she found it impossible to fabricate a lie. Desperately, the female doctor diverted the conversation, saying, "Your mother is ill. By the way, little one, I have plenty of candies. Would you like to try some?" Although curious about her mother's condition, the mention of candy reminded Ming Xiang of another person. "Yes, please. All right, you stay here quietly for a moment, and I'll go fetch some for you," the doctor said, stepping out and leaving Ming Xiang alone. She looked at her mother behind the glass, who didn't spare her a glance. Realizing this, Ming Xiang felt a surge of sadness. "Mommy, please look at me. I am Ming Xiang." Just then, a terrifying voice suddenly pierced her ears. "Your mommy loves you so much. I love you too, mommy. So, Ming Xiang, shall we go die together?" Suddenly, the woman on the bed seemed to lose her mind, her hands gripping the doll's throat tightly. The coldness in her eyes and the madness in her actions made Ming Xiang feel an unfamiliar fear. Her tender hands flailed in search of a comforting embrace. But neither the doll nor her mother's warmth existed at that moment. The little girl could only grasp at her own solitude. The woman's expression grew increasingly twisted, and Ming Xiang felt suffocated. "No, please, mommy, don't kill me." Overwhelmed by terror, the small girl's face turned crimson. Just as she felt herself on the brink of collapse, a metal tray filled with candies crashed to the floor. "What are you doing?" The female doctor rushed into the ward, forcefully prying Ming Xiang's hands apart. She was drenched in cold sweat, her pupils trembling with fear. "Breathe, breathe." The doctor gasped, both terrified and concerned as she looked at the little girl. Had she arrived a moment later, Ming Xiang might have inadvertently choked herself unconscious from lack of oxygen. In a state of extreme hypoxia, Ming Xiang's vision darkened. However, as she took a deep breath, her eyes regained their light. In her blurred vision, a gentle woman seemed to be saying something to her. "Mommy." Seeing that indistinct figure, Ming Xiang joyfully called out. But as her vision gradually cleared, she recognized the woman's face. It was the female doctor. "Do you realize what you just did?" The shaken doctor failed to notice the disappointment in Ming Xiang's gaze. Before the doctor could continue, Ming Xiang broke free from her embrace and dashed towards the exit, shouting, "They are all fake. They are all bad people. Mommy wouldn't abandon me." In the woods, the little girl wept uncontrollably, as a tear slipped through the bars of her confinement and fell upon Saiyan's face. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Ming Xiang, right?" Hum. The girl replied through her tears, yet still managed to respond to Saiyan. "Do you recall what the doctor said about your mother being ill?" "Yes, I remember." "Have you ever been sick?" "Yes, that's right." "Since you, Ming Xiang, have also been ill, you understand that recovery requires time and rest. Think back to when you were sick. Didn't it take a long time before you got better?" Saiyan's gentle voice captured the little girl's attention. She reminisced about her past illnesses, even forgetting to cry. For days. 5 days she counted on her fingers, slowly tallying. Suddenly, she extended all 10 fingers towards Saiyan and declared, "I was better in 11 days. Yes, you are correct. Your mother is also ill, and today is just the first day. Naturally, it will be different from before. How many days will it take for her to recover?" "At least 11 days, right?" Ming Xiang nodded emphatically. Saiyan's words filled her with hope. Chapter 5. The Cruel Angel's Agenda, Part 5. After that night, Ming Xiang suddenly returned to her usual self. She visited her mother in the hospital daily and never forgot about Saiyan by the seaside. Although her mother still clutched her doll tightly, under the care of the female doctor, she no longer exhibited the same madness as before. Her father, who had always claimed to be too busy, gradually increased his visits to the hospital. As for Saiyan, he continued his research, slowly formulating a general outline of a grand array. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction until the arrival of a group of special personnel. "Eligible candidates? My wife became this way because of that experiment. Are you really going to make my daughter participate in it too? This is outrageous. I will not consent to such a thing. I'm sorry, sir, but we are not seeking your approval." What did you just say? At the peak of the conflict, the young Ming Rixiang suddenly emerged, clutching her doll. Gathering her courage, she shouted, "If I pass that experiment, can I become a pilot?" A pilot? Do you know about EVA? Indeed, little sister. If you pass the experiment, you can become an EVA pilot. Upon hearing this, Ming Rixiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Saiyan had assured her that her mother would return to her former self, Ming Rixiang still wished for her mother to see her more often, rather than just the doll. If she could accomplish what her mother could not, then surely her mother would praise her. With this thought in mind, Ming Rixiang resolutely declared, "I want to participate." What? Her father gazed at his daughter in astonishment, while the researchers smiled knowingly. In the early morning, a silent Saiyan donned a pink sun hat. "Isn't it lovely? Now you won't have to suffer under the sun anymore." As Ming Rixiang spoke, a wave of concern washed over her, prompting her to inquire of Saiyan, "By the way, tall one, are you feeling unwell lately? Your complexion seems to be growing increasingly pale." "I am fine. Let us discuss you instead." Saiyan deftly shifted the conversation. "You came to see me this early in the morning, surely not merely to deliver a hat? Did you actually perceive that? You are truly impressive. However, you are certainly not as formidable as I am." The little girl, hands on her hips and chin raised, proclaimed, "Tomorrow, I shall become the most remarkable driver in the world." "A driver? Wait a moment. How can a child like you be a driver? I am not a child anymore. I am 4 years old. And how old are you, tall one?" 100? Saiyan replied nonchalantly. 100? You must be joking. My grandmother is not even 100. Regardless, I will become the most exceptional driver in the world tomorrow. I shall inform my mother, and she will surely praise me. Perhaps she will even buy me an abundance of delicious treats. Then you may keep them for yourself, Saiyan mused. Sensing the steady decline of his own frail body, the specter of death loomed much closer than he had anticipated. Though sustenance could sustain his bodily functions, it had grown inconsequential. The question remained whether he could survive for another 3 days. Unaware of Saiyan's deteriorating condition, Ming Rixiang assumed he was merely sulking. All right. I believe you are 100 years old, and I will bring you snacks." Gazing at the innocent child before him, Saiyan felt a tumult of emotions, realizing he must find a way to endure. In the afternoon, Ming Rixiang was escorted by a special vehicle to a research institute, where she encountered an array of astonishing phenomena unknown to her before, marking the commencement of her own experiment. Unlike her mother's unfortunate circumstances, Ming Rixiang's experiment progressed remarkably well. By evening, she returned to the hospital via the same vehicle. Recalling the words spoken to her by the gentleman at the institute, excitement surged within her. "Mother, I succeeded. I am now a driver." Brimming with joy, Ming Rixiang raced into the hospital. The staff had grown accustomed to the sight of this little girl who always clutched her doll. Furthermore, due to her condition stabilizing, Ming Rixiang's mother had been transferred to a general ward. Ming Rixiang's heart swelled with anticipation. "I am a driver now, so please watch me, just watch me." "All right, mother." As she turned the doorknob, Ming Rixiang pushed open the door with glee. Her gentle mother, her beautiful mother, the mother who would soon be returning home with her, now lay silently beneath the fan. Her cold limbs hung limply towards the floor, and the woman clad in a patient gown bore a visage frozen in the agony of her final moments. "Mother." Ming Rixiang's pupils dilated slowly, and the corners of her mouth that had once turned upwards now drooped towards the ground. The woman had taken her own life. The entire hospital erupted in chaos. Ming Rixiang's father rushed to the scene without delay. In the corridor, he embraced the doctor who had been caring for his wife, offering comfort. "This is not your fault." Beside them, through a slightly ajar door, Ming Rixiang stared blankly at the scene unfolding. In the past, she had been oblivious to why her father suddenly began spending more time at the hospital. Now she understood. The death of Ming Rixiang's mother came as a shock, so sudden that no one was prepared. It was so abrupt that Ming Rixiang found herself face to face with many individuals she had not seen in ages. Soryu Kyoko Zeppelin was her mother's full name. In her earlier years, Ming Rixiang had not recognized these characters, but upon glancing at the death notice, she had committed them to memory. Kyoko's funeral was scheduled for 3 days later, and considering Ming Rixiang's tender age and her father's work obligations, he decided to relocate. However, the moment Ming Rixiang learned of this news, she vehemently opposed it. "I refuse. I wish to stay here. It has only been 11 days. Mother will return. She will surely return." 11 days? What 11 days? Kyoko has. Ming Rixiang's father glared. but the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue refused to emerge. He could not bring himself to utter the cruel truth that her mother was gone. Yet gazing at his oblivious daughter filled him with profound anguish. Especially upon witnessing her clutching her doll as her mother once did, his frustration intensified. You said we would leave. We must leave. And what of that doll? Why do you cling to it? When will you grow up a little? In a fit of anger, the father snatched the toy from Mingri Xiang's grasp, an act that only deepened her fear. No, do not take it away. Mingri Xiang desperately held onto the doll, but how could a child compete with an adult? As her once occupied embrace turned hollow, despair enveloped her heart. She watched helplessly as her father cast the doll from the window, and despite summoning all her strength, she could change nothing. In an instant, her mind went blank, leaving only her father's words, "When will you grow up a little?" reverberating in her thoughts. Chapter 6. The Cruel Angel's Action Agenda. 6. That night, as Mingri Xiang lay in bed, her eyes fluttered open. Instinctively, she reached for the doll at her bedside, only to remember it had been discarded by her father. A wave of unease washed over her, but recalling her father's earlier words, she feigned courage and declared, "I will grow up. I no longer need the doll." Yet, no matter how often she repeated these empty words, they could not compare to the comfort the doll had once provided. Suddenly, her nose tinged with sorrow, and tears of frustration welled in her eyes. She had done nothing wrong, yet neither her mother nor her father seemed to care for her or pay her any attention. Curled up in bed, she had no source of solace, only the need to clutch herself tightly. It was at this moment that another figure emerged in her mind. In the woods, a pallid Saiyan gazed at the little girl who had run out in her night clothes. Feeling an overwhelming irritation, "What are you doing out here so late? Aren't you afraid of an accident?" "But I am so scared," she replied. Hearing this, Saiyan furrowed his brow, uncertain of the child's intentions. However, as she recounted the news of her mother's death and her experiences, he could not help but sigh. "Tall one, did you not say that mother would recover in 11 days? But why? Why has she, despite the relentless onslaught of grief from her mother's passing and her father's reprimands, Mingri Xiang had persistently put on a brave front? Yet, upon seeing Saiyan, she could no longer hold back her tears. As she gazed at the sobbing child, Saiyan noticed another crucial detail. "Your father wishes for you to leave this place?" "Yes," Mingri Xiang nodded, her helplessness evident as she added, "but I do not want to leave." Yet, as a child, she had no say in where she would reside. Realizing this, Saiyan's expression shifted dramatically. With his time running out, if Mingri Xiang were to leave, death would be inevitable. Remembering the intricate formation he had been perfecting over the past few days, he suddenly asked her, "By the way, have you ever seen fireworks?" Fireworks? The little girl appeared unfamiliar with the term. In her brief life, she had not encountered much beauty. Saiyan inhaled deeply, suppressing his compassion, and forced a smile. "Go fetch a twig. I will teach you how to set off fireworks." Okay. Although she was uncertain of what Saiyan intended to do, the innocent little girl still followed his instructions. Under the moonlight, her tender hands struggled to sketch a crooked magical array on the ground. "Big guy, do you think this will suffice?" "Yes." Feeling the energy being incessantly siphoned from within by the lance, Saiyan's heart grew increasingly cold. He gazed at the little girl before him. Though he felt a pang of guilt, he saw no alternative. "Come to my side." "All right, is this spot acceptable?" Saiyan did not respond to Asuka's inquiry, as if she had never existed. He bit down hard on his tongue, blood oozing from his mouth and falling onto the magical array. A gentle breeze swept by, and a leaf descended upon the array. Nothing transpired. "Big guy." Asuka began to speak. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from the array, exploding in midair like 1,000 fireworks. The radiant light formed exquisite patterns that continuously morphed before Asuka's eyes. How beautiful! She gazed at the resplendent spectacle above, her heart's gloom dissipating in that moment. Saiyan took a deep breath, and his right hand, influenced by the array, regained a sliver of mobility. Though slow, it was sufficient. He held his breath and extended his hand toward Asuka beside him. They were so close. If he could just touch her, he could plant the seed for his resurrection. His body could not endure much longer, and Asuka was about to leave this place. If he wished to survive, he had no choice but to sacrifice the little girl before him. As he contemplated this, he acted accordingly. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to brush against Asuka, a tear-streaked smile suddenly caught his eye. "Thank you, big guy. I truly want to be friends with you forever." Asuka clung tightly to the cage enclosing Saiyan, as if releasing her grip would cause him to vanish. Big guy, could you please not leave me like my mother did? In that instant, Meyer froze. Had the marks of death upon him become so painfully evident? He was so weakened that even a little girl could perceive his impending demise. Yet, gazing upon her innocent face, the once resolute desire to live within Meyer was suddenly met with ridicule. Not towards Asuka, but towards himself. Have I truly fallen to such depths? Must I resort to manipulating a child, using such vile means to cling to life? Is my fear of death so profound? If this is the case, what difference is there between my survival and that of refuse? Asuka, starting tomorrow, do not come back here. He sensed the lance's branches growing within him, observing the sharp protrusions breaking through his flesh and emerging from his fingertips, and kindly cautioned her. Why? Asuka asked, a hint of fear in her eyes as she looked up at Meyer's face. Big guy, did I do something wrong? No, you did nothing wrong. Meyer wished to convey, but I am dangerous. Yet, Asuka's subsequent words rendered him speechless. But the girl firmly grasped Meyer's outstretched hand. Even as the sharp branches pierced her palm, refusing to let go, her voice trembled, almost a cry. Right now, besides you, I have nothing left. This statement cut deeper than any lance, piercing directly into Meyer's heart. He had never considered that he could be so vital to someone, whether it be salvation or slaughter. Throughout his endless journey in this vast universe, Meyer had encountered countless individuals. He had been revered, feared, yet never had he been so profoundly needed. Needed to the extent that without him, one could not endure. Meyer suddenly realized that he might no longer be merely a traveler in this world. I take back what I said, if you wish. You can come to find me anytime. And you do not know my name, do you? Under the moonlight, Meyer, confined within the cage, offered a faint smile. I am called Meyer. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 7. The Agenda of the Cruel Angel. 7. In a clandestine location in Berlin, Germany, there exists a research institute known as Gehirn, Brain. Within the monitoring room, a researcher had just poured a cup of coffee when a piercing alarm suddenly blared behind him. What is happening? Almost instantaneously, other researchers nearby rushed into the monitoring room. Intense energy reaction detected. Setting the coffee aside, the researcher began frantically inputting data into the instruments. Found it. The exact location is near Wilhelmshaven, close to Hamburg. Wait, isn't that Kyoko's home? Quickly, ask the people in Hamburg what is going on. The Hamburg research facility was about 100 kilometers from Wilhelmshaven, easily reachable within 2 to 3 hours. A procession of black sedans arrived at the Soryu residence, and amidst the blaring horns and the roar of engines, Asuka's father was roused from his slumber. You again. Seeing the familiar faces, Asuka's father felt a surge of irritation. What do you want now? We apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but we hope you can understand. Seeing their sincere demeanor, Asuka's father softened slightly. He opened the door, allowing them entry while inquiring, Speak, what brings you here? However, the researchers did not enter, but instead posed an absurd question. Sir, have you been conducting any dangerous experiments at home, such as making explosives? Explosives? I would never engage in such activities. Have you encountered any supernatural events? Are you joking with me? Just as Asuka's father felt he was being toyed with, a woman suddenly approached with a portable computer. She whispered something in the man's ear, and immediately, Asuka's father noticed the man smile slightly. Just consider it a joke. I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. I have nothing further to discuss. Sweet dreams. What is going on? This is truly bizarre. Exhausted, Asuka's father closed the door and returned to bed. Outside, that row of black automobiles disgorged a contingent of armed personnel. Everyone, be cautious. The target is likely in the nearby woods. As the researcher spoke, the group ventured into the forest. Approximately 5 minutes later, the female assistant, glancing at her computer, suddenly remarked, the location matches, the energy source is nearby. Suddenly, a shout emerged from behind a patch of grass. Over here. Upon hearing this, the group hurriedly made their way through the underbrush. However, when they beheld the scene beyond the foliage, they found themselves at a loss for words. Within a 2-meter diameter hollow wooden sphere lay a frail humanoid figure, quietly resting. A dark purple spiral lance was embedded in its chest. Yet what astonished everyone present were the cage-like branches that had grown from this man's body. Doctor, he is still alive. At this utterance, all eyes widened in disbelief. Quick, immediately transport him back to the research institute. Not long after the second impact had erupted, they encountered such a bizarre entity. Even if there were no connection between the two events, The mere existence of that seemingly human figure compelled the doctor to study him. Yet, as the institute transported Sai Meyer away, the previously sparse woods became even more desolate. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Mingri Xiang hurried into the woods, carrying a bag of bread to express her gratitude for the fireworks that Sai Meyer had set off the previous night. However, upon arriving at the familiar spot, she was met with an unsettling emptiness that left her at a loss. Sai Meyer, Mingri Xiang called out loudly. Yet the person who used to respond to her with a smile was nowhere to be found. What a lie! We promised to be friends forever. Tears welled in her eyes, and her heart brimmed with indignation. She threw the bread to the ground and shouted, as if to release her pent-up emotions. Whether it's my father, my mother, or that giant, you can all just disappear. Just disappear. Even if I'm left alone, I will learn to live on my own. I will become an adult. LCL infusion complete. Target life sustenance successful. Remarkable, truly remarkable that survival is possible under these circumstances. He is certainly not human. Such vitality is akin to that of a humanoid apostle. In comparison, has the analysis of the gun on his chest been completed? The specific composition is yet to be determined, but one thing is certain. The purpose of that gun is to suppress that existence. However, one peculiar detail arises. What? This humanoid creature appears to lack pain perception. It is known that within its body, those dispersed branches are even more densely packed than capillaries, nearly piercing through its entire being. It may be a unique organism straddling the line between plant and animal. Perhaps it is capable of enduring such agony. In the monitoring room, a researcher, holding a cup of coffee, suddenly interjected. However, as soon as he spoke, silence fell upon the room. Observing his quiet colleagues, he realized how absurd his words had been. One researcher, gazing at Sai Meyer in the containment chamber, felt an inexplicable chill. Such a being is truly terrifying. The orange LCL liquid continued to flow into the containment chamber, and the once near-death Sai Meyer unexpectedly began to regain his health within this peculiar fluid. His emaciated muscles regained strength, and his pallid skin gradually regained vitality, especially after the research personnel used cutting tools to separate Sai Meyer from his confinement. The once firm seal within his body began to loosen. As the researchers marveled at Sai Meyer's existence, a reading on a device suddenly fluctuated. Brainwave activity detected. The target is regaining consciousness. Observing the steadily stabilizing waveforms on the instrument, a researcher exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this for real? This guy actually has consciousness. This is truly a remarkable discovery, my friends. We are witnessing history." Everyone's eyes were fixed on the man in the containment chamber. Suddenly, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then his inhuman white eyes slowly opened. Inhaling deeply, Sai Meyer felt no air, but rather, alongside the branches inside him, there was an inexplicable substance. He abruptly realized that he seemed to be ensconced within a colossal tank filled with orange liquid. However, to his delight, his body had regained sensation. It appeared that these strange liquids had replaced his bodily functions, and the long gun that had been continuously absorbing his energy was now drawing from the surrounding orange liquid. Though I know not what has transpired, it seems my life is not yet forfeit. He laughed heartily. The moment his laughter echoed, a sense of foreboding washed over the personnel in the monitoring room. When they witnessed Sai Meyer grasping the long gun at his chest, they immediately shouted, "Quick! Drain the LCL, we must stop him." Although they were uncertain of what might unfold, an instinctive fear gripped them, a primal warning embedded in their genetic makeup in the face of danger. Yet their efforts were sluggish. As the LCL fluid continued to be expelled from the containment chamber, Sai Meyer had already begun to exert his strength. In an instant, countless branches sprouting from the gun snapped apart. The dark purple spiral long gun extracted itself slowly from Sai Meyer's chest, accompanied by torrents of blood. With each millimeter it was withdrawn. He endured pain beyond the grasp of death. This suffering was reminiscent of the golden light he had once experienced. Has even my soul been absorbed? Sai Meyer fixed his gaze upon the long gun in his hand, his expression turning fierce. If you think this will make me cease my actions, you are sorely mistaken. With a near-maniacal roar, Sai Meyer yanked forcefully. In an instant, an unbearable agony erupted from within him. With a tearing sound, the dark purple spiral long gun was firmly gripped in his hand, and from the altered double-pronged tip, his blood began to drip slowly onto the ground. "Don't move." A commanding voice suddenly rang out from behind. Sai Meyer turned his head to face the dark muzzle of a gun. his snow-white eyes filled with disdain. Are you speaking to me? Chapter 8. The Operational Directive of the Cruel Angel, Part 8. I warn you once more. Do not. Before the armed security personnel could finish his warning, a spiral-long gun whistled through the air. Whoosh. The sharp tip grazed his cheek and embedded itself into the blast-proof door behind him. That door, which a single person could not budge, had been penetrated by the long gun. What terrifying power is this? The security personnel felt their limbs weaken, a strong instinct telling them that pulling the trigger would bring forth death. Considering you have aided me, I shall refrain from killing for now, so step back. In that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from behind the security personnel. He turned to find that the area behind him had filled with people. Among them were fellow security personnel, but also researchers clad in lab coats. You speak German? One researcher exclaimed, astonished at Saiyan, as if witnessing something inconceivable. Ignoring his comrades' attempts to restrain him, he pushed past the security personnel to stand before Saiyan. What are you? Human or apostle? Or perhaps you are a god? Huh. I am neither of this earth nor an apostle. As for gods, Saiyan recalled the great tree, extending a finger towards the spiral long gun, and chuckled lightly. Isn't it right there? Where? The researcher followed Saiyan's pointing finger, but only beheld the long gun. Are you saying this object is a god? How is that possible? No one would dare to believe that a long gun could embody such a supreme existence. Yet Saiyan's patience had worn thin. He had no time to entertain their inquiries and promptly walked towards the door. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The complete expulsion of the LCL liquid signified the absence of any nourishing substance surrounding Saiyan. As the LCL liquid inhaled into his lungs was fully absorbed, an excruciating pain erupted from every part of his body. Saiyan halted abruptly, his gaze fixated on his chest. He had believed that withdrawing the long gun would grant him freedom. Yet, the branches remaining within him, now resembling the roots of a tree, began to siphon his energy once more. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surged through Saiyan's mind. Could it be that from the very beginning, the great tree had anticipated his potential escape, and thus left such a contingency? Truly, it seems like a calculated endeavor. Is it because my existence could alter something? Or is it merely a fear that I might bring ruin to this world? Nevertheless, persistently employing the same method to confront me is rather dismissive of my capabilities. In an instant, Saiyan suddenly surged toward the crowd, startling everyone with his unexpected movement. A researcher caught sight of the security personnel's tense fingers, urgently interjecting, "Do not fire, please." Yet, the security personnel were gripped by an overwhelming fear of the unknown and were unlikely to heed the researcher's plea at that moment. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Saiyan, whose energy was nearly sealed, resembled a target, struck by a multitude of bullets in an instant. However, his formidable strength allowed him to disregard the stopping power of the firearms, and he resolutely endured the onslaught to reach the crowd. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand and seized a lifeless body. Subsequently, he tore the corpse apart, blood splattering onto the ground, forming a magical array. As radiant light illuminated the scene, everyone present instinctively closed their eyes. The next moment, as their vision gradually returned, a resounding thud echoed. The once fearsome Saiyan now lay quietly on the ground, riddled with bullet wounds, blood flowing freely, revealing the spiral branches growing within him. His once pristine white eyes had vanished without a trace. Had he perished? It seemed he had lost his breath. Why did you shoot? Did I not say ceasefire? However, under such circumstances, it was impossible not to fire. You, go summon others to secure this area. I need to contact headquarters. The researcher, unable to argue further, could only shake his head and depart. The security personnel, finding the danger averted, gradually dispersed. Among them was a middle-aged man wearing a cap, who accidentally bumped into a nearby wall as he left, drawing blood. Be careful. It would be unfortunate to die from a fall after not being killed by a monster, he jested, wiping the blood from his forehead. Yet on the back of his blood-stained hand was a distinct black diamond mark. I suggest you attend to that forehead of yours, someone advised. No need. I can wash it off in the restroom, he replied with a smile as he entered the nearby lavatory. As he prepared to check his forehead in the mirror, he felt something bulky in his pocket. What is this? He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out two blood-stained white eyeballs. What is this? He stared in horror at the eyes, his throat involuntarily tightening. He swallowed hard, and an unbidden thought crossed his mind. What would these taste like? Before he could process the situation, His body instinctively followed the thought. With a gulp, he swallowed the two pearly eyeballs, and as realization dawned, nausea washed over him. Wait, what did I just do? He desperately clawed at his throat in an attempt to regurgitate the eyeballs. But in the midst of this struggle, he suddenly noticed a dark mark had appeared on the back of his right hand, seemingly alive, spreading up his arm. What on earth is happening? He quickly stripped off his shirt, only to find his bare torso covered in black marks. No, I must have contracted something. He panicked. I need to inform others. He stumbled toward the door, but just as he was about to open the restroom door, he abruptly released the handle and returned to the sink. He glanced at his clothing and muttered, "Almost forgot this." After putting on his clothes and adjusting his cap, he revealed a pair of snow-white eyes beneath his tousled bangs. I must find a way to unseal it. However, in comparison to before, this feels much more comfortable, and I can surprise that little imp. Saiyan smiled faintly and then pushed the door open. Chapter 9. The Agenda of the Cruel Angel. 9. The funeral for Frieza proceeded as scheduled. In the cemetery, Asuka, clad in a black dress, stood among many unfamiliar faces. It was rather heartless of her to abandon her young daughter and take her own life. No, perhaps her reasons for suicide were more complex. Who can truly say? After all, such a tragedy had unfolded. Hearing the hushed murmurs of others, Asuka's small face radiated resilience. Her grandmother, witnessing her strength, squatted down, her heart aching. "You are so strong, Asuka. If you want to cry, just let it out. You don't need to hold back." Yet faced with her sobbing grandmother, young Asuka replied defiantly, "No, I won't cry. I will think for myself. Even if I am alone, I will live well." As she spoke, she resolved within her heart, "I do not need my parents. I will survive on my own." Gradually, the funeral concluded, and the weather turned gloomy, as if foreshadowing the arrival of a storm. On her way home, Asuka maintained her resolute demeanor. Meanwhile, her father surprisingly bore a hint of joy in his eyes, a sentiment unnoticed by outsiders, even Asuka's grandmother. Indeed, shortly after she returned home, an unwelcome familiar figure appeared before her. "Come here, Asuka, and see who this is." Asuka looked at the German woman beside her father and recognized her as the same physician from before. Following her mother's death, the woman had not distanced herself from her father. Instead, she adorned herself in a beautiful long dress and brazenly appeared in their home. The subsequent words from her father only filled Asuka with revulsion. "This lady will take care of you from now on." "Hello, Asuka. We meet again," the woman greeted warmly. Asuka did not express her disdain nor respond, but feigned indifference and turned to leave the house. "Wait, Asuka, where are you going?" Ignoring her father's words, Asuka continued on her path. "Asuka." Hearing her father's furious voice behind her, Asuka felt her heart grow heavier with sadness. "Asuka." Her father's calls echoed again, devoid of any tenderness, filled instead with reprimand. Frustrated, Asuka broke into a run, both venting her pent-up emotions and seeking an escape. The clouds above thickened, and flashes of lightning flickered within the darkening sky. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead. Startled, Asuka shivered, but, recalling her earlier resolution, she merely cast a glance at the sky before continuing to run. "Asuka, where are you?" As the sky dimmed further, her father grew increasingly anxious, hastening to search for her. Yet, upon hearing his voice, Asuka's anger only intensified. Since he preferred to remain with that woman at home, she would leave that house. After all, she was fine on her own. Paying no heed to her father's calls, Asuka slipped into the familiar woods. From behind the bushes, she watched her father's figure gradually fade away, her anger swelling. He had not found her and simply left, even though she was right there. He chose not to continue searching. Time trickled away, and the oppressive atmosphere reached its zenith. Suddenly, a few droplets descended from the sky. At that moment, Mingri Xiang's heart was engulfed in despair. Indeed, her father had long ceased to want her, and her mother had abandoned her as well. Mingri Xiang was merely a child unwanted by anyone. The cold rain pierced her skin as she gazed at a home that did not belong to her. Tightly clutching her legs, memories of the days when her mother was still present flooded her mind, causing her eyes to redden. With no doll and no family, Mingri Xiang could only curl up beneath a tree, embracing her small frame. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the downpour commenced. As she watched the countless raindrops fall from above, Mingri Xiang resolutely shut her eyes. She awaited the chilling rain to drench her, stubbornly thinking that even if she were to be soaked, she would not return. Yet, with a splashing sound, the anticipated cold rain did not arrive. The cold wind brushed against her face, and as Mingri Xiang slowly opened her eyes in confusion, she saw a large black umbrella shielding her from the torrential rain. Beneath that umbrella squatted a strange man, gazing at her with gentle, snow-white eyes. Mingri Xiang. You might not recognize me in this new appearance, but I am. Just as Sai Miao was about to clarify his identity, Mingri Xiang threw her arms around his neck, her small head pressed tightly against his chest. Her hands clung to him, as if he would vanish the moment she let go. In that moment of bewilderment, the little girl suddenly cried out, "Big guy, I miss you so much." Her voice trembled, infused with all the grievances and anxieties she had endured over the past days. Gazing down at the weeping child in his arms, Sai Miao gently stroked her head. Despite having taken on a new form, the girl still recognized him. Such trust was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Yet, the more he witnessed this, the more Mingri Xiang's uniqueness shone through. He had prepared numerous words to say, but now it seemed unnecessary. "I miss you too," he replied tenderly, embracing the girl. At that moment, Sai Miao revealed his true warmth to another for the first time. Though his soul was incomplete due to the spiral gun's influence, his heart felt an extraordinary sense of fulfillment. "Sai Miao? Yes? Can you always stay by my side from now on?" "Well, that's hard to say. But, I just want to be with you always. Since Mingri Xiang has said so, I will accompany you from now on." "Really?" Looking at Mingri Xiang with fondness, Sai Miao smiled and assured her, "Of course it's true. How long can a person's life be? 70 years, 90 years, or even 100 years? For the sake of Mingri Xiang." Sai Miao believed spending 100 years in this world was worthwhile. Perhaps even he himself did not realize that what he had long pursued was now complete. In this cold, noisy downpour, two incomplete souls unexpectedly filled one another. Chapter 10. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel, Part 10. Is it so? The second candidate has run away from home. What of her father? It was that man who caused this situation. The child's father brought his lover home right after her mother's funeral, something a child simply cannot bear. So, has it spiraled out of control? Were you not supposed to foresee this? A child with personality defects is easier to manipulate, but also more prone to losing control, is it not? In the Berlin Research Institute, a short-haired woman with reddish-brown hair spoke to the person on the phone. "Then we can only send more personnel to search. By the way, is there any issue with transferring custody of that child to Gahern?" "No problem. That's good. Oh, by the way, Dr. Akaji, how far along is your 5th-generation computer, Magi? If you need anything, please feel free to ask, without worrying about funding. After all, you are paving the way for the new future of humanity. There are no major demands, just regarding Japan." Akaji Naoko had just begun to speak when the voice on the other end abruptly interrupted her. "I am sorry, but you cannot return to Japan at this time. Do you have any other needs?" "None." The woman, or rather Akaji Naoko, quietly fiddled with the identification badge on her chest until the line went dead and she hung up. She had been in Germany for several years, with no opportunity to return home during that time. Especially after hearing about the second candidate, she suddenly felt anxious about her daughter far away on Earth. However, at this early stage of research, she could not leave Germany. Akaji Naoko crossed her arms, staring at a pile of experimental data before her, feeling a headache coming on. Theoretically, Magi, as a 5th-generation supercomputer, was designed to mimic the biological brain, continually undergoing research in that direction. Yet, during the course of the research, Akaji Naoko felt that Magi lacked something. If Magi merely possessed superior computational abilities compared to ordinary computers, it could hardly be considered a 5th-generation machine. In her vision, Magi should be a supercomputer capable of self-reflection, instantly calculating all possibilities like a human. However, according to the current research progress, Magi could only be regarded as a computer, falling short of being labeled as super. Additionally, that second candidate was still just a child. Akaji Naoko sighed and dialed a number. "Connect me to the Hamburg Research Institute." At that very moment, hundreds of miles away at the Hamburg Research Institute, cars were dispatched one after another. They thoroughly scoured the entirety of Hamburg's surface. Yet the second candidate remained elusive. Where could she possibly be? After searching for so long, they still could not find her. "I have contacted the police, but there are still no results. It's just a child. Could she possibly fly away?" Just as everyone on the ground was frantically agitated. Resembling ants on a hot stove, a bird gracefully soared through the blue sky, gliding through the clouds. "Sai Miao, look. What a big ship. That's a pirate ship. Wow. There are so many dolls. Do you want one?" "Yes." At the amusement park beside Hamburg's Central Square, Sai Miao pointed to a monkey doll that caught Mingri Xiang's eye and asked the nearby vendor, "How much for that doll?" "I'm sorry, sir, but it's not for sale. You can only win it through a game." "A game?" "Yes, it's €2 for 9 darts. If you burst the corresponding numbered balloons, you can take home the doll," the vendor said, handing Sai Miao a toy gun. Looking at that toy gun, which had undoubtedly been tampered with many times, Sai Miao hesitated to take it immediately. "Can I just buy it outright?" "Of course not. That would take away the fun." "Surely, you aren't afraid of missing the target, are you? If so, you can buy more darts." "Afraid? Would I be afraid of a game?" Seeing Mingri Xiang's eager anticipation beside him, Sai Miao pulled out €2 from his pocket and said, "Give me 9 darts." "Certainly, sir. Here are your darts." Moments later, 9 round BB pellets landed in Sai Miao's palm. He loaded them into the magazine one by one, then stood behind a red line, aiming at the balloons on the wall. "Go for it, Sai Miao." Mingri Xiang cheered excitedly from behind, waving her hands. Sai Miao turned back and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Don't worry, one shot will finish it." It was merely a toy. After all, no matter how one manipulated it, it should not be excessively absurd. Holding on to this thought, Sai Miao pulled the trigger. Yet, with a loud pop, he distinctly witnessed an orange BB bullet firing almost at a right angle from the muzzle of his gun. Could this be real? Sai Miao stood dumbfounded, while the proprietor beside him chuckled and remarked, "This is quite normal. Those who are new to it often experience the same. Just take a few more shots, and you might hit the target." Sai Miao found himself at a loss for words, resetting his aim at the balloon on the wall. Again, with a resounding pop, the bullet was launched. Surprisingly, this time the bullet did not deviate too much. However, the distance to the prize remained excessively far. Yet, the proprietor praised, "You shoot quite accurately, dear guest. A few more shots, and you'll surely win." Taking a deep breath and suppressing his frustration, Sai Miao aimed once more. Yet, in a subsequent series of 5 shots, the trajectory of each bullet varied significantly. Asuka, standing behind, sensed something amiss and tugged at Sai Miao's sleeve, whispering, "Sai Miao, I no longer want the doll. Let us leave." "Then let us go. There is something wrong with this gun." Upon hearing Asuka's words, Sai Miao intended to give up. However, the proprietor suddenly grew irate and exclaimed, "Dear guest, please refrain from making unfounded accusations. My gun is perfectly functional. If you lack skill, do not blame the weapon." Observing the proprietor's brazen demeanor, Sai Miao furrowed his brow. "Asuka, do you truly desire that doll?" "I do, but I do not wish for you to waste your money." Although young, Asuka was remarkably sensible. Patting her head, Sai Miao smiled and said, "It's all right, as long as you like it." After that, he turned to the proprietor and inquired, "All I need to do is pop the balloon, correct?" "Of course. Would you like to purchase more bullets?" "Otherwise, it won't be sufficient." "That's enough. I won't need that many." Then, under the astonished gaze of the proprietor, Sai Miao removed a bullet from the gun. When he mimicked a throwing motion with the bullet in his hand, the proprietor chuckled lightly. "Dear guest, you can't burst the balloon that way. You must understand that one balloon is quite." Before the proprietor could finish, Sai Miao's right hand suddenly flicked out, and with a whoosh, a series of popping sounds erupted as balloons exploded. A single bullet, crushed between Sai Miao's fingertips, shattered into more than 20 fragments, effortlessly obliterating all the balloons on the wall. Surveying the scattered remnants of balloons, Sai Miao crossed his arms and tilted his head toward the proprietor, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Pack my doll. All of them. What else?" The proprietor was momentarily taken aback, but soon plastered a broad smile on his face, asking, "Dear guest, you cannot possibly carry all those dolls. Shall I convert them to cash for you?" Sai Miao did not respond immediately, but glanced at Asuka. Before long, with a wad of euros in his pocket, Sai Miao turned in confusion and asked, "Why do you suddenly no longer want the doll?" "Because having you, Sai Miao, is enough," Asuka exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, resting her chin on his broad shoulder. Sai Miao felt warmth in his heart as he gazed at the bright sky. "There is still time. Is there anything else you wish to enjoy, Asuka?" "Yes." The little girl pointed toward various amusement rides, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I want to ride that boat. And the carousel. And also—" "Understood, my princess. Let us set off." Chapter 11. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel, Part 11. The sun shone brightly, and the air was crisp. In just one day, Sai Miao had taken Asuka around the amusement park, indulging in a plethora of snacks. By evening, they sat on a bench in the park, each holding a cone of ice cream. Haha, Saimeyer has turned into a big cat. Asuka mischievously exclaimed after smearing chocolate on Saimeyer's face to create whiskers. I think the big cat is actually you, Saimeyer retorted playfully. However, as he was frolicking with Asuka, his expression suddenly shifted, noticing an unusual atmosphere around him. His brow furrowed involuntarily. Fortunately, Asuka was tightly covering her face, preventing him from drawing on it. Thus she remained oblivious to the strange occurrences. Yet, as time passed, she seemed to sense something. As her small head lifted, she spotted a group of oddly dressed individuals, clutching intimidating objects that bore a striking resemblance to the equipment Saimeyer had used for shooting balloons. Suddenly, from among the fully armed personnel, a man in a black robe stepped forward. He cast a menacing glance at Saimeyer on the bench. The second child and her abductor. She has a name. Without waiting for the man to finish, Saimeyer abruptly interrupted. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Asuka instinctively clung to Saimeyer, her voice trembling. Saimeyer, I'm scared. Do not worry. I am here, he reassured, gently stroking her head. As he stood up, he removed his coat. Her name is Asuka. She possesses her own thoughts and her own name. And so what? The man in black shouted, pointing at Asuka. She is no ordinary girl. She is the pilot of EVA. The second child. What do you think you are doing? Bestowing happiness upon a little girl? The term second child was familiar to Saimeyer, yet he questioned. To you, is she merely a tool? What do you truly know? She is one of the few EVA pilots, someone who fights to protect the world. As Saimeyer spoke, Asuka absorbed every word. She recalled the discussions among the researchers at the Institute, who had spoken of her role in protecting humanity, the Earth, and the world. Although she had participated merely to please her mother, the sight of the armed personnel surrounding them now filled her with regret. Do not harm Saimeyer. I will go back with you. Asuka's voice quivered, filled with fear. Despite her own dread and reluctance to return, she felt compelled to act for Saimeyer's sake. Yet, just as the man in black believed the situation was turning in his favor, Saimeyer abruptly intercepted Asuka as she attempted to stand. Facing those who aimed their weapons at him, he spoke coldly. What worth does a world that has degenerated to relying on a child for salvation possess? He tore off his white t-shirt, revealing his muscular physique. More striking than his muscles were the peculiar black patterns etched upon them. Not long after regaining his freedom, Saimeyer had awakened all the latent power within his body through various means. Now, within him resided a total of 81 artificially expanded magical circuits, inscribed with 36 distinct magical arrays. Originally possessing a combat power of 5, Saimeyer's enhancements had elevated it to 200 points. Were it not for concerns about affecting the transformation of the wedge, he could have further augmented it. However, for the purpose of self-defense, a combat power of 200 was more than sufficient in this world. Close your eyes, Asuka. A magical array illuminated on his chest, and Saimeyer's voice bore an enchanting quality that lulled Asuka into a deep slumber. Rest well. When you awaken, all will be well. Cradling Asuka in his arms, every magical array inscribed upon him activated simultaneously. At the same moment, the 3 major research institutes in Germany were engulfed by the piercing sound of alarms. What has transpired? Nakamoto Naoko, who had just exited the laboratory, inquired of the researchers within the monitoring room. However, the individual remained transfixed, eyes wide as if witnessing a ghost. A strong energy reaction was detected, and the fluctuations matched perfectly with the individual previously reported by the Hamburg Research Institute. What? Wasn't it said that thing was dead? I am unsure how this is possible, but the machine indicates that this is indeed the same entity, and its energy is even more potent than before. What is its precise location? It is in the center square of Hamburg. Realizing the impending danger, the man dressed in black wasted no time and commanded, "Open fire." The sound of gunfire erupted as dozens of guns unleashed a torrent of bullets towards Samuel. Yet, he merely raised his right hand slowly, and with a swift motion, he intercepted each bullet amidst a flurry of afterimages. As the firearms fell silent, many finally grasped that their magazines were empty. They were left in disbelief, having unleashed all their firepower, yet the man remained utterly unharmed. Have you finished shooting? Samuel observed the armed personnel exchanging glances, then tossed aside the searing metal sphere resting in his palm. At that moment, they realized that every bullet they had fired had been caught by him single-handedly. Since you have had your turn, it is now mine. As energy surged within him, Samuel gradually raised his right hand, unleashing a formidable force from his palm. A palm-sized dark purple orb began to rotate slowly in his grasp. In the astonished eyes of the armed personnel, Samuel suddenly ascended into the sky. My God! What manner of creature is that? As he soared into the heavens, many armed personnel were rendered speechless by the spectacle. They perceived that this man could no longer be classified as human. Gazing down at the increasingly insignificant humans below, Samuel sighed. Whenever I find life precious, I inevitably encounter individuals like you. As for this, consider it a parting gift. When the dark purple orb descended from his palm, everything appeared tranquil. However, upon making contact with the ground, sparks erupted from the computer monitoring the energy reaction within the nearest Hamburg Research Institute. Before the responsible researcher could comprehend the situation, a violent tremor knocked him from his chair. On the ground, as the blinding light illuminated the sky, a terrifying energy obliterated the park beneath Samuel's feet. Boom! Debris and dust filled the air, ultimately leaving behind a massive crater several hundred meters wide. Chapter 12. The Action Agenda of the Cruel Angel, Part 12. The surging energy erupted from Samuel's being as he created a sonic boom, transforming into a shadow that sped toward the Hamburg Research Institute. The terrifying energy appeared to the air defense system as a miniature sun. In response to this sun, the German Ministry of Defense immediately raised the alarm. Supersonic fighter jets ascended rapidly, and short-range air defense missiles were prepared. The deafening roar resonated in his ears, and Samuel glanced back to see 5 fighter jets pursuing him. Their streamlined bodies and powerful engines propelled them to twice the speed of sound. Yet, even with such velocity, they could barely keep pace with Samuel. This is the German Air Force. You have entered German airspace. Please identify yourself, your nationality, and your flight intentions. Straining under immense gravitational forces, the pilot caught up with Samuel and called out. However, upon truly seeing the figure ahead, his pupils dilated in shock. My God, is that even a person? As he beheld Samuel soaring through the air, the pilot briefly questioned his own sanity. Yet, with a purple energy blast hurtling toward him, he was horrified to realize that everything was indeed real. Boom! A few energy projectiles effortlessly obliterated the pursuing fighter jets. The light of the magical array surrounding Samuel intensified, and his speed began to accelerate further. Circular clouds formed around him, while silver-red missiles trailed closely behind. Inside the underground Hamburg Research Institute, faced with the urgently repaired monitoring equipment, the responsible researcher swallowed hard. The prior energy source was rapidly approaching us. Damn it! Is there truly no one to stop him? No, Doctor, they attempted to intervene, but it failed. The speed of the supersonic fighter jets is 22 Mach, and the short-range interception missiles travel at 5 Mach. Yet that energy source, its speed is 6 Mach, 6 Mach. Setting aside the immense pressure required for a physical body to surpass the speed of sound, even the mere velocity of 6 Mach is astonishing. Remember the first apostle that appeared on Earth? If that creature had possessed a speed of 6 Mach, the world would have been thrown into chaos long ago. But why is such a being manifesting now? Could it be a special effect triggered by the second impact? The doctor was left without answers, nor did he have time to ponder them, for in the next moment, the alloy wall above him exploded. Boom! Following the deafening sound was a cloud of dust, and as the particles settled, a figure appeared before the fallen doctor. It was an ordinary-looking man, radiating light, cradling a peacefully sleeping young girl in his arms. A glance around revealed Samuel's gaze resting on the incapacitated elder, and he calmly inquired, "Where is my body? What body? Who exactly are you?" The doctor's eyes reflected both terror and a hint of excitement. He feared this powerful being who seemed beyond humanity, yet also harbored curiosity about his origins and essence. He had an inkling that the key to human evolution might lie within this being's grasp. You do not know? Then you may as well perish. Samuel raised his index finger, and the energy at its tip pierced through the man before him. Moments later, he turned to another researcher present and asked, "Do you know where my body is?" A seemingly innocuous question, yet it resonated like a death knell. My body, my body." The researcher felt his strength ebb, struggling to rise only to fall back to the ground again. Yet, upon glimpsing the cold corpse nearby, a fierce will to survive surged within him. Body, body. What is a body? The energy source, the energy source. Suddenly, the researcher's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "Your body was shipped abroad yesterday. It should currently be on a transport plane headed for Japan." Japan? Indeed, Our research project here has reached saturation, so your body was sent to the Japanese side. Moreover, what? To ensure safe transport without incident, your body has been divided into 12 parts, each sent via different transport planes to the destination. In the researcher's mind, the man before him was consistent with the earlier energy source and was evidently a being capable of reincarnating by possessing humans. However, if this entity sought to return to its original body, the situation could become dire. After all, he was uncertain whether his fragmented body could still possess a host. The thought of the increasingly intense disturbances from earlier filled the researcher with despair. Yet, to his surprise, the man before him displayed neither anger nor any intent to harm. Have we arrived in Japan? If so, then so be it. Originally, Saiyan intended to consume his own body to gain energy, but in truth, the energy within him was already quite depleted. If it is lost, so be it. My sole objective is to unravel the seal of the Saiyan. As far as I know, there exists another substance in this world that harbors energy. Earlier, you submerged me in an orange liquid. Is that still available here? Are you referring to the LCL liquid? Yes, we have it in the storage room, approximately 3 tons. Excellent. Lead me to the storage room. Certainly. The researcher, without hesitation, stepped forward to guide Saiyan. He suppressed his fear, opening the metallic doors that obstructed his path. Fearful of death, yet even more afraid of an indifferent sacrifice, he reasoned that if a trivial amount of LCL liquid could preserve a research facility, such an exchange was worth it. It was essential to recognize that the researchers within this facility were among the world's foremost experts, their significance far surpassing that of renewable resources. However, upon reaching the storage room, his forward momentum abruptly halted. What is the matter? My authority does not permit me to unlock the storage room door. As soon as Saiyan spoke, the researcher anxiously began to explain, but I know someone who can open it. I will fetch him immediately. Yet before the researcher could move, Saiyan firmly pressed his hand against him. No need for such trouble. Gazing at the imposing metallic door, Saiyan raised his right hand. Chapter 13, The Action Program of the Cruel Angel. His hand, enveloped in energy, resembled a blade heated to a fiery red, effortlessly slicing through the door as if it were mere snow. This power was astonishing. If harnessed within the EVA, it could potentially breach the angels at field without the need for a counterreaction. Ignoring the dazed researcher behind him, Saiyan stepped into the storage room. Upon entering, he beheld massive cylindrical structures. A mere probe of energy was sufficient to sense the latent power contained within those cylinders. This energy is more than enough to awaken me. With a joyful expression, Saiyan hastened forward and struck one of the cylinders with a punch. The orange LCL liquid flowed profusely from the breach. As Saiyan's body made contact with the liquid, a wave of warmth permeated through his skin and into his being. Indeed, this energy is identical to what I encountered previously, although its composition seems somewhat complex. Besides biological energy, there appears to be an element of mental energy as well. I must investigate this thoroughly once unsealed. While contemplating future plans, Saiyan etched a magical array into the surrounding walls. Absorbing energy solely through his body was too sluggish. He devised a more efficient method. Activate. As Saiyan expelled energy from within, the LCL liquid, which had previously flowed from the breach, suddenly reversed course, coalescing above his head. Amidst the dazzling white light, an orange crystal began to descend gently from above. This energy is sufficient. He swallowed the crystal in one gulp, and the magical array on his body dimmed, as if all energy had been absorbed. Subsequently, dark markings began to spread across Saiyan's body. Moments later, a powerful arm extended from the storage room, followed by a muscular figure resembling a sculpture stepping forth. You have done well, neither fleeing nor displaying fear. Furthermore, convey this message to your superiors. Should anyone dare to disturb me, I shall ensure their disappearance from this world. After leaving such a remark, Saiyan turned and stepped into a nearby spatial rift. It was only at this moment that the Berlin Research Institute and local military police arrived, albeit belatedly. Gazing upon the chaotic scene within the research facility, everyone present was struck with astonishment. Incompetence, utter incompetence, a being capable of flying at 6 times the speed of sound, capable of resurrection, and possessing destructive power equivalent to that of a small atomic bomb. Such a terrifying entity has escaped right under your noses. Now, he even dares to threaten us. To threaten humanity. Before this incident occurred, did anyone report this unstable factor to me? Within the pitch-black conference room, 5 differently colored projections encircled the space. While beyond those projections sat a man wearing round-framed glasses. The man, slender in stature, clasped his gloved hands before his mouth. He was the director of Gahern and one of its researchers. However, due to his role in transporting Sai Mier's body, he currently found himself in Japan. Opposite him, an elderly man clad in green military attire, with graying hair and long rectangular goggles adorning his face, passionately delivered a speech. This elder, named Ji Lu Luo Luanzi, was the German representative of the Human Complementation Project Committee and served as the committee's overall representative. Though typically composed, the gravity of the situation rendered him nearly incapable of maintaining his calm. Particularly, the fact that the incident took place in Germany added to his discomfort. Ikari Gendo. How are the research efforts concerning the Spear of Longinus and the remains of Satan progressing? The spear referred to the purple spiral lance that had originally sealed Sai Mier, while the remains of Satan referred to Sai Mier's original body. Due to their mythological appearances, they had been bestowed with such grand titles. The research on the spear is ready, but regarding the remains of Satan, if approached through the EVA methodology, the results may not be ideal. In an ordinary world, they might have merely regarded Sai Mier's emergence as that of an extraterrestrial. However, within the deeper layers of this world existed various entities beyond human comprehension through science. Even deities had been encountered by humanity long ago. Thus, while they were astonished by Sai Mier's appearance, they were not entirely at a loss for how to respond. The reason for the committee representatives' agitation stemmed from Sai Mier's resurrection and the cataclysmic events in Hamburg. Especially in light of the information provided by the researchers at the Hamburg Institute, it was revealed that this Satan, bearing a human facade, possessed the ability of spatial transfer. The resurrected Satan wielded numerous capabilities akin to natural disasters, leading the committee to believe that his remains would harbor many secrets. However, following analysis by Ikari Gendo and his team, it was discovered that aside from an unusual tail, Satan's remains did not significantly exceed human attributes. In contrast, the battle-ready humanoid weapon, EVA, produced through the study of the angels, appeared far more formidable. Estimates suggested that Satan's original arm strength could reach 4 tons, with explosive power 6 times that of an average human. Yet, such results starkly contrasted with the abilities exhibited by Satan himself. I believe that Satan may possess a power beyond our understanding. The ability to generate and release energy barehanded is something that humanity cannot achieve solely through physical means. Upon hearing the explanation from Ding Yuan Tong, Jilu nodded in agreement. Well then, let us set aside the research on the remains of Satan for the time being. However, we must expedite our study on that divine spear. As I understand it, when we first encountered Satan, the spear served a sealing purpose against him. Understood. I shall commence this promptly, came the response. Excellent. Now, let us discuss matters concerning the second eligible candidate. Based on our simulations, we have discerned that it is highly probable the second eligible candidate had already acquainted herself with Satan during the early stages. Given that Satan has consistently protected her, she undoubtedly holds significant importance to him. Perhaps we could leverage her as a means to establish contact with Satan. Would this not provoke Satan's aversion towards humanity, considering he has previously warned us? Suddenly interjected the American representative. Your concerns are not unfounded. However, in light of the current situation, the second eligible candidate remains our sole point of breakthrough. In the conference room, diverse opinions echoed as each individual held steadfast to their own views, unable to sway one another. Observing this, the British representative proposed, then let us cast our votes regarding the approval to engage with the second eligible candidate. After making his statement, the British representative nodded in favor. Following suit was the French representative, opposed. The Russian representative, opposed. The German representative, Ji Lu, also nodded in favor, resulting in an even tally. As all eyes turned towards Ding Yuan Tong, he slightly lowered his head, in favor. Chapter 14. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel Mother. Asuka jolted awake from her slumber. Instinctively, she reached out to her side, but faster than her reflexes, a voice inquired from outside. Asuka, are you awake? Saimir. Upon recognizing that familiar voice, Asuka realized that everything that had transpired was indeed real and not a mere dream. Saimir had been by her side all along. The moment she opened the door, she was enveloped in a warm embrace by the rushing Asuka. I have procured your toiletries. Let us brush our teeth first, and then have breakfast, Saimir said, gently tousling Asuka's hair while lifting her up. After regaining all of his strength, Saiyan sought refuge in a town populated by children, understanding that a child like Asuka would benefit from having companions. Although inexperienced in child-rearing, he remembered what he had longed for in his own youth. Unlike other parents, Saiyan did not impose expectations on Asuka. To him, the only requisite was that she grow up joyfully and with a healthy mentality. Time proved that Saiyan's philosophy was indeed correct. Initially, Asuka was somewhat reserved in this town, appearing quite introverted around her peers. However, as time passed, she gradually mingled with the other children. From that point on, she returned home almost every day with a beaming smile. Even when conflicts arose with her companions, they would swiftly reconcile. This idyllic existence continued for 3 years. On a scorching summer day, a group of children gathered under the shade of a tree. Amidst their playful antics, a little girl suddenly spoke up. "Hey everyone, starting tomorrow, I will be leaving here." "Leaving? Why? Didn't Kirishima just arrive?" Asuka asked, perplexed, as she held onto the long-haired girl beside her. The girl, named Kirishima Manami, had only recently moved to this town. Unlike Asuka's other friends, Manami was Japanese. Although her German was not fluent, her cheerful and lively personality endeared her to Asuka. Manami possessed knowledge far beyond that of an ordinary child. She understood many adult concepts and could sing beautiful songs. In response to Asuka's confusion, Manami explained, "I have to return to Japan for school, so I can't stay here any longer." "School? Oh, my family mentioned something about me going to school too." Manami's words sparked a flurry of conversation among their companions, and it was at this moment Asuka realized she was the only one not going to school. "But school must be boring, right?" Asuka pouted, feeling slightly out of place. "But my dad told me that at school, I'll meet many peers and learn all sorts of new things. By the way, which school will you be attending, Asuka?" "I, of course, will attend the best school," Asuka replied, unsure of how to fabricate a story about something entirely unfamiliar to her. However, seeing her friends begin to discuss the concept of school, she instinctively wanted to join in. Just then, a boy chimed in, "What is the best school? I've never heard of it." "Asuka, are you lying?" "And no, I'm not." Caught in her own fib, Asuka's face flushed crimson. "You all wouldn't understand anyway. I'm leaving." "Why? It's not even time for dinner yet." "Asuka, are you trying to run away because you lied?" As she rose, a little boy suddenly shouted. In an instant, numerous skeptical eyes turned towards Asuka. At that moment, her embarrassment and anger reached a peak. Observing this, Kirishima Manami stood up to shield Asuka from the scrutinizing gazes. Gazing at the blushing girl before her, she confidently declared, "I believe in you, Asuka. You will definitely attend the best school." In that moment, Asuka felt a warmth enveloping her heart. Even though she had spoken a falsehood, Manami still chose to believe in her. Shortly after, Manami added, "When I return to Japan, I will be attending Aoyama Elementary School in Tokyo. If you remember me, you can write to me." "Of course, I will never forget you, Manami," Asuka promised, patting her chest as she mentally noted the name of Aoyama Elementary School. Once she parted ways with Manami and the others, Asuka hurried back home. As she stepped inside, she spotted Saiyan busily cooking in the kitchen. With a rhythmic chopping sound, Saiyan skillfully sliced cucumbers and tomatoes into thin pieces. After tossing the vegetables into a pot, he asked without turning around, "Why are you back so early today?" Typically, Asuka would return only around mealtime. Today, however, she appeared somewhat peculiar, fidgeting as if she had something to say but was unsure how to articulate it. As if having made a decision, Asuka suddenly asked, "Can I go to school?" "School? Ah, I almost forgot about that. Asuka, you're nearly 7 now, right? It's time for you to start elementary school." "Really? Can I go to school?" "Of course. But have you thought about which school you want to attend? If you wish to go with your friends, we can register in the city next month. Of course, if you prefer not to go that far, there's a school in the neighboring town. But I don't want to go to those places." Asuka abruptly interrupted Saiyan. He paused for a moment before smiling and asking, "What's the matter? Did you have a falling out with your friends?" "They're not my friends," Asuka pouted, hugging a pillow as she lay on the sofa. "Those big dummies laughed at me." "Saiyan, can we go to a different place to study?" "A different place? Sure." "Really? Anywhere?" The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Certainly, as long as it pleases you." In the kitchen, a substantial cut of beef was placed into the skillet by Saiyan. The butter beneath the steak began to sizzle, and before long, the enticing aroma of meat wafted into Saiyan's nostrils. After flipping the steak, Saiyan stepped out of the kitchen, arranging the dining table while casually handing a book to Ming Ri Xiang. This book detailed numerous fascinating places in Germany. If she fancied any of them, they could attend school there. However, although Ming Rixiang accepted the book, she did not turn a single page. Nervously and somewhat shyly, she inquired, "But Saimir, I wish to go to Japan." Japan? Upon hearing those two syllables, Saimir abruptly turned his head. Born and raised in Germany, it seemed inconceivable that Ming Rixiang would desire to go to Japan, unless someone had mentioned it to her. "Did someone speak to you about Japan?" It was Wu Dao. She said she was returning to Japan for school, but I am somewhat reluctant to part with her. "Saimir, can we go to Japan?" "Yes, we can, but are you certain, Ming Rixiang? You must understand that Japanese is not spoken there. However, Wu Dao has taught me some Japanese, and I learn quickly. Yet, if that is the case, you will no longer see your friends here in Germany." Saimir assumed that his words would cause Ming Rixiang to hesitate. However, what he did not anticipate was the child's resolute sentiments. "I no longer want to play with them. They all say I am the only one Wu Dao is willing to listen to." "Very well, since that is how you feel. We shall go to Japan in a few days. It is also time for me to teach you some things." Upon hearing Saimir's consent, Ming Rixiang immediately leapt with excitement. "Yay, Saimir is the best. Be careful not to fall." Having affirmed her opportunity to study in Japan, Ming Rixiang even indulged in a bit more dinner. Meanwhile, in a small house on the outskirts of the town, Wu Dao Jinming sat at a dining table, where a wooden spoon and 2 steaming military rations lay before her. The budget for their activities had yet to be approved, so they had to make do with this for the evening. "Oh, by the way, the rations have just been heated, so be cautious, they are hot," remarked a young man with a low ponytail by the window. He leisurely enjoyed the evening breeze, occasionally bringing a cigarette to his lips. As if recalling something, he exhaled a puff of smoke and added, "The other 2 portions are yours. I have already eaten." The cigarette gradually diminished, yet no matter how the man smoked, he could not satiate his hunger. Glancing at him, Wu Dao Jinming could not help but say, "Liar." There was not a shred of refuse in the trash bin, and the man certainly did not appear to be someone who had dined. Clearly, he had given her his share. However, unlike the optimistic demeanor Ming Rixiang had observed earlier, Wu Dao Jinming's face now bore a faint aura of despair. She stared blankly at the window, mechanically feeding herself. Although they occupied the same space, not a word was exchanged between them. Sensing the atmosphere was rather cold, the young man with the ponytail suddenly remarked, "By the way, regarding your friends, as far as I know, they are still in military custody and have not faced any repercussions due to your departure. So there is no need to worry excessively. Additionally, your external status is recorded as deceased, so upon your return, you must assume a new identity. I had originally intended to apply for a trip to the amusement park with you, but that was not approved. My apologies." The man helplessly scratched his head, seemingly trying to ease the awkwardness. However, just after he finished speaking, a tear unexpectedly fell into the can before the girl. She pressed her forearm against her eyes, trembling as she expressed her gratitude to the man behind her. "Thank you, Jiaji." The girl's choked voice stirred a sense of agitation within Jiaji Liang. Despite her being merely a child, she was thrust into the role of a spy, akin to a sinner. Though she possessed no weaponry, she was compelled to risk her life to engage with the second candidate. The organizations that proclaimed their intent to save the world and humanity, were their actions truly salvific? At that moment, he found himself somewhat agreeing with Satan's words. What necessity does a world degraded to the point of relying on children for salvation hold? Sighing deeply, Jiaji Liang extinguished his cigarette on the windowsill. "It is getting late. Let us finish eating and retire early. You must know that it is quite hot in Japan now. Such cool evenings are rare." As he spoke, he reclined on the sofa. In the year 2000, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, the second impact erupted, which not only caused sea levels to rise, but also altered the axial tilt of the Earth. Japan consequently became a land of eternal summer. In contrast, the nights in Germany were considered quite cool. However, Wu Dao Jinming seemed indifferent to these matters. From a young age, she was selected by the Strategic Self-Defense Forces to serve as a young soldier piloting an independent humanoid weapon. After escaping from the self-defense forces due to an incident, she ultimately fell into the hands of a special organization known as NERV. According to the calculations of NERV's supercomputer, Magi, Wu Dao Jinming was deemed the most suitable candidate to interact with Ming Rixiang. Indeed, this proved true, as Wu Dao quickly became good friends with Ming Rixiang and successfully inspired her to consider going to Japan. Though the outcome remained uncertain, Magi's calculations indicated a success probability of at least 66%. Should the plan succeed and Ming Ri-seong truly travel to Japan, the humanoid calamity, Satan, would undoubtedly accompany her. At that time, as NERV, reborn from Gahern, would present a staggering gift to Satan, the divine spear that once sealed him. Through Nerve's relentless efforts, they had mastered the usage of that divine spear. Furthermore, their research revealed that the sealing spear possessed not only tremendous energy, but also a semblance of self-awareness. NERV had created a controller capable of connecting to that consciousness from Satan's remains. It was this controller that enabled them to gather significant intelligence regarding Satan's powers, thus instilling confidence in their ability to seal him. Yet, as an institution composed of humanity, Nerve's thoughts remained constrained within human reasoning. They believed that the energy of the apostles, as potent as it was 10 years ago, would remain consistent a decade later, with no significant fluctuations in between. This notion aligned with scientific and biological theories. However, the existence of Psi Mir could not be elucidated by the science of this world. At night, after watching Ming Ri-seong drift into slumber, Psi Mir casually tore open a rift in space and turned to find himself on the moon. Since his rebirth, his aura had seemingly surpassed certain boundaries, allowing for limitless growth. Therefore, he could finally return to the training regimen of his past. Even though the gravitational pressure of the domain had reached its limits, placing Psi Mir under only a fraction of 200 times the pressure, he still experienced terrifying growth through this relentless training. In a mere 3 years, he had escalated from an initial combat power of 1 million to a current 2 million. This growth rate had not diminished with the passage of time, but appeared to be on the rise. Psi Mir remained uncertain of how strong he might ultimately become. Yet he was acutely aware that he was nestled within the most splendid moment of his existence. Chapter 16. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel. The city of Third New Tokyo is situated in the Hakone region of Kanagawa, Japan. Beneath the city forged of steel, after traversing through 24 layers of protection, one can behold a pyramid structure embedded at the edge of an inverted pyramid. This is the headquarters of NERV. Apart from the development of the versatile humanoid combat weapon EVA, NERV is also conducting another experiment. The 133rd Simulated Combat Experiment is about to commence. Within a vast laboratory constructed from a special alloy, a dark purple spiral spear hovers in midair, while beneath it, on the vacant metallic floor, stands a short-haired girl. She is clad in a tight-fitting dark purple combat suit, holding a white, menacing mask. As the experiment begins, 6 rotating machine guns rise around her. At the same time, the girl dons the mask upon her face. A sensation akin to a moist tongue licking her entire body envelopes her, and her perspective shifts. It feels as though she has soared into the air, even catching sight of her own body below. For one who has just encountered such a perspective, the experience could be overwhelmingly nauseating, potentially leading to thoughts of self-harm. This is the side effect brought about by the Demon King armament. However, unlike an ordinary person, the girl, being a qualified user of the Demon King armament, experiences no adverse effects and can effortlessly manipulate it. As the machine guns rotate their barrels and spit fire, the previously suspended spiral spear suddenly contorts. Branches sprout from the spear's body, swiftly transforming into a dark purple humanoid entity. The sound of gunfire erupts. Thousands of bullets rain down upon the girl from all directions. The dense barrage evokes imagery of the girl being reduced to countless pieces of flesh. Yet, unexpectedly, as the dark purple humanoid descends behind her, a pair of powerful hands effortlessly intercept the barrage of bullets. In the moment of silence following the machine gun cessation, a thunderous explosion reverberates throughout the laboratory, at a speed imperceptible to the human eye. The girl suppresses her nausea and commands the dark purple being to easily dismantle the surrounding machine guns. As the last machine gun is destroyed, a mechanical voice announces, time taken, 001 seconds, speed calculated at 347 Mach, 347 Mach, a thousandth of a second faster than the last test. Ritsuko, how does your body feel? Are there any adverse reactions? The girl named Ritsuko does not respond, but the dark purple entity beside her waves its hand in acknowledgement. Good. If there are no issues, we shall proceed to the next test. Suddenly, the alloy wall behind the girl rises, revealing an expansive underground lake, from which a colossal metal pillar, 40 meters high, slowly emerges. We may begin. As these words are spoken, the entity beside Ritsuko gradually raises its arm, a surge of potent energy emanating from its palm. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the researchers, a dark purple energy orb launches forth from the entity's hand. In the blink of an eye, the massive alloy pillar in the distance is engulfed by a terrifying force. The tremendous impact sends the lake water splashing into the surrounding forest. The once towering metal pillar, constructed from high-strength alloy, is now reduced to mere remnants. It is hard to fathom that such destructive power could be wielded by humanity. Regardless of how many times one witnesses it, the spectacle remains profoundly shocking. In the research monitoring room, a man with slicked-back hair gazes at the scene displayed on the screen, exclaiming in awe, "Such results are owed to you, Professor Futsuki. Thanks to the Demon King armament, humanity has truly gained the power to contend with Satan." Contend? Upon hearing Akagi Naoko's words, Futsuki Kuzu reflects on the information regarding Satan, shaking his head in disbelief. Perhaps, compared to such a godlike existence, humanity remains excessively fragile. First the angels, and now Satan. As one who truly understands what a god is, Futsuki Kuzu harbors a twinge of unease when faced with Satan, a deity entirely different from his comprehension. Unlike the angels and humanity, Satan's power cannot be explained solely by contemporary technology. The Demon King armament was barely created through the deconstruction of the divine spear. Before life even emerged on earth, the first angel, Adam, descended and created the third through 17th angels. Adam possessed the fruit of life and imparted its power to his creations, ultimately manifesting as the Et field. This formidable field, capable of defending against all human weaponry, grants the angels an almost terrifying vitality. Millions of years later, as the progenitor of humanity and all things, the second angel, Lilith, unexpectedly arrived on earth. Lacking the support of the fruit of life, humanity could not become complete individuals like the angels. Instead, they fragmented into countless fragile human beings. Fortunately, the fruit of wisdom bestowed intelligence upon humanity, allowing them to ultimately become the dominant species on Earth through their own efforts. However, the issue lies in the fact that Satan possesses a human appearance and a structure not vastly different from that of humans, implying that Satan is likely a being created by the fruit of wisdom. Yet, he wields power that rivals, or possibly exceeds, that of the angels. This contradictory individual fundamentally should not exist within this world. Moreover, Nerve's research indicates that the structure and composition of the divine spear closely resemble that of the lance of Longinus, which was carried by the first two angels upon their descent. The lance of Longinus is said to be transformed from the roots of the world tree, possessing the capacity to slay gods and seal them away. When Satan was discovered, he was found in a sealed state by the divine spear. Various signs suggest that Satan may very well be a primordial being akin to Adam and Lilith. Legends state that by combining the powers of the fruit of life and the fruit of wisdom, one can attain divine power. Thus, Satan is referred to as a deity due to the manifestation of both power and wisdom. Those who are aware of Satan speculate that he is likely the ultimate life form possessing both the fruit of wisdom and the fruit of power. Yet, his individual essence is too minuscule, starkly contrasting with the colossal deities known to humanity. Consequently, humanity has split into two factions. One believes that Satan is the true God and should be approached with gentle means in hopes of gaining divine protection and favor. The other faction contends that Satan is a demigod or a being akin to the primordial angels, still distanced from true divinity. Humanity should find ways to control him, seal him, and through research, discover methods to advance human life forms, just as they have done with Adam and Lilith. Unfortunately, the apparent leadership of NERV, the United Nations, is a supporter of the demigod theory. For several years, their gentle approach towards Satan stemmed solely from concerns about the uncontrollable nature of his powers. However, after the completion of research on the Demon King armament, these individuals can no longer suppress their greed. Flight of the flesh, energy release, resurrection, each is a capability that humanity has long yearned for. At this moment, humanity stands but a step away from acquiring them. Chapter 17. The program of the cruel angel's actions. 17. Rushing towards success only leads to failure. One must calm their heart and attune to the energy within. Humph. On an uninhabited seaside, Asuka's small face flushes a deep crimson. Despite her relentless effort, no trace of light emanates from her hand. This is impossible. This is too difficult. There is simply no energy at all. As Mingri Suo turned her head to the side, she beheld a dark purple orb of light silently hovering in the palm of Saya's open right hand. Observing Mingri Suo's impatient expression, Saya patiently urged, I have already told you to calm your mind. Reluctantly, Mingri Suo raised her hands once more, bringing them slightly together as she endeavored to sense the so-called energy within her. Time flowed gently. The salty sea breeze caressed Mingri Suo's face, and the sunlight pouring from the sky seemed omnipresent, warm enough to lull one into slumber. Suddenly, a bird soared overhead, as though heralding a portent. Before long, a faint point of light began to materialize in Mingri Suo's palm. An extraordinary sensation surged from her heart, and as she opened her eyes, she was greeted by a delightful sight. It's a light orb. Sire, look, I did it. Mingri Suo exclaimed with excitement, oblivious to her own weakness. By the time she realized, she unexpectedly stumbled forward. Sire swiftly caught her, reminding her amidst their shared breath, the energy stems from your spirit and body. So overexertion can lead to fatigue. Spirit and body. Just like when you run and tire, using energy can also be exhausting, Sire elaborated, noticing Mingri Suo's confusion. But I've noticed that you never seem fatigued. She protested. That's because I possess slightly more energy than you. But do not worry, Mingri Suo. With diligent training, your energy will grow stronger and more abundant. Is that true? I must become even more formidable than you. Then you must strive diligently, Sire encouraged. Well, it's getting late. We should head to the airport. By the way, this is your first time flying, isn't it? Yes, it is, Mingri Suo replied. But I know what an airplane is. It has large wings and can soar through the sky like a bird. Ha, Sire chuckled, ruffling Mingri Suo's hair with a smile. Once your energy increases, I will teach you the art of aerial dance. Then, even without an airplane, you can fly on your own. Really? I can soar through the sky like a bird? Of course. Yay. I must train quickly and learn the aerial dance. Mingri Suo exclaimed joyfully, suddenly breaking into a run. As she dashed ahead, she waved back at Sire, shouting, Sire, come run with me, or else my energy will surpass yours. I'm coming. Sire laughed, and beneath the sunshine, the two of them ran joyfully along the beach. Ding dong, ladies and gentlemen, our flight has arrived at Tokyo Shinai Airport. The airplane's announcement echoed as passengers began to disembark with their luggage. At the junction of the aircraft and the jet bridge, a sweet-voiced flight attendant reminded the departing passengers. Watch your step. This was merely a routine statement in her line of work. However, when a little girl in a pale yellow dress passed by, she heard the girl awkwardly express her gratitude in broken Japanese. Thank you, big sister. It's nothing, the flight attendant replied with a gentle smile. Just as a robust man followed closely behind the girl. He bore a mature appearance, reminiscent of a living Greek statue, and his muscular frame exuded a sense of security. The man reached out and affectionately patted the little girl on the head before nodding slightly at her. Though he said nothing, the flight attendant sensed his kindness. Moreover, he truly was quite handsome. Having traversed numerous worlds and endured the passage of centuries, Sire's demeanor had transformed entirely from what it once was. His once oppressive presence was now replaced by an ineffable air of transcendence and confidence, as if there were nothing in this world he could not accomplish. Upon exiting the aircraft, Mingri Suo gazed around with curiosity. Having lived in Germany her entire life, she was filled with wonder at this country on the opposite side of the globe. Outside the airport, a few taxis were scattered about. Due to the second impact, which caused sea levels to rise, much of Tokyo had been submerged. Although the country had since returned to a semblance of calm, it remained in the early stages of recovery. Excuse me, sir, are you heading to the city center? A taxi driver waved toward Sire, who was accompanied by the child. No, to the nearest train station. That's fine too, hop in, the driver said, pulling the car up to Sire. Observing that both Sire and the girl appeared empty-handed, he curiously inquired, are you two visiting Japan? No, I'm here for school. School? So you're a student, the driver remarked, finding the girl's Japanese somewhat difficult to comprehend. With a firm slam, he shut the car door, fastened his seatbelt, and pressed the accelerator. By the way, where are you from? He asked. Germany. Oh, Germany. I see. But your daughter is quite impressive. At such a young age, she can already speak a foreign language. I think so too. After all, she is quite special. The driver was taken aback by Sire's words. Shouldn't he have deflected compliments and engaged in some light-hearted banter instead? Who was this boasting for? Unbeknownst to the driver, Sire was merely stating facts. After all, it had taken Mingri only 10 days to learn Japanese to the point of simple conversation. Although this pace paled in comparison to Sire's, it was still remarkable compared to the average person. Meanwhile, as Sire and Mingri rode in the taxi, news of his arrival in Japan reached NERV. Amidst a field of melons, a man named Jia Liang, chewing on a blade of grass, glanced at the message on his phone, momentarily losing his grip on the water jug. He suddenly brought the phone closer, and upon reading the message, he murmured to himself, "This means that child can continue her masquerade." Although the title of spy sounded rather unappealing, it was the only way for her to live like a normal child. Chapter 18. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel. 18. Following the end of the internal strife, Japan was undergoing various construction projects. Upon exiting the airport, one could see swathes of concrete buildings. In Germany, new constructions were a rarity, so Mingri found the unfinished buildings to be quite novel. "Sire, are those buildings made from those large blocks?" "Yes, but..." Before she could finish her sentence, Sire caught sight of a black van approaching from behind. Inside the vehicle, four oddly dressed adult men filled the cargo area, their faces painted with camouflage and armed with various firearms, resembling characters from a post-apocalyptic graphic novel. As the van aligned with the taxi in which Sire was seated, the rear door swung open with a loud bang. Instantly, a multitude of dark gun barrels protruded from within. "Die, Satan!" shouted one of the armed men as he pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets rained down. The taxi driver, witnessing this scene, gripped the steering wheel in terror, unable to maintain control. "What are you panicking for? Keep driving," Sire commanded, placing a hand on the door. The energy within her enveloped the entire vehicle in an instant. Countless bullets struck the car, yet not a single spark was produced. This miraculous scene left the driver dumbfounded, and he instinctively swallowed hard, trembling as he reached for the gear shift. The armed assailant in that van was far from ordinary, yet the figure seated behind him appeared equally unsettling. The driver, who had never envisioned finding himself in such a predicament, yearned only to distance himself from the van and bring this ordeal to a swift conclusion. However, as the taxi accelerated, a blue sedan suddenly emerged from the opposite direction. The window rolled down slowly, revealing a purple-haired beauty adorned with sunglasses, who shouted to the occupants of the taxi, "Follow me." Without hesitation, she dashed in front of the taxi as if leading the way. The driver, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, instinctively glanced at Samir, and upon seeing his nod, he pursued the woman. Meanwhile, the black van had caught Samir's attention. His eyes sparkled as he noticed that one of its front wheels abruptly lost its color, becoming immobilized on the road. The inertia caused the vehicle to drift, as if its occupants had abandoned the chase. Yet, a stream of black vehicles soon surged past the van, hot on the taxi's trail. Asuka, leaning against the rear window, observed the approaching cars with excitement and exclaimed to Samir, "Look, we're in a movie." Showing no fear, she bounced around as if she had discovered a fascinating new toy. "Be careful not to fall." Samir instinctively shielded Asuka, then pointed his right index finger out the window. A tiny speck of light shot from his fingertip and, in the blink of an eye, landed on the asphalt behind them. The seemingly fleeting glimmer expanded dramatically upon contact with the road, erupting into a massive fireball that obliterated the pavement. The pursuers could only stare in astonishment at the scene before them. The rumors were true. It was said that Satan would bring destruction to Japan. For some time, whispers had circulated online, claiming that terrorists hiding in various locations were inciting the youth to form a so-called resistance. Naturally, our government was grappling with the headaches caused by these individuals. Beneath a concealed cliff, the purple-haired beauty removed her sunglasses as she watched the taxi speed away, explaining to Samir, "Satan? Are you referring to me?" "Indeed. That is the code name given to you by the United Nations. Additionally, I am Katsuragi Misato, a member of NERV's Tactical Operations Division. Pleased to meet you, Samir." She extended her hand with a bright smile. Yet, in Samir's eyes, he could sense Misato's blood racing and her muscles instinctively tightening, a clear sign of fear. Observing Misato's feigned composure, Samir chose not to reciprocate her gesture. "Since you know who I am, you must also comprehend my capabilities. Therefore, please state your intentions directly, so I need not waste time inquiring further." "You truly are cold." Misato awkwardly retracted her hand, internally scolding herself. What was I thinking, attempting to shake hands? What if he found me bothersome and decided to eliminate me? Thankfully, he appeared to be in good spirits. But why was such a formidable individual accompanied by a child? Could he have an affinity for children? Surely she did not want to consider them as mere backup. It seemed that the older sister was harboring some rather unsettling thoughts. How could that be? Absolutely not. Misato laughed heartily before clarifying to Samir. Regarding my purpose, may I first inquire about your perspective on Earth? Or more specifically, your thoughts on humanity? Earth is a remarkably beautiful planet, and humanity is an indispensable race within the cosmos. Their creativity continually brings me unexpected delight. However, beyond that, the arrogance and folly of certain individuals are truly intolerable. That understanding is quite astute. However, Samir, you mentioned certain individuals. Aside from that small fraction, the vast majority of humanity is indeed exceedingly kind and friendly. I am well aware of this. Otherwise, why would you believe you could stand before me alive? Then I must thank you for your mercy. The more she interacted with Samir, the more Misato's fear diminished. Perhaps it was due to the presence of the delightful Asuka. Yet more significantly, Misato discovered that the so-called Satan possessed human emotions and could reason. Having only seen documentation prior, she had imagined him as a humanoid supersonic bomber. With the ability to engage in dialogue, Misato's nervousness began to ease considerably. It is as follows, Samir. Misato organized her thoughts and continued. We are aware of your preference for a quiet life and your aversion to disturbances. Therefore, upon learning of your arrival in Japan, my superiors promptly arranged a suitable residence for you. It is not densely populated but fully equipped, making it ideal for long stays. Of course, we do not seek anything from you. We merely wish to express humanity's goodwill. We want you to understand that not all humans are ugly beings. Though this was a task assigned by her organization, Misato's emotions were unmistakably evident as she spoke. It seemed she was genuinely attempting to convey the goodness and beauty of humanity to Samir. Chapter 19. The operational agenda of the cruel angel. Observing Misato's sincere gaze, Samir voluntarily extended his right hand. Upon seeing his large palm, Misato hesitated for a moment. Yet, she quickly responded with delight, reaching out to meet him halfway. I am fully aware of what you speak. It is precisely because of humanity that I have recognized the beauty of life. Throughout his journey, Samir had encountered countless individuals. Perhaps he had not noticed it before, but now, reflecting on those encounters, the presence of each individual had left an indelible mark on his heart, akin to beautiful landscape paintings. His classmates striving for strength in high school, ninjas resisting despair in the underground cities, a boy amidst a wolf pack under the moonlit night, a girl maintaining her kindness in the demon world, and the naive and adorable Asuka, the budding superhero. Miss Katsuragi, I can comprehend humanity's fear of me. However, I assure you, I harbor no hostility towards humans. Moreover, I will be candid. I shall remain on Earth for but a century. After that, I will depart. Thus, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. A century. Misato gazed at Samir in astonishment. She cautiously leaned closer to him, her right hand covering her mouth as she whispered, Samir, may I ask about your secret to maintaining such longevity? Hearing this, Samir cast a sidelong glance at Misato. Noticing the way Samir regarded her, as if she were a fool, Misato felt a surge of embarrassment. Let us pretend I said nothing just now. By the way, shall I take you to see your new residence? I can assure you, the view is absolutely splendid. Very well, then let us embark. But, Samir, you likely do not possess identification, do you? How did you manage to board a plane? By means of magic. Is that for real? You can board a plane simply by performing magic? Believe it or not. As Samir remained reticent, Misato turned her attention back to conversing with Asuka. Perhaps it was Samir's imagination, but despite Misato appearing to be in her 20s, her demeanor and speech resembled that of a child. After a journey of over 2 hours, the blue sedan finally came to a halt. By this time, the once lively Asuka had fallen asleep in Samir's embrace as they had entered the third new Tokyo city. Pushing the door open, a towering apartment building immediately comes into view. A warm welcome to your new abode, the cozy number 17. Although it is indeed an apartment complex, the space is quite generous. I must quietly mention that the rental costs have consumed a significant portion of my finances. The entire building accommodates a total of 158 households. Yet the actual number of residents is considerably lower. Additionally, being situated in the city center, the convenience of transportation is exceptional. Small shops and supermarkets are conveniently located downstairs. It can essentially be deemed one of the finest environments in the entirety of the third new Tokyo city. Your room is located on the 11th floor, A2122. I am indifferent, but we shall wait for Asuka to see it first. Asuka. Katsuragi Misato gazed at the sleeping child in Samuel's arms, her eyes narrowing like those of a sly fox. Is it true? This seemingly intimidating figure is, in fact, a devoted father? Through her exchanges with Asuka in the car, Katsuragi Misato had gathered that their relationship resembled that of a father and daughter. She had also reviewed Asuka's file and was aware of her past. Thus, she held a degree of fondness for Samuel, who, despite not being human, could love Asuka more than her own father. However, what surprised Katsuragi Misato was that Samuel, in addition to possessing compassion, was indeed a doting father. Reflecting on her own father, who perished due to a laboratory accident, Katsuragi Misato could not help but exclaim, "How wonderful it is that she has a father like you." Noticing a hint of melancholy in Katsuragi Misato's eyes, Samuel took the initiative to speak. "Shall we take a look at the new home? Additionally, I have some inquiries to make." "Oh, what would you like to ask?" "About Aoyama Elementary School." "Aoyama Elementary. Is Asuka going to school?" The two conversed as they entered the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, Katsuragi Misato casually retrieved a key from her pocket. As she inserted the key into the lock of room 122, she pointed to room 121 next door and remarked, "By the way, we are neighbors. Well, here's your new home." As the door swung open, a spacious entrance revealed itself. After removing their shoes and traversing a short corridor, they arrived at the dining area. The dining room is adjacent to the kitchen and bathroom, and further in lies the living room, complete with an outdoor balcony. The living room is furnished with a television, sofa, and gaming console, while ascending leads to the master bedroom and descending to the secondary bedroom. Opposite the secondary bedroom, there is a sizable storage room. The kitchen contains a refrigerator, and the balcony houses a fully automatic washing machine. While the space may not compare to those standalone houses in Germany, it certainly exudes warmth. Moreover, not only is the school nearby, but also picturesque locations such as Kintama Mountain and Owakadani are within close reach. During leisure time, you could certainly take Asuka out for a stroll. "School? Am I going to school?" Just as Katsuragi Misato was introducing the new home, Asuka stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. Even with her eyes barely open, the mere mention of school prompted her to chatter about attending. Understanding the significance of Samuel to Asuka, Katsuragi Misato turned to the drowsy girl and said, "Yes, Asuka can attend school here. However, I wonder if you like this new home?" "New home?" Asuka clung to Samuel's neck, lazily resting her head on his shoulder. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, she uncertainly inquired of Misato, "Is this really the new home?" "Indeed. This is Asuka's new home, and from here, you will go to school. Will I be able to see Akari again?" Upon hearing that name, Misato immediately realized it referred to the boy spy who had been close to Asuka, although she was aware that he would also be attending the school. In order to avoid raising Samuel's suspicions, Katsuragi Misato vaguely replied, "As long as she is also attending school here, that will suffice." Upon hearing this, Asuka became noticeably more alert. It seemed she recalled something, urgently telling Samuel, "Samuel, I want to go to Aoyama Elementary School." Asuka's words landed like a stamp, ultimately inscribing themselves onto Katsuragi Misato's plan. Upon returning to NERV, a surveillance operation for Samuel commenced. Placing Samuel within the steel confines of 3rd New Tokyo City not only served to soothe the fragile psyches of the United Nations representatives, but also allowed NERV to procure substantial funding. After all, those individuals were unaware that controlling a being capable of effortlessly obliterating a city merely required a luxurious apartment and an elementary school admission slot. Naturally, beyond financial considerations, NERV's leadership harbored another peculiar intention. According to a tome known as the Dead Sea Scrolls, formidable entities known as angels would awaken in 2015, poised to annihilate humanity through their union with the first angel, Adam. NERV, along with EVA, was birthed to thwart such a potential calamity. Moreover, the 3rd New Tokyo City, where NERV was situated, housed Lilith, an entity comparable to Adam. Due to the similarity in their essences, once the angels awakened, they would inevitably be lured by Lilith, leading them to 3rd New Tokyo City. Should an angel descend, it was highly probable that Satan, in defense of her precious daughter, would engage in combat with the angel. Although the United Nations had been deeply concerned about possessing a formidable force to counter Satan, even pressing NERV to seal her, the brilliant minds at NERV had been evasive. They were reluctant to allow the unpredictable factor of Satan to jeopardize their established plans and sought to leverage Satan's power as an additional safeguard. As for the Demon Lord's weaponry, it was merely a means devised to balance against Satan. However, Nerve's hesitance did not imply that others would remain idle. Within a military Green Operations Command Center, the commander of the Strategic Self-Defense Force observed the report submitted by his subordinates, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The fools of the resistance front had already begun to engage with Satan. All that remained was to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Those dogs of the United Nations at NERV, with their talk of Demon Lord weaponry and EVA, once the independent humanoid weaponry was completed. The ultimate victory would belong solely to our military. Chapter 20. The action agenda of the cruel angel with the assistance of such a unique organization as NERV. Asuka's enrollment became remarkably effortless, sparing Samuel the need to exert his magical prowess. Upon confirming their decision to settle in 3rd New Tokyo City, Samuel took Asuka to a nearby supermarket to procure daily necessities. While he could generate items through his abilities, he generally preferred to live as a person would. However, upon entering the supermarket, Asuka's attention was captivated by the dazzling array of products. Japan, having undergone various geological disasters and internal strife, had nearly been reconstructed as a nation. The rebirth that follows destruction often unleashes a more potent vitality, and Japan was no exception. The advanced technology made Japan appear akin to a futuristic nation, with Germany seeming like a relic of the past in comparison. Samuel, what is this? MP3, used for listening to music. Can it play anything? It needs to be preloaded. And what is this? Oh, that is an air conditioner, used to regulate indoor temperature. And this? Asuka, like an inquisitive child, tugged at Samuel, exploring every corner. As they passed a shelf, a short-haired girl caught Asuka's attention. Ikari. The spontaneous utterance of German took the girl by surprise. However, upon seeing Mingri Xiang, her astonishment transformed into delight. Mingri Xiang. The two little girls embraced each other joyfully, akin to long-separated friends. Meanwhile, two men exchanged glances behind them. Hello. You must be Mingri Xiang's father, right? I am Kaji Yashioshi, the guardian of Wudao. Samuel observed the wallet in Kaji Yashioshi's pocket, clearly seeing various passports and identification documents. Do you know me? Did Wudao mention me? Kaji Yashioshi was still unaware that his identity had been compromised, believing that Wudao had spoken of him to Mingri Xiang. Samuel nodded, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Through the conversation between the two children, he learned that Wudao's true name unexpectedly shared the same class as Mingri Xiang. Coupled with Kaji Yashioshi's multifaceted identity, Samuel pieced together the situation without much thought. Ultimately, humanity remained fearful of him, constructing numerous schemes for this reason. Yet, no matter how meticulous the plots were, they could not rival absolute power. As long as the other party did not pose a threat to Mingri Xiang, Samuel chose to turn a blind eye to these petty maneuvers. Shortly thereafter, Mingri Xiang suddenly took Wudao's hand and ran to Samuel. Samuel, can Wudao come to our home for dinner today? Mingri Xiang exclaimed. Mingri Xiang. That's not what I meant, Wudao replied, casting a hesitant glance at Kaji Yashioshi. However, to her surprise, the latter nodded affirmatively. It's rare to encounter a good friend. Visiting is no trouble. I will handle the other matters. Seeing Mingri Xiang's beaming smile, Samuel gently remarked to Wudao. Mingri Xiang has just arrived in Tokyo. If she has a wonderful friend like you accompanying her, I believe she will be very happy. Good friend, Wudao thought, feeling a stir within her as she realized that the other had already considered her a good friend. What do you say, Wudao? Would you like to come to my house as a guest? Wudao nodded, only to be swept into a warm embrace by Mingri Xiang. Yay, that is wonderful. After leaving the supermarket, the group arrived at the apartment. As the elevator came to a gentle halt and the door opened, a figure clad in purple appeared before them. Katsuragi Misato, holding a bag of snacks, was about to push open her front door when she turned and met 4 pairs of eyes. Hi, little Mingri Xiang and Samuel. Why are you here? Upon seeing the man with the low ponytail in the crowd, Katsuragi Misato's expression soured instantly, as if she had encountered a sworn enemy. Her gaze filled with animosity. Conversely, Kaji Yashioshi smiled warmly, saying, I came at Samuel's dinner invitation, unlike someone whose dinner today might just be instant noodles. What? There's nothing wrong with instant noodles. Besides, cooking is such a hassle. Are you sure it's a hassle and not that you can't cook? Kaji Yashiyoshi and Katsuragi Misato exchanged playful barbs. Even Samuel could discern that their relationship was far from ordinary. Hey, does Misato-ne and Uncle Kaji know each other? University classmates. But I'd rather not know that fool. By the way, Samuel, I suggest you keep that guy at a distance. Otherwise, he might corrupt the little ones. Katsuragi Misato retorted, as if Kaji Yashiyoshi were a heinous criminal. Nonetheless, Samuel felt reassured regarding Kaji Yashiyoshi's treatment of children, as he could see the genuine concern for Wu Dao in his eyes. In contrast, Katsuragi Misato seemed more like a student who, due to her busy schedule, could only fill her stomach with snacks. Samuel weighed the ingredients in his hands and asked her, "Since you're here, why not join us for dinner? I have quite a bit of food." Really? Then I won't hold back, ha ha ha. With dinner secured, Katsuragi Misato tossed the snacks into her home, promptly shutting the door with a bang and darting towards Samuel's door. Kaji Yashiyoshi chuckled at the sight, only to receive an eye roll from Katsuragi Misato. As the door swung open, everyone streamed into the room. Samuel, laden with bags, placed some daily necessities on the dining table and said to the group, "Make yourselves comfortable. I'll prepare dinner. By the way, does Mingri Xiang have any preferences? Coca-Cola chicken legs. Coca-Cola chicken legs, got it." With the exhaust fan activated, Samuel began preparing the ingredients. In the dining room, Katsuragi Misato whispered to Mingri Xiang, "Can Samuel really cook?" "Of course. Samuel is the best. He can do everything." Mingri Xiang replied proudly. Observing Katsuragi Misato's sneaky demeanor, Kaji Yashiyoshi pulled her up, saying, "All right, let us not ask too many questions now. Let the children enjoy themselves." He released her once they reached the balcony. Chapter 21. The Cruel Angels Action Program. 21. He took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inquired, "So, why are you here?" "That question should be directed at me, shouldn't it? I thought you wouldn't return from Germany. When did you become a guardian?" "After some heartless woman dumped me." "You." Seeing Katsuragi Misato at a loss for words, Kaji Yashiyoshi exhaled a puff of white smoke and said nonchalantly, "All right. Enough of that. How have you been lately?" "Not bad. I've been promoted to 3rd lieutenant, got a new apartment, and even bought a car." "So, have you found a new boyfriend?" Of course, I've had several." "Haha, you're still the same as before, but that's for the best." Gazing at Misato, Kaji Yashiyoshi took a deep breath. He harbored a notion, one he dared not share with others. His life had been forged through the betrayal of comrades, and his past bore a striking resemblance to Wu Dao's. Especially after genuinely interacting with Wu Dao, his resolve to save her intensified. He was a young spy. No one understood the dangers and pains of this identity better than he did, nor could anyone comprehend the profound sorrow within Wu Dao's heart. Each night, witnessing her weep beneath the covers, Kaji Yashiyoshi longed to liberate her from such a life of suffering. He recognized that Wu Dao truly cherished Mingri Xiang as a friend. Yet her identity as a spy compelled her to perpetually disguise herself. Such a distorted existence, such a pathological life, was not something a child should endure. Naturally, Kaji's plan was not born of impulsive whim, but rather a carefully weighed consideration. Wu Dao's role within NERV was to get close to Mingri Xiang. But she was not the sole candidate. Without Wu Dao, there would still be Wu Dao's alternate personas. As he simultaneously infiltrated both the United Nations and NERV as a double agent, his importance could easily offset such a transgression. What he lacked now was merely an opportunity and someone who could offer him a modicum of assistance. Initially, he intended to seek out his university friend Akagi Ritsuko. But fate had led him to Katsuragi Misato. Modifying a child's records was not a daunting task. It merely required some manipulation on a computer. As a government employee, Katsuragi Misato was quite suitable for such matters. Although this might further incite her dislike for him, it was a risk worth taking. Ever since he had inadvertently caused the death of a friend through his betrayal during his youth, Kaji Yashiyoshi had deemed himself a wretched being. Coupled with his current complex identity, his future was sure to be bleak. Now that fate had granted him a chance to redeem himself, he vowed not to succumb to cowardice as he had in the past. The evening breeze howled against their faces, while the cheerful laughter of children echoed in the living room. Gazing at his former girlfriend, Jiaqi Liang, Ji offered a faint smile, thinking that this was all he needed. The dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, causing everyone to salivate at the mere sight. "Let us begin. Please do not hold back," said Saimier, distributing chilled cola bottles to each person. As they admired the sumptuous spread, Mei Li jokingly remarked, "With such a feast, perhaps I should come here every day for a meal." That sounds great, replied Asuka, who was currently serving food to Wu Dao. If Sister Meili cannot cook, she is welcome to join us for meals. I was merely jesting. Who cannot cook? Though, perhaps, my culinary skills may not match the deliciousness of this spread, she mused. Ahem. Jia Qi Liangji, overhearing this, nearly choked on his rice. However, upon receiving a fierce glare from Mei Li, he swallowed his words. Yet, he was quite curious. Mr. Simier, are you truly this skilled in cooking? I enjoy learning new things when I am bored, he replied. By the way, aside from cooking, do you have other talents? For instance, I have mastered 14 languages from Earth, he continued. I can also operate various modes of transportation. Oh, and Miss Katsuragi. Just call me Mei Li, she interjected. Very well, Mei Li. I am currently researching gravitation. May I inquire if I were to acquire funding through legal means and establish my own company? Would those above you react adversely? That I will need to confirm, she answered. That is fine. I have ample time. I merely dislike being disturbed when I decide to undertake something. Thus, I hope you can remind your superiors. I will, she responded. May I ask what your purpose is in starting a company? That is not a secret. I aim to create a gravity chamber. A gravity chamber? Although puzzled, Katsuragi merely noted this in her mind. After dinner, as the only one with a car, she was responsible for driving Jiaqi Liangji and Wu Dao back home. Once everything concluded, she proceeded to NERV headquarters for her report. However, upon exiting the elevator, she noticed Akagi Ritsuko sitting on the side, her head buried in her arms, as if she had witnessed something unbearable. Ritsuko, Meili greeted her, to which Ritsuko responded somewhat absent-mindedly. Meili, what brings you here? I am here for a routine report. Ritsuko, what seems to be the matter? You look rather lost. Have you not been sleeping well lately? Nothing, it is fine. Seeing that Akagi Ritsuko was unwilling to share, Katsuragi Meili opted not to press further and shifted the conversation. After my report, would you care to join me for a swim? Swimming? Ritsuko pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding. Very well, wait for me here. I shall return shortly. As Katsuragi Meili approached the office of Ikari Jendo, she reached to knock on the door when it swung open by itself. Aunt Naoko? Akagi Naoko was adjusting her disheveled collar while giving Meili a slight nod. Inside the office, a bespectacled man was silently wiping his lips. Being a woman, Katsuragi Meili recognized the stain on the paper as the same shade of lipstick worn by Akagi Naoko. Coupled with Ritsuko's earlier odd behavior, she surmised the truth of the situation. However, the man before her was akin to a father figure. He had cared for her ever since her own father's passing. Suppressing her discomfort, Meili swiftly completed her report. Chapter 22, The Action Program of the Cruel Angel. Yet, during this reporting process, she could not fathom why the man before her appeared unaffected by the events that transpired. It was only when she mentioned Saiyan's intention to construct a gravity chamber that he suddenly interjected. Do you know why he wishes to build it? I am uncertain, but based on current data analysis, it seems to be a hobby. A hobby? I will discuss this with the government. You may inform him that as long as his endeavors are reasonable and compliant, he is permitted to proceed. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. With a soft thud, she closed the door behind her and exhaled deeply. Yet, before she could shake off the shock, she spotted Akagi Ritsuko arguing with Akagi Naoko outside the window. Oh no. Fearing a conflict between the mother and daughter, Katsuragi Meili hurried downstairs. However, by the time she arrived, the two had already parted ways with discontent. Meili, let us go to KTV, Ritsuko called out, sounding almost self-destructive. KTV? But she had worked the next day, and Ritsuko required special training. Under such circumstances, if they were not already acquainted from university, Meili would have questioned Ritsuko's sanity. Understanding that Ritsuko merely needed an outlet for her frustrations, Katsuragi Meili suggested, let us skip KTV. It is not all that enjoyable. How about coming to my house? I have 24 beers in the fridge. Plus, we can rest right after we tire ourselves out. After considering Meili's offer, Ritsuko eventually nodded. Inside the freshly decorated home, Meili carried all the snacks she had bought along with the beers to the living room. Shall we watch some television? I just started a new series, and the romance between the leads is quite sweet. As she spoke, Meili turned on the television and deftly changed the channel. However, once the channel switched, the screen blared, I love you even if you do not love me. A woman tightly embraced a middle-aged man, and the man's subsequent words made Meili's head spin. What about your daughter? With a click, Meili quickly turned off the television and handed Ritsuko a can of beer. Let us just drink instead. Speaking of which, since graduating from university, we have not had the chance to sit down and chat like this. Yet, Ritsuko responded with an expressionless face. Indeed, you were too busy with Kaji to find time. Oh, Meili, why must you bring that up? Just as Meili thought she had ruined the moment. She saw Ritsuko down the entire can of beer in one go, as if in a fit of anger. Having never been much of a drinker, Ritsuko's face turned crimson. She looked at Meili with confusion and voiced her inner turmoil. Is love truly that captivating? How should I put it? Love can indeed be somewhat intoxicating. However, it is not an absolute necessity. Look at me, I ended up breaking up after all. As Meili spoke, she too drank her beer. Yet, whether due to the night or the alcohol, memories of Kaji surfaced in her mind. She recalled the moments they shared, and how she had forced the breakup out of fear of being consumed by love. At this moment, she still regretted that decision. After consuming several cans of beer, the alcohol heightened her feelings of regret until, in the dead of night, both women began to shout passionately about love and hate. In the neighboring room, Saime, who had just lulled Mingri Xiang to sleep, could not help but furrow her brow at the cacophony of cries and howls. That fool, suppressing her displeasure. Saime closed the door to Mingri Xiang's room. Just as she was about to caution the child next door, Akagi Ritsuko, who had consumed an astonishing 16 cans of alcohol, was already intoxicated. She pointed disdainfully at the balcony and declared, "She thinks I am oblivious, but I have long since seen through it. It is not the power of the Demon King's armament they doubt, but my own abilities. To them, I am merely a child. However, I am different. While they all fear Satan, I do not." Yes, absolutely right. Miyuki could no longer discern Ritsuko's words, merely agreeing fervently with her. Akagi Ritsuko flung open the sliding door to the balcony and directed her voice towards the washing machine, exclaiming, "Miyuki, is that fellow over there?" "Indeed, you are correct." Ritsuko continued, "Today, I shall show you, and mother shall see, how I will vanquish that Satan. I will make everyone recognize that I am no longer the person I once was." Absolutely right. Upon hearing her friend's affirmation, a surge of impulse welled up within Ritsuko. She embraced a nearby plastic bucket and shouted, "So, Miyuki, shall we do it? Right now? Here." Indeed, with Miyuki's consent, Akagi Ritsuko placed the plastic bucket atop her head, as if to unleash all her pent-up frustrations from the past, and let out a thunderous cry. "Ah?" Feeling the dampness from the bucket sliding down her face, she was transported back to the state of controlling the Demon King's armament, filling her with confidence. "This is the Demon King's armament. This is my power." However, before Ritsuko could finish her exclamation, a pillow struck the plastic bucket covering her head with a resounding thud. With a jolt of weightlessness enveloping her, she felt a painful thud as she fell. The plastic bucket tumbled aside as she struggled to rise, ready to unleash her fury, only to find a stoic man standing before her. Clad solely in black martial arts pants, his muscular physique was laid bare before Akagi Ritsuko. Gazing into his white eyes, her previously muddled mind suddenly cleared. "Satan," she gasped. But Saime merely raised her right hand and delivered a sharp slap to her forehead. "If you know pain, then cease your howling and go to sleep." "And you?" Saime abruptly turned to the living room, where Miyuki lay on the floor feigning death. The latter rubbed her head and offered an awkward smile. Sorry. We didn't mean to." Saime cast a glance at the pitiful blonde girl beside her and casually picked up the pillow. "Take care of your friend." Of course. Once Saime departed, Miyuki collapsed completely onto the floor. She could swear that she had just come closest to death. "Ritsuko, are you all right?" Panting heavily, Miyuki rushed to check on her friend. To her surprise, Ritsuko was not afraid. Instead, she looked exhilarated and asked, "Miyuki, that person was Satan, right?" "Shoo. Keep your voice down." Quickly covering her friend's mouth, Miyuki nodded. "Yes, by the way, didn't you read his profile? But he is much more handsome in person than in the photographs." "Is that really him?" "Wait, what did you just say?" Miyuki nearly thought her ears had deceived her. Yet, Akagi Ritsuko earnestly replied, "Miyuki, I think I understand what love is." "You know nothing." Miyuki was utterly bewildered. Nerv's trump card against Satan had seemingly fallen in love with him? Was she insane, or was the world gone mad? However, unbeknownst to Miyuki, the affection Ritsuko felt was fundamentally rooted in her hatred towards her mother and others. As she watched Saime depart, a frenzied thought surged in her mind. Since no one cared for her, She would undertake an act that would compel everyone to pay attention. Chapter 23. The Program of the Cruel Angel Classmates. Today we welcome 2 new students to our class. Let them introduce themselves. Please welcome. Amidst the applause of the teacher and classmates, Mingri Xiang strode confidently to the blackboard. She picked up a piece of chalk, stood on tiptoe, and wrote in bold letters, "Asuka, my name is Mingri Xiang. So are you, Asuka Langley. My favorite food is ice cream. My favorite animal is birds. And I aspire to become a formidable adult like Saime." In stark contrast, Ikari Shinji's introduction was much simpler, merely stating his name. Alright, that concludes the introductions from our new students. Mingri Xiang and Ikari, please take the 2 empty seats at the back by the window. The elementary school curriculum was exceedingly simple for Mingri Xiang. Anything the teacher mentioned once, she could memorize entirely. In a world devoid of Saime, she had completed her university education by the mere age of 14. As for Ikari, her academic prowess was also commendable, though not on par with the prodigious Mingri Xiang. She far surpassed her peers. In fact, her spelling in Japanese was significantly better than Mingri Xiang's. "Ikari, what do you think of the bird I drew?" Mingri Xiang inquired. "Mingri Xiang, we are in class," Ikari replied. "Just take a look, come on." "No, don't tickle me." The morning lessons flew by for Mingri Xiang as she engaged in playful antics with Ikari. By noon, when Mingri Xiang took out the bento prepared by Saime, she noticed that Ikari had returned with a loaf of bread. "Wait, Ikari, is that all you're having for lunch? What is Uncle Kaji doing? Has he not even prepared a bento?" "No, Mingri Xiang, Mr. Kaji, you don't need to explain for him. Sister Miyuki is right. He will surely lead children astray. From now on, do not buy such things. I will have Saime prepare a bento for you too. And if you want dinner, you are always welcome at my house." But what? Are you afraid Uncle Kaji will scold you? Don't worry. With Saime around, you have nothing to fear. She is the strongest person in the world. However, since the bread was already purchased, it would be a waste. Mingri Xiang pondered and suddenly opened the bread, tearing it in half while placing her bento between them. "There, you can have half of my lunch, and I will take half of yours." Thank you, Mingri Xiang. "No need for thanks. We are good friends." When the lunch break concluded, the class shifted from cultural studies to physical education. What left everyone in awe was Mingri Xiang's extraordinary athleticism. A group of children sprinted 50 meters, most clocking in at 12 or 13 seconds. Even the older students could manage only 9 or 10 seconds. But when Mingri Xiang took to the field, Ikari could have sworn that something seemed to flutter around her. As the teacher signaled the start, the boys dashed from the starting line, and in an instant, Mingri Xiang dashed toward the finish line like a gust of wind. 6 seconds and 1. The teacher, timing with a stopwatch, stared blankly at the device in his hand. Such a time must be competition level, right? So fast. The children exclaimed in astonishment. However, Asuka tossed her long hair and, with her head held high, remarked nonchalantly, only 6 seconds and 1 millisecond? I expected to achieve 5 seconds. Unlike ordinary individuals, when Asuka learned to harness the energy within her body, Sire taught her the art of utilizing that energy. The distinction between those who can wield energy and those who cannot is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Even if both possess the same energy, the outcomes they can achieve differ vastly. Not to mention, Asuka herself engaged in some rudimentary training. After basking in the admiration of the onlookers, she swiftly approached Ikushima. What do you think, Ikushima? Am I impressive? For Asuka, the validation from friends always outweighed the applause of strangers. Yet, just as Asuka was basking in the limelight, 2 men adorned with skull tattoos were observing her from a distant high-rise building through binoculars. Incredible. This child is like a gust of wind. After all, she is the child of Satan. She must be different from humans. Is she not human? The intel said she was adopted. Modified. Have you seen Kamen Rider? She might be akin to the modified beings from Shuka. Is that true? Should we still capture her? It's merely speculation, and besides, without capturing her, how can we contend with Satan? Remember, that fellow blew up the highway yesterday. I certainly do not wish to engage in battle unprepared. But is Satan truly a villain? That child seems quite adorable. Could it be that the higher-ups are mistaken? Baka, what are you thinking? If Satan is not a villain, then are we? Moreover, the leaders within the organization gathered us together to protect Japan. We are the heroes safeguarding the nation, unlike those who do evil for money. At this point, one of the men abruptly stood up. Grasping the handgun at his waist, he kicked his companion, saying, let us go, let us wait in the car. School will be over soon, and we can simply take that child away. In that case, even if Satan is powerful, we will have leverage to negotiate with him. However, the other man looked at the smiling children in the school and then at their own attire, saying, "It still feels like we are the bad guys, resorting to kidnapping a child in the name of protecting the country. This is unavoidable. Those foolish officials are terrified of Satan. Without sufficient support, we have no choice." Don't we have supporters? Where did all these guns come from? Of course, they were left behind by the former rebels and brought in by comrades from across the country. Is that true? Can we really have this many guns just from that? Enough of that. Those kids are about to be dismissed. Dismissing further thoughts, the two hurried down the stairs. As the black van roared to life, the dismissal bell rang throughout the campus. Goodbye, Ikushima. Goodbye, Asuka. Just as Ikushima was about to wave farewell to Asuka, a black van sped toward them. The door swung open with a whoosh, and a pair of large hands reached out. Without any time to react, Asuka was seized and pulled into the vehicle. In the distance, several cars approached. But before they could catch up to the van, an unusual sound erupted from beneath their own vehicle. Beep, 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 boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated, causing Ikushima to crouch down in fright. Amidst the fiery chaos, the agents tasked with monitoring and protecting Asuka perished in the blast. What do we do? Ikushima looked around in panic, a figure suddenly flashing through her mind. Yes, I need to find Sire. He can definitely save Asuka. However, just as Ikushima prepared to rush to Asuka's home, a blue car drifted to a halt in front of her. Bang! The door swung open, revealing Katsuragi Misato. Ikushima, what happened? Where's Asuka? Asuka was taken away by a black van. A black van? Did you see what the people inside looked like? I. Ikushima struggled to remember, suddenly recalling a skull face. They had skulls painted on their faces. Damn it, those guys again. Do they want to destroy Japan? Misato angrily slammed her fist on the steering wheel. She knew that NERV had methods to deal with Sire, and that the implementer of those methods was her friend. Yet, she also understood how terrifying Sire could be. If Ritsuko were even a second late, the destruction they could cause would be unimaginable. No, I must rescue Asuka before Sire arrives. Why? Shouldn't we go find Sire directly? No, if we do that, the consequences would be dire. Ikushima, get in the car. And later point out the van that kidnapped Asuka. Understood. Chapter 24. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel. Let me go? You fools. Don't move, or I'll shoot you. Inside the speeding black van, Asuka felt a handgun pressed firmly against her head. Yet, even in such a predicament, her face showed no sign of fear. She continued to struggle. Her tightly clenched fists flailed, inadvertently striking the man in the eye. Ouch! You little brat, that actually hurts. Murata, give me the rope from the passenger seat. Okay. The man named Murata gripped the steering wheel with one hand while reaching for the rope beside him with the other. Just as he grasped it, a blue car suddenly sped up beside them. I can't worry about that now. Even if it wrecks, I have to stop them. Misato, wearing sunglasses, gritted her teeth and violently turned the steering wheel toward the van. The front wheels of the blue car twisted, and the entire vehicle slammed into the van. Bang! Bang! The fragile side mirror shattered instantly, but Misato paid no heed. She glared at the driver with the skull face, shouting, "You bastards! Do you even know what you're doing? Stop the car immediately, or I'll..." Before Misato could finish her sentence, a dark barrel was aimed at her. Damn it! Quick to react, Misato pressed down on Ikushima in the passenger seat, and they both ducked their heads. The next moment, bang, 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 bang. The handgun unleashed powerful bullets, shattering the window. Taking advantage of the distraction, the driver of the van accelerated away from them. Just as the van was about to disappear from view, Misato heard the roar of a motorcycle. She turned her head to look behind her and saw Kaji Ryuji riding a green motorcycle, speeding past her. He had rushed over the moment he received the news that Asuka had been kidnapped. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had brought only a Glock 17 as his weapon. He never anticipated that the group from the resistance would be so insane as to kidnap someone in broad daylight and even use explosives. This was the city, not some remote area. As he neared the van, Kaji slowly stood up, retrieving his handgun from his waist. The fierce wind whipped against his face, but he endured the discomfort in his eyes, aiming at the van's tires. Not good. Inokuchi, the guy on the motorcycle, has a gun. What? Just as Inokuchi finished tying Asuka to the back seat, he pushed open the car door. He cautiously glanced outside the vehicle, only to see a spark suddenly erupt from the ground, followed by a deafening bang. Damn it, I almost died. He cursed vehemently, promptly retrieving an M9 submachine gun from a nearby olive green box. You bastard, die? As he chambered a bullet, he crouched beside the open car door, the dark muzzle probing the outside. Regardless of whether he could see, he squeezed the trigger without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. The firepower of the submachine gun forced the motorcycle, driven by Jiaji, to come to an abrupt halt. However, a motorcycle is not a car, and in the midst of a sudden stop, Jiaji inevitably tumbled off. After rolling several times on the ground, he finally came to a halt. Jiaji. The blue car halted beside him. Meili was about to exit when Jiaji waved his hand in refusal. Don't worry about me. Hurry and chase after them. Beyond this point is the suburbs. They must have arranged for someone to assist them there. We must act quickly. I have already contacted headquarters, and they are sending people out. If you want to stay here, I'll be fine, but who knows when those people from headquarters will arrive. The consequences could be unimaginable. I understand. Meili nodded heavily, then closed the car door and resumed her pursuit of the van. As the highway entered a forest, a sizable warehouse concealed not far away came into view. Many oddly dressed individuals stood around the warehouse. Inside the empty warehouse, a well-built man was meticulously negotiating with a heavily tattooed giant. No way, 1 billion is still too much. The daughter of Satan is merely a human. She is not worth that much. I've already brought the person here. Are you now telling me the price is unacceptable? You bastard, are you playing me? The giant frowned and immediately raised his Colt. However, the person in his sights, instead of showing fear, disdainfully replied, Do you think such a threat would work on me? I represent the military, not myself. Even if you kill me today, you will not obtain 20 billion. You idiot. The giant kicked a chair behind him, forcefully suppressing his anger as he questioned, Then how much do you propose? Well, considering your efficiency, how about 1 billion? Do you take me for a fool? Cut it in half. What about my men? Don't forget, I have provoked Satan. 1 billion yen is absolutely unacceptable. Your subordinates? Huh. The man scoffed. When have you ever shared the money with them? Those fools probably still don't realize that their leader, their savior, is actually the scum who survived by betraying his comrades during the internal strife. The giant seemed to hit a nerve and was about to explode. But when he saw the badge on the man's chest, he ultimately swallowed his anger. Fine, 1 billion it is. But I want you to transfer the money to my Swiss account. Furthermore, once the deal is done, you must arrange for me to leave the country immediately. Of course, these are all minor issues. Just as the two were finalizing their monetary agreement, a horn sounded from a distance, followed by a shout, Boss, Jinko and the others are back. The black van turned and dove into the forest, seeing the warehouse grow nearer. Jinko and Murata couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 25. The Action Guidelines of the Cruel Angel. Although there was a minor mishap along the way, they neither failed nor encountered Satan. This operation was, indeed, quite perfect. The heavy warehouse doors slowly opened as Murata drove the vehicle inside. Once the engine was turned off, Jinko excitedly leaped out of the car. Boss, we succeeded. Murata and I successfully captured the daughter of Satan. Excellent, you two did well. It is heroes like you that prevent our homeland from falling into the hands of demons. By the way, where is the child? She is in the back seat, boss. Murata pointed to the interior of the vehicle. Jinko looked at the imposing figure before him, admiration welling up in his eyes. This man was the leader of the resistance, destined to rescue humanity from the clutches of demons. It was said that he had once assassinated the prime minister who signed the treasonous treaty for the sake of national sovereignty. How could he not be thrilled to stand before such a hero? Hello, boss. My name is Jinko, an assault soldier from the Northern Front's 3rd Squad. Yes, hello. The giant responded with a perfunctory smile before shoving him aside, his gaze immediately shifting to the bound girl in the car. Is this the daughter of Satan? She looks quite adorable. Boss. Unyielding, Jinko continued to explain. While observing this little girl, I discovered that her physical abilities far exceed those of ordinary children. All right, Murata. I understand. The giant impatiently pushed Jinko aside, even mispronouncing his name. However, when he turned his gaze to Asuka, a smile crept onto his face. Very good, very good. Murata, put her in that vehicle. But boss, shouldn't we use the daughter of Satan to lure him out and negotiate with him? Are you foolish? The boss retorted. Oh, I mean, you make a valid point, but plans have changed. We cannot simply approach Satan like that. We need to find a safer location. This vehicle is specifically designed to escort the daughter of Satan. Jinko wanted to say more, but the giant had already lost his patience. He waved his hand at the people behind him, and two individuals stepped forward, attempting to lift Asuka from the vehicle. However, upon seeing the fierce-looking men outside, Asuka began to panic. When someone reached out to her, she retaliated with a kick. "No, you bad guys, don't come near me." Asuka's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Even when someone managed to grab her, she quickly broke free and retreated back into the vehicle. The giant, seeing this, furrowed his brow and pushed the others aside. "Get back. If you can't handle a little girl, then really." The giant cursed under his breath as he quickly approached the vehicle. Asuka attempted to close the door, but he seized her wrist, lifting her into the air like a chick. "Let me go, you bad people. When Samuel arrives, you will all be doomed." "Samuel? Ah, is that Satan?" The giant mocked. "But where is he? I don't see him. Besides, even if you hand him over, what then? Do you think I, with so many men, would fear him alone? I reckon Satan hasn't he shown up for so long because he is afraid of me." Ha ha. The giant displayed an air of dominance, seemingly unafraid of the so-called Satan. After all, it was this very strength and the support of the military that allowed him to gather so many subordinates. However, upon hearing him disparage Samuel, Asuka angrily bit down on the giant's arm. A sudden sharp pain surged through the forearm, causing the burly man to glance down at Mingri Xiang, instantly enraged as he raised his hand. "You bastard!" With a fierce motion, his large palm swung mercilessly towards Mingri Xiang's face. In that moment, she, filled with fear, cried out loudly, "Saiyan!" Simultaneously, in the underground command room of NERV headquarters in the 3rd New Tokyo City, Professor Dongyue's voice rang out. "We have detected a super energy source on the surface of the moon." "On the moon? How could there be anything there? Can you pinpoint the exact location of the energy source?" "Yes." Just as the researcher was about to report the precise coordinates, the screen flickered, and the once formidable energy vanished in an instant. In the next moment, the entire base was suddenly illuminated by a red light. "It has moved to the outskirts." The researcher stared in horror at the flickering screen. The super energy source had instantaneously relocated to the outskirts of the 3rd New Tokyo City. In an instant, the base erupted with a piercing alarm. This alarm was originally intended for the angels. It would sound whenever a strong energy source approached the city. Yet, when it was finally triggered, it was not due to the angels. Upon hearing the mention of the outskirts, Professor Dongyue seemed to realize something. Listening to the blaring alarm, he sighed. "Report the situation to Akari. Tell him it is time to deploy the Demon King armament." Meanwhile, in the outskirts, the burly man's hand hovered in the air, yet it did not fall. "Damn it, which bastard dares to stop me?" He cursed vehemently, but soon noticed that his subordinates were all staring at him in terror. Some of the more timid ones even collapsed to the ground. "What? Could there be a monster behind me?" The burly man turned his head in suspicion, only to find his wrist firmly grasped by another large hand. The owner of that hand was an incredibly muscular man, his physique resembling a sculpture, chiseled and hard like a Greek statue. Most striking were his snow-white eyes. Why you are Satan?" The burly man felt his limbs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Saiyan carefully took Mingri Xiang from his grasp, but did not release the burly man's wrist. "I have come as you wished, and you had better not be afraid of me." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Mingri Xiang tightly embraced Saiyan's neck. Her eyes filled with triumph as she looked at the burly man, who was now weak and sweating profusely. "You bad guy. Saiyan has come to save me. Why aren't you continuing to bully me?" Upon hearing her words, the burly man felt a piercing gaze sweep over him, the sharp pain causing him to instinctively shrink his neck. At that moment, he wished he had never been born. Chapter 26. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel. All right. You may return home now. The remaining matters are for us adults to handle. A spatial rift suddenly appeared beside Saiyan, leading directly to Mingri Xiang's room. "Okay." Mingri Xiang nodded and waved her small fists as she returned to her room. "Saiyan, you must teach these bad guys a lesson." "Of course." With those words, the rift began to close. As Mingri Xiang vanished, Saiyan cracked his neck, surveying his surroundings with disdain. "People like you will never change, regardless of the punishment you face, and the only gift I can offer you is death." "No, Lord Satan, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I shouldn't have captured your daughter. I promise I will never dare again. Please spare me this once." The burly man knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. This scene left the members of the resistance utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that the hero they idolized would display such weakness when confronted by a demon like Satan. However, in response to the burly man's pleas, Saiyan merely raised his right hand slightly. As a blinding purple light erupted, an energy orb shot forth, engulfing the entire warehouse. The violent explosion generated a powerful shockwave. Just as Misato arrived, she was engulfed in dust, her vision obscured. In the midst of the violent shaking, she found herself pressed against the steering wheel. But when she lifted her head, she saw an armored vehicle burst forth from the swirling dust. Is that the military's LVA armored vehicle? Are they involved in the abduction of Mingri Xiang? Misato felt a sense of foreboding. If the military clashed with Saiyan, Japan might descend into chaos even before the angels attacked. Just then, amidst the thick dust, a figure slowly emerged. Did you think I didn't notice you, little mouse? Watching the speeding armored vehicle, Saiyan flicked his wrist, sending out an energy orb. Wait, Saiyan. But by the time that familiar voice called from the ground, it was too late. A violent explosion erupted once more, shattering the fleeing armored vehicle and everything surrounding it. Saiyan glanced down at Misato, but did not pause. He flickered, instantly appearing at the site of the explosion. As he traced a symbol in the air with his energy, a white mist materialized before him. This mist resembled a white figure. Its hollow eyes staring vacantly at Saiyan, it was the soul of an ordinary person. The reason he decisively killed everyone was that he found it tedious to engage in power struggles with the living. Any issues could be resolved by consuming these souls. The mist was drawn into Saiyan's body, and the man's memories surged into his mind like a tide. The strategic self-defense force, the capture plan, N2 explosives. The decisive weapon. Saiyan perused the man's memories, discovering that they intended to use Mingri Xiang to bring him to a special location at a specific time. There, the strategic self-defense force had meticulously prepared a decisive weapon, an independent humanoid weapon weighing 3,000 tons, with an output of 100,000 horsepower, capable of operating in land, sea, and air. Not only did it mount a 100mm cannon and various short-range missiles, but it was also equipped with an 18-kiloton N2 explosive. This N2 explosive was originally a strategic weapon designed by the self-defense forces to combat the angels. However, due to its lack of nuclear radiation, it was also specially allocated to the independent humanoid weapon. Yet, within the man's memories, it was revealed that this weapon had not yet been completed due to energy issues. Currently, the strategic self-defense force only possessed 3 prototypes. It was precisely to resolve the energy problem that the military sought to capture Saiyan, who was a powerful energy source. Ironically, the military's information regarding Saiyan had been obtained through an undercover agent sent to NERV. However, the existing data in NERV recorded Saiyan as he had been 3 years prior, before he had even been resurrected. Having diligently practiced for so long, it was time to show his skills. Saiyan slightly bent his arms, fists clenched, as the energy within him surged. With a roar, a dark purple aura erupted from his body, distorting the air around him. A strong wind emanated from his center, spreading outward. What is this? Misato gazed in astonishment at Saiyan hovering in midair, and before she could regain her composure, he had transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Strategic Self-Defense Force, the commander's expression darkened upon learning that NERV had deployed the Demon King armament. His subordinates responsible for the capture plan have been unreachable, and NERV has mobilized the Demon King's armaments. Various signs indicate that Satan has sabotaged the capture operation. Furthermore, it is highly probable that the enemy is already en route to this location. Contemplating this, the commander can no longer afford to report to the government and hastily orders the entire base to enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. The piercing alarm reverberates through the steel corridors, while the sound of hurried footsteps heightens the atmosphere of urgency within the base. The concealed anti-aircraft gun emplacements in the mountains are fully deployed, and the roads below are lined with self-propelled artillery. Dozens of wheeled infantry fighting vehicles and hundreds of main battle tanks mobilize, with nearly 10,000 armed personnel dispatched to various critical points. In the command center located 500 meters underground, members of the self-defense forces report, "Commander, the defensive preparations in directions A, B, C, and D are complete, and the autonomous humanoid weapons are ready to engage." Excellent. In this case, not even Satan could easily breach our defenses, although there are some discrepancies from the plan. They are of little consequence now. Today, we shall capture Satan and demonstrate the might of our self-defense forces to those at NERV. The low mountain housing the self-defense forces headquarters has been transformed into a veritable fortress of war. With such firepower, even if an apostle were to attack, the self-defense forces would be confident in repelling them. Not to mention, Satan is merely a humanoid supersonic bomber. Just as the commander envisions capturing Satan, a red dot suddenly appears on the screen before him. Simultaneously, all anti-aircraft weapons are activated. Samir slowly approaches the low mountain, only to be met by a torrent of bullets raining down upon him. However, the moment the bullets strike his body, the hardened projectiles instantly deform, transforming into countless iron discs that ricochet in all directions. Samir crosses his arms, showing no concern for the incoming fire. Then, accompanied by a series of thunderous booms, plumes of white smoke rise from the mountains. Samir glances over and sees dozens of missiles approaching. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions create an unending display of fiery light. The black smoke billowing from the detonations resembles ominous clouds drifting from afar. Such firepower would spell doom for any creature. Beside a row of tanks, an officer prepares to lower his binoculars. However, just as he speaks, a robust figure emerges unscathed from the inferno. How is this possible? That individual is completely unharmed? Through the 64x magnification of the binoculars, aside from his tattered upper garment, Samir bears not a single wound. Ripping the shredded clothing away, Samir unleashes a powerful punch. The air around him vibrates slightly. Meanwhile, the densely packed tank shells are reduced to mere dust. How can this be? The commander watches in horror as the image of an unscathed Samir sears into his mind like a dagger. This is terrifying. Such a being cannot exist. NERV's records do not reflect this. The commander feels himself unraveling, but a soldier suddenly exclaims, "Energy response detected. The source is Satan." What? What has Satan done? Quickly, enlarge the image. Working on it. The soldier nods, hastily magnifying the external footage of the base. In the image, Samir lifts his right hand, and a violet orb of light expands to a staggering 10 meters in diameter. The appearance of this orb resembles a miniature black hole, absorbing all attacks from the self-defense forces. Observing this development, the soldier controlling the visuals speculates, that appears to be a form of defensive measure? Defense? The commander ponders briefly, and a flicker of hope arises within him. If it is a defense, it means our attacks are still effective. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to create such a thing. We cannot simply stand by. Relay my orders. Activate the decisive weapons. If necessary, authorization for the use of N2 explosives is granted. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of their attacks, even the soldiers feel a surge of excitement. Yet, as he relays the commander's orders, the orb on screen undergoes a transformation. Samir raises the orb with one hand and then squeezes it tightly. A peculiar sound resonates, and the original orb disintegrates into countless rays of light that rain down upon the foot of the mountain. What is that? The officer holding the binoculars has yet to comprehend Samir's actions when a beam of light descends beside him. However, the palm-sized ray, upon contact with the ground, explodes with destructive force comparable to a nuclear bomb. From left to right, the entire defense line that stretches for dozens of miles at the mountain's base, along with personnel and equipment, vanishes from existence. 3 mecha pilots, having just received their orders, rush out from the base, only to find the world in ruins. The roads are fractured, and the earth is riddled with deep craters, while the once lush forests are now engulfed in flames. Amidst the billowing smoke, 3 towering 80-meter mechas rotate, desperately searching for their foe. Damn it, I can't see anything. Where's Satan? Forget that. Let us take to the skies. Agreed. Following the exchange among the 3 young pilots, the mechas leap into the air. With a powerful surge of thrust, the mechas retract their legs, resembling colossal fighter jets as they ascend to the sky. This is the decisive weapon. Perched atop a green mecha, Samir knocks on the steel beneath him. The crisp sound reverberates as the superalloy shell begins to deform. Such machinery can only be deemed a mere toy. Observing the easily destructible mechas, Samir shakes his head. He brings his left hand together, and a violet energy blade emerges from his palm. Like a hot iron melting snow, it effortlessly slices a gaping hole through the mecha. No sign of Satan here. Neither do I. Yoshida, what about you? I also, just as Yoshida is about to express his lack of findings. A piercing sound of cutting fills the air above him. What is happening? Is the mecha malfunctioning? He curiously looks up, only to see a massive hand reaching for his head. What business do children have in a war? You should be in school. Samir regards the boy, no older than 14 or 15, and casually tosses him into the spatial rift behind him. No, don't kill me. Yoshida cries out in terror, his eyes filled with affection for this world. However, after a moment of weightlessness, he suddenly finds himself colliding with something. I'm not dead. Surrounded by bewildered onlookers, Yoshida is perplexed. Just then, something beneath him suddenly lifts him up, and a familiar voice calls out from below. Yoshida, I'm glad you're not dead. But could you please get off me? Huh, Kyuya? Sorry, I'll get down right away. Not only Yoshida, but also his 2 companions and over 10 other children remaining in the base were casually tossed into the rift by Samir. As for the so-called self-defense forces, within the span of merely 2 minutes, their entire defensive setup was utterly annihilated by Samir. Consequently, the self-defense forces found themselves devoid of any possibility for retaliation. 500 meters underground, the commander watches the horrifying figure of Samir on the screen, his eyes devoid of any glimmer. All previous ambitions and schemes now appear as nothing but laughable foolishness. He clasped his hands together, repeatedly murmuring, "It's all right. The base's defenses have been completely deactivated. Even a nuclear bomb could not reach 500 meters underground." The commander spoke to himself, as if attempting to hypnotize his own mind. Yet unbeknownst to him, Samir could traverse space at will. However, compared to the notion of assassinating the commander through spatial manipulation, such a method seemed too mundane. Samir chose instead to observe this group as they arranged their formations, systematically dismantling them, not merely to extinguish a life or two, but to instill a profound sense of terror throughout the world. He wished to ensure that in the future, no fool would underestimate him, thereby putting Asuka in jeopardy. Fixing his gaze upon the mountain teeming with energy, Samir's right hand formed a fist, as waves of dark purple lightning erupted from his palm. His own energy surged in tandem. Meteoric destruction. With a sudden flick of his wrist, a torrent of dark purple energy, thousands of meters wide, cascaded from the heavens, engulfing the entire mountain. The deluge continued to wash down to depths of 10,000 meters before ceasing, only when Samir withdrew his hand. At that moment, the tardy Akagi Ritsuko arrived, accompanied by the Demon King armor, appearing behind Samir. She was enveloped in a wooden sphere, while the slightly smaller Demon King armor stared at Samir in terror. You killed them all. Indeed. Samir's tone was devoid of emotion, as if he had merely discarded a piece of refuse rather than annihilated tens of thousands. This indifference towards life instilled fear in Akagi Ritsuko, igniting her anger. What do you regard life as? Chapter 28, The Agenda of the Cruel Angel. Upon seeing the fierce expression on Akagi Ritsuko's face, Samir felt a tremor in his heart. I almost forgot about you. Before Akagi Ritsuko could react, Samir instantly appeared before the Demon King armor. With a single punch, he unleashed a force that sent the purple humanoid flying. Akagi Ritsuko, trained professionally, promptly redirected her focus to the Demon King armor as Samir's sudden assault caught her off guard. The Demon King armor halted its backward flight with a powerful thrust of its arms. Satan. An enraged Akagi Ritsuko peered forward through the perspective of the armor. Yet, Samir's figure had already vanished. Observing the dazed purple humanoid below, Samir raised his right index finger, kindly advising, "Look above you." What? Akagi Ritsuko commanded the Demon King armor to raise its head, only to be met with a dark purple beam that instantly pierced her shoulder. Without a hint of restraint, Samir lifted his finger, and the beam severed the armor's right arm. The reason humanity clung to hope was this so-called Demon King armor. You believe that this apparatus can seal me, just as the self-defense forces believe they can thwart me. Only by utterly shattering your hopes will you cease to indulge in fantasies. As Samir spoke, the limbs of the Demon King armor were sequentially dismantled. Fortunately, unlike EVA, this armor did not transmit pain to its operator. Otherwise, such agony would have been enough to render Akagi Ritsuko unconscious. Nonetheless, the absence of physical pain did not alleviate the turmoil in her heart. She could not comprehend why the Demon King armor, into which countless resources and efforts had been poured, stood utterly defenseless against Samir. She had worked so diligently, had prepared so thoroughly, and yet the outcome was starkly contrary to her desires. Traveling at nearly 35 Mach, she could not even react to Samir's strikes. In that moment, Akagi Ritsuko felt like a piece of beef presented on a dining table, subject to Sai Mier's whims. She watched helplessly as the Demon King armor, her longtime companion, was dismantled piece by piece, her heart heavy with sorrow and a flicker of resentment. She could not fathom why events unfolded so unsatisfactorily. Despite having done everything to the best of her ability, the final result eluded her grasp. Suddenly, a wave of weakness washed over her. Perhaps it's time to give up. The moment this thought crossed her mind, it was as if she had succumbed to a curse. She relinquished her struggle, despairingly severing the connection with the Demon King armor, allowing Sai Mier to dismantle it at will. It is time to conclude this tiresome performance. Sai Mier stated nonchalantly, releasing an energy orb from his palm. The dark purple orb collided with the remnants of the Demon King armor, erupting into a colossal fireball. Simultaneously, the mask on Akagi Ritsuko's face shattered. Logically, without energy supply, she should have plummeted to the ground within the tree cage. Yet, an unexpected event transpired. The tree cage twisted as if animated, shrinking continuously until it transformed into a dark purple bodysuit that tightly enveloped Akagi Ritsuko. Is this my energy? Sai Mier observed the transformed Akagi Ritsuko with a hint of confusion. The energy emanating from her was unmistakably akin to his own. Before Sai Mier could discern the nature of the transformation, a massive fist surged forth from the thick smoke, aiming directly at his chest. Seeing this, Sai Mier crossed his arms defensively. When the fist struck his arm, a faint smile graced his lips. Before him stood a purple humanoid, strikingly similar to himself, staring intently at him. Recognizing the futility of his punch, the purple humanoid prepared to throw another. However, Sai Mier deftly sidestepped, and the punch grazed past his collar. In an instant, Sai Mier retaliated with a lightning-fast kick that connected squarely with the opponent's chest, sending the figure hurtling back several dozen meters. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the figure rebounded with even greater speed, unleashing a flurry of punches with feral intensity. Sai Mier deftly parried the incoming strikes, his expression slowly shifting to one of exhilaration. What a challenge! Finally, a chance to warm up. He swept his left arm upward, blocking both of the opponent's fists, then tightened his right hand into a fist, landing a blow squarely on the opponent's face. The impact resonated as though striking a lifeless object. The opponent's head tilted back slightly, yet they continued their assault as though unfazed. Two sweeping punches came from either side, but Sai Mier executed a nimble retreat to evade them. Before the opponent could retract their fists, Sai Mier spun midair, delivering a powerful kick that sent the enemy crashing into a mountainside. Amidst the deafening roar of the impact, Sai Mier continued to weave his hands in front of him, unleashing a barrage of energy orbs that rained down like a meteor shower. At that moment, Misato, having just arrived on the scene, had not yet parked her vehicle when she witnessed a series of explosions erupting from the mountaintop. Crouching inside the car, she cautiously observed Sai Mier in midair. The luminous orbs he released obliterated a small mountain several hundred meters high in an instant. It was then that she truly grasped the terror of Sai Mier. Gazing at the rolling clouds of smoke in the distance, she instinctively murmured, "Such terrifying destructive power." Yet, in the next moment, a shadow erupted from the smoke, hurtling straight towards Sai Mier in the sky. 5,000. No, 6,000. No, 70 million. This fellow is indeed no ordinary entity. Gazing upon the doppelganger that mirrored his own appearance, Sai Mier felt a surge of excitement. Yet, what responded to him was a barrage of energy orbs, strikingly similar to his own. Unlike him, the energy orbs released by the opponent each harbored terrifying power, as if the adversary was intent on annihilating him in an instant. Confronted with such a formidable foe, the dormant Saiyan blood within Samir began to stir. With a cry, he unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken. In that instant, crimson flames erupted from his being, and his energy surged to 60 million. He kicked away the incoming energy orbs, positioning his hands like tiger claws, ready to engage. The opponent's energy bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, with at least 9 parts similarity. Furthermore, compared to their initial encounter, the adversary's cross-like form had become considerably more formidable. What Samir did not anticipate was that the opponent had even adopted his techniques for harnessing energy. Reflecting on the events that transpired, a vague realization dawned upon him. Was it when I drew the spiral gun? He distinctly recalled that as he drew the weapon, a fragment of his soul had been torn away. The opponent's ability to wield energy may have stemmed from absorbing his soul. However, mere capability to utilize energy was insignificant. With a low growl, Samir transformed into a streak of light, charging toward his opponent. Meanwhile, on the ground, as Meili trembled in her plea for the aftermath of the attack to spare her, NERV headquarters contacted her. "Hello, this is Lieutenant Katsuragi. What? The mission is concluded. Splendid. No, I understand. I shall return to the base immediately." The reason NERV instructed Meili to conclude her mission was rather simple. Initially, they intended to observe the battle from her proximity, but it seemed unnecessary now. It was not just Meili. Anyone stepping onto the streets of Tokyo could gaze upwards and witness two beams of red and purple light flashing chaotically in the sky, occasionally accompanied by powerful winds descending from above. The might of Satan vastly exceeded human imagination, and the Demon King's armament had undergone unprecedented transformations. Humanity had always believed they could control everything, yet it appeared that they had never truly wielded control over anything. In the subterranean city of New Tokyo 3, Commander Ikari Gendo, donning sunglasses, silently observed the two flickering points of light on the screen. On the blue model of Earth, the 2 points, one purple and one red, intermittently flashed, a phenomenon typically associated with changes in distance. The farthest they had separated was from Japan to America. The operations room was enveloped in profound silence. Everyone stared blankly at the 2 points on the screen. They received real-time updates from NERV branches around the globe, yet at this moment, they preferred to refrain from acquiring such information. Humanity possesses an instinctual fear of the unknown. The power displayed by Satan and the Demon King's armament surpassed their wildest imaginations. Even a rough estimation of the opponent's speed alone was sufficient to obliterate the entire world, not to mention their possession of a unique energy attack. Professor Futsuki inhaled deeply, forcing himself to reconstruct his shattered worldview, and turned to Ikari Gendo. Originally, he harbored a clandestine notion of acquiring divine power through the controlled Lilith and Adam. In their vision, this power could reshape the world, representing a force akin to a fundamental principle. However, after witnessing this battle, Futsuki could not help but question whether the opponent's power could indeed disregard divine rules. It was no wonder he thought this. The sheer brute force exhibited by Samir and the purple entity was utterly terrifying, a manifestation of pure numerical beauty. Did humanity truly still have a path to survival? No one present could respond to that inquiry. Meanwhile, far away in America, Samir felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After delivering a powerful punch that sent the purple entity flying, he found himself pursuing the opponent, now in the Arctic. In this frigid expanse, Samir gasped for breath. Thanks to his exceptional combat skills, he had initially overwhelmed the adversary, pummeling them from one side of the earth to the other. However, as the battle continued, the opponent's energy began to rise. In a short span, it had surged to 90 million, and this escalation showed no signs of abating. Meanwhile, Samir's stamina was waning due to the strain of the Kaioken. With a resounding crash, the purple entity delivered a powerful punch, catching Samir off guard and landing a blow to his abdomen. In an instant, he was sent flying, crashing directly into a snow-capped mountain. When Samir emerged from the snow, the purple entity's energy had skyrocketed to 100 million. Yet, it seemed to encounter some form of limitation, as its energy could not rise further. Nonetheless, such a level was already immensely formidable. The robust purple figure advanced step by step towards Samir, its expression blank, mouth moving as if murmuring something. Samir perked up his ears, listening intently, but when he finally discerned the words, his expression darkened. Eliminate the aberrant. The moment those words were uttered, Samir's heart was thrown into turmoil. In the vastness of the universe, only one type of being would utter such a phrase. Unlike those fated to be enslaved by the supreme beings, only those who willingly serve as their hounds would speak of aberrants so casually. Are you a lackey of the supreme beings? Samir's eyes widened, and the energy within him surged violently. The purple entity did not respond, but instead raised its hands towards Samir. Terrifying energy coalesced within its palms, ultimately forming a purple energy sphere. Without a doubt, this was a strike potent enough to annihilate the earth. Samir's chest heaved violently, and the playful thoughts that once occupied his mind vanished. Damned creatures! Why must you appear wherever I go? As the energy wave approached, the crimson flames enveloping Samir dissipated in an instant. The release of the Kaioken lightened his body, as if he had shed an immense burden. However, immediately after, Samir clenched his fists, channeling all his energy toward his spine. Hua! With his roar, waves of energy radiated outward from him in all directions. Samir's visage twisted in fury, recalling the torment inflicted upon him by the god. His black hair suddenly billowed, and his snow-white eyes lost their pupils. In the next moment, boom, his hair transformed into a golden hue, and a primal energy erupted from within him. Almost simultaneously, the purple entity unleashed the energy wave from its palms. Samir slightly lifted his head, his emerald eyes reflecting the fury within. Huh! Samir bellowed. The golden energy formed a protective barrier around him. In the face of the incoming energy wave, Samir's barrier stood firm like a solitary vessel amidst a tempest. No matter how fiercely the energy wave crashed against it, the barrier remained unyielding. Hiss! Countless snowflakes evaporated, revealing the shattered earth beneath. The released energy detonated in the distance, creating towering purple mushroom clouds. At the very center of that onslaught, a golden figure stood resolutely upon the ground. Chapter 29. The Action Program of the Cruel Angel. 29. Golden Hair, Emerald Eyes. This was the Super Saiyan, the mightiest force dormant within the Saiyan bloodline. The multiplier of his battle power far exceeded that of a potential explosion, reaching an astonishing 50-fold. Unlike Son Goku's rage-fueled transformation upon witnessing Krillin's death, Samir's transformation was marked by greater rationality and restraint. In contrast to the intensely taxing Kaioken, the transformation into Super Saiyan imposes virtually no physical burden and even reduces energy expenditure. Currently, Samir is capable of slumbering in his Super Saiyan form without any adverse effects. If one were to liken the Kaioken to a robust water pipe, then the Super Saiyan would be akin to a high-pressure water gun. It consumes far less energy while delivering superior results. Nonetheless, the purple humanoid appears undeterred, charging forward despite being fully aware of Samir's formidable strength, attacking with a fervor that seems inexhaustible. Yet, his clumsy combat skills fail to even graze a single hair on Samir's head. A swinging punch comes forth, only to be evaded by Samir's deft maneuver. With a powerful palm planted on the ground and his legs coiled, he swiftly propels himself, sending the opponent hurtling away. As he executes a somersault, a rift in space opens beneath him, revealing the purple humanoid tumbling through it. As the adversary approaches the rift, Samir pivots, delivering a fierce kick with his right leg. Sensing danger, the purple figure hurriedly turns to defend, but as he blocks, his arms suddenly explode. The devastating kick, crackling with black lightning, obliterates both his body and spirit. Upon the purple being's head rolling to the ground, Samir crushes it beneath his foot. He then raises his right palm, directing it toward the remnants of dust on the ground. The inhabitants of this realm possess an array of peculiar artifacts. So even if the enemy appears lifeless, there remains a possibility of resurrection. Having suffered from past experiences, he is resolute in avoiding similar mistakes. With the release of energy blasts amidst a fierce blaze, the purple humanoid is utterly erased from existence. Yet, despite this, Samir does not revert from his Super Saiyan state. Instead, he releases his energy, enveloping the globe. It seems the foe is indeed not dead. As he speaks, a rift in space materializes above the third New Tokyo City. Glancing down at the blue vehicles on the highway, Samir descends directly. The meteor-like figure descending from the sky startles Mi Li, who frantically slams the brakes, though inertia propels the car forward until a burst of white light signals its halt. Samir, what do you intend to do? Upon recognizing Samir, Mi Li feels a mix of fear and confusion. According to the headquarters, he should be engaged in battle with the rampaging Demon King on the other side of the earth. Yet here he stands before her, his hair transformed into a golden hue. Your hair. Ignoring catching Mi Li, Samir's gaze is fixed on the front passenger seat where Akagi Ritsuko sits. Clad in a dark purple skin-tight suit radiating the same energy as the purple humanoid, Samir, Akagi Ritsuko calls out, mimicking Mi Li's earlier action. However, this cry draws not only Samir's attention, but also Mi Li's. Ritsuko? What did you just call him? As Akagi Ritsuko's friend, Kaching Mi Li is well aware that she has never formally encountered Samir. Her designation for him has always been Satan. Noticing the surprise in Mi Li's eyes, Akagi Ritsuko's expression darkens. She swiftly reaches out, but Saiyan Air's grip is faster. With a resounding crash, he shatters the car window, extending his fingers to tightly grasp Akagi Ritsuko's throat. He crouches by the window, indifferent to her plight, and yanks her from the vehicle. The blonde girl desperately claws at Saiyan Air's right hand, struggling for breath as she gazes into his verdant eyes, managing to utter, "How did you discover this?" "From the moment you charged at me after witnessing my transformation, I sensed something was amiss. Later, when I attacked from behind and you countered, it indicated that you had learned the ability to sense energy from my soul. Indeed, I have acquired this skill. But what leads you to ascertain that I have possessed this woman's body? Firstly, your grasp of energy is woefully inadequate. Moreover, how could an ordinary person possess such potent energy?" The energy emanating from Akagi Ritsuko, held in Saiyan Air's palm, approaches 100, a level of power uncharacteristic of humanity in this world. Secondly, your bravery is excessive. In my experience, individuals like you are typically quite cautious of their lives. I once encountered a female superhero who, at the mere sight of me, fled in terror. Yet you not only stand your ground, but dare to attack, leading me to suspect that you may have some unique means of preservation. Is that truly your reasoning? Akagi Ritsuko's lips twitch slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, Saiyan Air interjects, casting her aside as he halts the flow of time around them. Having posed so many inquiries, it is now my turn to question you. The fallen Akagi Ritsuko brushes off the dust from her attire, adopting an air of indifference. Ask what you will. I shall not provide you with answers. Are you not afraid of death? Death? Huh. Akagi Ritsuko scoffs, waving her hand dismissively. Do not jest. Since you restored my consciousness, I shall be candid. Unless this world is obliterated, beings like myself cannot perish. At worst, I may lose consciousness and await my next reincarnation. However, let me assure you, even without you, I would eventually regain my self-awareness. It merely takes a bit more time. But to me, it's inconsequential, merely a long nap. Her words leave Saiyan Air perplexed, particularly the notions of reincarnation and immortality, which baffle him further. Look at you, so naive. Have you not heard of the World War? World War? Saiyan Air has encountered this term on multiple occasions. According to she, it is the final battle exclusive to S-rank players, with the victor earning a world as a reward. In the words of Tyndalos, it is a game concocted by the supreme beings to harvest energy. Are you the victor of the World War? Oh, you possess some knowledge, then. If you understand the World War, you should know, the victor, upon gaining the world, also becomes the world itself. Although I am uncertain why you are so formidable, there is no way you could annihilate this world, is there? Do you consider yourself the Lord of White Tin? Ignoring the latter part of the statement, Saiyan Air's focus is entirely consumed by the phrase becomes the world itself. This notion had never been conveyed to him by either Tyndalos or she. And how could you, as the embodiment of the world, be so weak? Weak? What nonsense. I was once the most powerful hunter in the reincarnation space. The combined strength of the three other spaces could not match mine. The strongest? You? Just as she was about to retort, recalling the incident of her defeat, the words died on her lips. However, the questions swirling in Saiyan Air's mind only multiplied. If I am not mistaken, you should have gained consciousness after devouring my soul. Why did you remain silent previously? Speak. What is there to discuss? You are an anomaly. The kind that kills without a second thought. What could we possibly converse about? Anomalies kill without flinching? Saiyan Air paused. Are you referring to those self-defense force members? You mean those NPCs? Who cares about their fates? In the perpetual cycle of the world, the resurrection of those beings is a trivial matter, rendering the act of killing inconsequential. Before your arrival, I had engaged in the world of Jinji de Ju-Run, where I obliterated the earth, only for it to be restored in the next cycle. The woman waved her hand dismissively, her words laced with disdain for humanity. In her eyes, the people of this world scarcely qualified as human. Had it been in the past, Saiyan Air might have slain her without hesitation. Yet, upon hearing the concept of reincarnation, he found himself reluctant to take her life so easily. What exactly do you mean by reincarnation? Do you not understand? It is akin to a computer game that can be restarted ad infinitum. These worlds too can undergo repeated cycles. Moreover, without intervention, each cycle tends to follow the same predictable patterns. Speaking of which, you seem utterly oblivious. Before becoming an aberrant, which realm did you originate from? Given your masculine demeanor, you hardly seem like a delicate being from the eternal divine realm. Your ignorance coupled with your combat prowess leads me to conclude you must belong to the infinite space. However, you do not resemble those conniving individuals under the dominion of the Master God with whom I have previously interacted. Upon hearing this, Saiyan furrowed his brow, questioning the implication of her words. Are you suggesting that I do not resemble those under the Master God? Indeed. The minions of that blue orb are notorious for their treachery. You, on the other hand, appear to be a natural-born warrior, distinctly unlike them. The blue orb? Is the Master God not golden? Golden? What nonsense is this? The Lord of White Tin is silver, the neighboring player's G-Mother is black. The Supreme God is a shade of purple, while the Master God is blue. There is no golden Master God. None at all. Absolutely not. I was once the champion of the World War, and the four supreme beings witnessed it firsthand. If there had been anyone radiating golden light, I would remember it distinctly. The woman's earnestness seemed genuine, yet it only deepened Saiyan's confusion. If it was not the Master God who brought him to the infinite universe, who could it have been? Suppressing his growing doubts, Saiyan posed one final question. You initially intended to kill me. So why are you now willing to engage in conversation? Or are your previous words mere fabrications? Are you truly unaware of your own inquiries? You are an S-class. After all, is it not typical for beings of your caliber to eliminate aberrants? You lot can even form attachments to NPCs. Who knows what absurdities you might do for such beings? In life, the cycle of kill or be killed is entirely normal. Had I been capable of defeating you, I would never have engaged in conversation. The woman's words were surprisingly candid, yet her demeanor starkly contrasted with Saiyan's recollections of those from the infinite space. Something felt amiss to Saiyan, and memories of the superheroine he first encountered flooded his mind. Are you perhaps stalling for time? Upon hearing this, the woman shrugged in resignation. I had hoped to buy a bit more time. Damn. Saiyan's expression changed abruptly, and he prepared to eliminate the woman before him. However, as a silver light descended, she erupted into laughter. Ha! You are finished. A being like you could be crushed in an instant by the Lord of White Tin. Under the illumination of silver light, her laughter was particularly jarring. At this juncture, the act of killing her seemed inconsequential. The priority now was to escape from the hands of the Supreme Being. Taking a deep breath, Saiyan braced himself for a desperate struggle. The woman continued to mock him mercilessly, yet when she lifted her head, her expression suddenly froze. As an aberrant invading a special world and causing widespread destruction, you have severely violated the regulations of the reincarnation space. Now, I shall eliminate you. A commanding female voice resonated from above. Saiyan looked up to see a familiar figure, clad in a tight-fitting costume of red and blue. With a red cape billowing behind her and a large emblazoned on her chest, she was unmistakably the superheroine. Hey, you again? Saiyan chuckled lightly. It's you? Kara's pupils dilated, as if she had encountered a monster. Beside her, Akagi Ritsuko immediately erupted in expletives. What in the world is going on? I applied for the Supreme Judgment. What are you, an S-class, doing here? Hearing her words, Kara felt utterly overwhelmed. She had received an S-class assignment, and she had previously encountered this Saiyan when she was A-class. Now that she had finally ascended to S-class, why was he back? Moreover, if her memory served her correctly, he had already been S-class before, and his strength would undoubtedly have grown. Realizing she was outmatched, Kara wasted no time in turning to flee. With arms outstretched, she propelled herself towards the outer reaches of Earth. Just as a silver light threatened to envelop her, a golden beam suddenly struck her. Bang! Completely unprepared, Kara was sent hurtling back to Earth. Boom! Her ironclad form crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater several meters wide. In midair, a woman donned in pink combat attire crossed her arms, surveying the three below with a lofty demeanor. She radiated golden light, her tail flicking occasionally. At last, I have found you, Saiyan. The woman hovering above glared at Saiyan with eyes glowing golden. Noticing this, Akagi Ritsuko nudged Saiyan. It seems she's looking for you. Yet before she could revel in the moment, a golden light curtain abruptly appeared across the sky. Upon witnessing that all too familiar golden glow, Saiyan disregarded everything else. He grasped Akagi Ritsuko by the arm and earnestly said, "That individual is not as simple as you think. She truly has the capability to destroy the Earth." I couldn't care less. I won't die anyway. Akagi Ritsuko shrugged, appearing indifferent. However, what Saiyan said next left her stunned. Fool. That being knows how to annihilate a world. Are you joking? Moreover, how would you know that? Her words lingered in the air. But memories of her earlier exchanges with Saiyan flooded back, and she glanced at the golden figure above. Could it be that the gold you mentioned earlier refers to this? Saiyan nodded, and the energy within him surged dramatically. My goodness. Akagi Ritsuko raked her fingers through her hair, disbelief etched across her face. This can't be. How could there possibly be a fifth realm? That is utterly illogical. Wait, I understand now. I wondered why the supreme judgment went awry. It must have been her doing. And what of that light curtain? A barrier, designed to prevent our escape. How do you know all this? Akagi Ritsuko inquired in confusion, but the answer came from the woman in the sky. Because this very barrier was originally seized by him. The creator. Not only that, but he secured half of the resources from the entire source realm. As a primordial being, he has made significant contributions to the source realm. At this point, the woman suddenly remembered something, her gaze towards Saiyan tinged with mockery. You once called me a lackey, yet upon further investigation, I discovered that you were the original lackey. Upon hearing this, Akagi Ritsuko was left dumbfounded. So, brother, you are the root of all evil? Silence. I will deal with that woman. You focus on safeguarding the earth. Furthermore, employ every conceivable method to summon the so-called supreme ruling to me. Only the supreme being can contend with another of equal stature, a principle that Saiyan has discerned over the years. Unlike the denizens of this realm, who are backed by various formidable forces, he finds himself compelled to exert every ounce of his strength in the face of such formidable barriers. The golden barrier is conjured by the female Saiyan, and according to Saiyan's understanding, the most effective way to dismantle it is to vanquish the one who cast it. However, just as Saiyan grows stronger, so too does that female Saiyan. Earth is entrusted to you. With those parting words, Saiyan ascends into the sky. Chapter 31. The Agenda of the Cruel Angel. 31. As Saiyan approaches, the female Saiyan does not rush to attack. Sensing the energy within Saiyan, her face contorts with derision. It seems your existence in this world has not been particularly favorable, and your power has not significantly increased. Behold me. Witness the formidable energy coursing through my being. There is no need for arduous effort or to endure countless tribulations. With just a mere flick of the Creator's finger, my battle prowess, Salaba, multiplies exponentially. But what of you? With such a meager talent, despite your prolonged struggles, how much stronger have you truly become? Saiyan, why did you ever depart from the source realm? What does it matter if one's talent is lacking? My strength derives solely from my relentless diligence. And you? No matter how much power you command, it remains a gift bestowed upon you. A puppet like you will never grasp my aspirations. How foolish to maintain bravado when death is imminent. Let me demonstrate the chasm that separates us. With a thunderous shout, Salaba charges directly at Saiyan. The two collide at an altitude of 10,000 meters, each unleashing a punch. The impact of their fists generates a shockwave that radiates outward, affecting the very fabric of the universe. As an overwhelming force bears down upon him, Saiyan deftly retreats, spinning to dissipate the energy while accumulating power in the palm of his right hand. Boom! A dark purple energy wave surges from afar, followed closely by several energy blasts. Salaba accelerates, deftly sidestepping the energy wave and swatting away the blasts with her tail. She rushes towards Saiyan, her right fist striking his face directly. Bang! With the force of her punch colliding with his face, Saiyan suddenly pivots, capturing Salaba's arm with a swift motion. With a low grunt, he channels his strength through his arms, hurling her towards the ground. What? Salaba, who has always relied on overwhelming force, is utterly unprepared for such an outcome. In the blink of an eye, she crashes into a mountain range. The terrifying power continues to press against her, driving her deeper into the mountain. Before she can regain her bearings, a golden red figure flashes before her. How is this possible? His battle power has multiplied tenfold. In the distant sky, Saiyan, in his Super Saiyan form, has augmented his strength with a tenfold Kaioken, elevating his multiplier to an astounding 500 times his regular power. Yet, this represents the utmost limit of his endurance. Blood pours from his body, mingling with his aura, staining the golden energy with crimson hues. He gazes upward at the drizzling rain, feeling the rapid depletion of his energy within. In perhaps 30 minutes, or even less, his energy will be exhausted, marking the end of his existence. The raindrops fall from above, and as Saiyan feels their icy touch, a smile escapes his lips. He recalls a saying from his past life. After the rain stops, I shall perish. Initially, he regarded it as a tragic ending from an animated film. Yet now, it seems he is destined for a similar fate. So be it. Let this battle amidst the torrential rain serve as my grand finale. Samir strikes behind him with a fist, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, as countless fissures tear through the surrounding space. These rifts, varying in size from 3 to 300 meters, envelop Samir and Celebi, resembling a barrier. From these spatial rifts, beams of white light radiate forth, freezing time for everything in their vicinity. What manner of technique is this? While Celebi remains astonished, Samir suddenly disappears from sight. Where? She scans her surroundings warily, only to feel a sudden halt beneath her feet. Looking down, she realizes the white light has crept onto her instep. Such a trick holds no power over me. With a mere surge of energy, Celebi easily repels the white light away. However, this also accelerates the depletion of her energy reserves. Yet, under the creator's enhancement, her battle power has reached an astonishing 1.7 billion. Even with energy expenditure, it poses no significant issue. Surrender, regardless of your tactics. They are futile against absolute strength. She surveyed the spatial rifts around her, her gaze suddenly locking onto one location. There, an energy wave is unleashed, hurtling directly toward a spatial rift. Yet, amidst the interference of the white light, the energy wave momentarily falters. In that brief instant, Samir deftly skirts the edge of the energy wave, soaring towards Celebi. As one of the spatial rifts shatters, he arrives before her. He unleashes a right hook, but it misses entirely. However, Samir's left hand swiftly finds its mark on Celebi's abdomen. Zzz. A violet glow envelopes them both, and amidst the ensuing explosion, a figure is sent hurtling away. Celebi spins through the air several times before stabilizing her body. She glances down at herself, finding little harm. Merely her battle attire is tattered. Huh, such an attack. Are you merely tickling me? Tickling? Then how about this move? Sensing the energy locked onto Celebi, Samir's right hand erupts with arcs of lightning, meteor shower. A beam of light descends from the heavens, crashing down upon Celebi. The two spatial rifts at the top and bottom continuously absorb the light beam, sustaining the assault with minimal energy. Yet, as the limits are reached, the rifts shatter simultaneously. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? Despite her efforts to evade, she is struck instantaneously. During the impact, she finds herself nearly immobilized, relying solely on her energy for defense against the onslaught. That last attack drained a significant portion of her energy. No, this cannot continue. This being, truly the primordial entity, wields techniques that are increasingly bizarre. The creator's barrier cannot hold for long. I must swiftly conclude this and seize this world. Resolute, Celebi prepares for a decisive confrontation. Yet, as she raises her gaze, she spots the lightning in Samir's palm. Wait, you. Before Celebi can move, Samir bellows once more, meteor shower. Boom. The familiar attack descends upon her again, the immense pressure rendering her incapable of raising her head. This time, two different spatial rifts maintain the onslaught. You wretched being, meteor shower. Huh. Time and again, she struggles to lift her head, only to be forcefully pressed down each time. Celebi's energy diminishes rapidly, while Samir's spatial rifts continue to fracture. Even though she knows she can eventually break free from this assault, with each successive meteor shower, her frustration swells exponentially. She was undeniably the more formidable warrior. Yet at this moment, she found herself on the receiving end of relentless blows. This humiliation fiercely provoked her pride as a Saiyan. That wretched foe. I shall undoubtedly reduce you to dust. With a wave of light merging into the earth, the surrounding spatial rifts shattered completely. The slowly healing space radiated a myriad of vibrant colors, and in response to this spectacle, the enraged Sila launched a powerful punch directly into Samir's chest. As he attempted to retreat, he was abruptly seized by the ankle. In an instant, he was slammed to the ground like a mere rag doll. Countless beams of white light surged towards Sila, only to be obliterated by her overwhelming aura. Gazing down at Samir, who struggled to rise, she let out a furious roar, hurtling towards the ground like a meteor. In that moment, the entire earth trembled, and the tectonic plates shifted several meters. Deep within the mantle, 100,000 meters below the surface, surrounded by dense rock, the two Saiyans found these stones no different from ice blocks. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in fierce combat deep within the earth. In this confined space, there was no room for finesse, only raw, brutal exchanges. Sila's fist connected with Samir's face, the terrifying force capable of shattering half of it, yet in the next moment, it miraculously restored. Samir's own attacks yielded no advantage. The sheer disparity in their powers at that moment was sufficient to obliterate the infamous Frieza of the past. To inflict harm, one needed to employ even more potent methods. Suddenly, a purple light emanated from Samir's palm, accompanied by the appearance of a death saw. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the luminous blade and aimed it at Sila's head. In that instant, Sila sensed the aura of death, recalling her severed arm. She had no doubt of the saw's lethal capability. With a single punch, she propelled Samir deeper into the ground and soared towards the surface without looking back. She remembered that the saw's flight speed was not particularly swift. As long as she found open space, he would struggle to harm her again. However, just as she was about to reach the surface, Samir seized her foot. Simultaneously, a wicked grin appeared above her. Sila recognized this individual as the Earthling who had previously stood alongside Samir. His odd expression stirred discomfort within her. "You insufferable Earthling, what do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? Allow me to show you the essence of mechanism," Akagi Ritsuko declared as she unleashed a wave of ki towards the sky. Almost instantly, far in space, Kara, having accelerated for quite some time, decisively hurled her colossal crimson spiral spear towards the radiant light on Earth. Longinus, a manifestation of the roots of the world tree, possessed absolute sealing power. Just recently, Akagi Ritsuko had extracted it from Lilith. Though her actions would awaken Lilith and the Apostles, with the world on the brink of destruction, such minor issues became irrelevant. Naturally, Akagi Ritsuko was unaware of the extent of Longinus's potential impact, but this divine spear was the only possibility she could conceive to assist Samir. However, she underestimated the formidable nature of the Saiyans. In response to the descending divine spear, Sila kicked Samir aside, while simultaneously unleashing a wave of ki from her palm. When Longinus made contact with the ki wave, it disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. "What the hell?" Akagi Ritsuko exclaimed in shock, falling to the ground as a hand reached out toward her. Just as that hand was about to touch her head, it was suddenly flung backward. Boom. Sila was thrust far away onto a mountain, and the bloodied Samir gazed at the woman before him, perplexed. "How did you end up here? Did you obtain your ultimate verdict?" It seems I failed because of that golden barrier above." "Then why did you come here?" "I wanted to help you, but I also failed." Akagi Ritsuko nodded helplessly. Samir regarded her without further comment. "Failure is failure. Since you are here, you might as well witness my finale." Upon hearing this, Akagi Ritsuko's heart quivered. She could not comprehend why someone could speak so candidly about death. In her past experiences, she had encountered numerous missions, and every individual, including herself, prioritized living above all else. In countless tasks across various realms, they engaged in treachery, vying against one another, discarding all morals and conscience merely to live more comfortably. Yet Samir's presence shattered her understanding. She could not fathom why this man before her seemed unafraid of death. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" In a moment of inexplicable impulse, she posed the question. Upon hearing her inquiry, Samir gazed at the gathering energy of Sila and midair and replied calmly, "You get used to it." These simple 4 words left Akagi Ritsuko's mind in a state of blankness. Accustomed to death, she instinctively inhaled deeply as a purple light flashed before her eyes. Samir stepped forward, his palms converging as energy surged towards his hands. As a massive golden torrent fell from the sky, Samir shouted with conviction, "Annihilation at last." Accompanied by countless crimson-black lightning bolts, a dark purple ki wave, brimming with destructive energy, erupted from Samir's palms, colliding with the golden torrent above. Boom. At the moment of collision, a colossal sphere of annihilation formed at the center of impact. "Your struggles are futile. Perish alongside this world," Sila shouted. As the sphere of destruction inched closer to Samir, the ground beneath him shattered under the immense pressure radiating from his palms, creating a massive pit hundreds of meters wide. Yet, standing at the center of the pit, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The sphere of destruction drew nearer, depleting the ki within Samir bit by bit. Is it over? As the sphere was about to descend, Samir nearly envisioned his demise. Just then, tendrils began to creep up from beneath his feet. It is not over yet. A ki nearly identical to his own flowed into him from the tendrils. Even his once torn soul transformed into energy, entering his body. The sudden influx of power took Samir by surprise. He had grown accustomed to facing formidable foes alone, never once considering that he could be aided by another. Moreover, that individual had recently been his enemy. What a strange turn of events, Samir thought, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, yet ultimately grateful for the replenished energy. The echo of the other's encouraging words reverberated in his mind, causing his previous resignation to vanish without a trace. Indeed, it is not over yet. A spark of hope reignited within him as he gazed at the impending sphere of destruction, his eyes filled with madness. Just a moment. I only need a moment. My body, hold on for me. In an instant, all of his ki erupted forth, engulfing Samir in a crimson blaze. As his physical form began to disintegrate, the 12-fold Kaioken surged forth. What? How is this possible? The sudden increase in pressure from his palm took Scylla by surprise. As the sphere of destruction was forcefully pushed back, the dark purple ki wave shot skyward, completely engulfing the female Saiyan, along with the surrounding ominous clouds. Bang! Gazing at the azure sky above, the prostrate Saiyan revealed a faint smile upon his face. He was still alive. Chapter 32, The Cruel Angel's Action Program, End. Following the demise of Sili Ba, the golden barrier dissipated as well. However, while the crisis of the world had been resolved, the peril facing Earth had only just begun. The disappearance of the Lance of Longinus seemed to trigger a mechanism. After the awakening of Lilith, colossal monsters emerged across the globe. These creatures bore shields that could nullify all attacks, towering as high as skyscrapers. Some could soar through the skies, while others swam in the oceans. Their destination was the third New Tokyo City. Humanity deployed various military forces, yet they remained unable to halt the advance of these monsters. The NERV organization, initially formed to eliminate them, found itself ensnared in a peril greater than that of other regions. Deep within the underground city, in the forbidden zone known as the Final Dogma, lay imprisoned the progenitor of humanity, the second apostle, Lilith. Upon her awakening, she unleashed a formidable field, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous NERV members. Originally a bastion for humanity against the apostles, NERV had transformed into a graveyard when confronted by an enemy awakening from within. In an instant, the entire third New Tokyo City was engulfed by the blaring of alarms. Countless individuals fled in vehicles toward other cities, but on the winding roads, a humanoid apostle donned in a bone-like mask, adorned with a crimson gem upon its chest, treaded slowly toward NERV's headquarters. It was the third apostle, the Water Angel. High-ranking officials aboard helicopters met their end as two violet whips obliterated them midair. Countless gazes were fixed upon the sky, where a vast shadow loomed. The purple creature, resembling a flying shrimp, was the fourth apostle, the Day Angel. This is the apocalypse. We are doomed. Where's the army? Where is our military? Look, there are fighter jets in the sky. And over there, a battleship. The fighter planes unleashed a barrage of gunfire and missiles at the Day Angel, filling the air with explosive sounds. We hit it. Someone on the ground shouted with excitement. But in the wake of a laser beam, over a dozen fighter jets were instantly reduced to fireballs. From amidst the flames, a blue octahedron slowly emerged. It was the fifth angel, the Thunder Angel. Simultaneously, a tsunami surged from the ocean. A white, fish-like angel with sharp teeth leaped from the waves, severing a battleship in half. This is truly the end. In the crowd, the disheveled Jia Liangji attempted to contact NERV headquarters. However, his phone screen flashed with countless red points. These were the nanoscopic entities of the 11th apostle, the Terror Angel. Additionally, similar beings were discovered in other regions. Above the Indian Ocean, a red monster with wings resembling hands and eyes in its palms was the 10th angel, the Sky Angel, yet to reach Japan. In low Earth orbit, an artificial satellite suddenly trembled, and behind it, a colossal white light bird unfurled its wings. This was the 15th angel, the Bird Angel. Since you saved my life, I shall spare you, but I will not remain in this strange world any longer. In an abandoned industrial building, gazing at the unconscious Sai-Erm on the bed, Kala conjured a syringe. After administering the injection to Sai-Erm, she fled from this world without a backward glance. The third New Tokyo City was filled with cries and screams, as countless lives were claimed by the arrival of the apostles. Even within NERV's plans, the intention was merely to eliminate the apostles one by one. Not to mention, the chosen pilots were merely 2 7-year-old children. Even with the addition of the second child, they could only deploy 3 EVAs. Yet there were no fewer than 7 apostles in Japan alone. Although the apostles would engage in conflict due to competitive rivalry, it was the innocent civilians who bore the brunt of their battles. Commander, Lilith has breached the containment. It is expected to reach the command center in 3 minutes. Additionally, the octahedral apostle is above us, continuously dismantling our defenses with a shield-like apparatus with a diameter of 175 meters. This situation is entirely different from what is described in the Dead Sea Scrolls. What is the status of the EVAs? Can they be deployed? It's futile. The synchronization rate of the first child has yet to exceed 40, and the third child is not in this city. The only hope lies with the second child, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. Due to the absence of miniature cameras installed in Saiyan's home, NERV remained oblivious to the fact that Asuka had returned home through a spatial rift. Of course, even if they were aware that Asuka was home, it would hold no significance, for EVA Unit 02 had always been stationed in Germany. They lacked the time for transportation. We cannot allow the apostles to reach Lilith. Futsuki contemplated for a moment and suggested, detonate the N2 bomb at the base to eliminate Lilith completely. However, Futsuki's suggestion was met with opposition from Jindo Ikari. No. If we kill Lilith, humanity will be forever content with the status quo. Should Lilith perish, humanity cannot achieve completion, and my plan will be rendered futile. At that point, I will not only be unable to attain divinity, but I will also lose the chance to resurrect Yui. Time ticked away, and Jindo's hesitation drew the future ever closer to despair. Since humanity discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls, they had become accustomed to orchestrating their actions based on the prophecies within. Whether it was NERV or the EVAs, they were but pieces in a grand design. Yet these individuals were unaware that human capabilities are limited. A certain vampire once proclaimed, the more one plays with schemes, the more likely one is to stumble upon unforeseen circumstances. Only by transcending human strength could one truly confront every crisis. War machines had become mere toys, and humanity's once hospitable abode had transformed into a battlefield for the apostles. Countless individuals fled amidst cries, merely striving to survive. Mom, Dad, where are you? In front of a supermarket in New Tokyo, a little girl, separated from her family, helplessly surveyed the panicked crowd. Above her, a massive metallic sign swayed precariously, held only by a single loose screw. Boom. In the distance, the water angel was knocked to the ground by the rain angel, which bore a resemblance to a blind spider, causing a violent tremor. The little girl was knocked to the ground, and a screw suddenly fell from above her. Crash! The enormous sign lost its last support and plummeted toward the little girl. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the girl suddenly looked up, her gaze consumed by the cold metal above, her innocent heart now overtaken by fear. Just as she believed her life was about to end, a beam of righteous golden light shot down from the cosmos. In the blink of an eye, the golden light transformed into countless rays, enveloping the entire district. The apostles, previously wreaking havoc, now stood frozen as though the pause button had been pressed. Step, step, step. Golden battle boots gradually appeared in front of the store, accompanied by fiery red bangs that swayed, locking onto the little girl with lion-like, resolute gazes. Plasma beam fist. The golden fist broke through the speed of light. The descending metal sign had yet to deform before it was rendered to nothingness, as if a switch had been flipped. With the retraction of the fist, innumerable golden rays materialized throughout the third New Tokyo city. Regardless of whether they are apostles, crumbling edifices, or potentially injurious falling rocks, all were utterly obliterated by the radiance. The little girl, gazing vacantly at the fiery beauty before her, instinctively expressed her gratitude. Yet, the woman remained silent, merely flicking her cloak and casting her gaze towards a distant derelict building. In the cyberpunk streets, amidst a plethora of corpses, Samir cursed with a shrill voice, "Damn it! You are all a bunch of lunatics. I shall never become like you." Just as he uttered these words, the world around him abruptly transformed. With the invasion of the Chiweirada, captured by the Avengers, he could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha! I succeeded. My plan has triumphed. The mission is complete. I am about to ascend to S rank." Upon hearing his words, the hunters from the opposing faction could no longer contain their fury. Their faces contorted with rage as they thought of the innocents who had perished. Do you not possess even a shred of humanity? What of your moral boundaries? Humanity? Can it spare my life? And what moral standards? Do NPCs in games even deserve to discuss principles? Whether I am human or not is inconsequential. In the end, It is I who shall advance, not you, Samir declared, disregarding the cannibalistic glares of the hunters, silently invoking his return. In the next moment, he found himself in a fragrant courtyard filled with birdsong. In the yard, 4 stone benches hosted 4 distinct figures. From left to right, they were a stooped, emaciated old man with a blue orb atop his head, a strikingly beautiful young man in purple robes, yet bereft of hands, a middle-aged man with a chest of silvery light, possessing only his torso, and a charming girl who had lost her legs. Upon witnessing these 4 beings, the unfamiliar girl felt an instinctive sense of awe and trepidation. She lowered her head as she approached them, inadvertently separating from Samir. With her body no longer under the woman's influence, Samir's consciousness gradually returned. Recalling certain events, he turned his gaze back to the 4 figures in the courtyard and exclaimed, "Master God, the one true God, Lord of White Tin," and, as Samir attempted to voice the name of the last girl, an inexplicable tightness gripped his heart. The moment he lost focus, the 4 figures seated in the courtyard vanished. Before he could survey his surroundings, a force suddenly tore at his soul. The excruciating pain compelled Samir to cry out. At a critical moment, a beam of golden light pierced his heart. As flames engulfed his soul, a voice echoed in his ears, "Samir, wake up." Inhaling sharply, Samir's eyes widened. He was about to speak to the fiery woman before him when he felt a sharp pain in his body. What is this? Soul fragmentation. The woman pressed firmly against Samir's chest, her expression shifting drastically. Furrowing her brow, she earnestly inquired, "What has transpired? How is your soul divided into 4 parts?" "Soul fragmentation? It matters not. I will simply repair it," Samir replied, forcing back the agony within. However, as he rose and attempted to mend his fractured soul, he was once again engulfed in endless torment. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles paling. Samir gritted his teeth, striving to piece his soul together. Yet beads of sweat fell like rain, and his soul showed no sign of improvement. Like opposing magnets, no matter how he tried to connect them, they remained apart. "It is futile. Do not waste your effort. You must have witnessed something you should not have, leading to the fragmentation of your soul. Something I should not have seen? I cannot recall. I seem to have had a dream, where several peculiar beings called." Samir reminisced about his previous dream. Yet he could only discern 3 indistinct figures, unable to recall their names. It was as if all knowledge of them had vanished from his soul. "By the way, who are you? Why are you here?" "My name is Ka Luo Air, a member of the Alliance." "Alliance? Do you know Ting de Luosi?" "Of course. It is precisely because of him that I sought you out. Moreover, Samir, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Ting de Luosi informed me that without your prior help, he might have perished under the pursuit of the Supreme One. It was nothing. Ting de Luosi has aided me greatly as well." At Samir's words, Ka Luo Air smiled slightly. "Indeed, you are exactly as described by Ting de Luosi. By the way, what of the Supreme One's lackey pursuing Ting de Luosi? I heard that you encountered an incident when the Stargate activated. They are merely a disposable asset. If the distance is not great, they will undoubtedly be dispatched to pursue you." "Disposable?" Samir pondered. "Such strength. And still merely a disposable asset? You truly know little. Fear not. Once we arrive at the Alliance, you will learn much. As for disposable assets, allow me to provide a brief explanation. Their worth is not measured by strength. They are tools created by the Supreme One to accomplish specific tasks. The powers they wield are typically forcibly instilled by the Supreme One. The reason the Supreme One expends energy on such matters is simple. When a disposable asset completes its task or perishes, the Supreme One can effortlessly reclaim that power. Furthermore, the so-called supreme judgments in those realms are generally executed by specialized disposable assets. So, they are merely tools. Precisely. Do you not sense the Supreme One's ruthlessness? Yet this is merely the tip of the iceberg among their countless transgressions. When ordinary individuals acquire immense power, they are eager to indulge in the life they had long been denied. The Supreme One exploits this, continually luring those who traverse worlds into depravity. They believe they have transformed, believing they can revel in their newfound strength and explore myriad realms. In reality, they are merely livestock raised within a larger pen by the Supreme One. Once matured, they are slaughtered. I understand all this. Of course. Otherwise you would not have become an anomaly. Very well, let us halt the introductions here. Considering that soul fragmentation tends to worsen with delay, we must hasten our journey. Can you grant me a little more time? I wish to bid farewell. Have you made friends in this world? Samir nodded, They are my friends, and also my daughter. Go ahead, but... What? Nothing. Go say your goodbyes. I will await you on the moon. Samir nodded, opened a nearby window, and stumbled out into the air. After his departure, Ka Luo Air sighed helplessly. She sensed that the core of this world had already vanished. Thus, this world, which ought to have experienced endless cycles, would eventually cease to exist. Samir's farewell would mark his eternal separation from this realm. Chapter 34 Departures and Reunions. Part 2. On the surface of the moon. Ka Luo Air sat upon a massive stone, gazing quietly at the distant azure planet. Sensing a familiar presence approaching from behind, she refrained from turning around and instead asked, perplexed, "Did you not say you were going to bid farewell?" "Indeed, I intended to, yet the words refused to leave my lips. I had always believed I could acclimatize to such scenes. After all, I could even grow accustomed to death. Yet, when I stood behind her, I found myself utterly unable to utter a word. May I inquire if I could take her away?" Carol shook her head, stating it was impossible. "I once fell in love with a goddess. For her, I vanquished the ocean, brought down the sun, and even death was extinguished under my might. But then, what happened next? The world before my eyes crumbled, and despite my utmost efforts, I could not save her, and she remained bound by the shackles of fate until her last breath. Perhaps, to you, venturing into other worlds seems effortless, yet for those ensnared by rules, it is deemed unattainable. Although we are under the dominion of the Supreme Being, it is precisely through this that we can shatter the world's constraints. Is there truly no other way? There is, but it rarely materializes. What is it? It requires the world's assistance, yet such occurrences are exceedingly rare, at least. This world cannot facilitate it. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Samir could only sigh. Casting one last glance at the azure earth, Samir posed another question. "Carol." A peculiar sensation burgeoned within my heart. I feel as though I could weep. Tell me, is this a negative effect stemming from the division of souls? Carol turned around and saw Samir's eyes glistening with unshed tears. She smiled gently and replied, "That is not a negative effect. That strange feeling is love. When you have never possessed it, you cannot harness formidable power. Yet, when you comprehend it and gain strength from it, you must also embrace the myriad transformations it brings. Be they joy or sorrow. Perhaps it is the curse of the Supreme Being. As anomalies in the infinite cosmos, we cannot reside long in one world. While ordinary beings are unable to escape their own realms, the pain love inflicts upon us originates from this very dilemma. Of course, if you do not wish to depart with me, you may remain in this world until you decide to leave. I can return to find you whenever you wish. There is no need for such trouble." Samir lightly brushed away the solitary tear that fell from his fingertip onto the earth. "Let my love be left here. I am glad you have come to this realization. Many are ensnared in a particular world due to their awakened love. Come now, grasp my shoulder. It is time to introduce you to the world that belongs to us anomalies." As Carol spoke, a golden holy sword materialized in her hand. With a swift gesture toward the heavens, a radiant golden light, blazing like fire, engulfed the two of them. In an instant, Samir found himself amidst the boundless ocean of the cosmos, countless worlds whizzing past him. As Carol's speed intensified, the colors surrounding them gradually faded. In that moment, even light seemed to fall behind them. "Hold on tight. We are about to break through the blockade." Carol's voice resonated in Samir's mind, yet her words sparked confusion. "What blockade?" "The domain blockade set by the Supreme Being. It is the essential passage from the shallow to the profound realms." "Does this require combat?" "Yes, combat is necessary, but it is not our burden. Others will assist. Just be cautious and protect yourself. Do not be swept into the aftermath of the battle." "Aftermath?" Just as Samir was about to inquire further, a colossal energy giant suddenly appeared ahead. Its form was as immense as the world itself, and merely standing there was suffocating. Yet, Carol seemed oblivious to the giant, guiding Samir to soar through its fingers. As they slipped between its digits, the energy giant noticed their presence. The giant merely tilted its head, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon Samir. Without hesitation, golden energy erupted from within him. However, faced with that gaze, he could barely endure. "Be careful." Carol reached out, attempting to shield him. But as blood streamed from his body, Samir's strength surged amidst the crimson. With a combat power of 1.5 billion, he barely withstood that gaze. Yet, in the next moment, the giant slowly raised its hand. As its colossal fingertip, akin to the galaxy, descended with tremendous speed. Samir could not discern it clearly. He had no doubt about the destructive force of this strike, but at this moment, he found himself devoid of any chance to resist. Just as the fingertip was about to crush him, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Magnetic field activation. The 999,900 Imperial Punch. Get the hell away from me. With that roar, a robust man clad in a black trench coat suddenly appeared directly above Samir. With a mere punch, countless fissures spread across the giantess form. In the next instant, like a cosmic explosion, the energy giant shattered into countless streams of light. Under the tremendous force, the man in the black cloak turned around. It was then Samir noticed a golden eye-like battle mark etched upon the man's forehead. You've worked hard, Overlord. I leave this to you. The man, referred to as Overlord by Carol, did not speak further but nodded at her. However, upon seeing Samir, he suddenly advised, if you cannot find a way to mend your soul within the Alliance, feel free to seek me out. Carol knows where I typically reside. Thank you. It's nothing. The Overlord, with his rogue hairstyle, pointed towards a distant golden shard, instructing Carol, you too should hasten. That space is about to heal. Thank you. And we shall meet again. Carol waved her hand and quickened her pace. As the two passed through the door-sized golden fragment, a plume of black smoke surged from the shard, enveloping them both. Samir instinctively attempted to resist, but was restrained by Carol. Relax, it's Tindalos. Sure enough, just as Carol spoke, Samir felt a flicker before his eyes. Countless time and space warped before him, ultimately settling once more. When he regained his bearings, he found himself aboard a massive spaceship. Surrounding him were soldiers clad in blue military uniforms. Upon their sudden appearance, rather than expressing surprise, they halted, raised their right arms, and proclaimed loudly, for the Super Earth. The abrupt English startled Samir, and it was only after Carol returned the salute that they turned and resumed their duties. Who are these people? Soldiers of the Super Earth, and also our allies in the Alliance. A foreign feminine voice echoed from behind him. Turning around, Samir was met with the sight of a stunning scarlet beauty rushing towards him. Lord Samir, Reed, sensing the aura of the woman in his embrace, he instantly recognized her identity. However, unlike before, Reed had matured, her presence now radiating formidable power. Behind Reed, a young man smiled at Samir and said, long time no see, Samir. Indeed, it has been a while, Tindalos. Chapter 35, An Unresolvable Dilemma. By the way, my lord, I have taken a teacher within the Alliance. Under his guidance, I have become over 1,000 times stronger than before. I am certain I can assist you. Reed exclaimed excitedly. But just as she was about to demonstrate her powers, Tindalos quickly intervened. Wait a moment, Reed. If you unleash your power here, the spaceship will be in jeopardy. Oh, I almost forgot. But my lord, I truly have become significantly stronger. Certainly, I can perceive the transformation within you. It appears that during my absence, you have diligently honed your skills. Even though Ruid has deliberately suppressed his aura, Sire can still sense the change within him. What surprises him, however, is that the demonic essence that once enveloped Ruid seems to have vanished entirely. The current Ruid, based solely on the aura he emanates, bears a closer resemblance to a human than to a demon. Now, reminiscing can wait. I must take Sire to meet our leader, Tindalos. Please escort me to the final world. Very well, let me locate the world anchor point. Tindalos closed his eyes, and an array of differently colored lights flickered in his mind. Finally, upon seeing a glimmer of golden light, he opened his eyes and declared, I've found it. Shall we depart? Where is he? Sire, who should have stood before him, has now vanished without a trace. However, observing the calm demeanor of Carol and Ruid, Tindalos speculated. Could it be that the leader summoned Sire away? Within the entire Alliance, there are many who possess spatial abilities, yet few wield such powers at the limit-breaking level. Aside from the leader, Tindalos could not fathom who else could silently transport someone from right before him. Carol shrugged and remarked, You are correct, the leader acted just now. But why? Tindalos questioned in confusion. Although Sire is at the limit-breaking level, he is not significant enough to warrant the leader's intervention. If you ask me, who should I ask? However, it is also possible that Sire is injured. Injured? Has the master been harmed? But I did not see any wounds on him. It is not the kind of injury you imagine. It pertains to his soul. Initially, I intended to bring him to the leader to see if a solution could be found. After all, I have only witnessed such injuries twice before. What kind of injury does the master have? Soul severance. Theoretically, This is a technique employed by the Supremes when creating consumables for themselves. Of course, some have attempted to mimic this technique. However, for the Supremes, it might be as trivial as trimming a hair. Yet for you, it could lead to something far more dreadful than death. Generally, the Supremes do not use this technique on others. However, if you trigger their defenses, you may very well be torn asunder. Who are you? In a desolate cavern, the dim candlelight above struggled to dispel the encroaching darkness. In the very place where the darkness sought to encroach, a frail, white-haired old man sat laboriously on the ground, repeatedly honing a dagger. Who are you? What do you want? Where's this place? Everyone tends to ask such questions upon entering an unfamiliar environment. Yet, this will provide you with no assistance, and may even attract terrifying foes due to your voice. The old man did not turn, entirely focused on sharpening the dagger in his hands. His raspy voice resembled the sound of fine sand swirling in a plastic bottle. The first world I traversed is called Silent Hill. At that time, like you, I began asking questions upon seeing someone, but later I learned that in that world, what you see may not be a person, and their words may not be of any help. Are you an anomaly? Anomaly? Yes. That is what later generations referred to us. However, at that time, we had no such designation. Those like me preferred to call ourselves traversers. Unfortunately, we lacked any system or golden fingers, only endless tasks and battles. Eventually, some grew weary of this constant fighting and attempted to rebel against the entity that granted them their powers. Upon hearing this, Sire suddenly comprehended. You are the founder of the Alliance. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the old man erupted into laughter. What founder am I? That fellow has long since passed away. Then who are you? Forgive my forgetfulness. I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Shan Chuang. You may call me Shan Lao. Currently, what was I responsible for again? The old man set down the dagger, rubbed his head, and after a pause, suddenly raised his hand and said, yes. I am currently in charge of various matters within the Alliance. The children all like to call me leader. Leader? Sire found himself at a loss for words. Isn't the leader the founder of the Alliance? Seemingly noting this point, Shan Lao clarified, though I am the leader, I am not the founder. As for my relationship with him, it is quite complex, good yet bad. Because of him, I can exist in this world. However, as with all things, there are pros and cons. With a muddled old man like me, there will be crafty little schemers. That fellow years ago fell into the same trap as you and left behind a mess that I have been cleaning up ever since, yet I still have not finished the task. Initially, I intended to sharpen the knife and take my leave, but upon seeing you, I feel I can endure a while longer. After all, you may need this dagger more than I do. Shan Lao, are you suggesting I need the dagger because it can aid me? Whether it can assist you, I cannot say, but if you were to pierce yourself with it, you would certainly meet your demise. Sire fell silent, sensing that this eccentric old man was merely jesting with him. If possible, he wished to leave rather than linger with a madman. Shan Lao, I do not require your dagger. Additionally, if you have nothing else, could you allow me to return? You do not want it? I have spent many years honing it to a fine edge. If you do not want it, I shall keep it for myself. But I must inform you. If I use it, you will no longer have the chance to wield it. Just keep it for yourself. I doubt I will need it. Sire still had many tasks to accomplish and promises to fulfill. He could never be driven to the madness of suicide. However, he was greatly astonished to find that the leader of the Alliance was not the stern figure he had envisioned, but rather a rather eccentric old man. The other party might possess some extraordinary abilities, yet to Sire, such a leader seemed quite abnormal. This led him to harbor some doubts about the organization itself. It seemed as though Shan Lao could hear Sire's inner thoughts, and he offered an awkward smile. Well, I tend to speak my mind, so if you find it unappealing, blame me alone. However, the children within the Alliance are merely unfortunate souls like you. By the way, you may encounter some children who, out of fear, do not wish to fight. Do not hold it against them too harshly. After all, these children have come here with great difficulty, merely seeking a place to rest. Shan Lao spoke with a gentle tone, as if he truly viewed Sire and his companions as a group of children. Although Carol recognized soul severance, she was unaware that such a technique is exceedingly difficult to undo. As for the Little Lu's technique of demon disintegration, it merely hastens the process of tearing apart. Little Lu? You generally refer to him as the Overlord. His demon disintegration technique was derived from his study of the Dhammapada. It is natural for Carol to ask me for assistance, as I have previously aided 2 children. However, regarding soul severance, it fundamentally depends on the relative strength. I could assist those children because the ones who severed their souls were not strong. But for those who severed yours, I, the old man, cannot contend with a single one of them. Otherwise, I would not be hiding away in a corner. Shanlao, what do you mean by that? Is my soul severed by the Supremes? Indeed. What negative impact will I experience? I have witnessed something split in two before, resulting in one good and one bad. However, I have never encountered anything divided into four parts like you. If all else fails, you might consider seeking out Xiao Lu to learn his so-called Tian Modfa. If any issues arise, at least I could assist you in managing them. So, there is no solution? The kind elder shook his head, expressing his regret, stating, "There is none. Then please allow me to return. My apologies, young one." The elder waved his sleeve, and Saiyan was enveloped in a golden light. When he regained his senses, he found himself back on the spaceship. Chapter 36. The home of the Overlord within the spaceship. The reappearing Saiyan garnered the attention of all present. "Lord Saiyan, was it not the leader who sought you just now? Did you mention the injuries you bear? He is aware of my wounds, yet he is powerless to assist." At Saiyan's words, Rueda felt a profound astonishment. Although she had not spent much time here, she had interacted with the kind elder. The power he exhibited surpassed all her previous understanding. She could not fathom what kind of injury could elude even the elder's remedy. Is there truly no other means of treatment? Rueda's eyes brimmed with concern and reluctance. "There is no treatment available, but he advised me to seek out the Overlord." "Seek the Overlord? Did the leader truly say this?" Ting Deluosi questioned, his face a mask of confusion. He was aware of the Overlord's strength, yet he had never heard of any healing methods attributed to him. Meanwhile, Ka Luo nodded in agreement. The Overlord had mentioned this matter previously. Perhaps he anticipated that the leader would be unable to assist you. Very well. Since there remains a potential solution, let Ting Deluosi escort you to the planet where the Overlord resides. As for Rueda, you may need to wait a while longer before reuniting with Saiyan. Why? I have finally met the Lord. Why must I wait longer? Because your teacher has assigned you a new training task. But hasn't the teacher gone to receive newcomers? Is it not possible that I might encounter him along the way? Furthermore, Rueda, your teacher stated that if you do not master all the golden laws before his return, prepare to spend a year in his realm of darkness. A year. I can barely endure 3 nights. A year would surely be my demise. That depends on you. You know your master's temperament. I cannot persuade him. Ka Luo shrugged, appearing helpless. Observing this, Rueda's expression grew conflicted as she turned to Saiyan, who gently nodded and said, "Go, Rueda. Since there is an opportunity for growth, grasp it tightly. I do not wish to be your chain, and upon your return, we may even spar to test our strengths." "Really? Will you truly spar with me, my lord? I shall astonish you then." With Saiyan's encouragement, Rueda was filled with vigor. She urged Ting Deluosi, "Hurry, Ting Deluosi. Take me to my teacher. I can hardly wait to begin my training." "Hey, do you truly see me as a mere teleportation device? Could you not pilot a supercruiser instead?" Though she jested, a swirling black mist soon enveloped the two. As their figures vanished, Ka Luo patted Saiyan on the shoulder and asked, "And what of you? Will you explore the Alliance headquarters or head directly to the Overlord's location?" "I shall go directly to the Overlord," Saiyan replied without hesitation. While he was unfamiliar with the nature of the Alliance, he recognized that where there are individuals, there will be disputes. Saiyan was not keen on encountering any conflicts akin to those faced by characters in novels upon arriving at a new location. However, to his surprise, Ka Luo concurred. It is perhaps for the best. Aside from a few robots, there are hardly any people at headquarters. What? You were unaware? Did not the leader just inform you? Joining the Alliance grants one a free planet of their own, so unless significant events occur, few will visit the headquarters. Joining your Alliance grants a planet? Is it truly so astonishing? It is merely one planet. Is such a reaction truly warranted? This world was created by the leader, and to him, it is but a trivial matter. He is that powerful. Saiyan had contemplated the Elder's immense strength, but had not anticipated it to the extent of creating universes. It is vital to note that destruction and creation are entirely different matters. To create something from nothing is genuine power, far surpassing the act of obliterating an already existing entity. Yet, if the kind elder possesses such strength, why does he appear so eccentric? Such thoughts are permissible. However, the leader was not always like this. He has changed in recent centuries. Recent centuries? Has he sustained an injury? Injury is implausible. The last time the leader acted was when I first joined the Alliance. If calculated, it has been at least 2 millennia. That was to confront an exceptionally formidable foe, the likes of which only the leader could contend with. Yet, I later heard that this adversary did not perish but was merely banished by the leader. As for the intricate details, no one knows. As the two conversed, the space surrounding the spaceship suddenly warped. With the completion of a faster-than-light jump, a cerulean planet materialized before them. However, the spaceship did not approach the planet but maintained a deliberate distance. Glancing at the planet outside the ship, Ka Luo'er remarked, "We have arrived. This is the Overlord's abode. You may fly directly there. However, there is one thing you must remember." "What is it?" "Be cautious not to fly too swiftly." Although Saiyan was uncertain of the meaning behind Ka Luo'er's warning, he accepted her goodwill. After the spaceship's hatch opened, he waved goodbye to Ka Luo'er and soared toward the cerulean planet. Yet, as he drew closer, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. When he breached a critical safety threshold, an overwhelming pressure suddenly bore down upon him. What is this? A gravity planet. The force of gravity, nearly 500 times that of Earth, accelerated Saiyan's descent toward the planet. In that moment, he comprehended Ka Luo'er's admonition to avoid flying too fast. As for the cerulean planet he had observed from the spaceship, upon nearing it, he was astonished to realize it was not a blue planet at all, but rather an enormous metallic sphere. The ocean-like hues on its surface were mere reflections formed by uneven metallic depressions. The green entities resembling forests were colossal green alloys. Crash! Saiyan landed heavily upon the surface, the tremendous impact creating a deep crater in the metallic ground. Instantly, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Feeling the terrifying gravity surrounding him, every movement felt as though he were ensnared by an unseen force. It was akin to being submerged in a quagmire, where even the slightest twitch of a finger met with formidable resistance. Had another individual arrived on this planet, they might have wished to flee due to the overwhelming gravity. However, for Saiyan, this gravity was utterly magnificent. He had long sought a means to increase the pressure during his training. His initial plans to construct a gravity chamber were thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Now, faced with such a treasure-like planet, Saiyan was filled with elation. Especially those towering green metallic blocks, reaching several hundred meters high, are indeed the quintessential tools for strength training. Saiyan gasped for breath, every cell in his body craving something. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly removed his shirt. After a brief stretch, he immersed himself in his practice. Chapter 37, Apprenticeship, Magnetic Fields, and Science. Boom, boom, boom. On the azure planet, Saiyan, drenched in sweat, relentlessly assaulted the colossal metallic pillar before him. He struck with fists and kicked with legs, the seamless transitions of his movements leaving one defenseless. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash his full strength, a voice suddenly resonated behind him. "Why not use your full power?" The unexpected voice instinctively put Saiyan in a combat stance. The terrifying aura he emanated etched countless cracks into the metallic pillar. Just as Saiyan thought he had shattered the pillar, a large hand pressed against its surface. Accompanied by a strange force, the pillar, which should have been broken, was restored to its pristine condition. Was this alchemy? No, it was the power of a magnetic field. The burly man with a warrior's top knot responded, reiterating the earlier question. "Kid, why didn't you just unleash your full strength?" "Why should I exert my full strength? I am merely honing my techniques, not aiming to destroy anything." Can such lackluster punches truly refine any techniques? The words prompted Saiyan to turn around. Gazing at the imposing figure of Bawang before him, he felt a sudden pang of pain within, swiftly followed by a surge of defiance. "Indeed, my strength pales in comparison to yours, but if my efforts can be dismissed by mere words, that I cannot abide." "Oh, so you believe I am mistaken? Right or wrong, words alone cannot discern." With that, Saiyan assumed a combat stance. Witnessing this, Bawang erupted into laughter. "Ha! You, knowing your strength is inferior to mine, still dare to strike. Fine, you certainly pique my interest. In light of your courage, I shall show you what it means to throw a punch. Are you ready, Saiyan? Come, if you have the audacity, then receive my magnetic rotation with 500,000 units of power." Bawang's fist surged forth with a speed nearly impossible to react to. However, through his perception of the aura and keen insight, Saiyan managed to catch a glimpse of the attack's trajectory just in the nick of time. He could alter his technique based on this foresight, yet faced with Bawang, especially after the earlier remark about soft punches, he chose to abandon other techniques. Instead, he poured all his energy into a single strike aimed at Bawang's fist. In an instant, the two fists collided, and immense power erupted at the point of contact. Surrounding atomic nuclei underwent a fission reaction. How fascinating, to achieve 500,000 units of power. Amidst the colossal explosion, Bawang and Sire found themselves ensconced in a blazing sun. He regarded the unmoving Sire with admiration. Individuals who reach the later stages often possess peculiar abilities. Those who can withstand a blow from him by sheer force are not numerous, yet they are not entirely rare either. Particularly, those willing to engage in a direct clash after he deliberately exposed a flaw are indeed few in this boundless universe. Now, if my strength were to increase further, could you still withstand it? With that, Bawang unleashed a left punch, bellowing 75,000 units of power. Hell's Fist. Though it was merely a straightforward punch, Sire felt an imminent danger. Bawang's punch resembled a concealed iceberg, the power contained within far exceeding what was outwardly apparent. But what does it matter how much is concealed? Before absolute strength, all strategies are rendered futile. Seizing the moment of resonance in his flesh, Sire unleashed a powerful punch, Black Flash. Once again, their fists collided. Yet Sire was taken aback to find that although his strength nearly matched Bawang's, upon impact, his Black Flash shattered as if striking a block of ice. Cracks rapidly spread from the knuckles of his left hand. It's over. Your strength is merely this much. Just as Bawang presumed Sire would relent due to the injury to his left arm, he was taken aback when Sire tightened his fist once more. Black Flash. As his left arm crumbled like plaster, Sire unleashed a more powerful and quicker punch. In an instant, it struck Bawang squarely on the face. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the burly man clad in a black cloak was sent flying, crashing straight into a metallic pillar 100 meters away. Amidst the soft sound of falling sand and gravel, Sire gazed at his disintegrating left arm, grasped with his right hand, yanked, and tore. With a wave of excruciating pain, Sire tore off his arm. Following this, through the dual effects of reverse technique and the Oitsutsuki healing ability, a brand new left arm swiftly grew back. In the distance, Bawang, embedded within the metal, shattered the pillar behind him with a single punch. Upon witnessing Sire's unflinching demeanor as he removed his own arm, admiration shone even brighter in his eyes. As if moved by an unseen force, he flew before Sire, a hint of approval gracing his face. Well done, your composure and temperament are commendable. I retract my earlier words. Not at all, Bawang, your words hold merit. Following their encounter, the restlessness within Sire's heart gradually calmed. Particularly, Bawang's earlier punch left him utterly astonished. Previously, though we exerted similar strength, you easily obliterated my attack. Such skill I cannot match. You need not belittle yourself. After all, I just employed the complete realm. Even those who specialize in martial arts seldom grasp it, yet you. That punch imbued with lightning has touched the edge of the complete realm, but you merely utilized your strength and speed entirely. However, in terms of power release, it remains too dispersed. Dispersed? Indeed, dispersed. Suppose a person's strength remains unchanged. To enhance their damage, one must employ a single method to transform the area intended for destruction into a smaller surface area, even down to a point. This is one application of the complete realm. Its essence lies in the ability to fully utilize one's strength and master one's body completely. With that, Bawang suddenly pinched his thumb and flicked it towards a distant metallic pillar. Bang! A peculiar sound echoed as a tiny cavity appeared on the metal. Bawang had merely utilized air to pierce through the immensely tough metal. Such a technique illuminated Sire's mind. It differed from Ki, nor was it any sort of magical energy. The technique Bawang just demonstrated was precisely what Sire had always pursued, the pinnacle of skill. With a flourish of his black cloak, Bawang slowly withdrew his hand. Sire, you must have come here regarding the matter of soul cutting, which even the leader cannot resolve. Indeed, Sire nodded. I visited the old sage, but he advised me to seek you out. Not merely advised. Did he not mention anything else? Sire pondered the old sage's words for a moment, then uncertainly replied. The old sage mentioned that Bawang you. What about me? You are called Xiaolu. Cough. In an instant, Bawang seemed to choke, suddenly breaking into a fit of coughs. He blinked and quickly shifted the topic. Is that all he said? Perhaps he mentioned potential side effects of my method as well? Ah, yes, I remember now. The venerable elder also stated that my Tianma Jiti Dafa would merely cause me to split apart a bit faster. What nonsense is that old fool spouting? What does it mean to split apart a bit faster? It is utterly absurd. Listen carefully, young one. My Tianma Jiti Dafa is the supreme technique I crafted after perusing the Da Mo Jing countless times. It allows one to divide into two, yet retain the same heart and mind. In combat, this effectively creates a powerful ally with identical combat prowess, skills, and even memories. But what if I wish to merge back together? The Bawang remained silent, yet from his expression, Sai Mi discerned the answer. So, it cannot be merged back, can it? Why would one want to merge? To become stronger, one must possess an unwavering ideology. An ordinary person, previously aimless and unaccomplished, could theoretically split into one virtuous self and one malevolent self through the Tianma Jiti Dafa. These two divergent selves would then forge paths superior to their original self. But in such a case, would he still be himself? Fear not, for theoretically, the Tianma Jiti Dafa allows you to control the emotions and soul that are divided. Ultimately, you remain you, albeit with fewer burdensome emotions. Upon hearing this somewhat extreme revelation from Bawang, Sai Mi felt an unsettling uncertainty within. Especially the repeated use of theoretically filled him with doubt. Bawang, let me ask you, have you ever practiced this Tianma Jiti Dafa yourself? What do you mean by that? Do you think I would harm you? Moreover, do not assume my technique is easily mastered. Only those who have truly grasped the complete realm may cultivate my method. Whether you possess that potential is still uncertain. Wait, you mentioned that one must master the complete realm to practice your technique. Does that imply that if I were to practice, you would teach me the complete realm? What nonsense! The complete realm relies solely on personal comprehension. I can only provide you with guidance at most. However, I will impart to you the entirety of the magnetic field's rotational power, and even my battle patterns will be shared with you. But in return, you must take me as your master. If I were to take you as my master, what if I fail to learn the Tianma Jiti Dafa? What else can be done? It would merely indicate that you lack the aptitude. After hearing this, Sai Mi ceased to hesitate. He could disregard the complexities of the technique. Simply mastering the power of the complete realm would be sufficient to enhance his strength immensely. Then, please accept me as your disciple. Chapter 38. Mastering the power of the magnetic field within the gravity planet. Sai Mi was assaulting a colossal metallic pillar. Yet, his physical form could not leave a mark upon it. Just as he prepared to strike again, Bawang's warning echoed beside him. Do not utilize the energy within your body. Instead, attack through the electric current generated by the friction in your cells. Electric current. Sai Mi restrained the energy within him and delivered a punch to the massive pillar. However, with a sharp crack, his right-hand fingers abruptly bent. Pain surged through Sai Mi's mind. Yet, what drove him to madness was that he had never felt the so-called power of electric current at any point. Defiant, Sai Mi clenched his fist tightly, twisting his fingers back to their original state amid a cacophony of harsh friction. He fixed his gaze upon the pillar, no longer holding back his strength. If he could not shatter the pillar, then he would break his own arm instead. With a resounding whoosh, his powerful fist struck the pillar. Bang! With a muffled thud, the massive pillar remained unyielding. Conversely, Sai Mi's arm bent under the force, fractured bones piercing through muscle, blood oozing into the air. Yet, more intolerable than the excruciating pain was his sense of failure. Standing not far away, Bawang shook his head, glancing at the time, preparing to halt this training session. Just then, however, Sai Mi erupted in a fit of desperation. How could I not be able to use it? I refuse to believe it. I refuse. Suddenly, Sai Mi began to strike the metallic pillar wildly. Amidst blood and shattered bones, his arms twisted relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch came faster, each strike more ferocious. Even as the skin on his fists tore away in large chunks, even as his knuckles shattered, Sai Mi did not relent. He roared in frenzy, as if venting his inner dissatisfaction. Even as the muscles in his fingers were gradually stripped away with each punch, Sai Mi continued unabated. Enough, Sai Mi. Bawang appeared beside him, attempting to restrain his hands. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, he was astonished to see Sai Mi's body rapidly healing under some mysterious force. The speed of this healing far exceeded Bawang's expectations. At that moment, Sai Mi felt a sudden lightness, as though he had regained strength just as he was about to collapse during a long run. His previously heavy body now felt nimble, and his speed surpassed previous limits. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his fully healed right fist accelerated as it struck the metallic pillar before him. Black flash, roaring and howling. The cells throughout Sai Mier's body unleashed a terrifying magnetic field power through rotation and friction. A tempest erupted around him, causing Bawang to take a step back, only to hear a sharp crack. Crack. The instant his fist made contact with the metal, the dreadful magnetic force spread from a minuscule point to engulf the entire pillar. Countless cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the pillar. Ultimately, as metal dust cascaded down like ash, Sai Mier slowly retracted his fist. Without employing energy or any other abilities, he had reduced the immensely solid pillar to powder through sheer will and physical strength. I succeeded. Gazing at his rapidly healing hands, Sai Mier's eyes brimmed with astonishment. No need for reversal techniques, nor any magic. Merely through his intent, his cells regenerated autonomously. There was no significant expenditure of energy required, nor the invocation of chi. This was the power of the magnetic field. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction enveloped Sai Mier, filling him with joy. He could even feel this power actively merging with the chi within his body. It was only at this moment that he realized how coarse his control over his body had been in the past. Speaking to himself, Sai Mier casually delivered a punch. Crack. In midair, black and red lightning erupted. That was the black flash. Previously, Sai Mier needed to exert great mental effort to execute such a technique, but now it flowed effortlessly from him. Following that, he raised his right palm, aiming at a distant metallic pillar. Zing! A wave of energy surged forth, obliterating the pillar into fragments. No preparation was required, nor was there any reduction in the strength of the chi. In an instant, he unleashed a full-powered strike. The energy expended was nearly half of what it used to be. The conversion of energy had reached its pinnacle. This was the power of the magnetic field, the ultimate technique. While Sai Mier reveled in his newfound success, Bawang stood beside him, equally astonished. He had never encountered a being like Sai Mier before. Initially, he was merely instructing Sai Mier on the principles of current propulsion. To his astonishment, the latter not only transcended the stage of current propulsion, but also mastered the rotation of the magnetic field, simultaneously stepping through the gateway to a complete realm. However, if one were to label him a genius, the fact that he had yet to grasp current propulsion could hardly be considered a sign of extraordinary talent. The only plausible explanation was that he had undergone similar training in the past. Perhaps his aim was not this, yet he ultimately achieved it. The reason for his previous inability to master it lay in the absence of a crucial opportunity, which he now extended to Sai Mier. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. Congratulations on mastering the principles of magnetic field rotation, Bawang exclaimed, initially applauding with enthusiasm. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, stating, "Yet mere power is insufficient. One must also master the corresponding techniques to fully harness one's strength. I shall impart the martial arts techniques of our school to you. But first, I must pose a question. Please, teacher, your soul fragmentation resembles a ticking time bomb. Although it has remained undisturbed thus far, no one can predict when it might detonate. I understand that you may only wish to harness the power of the magnetic field, yet I must inquire, are you prepared for the division of your soul?" Bawang's words left Sai Mier momentarily stunned. The earlier joy of mastering the magnetic field's power was instantly overshadowed. He had learned from Shan Lao that soul fragmentation would transform him into 4 distinct beings. Throughout his training, he had frequently sensed a division within his thoughts. However, his yearning for the magnetic field power had momentarily allowed him to overlook this peculiarity. When Bawang brought it up again, Sai Mier fell silent. Chapter 39. The disintegration of the demon, who prevails, who is the true self. Soul fragmentation is irreversible, signifying that Sai Mier will ultimately become several different individuals. But was he truly prepared for such a transformation? You may not have noticed, but many of your actions are quite different from when we first met. This indicates that your soul is exceedingly unstable and may fracture at any moment. What does the teacher mean? I do not possess any particular intention. It is merely a suggestion. Are you referring to the method of demon disintegration? Indeed, though you may choose not to practice it, I will not coerce you. Conversely, if you truly wish to avoid the method of demon disintegration, I can impart to you the ultimate secrets taught to me by my master. Understand that the strength of the powerful arises from their alignment with their true selves. Do not let external matters disrupt your choices. Bawang gently patted Sai Mier's shoulder, awaiting his response. Should he choose to cultivate the method of demon disintegration and preemptively sever his soul, or continue pretending that all was well? I will practice. Without further hesitation, Saiyan declared to Ba Wang, I wish to train in the method of demon disintegration. He had grown weary of living under the constant threat of an impending crisis. It was better to proactively confront the issue than to remain in ignorance of when it might arise. Excellent. You truly are my favored disciple. Now, I shall first teach you the foundational martial arts of our Hell Path. My master excels in swordsmanship, hence his techniques are named Hell's Sword. They can imbue attacks with magnetic field power, hindering the opponent's recovery abilities. However, I prefer weaponry, so I have adapted it to Hell's Fist. The effect remains the same. Hell's Fist? Is that the same fist that shattered my hand before? Saiyan recalled the incident when his arm was injured and could not heal, ultimately requiring him to sever the entire limb for it to regenerate. Indeed, but I held back at that time. Otherwise, your arm would not have healed even now. Is it truly that terrifying? This technique is my master's signature move. If you master it, it will be highly effective against those who rely on regeneration in combat. Additionally, I have something else to impart to you. What else is there? Battle marks. Ba Wang replied nonchalantly. Battle marks signify the might of the strong. My Lan Yu battle mark originates from my master in hell. However, battle marks are not immutable. They evolve with your heart. You may have noticed that my battle mark is golden and resembles the sun more than the moon, which is the greatest distinction between me and my master. As Ba Wang spoke, he placed his hand on Saiyan's forehead. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand. Saiyan gazed down at the metallic floor, where his reflection revealed a striking blue battle mark shaped like an inverted V on his forehead. When your heart attains a certain strength, the battle mark on your forehead will change. Whether it resembles the sun or the moon depends on the nature of your inner self. Enough of this. Let us delve into the martial arts of the Hell Path. Thus, Saiyan's training progressed over several months. During this time, apart from moments for sustenance, he dedicated himself to rigorous study. Hell's Fist, Hell's Hand, Hell's Severance, Hell's Decapitation, Solar Eclipse, Lunar Eclipse. Saiyan absorbed the intricacies of various martial arts like a sponge. Once he mastered all the techniques, his magnetic field power grew exponentially. Magnetic field rotation. 600,000 units of power. Hellstorm Fist. Oh, have you grown to 600,000 units of power so quickly? Truly, you are my most esteemed disciple. However, relying solely on this technique will not harm me. Saiyan swiftly approached Ba Wang, unleashing a barrage of punches. Yet, Ba Wang not only emerged unscathed but also deftly maneuvered to Saiyan's rear. End of the line. Ba Wang's right hand morphed into a blade, striking towards Saiyan's neck. However, his attack was momentarily halted by a tail that intervened. In that instant, Saiyan pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to Ba Wang's chest. Bang! The formidable body flew backward, crashing through 4 metal pillars before finally coming to a halt. Impressive. Such reflexes and combat talent. Saiyan, you have indeed assimilated all the techniques I taught you. Ba Wang brushed off the metal shavings from his chest and stepped forward, standing before Saiyan. He slowly raised his right palm, preparing to strike Saiyan's head while saying, now, open your heart, and I shall impart my ultimate secret to you. All right. Saiyan closed his eyes, relaxing his body to the utmost degree. As his teacher's palm pressed against his head, an abundance of knowledge flooded into his mind. The way of heaven is to diminish the excess and replenish the deficient. The way of demons is to have life with limits yet destruction without end. The method of demon disintegration seeks to fuse both paths, fill the deficiency of heaven with the abundance of demons, and use the endlessness of demons to mend the losses of heaven. The two converge in a cycle of yin and yang, perpetually revolving. Thus, the method of demon disintegration remains inexhaustible. Ba Wang's words echoed in Saiyan's ears, while within him, the magnetic field power surged violently. The illusion of his soul being loosely connected was utterly torn apart. The unbearable agony pierced every cell in Saiyan's body. Even Ba Wang, observing from the side, expressed concern, saying, Saiyan, if it becomes unbearable, it is all right to give up. But Saiyan suddenly opened his eyes and declared, no, there is nothing worth giving up. The soul, like threads, must be painstakingly torn from its source during separation. This torment is utterly unimaginable to anyone who has not lived through it. In a fleeting moment, It felt as though time had been elongated to span decades, even centuries. Within this profound sense of temporal distortion, Samir could only endure the excruciating pain of severing the threads of his own soul. As the last strand of his essence snapped, a transformation overtook Samir's corporeal form. His body suddenly split in two, with the left half seemingly attempting to escape, laboriously moving away from Samir. Their connection was anchored solely by the heart, which, as the separation progressed, began to evolve into two distinct hearts. Observing this unsettling transformation, the Overlord urgently called out, "Samir, cling to your true self. Preserve your essence. You must comprehend what your detached incarnation represents." Deep within his soul, the unveiled Samir felt a change as the energy within him began to shift towards a cerulean hue. The half of his body that had first split away, upon complete severance from Samir, began to regenerate into a new Samir. Still adapting to his surroundings, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the force of gravity, collapsing to the ground. What a jest, merely a hint of gravity. He scoffed, as dark flames erupted from his surface. The malevolent aura emanating from him was as profound as the previous Samir. I shall first divide my ultimate malevolence. Next, I will divide my sense of justice. Just as Samir prepared to partition another fragment of his soul, the newly formed embodiment of extreme evil observed the resplitting Samir with a nefarious grin. What of your essence, your true self? One Samir is sufficient for me. Let the rest perish. An ultimate annihilation. The black energy wave he unleashed contained unparalleled destructive force, hurtling directly towards Samir. Witnessing this, the Overlord furrowed his brow and raised his hand to intercept the attack. However, a sudden eruption of white energy birthed a spatial rift that opened before the energy wave. As the rift consumed the energy wave, a Samir, illuminated with a radiant gaze, directed his fury towards the malevolent entity nearby, exclaiming, "You vile creature born of evil! Would you even attempt to eradicate your own existence?" So it seems I was unsuccessful," the embodiment of extreme evil scoffed, clearly displeased. "You insolent fool! Are you disregarding me? With that dull-witted visage and that intolerable aura, you must be the embodiment of justice, correct? What does light amount to? If you have the ability, come and confront me." The embodiment of justice, already strained by the presence of extreme evil, found his tolerance further tested by these taunts. Just as he prepared to charge forward, he was restrained by another presence. Now, we are all Samir. There is no need for violence." "Who are you?" Justice questioned, eyeing the newly emerged Samir, who appeared somewhat frail and even youthful. "I am Chingy, pleased to make your acquaintance." "Chingy? Wait, you have separated your emotions. What remains?" Justice's query elicited confusion not only from Chingy, but also from the nearby embodiment of extreme evil. Indeed, with emotions absent, what else is there? The three Samirs, identical in appearance yet subtly distinct, turned their gazes towards the final Samir. The original Samir, now seemingly devoid of any emotion, regarded the surrounding figures with a vacant stare. "Why are you looking at me? If you wish to fight, then fight. Surely you are the emotionless Samir?" "Unknown, and it matters not." The final Samir's expression remained impassive, conveying an indifference to all that transpired. "This is troubling," the Overlord mused, taken aback by the sight of the four Samirs. After all, the celestial demon dissociation technique was initially designed to split a single entity into two. The ramifications of dividing into four were unforeseen by all. Suddenly, the embodiment of extreme evil burst into laughter. So this means there is no true essence left. Does this mean I can proclaim myself as the essence? Dream on. Justice retorted vehemently. A wretch like you could never be the essence. I am indifferent, as long as you keep your distance during the fight and do not disturb me. It is all fine. The emotionless one, or perhaps the thoughtless one, displayed no intention of contention. Yet, Chingy interjected, "We are all the same person. There's no need for such discord. But surely, there must be one who stands as the essence." Extreme evil exclaimed, suddenly soaring into the sky. Gazing down at the three below, he crossed his arms and raised his chin, declaring, "I propose we engage in battle. Whoever prevails shall be the essence." Though inherently opposed to extreme evil, Justice felt a flicker of intrigue at his proposal. However, the thoughtless one waved dismissively, "Too troublesome, I withdraw." "Very well. This leaves just you and me," Extreme Evil remarked, turning his attention to Justice. Justice then addressed the other two Samirs, "Teachers, I hope you will bear witness to this battle. Qingyi and the Thoughtless One exchanged glances, silently consenting to his request. The Overlord, though perturbed by the presence of 4 Saiyans, recognized the necessity of a leader among them and nodded in agreement. All right, let us begin. Just as Justice turned to engage, Extreme Evil unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Boom. In an instant, flames erupted into the sky. However, Extreme Evil's onslaught did not cease there. Sensing Justice's energy, he hurled 2 energy orbs. Enraged by the ambush, Justice clenched his fists, unleashing a brilliant golden aura as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. You despicable coward. Face me. The terrifying energy combined with his magnetic power caused the blue crescent markings on his forehead to morph into 2 bolts of white lightning, coursing over his eyes. He thrust his fist forward, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind Extreme Evil, delivering a lightning-fast strike aimed at the back of his head. At the critical moment, a black barrier erupted from within Extreme Evil, absorbing the impact. Simultaneously, a spatial rift quietly formed behind Justice. Yet, endowed with foresight, Justice discerned the fragile rift. With a flick of his tail, he obliterated it effortlessly. Enough of your pathetic tricks. Let us engage in a fair battle. The embodiment of Justice, infused with the unyielding spirit of Samir, felt his magnetic power surge exponentially. He unleashed a flurry of punches, rapidly breaking down the protective barrier before him. However, Extreme Evil was not one to remain passive. He clasped his hands together, and an overwhelmingly malevolent aura emanated from him, rapidly spreading across the entire planet. The domain unfolded, eternally refining and crushing the stars. As the sky became enveloped in a violet glow, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the Extreme Evil. You foolish brute who relies solely on brute force, allow me to demonstrate my might. As he spoke, he turned and unleashed a punch towards Justice. Useless. With such a feeble punch, how could you possibly hit me? Justice tilted his head and evaded the blow. However, in the next moment, he witnessed the Extreme Evil transform his punch into a palm, instantly condensing an energy sphere slash in his palm. Justice's pupils quivered, and instinctively he sought to dodge, yet unexpectedly, although the energy slash had indeed missed him, his head was severed the very next second. The Extreme Evil erupted in laughter. Fool, have you forgotten that within my domain, my attacks are guaranteed to hit? In the past, Saimier refrained from using his domain in combat primarily due to its awkwardness. It was unnecessary against weak foes, yet against strong opponents, it could easily be shattered. But the Extreme Evil had anticipated Justice's character, convinced that his opponent would not immediately destroy the domain. And the outcome was precisely as he had predicted. Just as Justice's head fell, the magnetic force activated at the severed neck, causing countless muscles to sprout from the wound, pulling the detached head back onto his neck. On Justice's face, there was a hint of disdain. I have already stated, such despicable tactics are futile. Prepare yourself. Magnetic field rotation. 700,000 horsepower. Tenfold Realm King Hell Fist. Justice roared, channeling all his power into his right fist. The energy of his body, soul, and belief all converged into a single punch in an instant. The Extreme Evil had no doubt that this punch could obliterate him into dust. Had it been anyone else, they might have already begged for mercy. Yet, even as the embodiment of Saimier's darkest nature, the concept of surrender did not exist in his lexicon. Countless methods flashed through his mind, and ultimately, at the very moment Justice was about to strike, the Extreme Evil resolutely severed his own left arm. Boom. A punch capable of annihilating the galaxy shattered his physical form at the atomic level the moment it connected. There was not even dust left. He had seemingly vanished, leaving only a severed arm behind. The domain gradually fractured, and Justice scoffed, turning to the 3 above him. I have emerged victorious in this confrontation. Yet, before his words could fully resonate, the Extreme Evil's arm rapidly regenerated, instantly transforming into a brand new embodiment of evil. Seizing the moment when Justice was off guard, he launched a surprise punch towards the back of his head. Justice abruptly turned, seizing the Extreme Evil's wrist. You have lost. Just as Justice spoke, the Extreme Evil's right hand, tightly gripped, suddenly extended its index finger, pointing at Justice's forehead. Dong Dongbois. Although he shouted this, the energy wave was clearly the ultimate extinction condensed into a singular point. The terrifying energy directly obliterated half of Justice's head. As blood flowed profusely, The extreme evil withdrew his hand. Observing the impending punch he was about to unleash, he suddenly exclaimed, "I shall not strike." What? The freshly healed Justice, upon hearing this, forcefully suppressed his inner fury. He grasped the extreme evil's neck and shouted angrily, "You damn fool! What do you mean by not striking?" Not striking means not striking. We are both Siamese, with identical abilities, and we both possess bodies that are nearly immortal, coupled with the magnetic force. If we were initially weary, we now feel no fatigue at all. Merely taking a breath, I already feel my stamina restored. At this rate, we could potentially fight for hundreds of years. So, according to your reasoning, we should never have begun fighting at all. That is different. If we had not fought from the start, how would we know who is stronger or weaker? What if the main body displayed favoritism and granted one of us greater strength, thus allowing someone to gain an unfair advantage? You said we would fight, and now you say we shall not. What do we do now? Quite simply, we each practice for a period, and the disparity in strength will undoubtedly change. Then, we shall fight again. Would that not be better? Humph. Your words hold some merit. I shall spare you this time. However, do not forget one thing. Our personalities differ greatly. What if disagreements arise? Then we shall vote. The minority shall yield to the majority. As he spoke, the extreme evil glanced at the other two. Wu Nian waved his hand. I have no objections. It is best if we do not fight. Qing Yi smiled. So, does this mean your battle has concluded? Bao Wang gazed at Justice and the extreme evil below. Just as he was about to speak, a special message entered his mind. He furrowed his brow and addressed the four. You all, set aside other matters for now. I have something important to discuss with you. Teacher, what is it? It concerns the return to the source. Return to the source? The four Siamese scratched their heads, having never heard of such a concept. However, Ba Wang quickly explained, the so-called source is the origin of your most fundamental power. As a limit-breaking level powerhouse, although you can continuously grow within the boundless universe, returning to your source world will undoubtedly allow you to progress more rapidly than outside. It is akin to an embryo detached from its mother's protection. While you can grow through your experiences and abilities, returning to your mother's womb will significantly accelerate your growth. Moreover, some special opportunities can only be found in your source world. My world is known as the magnetic field world. The reason I have become this powerful is largely due to a millennium spent returning to the source. Yet, Qing Yi puzzledly interjected, if a person's source world is exceedingly weak, would that not be counterproductive? Such a situation does not exist. Those who can enter the alliance are already scarce, let alone limit-breaking level powerhouses. Many who first encounter the supreme beings often resort to using their power due to various personal reasons. Nevertheless, even so, over the course of thousands of years, there are barely a few thousand individuals in the entire alliance. Among them, limit-breaking level powerhouses are even rarer. Teacher, what about you? What is your current level? Are you as strong as the old man of goodness? Justice inquired with curiosity. In his view, Ba Wang's strength was unfathomable, especially the memory of him obliterating an energy giant the size of a world with a single punch etched vividly in his mind. However, Ba Wang's response was surprisingly unexpected. He said, although I am reluctant to admit it, I am only slightly stronger than you. The magnetic force differs from other power systems. Unless one reaches that ultimate realm, they will never touch the root. While I can employ a special method to forcibly elevate my strength to the old man's normal state, I still fall short compared to true root-level beings. Root level? Indeed, this is the highest realm that we aberrants can attain. Even the life and death annihilation of the infinite universe lies within a mere thought of yours. Then, if the old man of goodness is so powerful, why? You wish to ask why the old man does not defeat the supreme beings, do you not? Justice nodded. Yet, Ba Wang coldly replied, you only see that the old man is strong. Do you understand why the supreme beings are called supreme? Supreme does not refer to the magnitude of their power, but rather their innate position. Perhaps you have heard of the concepts of shallow and profound layers within the boundless universe. Have you ever considered what lies beyond the ocean? The sea beyond the sea? Enough, I shall say no more. You must strive to avoid becoming like those idle souls who merely consume and wait for their end. Remember this one truth. In the boundless ocean of the universe, only by reaching the source can one possess the power to safeguard others when confronted by the Supreme Being. Rest assured, teacher, I shall surely reach the source. Reflecting on the unwavering path of justice from the past, the wicked one, upon hearing those words, surprisingly refrained from retorting. Instead, with a jesting tone, he remarked, if a being at the source level can withstand the Supreme Being, then perhaps if all four of us attain the source, we might just defeat the Supreme Being. There is merit in that thought. As long as we unite our efforts, it is certainly achievable. Enthusiastically, Qingyi raised his fist. I am indifferent. Just call me when you begin, he replied. Observing the harmonious four, Balwang felt as though he had been struck by lightning, as memories of cherished moments from millennia ago flashed before him. Simultaneously, a pang of regret surged within him. If only he had been able to stop that demonic sea tiger back then, his disciples would not have perished. As the most perceptive among them, Qingyi immediately sensed Balwang's unusual demeanor. Teacher, what troubles you? It is nothing. I shall now take you to the headquarters. Upon your return to the source world, you must exercise great caution. Many source worlds have evaded the harm of the Supreme Being primarily because they themselves are exceedingly perilous. As a teacher, Balwang possessed not only formidable strength, but also vast experience, prompting the four from Samir to take his warnings to heart. In mere moments, aboard a faster-than-light spacecraft, they arrived at the headquarters of the Alliance. Is this truly the headquarters of the Alliance? In the vast, dark void of space, a colossal golden tree, spanning 20,000 light-years in diameter and rivaling the solar system, stood majestically in the abyss. Its radiance was as comforting as a mother's embrace. Despite the absence of any nearby stars, the golden tree illuminated the cosmos solely with its own light. Beneath this magnificent tree, a cerulean planet rotated slowly. Teacher, what is that tree? The golden tree is the fulcrum of the entire universe, and also the embodiment of the old man. Do not be misled by his current eccentricity. In his youth, he was quite dashing, and everyone fondly referred to him as the King of Elden. Unlike you and I, he was not born with any extraordinary abilities. He is just an ordinary person who was swept into the tides of the cosmic ocean. Yet, like you and I, he harbors his own regrets. I recall that he once drunkenly mentioned having loved a woman named Mylena, but due to his lack of power, he could only watch her perish before him. It is said that his essence is intertwined with this tree, linked to that Mylena. The name Mylena resonated with several of the Samir. Yet as Balwang continued to soar away, they ceased to ponder such trifles and hastened towards the planet beneath the golden tree. On that planet, hundreds and thousands of beings with extraordinary powers gathered, engaging in various contests of abilities or lively discussions. Among the topics most frequently broached among the conversing crowd was the Source World. Chapter 41. Return to the Source. Dragon Ball once again. The time has come to return to the Source. I have heard that this time, for individuals have achieved the limit-breaking level. 4. I thought there were only 2. Indeed. Consider Tingdaluosi and Daluan. But who are the other 2 that have reached the limit-breaking level? Questions arose from the crowd. There are 2 newcomers. Newcomers? When did they arrive? I was unaware. If they arrived, shouldn't they have notified you? Honestly, who do you think you are? All right, enough with the noise. Since it is known that there are 2 newcomers, let us hasten to introduce them. It is rare for someone to achieve the limit-breaking level upon joining the Alliance. Perhaps our future safety will rely on them. Hee, that is indeed quite possible. According to rumors, those 2 newcomers are not at all weaker than Daluan, and only a monster like Tingdaluosi can keep them in check. Stronger than Daluan? That depends on which Daluan you are comparing to. If you mean his human form, I could manage that too. Step aside. He is certainly stronger than his original form. Well, never mind. One blast of his spy Shiomu Ray could obliterate the sun. But if you say those 2 newcomers are stronger than Daluan, what are their strengths? The introducer chuckled and replied, one is named Samir, a native Saiyan. A native Saiyan? That's not particularly strong. They can only transform into a great ape, which isn't much. But what if we add the word super? You mean Super Saiyan? Is that true? They achieved Super Saiyan without the Supreme Being's power infusion, relying solely on their own training? That seems implausible. Everyone here has encountered Saiyans before. Who among them did not take shortcuts to grow stronger? Those individuals are manipulated by the Supreme Being's deceptive systems, laboring tirelessly, only to have their strength bestowed upon them by the Supreme Being. Even if a few wish to train on their own, didn't they ultimately perish in the competition? The Saiyan lineage is not particularly robust. No matter how hard they work, their strength barely increases. You are mistaken. I have heard that Samir was taken as a disciple by Balwang upon arrival. You must understand that Balwang detests those who take shortcuts and exhibit cunning. For Samir to be chosen as his disciple means something significant. Really? If that is the case, then that fellow named Samir has truly undergone rigorous training. Not merely rigorous. Brother, I can hardly fathom it. That individual has survived without relying on the Supreme Being's enhancement. Undoubtedly a formidable character. According to Saiyan standards, to transform into a Super Saiyan, one must possess a battle power of at least several million, whereas an ordinary Saiyan's battle power is merely 3 to 4,000, peaking at around 14 or 15,000. To elevate from mere thousands to millions, one must have dedicated every waking moment to training. What of the other individual? I do not know much about the other, but it is said her abilities are terrifying. With a mere thought, she can cleave a planet. Furthermore, she is a stunning beauty akin to Sister Kaluoer, named She. Upon hearing this name, the individual introducing the crowd vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, in a distant restaurant, Jay heard the name and pressed a person beside him into a seat. The She you just mentioned, is she a girl with short black hair? As the words fell, four pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed their gaze on the man. Observing the identical four faces, the man felt a twinge of anxiety. Who are you? We are Samir. They replied in unison. Under the overlapping voices, the man experienced an illusion as if there had always been but a single person surrounding him. This sensation, perhaps, was one that even Jie and his companions had not noticed. You are Samir? But isn't Samir one person? Facing the man's confusion, Chingy stood and explained. Our story is rather lengthy, but we are indeed Samir. If you do not believe us. Chingy paused, a surge of energy erupting from him, transforming his previously dark hair to a golden hue. A Super Saiyan. The man gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him, and his doubts dissipated entirely, replaced by an indescribable admiration. You truly are Samir. This is incredible. I never imagined I would have such close contact with you. I heard you are also a disciple of Boang. Have you visited his planet? Is the gravity above truly, as everyone claims, 500 times stronger? Wait, don't you already know this? Just moments ago, you were discussing it with them. Chingy gazed at the man in astonishment, only to see him wave his hand dismissively and say, I've merely heard it from others, just to boast a little with that group. So, were your earlier remarks mere fabrications? It would be an exaggeration to say that, perhaps some artistic embellishments at most. And what of the matter regarding She? I'm not entirely certain, but I do know she was brought back by the Night King. The Night King? He is your little follower's teacher, known as Looming. As the group conversed, a deep voice unexpectedly interjected. The man, already somewhat stirred by the sight of Samir, widened his eyes even further upon recognizing the voice's owner. Holy moly, it's the Overlord. Overlord, do you remember me? I am one of those you saved 600 years ago. 600 years ago. Indeed. In the world of Warhammer 6 centuries past, you even shattered a star system to rescue us. I can never forget your appearance back then. You were simply magnificent. The Overlord observed the man's ecstatic gestures, yet suddenly posed a question. I remember you. 6 centuries ago, you possessed that level of strength. How is it that after all this time, you have made no progress? The man fell silent, his excitement morphing into embarrassment. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Chingy came to his rescue, guiding him back to the loquacious group. They are all individuals who have lost the heart of a warrior. Henceforth, their abilities will see no improvement. Samir, you should minimize your interactions with such people to avoid stirring your own warrior spirit. The Overlord's words were brutally frank, belittling those individuals entirely. However, at that moment, someone disagreed with the Overlord's sentiments. That is not quite right. The reason the alliance is called an alliance is due to the presence of everyone. If one chooses to associate with someone based on strength while distancing themselves from others, such a strong individual is ultimately imperfect. To transcend boundaries through emotion, only to suppress those emotions to grow stronger, leave such a person forever unable to reach their roots. At the mention of roots, the Overlord's expression shifted abruptly. The owner of that voice now stood before the crowd. Clad in medieval armor, he bore a colossal sword forged from countless sword blades. Atop his shadowy, mist-cloaked head, layers of colored rune rings were densely stacked. Yet, what truly captured Samir's attention were the two women behind the man. Long time no see, Rueda. Long time no see, She. My lord, my training is complete. Rueda exclaimed excitedly, rushing to embrace Chingy, only to find 3 duplicates of Samir nearby. My lord, you seem to have realized something. Rueda's expression turned somewhat grim. She could not ascertain whether these 4 beings, resembling Samir, were still the Samir she once knew. Noticing Rueda's demeanor, Qingyi smiled reassuringly. It's all right. He will certainly return in the end. Those words were both comforting and affirming. Nevertheless, Rueda still struggled to accept it. For the one to whom she would dedicate everything could only be that flawless existence. As for Qingyi and the others, even if they bore the same appearance and aura, to Rueda, they were merely avatars. The other individual trailing behind the armored man, upon seeing the four Saiyan, displayed surprise yet withheld any outward expression. She merely nodded in acknowledgement of Qingyi. Long time no see. Gloomy, despondent, and lifeless, she's transformation was starkly different from before. She exuded an unsettling aura, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonating. Her expressionless face betrayed no glimmer of hope for the future. What has happened to you? How did you end up like this? It's nothing, she replied dismissively, turning to the armored man to inquire. When can I return to the origin world? Soon. We just need to wait for Tingdaluosi and Dalawan to arrive. As the armored man spoke, a brilliant light descended from the heavens, accompanied by a bizarre battle cry. A colossal figure of light, approximately 70 meters tall, plummeted from above. As the earth trembled, the giant's form gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a young Asian man of around 20 years. Long time no see, Dalawan. When will you come visit me? Dalawan, you must become the strongest. The moment the youth appeared, he drew the attention of countless onlookers. It was evident that he was immensely popular within the alliance. However, before he could greet everyone, a dark mist suddenly surged from the corner. As an indescribable fear enveloped the entire planet, a handsome boy slowly manifested before the crowd. Just as the onlookers were engulfed in suffocating dread, countless golden specks of light cascaded from the golden tree, instantly dispelling the fears in their hearts. You must be the most restless child. A familiar voice resonated nearby. Coming back to his senses, Ji noticed that, at some point, a slender, kindly old man had quietly settled beside him. Ji instinctively sought to distance himself from the elder, but a frail arm firmly pinned him down to the seat. Sensing the malevolent aura emanating from Ji, the old man turned to the three embodiments of justice. Are you aware that he represents evil? Why not take action to eliminate him? What are you talking about, you old fool? Just as Ji was about to protest, the elder shot him a glance that silenced his voice. Meanwhile, one of the embodiments of justice pondered a clever strategy to eliminate Ji. Yet before he could rise, Wunyan interjected, "Kind elder, we agreed to resolve our matters after we grow stronger. Therefore, regardless of whether that fellow is evil or a source of trouble, let us refrain from killing him for now." Huh. The embodiment of justice gazed at Wunyan in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Wunyan would speak up for Ji. Typically aloof, he was now unprecedentedly defending Ji. Very well, it seems you all have your own plans. I won team medal. Since everyone is gathered, let us commence the ceremony. I have already determined the specific location. Xiaolu, you shall be responsible for Saiyan and Dalawan. Understood, the overlord nodded. As for Xiaoming, you will oversee Shi and Tingdaluosi. Additionally, Xiaoming, although you are the Night King, exercise caution when dealing with Tingdaluosi. His origin world is somewhat troublesome. Ensure you do not inadvertently provoke anything here, lest the other children cannot handle it. The Night King nodded in agreement, responding, "Rest assured, teacher, I will be vigilant." All right, then let us guide them to the tree. Also, instruct those onlookers to stand back. It would be unfortunate if something went awry. As the kind elder spoke, he transformed into countless specks of light, drifting away. Beneath the golden tree, a massive rune array was slowly rotating. Let us proceed. It is time for you to return to your origins. As the Overlord's words fell, hundreds upon hundreds of individuals soared over the metallic edifices of the Alliance headquarters, arriving at the expansive surroundings of the rune array. Meanwhile, the central figures, Saiyan and the others, stood in the heart of the array, guided by the Overlord and the Night King. Hey, friends, make sure to strive to grow stronger. The young man named Dalawan cheerfully encouraged Saiyan and the others. However, it appeared that Tingdaluo had a strained relationship with him, and thus chose to ignore him. She was indifferent to everything around him, fixated solely on Shanlao, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the ritual. Only the principles of justice and loyalty responded to him. Soon, a surge of golden light erupted from the magical array. Ba Wang and Yawang simultaneously called out to the individuals under their protection. Close your eyes and empty your minds. Recall the extraordinary world you first arrived in. Upon hearing the command, the group promptly shut their eyes. Tingdaluo, In his memories, faintly glimpsed the myriad stars, while she saw the cold sun through his dark eyelids. Daluin reminisced about the solemn and serene light star, and Saimir beheld a verdant planet gradually materializing before him. As the golden light became increasingly radiant, the battle markings on Bawang's forehead fully unfurled unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, Yawang's armor emanated an endless darkness. In the realm of the original world, theoretically, every world could be deemed as such. However, when considering the condition of not being overly influenced by the supreme beings, the remaining universes were few and far between. Although Shanlao's power was formidable enough to create a universe, openly sending individuals into other universes would undoubtedly draw the attention of the supreme beings. Bawang and Yawang not only bore the responsibility of escorting Saimir and others safely to the original world, but also had to guard against the sudden assaults of the supreme beings. While Saimir and the others shut their eyes and reminisced, their figures had already departed from this universe. As the image of Vegeta planet grew clearer in his mind, Saimir felt a powerful call, akin to a mother summoning her child home. Just then, a silver light suddenly shot toward Saimir. Who? Bawang's brow furrowed as he hurled a punch at the silver light. However, as the silver light exploded, it transformed into 4 swifter beams of silver, all seemingly aimed at Saimir. Yet, Bawang was not inexperienced in dealing with such entities. He felt the magnetic energy around him whirl and then burst forth with an overwhelming aura. It was an imposing presence, one that surpassed even Bawang himself. With a fierce roar, a robust man bearing blue crescent markings on his forehead suddenly appeared before the silver light. Armed with a long sword, he unleashed a single strike, generating a terrifying power approaching 1 million, shattering the scattering silver light completely. After blocking the unknown attack, Daluin's figure gradually faded from sight. Bawang turned to Saimir, now the only one remaining, and addressed the emerging apparition. "Teacher, I'll cover this side. You guard the other." The apparition did not reply. However, as a blue light descended, he drew his sword, unleashing a formidable magnetic power that even the supreme beings could not breach. Had the apparition manifested in person, he would have surely been unable to withstand the supreme beings. Yet, as he was awakened by Bawang's magnetic power after death, he possessed strength identical to Bawang's. Bawang stood on the brink of the root level, only a step away from matching the unparalleled powerhouse known as Shishienwu. His metrics, flow, and complete mastery were nearly at their zenith. With such 2 powerful guardians, Saimir and the others entered the original world one by one. No matter how the supreme beings attacked, they could not breach the defense of these 2 warriors. As the last one remaining, Wunyan, Bawang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost over. However, in that fleeting moment, an inconspicuous golden light quietly passed by him. The aura within that light was indistinguishable from Shanlao's, making it impossible for anyone to discern. As the golden light drew closer to Wunyan, who was supposed to have his eyes closed, he suddenly opened them wide. The creator, gazing at the golden light within arm's reach, images of past torment flooded Wunyan's mind. The anguish of his soul even disrupted the other Saimir, who were preparing to return to the original world. Damn it! Noticing the chaos behind him, Bawang's eyes widened in anger. He unleashed a punch, intent on shattering the golden light. At that moment, the golden light ceased its disguise and shot straight toward Wunyan. Both sides were desperately accelerating, yet Bawang was still a moment too late. Just as Wunyan was about to falter and become susceptible due to his chaotic thoughts, a stone burst forth from within him. A peculiar aura enveloped the round stone. Suddenly, the stone transformed into a golden orb, within which 4 red stars flickered with light. In an instant, a force far more potent than mere thought's influence acted upon Wunyan, transporting him away from this space-time. Simultaneously, on a planet suffused with the essence of death, Ji appeared out of thin air. Thud! He fell to the ground, cursing damn. Which fool caused this? It left me dazed for a moment. Ji grumbled as he stood, only to realize that he was surrounded by corpses. Moreover, these bodies were strange garments, with white hair and unusual skin tones. Wait a minute, aren't these guys the Kaioshin? How are they all dead? Just as Ji was astonished by the fallen Kaioshin around him, on the other side, the embodiment of justice arrived at his final destination. In a realm filled with beings resembling green wild boars, justice attracted the attention of many natives. Yet before he could gather his thoughts, he sensed an overwhelming power surging from beneath his feet. Although he could not ascertain the source of that power, he was certain that once it filled the planet, it would obliterate it. Without the luxury of time for contemplation, he unleashed both Super Saiyan and battle markings. A golden barrier erupted from within him at light speed, enveloping all the natives in the city. As the terrifying force erupted from below, half the planet vanished before Justice's eyes. What in the world is happening? Within the colossal golden shield, Justice gazed at the remaining half of the planet, his eyes filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, in another universe, on a planet replete with metal, Chingy descended slowly. Observing the peculiar scenery around him, he felt a sense of confusion. This place did not resemble Vegeta. Just as Chingy pondered, a bush suddenly collided with his calf. With a thud, a girl wearing an orange headscarf tumbled out of the foliage. "Ouch!" she exclaimed. However, upon seeing Saiyan, her surprise deepened. "Wait a minute, aren't you a robot?" "Robot." Chingy waved his hand dismissively. "I am no robot. I am a Saiyan." Saiyan. Upon hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar race, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight. "Are you a Saiyan like my grandfather?" "Your grandfather is also a Saiyan?" Chingy mentally reviewed the girl's appearance, but had no recollection. "Wait, what is your grandfather's name?" "Suin Wukong." "My grandfather's name is Suin Wukong," the girl answered without hesitation. "Oh, Suin Wukong?" That name was indelibly etched in Chingy's memory, yet as a Saiyan, he was more accustomed to referring to him by his other name, Kakuluot. "Does he have a granddaughter now?" "What is your name?" "Xiaofeng. Do you know my grandfather?" Facing the girl's eager gaze, Chingy shook his head. "I do not know him, but I am acquainted with his parents." "Oh, so you are a senior to my grandfather?" "Something like that. By the way, is this Earth? Why is everything made of metal?" Cyber surveyed his surroundings, finding the flora and fauna exceedingly sparse, while metallic edifices towered one after another upon the Earth. In response to his inquiry, Xiaofeng shook her head, asserting, "No, this is M2 star." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly noticed a troop of heavily armed robots charging towards them from behind, their eyes glowing ominously red, exuding an aura of imminent threat. Chapter 42, The Incredible Maha Adventure, Part 1. In the year 765 of the AG calendar, Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army successfully created formidable androids. However, just as he was poised to dominate Earth through these creations, an unforeseen calamity ensued. It was unclear whether it was a programming error, but the android siblings, designated as number 17 and number 18, were imbued with an insatiable desire for destruction from the moment of their inception. They not only killed Dr. Gero but also obliterated the entire Red Ribbon Army. Yet, this was merely the beginning of their rampage, as they set their sights on major cities across the globe. As Earth's greatest defenders, the Z Warriors, led by Vegeta, swiftly intervened upon discovering the havoc wreaked by the androids. To everyone's astonishment, despite the androids' energy being undetectable, their displayed power far surpassed that of the Z Warriors. Amidst the devastated cityscape, a diminutive bald man shielded a youth clad in a purple martial arts uniform. The duo suppressed their energy levels, cautiously scanning their surroundings as if evading an unseen threat. "Uncle Krillin, your wounds," the boy voiced, glancing anxiously at the injury on the bald man's chest. However, the man, known as Krillin, dismissed the concern nonchalantly, stating, "It's nothing, merely a scratch. I've endured far worse injuries back on Namek." The boy, named Gohan, recalled Krillin's previous advice: "Once we find the Dragon Balls, we should first wish to travel to New Namek, and then use the Dragon Balls there." Indeed, the Dragon Balls of New Namek can grant 3 wishes at once. Aside from resurrection, we can wish for Goku to temporarily return from the afterlife. This would significantly bolster our chances against the androids. Upon hearing the suggestion of summoning Goku, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Gohan's eyes. "So I can see Dad again?" "Absolutely, but you must act swiftly, ensuring we summon the dragon before Piccolo falls," Krillin cautioned, only to feel a sudden chill run down his spine. A buzzing sound pierced the air as a yellow energy blast hurtled towards him. Behind the attack, a woman with golden short hair loomed menacingly over them. "Run, Gohan!" Krillin shouted, shoving Gohan aside. A fierce explosion erupted between them, engulfing the area in smoke. Amidst the chaos, a powerful energy wave sliced through the air, closely followed by Krillin's figure. "Gohan, you must succeed," he urged, resolutely charging towards the terrifying android to buy Gohan a chance to escape. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, amidst the frigid landscape, A duo was tirelessly chiseling away at an ice mountain with pickaxes. I can't go on, King Pilaf. I'm utterly exhausted. A middle-aged woman clad in a military coat collapsed to the ground, dropping her pickaxe beside her. Wait, Xiao Wu, we're almost there, Pilaf exclaimed, his blue face contorting further as shards of ice splattered onto him. Look at Asu. He hasn't complained at all. But Asu is a dog. He naturally has more stamina than we do, she retorted. Pilaf nodded thoughtfully, observing the dogman dressed in ninja attire laboriously breaking the ice, oblivious to their plight. If that's the case, I shall rest for a moment as well. Age certainly has its drawbacks. I feel utterly drained. As he lay down, ready to close his eyes for a brief respite, an exuberant shout jolted him awake. We did it. King Pilaf. I found the Dragon Ball. Asu, drenched in sweat, gazed at the shimmering golden orb, his eyes alight with excitement. With a swish, he flung his pickaxe aside. Upon hearing the words Dragon Ball, Pilaf's fatigue vanished instantly, and he leaped up in exhilaration. Where's the Dragon Ball? But as Pilaf opened his eyes in sheer delight, he was met with the impending approach of a pickaxe, growing larger in his vision. Before he could react, the hard pickaxe struck him squarely on the head with a resounding thud, leaving a painful bump. Asu, he fumed, ready to reprimand his inept subordinate. But Asu struggled to shout back. No, Xiao Wu, King Pilaf. The Dragon Ball is stuck here. I can't pull it out. Stuck? Xiao Wu, go see what's wrong. Pilaf commanded, and the girl approached Asu. She observed that a 4-star Dragon Ball was lodged within a protruding ice pillar. Asu, why did you have to dig out such an ice pillar? Just break the Dragon Ball free, she chided, reaching for the orb. Yet, regardless of her efforts, the Dragon Ball remained obstinately trapped. As the two pondered their predicament, Pilaf approached. What is going on? Can't you two handle it? The Dragon Ball is stuck too tightly. We need a pickaxe, Xiao Wu explained, stepping aside to reveal the scene. What? It's merely lodged in an ice pillar. Watch the prowess of King Pilaf, he declared, raising his pickaxe high before swinging it down onto the ice pillar. A jarring sensation shot through his hands as the pickaxe slipped from his grip, causing him to lurch forward, teetering on the brink of falling. Just then, a leg extended from out of nowhere, blocking his chest and lifting him up. Simultaneously, the 4-star Dragon Ball, previously trapped in the ice, was presented before him. Gazing at the final Dragon Ball, Pilaf inhaled deeply. This is the last Dragon Ball. With it, we can reclaim our youth. Thank you, Xiao Wu. You saved me just in time. He expressed his gratitude, reaching out for the orb. However, just as he was about to touch it, Xiao Wu's trembling voice resonated from behind him. King Pilaf, there's something behind you. What? Then what is before me? Pilaf's expression froze, and he cautiously lifted his gaze. From below, he first noticed a pair of robust legs, followed by a muscular torso and powerful arms, until his eyes met a pair of ghostly white ones fixated upon him. Ah! In an instant, Pilaf's scream echoed across the icy expanse. Yet, as those ghostly eyes bore down upon him, he instinctively covered his mouth in terror. With a muffled voice, he stuttered, Are you a ghost? From within the icy depths, a figure emerged, having ruled out the possibility of encountering a certain captain from another realm. The only notion Pilaf could conceive was that of a specter. Meanwhile, Asu and Xiao Wu trembled, warning, King Pilaf, ghosts and spirits shouldn't be able to touch humans, right? Then, could it possibly be a zombie? The mere thought of facing such a dreadful entity sent Pilaf into a fit of despair. As he clasped his head and wept, No, please don't harm me. If you are truly famished, then indulge in some axiu, for his meat is far more delectable. Glancing at the 3 individuals before him, the man emerging from the ice posed no threat. Instead, after observing their expressions, he inquired in a low voice, Where is Suin Wukong? Suin Wukong? Is he not dead? Suin Wukong is dead. The man abruptly seized Pilaf, urgently demanding, What do you mean Suin Wukong is dead? Who was responsible for his demise? As his feet left the ground, Pilaf was consumed by fear, almost crying out, I don't know. I just know he is dead. Just as Pilaf was overwhelmed with terror, the girl, Xiao Wu, suddenly burst forth. He died of illness. Suin Wukong succumbed to sickness. Release King Pilaf at once. Understanding the implication of illness, the man suddenly comprehended and hastily set Pilaf down. The trio before him left a lasting impression. They had been antagonists since Wukong's childhood, their greatest fondness for wealth and their fervent pursuit of Dragon Balls. Tossing the Dragon Ball in his hand, he surveyed the frigid landscape around him. Clearly, This was not an ideal location for an outing. Thus, the only purpose for the trio remained the Dragon Balls. As he contemplated, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xiao Wu, who had stepped forward. In a peculiar sensation, she seemed to transform into a book, with the man before her leafing through her pages at will. Ah, the Dragon Ball I possess is the final piece needed. Its precise location lies 300 meters to the east, aboard a spacecraft. Sun Wukong's demise due to heart disease occurred several years prior. I grasp the situation now. Though influenced by the creator, the existence of the Dragon Balls has transported me along the timeline of the future world. Wukong has recently passed, leaving only the androids as adversaries. The words of Shalu will be resolved by another timeline's Gohan. The man scrutinized Xiao Wu's memories, swiftly elucidating his world's circumstances. Although slightly unexpected, this was not unfavorable, particularly the time-traveling machine, which would significantly aid his plans. The man awakened from the glacier was Wunyan. As the embodiment of the final form of Saiyan, he bore a mission that the trio of justice did not possess. His singular purpose was to unify Saiyan through the unique artifacts of the Dragon Ball world. His indifference to all else stemmed from the sole mission set forth by Saiyan during his creation. To him, the entirety of existence held little significance. Only the fulfillment of his mission mattered. Initially, he intended to utilize the Dragon Balls to wish for the four to merge, but now, with the other three presumably lost, or perhaps existing in a different timeline, his plans required alteration. Firstly, he must possess all the Dragon Balls, the omnipotent wish-granting orbs. Secondly, he aimed to maximize his power, ideally reaching its source. The importance of the Dragon Balls was indisputable, and the only assurance of fulfilling his mission lay in strength. First, he must gather all the Dragon Balls. Wunyan was aware of the Earth Dragon Balls, the Namekian Dragon Balls, the Shilier Dragon Balls, and the Super Dragon Balls. Among them, the power of the Super Dragon Balls was extraordinarily formidable, capable of wishes transcending time and space. Having devised his future plans, Wunyan vanished from his location. Upon reappearing, he found himself atop a snow-capped mountain. The 7 Dragon Balls hovered before him, rotating slowly like a ring before descending to the ground. Gazing at the neatly arranged Dragon Balls, Wunyan boldly called out, "Shenlong, arise and grant my wish." In an instant, as Wunyan's voice echoed, the entire world was enveloped in darkness. Within the swirling clouds, countless bolts of lightning danced. Suddenly, a bolt struck, blue electricity directly hitting the ground before Wunyan. In that moment, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into 7 radiant beams of golden light, intertwining and soaring skyward. As all the golden lights converged, a resounding roar of a dragon reverberated through the cosmos. The green Shenron, extending hundreds of meters, bore a fearsome gaze with its crimson eyes. "Very well. You may now articulate your wish," Shenron spoke, its voice imbued with immense authority. At that moment, a spacecraft sped towards Shenron, its occupants anxious, fearing their wish might be granted first. "No. If this continues, if someone else makes the wish, Earth is doomed." Gohan clutched a Dragon Ball radar, his eyes fixated on the distant Shenron. Suddenly, unable to contain himself, he flung open the spacecraft's door. "Gohan, wait. What are you doing?" "I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma, but I cannot wait any longer." Setting aside the Dragon Ball radar, Gohan leaped from the craft. At that moment, he executed the flight technique to its utmost potential. However, faster than him was a golden energy disc. The energy disc soared towards Shenron's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. "What?" Gohan turned in shock, spotting a woman with golden hair grinning malevolently not far behind. "That green worm is your hope, I assentee it. Watch how I shall obliterate it," Android 18 declared fiercely, raising her palms towards the distant Shenron and unleashing her full power. "Be destroyed. Energy disc. Ki blast." 18's assault brimmed with destructive intent, vowing to annihilate Shenron entirely. "No, you mustn't," Gohan screamed, exerting every ounce of his strength in an attempt to intercept the attack. Yet his power was insufficient. He could not even approach without sensing the threat of death. At just 12 years old, he beheld the imminent destruction approaching Shenron, feeling utterly powerless. This overwhelming sense of anguish and helplessness plunged him into despair. Just as the attacks were about to strike Shenron, a flash of white light suddenly illuminated the scene. All energy discs and ki blasts froze midair, suspended like a still image. Wunyan regarded the distant 18 with a mere glance, and his immense energy transformed into a tangible assault that directly impacted her. What? In an instant, 18's pupils dilated in panic, sensing something coursing within her, as if searching for something. The next moment, a fine stream of energy penetrated her chest, targeting the self-destruct mechanism implanted since her inception. Boom. In a cataclysmic explosion, Android 18 was utterly obliterated. As Saiyan observed the perspiring Shinron before him, he casually snapped off one of his ring fingers, discarding the severed digit. He stated coolly, "Send me to New Nameike. Your wish has been granted." Shinron, fearing the passage of time, hastily activated its powers, transporting Saiyan to the distant New Nameike. Subsequently, the gathering storm clouds dissipated, and Shinron scattered into 7 Dragon Balls, soaring towards various locations on Earth. Yet, as those Dragon Balls departed the snowy peak, a rift in space suddenly appeared atop the mountain. Come! With the utterance of a voice, an overwhelming energy enveloped the entire sky, pulling all 7 Dragon Balls back to the mountaintop. A figure emerged from the rift, none other than Wunyan, who had returned. He picked up the severed finger, reattaching it while simultaneously absorbing the 7 Dragon Balls, now transformed into stone spheres, into his being. Chapter 43, The Unbelievable Maha Adventure, Part 2. With this, both the Dragon Balls and the Namekian Dragon Balls were secured. As Wunyan reveled in the presence of the 7 Earth Dragon Balls within him, a young boy suddenly soared before him. Thank you. Although I could not discern how my opponent struck, I am certain that the explosion of the artificial human No. 18 was caused by the man before me. Are you Sun Wukong? Gazing at the young boy clad in a purple martial arts uniform, whose seemingly frail exterior belied his true identity, Wunyan recognized him. However, Wukong was quite astonished. Do we know each other? Not exactly, replied Saiyan, as his right hand unexpectedly reached towards Wukong's head. The latter attempted to evade, but was pushed down by an invisible force. Oh, you wish to save the Earth through the Dragon Balls because you are anxious about Piccolo's impending demise. I understand. After swiftly perusing Sun Wukong's memories, Wunyan released his grip. Facing this boy who shared his bloodline, he stated indifferently, I have significant use for the Dragon Balls, thus I shall not relinquish them. However, I will assist you in dealing with that artificial human, for if Piccolo perishes, it would also pose a considerable inconvenience for me. Really? Is that true? Although Wukong was uncertain of what had just transpired, the mere thought of assistance against the artificial human nearly brought him to tears. Let us set off immediately. Uncle Vegeta and Uncle Piccolo can barely hold on any longer. Do not worry, I am here. Following the images in Wukong's memory, Wunyan's eyes glowed with a white radiance, and a rift in space suddenly opened before them. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in West City, a young man with shoulder-length black hair strolled through the ruins. At his feet lay several battered warriors, among them the near-death Namekian, Piccolo. Standing defiantly before him was the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. How can this be? Why, despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan, can I not defeat him? Clutching his pained left arm, Vegeta's eyes brimmed with indignation. Despite exerting all his strength, he had inflicted not a single scratch upon his opponent. His once proud identity as a Saiyan felt like sand, ground to dust. Enough of this tedious game, it is time to end it. As for you lot. A terrifying energy coalesced in his palm as number 17 soared into the air, addressing the Z warriors below with a chilling command, die. Boom. The energy wave erupted from his palm, shooting directly towards the group. Faced with such a formidable attack, there was no hope for the severely wounded Piccolo, nor even for the standing Vegeta. Could he simply wait for death? No, absolutely not. You are the one who should perish. In the depths of despair, Vegeta roared. Raising both hands, Gallic Gun. The purple energy wave was unleashed from his palms, struggling to collide with the incoming attack. Yet, at the moment of contact, Vegeta suddenly felt his inner strength surging. His energy increased, and his stamina began to recover. Have I surpassed my limits? Thanks to his body's restoration, the potency of the Gallic Gun escalated. What began as a struggle to withstand gradually turned the tide in his favor. Conversely, no? 17's expression shifted as he sensed the pressure from Vegeta. A smile crept across his face. Just kidding. In an instant, the energy in his palm erupted once more, directing the energy wave back towards Vegeta. How could a Saiyan ever surpass me? In this timeline, absent Goku's presence, Vegeta's strength had not significantly increased. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he barely reached 400 million. In contrast, number 17 boasted a power level of 5 billion. coupled with his infinite energy as an android, ensuring Vegeta's inevitable defeat. Yet, just as he was about to eliminate Vegeta, an invisible force stealthily infiltrated his body. This force, though weaker, possessed a concentrated control that easily breached his defenses. Snap! A sound echoed, and the energy output from number 17's palm became chaotic. He glanced down in terror at his chest, realizing that the dormant bomb had been activated without his knowledge. How could this happen? Before he could comprehend the situation, a fiery explosion erupted from within him. Boom! The violent blast enveloped number 17, and freed from pressure, Vegeta unleashed the energy wave completely, consuming the fireball in the air. It is over. Vegeta gazed at the explosion above, his weary body unable to endure any longer. Just before losing consciousness, he heard Wukong's familiar voice. Uncle Vegeta, where am I? Awakening from his stupor, a strange ceiling came into view. Vegeta attempted to sit up, only to find his body weighed down. Looking down, he saw a blue-haired woman sleeping on him. Bulma. Upon recognizing her familiar face, Vegeta inhaled deeply. He was still alive, having escaped the clutches of the androids. But who had defeated them? Though proud, Vegeta was acutely aware of his own capabilities. In that moment, he had no chance against number 17. Someone must have intervened. Connecting this to Wukong's quest for the Dragon Balls, a vague answer began to form in his mind. It must be him. Kakarot. The thought of that familiar figure filled Vegeta with immense excitement. His exhilaration, however, stirred Bulma from her slumber. Kakarot, are you referring to Goku? Bulma, half awake, rubbed her eyes and inquired. Yet, midway through her question, she suddenly widened her eyes, staring intently at Vegeta. Wow, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Vegeta felt perplexed under her gaze, his face faintly flushing. The next moment, Bulma, with tears in her eyes, leaped into his embrace. Oh, thank goodness. You are finally awake. I was truly afraid I would never see you again. Faced with his wife's tears, even the Saiyan prince found himself at a loss. In that moment, he resembled a child, flustered and unsure of how to console her. It was only when shouts from outside interrupted their moment that Bulma wiped her tears and sat up. Vegeta seized the opportunity to inquire, Bulma, why is it so noisy outside? Has Kakarot returned? No, the commotion is caused by Wu Nian. I heard Piccolo say that he is the one who saved you. Interestingly, he too is a Saiyan. A Saiyan? That is impossible. Besides myself, Trunks, and Kakarot's child, there cannot be any other Saiyans in this world. Vegeta hurried to the window, where he spotted a robust man conversing with Wukong and the others on the grass outside. At first glance, he appeared to be merely a strong earthling. Yet, when a monkey-like tail came into view, Vegeta froze in place. It was indeed a Saiyan. But why? Why could I not sense his energy? After spending so many years on Earth, Vegeta had honed his martial arts prowess significantly. Techniques to suppress one's energy to evade detection were within his grasp. However, the man outside was far more than a mere suppression of energy. In his perception, the individual seemingly did not exist in this world. This sensation resembled that of the androids. Could it be that the fellow is also an android? The sudden appearance of a Saiyan, the undetectable energy, and the overwhelming power combined to compel Vegeta to consider this possibility. No, I must find him and get to the bottom of this. As the Prince of the Saiyans, after the demise of Son Wukong, Vegeta briefly believed that he was the last pure Saiyan remaining. Despite having a wife and children on Earth, an extraordinary feeling pervaded his heart ever since Wukong's death. Just as Vegeta was preparing to seek clarity on this matter, Wu Nian had already vanished from Earth with Piccolo. The rift in space opened and closed, and the two figures traversed countless planets, arriving at the new Namek. Observing the surroundings, which bore a striking resemblance to the old Namek, Piccolo smiled slightly and remarked, surprisingly, "The new Namek is just like this. Let us go. I will take you to find the Elder, who is now referred to as the Grand Elder. However, I am puzzled. Your powers are so formidable. Why do you still require the Dragon Balls?" Having witnessed Wu Nian resurrecting the seemingly deceased Krillin and restoring all the gravely injured individuals with a mere gesture, Piccolo believed that this power was akin to that of the Eternal Dragon. Yet, Wu Nian replied, "My abilities are not as grand as you perceive. And in comparison to the adversaries I must confront, my current strength is utterly insufficient. Not even your strength suffices? Then who is this enemy?" Piccolo inquired, furrowing his brow. "When will they arrive? We can prepare in advance." Hearing this, Wu Nian explained, "Do not worry. The so-called enemy is merely a concern for me and has no bearing on you. What do you mean by that? I am not concerned about the enemy. I merely wish to assist you since you have helped us. There is no need for that. Wunyan waved his hand dismissively and, sensing the dwelling of the Namekians, immediately flew towards it. The reason for saving Piccolo and the others was twofold. First, to have Bulma assist him in researching a time-space device. Second, to minimize complications when acquiring the Dragon Balls on Namek. Moreover, unlike the scattered Dragon Balls on Earth, those on Namek were safeguarded by the various Namekian elders. Wunyan only needed to bring Piccolo along, and they would help him gather the Dragon Balls. As anticipated, when the 7 magnificent Dragon Balls were neatly arranged before Wunyan, a group of curious Namekians gathered around. Among them was a particularly shy child named Tian Tian, who was one of the primary reasons for Piccolo's journey to Namek. Hey, why am I being asked to become the god of Earth? Because the original god has merged with me to defeat the androids, I must find a new god. They all recommended you, stating you possess the greatest talent. Is that so? But can I truly do it? Tian Tian questioned uncertainly, gazing at his hands. Tian Tian, you must believe in yourself. The nearby Namekians encouraged him upon seeing his worried expression. At that very moment, Wunyan had also made preparations. He had just read the memories of a Namekian and had briefly learned the Namekian language. Then, gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls, he confidently declared in fluent Namekian, "Eternal Dragon, arise and grant my wish." As Wunyan's voice echoed, the heavens suddenly darkened. The distant ocean roiled violently, accompanied by a blinding golden light soaring into the sky. A colossal dragon appeared before the onlookers, bearing the upper body of a lizard man. Its massive form dwarfed that of the Earth's eternal dragon. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Any wish shall be granted. You may make 3 wishes. Any wish can indeed be fulfilled. A glimmer of hope sparked in Wunyan's eyes, and he began in Namekian, "Allow me to." Before he could complete his sentence, the dragon Purunga interrupted, "I am sorry. I cannot grant that wish." Upon hearing this, Wunyan could not help but scoff. "Did you not claim that any wish could be fulfilled?" Purunga paused for a moment, then clarified, "I can only grant wishes within my capacity." "Very well, then grant me the ability to." "That is impossible." Purunga's voice grew more forceful. Seeing that Purunga had reached his limits, Wunyan was disinclined to test further. "Since you cannot fulfill that, can you grant me the ability to become a Super Saiyan God?" After a moment of silence, Purunga finally replied softly, "I am sorry. I cannot grant that wish. However, I can inform you how to become a Super Saiyan God." "Forget it. I already know that method." "Then can you alter my genes?" Wunyan's question prompted a swift response from Purunga without a moment's hesitation. "Yes." "What kind of genetic alteration do you desire?" "I want to," despite being poised and composed. Wunyan felt a surge of excitement upon receiving confirmation that he could alter his genes. Perhaps it was the unique stirring left by Saiyan. In any case, under Purunga's gaze, Wunyan made his wish. "Let my Saiyan bloodline evolve into the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline." As these words left his lips, Wunyan instinctively clenched his fists, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Purunga's face. As the dragon slowly nodded, Wunyan exhaled a sigh of relief. "Your wish has been granted." A flash of golden light enveloped Wunyan, and he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. His muscles began to contract, and his physique became more proportionate. Yet, this physical change did not diminish his combat prowess. Rather, propelled by a terrifying emotion that lay dormant within him, Wunyan's aura underwent a profound transformation. He could sense that his mind was constantly besieged by an emotion known as anger. However, as the green aura flowed within him, Wunyan could not help but burst into laughter. For from this moment onward, Saiyan would no longer be the logistical Saiyan, but rather a legendary Super Saiyan endowed with unparalleled talent. Chapter 44. The Incredible Maha Adventure, Part 3. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, yet the village of the Namekians was illuminated by a potent aura. "You still have 2 wishes. Please make your wishes." 2 wishes? Considering Purunga's significant limitations, Wunyan had already contemplated his remaining wishes. After suppressing his aura, he raised 2 fingers and stated, "My second wish is that after you fulfill my 3rd wish, you shall transport the Dragon Balls to my side." Upon hearing this peculiar wish, Purunga was momentarily taken aback. "What? You cannot fulfill that?" Wunyan frowned. "I can, but please first state your 3rd wish." "My 3rd wish is quite simple. Transport me to the planet Cyril." I understand. Purunga nodded, and the golden light immediately enveloped Wunyan. In the astonished gaze of the Namekians, both Wunyan and the eternal dragon vanished without a trace. The reason Wunyan made such a convoluted wish was solely for the sake of what was to come. Decades ago, when Frieza still roamed the universe, there existed a planet known as Cyril. The indigenous people of this planet, the Ceruleans, were renowned as the universe's sharpshooters, possessing azure hair and eyes. When a Cerulean's right eye turned red, they would gain the ability to see through and track, even perceiving the fatal weaknesses of living beings. Despite their formidable powers, they had an unexpected love for peace. Even towards the foreign Namekians, they could treat them with kindness. It is precisely due to the benevolence of the Shiliur people that a portion of the Namekians chose to settle here for an extended period. As for the Shiliur Dragon Balls, they were crafted during this time. Unlike the Dragon Balls of Earth and Namek, the Shiliur Dragon Balls are limited to just 2, and they are quite diminutive, easily held in one hand. What captivates Wunyan the most is the unique mechanism of the Shiliur Dragon Balls. They do not turn to stone after a wish is granted, thus eliminating the need for waiting. As long as both Dragon Balls are gathered, they can be utilized continually. However, the power they bestow is somewhat elusive. According to the memories left by Sire, those who make wishes upon the Shiliur Dragon Balls must pay a considerable price. For instance, if an ordinary individual wishes to enhance their combat power to 100, the Shiliur Dragon Balls do not grant this wish through mere bestowal. Instead, they calculate based on the wishmaker's potential and advance the power they could potentially attain, deducting it from their lifespan. This nearly equivalent exchange of wishes leads Wunyan to ponder. If one were to wish upon the Shiliur Dragon Balls to resurrect another, would it result in a life for a life? However, what others might find an unacceptable cost seems trivial to Wunyan. His physical form has long transcended the limits of life. Even sacrificing 1,000 or 10,000 years of lifespan is of no concern to him. Under the might of the dragon, Wunyan traversed through time and space, arriving on a relatively primitive planet. Here, barbarism and desolation abound. The energy of the entire planet is confined within a few protective domes resembling bubbles. Yet, the owners of this energy are not the Shiliur people, but the Shoga, who purchased the nearly obliterated Shiliur planet at a high price. They are of short stature, possessing fish-like heads, yet their rotund figures render them somewhat endearing. Wunyan refrained from shifting his gaze from the expanse of 60 miles away. As he collected the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls that lay at his feet, he turned his head to the other side. Nestled within a forest far from the city and its throngs, there stood a stone house that exuded a distinctly Namekian style. Beneath a large tree outside, an elderly Namekian sat, cradling a cup of water, quietly gazing at the distant evening glow. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Yet the elder did not turn around. Instead, after sipping some water, he remarked with a touch of sentiment, "We Namekians, much like trees, can thrive as long as we have water." Yet, despite this, among the dozens of Namekians who once inhabited Shiliur, I am the sole survivor. Without strength, such a fate was inevitable. Perhaps you speak the truth. However, regrettably, among those of us back then, there were no warrior-type Namekians. The elder said with a bitter smile. He turned to face Wunyan, revealing 2 small Dragon Balls. I anticipated your arrival at this time, so I had prepared these in advance. Yet, seeing you again, I still find it somewhat hard to believe. The elder's words left Wunyan perplexed. It seemed as though the elder had long been acquainted with him, and curiously, when he prepared to read the elder's mind, a powerful magnetic force emanated from the elder, easily thwarting Wunyan's probing. This sensation was at 1,000,000 units of magnetic force. Wunyan felt a jolt of surprise. That unfamiliar yet formidable power nearly compelled him to act. However, as the 2 Dragon Balls fell into his hands, he suppressed the impulse within. The elder gazed at him, as if looking upon an old friend. Wunyan, do not question or overthink. Simply proceed with your original plan. Do not forget, Sire awaits your resurrection. My original plan? Wunyan intended to clarify what the elder knew. But upon hearing the mention of resurrecting Sire, he suddenly understood. In this universe, and even in others, no one besides himself could possibly know of his intent to resurrect Sire. Yet, that self, who possessed immense power, still chose to obscure the elder's memories. Such a situation can only be explained in one way. In the future, he would face a choice he could not avoid. And to ensure he would make the same decision when the time came, he orchestrated this arrangement. What event could possibly occur in the future that would lead him to believe ignorance was preferable to knowledge? Never mind, he thought, dismissing such musings. Since his future self had already paved the way, he would simply continue onward. After casting a final glance at the elder before him, Wunyan stepped through a rift in space. Thus, all 3 wish-granting Dragon Balls in this universe fell into Wunyan's grasp. Chapter 45. The Incredible Maha Adventure, Part 4. In the solar system, on the moon. It is unknown when exactly, but Sire developed an affection for this desolate satellite. And Wunyan, too, found himself enamored with it. There was no air, no flowing water, nor any life or troubles. He could simply choose a massive rock to sit upon, quietly admiring the distant azure earth. How terrifying! Wunyan, despite having mastered his power, found his mind still flooded with destructive desires. He continually envisioned the spectacle of Earth's explosion. Only the brilliant flames could offer a semblance of satisfaction to his insatiable heart. Is this the side effect of transcending? The enhancement of power leading to emotional upheaval. The birth of extreme malevolence has returned his energy to that of an ordinary person. The separation of justice ensures he remains unbound by worldly shackles. While all of Sire's weaknesses and tenderness have been swept away by affection, theoretically, Wunyan should not experience emotional fluctuations at this juncture. Yet the anger and destructive urges stemming from his very lineage render him somewhat uncontrollable. His fundamental human emotions are absent, leaving him incapable of suppressing his inner fury as an ordinary person might through personal feelings. To avert such unforeseen births, he resolved to gather all the Dragon Balls. With a snap, 2 petite Chilier Dragon Balls were cast at his feet, and Wunyan casually declared, "Dragon, come forth and fulfill my wish." The Dragon Balls rolled beneath him. Yet no transformation occurred. Contemplating a possibility, Wunyan switched to the Namekian tongue and repeated, "Takalaput, Tetet Lonbo, Pupilit Peruo." In an instant, a golden light erupted, and a blue dragon, resembling a fusion of a salamander and a serpent, emerged from below Wunyan's feet. Its size was modest, around 20 meters in length, lacking the imposing aura of other dragons. Yet its abilities were distinct. "You have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Speak your wish," the dragon Talonbo intoned slowly, regarding the unfamiliar presence before it. Yet Wunyan's next words took it by surprise. He stated, "I offer my lifespan as payment to compress my life, granting me the power of the future." Hearing this, Talonbo was perplexed. It did not recall being summoned by this individual, yet the fluency of his speech suggested a familiarity with such wishes. Nevertheless, as a dragon, Talonbo did not hesitate for long. It meticulously sensed Wunyan's form, and a flicker of peculiarity crossed its crimson eyes. The reason was simple. The potential radiating from this individual was formidable. Without nodding or shaking its head, it responded conditionally, "I can. But my power can compress no more than 1,000 years. What strength will I possess after 1,000 years?" Wunyan inquired. "Regrettably, I cannot precisely gauge your power 1,000 years hence," the dragon Talonbo replied nonchalantly. "However, I can assure you that you will come to possess a strength exceedingly close to that of a deity. Only exceedingly close. Is my potential not sufficient to surpass the divine?" Wunyan furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with doubt. Baranga elucidated, "The power of that deity is boundless. Perhaps one day in the future, you may indeed surpass him. However, that lies beyond my capabilities, and upon granting a wish, I will be unable to augment your strength in any measure. At that juncture, you will have transcended my abilities." It was only at this moment that Wunyan experienced a profound realization. The deity endowed with infinite power was not akin to figures such as the King of the Worlds or the King of Kings, but rather the God of Destruction, who stands as the pinnacle of the universe. Having unraveled the truth, Wunyan declared with clarity, "Let us commence. Fulfill my desire." Talombo nodded slowly, golden light cascading onto Wunyan like a fishing hook. As the radiance stretched outward, the energy within Wunyan could no longer be contained, erupting instantaneously. He was unaware of the exact magnitude of his ascension, 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion, but he felt as though he were an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. To vent the power surging within him, Wunyan roared ferociously. "Ha!" Boom. The terrifying force shattered the ground beneath Wunyan. The once intact moon was reduced to a mere arc, while the Dragon Balls had long since flown to a distant Earth. Countless fragments of rock were propelled towards Wunyan, yet upon contacting the fiery aura enveloping him, they disintegrated into nothingness. The overwhelming power radiated from the solar system, expanding towards the four major galaxies of the southeast and northwest. In an instant, the entire universe was enveloped by Wunyan's formidable presence. On Earth, just as Tian Tian arrived at the heavenly temple, he had yet to settle in before witnessing the sky outside shattering into countless fragments. Resplendent colors poured forth from the ruptured space, cloaking the reality of the universe in a fantastical veneer. In the streets and alleys, numerous pedestrians and vehicles found themselves inexplicably transported to various corners of the world. Such occurrences transpired throughout the cosmos. Empty, empty. On Beiji Wangxing, the plump king of the north observed the events unfolding in the solar system with his abilities. However, upon sensing the formidable Saiyan suspended in the vacuum of space, he leaped to his feet. This is not good. A grave situation has arisen. The universe is doomed. As he watched the king of the north scurry about, a man who was dining in the vicinity inquired with confusion, "Lord King, what on earth is happening? You appear quite distressed." "Oh, Goku, how can you still be eating at a time like this? The universe is about to meet its end." "But, Lord King, you only say the universe is doomed. I have no idea how it will come to an end." Goku, adorned with a halo, set down his bowl, patted his belly, and stood up to ask, "So, Lord King, what exactly is transpiring in the universe?" "Ah, it's difficult to explain. Here, come closer. I will let you witness it for yourself." "Is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" Goku mumbled as he approached the king of the north. With the king's assistance, he finally beheld the source of the king's fear. The immense power washed over Goku's heart like a tsunami. Just a glance sent chills through his body, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. However, a towering battle intent swiftly suppressed that fear deep within. Truly formidable. "I can distinctly sense my own trepidation," he mused. "Indeed, I told you it is terrifying, did I not?" The king of the north assumed Goku had finally grasped his sentiments. Yet, Goku's next utterance left him aghast, prompting an outburst. "Such a powerful being. I would love to engage him in combat." Chapter 46, The Incredible Maha Adventure, Part 5. "What? Goku, you brainless fool. In this dire situation, you still wish to battle? You must understand that if he continues to grow stronger, even without lifting a finger, his unleashed energy alone is sufficient to annihilate the universe. But that only necessitates my intervention, does it not? Otherwise, who in the current universe could possibly stop him?" The king of the north was at a loss for words in response to Goku's inquiry. If one were to speak of the strongest power, it would undoubtedly belong to that esteemed god of destruction. Yet, that entity remained in slumber, and none could rouse him. Across the cosmos, many possessed talent, but few wielded immense power. As the king of the north grappled with his thoughts, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Let him go. Furthermore, I have a trump card to bestow upon him." "But, my lord," the king of the north sought to voice his thoughts. But the appearance of a pair of earrings and the subsequent words from the other silenced him. Gazing at the eagerly attentive Goku, he reluctantly extended the earrings he held. "Very well, Goku, I permit you to engage him in battle, but before you do, you must wear these." "What are these?" Goku scratched his head at the two orange earrings the king had tossed. "But I do not like wearing earrings. Perhaps I should give them to Chi-Chi instead?" "Fool, these are no ordinary earrings. They are Patera earrings, enabling the fusion of two beings' powers, ultimately transcending their limits. The esteemed one instructed that you must lure him to Earth, and then give one of these earrings to Vegeta. Both of you should wear one on opposite ears to gain the strength necessary to thwart him. But if I do that, I can no longer battle him." "Fool, how can you still think of fighting at a time like this?" "Apologies, Lord King. I understand that we must save the universe." "Indeed. Should I take my leave now?" "Quickly. Remember to bring him to Earth first. Vegeta is not like you. He is a living being and cannot survive in space." "Understood. Farewell, Lord King." Goku smiled faintly, lightly touching his forehead. In the next moment, he appeared beside Wunyan. The terrifying aura continued to erupt from within him, yet for reasons unknown. Wunyan seemed to have fallen into a state of slumber. Incredible. Such immense power. Lord King was right. I cannot stop him alone. Approaching him is already quite challenging. I must assume that form. As Goku spoke, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. A golden aura erupted from his being, and amidst crackling lightning, his energy surpassed that of Wunyan. Yet he sensed the power within Wunyan steadily growing. At this rate, in 3 minutes, his own strength would be eclipsed. Goku dared not waste another moment and swiftly placed his hand on Wunyan's shoulder. Just as he was about to make contact, a tail suddenly struck his face with a resounding crash. Slap. Grasping the tail, Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. You are a Saiyan? Yet in this universe, no one could answer his question. Moreover, what astonished Goku even more was that when Wunyan turned his head, his eyes remained closed. Had he truly lost consciousness? Could such a response indicate that one could achieve this solely through instinct? Goku was both astonished and delighted, his battle fervor reaching its zenith. He quickly utilized instant transmission, transporting both himself and Wunyan simultaneously. The target of their teleportation was none other than Vegeta, within the gravity chamber set to 500 times Earth's gravity. Following the failures against the androids, Vegeta disregarded the need for rest, hastily consuming a simple lunch before embarking on an intense training regimen. Yet, perhaps due to an unforeseen twist of fate, the treatment he underwent inadvertently healed all of his old injuries. Even the scar left by Yakalob on his back had completely vanished. In this rejuvenating healing process, his combat prowess had significantly increased. Now, even without tapping into the power of Super Saiyan, he possessed enough strength to vanquish the androids. As Vegeta diligently trained, an unfamiliar aura enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine. With a swift motion, he deactivated the gravity chamber and hastily exited. However, as he stepped through the door, the very fabric of space before him suddenly shattered. Before he could react, he found himself thrust into a frigid, snow-laden landscape. As Vegeta contemplated his surroundings, a terrifying presence erupted behind him. From the endless snowy expanse, a colossal bull-like creature emerged from the depths of the snow, its massive form looming over him. It opened its gaping maw and lunged mercilessly toward him. Just a trivial nuisance, Vegeta scoffed, twisting his neck as he raised his right hand, gathering energy within his palm. The terrifying force he was about to unleash could obliterate the creature before him. Yet, as he prepared to strike, a familiar figure suddenly materialized in front of him. Kakarot? Yo, Vegeta, Goku greeted, tilting his head as he effortlessly dodged Vegeta's energy wave. At the same moment, the creature behind him erupted in an explosion. Although their encounters in this timeline had been limited, Vegeta held immense pride in Goku, the first of his kind to attain the status of Super Saiyan. As one of the last remaining Saiyans, after Goku's demise, he had received assistance from King Kai, allowing him to witness Vegeta's efforts to aid Chi-Chi and Gohan. This connection fostered an unspoken understanding between the two, despite their infrequent meetings. But Kakarot, weren't you dead? Vegeta questioned, furrowing his brow. Yeah, I was dead, Goku admitted nonchalantly, pointing at the halo above his head. But for the sake of the universe, King Kai brought me back temporarily. Wait a moment, Vegeta interjected, his brow furrowing. What do you mean by the safety of the universe? How do I put this? I was training with King Kai when suddenly he began shouting that we were doomed, claiming there is someone who can destroy the universe. Destroy the universe? And where is this individual? Vegeta inquired. Originally, I planned to teleport him here, but he possesses a similar ability and vanished midway. Don't worry though. I can sense he'll come after us. By the way, where are you, Vegeta? This isn't even Earth. I was wondering the same. I merely opened a door and ended up here. That must be the work of that individual. By the way, Vegeta, do you know of someone like us? What do you mean? The one King Kai mentioned who can annihilate the universe. When I encountered him, I discovered he was a Saiyan. Since you've been on Earth, you might know something. Saiyan. Vegeta's brow furrowed as a name suddenly flashed in his mind. Wunyan. Is that what he's called? What a peculiar name, Goku mused, retrieving an earring from his clothing and tossing it to Vegeta. Wait, Kakarot, what do you want me to do with this earring? To fuse. King Kai said only the two of us can merge through these earrings to stop Wunyan. However, Vegeta promptly tossed the earring back to Goku. What a joke. I am no longer the Vegeta of the past. He clenched his right fist, raising his thumb to indicate himself. The current me is Super Vegeta. But that fellow is truly formidable, Goku remarked, concern evident in his eyes. He sensed that Vegeta's earlier gesture might bring misfortune. In response to Goku's apprehensions, a pair of hands materialized behind Vegeta, tearing apart the already unstable space. Vegeta, behind you, Goku shouted. Faster than the warning, a head emerged from the rift in space. Wunyan, devoid of consciousness, moved with the primal instinct of a beast. He opened his mouth, unleashing an overwhelming wave of green energy. Without needing to gather power, it struck Vegeta from behind in an instant. Goku rushed to assist, but witnessed as Vegeta turned and kicked the energy wave high into the sky. In an instant, countless planets exploded, their brilliance illuminating the heavens. Kakarot, Vegeta declared confidently, blocking Goku's advance. I can handle this alone. Golden energy erupted from him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. With a powerful punch, he aimed directly for Wunyan's face. The latter did not evade. Upon impact, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, causing the already fragile space to shatter further. Yet, to Vegeta's astonishment, despite landing a full-force blow, Wunyan remained unfazed. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged from Wunyan's fist, pushing through Vegeta's defenses as he stepped from the rift. "Nani!" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening as he instinctively retreated. However, slender hands loomed larger before him, and in an instant, they pressed against his face, overwhelming him with their might. The ground shattered beneath him, and debris flew in all directions. Amidst the chaos, Goku called out, "Vegeta, are you all right? Do you need my help?" Feeling the immense power of Wunyan's grip, Vegeta's pride was wounded, but the more he felt this way, the more he resisted Goku's assistance. "Don't bother me, Kakarot. I don't need your help." Grasping Wunyan's wrist with his right hand, he curled his legs and kicked back, causing their positions to swap. Yet, before he could revel in his success, the fallen Wunyan soared into the air, flipping and sending Vegeta hurtling away. In midair, the winds howled past Vegeta's ears. He unleashed his energy in an attempt to stabilize himself, but a fist struck his face like lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of punches came, each more forceful than the last, sending Vegeta further away with each feeble attempt to defend himself. When Wunyan finally unleashed his full power, Vegeta was blasted thousands of meters away. Like a shooting star, he traversed half a planet. With a mighty impact, the force of his collision sent shockwaves that obliterated a massive snow-covered mountain behind him. Though the skirmish had lasted mere moments, Vegeta's combat capabilities far surpassed those of Wunyan. Yet, the pain coursing through his body left him utterly astounded. "Impossible. I have become so strong. Why? Why is this happening?" No one had the answers to his questions. In the distance, Wunyan raised both hands, unleashing a swirling black lightning energy wave. "Ultimate destruction," he declared, as everything in its path faced annihilation. "Are you joking?" Vegeta struggled desperately, attempting to evade the impending strike. But his severely injured body lacked the strength to move. In a critical moment, Wukong suddenly appeared beside him, and with a swift instant transmission, the two of them found themselves 1,000 meters away. A colossal beam of light shot down from above, yet Wukong, in a gesture of gratitude, waved at the rabbit at his feet. The instant transmission relied on the life force of living beings for positioning. Had it not been for that rabbit, Wukong and Vegeta might have met the same explosive fate as the fireworks in the sky above. Gasping for breath, Vegeta, having narrowly escaped, turned to Wukong, recalling his earlier statement. "Kakarot, you were right. That guy is indeed terrifying." Suppressing his fear, Vegeta quickly rose to his feet. "What about those earrings of yours? Hurry and give them to me. We need to fuse now." However, Wukong scratched his cheek, looking somewhat troubled. Can we wait just a moment?" "Wait? What do you mean?" Vegeta asked, perplexed. But upon noticing Wukong's apparent warm-up, a sense of foreboding gripped him. "Wait, Kakarot, you're not going to," before he could finish. An excited Wukong struck a pose reminiscent of Master Roshi's martial arts stance, unleashing his energy in full force. "Yosh, it's my turn now." As his energy intensified, Wukong's black hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, with electric sparks visibly dancing in the bangs that fell across his forehead. At that moment, Vegeta realized that Wukong's transformation surpassed his own. It was far more than merely a Super Saiyan. "What level of energy is this, Kakarot? How did you achieve it?" Wukong grinned and explained, "This is a Super Saiyan form I've developed, surpassing the previous one. I call it Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2? All right, Wukong. We don't have time for lengthy discussions. If we wait any longer, that guy's power will exceed mine. We can talk later." Just as he finished speaking, Wukong shot off into the sky, prepared to engage in battle with Wunyan before fusing. Initially, he had intended to fuse immediately, but after witnessing Vegeta engage the opponent, he felt an irresistible urge to fight as well. As a martial arts enthusiast, how could they possibly restrain themselves against such a formidable adversary? Thus, as the universe teetered on the brink of collapse, Wukong began his combat. He transformed his right hand into a fist and launched a lightning-fast attack aimed at Wunyan's chin. Instinctively, Wunyan tilted his head to evade the blow and seized Wukong's wrist, twisting it with incredible force. The terrifying strength emanating from Wunyan's grip made Wukong wary of a direct confrontation. He spun in midair to dissipate the force. Meanwhile, his left hand shot forward, releasing an energy blast aimed directly at Wunyan's face. The explosion sent flames soaring, and Wukong quickly freed himself from Wunyan's grasp, retreating several dozen meters before halting. Incredible! Despite lacking consciousness, he still possesses such formidable combat prowess. I wish I could fight you when you're fully awake, he mused, only to find Wunyan's fist suddenly thrust before him. Before he could dodge in time, Wunyan's hand opened, unleashing a powerful energy wave from his palm. With a terrifying energy passing mere inches by his ear, Wukong realized he was fortunate to avoid disaster. Unlike Vegeta, Wukong's strength was not just greater. His skills far surpassed Wunyan's. Therefore, despite the perilous situation, their exchanges of blows were dynamic and varied, showcasing an array of techniques. This intense battle astonished Vegeta from a distance. He had believed himself to have surpassed Wukong and thought he could handle Wunyan alone. However, he soon realized that both Wukong and Wunyan's energy and combat skills far exceeded his own. This revelation struck his pride like a heavy blow. As time wore on, Wukong found the battle increasingly strenuous. Especially as Wunyan's energy approached 3/4 of his own, the tide of combat began to turn against him. Struggling against the relentless onslaught, Wukong seized an opportunity to launch an energy blast. After distancing himself by several thousand meters, he took a moment to catch his breath. This is my final move. He focused intently on Wunyan, preparing his stance. Aligning his palms at his waist, blue energy began to gather between them. As Wunyan charged within 100 meters, Wukong unleashed a blue Kamehameha wave. The energy wave, concentrated from all his power, generated a force that exceeded all his previous techniques. The immense energy resonated throughout the planet, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Just as Wunyan was about to be struck by Wukong's Kamehameha, a golden aura erupted, enveloping the entire star system with an energy far beyond Wukong's comprehension. What? In astonishment, Wukong watched as Wunyan simply raised a hand, compressing the formidable energy wave into a small blue sphere. Here you go. With a casual flick, the blue sphere soared hundreds of meters, landing squarely on Wukong. The resulting explosion sent a battered figure plummeting from the sky, landing beside Vegeta. Kakarot. He rushed to the fallen form, witnessing Wukong apologetically saying, I never expected he could transform into a Super Saiyan 2. In that moment, Wukong truly felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Wunyan with every movement. He posed a threat of devastation to the universe, essentially a harbinger of doom. This isn't the time for discussion. Quickly, give me those earrings. Upon hearing Vegeta's command, Wukong wasted no time, tossing the earrings to him. Damn it, it goes on the ear, right? Yes, but you need to put it on your right ear, otherwise we can't fuse. As they spoke, Wunyan's energy continued to rise ominously. The right side, right? Is this correct? Vegeta hastily donned the earring on his right ear and glanced at Wukong, who had similarly adorned his ear, with one wearing the left and the other the right. The yellow Patera earrings suddenly illuminated with a green glow, as if triggered by some mechanism. What? Vegeta felt his body uncontrollably drawn toward Wukong, who was experiencing the same phenomenon. Just as Wunyan's energy reached a critical peak, another wave of powerful energy surged upward. Amidst the dazzling light, a man adorned with earrings materialized upon the earth. Clad in a martial arts uniform of orange and blue, his hair fell in 2 bangs, framing eyes that gazed down upon the world. This is incredible, even better than I imagined. The man spoke, his voice a harmonious blend of Wukong and Vegeta. With a confident smile, he exuded an unmistakable aura of pride. What's wrong? Are you surprised by my power? He unleashed a flurry of punches, each gust capable of shattering mountains. Gazing at Wunyan from afar, he introduced himself. Since I am the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, I shall be called Vegeta. Yosh. Now, let the battle continue. Vegeta shouted, his immense energy radiating throughout the universe. With a deafening tremor, Wunyan landed before Vegeta. Despite the pressure emanating from his opponent, Vegeta stood resolute, unyielding in the face of adversity. Upon gazing at the pair of Patera earrings, a glimmer of longing flickered in his eyes. If only he possessed the earrings, perhaps he could resurrect Samir. Noticing the shift in his gaze, Vegeta was somewhat taken aback. Wait, you've regained consciousness? Ah, indeed. Previously, the expansion of power caused an eruption of rage within me. However, after engaging with both of you, I have gradually calmed down. Does this mean we no longer need to fight? Vegeta inquired, yet his demeanor suggested no intention of retracting his energy. Nearby, Wunyan remarked with a half-smile. If you could hand over the earrings from your ears, we could avoid a fight. That is out of the question. The earrings belong to the Kaishin, and I cannot simply give them away. The more Vegeta spoke, the more difficult it became to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Suddenly, the two exchanged knowing smiles, their forms blurring as they prepared for the next moment. In the blink of an eye, amidst the boundless heights of the sky, a pair of fists collided. Boom! The tremendous shockwave radiated through the cosmos, causing countless celestial bodies to tremble. As for the North Kaishin on North Kaishin star, he was now furiously bouncing up and down. What are you doing? If there's no need for battle, then, Goku? Vegeta? Moshi Moshi. Suddenly, the North Kaishin could no longer hear Vegeta's side of the conversation. He remained unaware whether it was due to the intensity of the battle or Vegeta's deliberate severance. Now devoid of external disturbances, Vegeta could finally engage Wunyan in an unrestricted duel. Adadadadadada. In an instant, a flurry of strikes engulfed Wunyan like a tsunami. Observing his opponent rendered immobile, Vegeta circled behind him, hands gripping a hammer, and struck down fiercely. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Wunyan raised his arm to block the full force of the blow. Too slow. Can't you be any faster? With a slight exertion, he lifted Vegeta's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Wunyan sidestepped and, after a swift spin, brought his right foot down like a battle axe, striking Vegeta's back. Boom! The latter plummeted like a meteor from the heavens. Yet Wunyan's onslaught was far from over. He raised his right hand, and from his palm surged a colossal green energy sphere, 500 meters in diameter. With a powerful grip, he unleashed it. Swoosh! In a dazzling burst of light, countless raindrops suddenly fell from the sky. As these droplets approached, Vegeta realized they were thousands of energy spheres. Instantly, his form shifted continuously. Amidst the explosions, he soared from the north pole of the planet to the south pole. When he finally halted, a slender silhouette awaited him not far ahead. Vegeta, is this all the power you possess? Do not celebrate too soon. That was merely a warm-up. Allow me to showcase my true strength. With that, Vegeta clenched his fists and roared with fury. His dark hair billowed into the sky as his martial arts uniform rustled fiercely. Accompanied by a sudden eruption of golden energy, Vegeta's power surged to its zenith. Clenching his right fist, he pointed his thumb at himself. This transformation is known as Super Vegeta. The oppressive aura descended upon Wunyan, yet it only fueled his excitement further. In that case, allow me to reveal something impressive as well. No longer suppressing the rage within, Wunyan's snow-white eyes were suddenly tinged with blood red, only to shatter moments later. As the energy within him erupted, waves of force battered the surrounding space. Swoosh! Upon witnessing the green energy sphere manifesting on the ground, Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly. The next second, accompanied by a towering green beam of light, a remarkably powerful figure emerged from within. Boom! He resembled a colossal ape, and every movement wreaked havoc on the environment surrounding him. Vegeta, this is my transformation, the legendary Super Saiyan. His wild, verdant hair epitomized the pinnacle of his Saiyan bloodline. The ever-increasing energy within him rendered him unable to control his strength at all times. In this state, I may not be able to hold back. You should be cautious. Before the words left his lips, Wunyan was already charging toward Vegeta. The latter raised his hand, releasing a massive energy sphere, Vegeta's signature technique, the Big Bang attack. The sphere collided with Wunyan, triggering an explosion. Boom! Amidst the intense blaze, a hand, the size of a head, shot out, grasping Vegeta's face. Before he could react, immense force bore down upon him. A sharp pain pierced his back as he was forcibly driven into the ground. The surroundings grew increasingly dark, yet the temperature soared. After descending nearly 1,000 meters, it felt as if he had crossed a threshold. Suddenly, Vegeta's back was met with emptiness, and his vision was filled with searing light. He kicked Wunyan away, but found himself falling into a large pit. Surveying the boiling crimson liquid surrounding him, he realized he was submerged in molten magma. With the absence of oxygen, Vegeta felt a slight discomfort. He was not afraid of the magma, but as a Saiyan, he could not survive without breathing for extended periods. Realizing this, Vegeta decided to unleash his full power. Pressing his palms together, terrifying energy coalesced within his hands. The next second, locking onto Wunyan's energy, Vegeta teleported behind him, unleashing a powerful energy wave. The Big Bang Kamehameha. Absolute defense. A green energy shield suddenly expanded, deflecting all the energy wave. As the shield dissipated, countless energy spheres erupted forth. Vegeta's hands transformed into lightning, batting away the barrage of energy blasts. The once confined underground space gradually expanded with each successive explosion. "Ya!" Wunyan roared, delivering a punch that sent Vegeta flying. Yet, in the next moment, Vegeta rebounded, kicking Wunyan away. The two exchanged blows, as the environment around them continued to be obliterated. Boom. After being sent flying again, Vegeta sensed his breathing becoming easier. Looking around, he realized that the so-called underground no longer existed. During their clash, the ground beneath them had transformed into a vast pit spanning thousands of meters. Molten lava surged violently, and amidst it, Wunyan raised his hands high. Meteor shower. An energy wave descended from above, propelling Vegeta deep into the underground. Just as he was about to unleash another attack, he felt Wunyan's energy behind him. "Taste this." Vegeta thrust his right palm forward, from which a golden energy sword emerged, aiming for Wunyan's back. However, a hand imbued with energy acted as a shield, blocking the attack. With a sudden twist of his body, Wunyan's left fist shot out like lightning, directly sending Vegeta crashing away. Feeling the tempestuous winds swirling around him, Vegeta realized he had no further techniques to counter Wunyan. What was even more terrifying was that Wunyan's energy continued to rise, resembling an abyss of power with no end in sight. In that case, let us settle this with one decisive move. Vegeta steadied himself, gazing at the distant green figure, and spread his arms wide. As his palms drew together, a blue energy sphere began to radiate light within his grasp. Drawing his hands slowly to his waist, he observed golden strands entwined around the blue energy sphere. Wunyan. As energy continuously accumulated, Vegeta proclaimed loudly, "This is the final move." The words echoed, and Wunyan twisted his neck, bringing his palms forcefully together in front of his chest. A surge of green energy erupted from his body, coalescing into a vibrant green energy sphere that spun rapidly in his palms, accompanied by flashes of black and red lightning. Wunyan's gaze sharpened. "Be careful, Vegeta." In the next moment, both shouted in unison, "Ultimate!" Kamehameha wave. The magnetic field trembled with a force equivalent to 900,000 horses, leading to utter annihilation. Boom. In an instant, the entire world shattered like glass. Two waves of energy, each a different hue, collided violently, the tremendous force obliterating the already unstable fabric of space. Yet even as they found themselves beyond the realm of reality, neither showed any sign of relenting. "Huh!" Vegeta roared, attempting to amplify his energy once more. But with a sudden crack, he transformed into two radiant flashes. The green energy wave, entwined with black and red lightning, surged forth from the brilliant light, shooting straight into the distant void. Once the two flashes disappeared, the figures of Wukong and Vegeta were revealed, both unconscious and seemingly drained of strength. Wunyan slowly retracted his hands, only to observe the rift in space behind him steadily healing. Just as he prepared to carry the two away, he noticed an earring slip from Wukong's ear, drifting away into the distance. "Damn it!" Wunyan quickly yanked the earring from Vegeta's ear. As he flung the two through the rift, he dashed towards the earring. But just as he was about to grasp it, the surrounding space warped dramatically. Before him appeared a bustling town, where a radiant moon hung in the sky. In the streets, massive apes clad in battle attire roared at the heavens, occasionally wreaking havoc upon the nearby structures. Observing the peculiar architecture and the panicked mantis people, Wunyan furrowed his brow. Chapter 49. The Unbelievable Maha Adventure, Part 8. While Wunyan surveyed his surroundings, a colossal figure suddenly loomed behind him. Two sharp blades gleamed ominously as they swung towards his neck. "Die, Saiyan!" A furious roar accompanied a laser that sliced through the darkness, narrowly missing Wunyan's ear. Thud! With a dull thump, a mantis person fell at his feet, a gaping hole in its chest, slain by the energy wave. The assailant was someone Wunyan never expected to see. "Hey, which squad are you from? This area is under my jurisdiction." The newcomer donned a brown and blue battlesuit, with spiky black hair reminiscent of cockroach, and a cross-shaped scar gracing his left cheek. Bardock? Huh. At the sound of the unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar voice, Bardock froze. He quickly flew in front of Wunyan, only to find a face he could never have anticipated. Saimir. Due to his wife Jine's role among the logistic scions, Bardock had known Saimir, another logistic scion. However, he never expected to see him again, especially under such circumstances after his long disappearance. Never mind your situation. We'll discuss it later. You should head to that tower over there. It's safer. Bardock pointed towards a distant tower, but as he did, a mantis person crawled out from the nearby ruins. With a swift flick of his hand, Bardock dispatched the creature with a ki blast, shattering it to pieces. Even though he hadn't been on Planet Vegeta for quite some time, Wunyan could discern that Bardock was on a mission to eliminate the native inhabitants of the planet, making way for Frieza to sell the barren world. However, Wunyan never anticipated that Bardock would recognize him. After all, even within the Dragon Ball universe, numerous timelines and parallel worlds existed. Bardock's recognition indicated that Wunyan was indeed in the original world of Saimir. I haven't been diverted to another world by the creator's interference. This means the other three might also be in this realm. With this thought, Wunyan felt a surge of hope. As long as he could locate the other three, reviving Saimir would be a matter of time. In his right hand, a pair of yellow earrings, the Patera earrings, materialized unexpectedly, capable of merging souls. As long as he had these, even disparate souls could unite as one. However, for individuals were still too many, he would need to master the fusion dance as well. In Wunyan's vision, he and the other three Saimir could merge into two, and subsequently, through the power of the earrings, further integrate, ultimately leading to Saimir's revival. Of course, if this approach failed, he would be left with no choice but to resort to his last method. Saimir, wait for me to deal with the natives here before I come for you. Just as Bardock was speaking, Saimir suddenly pointed skyward with one hand. What? Before he could comprehend, countless violet beams erupted from Wunyan's fingertips. In an instant, the entire planet was bathed in purple light. At that moment, both the mantis people and the giant scions looked up toward the sky. Some scions, like Bardock, who had not transformed, found the numbers on their scouters fluctuating wildly, as if malfunctioning upon seeing the purple light. What is happening? My scouter is acting up. Not just yours. Mine is malfunctioning too. The battle power readings are skyrocketing and won't stop. The communication channels buzzed with the astonished cries of the scions. In the next moment, Bardock witnessed Wunyan flick his finger, and countless beams of light cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour, obliterating everything in their path. The mantis people, the structures, all reduced to ashes, vanishing in the ceaseless tide of energy. Saimir, you. Before Bardock could regain his composure, a fiery explosion erupted on his face. He hastily removed the malfunctioning scouter, his expression wary as he regarded Wunyan. Who exactly are you? Though the figure bore a striking resemblance to Saimir, a closer inspection revealed subtle differences, raising Bardock's suspicions, especially regarding the sudden display of power. After all, in his memory, Saimir possessed no such abilities. No, more accurately, no scion could wield such power. After years of battle, Bardock had encountered many races capable of possessing others. Yet the combat prowess of this version of Saimir was far inferior. Bardock's mind was as clear as a mirror, and his thoughts echoed within Wunyan's awareness without any concealment. However, Wunyan had no intention of providing an explanation, merely sifting through Bardock's memories. Upon discovering Kakarot's birth, he nodded slightly. Bardock, you have a fine son. A fine son? Are you referring to Raditz? Confusion upon confusion left Bardock's head spinning. If the real Saimir were present, he might have been willing to chat with Bardock, an old friend from the past. Unfortunately, Wunyan lacked such sentiments. After perusing Bardock's memories, he was already preparing to depart. After all, knowing the likelihood of the other three existing in the same world, combined with the powers he now possessed far exceeding theirs, he was disinclined to waste any more time. Suddenly, as a familiar face surfaced in Bardock's recollections, Wunyan's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an unusual aura that he accurately captured at that moment. The individual, previously disguised like the other scions, had an energy level barely above 2,000. However, just as his assault descended, the individual suddenly surged to an astonishing magnitude of hundreds of thousands. Such a degree of transformation could not merely be attributed to the gigantification. Moreover, The visage that ought not to have graced this realm invoked an instinctive revulsion within Wunyan. How could she still be alive? Gazing at the short-haired woman who emerged from the recesses of his memory, he felt a surge of anger swell within him. After all, she was the principal architect behind the fragmentation of Samuel's soul. Had she not relentlessly pursued him, Samuel would never have found himself in such dire straits, would not have absorbed the powers of that peculiar woman, nor inadvertently triggered the hidden machinations of the Supreme Being. Yet, Wunyan distinctly recalled that Samuel's full-force strike had utterly obliterated her, leaving not even a remnant of her soul. How, then, had she been resurrected? Could it be that she was another entity? Suddenly, he recalled the moment when Samuel had been coerced into self-detonation for the first time. When the Creator had attempted to substitute Samuel's body with a new soul, a plan ultimately thwarted by Samuel. Contemplating this, Wunyan scrutinized Bardock's memories and discovered that Celiba indeed differed from his recollection. Furthermore, several equally peculiar Scions followed closely behind her. Wunyan had no doubt that these individuals had been manipulated by the Creator. Yet, did the Creator truly dare to dispatch such weaklings? As for the past grievances, he would extract some interest from them first. A powerful shockwave suddenly erupted, prompting Bardock to instinctively raise his arm. However, once the air settled, the Samuel who had stood before him had vanished. Chapter 50. The Incredible Maha Adventure. 9. You are not a Scion. Who are you truly? On the opposite end of the planet, a frail man gazed at the descending purple beams of light. At his feet, a bloodied Scion clung desperately to his ankle, his eyes ablaze with fury. Childish. A mere insect daring to question me in anger? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? The frail man scoffed, promptly kicking the Scion away. Bang! The wind howled past his ears, and just as the Scion thought his demise was imminent, his body unexpectedly hung in midair. I am not dead. He looked up in astonishment, only to find a tail firmly gripping his ankle. You are? Wunyan, or you may also refer to me as Samuel, Wunyan replied nonchalantly, then cast his gaze upon the frail man below. Recalling the man's earlier words, a part of Samuel within him stirred with agitation. Childish. Insect? You scum. Dare to belittle the Scions. Upon hearing Wunyan's words, the man on the ground suddenly grasped something. Ah, I see. You are that Samuel, the original being. That commotion earlier was indeed your doing? Quite formidable. Your battle power must have reached 10 million. Coupled with that Super Scion form, it seems you could reach 500 million. Unfazed by the man's mocking tone, Wunyan merely asked, what do you wish to convey? I wish to say that a fool like you surviving until now is truly remarkable. Contending with the main god space, are you a dimwit? After all these years, your battle power is still pitiful. Without the main god space, what are you worth? Open your eyes and see. Behold the power the Creator has bestowed upon me. This is 1 billion. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was reduced to a mass of blood mist. Wunyan slowly retracted his right finger. The man possessed a theoretical battle power of 1 billion, yet his actual application was woefully inadequate. The energy he had just utilized was not even 1 million, yet it obliterated both his soul and body. This was not merely due to Wunyan's terrifying skill. More importantly, the opponent's control over power was laughably poor. It resembled a child wielding a massive hammer, appearing intimidating yet utterly ineffectual. Such an arrogant individual, relying on an unearned power, was even less impressive than the initial encounter Samuel had with Tamamo. At least the latter possessed a courage that could make even a Scion take notice. Thank you very much. Just as Wunyan focused on the next Creator's lackey, the Scion he had rescued expressed his gratitude. I am Toma. If it weren't for you just now, do not speak of such things. I saved you merely because I saw some spirit in you. I will not squander time on you. If you have matters to discuss, seek out Bardock. Given his character, he should be willing to intervene. Bardock? I understand. Toma, sensing Wunyan's impatience, took his leave. Yet, even so, he remained deeply grateful. After all, among the Scions, those willing to assist their comrades were few and far between. As for Wunyan, after Toma departed, he inadvertently sighed. For some reason, he felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Ever since arriving in this world, events had unfolded in rapid succession around him. It was as though an unseen hand persistently cast stones upon his path ahead. Damn it! Having locked onto several other unusual energies, Wunyan simply grasped with his right hand, causing a spatial rift to materialize within a towering building. Wait, Zhang Yang is dead. Zhang Yang is dead. Did he not say he was going to seek amusement? How could he have perished? I know not why, but something is certainly amiss on this planet. But his battle power surpasses ours, and at this juncture, who could possibly contend with him? Hey, do you suppose it is related to those purple lights we just witnessed? After all, no Saiyan employs such techniques, and that shade of purple. Does it not resemble someone else's attacks? You mean Frieza? That is impossible. How strong is Frieza? He barely manages to fight me, let alone Zhang Yang. In a high-rise building, 3 peculiar individuals encircled each other, engaged in discussion. Among them, 2 ordinary-looking men donned everyday attire, while the woman was heavily made up. Her originally striking features transformed into those of a gaudy rose. It was unclear how they had cultivated their powers, but each possessed battle powers no less than 200 million. Regrettably, such strength did not seem to enhance their vigilance. As Wunyan sat on a wooden chair, having listened to their entire conversation, the trio remained oblivious to his presence. You are the new recruits of the Creator? What? How did you get here? The 3 stared at Wunyan in astonishment, yet the more they observed him, the more familiar he appeared, especially for the one occupying Celeba's body. A sense of dread began to rise within her. Noticing that emotion, Wunyan furrowed his brow. What is that expression? As a Saiyan, are you truly cowering now simply because my power exceeds yours? Who are you? Upon hearing Wunyan's words, the woman's fear intensified. The 2 companions beside her instinctively took a step back. This was absurd. An individual whose strength remained indiscernible had silently appeared behind them. Such a person could either be a hidden master or a principal antagonist. Yet, before the 2 could flee, the man raised his right hand and coldly declared, I should not waste my time on scum like you. Scum? Who are you calling scum? Wait. Wang Ping. In a dazzling green radiance. The 3 were frozen as if a pause button had been pressed. Despite their frantic attempts to move, they could only watch helplessly as the green energy surged toward them. Boom. In the cosmos, a green beam of light suddenly illuminated the void, lasting several seconds before gradually fading away. The refuse has been cleared away, and now all that remains is for Wunyan to gather the other 3 using the Dragon Balls. Just as he prepared to retrieve the Dragon Balls, he suddenly recalled that he had not yet collected the Shilier Dragon Ball. Consequently, he must embark on a quest to locate the Shilier Dragon Ball in this timeline. After all, the Dragon Balls of both Earth and Namek are still in a cooling phase. Fortunately, he had noted the coordinates of Shilier's star when he previously arrived there. Although the time has changed, the corresponding location should remain largely unchanged. With this thought in mind, Wunyan acted swiftly. The energy within him surged forth, enveloping the entire North Galaxy in an instant. As he meticulously searched for the location of Shilier's star, an unusual sensation suddenly surged in his heart. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the universe, before a colossal golden Dragon Ball, a man clad in black gazed upon the magnificent sphere with a smile. This was the Super Dragon Ball, scattered across 2 universes, reputed to grant any wish. However, regrettably, if not for the Creator's decree, I would have truly wished to test its power. While the man lamented, he pressed his hands against the Super Dragon Ball. His violet hands, seemingly imbued with some enchantment, instantly released boundless purple mist, enveloping the massive sphere. In the name of the one true God, fall into corruption, as the man's voice echoed. His violet arms unleashed an indescribable force, subtly altering the very essence of the Super Dragon Ball, akin to the laws governing the infinite universe. With a sharp crack, the once impervious Super Dragon Ball became riddled with fractures. In the next moment, a gigantic hand burst forth. With a silent roar resonating through the cosmos, a colossal creature, half dragon and half human, was born. Such a scene was concurrently unfolding in 3 other distinct universes. In the Star of Light, the Light Giants, as higher-dimensional beings, collectively transformed into flesh-consuming monstrosities. On the darkened Earth, the long-dormant Old Ones awakened, reshaped by supreme power. As for the distant 40K era, on the sacred ground of humanity, Terra, a dark force corroded the cold sun, continuously transforming it into a black sun. Chapter 51. The Incredible Maha Adventure, Tenhum. It seems something has appeared. A strange aura flickered like stars, and just as Wunyan caught a glimpse of it, it vanished. However, considering the vastness of the universe, the emergence of peculiar entities is quite normal. After once again pinpointing Shilier's star's location, Wunyan opened a spatial rift. Unlike his initial search for the Dragon Balls, Shilier's star now flourished with vibrant life, teeming with vitality. The cities scattered across the planet were devoid of protective bubbles. Namekians and Shiliarians toiled together in the fields, and the air was filled with the joyful laughter of children. This was the true visage of Shiliar Star. As Wunyan strolled through the fields, he sought the energy signature of a Namekian while admiring the surrounding scenery. It occurred to him that he had never felt as relaxed since his inception. The warm breeze caressed his face, causing strands of hair to dance. Suddenly, a sharp honk echoed from behind. Turning around, he spotted a green pickup truck parked nearby. "Hello. Need a ride?" A Shiliar woman with flowing green hair leaned out from the passenger side window and inquired. Her low ponytail framed her face, and she wore a blue vest adorned with golden buttons, the standard attire of a Shiliar. In the driver's seat sat a stout middle-aged man. "You're heading to the city, right? We're on our way there too. We can give you a lift." Due to the inherent kindness of the Shiliarians, even though Wunyan's appearance was peculiar by their standards, they exhibited no caution and warmly invited him aboard. Gazing towards the distant city, Wunyan pondered for a moment before nodding at the woman. With a roar of the engine, Wunyan climbed into the Shiliarian's vehicle. Aside from the couple in the front, a child sat in the back seat. Upon seeing Wunyan, the child appeared quite shy but occasionally stole glances at him. "You're a traveler, aren't you?" The woman in the passenger seat asked casually. Wunyan nodded. It was easy for her to discern his difference. After all, the combination of white eyes and black hair was rather conspicuous on this planet. Had he not donned a long coat, his tale would have undoubtedly startled the woman even more, considering the notorious reputation of Saiyans in the universe. "Are you here on Shiliar Star for tourism, or do you require supplies?" The woman inquired enthusiastically. The man beside her suddenly cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, Muselai. Don't frighten him." "Ah, my apologies. In all these years, it's only the second time I've seen an alien here. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Muselai, and the one driving is my husband, Fleischer. That is my child, Granola." "Hello," Fleischer greeted Wunyan through the rearview mirror. The child, Granola, shyly opened his mouth towards Wunyan. His voice barely audible, yet it triggered an uncomfortable memory in Wunyan's mind. He quickly suppressed the visage that suddenly surfaced in his thoughts, nodding absently to conclude the greetings. It seems you are not one for conversation," Muselai remarked with a smile. "No worries, everyone here is quite friendly." Wunyan remained silent, instead delving into their memories, attempting to extract information regarding the Dragon Balls. However, he was unexpectedly met with the realization that neither Muselai nor Fleischer possessed any knowledge of the Dragon Balls. Should he seek the Namekians then? He pondered, turning his gaze towards the window. The lush greenery outside gradually faded, replaced by quaint towns reminiscent of medieval Europe. Castle-like structures adorned the landscape, surrounded by vast fields where numerous Shiliarians and Namekians labored. The pickup truck's horn blared as it slowly entered the town. Observing the curious gazes directed at him from outside, Fleischer chuckled helplessly, explaining, "It's rare for people to see an alien. By the way, do you have a specific destination, or would you like to get off here?" Wunyan replied that he would disembark here. "If you ever need assistance, feel free to find us. Our home is right at the end of the street," Muselai indicated towards a nearby cottage. Wunyan cast a glance in that direction, nodded, and then exited the vehicle. "What a peculiar individual," Fleischer remarked, shaking his head as he watched Wunyan's retreating figure. After all, being an alien, it's only natural for him to exhibit some eccentricities. "Oh, by the way, Granola," the woman said, suddenly producing a water flask and handing it to her son in the back seat. "Please make sure to deliver this to Grandpa Monet. And when you see him, remember to send my regards to your father and mother." Understood." Granola nodded, tightly clutching the flask to his chest. Unlike ordinary beings, Namekians do not require food. Their sole necessity is clean water. Consequently, they often bring a flask of spring water from the mountains when visiting Monet, a Namekian with whom Granola's family shares a good rapport. According to the views of the Namekians, this spring water seems to be considerably more palatable than ordinary water. As Granola hurriedly made his way to Moneto's residence, Wunyan unexpectedly displayed a troubled expression. Why is it that you possess no specific recollection of the Dragon Ball's location?" "Dragon Balls? What are the Dragon Balls? How did you become aware of them?" In the purple-hued forest, a group of Namekians, who were previously at rest, were startled by the sudden appearance of Wunyan. Even more perplexing to them was the fact that they had not even informed the Cyril people about the existence of such artifacts. How could this clearly non-native individual be aware of the Dragon Balls? "Who exactly are you?" Faced with the Namekians' inquiries, Yin remained silent and began to sift through everyone's memories once more. Just as he was about to utilize his abilities, an ancient voice suddenly resonated. Please wait. Do not employ your peculiar powers on them any longer. I know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. The speaker was a large and somewhat rotund Namekian, who approached the group with the aid of a cane. Observing his distinctly recognizable appearance, Yin confidently declared, "You must be their Grand Elder." "Indeed, I am the Grand Elder. And I am also the creator of the Dragon Balls on this planet." The Grand Elder nodded decisively. "Although I do not know your origins, I can sense no malice within you. Grand Elder, it is quite all right." The Grand Elder waved his hand and stood before Yin. However, even so, a few young Namekians nearby still regarded Yin with suspicion. "I will reveal the precise location of the Dragon Balls to you." But before that, the Grand Elder paused and continued, "There is a matter for which I seek your assistance." "What sort of assistance?" "Concerning the impending catastrophe." Yin shot a peculiar glance at the Grand Elder, whose lips were sealed, yet his voice directly entered Yin's mind through telepathic communication. The use of such abilities under these circumstances indicated that the Grand Elder did not wish for the other Namekians to overhear his forthcoming words. He then crossed his arms and inquired mentally, "Do you possess some form of foresight regarding this impending disaster?" "It cannot be regarded as true foresight. It is merely an instinctive feeling typical of the elderly. In the past, when our planet faced crises, I experienced similar sensations. Recently, however, this feeling has intensified. I wonder if it is some sort of curse. It seems that we Namekians cannot reside in any place for long." The Grand Elder's lamentations prompted Yin to ponder another group of Namekians, whose planet would also soon face annihilation. "Yet, what exactly do you wish for me to assist you with? Do you desire to be transported to another planet? That is unnecessary. We Namekians do not fear death. Rather, due to some unknown reasons, certain individuals who ought to live may perish in the forthcoming disaster. I do not know if this is a consequence of my creation of the Dragon Balls, but if it is possible, I hope you can save those who are meant to survive." "How am I to save them?" "I do not know." Yin furrowed his brow. "But if you possess no knowledge at all, how can I assist you? Furthermore, why must it be me?" The Grand Elder had made it clear that the prophecy of disaster was not a new occurrence, yet within the vast expanse of Cyril's star. Why had he singled him out? However, the Grand Elder's subsequent words brought clarity to the situation. Because that premonition had not been strong until your arrival." Remaining silent in the cold wind, Yin feigned ignorance of the Grand Elder's statement and shifted the conversation. "I will contemplate the matter you mentioned, but for now, please tell me where the Dragon Balls are located." "One is at the base of the highest mountain nearby, while the other resides within a tree hollow in the northern woods." Yin regarded the Grand Elder with suspicion. The latter neither delayed nor spoke unnecessarily, and everything progressed smoothly as if it were a script written in advance. Just as Yin prepared to delve into the Grand Elder's memories, a surge of energy, far surpassing that of the Cyril people, unexpectedly emanated from light years away. "Now this is more like it." Yin's furrowed brow relaxed, and any lingering doubts about the Grand Elder dissipated. His eyes shimmered with a white light as he contemplated the Grand Elder's hints, gazing successively towards the two locations. As the golden orb reappeared before his eyes, Yin intriguingly communicated with the Grand Elder, "Your disaster is approaching sooner than you think." Especially upon sensing the familiar energy drawing ever closer, a smile crept upon Yin's lips. He glanced at the setting sun and casually remarked, "The moon tonight may be particularly round." Chapter 52, The Incredible Maha Adventure, Part 11. In the boundless expanse of the galaxy, disc-shaped spaceships advanced in perfect formation toward a singular destination. Following these vessels were dozens of metallic spheres, each standing 2 men high. These unmistakable spacecraft belonged to the battle-hardened Saiyan race from the cosmos. Over the past several decades, whenever such spacecraft appeared over other planets, it heralded the arrival of death. In this era, for those residing in peace, the Saiyans were akin to demons. Particularly on planets lacking high combat power units, a mere 4-member Saiyan team could decimate an entire world. The current simultaneous appearance of such a multitude of Saiyans was due to their latest adversary, the renowned race known as the Cyril people. Bardock, lost in contemplation, was abruptly roused by the voice of a companion. "Are your injuries all right?" "It is nothing. My resilience differs from those fellows. Such minor wounds are inconsequential." Listening to the sounds emanating from the scouter, Bardock replied succinctly, "Truly impressive. It is no wonder Bardock was a topic of discussion among many during our time at the restaurant. Some even claimed your combat power is nearing that of the elite warriors. Elite warriors, huh? Bardock chuckled self-deprecatingly and asked, Toma, do you recall that individual who sent you to find me? You mean Saiyan? Of course, I remember. Do you know how strong he is? This Toma was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. When Saiyan appeared, his scouter had already malfunctioned. However, the image of Saiyan effortlessly crushing the enemy left a profound impact on him. That fellow's combat power must have exceeded 15,000. The current scouter utilized by the Saiyans was a cutting-edge technology acquired from the newly appointed Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, with a combat power detection limit reaching a staggering 15,000. Even the mightiest King Vegeta could be easily measured with this scouter. And to have caused the scouter to malfunction, Saiyan's combat power undoubtedly surpassed 15,000. Merely contemplating that possibility sent chills down Toma's spine. Especially if Saiyan were to transform into a great ape, that combat power would reach astronomical levels. He had never encountered a Saiyan as formidable as Saiyan. 15,000? Huh. Toma's words elicited laughter from Bardock, who stretched lazily, resting his head in his hands. His mind filled with myriad thoughts. That fellow is certainly not merely a combat power of over 10,000. Although Bardock was unaware of Saiyan's precise strength, the aura he emitted felt as terrifying as Frieza himself. Yet, in contrast to Toma, Bardock was filled with excitement upon witnessing Saiyan's displayed might. He believed that if Saiyan could attain such power, then he too could certainly do so. Relying on his unique foundation, as long as he experiences enough battles, he will eventually become as powerful as Saiyan. It is precisely for this reason that he quickly immersed himself in this latest mission after sustaining injuries. A cosmic sniper, one can only hope he does not disappoint. The enormous full moon rose from the foot of the mountain, casting a silvery glow that illuminated half of Shilir's star. In a dense forest far from the city, a slender man strolled through the trees. I have found you. The man suddenly halted, extending his right hand forward to grasp. Whoosh! A sound of air splitting echoed as a golden orb flew from a distant tree hollow into his palm. He pinched the golden orb between his fingers, and in his snow-white eyes, the dual star pattern within the orb reflected back at him. With the air Xinglongzhu in hand, everything would come to an end. The man murmured, flipping his left hand over to reveal another golden orb, the Shilir's Xinglongzhu. He wasted little time in reuniting the two Dragon Balls. All that remained was to voice his wish, and he could depart from this planet. However, just as he was about to cast the Dragon Balls to the ground, a group of uninvited guests suddenly descended. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of air bursting filled the atmosphere as disc-shaped spaceships descended, hovering above various cities of Shilir, drawing countless gazes. What is happening? That is the Frieza force. Damn it, why are they here? Are they eyeing our planet? Just as the Shilir people were still in shock from the sudden extraterrestrial visitors, a multitude of meteors fell from the sky. Upon seeing those meteors, the Shilir people were even more astonished. It is the Saiyan people. That is their spacecraft. With the arrival of the Saiyan, the hatches of the disc-shaped ships opened, and the soldiers of the Frieza force, already prepared, surged forth like a swarm of locusts. As peaceful Shilir people, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Conversely, those Namekians who had come to this planet due to the ravages of war immediately sensed that something was amiss. Some began to evacuate the local residents, while others rushed to inform the defense guards. Yet, no matter how swift the Namekians' response, it could not match the premeditated assault. With the first roar echoing through the air, the Shilir people were horrified to discover that, unbeknownst to them, giant apes clad in battle armor had appeared in their once beautiful city. They possessed immense strength and could unleash energy beams from their mouths. By the time the defense members reached the city, it had already been reduced to ruins. Musili, Galan Nuala. Musili, Galan Nuala. Amidst the violent explosions, Felicia frantically searched for his wife and child. Not far behind him, the arriving defense team was engaged in a fierce battle with the transformed Saiyan people. However, the combat strength of the Saiyan, having undergone transformation, had multiplied tenfold, rendering even the weakest among them beyond the capabilities of the Shilir people to handle. A swipe from the giant apes could obliterate the city and take the lives of the Shilir inhabitants. The attacks of the Shilir people barely left a mark on the giant apes. Watching the collapsing buildings and the tragic fates of his comrades, Felicia's heart sank deeper into fear. He feared for the lives of his wife and child, terrified that he might never see them again. Just as he passed a half-collapsed building, a faint voice reached his ears. "Felicia, we are here." He looked in the direction of the voice, and there were his beloved wife and daughter, huddled in the corner of a ruin. "Musili, Galan Nuala, Daddy, it is wonderful to see that you are safe." Felicia rushed to his wife and child, embracing them tightly. Yet, before he could savor this fleeting moment of warmth, a pair of enormous eyes suddenly loomed above them. Ah! The young Galan Nuala fainted on the spot, and Musili stood frozen in fear. As the colossal fist, several meters wide, descended, Felicia instinctively shot a beam of yellow light from his fingertip, striking the giant ape's eye. In its agony, he quickly pushed his wife and child away, attacking the giant ape while shouting to his wife, "Run. Musili, head north." To the north of the city, there were fewer people, so it had yet to be devastated. Many defenseless Shi'Lier people were also fleeing in that direction. However, for Musili and her child, caught in the heart of the battlefield, escape was no easy feat as she fled, cradling her unconscious child. A scar-faced giant ape set its sights on them. A terrifying energy wave descended from the sky, shattering the once sturdy buildings with a mere touch. Musili narrowly dodged the attack, attempting to escape through narrow passages to conceal their escape from their pursuers. The Saiyan in giant ape form could knock down the scouter, allowing Musili to evade capture for the moment. Huff, huff. Musili gasped for breath, her legs aching, yet she dared not stop. She occasionally glanced at her child, reassured that he had merely fainted, which eased her worry a little. With the supervision of her scarlet right eye, she could faintly see the tower to the north of the city. There, many Shi'Lier people were taking refuge, guarded by several powerful warriors ensuring their safety. Musili believed that as long as she reached there, they would be safe. However, with a surge of energy waves slicing through the night sky, boom, the seemingly safe refuge instantly transformed into a fireball, claiming the lives of hundreds of Shi'Lier people. Musili was filled with terror, her body frozen in place. Mechanically, she turned her head, only to see the giant ape that had been pursuing them reappear not far behind. At that moment, despair enveloped Musili. What should I do? What am I to do? She looked down at her son in her arms, then back at the approaching giant ape. No, Galan Nuala is still so small. I cannot let him die here. Absolutely not. Musili clenched her teeth tightly and suddenly turned, dashing towards a nearby crumbled castle. Meanwhile, the Shi'Lier people, still engaged in fierce combat, suddenly realized a critical fact. The Saya transformed under the moonlight. The moon. Felicia, aim for the moon. Atop the tower, Felicia shaped his hands like a gun, his fingertips aimed directly at the full moon. As powerful energy continued to gather, one of the giant apes suddenly noticed his actions. It is over. The scarlet right eye glowed with radiance, and from Felicia's fingertip, a yellow energy wave shot forth at high speed. Not good. The giant ape saw the beam, but just as it attempted to block, the beam passed cleanly between its fingers, striking the moon in the night sky. A brilliant light illuminated the night, only to quickly fade, plunging the world into darkness, with only countless stars emitting a faint glow. Damn it! The hand that had reached out tightened abruptly as Tama angrily swung a fist. A bunch of fools, only thinking of destruction, unaware they should have stopped it. Now, it will require even more effort. Huff, huff. We did it. Exhausted, Felicia gasped for breath, a smile of relief on his face. However, as a voice echoed, his expression changed drastically. Do you think you are basking in your success? What? Felicia turned his head to find a Saiyan approaching him with a sinister grin. Regrettably, even without transforming into a great ape, we remained formidable, at least competent enough. With a resounding thud, a punch was unleashed, and Frieza's eyes rolled back as he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, the slaughter of the Saiyans continued unabated. Inside a structure reminiscent of a church, the exhausted Musili sat on the ground, one hand clutching granola tightly while the other gathered its last reserves of energy, poised for release at any moment. As she gazed at the wall not far ahead, beads of cold sweat trickled down her face. The heavy footsteps echoed ominously, each step resonating with the rhythm of Musili's heartbeat. She clenched her teeth, her brows furrowed in anxiety. When that robust figure emerged before her, her fear peaked. There was no escape. She had exhausted all avenues, rendering any chance of flight impossible. Musili cast one last glance at granola in her arms, mentally steeling herself for the possibility of death in battle. Suddenly, She pointed her right hand, unleashing a laser beam. The once sturdy battle suit shattered, leaving a gash on her shoulder. As she beheld the woman extending her finger towards him, Bardock's mind was flooded with the image of another figure. She has already given birth. Have you not considered that you have not returned for several months? So that is why your belly has flattened. Sigh, the emotional intelligence of Saiyan men is truly lacking. He is in the incubation pod, so give him a name. Staring at the infant in the pod who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, Bardock was suddenly startled, recalling the words previously spoken by Symir. His wife, Kine, assumed he was indifferent and retorted, "You must have seen a baby before, right?" Bardock nodded, his gaze laden with complexity as he declared, "Kakarot. Let us name him Kakarot." Indeed, a splendid name. Kine joyfully embraced the incubation pod, smiling at the infant Kakarot. "You must grow strong, Kakarot." Memories flooded his mind, and as a voice called out, Bardock returned to the present. "Mr. Bardock, there you are. The mission is complete, and we have received orders to retreat." Muselai, listening to the voices of others outside, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If she could scarcely handle one Scion, how could she contend with another? However, to her astonishment, the Scion named Bardock calmly replied, "Is that so? You may head back, Rick, but before you go, let us ensure there are no loose ends." Understood, Rick nodded, harboring no further doubts. Merely offering a kind reminder, "Please be swift. I have heard Frieza is on his way." I am aware. This planet was not one Frieza had personally acquired. It had been entrusted to an organization called Zeta for development. Whenever such planets with intermediaries were captured, Frieza would make a point to negotiate prices with them. Yet, those dealings rarely involved the Scion warriors. Once Rick departed, Bardock donned the scouter. Upon noticing a power level in the northern forest, he detected a combat response. Beep, beep. There were 5 units of power in the mountains. Were they animals? No, that was incorrect. The movements were systematic, indicating an intelligence. He contemplated this, seemingly reaching a resolution, and turned to Muselai. "Hey, do you wish to survive?" Survive? Although uncertain of the meaning behind his words, Muselai ultimately nodded for Granola's sake. In the northern forest, an elderly Namekian cautiously peered outside, occasionally whispering, "Hey, hurry inside, or we are done for." "There is no need. I am waiting for someone." A slender man sat quietly on a stone outside. His face bore a serene expression, devoid of any indication that he was amidst a battlefield. The great elder of the Namekians had tasked him with saving 2 individuals who ought not to die, a vague directive indeed. However, he had no genuine intention of rescuing anyone. As it was unrelated to his mission, his presence here was solely to await a person he had never met, but who had profoundly influenced his life. Not far away, 2 figures sped through the forest. As they neared the cliff, the leader suddenly halted. "What is it?" Muselai, cradling the child, looked perplexedly at the Scion in front of her. The latter, upon glancing at the combat power detector, suddenly grew tense. He gestured for the woman behind him to stay back, and quietly retreated a couple of steps. At that moment, several peculiar figures appeared before Muselai's eyes. With blue skin, red garments, and unusual hairstyles. Who were they? Just as Muselai pondered their identities, she noticed the once mighty Scion sweating profusely. "TCH, it's the Zeta group." "Zeta?" "They are the brokers who seek out planets for Frieza to invade. If I am not mistaken, this planet was also discovered by them." "Are you suggesting that our planet, Chili Air, has become this way because of them?" "What a joke. They treat other homes as mere commodities." Though her voice was low, Muselai's trembling body betrayed her inner turmoil. Bardock cast her a glance, but refrained from further comment, as his attention was entirely captivated by their conversation. The leader with dreadlocks smirked. "All right, we have dealt with the Zillions and Namekians. Let us contact the Hugu people to negotiate prices." "Very well," a hefty man nodded. A girl in a long skirt curiously asked, "How much do you plan to earn this time, Alec?" "Well," the leader pondered briefly, "once everything is in order, we should be able to sell it for 1,000 billion pearl." "And how much will Frieza take?" the hefty man inquired. "A mere tenth will suffice to placate him." "Ha ha ha," the girl cackled. "This is truly easy money. Those fools are mostly low-intelligence battle maniacs who understand nothing of a planet's value. As long as we deceive Frieza, we need not worry about being exposed." The young girl from the Zeta clan chimed in. "Except for him, he is unlike the others. Exceptional in both intellect and combat prowess. We must tread carefully." Among the 4 from Zeta, the youth who had remained silent turned serious upon hearing the girl's words, declaring, "One day, we shall stand atop Frieza's army. Indeed, Gas, the leader affirmed, hands on his hips and a slight smile on his lips. Since we cannot match Frieza in power, the Zeta clan shall rely on our wisdom, financial resources, and intelligence network to surpass him. We will no longer obey that scoundrel lizard. Our time shall come. Were they truly plotting to betray Frieza? Bardock was taken aback by the conversation among the Zeta clan. Gritting his teeth, he pondered how to depart quietly. At that moment, however, Granola in Muselai's arms suddenly awakened. Mama? He struggled to open his eyes, catching sight of a monkey tail not far away. Instantly, the terrifying visage of the great ape manifested before him, and Granola, still unclear about the situation, screamed in terror. Saiyan! The piercing cry echoed through the forest. Muselai, the first to regain her senses, hurriedly covered Granola's mouth, but it was of no avail. The Zeta clan, originally gazing at the starry sky, collectively turned their attention towards the location of Bardock and his companions. Is someone over there? The Zeta girl cast a hostile glance at the nearby woods. The leader quietly urged the boy named Gas. Go take a look, Gas. The boy nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. A surge of intense foreboding gripped Bardock's heart, and he shouted inwardly, "This is bad. We must leave." He swiftly seized Musley, disregarding the need for concealment. Confronted by those who intended to betray Frieza, Bardock was certain they would not care whether he was one of Frieza's subordinates. As Bardock had anticipated, a blue figure suddenly appeared before him, and the scouter on his brow frantically blared alarms. 3,000, 4,000, 6,000. The fluctuating numbers ultimately settled at 6,700. This terrifying combat power sent a chill down their spines. Even more frightening was the fact that the owner of this power was merely a boy of around 12 or 13 years. In contrast, the battle-hardened Bardock possessed a combat power of only 5,000. Although Musley could not discern the boy's precise combat power, the overwhelming pressure he exuded was unmistakable. Noticing the cold sweat on Bardock's forehead tightened Musley's heart. She understood that the boy's strength surpassed Bardock's, and with the presence of the boy's 3 companions, they were in dire straits. Saiyan. Musley hastily thrust the child in her arms towards Bardock, then resolutely charged towards the obstructing boy. Her crimson right eye scanned the boy's form, exposing each vulnerable point with clarity. I will hold him off. You must save my child. She formed her right hand into a pistol shape, launching a pale yellow energy sphere towards him. The feeble attack was met with disdain by the boy named Gas, who casually swatted it away. Yet, at the moment he waved his hand, the energy sphere unexpectedly detonated. Boom! Amidst the intense flames, clouds of dust billowed. Now, Musley shouted, continuously releasing energy spheres, forcibly squeezing the last remnants of her strength. Mommy! Granola cried out, struggling to break free from Bardock's grasp. However, the resolute Saiyan would not relinquish this hard-won opportunity. With a swift strike, he knocked Granola unconscious, using the cover of the swirling dust to escape into the woods. Unlike Frieza's forces, the Zeta clan lacked scouters like Scott. Thus, as long as Bardock remained outside their line of sight, the danger would be significantly diminished. The members of the Zeta clan understood this principle, and the portly figure among them rushed towards Bardock without hesitation. However, a single energy sphere shot from the dust, forcing him to halt. You won't escape. Musley pointed both hands at the rotund figure, her sniping eye glowing a faint red amidst the dust. Chapter 54. The Incredible Maha Adventure, Part 13, Eek. The distant explosions in the forest startled the elderly Namekian, who hurriedly crouched at the doorframe, daring to reveal only half of his head. Come inside. They've spotted us. Are you a mouse? A little noise has you so frightened? Wunyan frowned slightly, gazing toward the source of the explosions. His snow-white eyes strained to see far, capturing the distant events. Upon recognizing a familiar face, he suddenly recalled the elder's words. 2 individuals who should not have perished will die. Initially, Wunyan had no idea who those 2 might be, nor did he care otherwise. He would have intervened when Frieza's forces arrived. However, upon seeing Bardock, he suddenly understood. If the memories left by Saiyan were accurate, Bardock was destined to perish during the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta, facing Frieza alone. Yet now, it seemed Bardock might not survive until that moment. He was seen cradling a Zirian child, desperately flying towards Wunyan's direction. Behind him, a dirted blue-skinned boy slowly raised his hands. Terrifying energy coalesced in his palms, a power far beyond what Bardock could withstand. Bardock was aware of this from Scott's alarming alerts. Die. Gas's gaze turned frigid as he thrust his palms forward, releasing a purple energy wave the size of a person. In that critical moment, Bardock executed a move that left Wunyan utterly astonished. He hurled Granola into a nearby thicket, then spun around in a flash, attempting to withstand the impending attack with his own flesh. Boom. The tremendous energy slammed into Bardock's body as he crossed his arms to shield his head. His exposed form began to sustain injuries from the onslaught. The battle suit, designed to withstand great ape transformations, now served its maximum purpose. The rigid protective plates valiantly resisted the energy's assault, but eventually, cracks began to mar the once smooth surface. Ultimately, just as the energy dissipated, the battle suit could no longer endure, disintegrating into countless fragments. I blocked it. Bardock, bloodied and gasping for breath, felt an involuntary smile creeping upon his lips, a fleeting joy at having survived. However, this semblance of joy appeared glaringly offensive to the enemy. What are you laughing at? Gas flashed, instantly appearing behind Bardock. With a swift kick, he sent Bardock crashing to the ground like a shooting star. The violent impact left Bardock, now sprawled in a pit, coughing blood incessantly. Boom. The earth quaked as Gas descended, seizing Bardock's tail and violently slamming him down. Though Bardock appeared more robust, he had no strength to retaliate. His body flopped around like a rag doll, mercilessly battered. Boom, boom, boom. After several strikes, Bardock was left battered and bruised. Gas tightly gripped his neck, coldly demanding, "Where's the other one?" Despite being on the brink of death, Bardock displayed no sign of fear. He chuckled, gazing at the boy with a twinkle of mockery in his eyes. "If Frieza were to learn of your betrayal, your fate would be dire indeed." Bastard. Enraged, Gas struck Bardock's face with a punch, blood splattering. "Where is he?" Gas understood that although the Zeta clan possessed considerable combat power, if Frieza discovered their treachery, the consequences would be unbearable. Not to mention Frieza, even his subordinates Dodoria and Zarbon would be beyond their capability to handle. Just as he prepared to continue interrogating Bardock about the Zirian child's whereabouts, the seemingly impotent Bardock suddenly opened his mouth. Before Gas could react, a laser burst forth from Bardock's mouth. Boom. The powerful energy instantly engulfed Gas's upper body, sending him flying. Gas, who had believed he held all the power, gazed at his torn attire, his fury reaching a boiling point. "You damn monkey." Anger surged through Gas's mind, and a tremendous energy erupted from within him. The boyish form of Gas seemed to shed a restraint, his stature rapidly expanding, muscles bulging impressively. Before Bardock could catch his breath, a powerful hand slammed onto his head. What? The horrifying speed was so swift that it left one utterly unresponsive, followed by a resounding crash. Bardock was unceremoniously thrust into the ground. But that was not the end of it. In a flash, Gas's right hand seized Bardock's tail with an iron grip. A wave of excruciating pain radiated from his tailbone, causing Bardock to flail about like a madman. Yet the disparity in their strengths rendered him powerless to resist. Just as he felt his tail was on the verge of being wrenched off, a familiar voice, tinged with curiosity, inquired, "Is this truly worth it? For the sake of a child you do not even know?" Tormented by the agony, Bardock could not contemplate the source of this query. He instinctively replied, "There is no question of worth. Having promised that woman I would save her child, I shall see it through to the end." The voice fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ah, the pride of the Saiyans. Since its inception, as the entity possessing the memories of Saiyan, the formless being had struggled to comprehend one fundamental truth: why the original Saiyan would confront formidable foes for trivial promises, even if one were to break their word. It mattered little, for it was merely a fleeting statement. However, upon hearing Bardock's response, realization dawned upon him. The original did not care about the concept of keeping one's word. What mattered to him was the unwavering pride that belonged to the Saiyans. "I understand now." In the wake of a brilliant flash, the once agonized Bardock suddenly felt a surge of relief, as the blood of the Saiyans within him began to boil with renewed vigor. This sensation, akin to the moments of recovery post-battle within the healing chamber, filled Bardock's heart with a familiar warmth. This was the innate gift of the Saiyans. "Did you just do something?" Beneath the great tree, the elderly Monet gazed at the smiling, formless being, uncertainly asking. The latter responded nonchalantly, "Nothing significant. I merely ignited a spark of potential within someone." "Ignite potential?" Monet was left perplexed by this statement. However, considering that the being had rescued him from the clutches of the Saiyans, he refrained from pressing further. By the way, Monet, what is it? 2 individuals will arrive shortly. Be sure to accommodate them. Accommodate them, indeed, but are you preparing to depart? Observing the formless being rising slowly, Monet felt an unsettling premonition. Indeed, the ones I await have arrived. As if to validate his words, a massive circular spacecraft descended from the heavens. As one capable of sensing energy, Monet immediately recognized the malevolent aura emanating from the ship, akin to a natural disaster. How could this be? Monet was horrified to discover that if his energy was rated at 300, the entity aboard that ship was at least 300,000. Yet, the formless being chuckled softly. No, it is 530,000. What? Wait, can you read minds? Chapter 55, The Unbelievable Maha Adventure. And the formless being smiled slightly, while Monet helplessly waved his hand. Very well, if you can read minds, so be it. However, before you leave, could you tell me your name? Sai, you may call me Wunyan. As Wunyan spoke, he pointed a finger at Monet, and an influx of power surged into him. This power was not a blessing, but rather a safeguard to protect his memories and thoughts from being read. Wunyan fully understood that the future, or rather his past self, would never wish to fall into such a cycle again. Yet, having experienced all this, he sincerely wished for his past self to grasp the same understanding. He indeed bore the mission and responsibility of reviving Saiyan, but that could not define his entirety. At the very least, within his brief existence, he desired to accumulate diverse experiences. Meanwhile, Frieza had just arrived at the planet Chilier when his subordinate reported to him. Lord Frieza, 2 powerful energy signatures have been detected in the north. Roar. Powerful? How powerful? One of the signatures registers at 15,000, while the other continues to rise, currently surpassing 13,000. Oh, intriguing. Frieza flicked his tail and instructed a nearby portly figure resembling a pink sea urchin, Dodoria. Lord Frieza, gather a team and investigate the matter. Understood. Although Dodoria was not particularly pleasing to the eye, as Frieza's right-hand man, he was one of the most formidable warriors in Frieza's army, boasting a battle power of 18,000. However, just as Dodoria was rallying his forces to venture out, a beam of light suddenly sliced through the air above his head. Boom. The searing energy cleaved the main ship in half as effortlessly as a knife through butter. Who dares? Who would attack a vessel of the Frieza army? In the vast square, hundreds of aliens hovered in the air, casting malevolent glances toward the distant black silhouette. Crack, creak. The structure of the ship above them slid down like a kettle lid. And as the primary target of the attack, Frieza found himself losing half of his tail in an instant. Bastard! Who is it? Before he could express his fury, a nearly tangible aura descended from the sky, pinning him down in his seat. Frieza! A figure descended from the heavens, a massive foot firmly planted upon Frieza's head. The wide coat was suddenly flung aside, revealing a robust physique beneath. Most striking was the tail that resembled that of a monkey trailing behind the individual. You are a Saiyan. Incorrect. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Wunyan sent Frieza flying with a kick, his right hand unleashing a flurry of punches with lightning speed. If it weren't for you, if it weren't for your desire to annihilate Planet Vegeta, none of this would have transpired. The suffering and anguish of the past should not have been his burden to bear. Yet, because of your single decision, he was destined to wander the infinite cosmos for centuries. For these hundreds of years, do you know how he has endured? The fear of death loomed over him at all times, yet he could not express a single word, simply because he lacked the strength. Damn it! At this moment, Wunyan could no longer contain the fury surging within him, a fury born from the suppressed pain and anger that had resided within Saiyan from the very beginning. Even Saiyan himself could not perceive these profound emotions. All his thoughts had long since been stifled during the journey of solitude and death, rendered incapable of expression. However, as a quarter of that being, Wunyan lacked the ability to suppress his emotions to the same extent. The once terrifying and formidable Frieza now resembled a mere punching bag, as Wunyan relentlessly pummeled him, bringing him to the brink of death. Just as Frieza was about to be beaten to a pulp, a healing force was suddenly applied to him. Expelling a breath, Wunyan shook off the blood from his right hand, glancing at the regenerating flesh at his feet. He disdainfully spat and vanished from the spot. Wunyan did not kill Frieza completely, for the narrative of the Dragon Ball world still depended on him. Shortly after Wunyan's brutal assault on Frieza, the skies above Chilier darkened ominously. Is the power of the dragon god Wunyan? Monet cautiously hid indoors, watching the pitch-black sky in the distance. But as he gazed, a spatial rift suddenly appeared above him. Bang! Bang! Ouch! Two spheres struck him on the head, causing Monet to grimace in pain. Who? As he was about to raise his head to discern what was transpiring, he heard the tranquil voice of Wunyan resonate softly. We shall meet again in the future, and before that, I will return the Dragon Ball to you. Dragon Ball? Monet, in a state of perplexity, turned to his side and realized that the spherical object which had struck him earlier was indeed the Chilier Dragon Ball. Cautiously retrieving the Dragon Ball, he curiously inquired, where shall we meet again? In the future. Just wait for me there. Oh, and do remind me to adhere to the original plan. Furthermore, if I harbor any doubts about you then, simply tell me. Do not forget. Sairmio is still waiting for your revival. I shall not forget, even if I am uncertain about the circumstances. Monet gazed at the rift in the sky above. The gap that was gradually healing, now reduced to a mere slit. Fixating on those snow-white eyes, he shouted, Wunyan, whatever you intend to do, I wish you success. In response, Wunyan's eyes curved into crescent moons. Farewell until the future. The spatial rift completely healed, and Wunyan's smile gradually faded from his face. Observing the two divine dragons, one large and one small, his expression turned solemn. All right, divine dragons, grant my wish. Harnessing the unique attributes of the Chilier divine dragon, Wunyan, through his own power, compelled the dormant earth divine dragon to respond. Having confirmed that the divine dragons could not forcibly summon the other three Sairmio, Wunyan resolved to utilize the power of the super divine dragon. However, since the divine dragons were unable to make wishes related to the super divine dragon, Wunyan opted for a detour. He initially made a wish to the earth divine dragon to travel to the 10th universe, and subsequently employed the power of the Namekian divine dragon to enhance this teleportation, ensuring he arrived at the precise time and location he desired. As he beheld the two great divine dragons simultaneously emanating a radiant light, Wunyan slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the commencement of the teleportation. Unbeknownst to him, a momentous upheaval was unfolding in the very place to which he was destined to arrive.